Glad you're here. If you enjoy our videos, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's jump into the world of Supreme Academy right here on GMT Recap. The light flickered, and the space in the universe was torn apart. It is said that a century ago, the heavens shook and the earth quaked, and a dungeon appeared. For monsters emerged, a black dragon, a humanoid monster with sharp black spikes and eyes tattooed with an X shape, a bug-like creature wielding a shield and a wooden fighting staff, and a bug with 3 faces on one head, possessing deep red skin, clearly exuding immense power. The monsters that surged out of that dungeon could not be subdued by ordinary weapons. The only ones who could confront them were those with extraordinary abilities, who appeared simultaneously with the dungeon. Only a select few chosen ones, these warriors wielded swords or used magic. Thanks to their powers, the chaotic world stabilized, and the people were saved, filled with immense joy. Taking advantage of the monster attacks, a new civilization began to take root and flourish. A few awakened individuals became hunters with the mission to exterminate the monsters. Decades later, there were already too many hunters, and more hunters continued to emerge as the awakening mechanism was discovered and artificial awakening became possible. As long as one had money, anyone could awaken. John Doe was originally a person with no confidence at all, but right after awakening, he became stronger, accompanied by a massive sword and a muscular physique. As time went by, the number of people wanting to become awakened individuals increased. Everyone envisioned the prospect of becoming an S-rank hunter, with a rosy life ahead. Thus, the magnificent era of hunters began. Hundreds of people jostled and scrambled to enter the spatial gate. Some even shouted, "Wait!" as others were trampled underfoot. After a struggle, the government decided to create a professional hunter test, limiting those who could pass this test to become professional hunters. Naturally, society began to see the emergence of instructors teaching knowledge related to hunters, to help students prepare for this hunter test. Some even trained physical abilities and provided information systems related to hunting. Eventually, private academies teaching everything to become a hunter also started to appear, commonly known as hunter academies. Among them was one person of entirely different caliber, to the point where the massive black dragon exclaimed, "How can such a human exist?" The young man with black hair replied, "It must be because you're too foolish." The dragon refused to accept reality and used its tail to strike the young man. The dragon said, "I refuse to accept this." The young man easily dodged that blow. Perhaps this young man was different from the rest, because to become a hunter, everyone now had to enroll in hunter academies. The dragon used its claws to slash at him, but the young man gently delivered a punch to its mouth. After that, he used his lance to slash horizontally in a bow-shaped arc, causing the dragon's protective armor to shatter. This colossal dragon decided to gather power at its mouth and unleashed a devastating blow. The moment the destructive strike advanced towards the young man, he remained calm as if nothing had happened. He recalled his time at the academy he once attended, remembering the words of the spear masters. "Heaven-defying fists if you can hold it up, you can also overturn it, Spear Master Atlas. I haven't allowed you to die yet, Spear Master Huatua. Once you master mana, everyone can see the world, Spear Master Merlin. Faster than anyone else, run at the speed of light. Spear Master Thian Phi. Shoot down the stars from Devaloka, Spear Master De Cienja." The young man used his lance to gently parry the dragon's attack, creating a massive hole in the dragon's body. He smiled casually, pulled out his phone, and said, "So which class should we choose now?" The system displayed a notification, "Would you like to register for the lecture or not?" He quickly pressed yes. The system immediately announced, "Starting the lecture. Thank you for using Hunter Academy." Kim Seo-jun, 27 years old, a naturally awakened individual, was a young man carrying heavy sacks on his body, working at a construction site. It is said, "I am a naturally awakened person, born with powers stronger than others. But to pay off my parents' debts, who died in a mysterious accident, I have been doing the job of transporting monsters hunted for 9 years. There is only one thing that allows a person to endure the harsh work and the pressure of debt, and that is the dream of becoming a professional hunter." The weather was hot, and the young man was sweating profusely. After finishing work, it was lunchtime, and everyone called Seo Jun over to ask, "How's the saving up to become a hunter going?" The two old men sitting on the bench inquired about him like that. He reported back, "I'm looking for affordable yet good hunter academies." The people sitting there were also curious, what is a hunter academy? Isn't being a hunter just something you can do once you awaken? The old man with the goatee sighed, "It's been more than 5 years since the professional hunter competition was created. Now you have to attend a hunter academy to even be able to compete." Seo Jun thought to himself, he is right. Most of the spear masters at the academy are active hunters. Because real hunters pass on experiences and secrets that usually require risking one's life to obtain, there is the Hunter Academy. The Hunter Academy has broken the record for the number of candidates who passed the entrance exam. Thanks to this, the Hunter Academy was established, marking an era where anyone who wants to become a hunter must attend the Hunter Academy. Seo Jun looked at his phone, smiling, "Finally, I have managed to save enough money to attend a year at the Hunter Academy." He thought to himself. The screen on his phone displayed a balance of 40,000. The young man's eyes lit up, thinking, "I really want to go to a better academy, but it's too expensive, and this place is quite good." While scrolling through his phone, he saw an advertisement titled Hunter Academy and news from the academy. He thought to himself, "Is this Hunter Academy? This is the first time I've heard of it." It turns out that the model of talented individuals is changing. The super elite reign is sweeping across the universe, a collection of experiences and knowledge from seasoned spear masters over 10,000 years old. They customize individual training programs suitable for each student. At Hunter Academy, students will be interviewed. There is someone who is just a student but has already passed the level 9 Master Sword exam. This person answered in an interview, "I enrolled in school without any expectations, but in the end, it was the best decision of my life." There is also an old man with a white beard who is sending hearts. This person has passed the Sage exam, achieving level 5, and is continuously thanking Hunter Academy. Hunter Academy also advertises, "If you want to become super skilled, enroll now." They play back recordings for the listeners. "My life has improved thanks to Hunter Academy. My life changed after entering Hunter Academy." They emphasize that you can also become super skilled. Seo Jun holds his phone and scoffs, "What a ridiculous advertisement." Hunter Academy's website is no different from other Hunter Academies. He also says, "What a weird name for a spear master." Seo Jun notices the line, "Anyone can lift 500 tons with this strength training method of Spearmaster Hercules. The basics of staff and spear from Spear Master Heaven's Great Sage." Seo Jun finds it interesting and says, "I will check this out." Heaven's Great Sage appears with a cute face, "Hello." The system introduces itself, "Hello, I am Heaven's Great Sage, but my real name is Sun Wukong. My main weapon is the Rui staff to smack your behind." He also says things that sound absurd but are actually convincing. Staffs and spears are not that different. Sun Wukong, fearing his students might get bored, says, "If I just explain it, it might be hard to understand. Let me show you. First, hold the staff outwards, then stretch your hand and rotate the staff inwards, finally thrust it at the opponent at a single point." After a while of demonstration, the mountain has disappeared. A young man holding a phone in his hand, unable to believe his eyes, exclaims, "What is this?" The mountain has vanished. He stands up angrily and says, "Fake. Fake. This is a forgery. Even an S-rank hunter couldn't do this." After reading the advertisement, the Academy system immediately displays a message, "Would you like to enroll in this lecture? If you take this lecture, you will receive DGB from the Great Sage." Seo Jun clicks the enrollment button, and the system promptly displays an error message, "You are not a member. Would you like to register for an account?" The young man clicked on the word yes, and then the system sent a notification, "You will be sent an invoice for the membership registration fee. Your registration fee is being paid by considering your causal relationship." He thought to himself, just creating an account costs money, and what's with this causal calculation? The system displayed, the membership registration fee is 40,000. After registering, the lecture fee may vary depending on your circumstances. He leaned in close to the phone and then counted each zero on the screen. He cursed, "Damn it, those scammers." An uncle from work asked, "Are you about to enroll in the academy?" He held a dead monster for the young man to carry and said, "No wonder you look happy. Where are you enrolling?" Although tired, he replied, "Hunter Academy. I've heard they have excellent spear masters there." The system's crane was lifting a dead monster high up. The uncle teased him, "Don't forget your uncle when you become famous." Seo Jun confidently asked back, "Of course, do you want me to handle the monster combat for you?" The uncle laughed and said, "That sounds good. Finally, I have a chance to kill a dragon, huh?" The young man joked, "Not just dragons, I'll even let you play soccer with their heads." The young man continued with his work. He walked step by step to the place to dispose of the monster's body. In his mind, he remembered someone telling him, "This is a play when viewed from a distance." At that moment, he slowly approached the spot to discard the monster's body. The chains used to hang the large monster suddenly snapped. The moment the monster fell, the old man shouted, "Seo Jun." He pushed him aside. At this time, old memories returned, rubbing against his fragile soul. In order to be able to smile, one must endure pain. The doctor had diagnosed that the nerves in his legs were gradually necrotizing. It seemed that the broken bones had entangled the nerves. When healing, he recovered faster than usual because he was an awakened one. Seo Jun's nasty boss said, "Compensation for occupational accidents? Not a chance." On the operating table, the doctor said, "The surgery fee is 40,000. You need to have the surgery as soon as possible. The longer you delay, the more your nerves will stick to the bones, and the consequences will be irreversible." At that moment, Seo Jun held the bill along with the broken tooth, sitting on the hospital bed. He bitterly thought, "I have been looking towards the future while enduring for 9 years. All the money I saved has been used for the surgery. And now, there are only 3,000 left that Uncle Manchil gave me." He thought, "Can we start over again?" Just as he felt frustrated, the phone rang. Looking down, he saw a notification, "The past of talented individuals is always low. Discount event for new students, if you enroll now, you will study for free." He picked up the phone with a doubtful thought, "Isn't this the website of Hunter Academy? Why couldn't I find it again after that day?" The phone screen displayed another notification, "Your registration fee is being calculated by considering your causal relationships." The system appeared once more, "The membership fee is only 3,000. While holding the phone, he thought, "Wasn't it 40,000 last time?" Thinking back, at that moment I only had exactly 40,000. Is it trying to take all the money I have? Why not try registering? After all, I have no money in my account. As soon as he clicked on the system, a notification appeared, "Membership registration successful." The money in the envelope flew out at breakneck speed, like how we work a lot but our salary quickly disappears. The system continued to notify, "Congratulations. You have become a member of Hunter Academy." At that moment, a tiny figure radiating purple light, small like a doll, appeared. Seo Jun was startled by this appearance. The small boy emerged from the phone and said, "Nice to meet you. You are Seo Jun, right?" Seo Jun was still in shock, unable to understand how someone could come out of his phone. The doll continued, "I am the advisor, responsible for teaching you the basics, also known as a mentor." Seo Jun thought his brain was malfunctioning to see things like this. He foolishly asked, "Is my advisor named Mentor?" The doll replied, "Why are you so bad at English?" "What I mean is I am a mentor, your advisor." "My name is Mentor." Seo Jun pondered gloomily, "Could it be that you are the advisor I know? The teacher of Odysseus, a hero in Greek mythology?" Mentor continued, "Edison was the first student I was responsible for. He has become quite talented for a long time, but occasionally still contacts me. Hearing this, Seo Jun felt his head spinning. Mentor went on to introduce Hunter Academy. This is the academy where spear users always want to surpass the limits of their race. Seo Jun was puzzled and asked, "Wait a minute, isn't this an academy for hunters?" Mentor replied, "How can you compare talented individuals with hunters? They are on a completely different level, kid." Seo Jun retorted, "But an S-rank hunter." Before he could finish his sentence, the mentor raised his phone. "Our spear users can take down hunters with just a finger." The mentor continued to ask, "Have you filled this out yet?" The phone displayed a survey to create a personalized course for new students. The survey required selecting the field in which you wanted to excel, including areas such as combat, production, medicine, intelligence, art, and other fields. Seo Jun scratched his head in confusion. "What is this, mentor?" The mentor held the phone and explained, "This is to help us understand how you want to become exceptional, as well as to confirm your current abilities and inclinations. As it says, this is a survey." Seo Jun had never been to school, only knowing to respond with a no to go along. He was honest with himself and then clicked on the first option, which was combat. He had no idea what would happen next. As he lifted his hand from the phone screen, he wondered, The mentor asked, "Is there a problem? Why doesn't Seo Jun know how to choose an answer for the second question?" Seo Jun saw the question, "Please choose your current skill level." The options are: 1 is linked to exceptionalism, but still lacking about 2%. 2 is you are currently the strongest, but not the strongest in history. The notification system. 3, you can plow a vast plain into farmland with a single powerful punch. 4, you can easily split a large mountain in half with one strike. 5, it may not be a large mountain, but you can lift a mountain. The mentor announced, "Many people are hesitant here. Just choose the one that accurately describes what you can do." Seo Jun thought to himself, "There is no answer that I can achieve." The mentor continued to ask, "Can you plow a vast plain into farmland with a single powerful punch? Or split a large mountain in half with one strike?" Seo Jun's answer was no. The mentor asked further, "So that means you can't lift a mountain either?" Seo Jun thought, "What is this guy talking about? Oh my god, I'm a newbie and he's asking me to do things like lift a mountain." He protested, "Isn't it even stranger if I could do something like that?" The mentor thought, "I must have encountered a useless person. How could he enroll in our academy? He is too ordinary." But he is the main character of the story, so the farming tasks at the beginning of the game are nothing. The mentor reassured, "It's okay, don't worry too much. The Hunter Academy will never expel a member. Once you become a member, you are a member for life." Then he ordered, "Now let's continue with your answers." After that, the mentor clapped to congratulate him on completing the entrance exam questions of the academy. Seo Jun only skimmed through 108 questions and felt a throbbing pain in his head. The next morning, when he had just woken up, the mentor announced, "You will learn for free. Let me recommend a few lectures for you." The mentor said, "But after we analyze your profile, I will inform you of the rest later." The young man, still suffering from a headache, could only mumble in response, okay. The mentor analyzed, "So your fighting style is using spearmanship. For spearmanship, instead of training in mana cultivation, the Oriental Ki cultivation technique might be better. The Spear Master Heaven's Great Sage is very skilled in the basics, but since you can't even lift a mountain, it's too advanced. I think one of these lectures is the best for you. Learning for free." The system displayed the first notification: once the spirit collapses, the physical ability becomes useless for the Spear Master Gautama. The second day is a mandatory introductory course for talented fighters of the Spear Master Chiram. The mentor asked, "You are not only injured but also facing difficulties mentally, right? Why not start by learning the lecture from the Spear Master Siddhartha Gautama?" Seo Jun then realized, "The person I am about to learn from is the Buddha," so he shouted, "Are you talking about the Buddha?" The mentor replied, "That's right. He says he isn't, but all the students call him the Buddha." In the young man's mind, the image of the Buddha appeared, radiating virtue and a brilliant aura. The mentor continued to talk about the spear master Siddhartha Gautama, one of the most famous spear masters for his spiritual teachings, a mandatory subject in the super elite competition. This is a lecture that would normally cost a fortune to attend, but he is determined to save the poor souls. The young man thought, what is this guy talking about? The phone displayed a notification, do you want to enroll in this lecture? Upon completion, you will receive an unwavering heart at SSS level. The mentor explained, that's why the lecture by Spear Master Gautama is considered essential. With just an unwavering heart, you can learn most fields. So even if you feel like you're going to lose your mind, you just need to review the lecture again. Seo Jun heard the term lose your mind and asked, lose my mind? What does that mean? The mentor said, you'll understand once you study it. I'll get back to you after I finish analyzing your profile. Then he vanished instantly, like an ex-lover leaving you behind on a night out. Seo Jun called after him, wait, don't go. The young man sat fiddling with the functions of the phone, trying to understand how it worked. A notification popped up asking him to press a button to start, and he clicked on it. Immediately, the Buddha appeared, sitting under the cool shade of the trees. The Buddha asked, where do you think this world exists? Seo Jun looked at the image of the Buddha, wondering if this was the real deal, and thought to himself, the Buddha looks like a living, breathing golden statue. The Buddha explained very briefly, I do not exist. Therefore, I do not exist. Seo Jun found this lecture too overwhelming, too difficult. The Buddha calmly continued, if there is nothing to compare to, how can a being define what existence is? He remembered the moment his mentor wished him luck. Lying down while listening to the lecture, the Buddha explained that this world, this universe, was created simultaneously with his birth and would perish simultaneously with his death. He does not exist, he simply is the world. Hearing such words from a sage made him feel that learning was truly challenging. It felt as if he was about to lose his memory. The system displayed a notification, the progress of the lecture was only 0.6%. The young man had just woken up, his mind still foggy. Within a week, the doctor examined Seo Jun and praised his recovery speed. It's incredible, the doctor said. I knew you were an awakened one, but this is the first time in my 35 years as a doctor that I've seen such rapid recovery. Seo Jun's handsome, muscular six-pack was revealed, causing the ladies to gasp in admiration. He happily thought to himself, it's not just my imagination, thanks to Gautama's teachings, my mind has become tranquil, allowing me to recover faster. Even though it feels like I might lose my mind listening to this lecture, and I've only completed 1.3% of the progress, it has been this effective. The doctor held his medical record and, noticing that Seo Jun wanted to be discharged early, advised him that it was uncertain and suggested he stay in the hospital for another week. Seo Jun eagerly thought in his mind, I wonder what it will be like when I reach 100% progress. He replied to the doctor, all right, this is fine with me. At this point, he thought, Hunter Academy is truly worth it, worth every penny. He turned on the system on his phone and thought, now I can move my body. Why not try Chiron's lecture right away? He lay on the bed, thinking, evolve to level A. It is lower than unwavering heart, but level A does not mean a poor skill. He thought of what his mentor had once said with the firmness of reason, that most fields of excellence are as easy as eating candy. From here, he also assumed, perhaps only unwavering heart is as terrifying as that. When he wanted to meet Chiron, he immediately appeared and graciously greeted, my name is Chiron. Chiron is a being with 4 legs, 2 arms, and a head, just like in Greek mythology, meaning a human head with a horse's body. Seo Jun thought of Hercules, Zeus, Achilles, and other characters in Greek mythology. He was the teacher of most of these heroes in Greek mythology. Chiron introduced the goal of the lecture. The goal of this lecture is to prepare students to enter a state where they can advance to the first realm of excellence. Please note that combat techniques will not be taught in depth in this course. He felt happy because it was indeed the real deal. In fact, he no longer felt surprised. Next, he introduced the first step to becoming a talented individual. Unlike the calm demeanor he had when first introducing himself, he rolled his eyes and shouted directly, "Get up immediately, you fool!" The young man fell flat on his face on the ground. The system displayed a notification: a daily personal mission has been assigned. After calculating the current level overview of the student, it will be delegated. An integrated task has appeared. First is the daily task: run 30 km, do 1000 squats, perform 300 push-ups, do 300 sit-ups, and hang from the bar 150 times. It sounds like I am a superhero, yet it gives me a super difficult task. He scratched his head in confusion. What level are these tasks? They seem harder than the usual threshold. Not to mention that the doctor probably warned him, "Don't overwork yourself this week." He could only laugh, but, when choosing between listening to lectures and exercising, I temporarily choose to just listen to the lectures. When I feel better, I will work properly later, skipping the exercise. He pressed skip, but the system popped up: "You have unfinished tasks. Please complete your tasks." Seo Jun was bewildered, stiff, and didn't know what to say. He kept spamming the skip button to go listen to the lectures for peace of mind. The system kept appearing: "Please complete your tasks." He buried his face in his hands and wondered, how does it know I haven't finished the tasks? I can't refuse, yet I can't comply either. The young man thought, I've given in, it's just 1 week. Why make things difficult for myself? Whatever happens, I should listen to the lectures from Master Gautama first. On the phone, the deadline still shows that there are 83 days left. He noticed the remaining time and hurried to the park to jog, crying because there was still a whole day until the deadline. Well, Hunter Academy is also a school, after all. Setting limits for the students makes sense. Anyway, there are 83 days left. It must have started at 90 days. 3 months, right? Honestly, I don't really know how this academy operates. I guess I will have to fully absorb all the knowledge from the lectures and reach a certain level of effectiveness for my learning progress to increase. But the more he studied, the more he realized he had already learned, yet his progress remained the same. The lecture progress was still at 1.3%. Seo Jun was increasingly sad, thinking over and over, why have I been replaying the same lecture? I have studied the Spear Master Gautama's course for a whole week, yet my progress is still at that modest 1.3%. I really don't have confidence that I can complete the course in 83 days. Early in the morning, Seo Jun went to the park to jog, moving his arms and legs. He wondered, completing freely means just a trial exam, right? It's been a long time since I've exercised. More precisely, I haven't had any reason to exercise at all until now. Nevertheless, all I have done in the past 9 years is carry the monsters that professional hunters have attacked. The young man went to the park to do push-ups, continuously counting 1 2 1 2. While exercising, he thought about the days he spent working at the construction site, carrying heavy monster corpses weighing up to 70 kg. Because of that, he didn't feel the need to exercise anymore. Even though he didn't know how to use mana yet, he still had confidence in his sturdy body. The young man did push-ups like a superhero, reaching a total of 300, then clapped his hands and stood up, dripping with sweat. He felt smug, thinking that previously he had to carry loads continuously for 9 years, so doing 300 push-ups was nothing. To continue, the next exercise would be pull-ups. When he checked the count of his push-ups, he realized that he had only done 81 out of 300. He was bewildered, wondering how he could have only counted 81 instead of 300. Seo Jun diligently did push-ups, but the system only added 1 to his total count after a long time. Then, when he picked up his phone and saw that only 1 was added, he realized that if he didn't perform the exercise in the correct posture, the system wouldn't count his push-ups. After finishing the push-up exercise, he moved on to pull-ups. He had to strive to pull himself up over the bar because if he couldn't do that, the count wouldn't be registered. Next is the leg workout, and then there are 300 sit-ups. The final exercise he does is run 30 kilometers. After completing everything, he lies sprawled on the ground, shouting loudly, "I'm going crazy. I can't do it anymore. I'm done." People walking by see him and think he has lost his mind. One person says, "Oh my, that guy is rolling on the ground." Seo Jun cries out, "I have to do this mission every day, I can't listen to lectures at any time." Chiron covers his ears and mocks, "That's your problem, huh?" In the hospital, an elderly woman exclaims, "Oh my, young man, why does your body look so much better? Are you exercising again?" Seo Jun replies, "Oh yes, how are you all doing?" The old woman claps her hands and says, "Wow, you work so hard. Really hard working, the young people are so good." Nearby, an old man sits reading the newspaper with a frown, listening to their conversation. Just then, the hospital TV announces the latest news. Around 5 a.m. this morning, a 4-star behemoth monster suddenly appeared in downtown Seoul. The Federation reported that this behemoth was in a deep sleep state at that time. The monster disposal service had no idea about this and transported it into the city right after it woke up. This is an incident that could cause widespread fatalities. The TV announced, however, coincidentally, a awakened individual nearby just happened to arrive and prevented any fatalities from occurring. This awakened person is a cadet at Academy Jaeon, thanks to the influence of S-rank hunter Young Han Young. The old woman and the young man Seo Jun discussed together, "Those hunters really save other people's lives, don't they? They are truly great individuals." She displayed an admiring expression, then thought for a moment and said, "Young man, aren't you also an awakened one?" Seo Jun replied, "Yes, that's right." The old woman took his hand with a caring attitude and asked, "Young man, are you a hunter? Can you be featured on TV like that again?" The man holding the newspaper, reading with a jealous look, interjected and said, "Oh, do you think everyone can be on TV?" The two looked at this man with frowns and said, "In this day and age, becoming a professional hunter is really difficult, the odds are 1 in a million." The old woman was surprised that it was so hard and commented, "It seems that times have changed a lot, hasn't it? Back when I was young, it wasn't like this." The grumpy old man asked, "By the way, are you a student? It seems you are not even a cadet yet, right? If you train like this just to become a hunter, then give up already. Don't waste your youth on something that will never happen." Seo Jun reminisced about his hard days, the times when he had to carry the heavy monsters on his back, and the sessions of push-ups, running in the park. His gaze became fiery, and he tried to endure. The old lady saw this and defended him, "How could you speak like that?" He believed that is useful advice for Seo Jun in life. The old lady continued, "That advice. Seo Jun is a young man with great determination." He replied, "I will decide for myself what to do with my life." He became angry, "What? Kiddo, am I being sincere for you to say such things?" Seo Jun shouted in his face, "Please take care of your own life first." The old man appeared frightened, and Seo Jun walked away, disappearing. He was furious, shouting for the whole hospital to hear, "Listen to how he talks. If an adult advises him, it's because they care for him. He should listen." Seo Jun walked resolutely forward, thinking to himself, "This nonsense will never happen." You are a cadet of Hunter Academy, and last week, you clearly felt the impact of the lessons. Becoming a professional hunter at Hunter Academy is not impossible. The next morning, the young man went back to the park to run, with a firm thought in his mind, "I will become a hunter." Suddenly, a voice of lament came from somewhere, "I really hate being a hunter." The image of a cold girl appeared, facing 2 gigantic winged bull lions. She came here to deal with them using just a few basic sword strikes and a bolt of lightning, which left them no chance to react and they fell under her blade. It seemed like this was too easy for her. After a night of struggle, the young man finally returned home. He lay face down on the bed and said, "Finally, I'm home." He added, "I had to stay in the hospital for 2 whole weeks. Although it's small, home is still number 1. Seo Jun lay deep in thought on the bed, remembering, about a year from now is the hunter exam. He worriedly checked his account and realized there was very little left. He felt a bit sad for a moment, but then remembered, "I actually have nothing at all." Seo Jun jolted awake, grabbed his phone to check, and thought, "I just remembered I completed today's daily mission. I only just finished it now." I kept saying I'd do it tomorrow. At that moment, the system displayed a notification, "Would you like to participate in the next lesson?" He immediately clicked on yes. Chiron even praised him, "Good, it seems you've finally got enough strength to start learning to crawl, right?" The young man rested and thought, "Wasn't crawling enough when I was little that I have to crawl again now? I feel like a baby." Chiron held a lance ready to whip him because he had disobeyed. But out of respect for him being a new student, he only said, "Now that you can crawl, you should let it go. The next step to becoming a talented person is feeling." The progress of the course had only reached 5.7%. The next morning, he wondered, "I thought it would be a major surgery or something. Turns out it's not that terrible at all." He told himself, "I must have really thick skin to dare to show my face here." He said to Chiron, "I want you to know if you keep doing such annoying things, next time it will be you." While attending school, the young man had to endure insults and gritted his teeth. "I want to go somewhere too, but I have no choice at all. I don't even have money for food. Looking at the fact that he let me stay, it seems he feels a bit guilty." The young man remembered the unpleasant demeanor of this old man, who had once talked about occupational accident insurance and always complained. Anyway, the young man didn't know much about this matter. He understood that, he is the boss, and I am just a soldier, so I endure and continue to work at the construction site. Sitting in the corner of the room at the construction site, he sadly thought, in the end, it's still a matter of money. As a wise man once said, "If you don't work but demand to eat, you'll only get shit." The young man thought to himself, "If I don't work, I won't have enough money to eat. But if I go earn money, then I won't have time to listen to lectures. If I don't complete all the daily tasks of Spearmaster Chiron, I won't be able to finish any lecture at all." He wondered, should I review the lecture in this mood? Thinking back, he remembered, what did Spearmaster Chiron say last time? Ah, right, it was about sensations. The muscular old man working on the same site walked in, saw him sitting still, and thought he was crazy. The young man sat there reciting the knowledge he had learned. There are 5 senses that play a decisive role in a battle site: hearing, smell, touch, and taste, which we call the senses of perception. Usually, these senses follow the order: reception, recognition, evaluation of each stimulus, but that process is beyond imagination. The old man said, "Why continue doing something so meaningless? Therefore, I will teach you how to shorten this process as much as possible. A completely different thing from your hidden 5 senses, the 6th sense is intuition, or more simply put, the instinct of infinity." The old man intended to slap the back of his head as a casual greeting, but the young man dodged without even turning to look at him, both surprised. The old man asked, "What is that? Do you have eyes in the back of your head or something? How did you dodge like that?" Seo Jun also did not understand what he had just done. He recalled the image of his beloved teacher Chiron and his words of advice: "If you are here to work, then just work. What are you doing? When you go out to work like that, you will get hurt." The old man asked, "Seo Jun, are you sure you'll be okay? Those 3 things must weigh around 200 kg, right?" The young man simply smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Please stack them up." This time, the young man gently stacked the bodies of the monsters on top of each other and walked confidently. The people on the site were surprised by his strength. The old man worried, if he walks like that, he must be really okay. The manager shouted, "Everyone take a break, and then we'll continue. It's lunchtime." Unlike everyone else, Seo Jun felt truly powerful this time. He felt strength contained in the palm of his hand, as if he could lift the whole earth. The workers on the site who were working with him complained, "What are we going to do now? I feel like the longer we do this, the harder it gets." The young man took the opportunity, working while also practicing his legs. He thought, "At least I should complete my daily tasks. After taking a break, there won't be much time left." And so it went, 1, 2, 3. When he managed to practice once, he immediately took out his phone to check if it had counted. He realized that every time he trained his legs while carrying a load of corpses on his back, it counted as 3 times. The young man understood that the heavier the load, the greater the effectiveness. He wondered why the old man kept calling him over to take a break, but little did he know that the young man had found his own path of learning while working. Even during the lunch break, he asked, "Uncle, let me carry some of these for you." The uncle replied, "They look really heavy. You have to move all of this, right?" He responded, "Let me carry it for you." The young man carried 200 kg of meat on his back, plus 2 pieces tucked under his arms, training his legs 2, 3, 4, and thought to himself, "Why set aside time to do a task? I can do it while I'm working." After that, he piled everything back on his back and did push-ups. He knew that the heavier it was, the more it would count, meaning he could both earn money and save time, a perfect example of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seo Jun continued to move on to the monkey bar exercise cheerfully. The old man thought he was crazy and immediately intervened. After a day of hard work and training, the young man returned to his room and sighed, "I feel like I'm about to die." But thinking about the moment the old man was shot on the construction site because of his health, he felt satisfied. Now he could work while also fulfilling his duties. Lying down for a moment, the young man got up again and picked up his phone to check for any notifications. The phone had notified him, the daily mission had been completed, all tasks were accomplished. He calculated, having listened to both lectures, it was only 10 o'clock. Luckily, he finished quickly like that. He thought, however, after completing it, he still felt like he had wasted time somehow. The course of Spear Master Chiron had completed 9.1%, while the course of Spear Master Gautama had reached 2.5%. Seo Jun was a talented and diligent young man, so reviewing lessons was just a small matter. He reasoned that learning another lesson might be better, but reviewing wouldn't increase his progress at all. This isn't a good idea, he wondered. Since regular lessons would cost money, he decided to participate in a free course to learn for free. He clicked on the list of free courses, and the system displayed a notification, "You will be able to become strong enough to move that mountain of Spear Master Xiangyu." Seo Jun was curious about Spear Master Xiangyu and wondered, is it referring to the hegemon King Xiangyu? He recalled the image of a general wielding a lance, sitting on a horse, fighting fiercely the hegemon King Xiangyu. After appearing in the mythology of the Zhou and Han dynasties, he became famous as a person with an extraordinary physique. The young man joyfully thought of the saying, "He who can oppose 10,000 from him." Without hesitation, he thought, not bad at all, and since this is a free course, this lecture is free. He immediately clicked on the registration button to learn mountain pulling spearmanship. The person in the picture appeared and smiled, "You want to learn to use a spear? Those who take this course are just a bunch of trash. They don't even know the basics, yet those trash want to learn to use a spear. Let me teach you these foolish ones. You don't need to be anything extraordinary. For now, just swing it around, deeply embed the spear into your body and your senses. Then come back and find me." The system displayed a notification, "Your daily mission is ready." After calculating the overview, the current rank of the student will be assigned an integrated mission. That mission is to swing this weapon 5,000 times. The young man felt despair because he had only said a few sentences and the lesson was over without any explanation. He looked at the daily mission and switched to another scene, where a beautiful girl was walking. The manager at the construction site flattered the safety manager, "This site has never had an accident, sir. Nothing to worry about today." It turned out she was the safety quality inspector of this construction site and was a B rank hunter named Park Seo Yoon. She immediately turned to question him, "You know about the recent behemoth accident, right? Even though I was the one who finished the inspection, I might have overlooked something, so I want you to make sure to verify it thoroughly." He replied, "Yes, of course." The others wondered, who is she that he behaves like that? Oh my, he's about to kneel at her feet. Seo Jun, who was also working on the site, realized, isn't she the granddaughter of Sword Star? I think her name is Park Seo Yoon. Yes, that's right, she is Sword Star Park Min Shol. It was said that 100 years ago, he was an awakened one operating when the concept of gates was first introduced. Unlike the systematic understanding of awakens today, the monsters back then were much more ferocious. Such monsters were rampant on the streets, a time when human survival was not guaranteed at all. He reminisced about his youth, being an extremely powerful young man in such a world. A mother and her child were attacked by a monster, but fortunately, I appeared in time and was one of those who helped rebuild the civilization of this world. That is why he truly is the savior of this world, a hero. Seo Jun thought, time flows like water, and perhaps he has grown old. But he remains a powerful force on this planet. Although he thinks this way, there are actually many tasks that need to be completed. He carried a pile of monster corpses on his back, thinking that this was not his concern, but he was focused on counting each step to train his legs. Park Seo-yoon wondered, what is that guy doing? The worker at the construction site reported, don't pay attention to him. He's been like that since last week, like a madman. She even thought this guy was crazy. The young man continued to work while training. He carried the corpses to where his uncle worked alongside him and said, I'm leaving these corpses here, okay, and then counted to 60. The old man did not understand and asked, how much longer are you going to lift those things? The young man simply replied, if I've started, then I will do it until the end, and continued counting to 61, he added, everything here has meaning. The old man responded kindly, what is this, if you keep doing this you'll die, and told him, since you've brought this here, then go on instead of standing here doing nothing. Seo Jun smiled and said, let me go bring a few more. Park Seo-yoon sighed, finally free. I really am not suited to be a principal here. The construction manager said, how can we allow the granddaughter of Swordstar to be in such a shabby place? We will prepare a comfortable room for you. She said, no need, I'm fine. She was leaning against a pole to think when some workers from a nearby construction site were gossiping loudly, is she the one? The granddaughter of Swordstar? Afraid Park Seo-yoon would hear, they told each other, keep your voices down. Another person wondered, what rank is she as a hunter? Park Seo-yoon pretended not to hear, but in reality, she heard everything. The two people continued to discuss, she's just AB rank. What's the big deal? The granddaughter of a top server and only at that rank? However, everyone has their own struggles, and so does Park Seo-yoon. She knows Swordstar is a revered hero, but to her, that name is just a heavy title that weighs down on her. Even though she received training to become a hunter from her grandfather since she was just learning to walk, the wall of the title Swordstar remains too high, and she lacks the ability to overcome it. Park Seo-yoon practiced daily with a wooden stick, but she still found herself being compared to her incredibly talented grandfather. Her original dream was to become a hunter, and she had told her grandfather this, but he didn't listen and told her, don't say such foolish things anymore. She was filled with resentment and anger, feeling as though she could not have a normal life just because she was the granddaughter of the Swordstar. Even though her compromise was to enter Hunter Academy, two young men in the class, being taught by Park Seo-yoon, scoffed, isn't it because the Swordstar is teaching? No way. She placed the paper on the podium, stammering, the Swordstar has nothing to do with this. I am the instructor. However, everyone turned their backs, saying, we have been deceived. In this situation, after the news spread that the Hunter Academy she established had no appearance of the Swordstar, all of her students lost interest and left her, despite her pleas for them to stay. Gradually, she sank into darkness with her failure. She realized that those who had enrolled were only there because of the title of the Swordstar. Returning to reality, she reflected the remaining ones also left quickly, as if they had been chased away by my grandfather for that reason, and now no one knows anything about the Hunter Academy. She lamented, if only I had a proper academy then. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, a person rushed out in panic, shouting loudly, run fast, there's a monster. She appeared alarmed. Seo Jun, who was nearby, saw the lions surrounding them and exclaimed, teacher. At this moment, the young man felt tense. Why did the manticore we brought here suddenly wake up? Wasn't it supposed to be dead? He said, run, Seo Jun, don't worry about me, just get out of here first. He was in a dilemma. If he left, that man would die. he would definitely die. A normal person could never be stronger than a monster. Even awakened individuals who couldn't use mana were the same. Not to mention that the manticore was a level 4 monster, which even professional hunters found extremely difficult to defeat. As he thought about the image of the girl from earlier, he wondered, what about the hunters? Right now, only Hunter Park Seo-yoon remained. He thought a little more. If she were here now, it would be too late. He would still die in agony. Someone had to act immediately. The lion monster was preparing to enjoy its meal, letting out a roar. Seo-jun, undeterred, gripped his weapon and charged forward like a god. Die. Unexpectedly, these monsters were not only strong but also knew how to dodge attacks. Taking this opportunity, he said, "Hey, quick, run." He knew he could die at their hands. However, Seo-jun bravely said, "We will get through this. Hurry up." Even though he held a metal rod in his hand, he realized he was all alone here and needed the help of other professional hunters. In front of him stood the shadow of fierce demons. Yet, the more determined he was, the more the power of the demons suppressed him. Deep down, he kept reminding himself, "Be strong, don't hesitate anymore, move and attack it." However, when he recalled the words of the Buddha, "You are a universe. When you observe the world, find its origin and essence." He remembered that this was the teaching of the Buddha. He told himself, from now on, embrace the universe and think about where it will go. Even in this dangerous situation, his emotions became strangely calm. However, the lion was different, it lunged forward with great speed. Seo-jun merely rotated the rod he held in his hand, calmly thinking, the fear in his trembling heart would gradually settle down. The lion's claws lunged towards him, and he also knew that if he moved after thinking about his reaction, it would be too late, he had to act on instinct. The young man once again awakened his limitless instincts, dodging the monster's attack. The lion continued its assault, and he used his iron staff to gain momentum and soared into the sky, thinking, let my emotions do all the work. While the lion was bewilderedly looking around for the young man, he was above its head and believed this was its weak point. But he hesitated, should I attack or not? What should I do? He recalled the words of his mentor, uprooting mountains isn't just about strength. It must rely on the motivation of metal. The important thing is to believe in one's own power. Whether I succeed or fail is yet to be seen. The young man focused his strength into his hand, gripping the iron staff as he dove down, thinking that he could split it in two. As he descended, he saw the lion looking up at the sky to see him. The lion showed no fear and instead roared, "Come here." Undeterred, Seo-jun was determined to strike as if this were the strength to split mountains. The moment he dove down, a thunderous explosion drew the attention of everyone around. Park Seo-yoon rushed out, puzzled, what's going on? What was that noise just now? Through the swirling dust, she saw Seo-jun kill the lion by splitting it in half. As soon as the young man finished off the monster, he returned to his initial foolish state, still puzzled, what is this? What is this? Is it effective already? The system announced, the progress of the lecture by the centaur Chiron has increased by 10%, the progress of the lecture by the Buddha has increased by 2.6%, and the progress of the lecture by Xiangyu has increased by 13%. Park Seo-yoon thought, what the hell is going on here? In her eyes, she saw just a young man stepping on the corpse of a monster. She noticed, this is just an ordinary person, not a hunter, and he doesn't even have a decent weapon, only using a steel rod to achieve this. How could he take down a monster like that, Seo-jun? Seo-jun immediately remembered his uncle who worked with him and rushed to help him up. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? The uncle was surprised by his ability. Seo-jun said, you know how much I usually train. Instead, you might have been hurt. So let's go to the hospital first. The wicked manager was only good at flattery, saying, I'll check, but I might have made a small mistake. The people on the construction site all gathered around, feeling proud and cheering for him. Park Seo-yoon gently said, I found him. With hopeful eyes, that is the suitable cadet you have been looking for all this time. The wicked manager yelled at everyone, "You are not allowed to go around talking about what happened today." At the end of the workday, everyone clocked out and said their goodbyes. Seo Jun kindly said, "See you tomorrow. Don't forget to stop by the hospital." The uncle complained, "I feel like my ears are about to fall off." On the way home, the young man took out his phone to check. Noticing that the lecture progress rate had increased much more than he had imagined, he thought, listening to the lecture over and over again is nothing compared to this. Seo Jun realized, maybe it's because I've caught a monster similar to a manticore or something. He continued to deduce, in other words, the best way to increase the lecture progress rate is to use what I've learned in the lecture in real battles. The problem was, if I can't join the Hunter Academy and temporarily gain a foothold, then I can't go raid dungeons. The Super Excellence Academy is not a Hunter Academy, so I can't receive help in this area. He scratched his head and thought, do I have to save money and apply to a Hunter Academy or what? Park Seo-yoon suddenly appeared like a ghost and said, "Do you mind? Can you spare a little time to talk to me?" The young man with a naive face said, "This person is the hunter who requested the job yesterday, right? She is referred to as the niece of Sword Star? Why would someone like her want to talk to me?" Park Seo-yoon got straight to the point, inviting him to accompany her to meet the man. He replied, "I don't want to." He answered with an indifferent expression. She thought anyone would agree, but realized he had declined. The young man continued walking, listening to a lecture on his phone. Meanwhile, she kept pleading, "Please wait a moment, please wait a moment." She was 31 years old, but what she had just experienced was something she had never encountered in her life, so she felt a bit flustered. Seo Jun turned back and asked, "You want me to join your Hunter Academy, where there are no cadets and it's basically just a registration on paper?" While she was still thinking, what the hell is this person? She recalled the training exercises he had practiced and realized, he is in a rather serious state of decline. With the ability to fight only a 2-star monster, he had already managed to slice a 4-star manticore in half. Clearly, he is trying to become a hunter. She awkwardly explained, "We have the equipment you need, good facilities and resources. And even though we don't have an instructor, I can." He ignored her again, saying, "I don't want to. After all, I don't need a hunting academy to guide me." Park Seo-yoon swallowed her frustration and made a decision. "What if my grandfather, Sword Star, comes to teach you?" This offer was truly tempting, but he calmly replied, "It doesn't matter." At that moment, she thought, he even refuses the chance to learn from Sword Star, something all professional hunters desire. She thought to herself, I can't let him walk away like this. I absolutely won't let him miss this opportunity. What will he do about the writing competition? Seo Jun gently said, "You can handle that on your own." She pressed further, "How will you participate in the sweep battles? From what I saw today, you could join a sweep immediately. You know you can't participate in a sweep unless you are affiliated with a hunting academy, so isn't it a waste?" He calmly replied, "No. If I join your academy, it would be the same. Only academies authorized by the government can issue a temporary certificate." She continued to explain, "We have received that authorization. If you join our academy, we will help you start practicing immediately." Park Seo-yoon noticed the young man slowing his pace and thought that she needed to say more at this moment. She said, "You stated that you don't need Hunter Academy's instruction, right? That's fine, we won't interfere with that. We will provide a separate location for you to practice and will not charge any fees, including tuition." He turned back to ask, "You only require a connection, right? If there is compensation, there will also be responsibility. What do I need to do for you, Park Seo-yoon, in order to enjoy that compensation?" She was determined to say, "Before passing the professional hunter exams, please participate in as many competitions under our academy as possible. And wherever you go, let others know that you are part of our academy." Seo Jun thought to himself, to be honest, this is an enticing offer. I can resolve all my worries in one go, and what I have to do is not much compared to the compensation I will receive. But he wondered, why are you going to such lengths to get me to join? She confidently replied, because I see your potential. After saying that, she flashed a friendly smile. He thought again, this is a mutually exploitative relationship. He extended his hand to shake and introduced himself. She did the same. The next day, while he was walking, his uncle at the construction site called and asked, "What the hell did you do yesterday?" Suddenly, the team leader has changed today. He thought to himself, if she is so grateful, can I ask for something? He said, please tell our company that because she doesn't know the team leader, she no longer wants to work with us. Park Seo-yoon followed his advice. He even thought, why was he fired immediately? But what can you do, she is the niece of the top server. He gently replied on the phone, what did I do? I'm sure he resigned because of the responsibility for the accident. Cursing a bastard like Kim Tae-soo and resigning over something like that? Even I find it ridiculous. That guy is still hanging around here, which is great. Everyone seems to be enjoying this a lot. His uncle asked further, more importantly, are you on your way there? To Hunter Academy? He was standing in front of Park Seo-yoon. She handed him the temporary certificate and said, it was issued just yesterday. He still had some doubts, but thought, they really awarded me this. Even though I haven't become a professional hunter yet, this is the feeling of taking the first step in my journey towards my dream. He held in his hand the temporary certificate with beautiful hope and gently asked, can you teach me the method of clearing dungeon quests? Park Seo-yoon replied, no need. Then walked over to the weapon display rack, introducing, first, choose a training weapon that you feel comfortable with from those we have prepared. Once you have made your choice, you can leave immediately. Her expression was very confident in him, and she added, I have reserved a dungeon already. I think you will need it. The spatial gate opened. Seo-jun did not know that inside, the toothless rats were waiting for him. He stepped in and asked, why are you following me into the dungeon? Didn't we agree not to interfere in each other's business? Park Seo-yoon smiled and replied, I won't interfere. You are the only cadet of our academy, how could we ignore you? Just think of it like a buy one get one free deal, especially reserved for the future hopes of the academy. Seo-jun felt proud. Without needing to say anything, Park Seo-yoon also knew this was the first time the young man had come to clear out the dungeon. She advised him, just treat me like a safety device. Even though this dungeon only has a few rats like that, you still can't let your guard down. The young man felt excited because this would be a place for him to train against those weak monsters, suitable for newbies like him. He slung the spear over his back, just like during the fight with the manticore. The mana protection was easily pierced. Normally, attacking didn't require mana to redirect, having a transparent barrier was quite common. Suddenly, a huge weasel lunged at him, intending to bite his head, but he managed to dodge just in time. Park Seo-yoon was startled. Seo-jun gathered his strength and struck the rat's rear with his spear. Seo-jun's points increased slightly. The young man excitedly thought, even though it doesn't increase as dramatically as with the manticore yesterday, if it's already gone up this much with just 2 kobolds, it's still worth it. Moreover, I can earn money while clearing the dungeon. Seo-jun gradually got accustomed to the dungeon and said to her, I will speed up a bit and treat this like a game of clearing out the rats. Wherever I go, I will clean it up. Park Seo-yoon witnessed a suspicious scene. Does this young man have a problem with his mind? But truly now, she thought the level of craziness of this young man was beyond imagination. It's terrifying, really terrifying. Seo-jun kept holding his phone, mumbling, absolutely must stay away from the hydro poison. Park Seo-yoon didn't understand why the young man kept staring at the pitch-black screen with nothing on it. Ever since returning from the dungeon raid, Seo-jun in her mind was a strange young man obsessed with his phone. She also noticed some odd points. Not only that, but she realized his actions and the way he exterminated the rats showed that he was a cadet who had never been properly trained from the very first time he raided the dungeon, yet he could slaughter these sewer rats like a hunter who had trained for over 15 years. Meanwhile, the young man kept mumbling, how could he do that? She remembered when they were in the dungeon, the young man carried the bodies of 2 rats and said, "If you have nothing to do, then move these with me. After all, it's money." As he walked, the young man practiced his legs, making her think he was doing some strange exercise while moving the corpses. He could have called a body removal service, but he wanted to save costs. She tugged at her hair in frustration, thinking, "I can't hide from him that I have a cadet forever, but how can I bring this up with him?" The young man was solely focused on the fact that it was already past midnight and he had not finished listening to the lecture. These strange and unusual actions of his made her reflect on her own actions and question whether they were right or not. The next morning, the young man woke up and opened his account, finding over 9,000 in it. He praised himself, "I managed to earn this much in just one day." The young man played the grind game, doing whatever tasks he could do by himself, and even attempting those he couldn't manage. The work of moving and decomposing bodies was all done by him to earn money, but he realized that this was time-consuming and labor-intensive. This led to him being unable to complete the lecture from the previous day. While waiting at a red light, he thought about asking Uncle Manchul to join him. "If it were him, I could trust him completely, and I would like to stay in touch with him as well. Moreover, it would be very convenient for him to establish his own relocation service." The green light came on, and the young man crossed the street, feeling happy with the money he had earned. He pondered, "What should I do with the 10,000 I just earned? Saving is good, but I want to use it more wisely." The young man realized that sweeping through the dungeon helped earn money and increased the progress of the lecture, but it did not increase as desired. Even when catching a sewer rat, it ultimately did not increase my points at all. Seo Jun thought of the image of Sun Wukong and wondered if he could become as strong as that. He suddenly remembered Sun Wukong and searched on his phone to find a way to register. In the past, he didn't have money, but now it was different. The academy announced, "The basics of staff arts and spear arts with training personally conducted by Heaven's great sage." The young man emphasized the registration, and the registration fee appeared as cheap as dirt, 27 million. He exclaimed in disbelief, 27 million? What the fuck? Sitting down on the street in despair, he felt that this amount of money was beyond his imagination. He thought that even if he became a professional hunter, he still wouldn't have enough money. Ignoring the people around him and the passers-by wondering what was wrong with him, he continued to check his phone. He didn't know what else to do but think about that lecture. After all, the lessons he was taking were not yet fully learned. Scrolling through his phone, he searched for an item at the Hunter Academy and resolved in his mind that if he couldn't attend the lecture, he should at least get some equipment. People around him judged him to be a fool, indeed a fool. He exclaimed, "Here it is, here it is. The ultimate shop selling super VIP pro items." The shop displayed items like holy water, angels, and the holy spear Longinus. Seo Jun knew that this was just a fake, but all of it was legendary equipment. He wondered why the training gear was so high quality. The young man stared intently at his phone, deep in thought. Even someone without experience like him knew that this stuff was not ordinary. If the equipment was created by accepted trainees, then it could also mean it was made by extraordinary people. Yet, he could easily obtain legendary items from these individuals. His eyes lit up as he clicked on the Lance of St. Longinus and pressed the purchase button. The system displayed the message, "Calculating causal ratio to determine appropriate price." The next morning, the young man continued to do push-ups. Park Seo-yoon approached and saw him training even more passionately than the day before. She asked, "Is something wrong?" Seo Jun kept doing push-ups, thinking he had foreseen that it would be quite expensive. Even a fake would be worth millions. In fact, he had calculated the risks already. But good grief, he was bad at math, and there was no reason for 100,000 to be so much money. Not to mention that he couldn't resell the item. Even yesterday, the system had displayed a notification that this item could not be sold. The young man gloomily realized, in this world, all you needed was money. He lowered his head and thought, 100,000 was already a lot, and he couldn't even remember when he would ever be able to hear the lecture of the 27 million of Heaven's equal great sage again. Park Seo-yoon noticed his strange behavior but still called him over. She talked about the academy race and asked, "Do you know anything about this race?" The young man only knew a little. Park Seo-yoon explained its meaning literally: this is a competition among various academies, where countless students participate to showcase their excellence. She handed him an A4 sheet about the Level 4 Academy race for him to learn more. She explained that these competitions occur frequently and belong to the Level 4 tournaments. In those competitions, if he performs well, he could earn the right to participate in higher level tournaments. Park Seo-yoon explained that this allowed him to increase the number of applicants to the academy and was sanctioned by the government. Therefore, hunter academies did not hesitate to pour all their resources into it and send their most promising talents to participate. Seo-jun immediately understood her intentions. She explained, "These things, of course, are not wrong. I want you to participate for the Hunter Academy, our dream." In his mind, he wondered if this academy race would be of any help to his lecture. But thinking of it as an experience, he happily agreed, "I will participate." Park Seo-yoon was surprised by his quick agreement. Seo-jun turned around and said, "That is our commitment." "And what do we usually do while the race is going on?" Park Seo-yoon replied, "Although we do not know the exact details of the race, we know it is evaluated based on the total points from the dungeon level and the cadet tournament." He picked up a weapon, holding the spear and thinking about the fact that he had never had any combat experience with a cadet, except for monsters. He resolutely clutched the spear and thought, "What should I do? I will also participate, so I want to do it properly." He further thought, "No one fights solo with me." Then he widened his eyes, turned to Park Seo-yoon, and asked, "If you don't mind, could you duel with me?" Park Seo-yoon asked, "What?" But she still picked up a wooden stick to practice. She thought about the scenario where if she didn't fight solo, she would be seen as a coward. Seo-jun felt excited. This is a good opportunity. She is a level 4 hunter, just a level 4, but has been trained by that sword star character. Can a new cadet not have the right to evaluate a professional hunter? But then the more she thought, the more she liked it. The young man, curious, wondered what her strength was like. He asked Park Seo-yoon, "Are you really going to fight me? You are a B rank hunter, right?" Seo-jun picked up his weapon and said, "Please take care of me." Park Seo-yoon thought, "Today, I must teach him what respect is." The young man charged at her with his first attack using a stick. She easily blocked it with her wooden staff. She thought he approached quickly, but his attack was quite clumsy. Therefore, based on his attacking style, she could predict where he would strike. Suddenly, she thought, "I must have overestimated him. He really is just a cadet." She raised her wooden sword and thought to herself, "I wonder where he got the confidence to mock me." She swung her staff, channeling mana into her strike. The young man easily blocked it with just a piece of wood. Although he managed to block it, he felt it was very heavy. As for her, she couldn't understand how he could withstand this mana-infused blow. Seo-jun continued to swing his stick, attacking her from multiple angles. She still thought, the weapon should have flown out of his hand and the sword should be at his throat. Things should have been like that. At this point, the ant could no longer underestimate the young man. Seo-jun continued to fight with even more intensity, reminding, "I'm about to strike for real." While the ant was still in shock, the young man smiled, "I will fight with all my strength." Then he charged forward to attack like a storm. Park Seo-yoon, while blocking the blows, immediately felt the force and speed of the attacks were much greater, a world apart from before. Seo-jun attacked while thinking about what he had learned. He began with easily predictable strikes, then added a few feints to deceive his opponent. The young man attacked with all his might, leaving no moment spared, believing his attacks were easy to predict. Therefore, the ant would defend in a predictable manner. He twirled the spear, spinning in circles before delivering a decisive blow. Fortunately, the ant accidentally reacted in time, causing the young man to become even more determined to pour all his strength into the strike. The moment the ant sensed the danger, she reacted instinctively. The young man couldn't block in time and was sent crashing into the wall, creating a large hole and spitting blood. She immediately rushed over to support him, unaware that she had just countered with all her might before thinking. The young man struggled to stand up and accepted defeat. He even said, "In the end, I lost." The ant thought, by saying this, does it mean that in his consciousness he wants to challenge me? Even though this is a battle between a B-level hunter and a cadet. Seo Jun noticed the difference when fighting between a human and a monster. In his mind, he knew he had to work much harder because the gap between himself and a professional hunter was still a long way off. He took out his phone to check and saw that, as expected, the points from the lessons had increased. Looking up at his aunt, he asked, "You're not involved in the tournament, are you?" Still puzzled about the notification system, he asked, "Do I have to fight in a variety of ways?" Then he suggested, "So when we're not in the dungeon, can you fight with me like this? It's really beneficial for my shoulder and neck pain, I'd appreciate your help." Park Seo-yoon thought, there's something wrong with his head. He just took a hit from me and now he wants to fight again. But then she thought positively, why care, just work hard and trust him. She said, "I will do everything you ask. If you win, I'll give you all the prize money." Seo Jun asked, "Is there a prize?" Everyone knew, except for him, that this tournament had a prize. His aunt explained, "Of course, it's a competition." "And how much is the prize?" "Maybe around 100,000. Hearing that amount, his eyes lit up with hope. He asked about the tournament's schedule, and she said, "It's in about 2 weeks." The young man immediately went to find training equipment, asking, "Is there a sandbag here?" And also inquired, "Can I tear this apart to train?" His aunt didn't understand what this young man was talking about. Turning around, he saw a young man lifting a stone in the academy to practice. The woman said, "Calm down, use the sandbag over there in the corner, don't use these things." She was at a loss for words. The young man shouted, "I'm sure I'll get 100,000 on the day of the tournament. Is anyone else from the academy talking? If someone strong shows up, that would be great. I heard that guy from last time is participating too. Let's see, shall we?" The teacher reassured him, "Don't worry, you are the pride of our academy." A bespectacled young man, looking scholarly, was searching for the tournament venue. He felt happy to have arrived and turned around to see many participants. He stood in a corner, pondering to himself, even though many people are awakening these days, ordinary folks still prefer watching hunters fight, not to mention the recruiters from various guilds and mercenary organizations blending in. Perhaps even government officials are here. Ignoring how everyone was looking at him like he was crazy, he approached the gatekeeper. The scholarly young man asked for directions and was pointed to the players' waiting room. Upon entering, he saw only tall, muscular young men. The timid young man froze, looking at the pile of weapons of his opponents and their muscular builds, realizing they were very confident. He understood, since every student is a former cadet, no matter how strong they are, everyone looks very strong. And he noticed a strange young man sitting in a chair, looking at his phone. The scholarly young man realized that the young man in front of him carried a weak weapon. Even the bandages were made from clothing. The scholarly young man thought, who is that impoverished person? Sitting there from an unknown academy wanting to be famous? The other participants also looked at Seo Jun, mocking him, poor guy, he must be forced to participate. But why did he join such an academy in the first place? Some even suggested that this young man kept staring at the black screen. Seo Jun ignored the world and continued to study. He heard all these words and turned a blind eye. They continued to listen to the lecture, sitting around, ridiculing and saying, "This young man should just leave." Meanwhile, the scholarly young man thought about the days with his comrades, imagining the scene where he would socialize with classmates. He thought, this young man will also talk to me until I am alone, so I should be a bit worried, but there is no one to talk to, so I check my phone to ease the awkwardness. When the scholarly young man approached Seo Jun to ask for his name, Seo Jun scratched his head, unsure if he was being misunderstood. The scholarly young man introduced himself, "My name is Lee Min-ji, 19 years old, a natural awakener." Then he asked, "Are you participating in this tournament?" Seo Jun introduced his name to Lee Min-ji. Lee Min-ji wanted to sit next to Seo Jun. The young man in the helmet also came here to participate in the tournament, immediately thinking, "Are you messing with me?" The young man Lee Min-ji looked like a high school student who vapes. Lee Min-ji pointed over to the flashy young man shopping, and that group said, "That is Jang Duk-chul. He is a candidate from Academy Gochu-ri. This young man's weapon is an axe." Duk-chul shouted loudly in someone else's face, "Can you get lost? Do you know who my father is?" The person opposite, Lee Chul-min, from Academy Min, displayed an angry expression. Lee Min-ji was still sitting there sharing information with Seo Jun. Chul-min uses twin daggers as his weapon. Seo Jun wondered, why does this young man explain everything and think that this is a character who knows everything, very knowledgeable? In a dark corner, someone in a suit coldly said, "Can you shut your mouth for me?" The young man replied, "You are not the only ones in the waiting room." It turns out this guy is Lee Jun-hwan. Seo Jun suddenly felt the atmosphere become silent just because of one sentence. Lee Min-ji said, "That guy is Jun-hwan, a candidate from Academy Revenant. But in reality, he is the champion of this Academy tournament." Seo Jun wondered, isn't the champion a candidate? Lee Min-ji explained at first, he didn't intend to participate. He said this competition was too easy, but perhaps something happened at Academy Revenant, so he changed his mind in the end. If he participates, our chances will definitely be slim. Seo Jun asked, "Do you know the Sword Saint?" Young man Lee Min-ji replied, "Rumor has it that his granddaughter suggested recruiting him." Seo Jun was astonished, "Is it our Miss Seo Yoon?" Lee Min-ji explained, "I don't know why he refused, but he must be very confident to turn down an invitation from the granddaughter of the Sword Saint." Young Hwan said, "Throw the paper into the trash bin by the basket. Why should we participate with these low-level people? If it weren't for Uncle wanting me to elevate them to level B, even if a trashy candidate gets recognized, it wouldn't matter much. Even if I get recognized in this competition, no one will acknowledge it. If I had known this would happen, I would have accepted that girl's offer. Even if it's an unknown academy, she is the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. If I could properly take advantage of her and reap all the benefits for myself, then discard her, now." When this arrogant young man thought of this and cast his eyes aside, he saw the young man Seo Jun sitting there, eye to eye with him. Young Hwan thought to himself, who is this poor guy? Why is a poor person like him allowed to participate? Unlike everyone else, the young man Seo Jun did not feel the slightest bit intimidated when this young man looked at him. He thought to himself, if he is a candidate Miss Seo Yoon wants to recruit, I wonder how much the lesson score would increase if I fought against him. The stiff young man stood up, as if declaring that the battle would meet again. The loudspeaker announced, "The first match of the Academy tournament will begin soon. All cadets, please complete your preparations." Lee Min-ji glanced around, the match is about to start. Seo Jun set a goal for himself, in just 2 weeks, I will reach 30% of the lessons from Chiron and Gautama. Even though I don't feel any increase in power or anything like that, I can sense the difference between 19% and 20%, and even more clearly between 20% and 21%. He thought, I lack experience compared to the other cadets. Thinking about how I have trained with monsters in the dungeon and fought against Miss Seo Yoon at home, whether hunting monsters or engaging in hand-to-hand combat, I won't be afraid of anyone. Preparing to step onto the battlefield, the young man was determined. Wait for me, 100,000 in prize money. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, the young man Seo Jun was informed by the organizers, the dungeon maze race begins. Currently, Chiron's lesson progress is at 31.7%, Gautama's lesson progress is at 6.8%, and Xiangyu's lesson progress is at 33.4%. This tournament attracted a large audience. People watched through the screens, cheering and stirring up the entire event. Among them, there was a person holding a camera, saying, "Senior over here." The man in the blue shirt reproached, "Why did you take a seat in the corner like this?" By chance, he bumped into a woman wearing a mysterious hat. Both of them sat down in their seats. The young man with the camera asked, "Is something wrong?" The person replied, "No, it seems she is watching someone." He asked, "What are the details of the first round of the tournament?" The young man with the camera said, "The first round of the tournament is the dungeon maze race. Note that attacking other cadets is prohibited. Besides the goal of escaping the maze, everything else is unimportant." The other person asked, "Is finding the way a skill to be developed later, or is it testing the intuition of the hunter? Even if it is the lowest level tournament, could they create a maze simple enough to escape by mere luck?" The young man with the camera replied, "There will probably be monsters in the maze, and hunting them will help find a way out. This is likely the most important skill test for the time when attacking the dungeon." The person stroked his chin in thought and said, "It seems like this contestant is quite skilled." The young man with the camera exclaimed, "Look over there." It turned out that it was none other than young Huan, who was wielding a bright red sword, slashing in multiple directions at a towering giant monster. Everyone in the tournament felt excited and cheered loudly. The person was surprised, "I didn't think that was the movement of a cadet. Truly a different level." The young man with the camera replied, "You're not the only one who knows. I also recognize that he's skilled." The person asked, "But who is he?" The other person said, "That's Li Junhuan. He could be the champion of this tournament." The mysterious man in the hat earlier said, "That's the one from Academy Dream." Upon hearing his name, people showed a hint of fear. Why is Li Junhuan here? While she was busy observing, the man from before bumped into her and looked up to see a familiar figure. Park Seo-yoon intentionally turned her face away so that no one would recognize her as the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. So what is the situation in the maze right now? Seo-jun was trying to use his weapon to break through the wall, but realized, this wall cannot be destroyed. He switched to another method and thought to himself, if I had known this would happen, watching Theseus's lecture might have been a good idea. The young man touched the wall, walking and thinking, I can learn the trick to escape the maze. He imagined, if I use strength, I could leave the mountain, then I would have more than enough power to destroy this wall, just like the heroes in Greek and Roman mythology, controlling the Minotaur and escaping the labyrinth. Seo-jun walked for a while and realized he had reached a fork in the road. He thought of a very simple rule: to escape the maze, just keep your hand on the wall and continue in that direction. Eventually, I will reach the exit. But the problem was whether the final word truly meant the exit. The young man felt as if someone was guiding him to the left. This feeling was indescribable, and he himself did not know what was happening. Seo-jun walked for a while to the left when the wall on his right sent a signal that he should go in there. He assumed this might be the sixth sense mentioned in Chiron's lecture. Without hesitation, he decided to trust his intuition. As he walked, he found it very strange that he was in the maze without encountering any monsters to fight. The system announced, Cadet Jo Suk-min of Academy Scar has been eliminated. Continuing on, the young man saw no one and imagined, oh, are my enemies that strong? My intuition even avoids monsters? And I even imagined, if it were real, when reaching 100%, I would learn the art of transformation. Seeing the future, like being able to foresee the questions, moments later the opponent will attack or something like that. While the young man was daydreaming, he heard someone say, be careful. Did you just hear something? You never know when or where a monster will appear. Suddenly, Seo-jun realized, why am I meeting this young man instead of a monster? But he encountered Lee Min-ji sitting down. Seeing Seo-jun walk confidently, Lee Min-ji asked, do you know something? But little did he know, the young man Seo-jun was blindly walking, taking risks. If he made a mistake, he would get lost in the maze. Lee Min-ji, being smart, admonished him, walking like that is dangerous. I know how to get out of the maze, so from now on, I will lead the way. Do you know the left hand and right hand method? If you keep going left, even the most complex maze can be easily solved. The young man Seo-jun didn't want to waste time and wanted to follow his instincts. Meanwhile, Lee Min-ji thought that doing so would lead to getting lost. Seo-jun refused and asked, why are you following me? Lee Min-ji honestly replied, because we are comrades in misfortune. Shyly scratching her head, she continued, "It's because I joined alone, and from what I've seen, you also joined alone." Seo Jun was taken aback because this was the reason he was talking to him. Even Lee Min-ji thought Seo Jun was weak, so she wanted to unite. Seo Jun scratched his head and asked, "Oh, am I really that weak? Anyway, on the outside, I don't look special at all." Lee Min-ji wanted to introduce his sister, so he said, "I want to show you something special and interesting." He took his phone out of his pocket and showed Seo Jun a picture of his sister. Seo Jun seemed uninterested and started to walk away, saying, "The girl is really cute, but she's not my type. Don't introduce me to her again." Lee Min-ji pleaded, "People like us who are weak need to stick together to get out of here. Come with me." Seo Jun thought this person was persistent and figured, this young man is still small, he will be scared and worried when alone. Lee Min-ji kept trying to hold on, saying, "It's really dangerous." Seo Jun hesitated and thought, he may talk a lot, but he can explain some things in the waiting room. But even though he is young, he is still a contestant and a competitor. 100,000 is waiting for me. Thinking this in his head, Seo Jun was about to leave when he asked, "Are your parents and sister coming to cheer for you?" Sadly, Lee Min-ji replied, "My parents have passed away, it's just my sister left." Seo Jun remembered the tough days of having to earn every single penny in training every day until late at night. Lee Min-ji thought he had made the atmosphere serious, saying, "I'm sorry, that was a long time ago. I just want to say that my younger sister is too small to come see me." Seo Jun, who had been through difficult circumstances, felt a surge of compassion. He told Lee Min-ji to come with him and called out, "We are friends in adversity." Seo Jun smiled and said, "If you want, just follow me, but remember that the champion's prize is mine. Other than that, there won't be any team formation." The young man wearing glasses followed Seo Jun and realized, what speed is this? Too fast. He kept saying, "Let's go together." Lee Min-ji noticed Seo Jun walked with too much confidence, without a clear purpose, as if he already knew the way out. He thought this was unlikely to happen. The two reached a dead end, and Seo Jun seriously placed his hand on the wall. When he pushed lightly, the door opened. Lee Min-ji barely had time to recover from escaping the maze so quickly. The organizers announced, "The first person to pass through the maze has appeared." The time taken was 27 minutes and 12 seconds, breaking the old record of 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 34 seconds. The entire audience cheered for the new record. Everyone thought, this is impossible. Who remembers that Lee Jun-hwan was still fighting, while this young man rushed to take the first position and escape from the maze? The young man stepped outside with a frustrated expression because he hadn't farmed any monsters at all. Lee Min-ji thought to himself, how the hell did it come to this? I just happened to run into Seo Jun and wanted to collaborate to get out of the maze. The organizers announced the results of the first round. Lee Min-ji only ranked second, behind Seo Jun. The third place was Jun-hwan, with a time of 1:8. The others watching were amazed and asked, "Did you know anything yet?" The first place only took 27 minutes. Another person wondered, which academy is this person from? The man replied, "I looked it up and found out it's the Dream Academy. I've never heard of this academy before." Someone else commented, "A cadet from such an unknown academy is at the top." Some people were discussing, Kim Seo Jun is from a wealthy family, his father is a CEO. Seo Jun quietly sat on the chair to continue studying, faintly hearing those people still talking. It's surprising. I thought Jun-hwan would definitely be at the top. Who would have thought he would come in third? Young Seo Jun only cared about studying, feeling exhausted because of the people around him making it hard to focus on the lecture. Jun-hwan approached him with a serious expression and tense eyes. Seo Jun didn't know what this person wanted to talk about with him and why he was looking him up and down. Jun-hwan looked at Seo Jun with a judgmental gaze and turned away, disdainfully saying, "Is that all? It's just luck." The others standing around immediately assumed that Seo Jun was merely lucky, riding on the coattails of the arrogant Jun-hwan. Of course, how could someone from that kind of nameless cadet be so skilled? "I'm so jealous, I want some luck too." Feeling the noise, he decided to stop studying and end it there. Just then, there was a sound of the door opening and someone from the organizing committee announced, "Everyone, please gather. I will announce the content of the second round of the competition. The second round will be in a one-on-one tournament style. Since the competition is a level 4 tournament, to maintain fairness, everyone's weapons must not contain mana. If they do, you will be disqualified immediately. However, enhancing your body with mana is allowed." Dukchul sneered, "You all chose wisely." The announcement continued, "Additionally, if the referee determines that a cadet is no longer able to fight, we will forcibly stop the match. Please keep this in mind." Seo Jun thought to himself, there are 32 people who passed the first round. In a one-on-one match, starting with 32 is normal. I wonder how the pairings will be arranged. Calmly listening to the information, Seo Jun remained composed while Lee Min-ji trembled, unsure of who he would be paired with. The organizing committee said, "That's all for now. If there are no further questions, we will announce the matchups." A participant suddenly interrupted and said, "I'm sorry, I forfeit my right to compete." This left Seo Jun confused about what was happening. Park Seo Yoon stepped out of the arena, thinking to herself, "I almost lost everything," imagining the scene when that man discovers I am the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. She reminded herself to return after things calmed down. Just as she was about to leave for another place, she heard someone loudly ask, "What is going on with this match?" The man stood in front of the tournament staff, angrily questioning, "Didn't you say there were 32 people who advanced past the first round? How come the qualifiers are starting from the semi-finals?" The staff calmly explained, "That's because everyone has forfeited their right to compete." It turned out that the man was one of the bettors. The staff confirmed, "Well, I see you're giving up too, since Lee Jun-hwan will definitely be eliminated in the end anyway." The betting man replied, "That may be true, but the odds are just too low." The staff even added, "Who would be foolish enough to bet on another cadet?" Immediately, a man resembling Cinderella placed a suitcase full of money on the table and declared, $1 million for Kim Seo Jun. The other young bettors were taken aback and seriously said, "That guy is just a kiddo with a bit of luck. He comes from an unknown academy called Academy Dream." Park Seo Yoon stood outside, secretly observing, wondering, who is this person to be so rich? Who exactly are they? Returning to the waiting room, Seo Jun displayed a bored expression. He recalled how earlier the man had raised his hand, wanting to give up. Lee Min-ji explained, "I heard that in this level 4 competition, that's quite normal. Have you heard? If Young Hwan goes crazy, he won't care about the competition at all. He'll keep hitting until the time is up, and only stop then. I will never let myself fight against him, even just for a match. If we get hurt, who will take responsibility? This is just a level 4 competition, it's not worth it. Moreover, there are too many strong people in this round, to be honest. If we continue, won't we just become a stumbling block for the big academies? Well then, the best option is to just give up." The timid youths continuously registered to drop out. Everyone was in a rush to leave. In the end, only 5 people remained in the waiting room. Dukchul then declared, "Nowadays, young people really have no resilience at all." The organizers announced the matchups. Round 1 is Seo Jun and Dukchul, round 2 is Lee Jun-hwan and Lee Min-ji. Meanwhile, Jun Min bitterly received a ticket to go home. Min-ji was terrified, thinking that he had come in first in the first round. If he came in first in the second round and made it to the finals, would that mean he would naturally achieve first place overall? Seo Jun patted Min-ji on the shoulder and asked, "What's wrong, Min-ji?" Min-ji cried and whined, "Brother, aren't you scared? The tournament is about to start. Not to mention that my opponent is Jun-hwan. Do you know that?" Of course, Seo Jun was not scared at all. He even thought, this timid young man has quite a bit of spirit. Seo Jun comforted him, "You're scared even before doing anything. Of course, anyone who faces Jun-hwan already knows what the outcome will be." Seo Jun encouraged him, "Then why don't you just give up? Despite being timid, Min Ji didn't want to give up at all. The organizers announced, Cadet Seo Jun and Cadet Duk Chul have run out of preparation time. Prepare to combat each other. Seo Jun confidently stood up slowly and told his friends, if you don't want to give up, then fight to the bitter end. Who knows, you might win. Min Ji grabbed Seo Jun's hand, showing his concern, aren't they worried at all? Seo Jun smiled, completely unfazed, I have to go out there. He gave Min Ji a few pats on the back and left him in a state of confusion and worry. Seo Jun stood up and confidently walked to the arena. The arena was filled with many people watching. The organizers respectfully announced, the 63 RD Academy Tournament, second round. After all the trash has been cleared away, only the strongest remain. Let me introduce to everyone, the cadet is about to enter the first round. Seo Jun stepped onto the stage and casually greeted everyone, hello my friend. The referee announced, the one who has set a new record in the dungeon maze, the monster caught is none. Is this ability or luck? The cadet is shrouded in mysteries. His opponent was a strong, tall, and fair-skinned young man, wielding a huge axe on his back. Duk Chul confidently said, your luck ends here. You made it through the first round, but you finally meet me here. In other words, you were not lucky to get through the first round because you had to face me here. Duk Chul laughed arrogantly. The referee added, any cheating tricks are useless against absolute power. This is the giant of Academy Go Chu Ri. Seo Jun calmly replied, we don't yet know who is the unlucky one. This infuriated Duk Chul. The referee announced, the battle officially begins. With his strong body and the large axe, Duk Chul charged forward and said, I'll make you regret speaking bullshit so freely. Seo Jun smiled. At that moment, Min Ji was sitting in the waiting room, his hands and feet anxious, the match has already started. Will Seo Jun fight? But there was no time to worry about others anymore. Min Ji saw Jun Hwan standing in front of him, staring into his murderous intent. Min Ji thought, I have to fight this guy. Recalling what others had said, Seo Jun remarked, afraid of losing before even fighting? Just go all out. What if you win? Hearing his encouraging words, Min Ji felt torn between the thought of giving up and having to fight the monsters Young Hwan and Duk Chul. Min Ji thought, I can't compare myself to them and I think now is the right time to give up. Outside in the stands, the cheers of the crowd leaned towards someone. It turned out that everything people had anticipated was completely wrong. The outcome of the match was decided in the blink of an eye. The winner of this match was Seo Jun from Academy Dream. Seo Jun stood in front of the muscular Duk Chul, looking into his eyes. Duk Chul, frightened, sat down on the ground. The arrogant young Hwan said, those trash, it's really fun to play together. Glancing at his opponent Min Ji, young Hwan felt ashamed to be fighting someone so weak. Min Ji was determined, this time I will punch the guy in the face. Duk Chul felt a surge of energy and swung down hard, but Seo Jun easily dodged. The referee shouted, just as expected from Cadet Duk Chul. The power is truly remarkable. But Cadet Seo Jun effortlessly avoided his attacks. It seems he's not just relying on luck, the audience murmured. Duk Chul swung wildly, but every strike he made was easily evaded by Seo Jun. After exhausting himself from the relentless chopping, Duk Chul realized, my attacks are ineffective. He concentrated all his strength into one final axe strike, adding mana to his blow. Just as he brought it down, Seo Jun effortlessly deflected it with his weapon. Duk Chul was still in shock, not understanding, with my absolute power, how could I be deflected so easily? He sat down on the ground, his expression dazed. The referee announced, fantastic. Contrary to everyone's expectations, this match was decided in the blink of an eye. The winner is Seo Jun, from Academy Dream. Duk Chul continued to stare blankly into Seo Jun's eyes, unable to comprehend, I have failed in a strength competition. After the battle concluded, Seo Jun hurried off to check his phone to see how much progress he had made in his lecture. Seo Jun realized that everything only increased by a maximum of 1.5%. He wore his friend's invitation inside. The progress indicator only increases by that much. I came here hoping it would increase a lot when competing with other cadets and during this tournament. The number of members who have dropped out means I can't gain much progress, Seo Jun thought. He also considered the remaining days for free passes were still decreasing. What should I do? At this rate, not only Gautama's lectures but I won't be able to complete Chiron and Xianyu either. Seo Jun opened the door to the waiting room, lost in thought. It will run out of money if I buy a weapon and repurchase a free pass. I have no choice but to win to receive the prize money. Min Ji felt excited. I didn't think this older brother would be so strong. Seo Jun simply replied, "Have I ever said I was weak?" While Min Ji was still busy praising, the tournament staff announced, "The second match is ready. Please come out as soon as I call the names of the two cadets, Min Ji and Young Hwan." Young Hwan walked past, bumping into Min Ji's shoulder, saying, "Get out of the way, mosquito." This disdainful attitude made both feel quite displeased. Min Ji shyly expressed his thoughts. "Do you remember how I talked about how we are alike in the maze? I don't know why, but from the moment I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity with you. That's why, when you defeated Dukchul, I felt happy as if I were the one who won. But I also felt jealous. I am an unlucky one, without talent and not as strong as you." Min Ji looked into Seo Jun's eyes with determination. "But I want to be a brother that my sister can be proud of." Seo Jun listened to his younger brother without responding. At that moment, the organizers called Cadet Lee Min Ji to compete, so he had to run outside. Seo Jun looked at his younger brother with a fond gaze. Min Ji, before fighting, turned back to say to Seo Jun, "Let's meet in the finals." Young Hwan was already waiting for Min Ji at the competition floor. As soon as he saw the shy young man, Young Hwan felt uncomfortable. Min Ji reassured himself, "I can do it, I can do it." Young Hwan said, "What nonsense are you bothering me with?" He thought to himself, "Everything is exhausting me. I feel truly ashamed to be participating in this ridiculous tournament." Right after that, the referee explained the rules once again to both before the match started. Young Hwan rolled his eyes as he observed his opponent, a kid wearing glasses, and thought, "Is this kiddo really my opponent?" In his eyes, Min Ji was nothing more than prey. He was certain he would win without even having to fight. Young Hwan also thought, "I am at the top of the food chain and see Min Ji is nothing more than a blade of grass. This guy is just like Seo Jun, here by sheer luck." Before the match, he even indulged in self-admiration, thinking, "I should be at the top of both rounds. It's only natural since I am on a completely different level compared to the trash participating in this farce." Min Ji held the sword in his hand, and although his whole body was trembling, he refused to give up. This spirit made Young Hwan feel humiliated. He angrily thought, "This pathetic mosquito, do you think you can defeat me?" Young Hwan asked, "Hey referee, when can we start?" The referee replied, "The announcement will be made soon." Before both of them charged into attack, Min Ji had a moment to think. He was determined, "I can do it just like Seo Jun." The referee then received a notification from the organizers and declared, "The match begins." Young Hwan thought, "This is a ridiculous tournament, no need to show off." As soon as the referee announced the match had started, Young Hwan rushed to attack, thinking he would finish it in one skill. He also used a sword to fight. Fortunately, Min Ji used his sword to parry, but it seemed very difficult. The organizers announced, as expected, Young Hwan has the upper hand and Min Ji is in a tough situation. Young Hwan looked at Min Ji and said, "If you're just a bug, then act like one." He poked the tip of his sword into Min Ji's chest, causing Min Ji to bleed from his nose and his glasses to fly off. Right now, Min Ji was struggling to get up, clutching his aching body and thinking, "I am going to lose. This is not about whether I can win or not. I cannot compare to him." He had fallen into despair. Can I really not do anything? Even though I told myself I would become a brother that my sister could be proud of. I want to be strong like Seo Jun. Min Ji thought of the name Seo Jun, and he felt even more motivated to stand up and fight on. Min Ji wanted to fight recklessly, and with the sword in hand, he confidently charged towards Young Hwan, even knowing that he could easily withstand this blow. At the very moment Min Ji's sword was about to touch his face, there was a loud clang. Immediately, amidst the smoke, it was Min Ji who lay defeated on the ground. The referee announced, "There will be no reversal. The winner is Young Hwan from Academy Revenant." The spectators in the stands who believed in Young Hwan said, "He is truly hard to beat. Young Hwan is on a level that shouldn't be participating in this competition. He may be an arrogant jerk, but he has the skills to prove it." Suddenly, a cut appeared on Young Hwan's face. As blood flowed out, Young Hwan suddenly squinted, thinking, "This kiddo has made me bleed." And he regarded him as just a damn dog. At this moment, Young Hwan's face had turned cold and full of murderous intent. The audience watching believes that this young man is showing off after his victory, while he is actually indulging in self-pity because Min Ji could reach him. Young Hwan's rage boils over, and he asks the referee, "Am I here to break the fortress?" The referee, sitting next to the injured Min Ji, is unsure of what he is saying. Immediately, Young Hwan, like a mad dog, uses his right foot to kick the face of the scholarly young man, shouting, "This is why this match has become a circus. Because you people allow these foolish ones to participate. That is why you are all just level 4. Noticing that Young Hwan has gone insane, the referee tries to intervene. "What is going on? If this continues, we will have to step in." Young Hwan still believes he is right and asks, "Why aren't the people around angry that these weaklings are trying to become hunters?" He feels humiliated for participating in this tournament. At that moment, Young Hwan raises his foot to stomp on the face of the poor Min Ji lying on the ground. "You keep crawling up, not knowing your place. Trash like you should know your limits." Immediately, his newly befriended brother Seo Jun rushes in with his wooden spear and gives Young Hwan a strike. Seo Jun has been enduring since the beginning of the match. From Young Hwan's arrogant attitude to the fact that he even intends to kill his younger brother, Seo Jun has changed his mind and wants to fight him right now. Seo Jun is truly furious. He grabs his weapon and attacks that superior being. Seo Jun's gaze becomes resolute. "At all costs, I must defeat this bastard." Seo Jun commands, "Get your filthy foot off." Young Hwan becomes even more aggressive, trampling on Min Ji's head and challenging, "What if I don't?" Seo Jun swings the spear horizontally, forcing Young Hwan to retreat. He supports his younger brother in his arms and asks, "Are you okay? Is Min Ji still conscious?" Min Ji is completely motionless, but his mouth still murmurs, "Seo Jun." Young Hwan witnesses this scene, thinking that this is a disgusting form of affection between tiny insects. Seo Jun lectures him, "What's so enjoyable about looking down on others like that? What's wrong with you? Why do you always have to stomp on others?" Young Hwan replies, "You really don't know, do you? It's simple, I don't like those ungrateful insects." Seo Jun objected, stating, "That doesn't mean they can't have dreams." Young Hwan found the word dream amusing. "I didn't know there were still people talking about such lofty things in this day and age. You think you can achieve everything just by being diligent?" The spectators watching the match began to feel dissatisfied. Isn't the organizing committee intervening? This is really chaotic. The security staff wanted to intervene in the match, discussing among themselves, "Should we stop them now?" Another replied, "I don't understand either, but this is the directive from above. From now on, we just need to stand outside and observe." Mississippi Park Seo Yoon was worried. Seo Jun's opponent this time is a very strong guy. Young Hwan rambled on about his ridiculous philosophy. "I don't think you're that foolish. Let me teach you a lesson. This is a world where the strong will win. Do you understand? A place where you can only survive by defeating others. There's no room for those who only know how to dream. Here, it's only about winning and losing. This world is like that, you fool." After hearing the words of this jerk, Seo Jun thought, "I once thought like Young Hwan. Throughout the 9 years of enduring to become a top-tier hunter, I had to face reality many times. I used to be someone with nothing, neither talent nor money." Seo Jun thought, it seems impossible to do anything. Working day and night is only enough to maintain a living, unable to improve anything. No matter how hard I try, it's still just as miserable. I have asked myself hundreds of times what would have happened if I had given up and done something else in the past. Then Seo Jun decided to switch to serious mode. He instructed the security staff to take care of Min Ji, helping him to rise while absorbing the philosophy, fear can hold you back and make you doubt yourself. The number of times I've questioned whether I can do it is countless. That's also the reason many people dare not face reality. Seo Jun stood before Young Hwan and asked, "So what?" That's not something you can dismiss as you please and insult. Seo Jun immediately rushed forward with his weapon. The security staff shouted, "Stop contestant Seo Jun. That's a violation of the rules. Stop." Seo Jun spun the spear in his hand like Sun Wukong, preparing to attack. Meanwhile, the scoundrel Young Hwan just watched and said, "How ridiculous." Seo Jun struck down with a powerful blow, forcing Young Hwan to block with his sword. Young Hwan added, "You're truly a wretched cockroach." Seo Jun, with furious eyes, replied, "You're no different." Young Hwan counterattacked, slashing a blow that forced Seo Jun to dodge quickly. He lunged forward like a bloodthirsty demon, continuously attacking Seo Jun. He struggled hard to hold on, thinking that this guy was really strong, which made everyone take him seriously. But he couldn't afford to lose. Right as Young Hwan launched a continuous attack, Seo Jun calmed himself, putting himself into a flow state and reminding himself that he had no time to think about these things. He began to move by instinct, countering the arrogant young man's strikes. The referee just wanted to stop both of them out of fear that they would kill each other right there. Young Hwan shouted, "Don't interfere." He thought of himself as a predator, but when he looked into Seo Jun's eyes, he felt something familiar. Young Hwan gritted his teeth, charged forward, and said, "Fantasies are easy to come by." Then he moved at high speed to threaten right in front of him, "But can you stand up to defeat reality?" Young Hwan became serious about fighting. He swung his sword down, causing Seo Jun to block it with such force that it cracked the arena floor. Young Hwan did not expect Seo Jun to be able to withstand this blow. Just like Duck Chul, he immediately launched a flurry of attacks. But it seemed Young Hwan had noticed something unusual. Whether it was imagination or reality, the more they fought, the faster and stronger Seo Jun dodged the attacks, even managing to counterattack. In Young Hwan's eyes, Seo Jun now resembled a monstrous beast. Both were evenly matched. Young Hwan was pushed back a bit, cursing, "Damn it," and was pushed back again by this bastard. Young Hwan could not accept this. He immediately poured all his strength into one final strike, with red mana surrounding the sword. Seo Jun realized this was a critical situation. If he did not know how to control the mana, he would never win. The tournament staff sensed that a homicide could occur, so they instructed other staff members to rush in and stop him. Young Hwan shouted in hatred, "I will kill you." At that moment, in Seo Jun's mind, a voice reminded him that he had to run. This was the best way. But the thought of why his mind was telling him to run while he did not want to ran through him. Seo Jun felt that if he could run, everything he had worked hard to build would become meaningless. At that moment, the strength from the teachings emerged, reminding him of the faith of the Chu state. This man said, "I once told you about this song of the Chu state, didn't I? There was once a disciple who asked me why I always jumped straight into the enemy ranks every time I went to battle. They asked what if the battle was predetermined, when the outcome was already set, and losing meant there would be no way out. Although I did not want to admit it, that was the first time I felt fear. What scared me the most was the thought of failing. Nevertheless, I still fought until the end. Do you know why? Just because of what I had to do, kid. If you already know you will fail, trust yourself and fight until the end, just like Xiangyu fought to the last despite losing." But he said, even if one has the ability to move mountains and fill seas, without believing in oneself, one will not be able to defeat anyone. And that is the spirit of the most reckless fight. The image of Xiangyu appeared, as if providing motivation for Seo Jun, helping him to counterattack. Seo Jun focused, channeling mana into his spear and rushed to support the red-haired youth. Young Hwan felt humiliated, gritting his teeth in anger. He shouted directly at Seo Jun, "Don't make me laugh. I am the predator, the one who will devour all lowly creatures like you." Both prepared to charge in, and the security staff also tried to rush over to stop the two young men, but it was too late. Young Hwan screamed, "Die, you bastard." The clash between the two strongest youths in the tournament caused the arena to crack open. The audience had to cover their faces because the shockwave was too strong. An energy shockwave exploded, sending the security staff flying as they tried to intervene. A staff member asked, "Who won?" "It's too dusty, I can't see anything." After the last blow, the one standing was Seo Jun, while young Hwan lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. The entire audience cheered, "Seo Jun from Academy Dream." Everything had come to an end. Seo Jun stood still trembling, while young Hwan's face was down on the ground. Everyone was chanting Seo Jun's name. Seo Jun is the champion. Even Miss in the academy couldn't believe her eyes. Just 2 weeks ago, this young man was struggling to fight with a sword. Having absorbed the lesson, now he could create an aura spear? This time, it completely changed Seo Yun's perspective of him. Suddenly, she felt as if someone mysterious was watching. She turned around and saw the man in the mysterious cloak who had bet $1 million earlier. Park Seo Yun looked at his face and realized, "This is the person I saw at the betting place. How could there be such a mysterious person?" The mysterious man also had to tip his hat in admiration, believing that this was impossible. He was so taken aback that he dropped his hat and coat. Park Seo Yun found it strange. It seemed like his reaction was a bit excessive, as if some ancient natural law had just been broken. She then remembered clearly, that's right, he was the one who bet on Seo Jun. As soon as she thought of this, she could no longer see him, disappearing like a ghost. At this moment, Seo Jun appeared dejected and sad, as if he had just encountered a disappointment. It turned out that just after the battle had ended, the staff of the organizing committee reported, "Not eligible." Although Cadet Young Hwan's actions were excessive, he has been disqualified from participating in the tournament and has interfered. Even though it was not an official match, the referee issued many warnings, but he ignored him. His actions clearly violated the rules of the game. Seo Jun outwardly accepted it, but inwardly thought, he is not wrong. However, why didn't the organizers stop me before I could intervene? Seo Jun was fundamentally a good person. Even after defeating others, he still inquired about Young Hwan's current health. The organizers replied, "Cadet Young Hwan, of course, is also disqualified. Although he exhibited behavior using the aura sword and showed intent to kill his opponent, he was not prosecuted. However, he will not be allowed to participate in next year's Super Hunter exam." When Seo Jun was no longer allowed to compete, it was evident that other young people took the lead. Lee Junmin won the tournament, Min Ji placed third, and Duk Chul somehow managed to secure 7th place. On his way home, Seo Jun took out his phone to check the information about the winners and thought, "These people are so lucky." But what he was really concerned about was how much the progress of his learning had increased. Upon checking his phone, it turned out that Seo Jun's learning speed had skyrocketed after fighting that guy. Especially the speed of Xiang Yu had surpassed 50%. Seo Jun played the game with skill, so right after finishing the match, he didn't allow himself to rest and wanted to learn new material. The higher the level, the faster the learning speed. While he was lost in thought, Miss Seo Yun from the academy patted his shoulder and asked about his condition. "How are you? Is there any pain?" Although Seo Jun felt a lot of pain, he still responded. Seo Jun tried to act like he was fine, saying that it was okay. Park Seo Yun, a fan, expressed a sincere apology. Seo Yun didn't understand what Seo Jun wanted to apologize for. He felt regretful because he should have won, but he got interrupted. It seemed like Seo Yun would be angry with him, but Park Seo Yun said no, it was not a big deal. No need to apologize. To be honest, I was just worried about whether you were okay. Seo Jun asked in confusion what would happen if he wasn't okay. Suddenly, Seo Yoon mentioned the prize money for winning the tournament, causing Seo Jun to freeze for 5 seconds. By the time Seo Jun remembered, it was too late. He cried out, "Hoo hoo," continuously bringing up Long Jino's pair and the money to buy free tickets for the class. Seo Yoon wondered what Seo Jun intended to do with that prize money. Seo Jun sadly sat down and said, "I'm saving it for a weapon, so I want to buy it." In his eyes, there was only that weapon. But then Seo Jun stood up and said, "Well, it's okay. If I say I don't regret it, maybe that's not true. But I think if I hadn't gotten involved in that, I would regret it more." Then he and Seo Yoon smiled at each other. "I'm sure that the money issue will be resolved," Seo Yoon believed that too. Min Ji-I had something to express, so he went to Seo Jun and called out to him, "Seo Jun, I'm over here." Min Ji-I rushed over, barely catching his breath before asking, "Are you leaving now?" Park Seo Yoon, afraid that others might discover she was the niece of the Sword Saint, wore a hat to cover her face. Min Ji-I placed his trust in this older brother and asked, "Can I become someone like you if I keep trying?" Seo Jun looked into the eyes of this young man. Although there was still a hint of fear in his eyes, he could see the determination in this young boy. Therefore, he paused for a moment and offered sincere advice. It might be difficult. To be honest, Min Ji-I's talent might fall behind if he wants to become a super hunter in today's era. Of course, people often say that if you try hard enough, nothing is impossible, but to face this world, relying solely on dreams and ideals is extremely harsh. So don't just focus on becoming a hunter. You can excel in other things too, and there's no reason to be disappointed about that. You are still very young. Min Ji-I felt a renewed sense of hope. He accepted the advice and said, "You're right. I'm not sad at all. I just came here to say goodbye." Min Ji-I turned his back while saying, "Thank you for everything." Seo Jun felt a surge of motivation, but also emphasized, "Don't wait for anyone to understand your feelings, whether it's me or anyone else. Don't let others say that you can't, that you have no talent. That's an undeniable truth. That's what people say when they see you, they will say you can't do it. That's why you will never succeed. But always remember that other people's opinions about you are not reality." At this point, the bespectacled young man Min Ji-I couldn't hold back his emotions and shed tears. "If you want to do something, then just do it. Just knowing that is enough." The two concluded this meeting. Min Ji-I promised for next time, "If we meet again, my sister and I will come to visit you." Park Seo Yoon saw the good side of Seo Jun and was moved. "Seeing this side of you astonishes me." Seo Jun humbly replied, "I've again stuck my nose into something that's not my business." Park Seo Yoon joked, "But now I think you have a fan. That action earlier was really cool." Seo Yoon suddenly brought up, "I should have seized the opportunity to propose our academy to him." This made Park Seo Yoon thoughtful and ponder for a moment. Park Seo Yoon was touched to know that Seo Jun always thought of her academy. Therefore, she decided, "All right, since you have tried hard, I will buy you a weapon." Seo Jun, who had always had to rely on his own efforts, asked again, "Really?" Seo Yoon kindly replied, "You want me to buy it for you?" "That's right, just think of it as a scholarship. I often stop by a crafting workshop. Let's go there. I will choose something expensive." At that moment, in a large house, a man in a black suit, barefoot, asked the guard, "Is the headmaster here?" The guard responded, "Yes, but no one is allowed in because he is meditating." The man in the suit, despite being denied, insisted on meeting him because it was an urgent matter. The guard said, "But..." Before he could say anything else, the man opened the door and knelt on the ground. "Greetings, master, I am Seo Moonchul." This man in the suit had an extraordinary identity. He was the attendant of the Sword Saint. The headmaster coldly replied, "If I have not permitted anyone to enter, then you should understand, right?" Then suddenly, he emitted a dangerous aura. "Does the temple disregard my words?" The pressure from this aura rendered the man in the suit unable to move. Yet he still struggled to speak. Mississippi Park Seo Yoon participated in the most recent tournament of the academy. Sword Saint, upon hearing this, showed interest and asked, "What is the academy?" The man, along with the guard outside, collapsed due to the overwhelming killing intent. He fearfully reported, "We are still investigating the specifics, but it seems she has managed to recruit a new student. I cannot handle this issue by myself." Hearing about his granddaughter, he could not feel at ease. He said, "No, I will personally see what kind of person that is." The man with silver hair, the constellation sword Saint Park Min Chul, had decided to intervene. Seo Jun continued to train hard, still using his old weapon. He had completed 5,000 slashes. Park Seo Yoon looked at him with a strange attitude, even carrying a discriminatory gaze. The young man turned to her and asked, "I feel like I'm being glared at, don't I?" She retorted, "You must be imagining things. Do you want to change your equipment that badly? You went to the equipment shop, I showed you how to choose, and in the end, you bought nothing." Seo Jun said, "I just feel like that seems a bit excessive." Park Seo Yoon, with a sulky expression, replied, "You are not the type of person who would say no or care about what others think. I bet you would happily accept it without a second thought." Seo Jun thought to himself but did not dare to speak. Witnessing the masterpieces created by talented individuals, he felt that ordinary weapons could not compare. Thinking about the spear slipping out of reach, he felt disappointed. If he did not truly work hard, the price of acquiring an item would increase. Seo Yoon felt disappointed because she had invited him to go shopping, but the young man could not make a decision, so she said there would not be a second chance. Park Seo Yoon curiously asked, "What is your mana training technique?" Seo Jun replied, "Mana training technique?" Seo Yoon responded, "Yes. You need that to control mana. Looking at how you fought those monsters, I can see you can completely control mana. From what I observed during your fights in the tournament, it seems that it is not an ordinary technique. But I have never seen you practice it." Seo Jun went through a tough match but realized he had not truly learned any mana training technique. The mana technique is what helps the user control and utilize mana more effectively. However, it also has many levels. Based on effectiveness, it is divided into high and low tiers. Each hunter has their own mana training technique, and sometimes they even receive patents for it. This is the reason why Seo Jun decided to study at such a school. He asked, "Did you learn that technique at the Hunter Academy?" Park Seo Yoon shook her head and said, "He strictly prohibits that." Of course, this was the answer that Seo Jun had anticipated. Seo Yoon excitedly told him, "I will teach you the technique that I invented myself." Seo Jun still did not believe it and asked again, "What? You created it yourself?" Park Seo Yoon seemed enthusiastic about teaching, wanting to play the role of a model spear user. She scratched her head, chuckling a bit, and said, "I'm just curious." Seo Jun thought to himself, Seo Yoon has no talent, or her talent is at the level of a sword saint. But she is right. Mastering techniques is fundamental for a hunter. He felt the difference between being able to use mana and not during the fight with Young Hwan. Now that he had free time to learn, he would probably study mana. Park Seo Yoon looked at him, seeming dissatisfied, and asked, "Is this to make fun of me?" Seo Jun thought in his head that he did not want to answer, so he just replied, "All right then. Just keep practicing." Seo Jun did not know where his Seo Yoon went, so he asked, "Do you have something to do?" Park Seo Yoon said, "I have a little work to do." Seo Jun teased Seo Yoon, "I didn't expect you to have something to do too." Park Seo Yoon seriously scolded Seo Jun, "Remember to lock the door if you come back before I return." Seo Jun wanted to ask what he should study next, but in his excitement, he forgot. When Seo Yoon left, he felt regretful and didn't know when she would come back. Park Seo Yoon went out of the academy and thought, "Kiddo is right, because I've been quite free lately." Archmage Merlin in the lesson lectured about the harsh world, governed by the laws of causality. The way to rise up and resist the laws of the world is through mana. Once you learn mana, you can see the world. Seo Jun held his phone, and after listening to the lecture, he clicked his tongue because he still couldn't understand what he was saying. The lesson on mana was already difficult to grasp, and now encountering a new lecture made Seo Jun even more confused. Even when someone explained it, he still didn't fully understand the issue. He only remembered what Master Merlin had advised. Now it's your turn to find it out. The daily task was to achieve 1,000 mana orbs. Seo Jun was stunned, not thinking that this was a daily mission. He decided to practice, stood up straight, and focused. His breath created a green energy gradually surrounding his body. He thought, although it is a bit troublesome, it's not impossible. Seo Jun believed, being able to sense mana is partly thanks to the lesson from Chiron. However, he realized the issue: this is not easy at all. It's possible to sense mana, but it's not yet possible to shape it. He recalled his teacher's words: use mana to connect the world in your mind with the physical world. Use it to bring something from imagination into reality, as if following the laws of nature. A typical example was Seo Jun's eyes widening as his teacher spoke. A power that had never existed anywhere before. The transformation of mana was like a halo. He had just gathered a mass of energy in his hand. The energy mass glowed, causing the young man to watch as it gradually diminished into a mana orb. Seo Jun held the orb with one hand, then wondered, is this really a daily task? This small, adorable mana orb of mine. Everything takes time, even mastering this mana stone. Suddenly, an old man called out his name. The young man took a few seconds to recognize him as the Sword Saint. It turned out Park Min Shul had come to see who the members of Academy Dream were. He noticed the energy blade that Seo Jun was hovering in his hand, that is a solid form of mana, which is very difficult to achieve. Though slow, he is truly a genius. He felt suspicious. How could a genius like him be involved in this academy? He thought, young Seo Jun might be aiming for my granddaughter. He radiated the killing intent of a sword saint and asked, who are you? Seo Jun, still calm, replied, hello, my name is Kim Seo Jun. He even laughed comfortably, thinking to himself, it's surprising that Seo Yun's grandfather is here. He greeted warmly, hello, sir. I've only seen you online, you look quite different in person. You're here to see Miss Park Seo Yun, right? Unfortunately, she just stepped out for a moment. What surprised him was not where his granddaughter had gone, but that the young man in front of him was completely unaffected despite his killing intent. He asked, how is this possible? If he were an S-rank hunter, otherwise he would have been dead on the spot. The young man looked around innocently, unsure if this was affecting him. The Sword Saint continued to ask, tell me, what are you doing here? Seo Jun hesitated, what do you mean, sir? He thought, a talent like him could be welcomed anywhere, so why is he approaching Park Seo Yun? He placed his hand on the sword and stepped closer to him, you'd better tell me the truth. Standing before an absolute power, Seo Jun had no intention of resisting. He simply waved his hand and said, it must be a misunderstanding, The man once again exuded a killing intent and said, I don't think you'll easily tell me what I want to know. The young man felt danger closing in and deliberately tried to run away to save his life. Park Min Shul casually made a friendly strike, but this blow nearly took Seo Jun's head off. Seo Yun Park, although claiming to be on an errand, was actually going to her grandfather's house to find him. She asked the servant, when will he be back? The servant respectfully replied, he didn't say anything. I think Mr. Seo will know by tomorrow. Park Seo Yun pondered, should I call him to ask? It turned out Park Seo Yun was a dutiful granddaughter. She came here just to inform her grandfather about Seo Jun. She had no idea where he was. At Academy Dream, Park Min Shul radiated a stronger aura of killing intent than ever before. He was determined to find out why Seo Jun was here. Instead of fearing this absolute power, the young Seo Jun sat down on the ground and put himself in a defensive stance. In the past, Park Seo Yun often came here to discuss matters with her grandfather. She wanted to keep it a secret from him to create a surprise about her academy, which had finally had someone join. But she thought that Seo Jun had already participated in the academy tournament and could not hide it any longer. Sooner or later, she would have to face it, so she decided to say it right away. She said excitedly, "Please ask the guard CO for me." As soon as she mentioned the guard, he suddenly appeared behind her, greeting her cheerfully. "Who would have thought I would meet you at home like this? It's truly rare." Park Seo-yoon felt happy that he appeared just after she mentioned his name, but she asked, "What did you contact me for?" Mr. Seo, with a thoughtful expression, replied, "The day I came was to see you. The principal has already been to your academy, young lady." This news struck Seo-yoon like a bolt from the blue. She hurried home. In Park Seo-yoon's mind, her grandfather and Seo-jun were not compatible. She ran down the street, worried. How could I be so careless? I know he comes occasionally, but I didn't think he would come so early. No matter what, I can't let those two meet alone. While Seo-jun was sitting down to take a stance before the sword saint, he noticed that the man did not draw his sword. He guessed, the sword saint just wants to stop me, not to kill me. He seriously asked again, "Who are you, really?" Seo-jun knew he could not fight against Seo-yoon's grandfather, so he raised his hand to stop him and tried to explain, "I don't know why you are acting this way, but this is a misunderstanding." The old man reprimanded, "You not only used mana but also employed such techniques. And yet you still say it is a misunderstanding?" He swung his weapon straight at Seo-jun. Although Seo-jun braced himself with both hands, he was still pushed back a bit. Seo-jun pleaded, "I don't know what Park Seo-yoon said, but please calm down." Deep down, he felt like he had said something wrong, but he did not know what it was. He truly wanted to understand the sword saint's current state. However, the old man remained serious and spoke in a confusing manner, "I know you have no intention of reconciling this matter." Even though Seo-jun knew he was no match for him, he still stood up, holding the spear in his hands to defend himself, thinking, "I might as well go all in now. He has no intention of listening to me." But Seo-jun sensed that the sword saint had no intention of killing him. He realized, if the sword saint really wanted to kill me, I would have been dead long ago, right when I sensed his energy. Seo-jun looked at the aura of the sword saint and felt, this is the aura of heaven's great sage. The sword star from here is also the closest model to his ideals. He thought, this is a wonderful opportunity to practice. The sword saint sensed that the young man's aura had changed. Looking into Seo-jun's eyes, he felt a difference compared to the opponents he had encountered before. Even in centuries, he had met many hunters, but this was the only one who was still full of fighting spirit, even when facing him. He thought, this young man must have great strength to dare think like that. One person attacked, while the other defended. As soon as Seo-jun launched his first strike, he felt fear. In fact, even sensing the attack was difficult, let alone seeing it clearly. Seo-jun was panicked, feeling as if the sword saint resembled his grandfather. He sweat, feeling he was just a chick compared to him. Seo-jun displayed a clumsy fighting stance like a child and rushed to attack relentlessly. The sword saint merely looked at the strike and sneered, saying, "Truly mediocre." He gently swung his hand, and the young man was thrown into the corner of the wall. He said, "Instead of answering the question, you prefer to take a beating." Seo-jun, while struggling to get up, still told himself, "It's nothing, not yet right. Something feels lacking." He was still not convinced and refused to accept defeat, believing that everything would not end like this, knowing that his tricks had no effect. He realized that while the sword saint was still holding back against him, he was unsure whether the sword saint was truly being lenient. The man stood before the young man, ready to deliver a beloved strike. Even with a 99% chance of failure, Seo-jun still tried to think that with just a 1% chance, he would fight until the end. The sword saint swung a horizontal strike. Seo-jun, with his quick reflexes, dodged just in time and simultaneously countered with a powerful strike back at the sword saint. Seo-jun poured his mana into the attack. He recalled the lessons he had been taught and put all his heart into the blow. This counterattack created a small shockwave in the academy. In the end, the outcome was clear to everyone. Park Min-chul stood firm, while Seo-jun fell. Now the true abilities of Seo-jun were revealed, prompting the man to curse this bastard. Now his true face was finally showing. Seo Jun retorted, "You attacked me first." After that strike, the young man was still interested in asking when Park Seo-yoon would arrive. Upon hearing his granddaughter's name, the sword saint revealed his killing intent. He was a silver-haired dragon, and if you wish now, I will personally send you to hell. Seo Jun no longer wanted to resist, because the blow just now was all the strength he had. Fortunately, Park Seo-yoon arrived just in time to stop the two. Seo-yoon even asked his grandfather, "Grandpa, what should I do now?" Park Seo-yoon asked his student with concern, "Are you okay?" Seo-jun looked at Seo-jun and complained, "Oh no, you're all bruised up." Seo-jun replied, "I can't deny that there are serious injuries, but I can't deny that it hurts." Sword Saint sighed, criticizing, "Young people these days are so weak yet claim to be men?" Seo-jun, angry, thought to himself, "What does it matter if Sword Saint hits me? I bet he beats people up like this every day." The grandfather and grandson continued to argue. Sword Saint shouted, "What did you just say, you bastard?" Seo-jun hid behind Seo-yoon, asking back, "What, are you going to hit me again?" Park Seo-yoon was surprised. This young man dares to argue back at his grandfather, the Sword Saint, and he doesn't seem intimidated at all. Xiaoyun foolishly asked, "Can I know the reason for being hit? Or is it just because you are the Sword Saint, you can do whatever you want?" Seo-yoon pretended to be annoyed, "Come on, Grandpa." Then he turned to apologize to Seo-jun, "I'm sorry for making you endure this." Seo-jun smiled, saying, "It's fine, it's just a small bruise, no need to apologize." Seo-yoon bowed her head and apologized. "I will explain everything later. Right now, I sincerely apologize to you." Seo-jun, noticing the tense and awkward atmosphere, decided to lie. "I will go to the hospital for a checkup now." Park Seo-yoon wanted to cover his medical expenses, but Seo-jun quickly left for another place. He understood that Seo-yoon was in an awkward situation, and Seo-yoon silently thanked him in her heart. Park Seo-yoon glanced at her grandfather. "Grandpa, let's talk." Although she had taken the initiative to speak to her grandfather, standing before a sword saint made her too afraid to open her mouth. Her grandfather's warning echoed in her mind, "That bastard is really suspicious, stay away from him." Seo-yoon clenched her hands tightly. "He has nothing to be suspicious about." Her grandfather replied with a single sentence. "What do you know, dear?" Just that one sentence brought back a flood of memories. He had once said, "You don't know anything, so just do as I say." Her childhood had been completely under her grandfather's control. Even when she established a new academy, the new students were not free from his grasp. Seo-yoon understood well why her grandfather acted that way and knew that the motives of those who came to her academy were not pure, simply because she was the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. This time, just like all the times before, he gently said, "Clean up tomorrow, or else we will." Park Seo-yoon interrupted her grandfather again. This time, she was determined to express her feelings, "I don't want to." This time, even more so. It was the first time in his life that the Sword Saint saw his granddaughter disobeying him. Park Seo-yoon firmly opposed, "I don't want to? Why should I follow your words? This is my academy, not yours." In Seo-yoon's mind, Seo-jun was someone very special. She was determined to keep him close, not because she had feelings for him, but because looking at Seo-jun gave her a strange sensation. This feeling made her want to be with him longer. The Sword Saint said, "This is not the time for you to be angry. Perhaps you don't know what that boy is like." This time, she was resolute in not letting anyone hinder her decision. "So what if I don't know?" "I don't know, that's why I want to find out the reason why." Seo-jun expressed, "I don't want to live in your shadow forever, not even in the present." He was surprised that his once timid granddaughter could now speak her mind. Park Seo-jun also felt sad for having raised her voice at him, so she apologized and opened the door. "This time, I won't do what you want." This decisive action left the Sword Saint astonished. He had no idea when his niece had become so strong. Painful memories flooded back. An explosion in the dungeon had unleashed terrifying monsters into the city, attacking the citizens. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos, the one who died was the Sword Saint's son. This news hit him like a shock, making him more sensitive ever since. At that time, Park Seo-yoon was just a little girl in elementary school. When he lost his son, he adopted Park Seo-yoon, the child who was all alone. The day he decided to give his niece the strength to protect herself was the day he became strict with her. He knew well that she did not like sword skills, but his harsh words weighed heavily on a young girl. He only wanted his niece to become a powerful hunter. As Park Seo-yoon grew older, she expressed her desire to become a spear wielder, a hunter instead of a swordmaster. That was not the path she wanted. After hearing these words, he became furious, thinking that all his efforts and time had been in vain. He shouted loudly, "You must listen to me." Throughout this time, he knew he had been pushing his granddaughter too hard. He was aware that her emotions had been suppressed, yet he still chose to turn a blind eye. Now, he could only sigh, thinking about how it was only natural for Seo-yoon to argue against him to accept that student. On the way, Seo-joon was rolling his shoulders, preparing to carry out today's task. He even thought to himself, today's task isn't difficult at all. If there's anything hard, it's that old sword saint who poses the real challenge for me. He thought, I thought I would have died at his hands today. Seo-joon also knew that Seo-yoon, his granddaughter, had her own troubles to speak of from the night before. When Seo-joon was sitting at home, Seo-yoon called, reminding him of the relationship between her and him along with the stories involving the previous students. Seo-joon understood that this was not the whole story. Suddenly, he felt pity for Seo-yoon and understood, at least in part, why the Sword Saint hated him so much. After thinking it over, Seo-joon realized that the way the Sword Saint treated others was not right. He also thought that the Sword Saint owed him an apology to ensure that this would never happen again. Looking at the progress of the lessons, he recognized that being beaten by Park Min-chul had also contributed to his learning process. Seeing a guest arrive at his house, he rushed to open the door only to find the person he did not want to see standing in front of him. Sword Saint stood tall and asked, "Why are you standing there? Come inside." The two of them sat down to talk like two men. Seo-joon was afraid that he would get punched in the face. After a while of conversation, Sword Saint understood. It turned out that Seo-joon had made a pact with Park Seo-yoon beforehand. But he still asked to be sure, "Is everything true? I look at this young man's face and find him utterly untrustworthy." Seo-joon replied angrily, "Yes, that's what I said. There is nothing hidden at this moment and no reason to do so." He thought, looking at the energy of this young man, it seems he is quite credible. But the strange thing is what that power and talent are. An ordinary cadet cannot radiate such great strength. He stroked his beard and thought, not to mention that seeing this guy makes my anger seem like it wants to burst forth for no reason. The young man, feeling bored, intended to get up and go somewhere else to train. Not knowing where he was going, Sword Saint asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Seo-joon simply replied, "It's not that I want to go anywhere, I just want to train." True to his thoughts, Sword Saint believed, by observing this Kido training, he could roughly grasp that this young man was hiding something. He replied, "How should I know? Just thought there might be some earth-shattering secret to uncover." He stared blankly at the young man, who looked more like a phone addict. He knew one thing for sure, this guy's mind is in a very unstable state that I can't comprehend. He didn't understand how this young man practiced. Could it really be just by staring at his phone for hours? And the screen doesn't even have anything on it. He speculated, maybe he's meditating right now? The young man looked confused. "What did you just say?" He repeated once more, "I said, are you meditating?" Seo-joon replied, "Yeah, it's somewhat similar to that. The Sword Saint personally taught him, meditation is an excellent form of practice. It's quite good for someone your age to be aware of these exercises. You must also realize that no matter what happens, meditation will help keep your mind sharp and control your psychology in any situation." After hearing this, Seo-joon simply responded, "Okay, got it." Contrary to his thoughts, he found it perplexing. What's wrong with this kid? He doesn't seem interested in what I've just taught. How is this even possible? He immediately switched to another method to entice Seo Jun. If you want, I have a few things I want to teach you. Upon hearing that the Sword Saint had a lesson to teach him, Seo Jun replied, I suspect Park Min Chul's seriousness is being pushed up once again. He secretly chuckled with delight. Look at that, he responded immediately. He seems quite curious, so I will teach him something. If he really wants to learn, I can guide him a bit. Seo Jun thought for a moment and felt that he should focus more on his own lessons. He immediately declined, but I'm not very interested in your teaching. I'm fine as I am. The old man was instantly crushed with disappointment. The young man even rudely stated, you keep interfering with my training process. If you have something to say, can we talk about it later? I know you're free, but... Seo Yun, who came to visit her student in the morning, was surprised to see her grandfather there. He said, you came at just the right time. She asked him, why are you here? He gently whispered into his granddaughter's ear, isn't the kid relaxing her mind? This Park Seo Yun is coming here to bully Seo Jun once again. He said he doesn't want to hear my guidance anymore, the guidance of the Sword Saint. Upon hearing this, Seo Yun froze. What's wrong with this kiddo? He looked at Seo Jun and said, everything he is doing is strange. In fact, he might be losing his memory. Park Seo Yun was already too familiar with this scene. He asked, so what you mean is that what he is doing now is not strange at all? Seo Yun replied, it may seem strange to you now, because I used to think the same way before. She stepped forward to greet, Seo Jun, I'm here. The two exchanged pleasantries, looking very close. As for the Sword Saint, he really did not like this young man at all. He noticed Seo Jun's words, finding them as ordinary as anyone else's, while his granddaughter expressed a very joyful demeanor. She always greeted this young man with a smile on her face. He wondered, is this conversation really that interesting? It has been a long time since I rarely saw my granddaughter so happy. The image of his gloomy granddaughter contrasted with Seo Yun's affectionate smile on her face. Now it looks completely different, like night and day. He wondered, how could he have thought that the young man Seo Jun had cast a spell on his niece? He even considered giving him a beating. Just then, a subordinate reported an urgent matter. The Order of Truth wanted to meet the Sword Saint urgently. He replied irritably, it's not necessary to care about how the Order of Truth lives. If they really need something, they should come here to see me. The subordinate mentioned a name. Mr. Kalia has specifically requested this. Upon hearing this name, the Sword Saint had to think, did she come here herself? The subordinate reported, Mr. Kalia has another request. If there is someone named Seo Jun, he should also come there. Seo Jun was sitting there tapping on his phone, not understanding what was happening, and asked, me? Everyone stared at him in disbelief. He did not understand why that person wanted to meet Seo Jun and the Sword Saint right now. He expressed his disdain with irritation, is this guy one of the Order of Truth? How could someone like Kalia ever know about him? Seo Jun, being all alone and unfamiliar with anyone, couldn't understand why the other person wanted to find him. Park Seo Yun recalled, on the day of the match, the mysterious person seemed very surprised. She had also felt suspicious when this individual stood behind, observing everything happening in the arena. She reasoned, could this person be related to this incident? The Sword Saint still couldn't believe his eyes, so he is indeed a member of the Order of Truth as my niece said? Then there's no way Kalia would be interested in such an ordinary kiddo. He hesitated and asked, have you ever heard of that person? Seo Jun racked his brain but still couldn't figure out who that was. He even asked another question that left everyone astonished, by the way, can I stay at home? It's too bothersome. Indeed, he was young and inexperienced. Kalia was actually one of the 7 apostles. She was treated on par with heads of state, wielding immense power. She was also the successor to the vacant position of the Apostle of Chastity. Normally, he paid very little attention to the outside world, so it was puzzling why he would call this young man here. Seo Jun was only focused on training, he complained, why do I have to meet that person? He's just a foreigner I don't know. A subordinate of the Sword Saint spoke up. Could this be the reason why people always hold Kalia in high regard? The Sword Saint did not understand what this person was saying, so the subordinate explained. Perhaps Mr. Kalia anticipated that Seo Jun would refuse his request. Therefore, he sent a message here, just come to meet him, and he would be willing to give you 100,000 USD. So, you should reconsider whether to go or not. Seo Jun was taken aback. 100,000 USD? That's exactly the amount of money I need. He told himself, how strange that when I'm in such dire straits, money suddenly comes my way. The truth about the Order of Truth was gradually being revealed. The Order of Truth believed that instead of believing in some gods created by humans, they would be the ones acting on behalf of the divine. Their words were no different from those of a teacher. The people in this organization were cloaked in a mysterious robe. The church consisted of 7 extremely important positions: humility, charity, temperance, diligence, chastity, patience, gratitude. It is said that a century ago, the Order of Truth was treated merely as a cult. However, in a cataclysm, by uniting their powers with countless superheroes, they played a significant role in bringing peace to all of humanity. This also led to their remarkable development. The tranquility did not last long, as a gigantic, frenzied, and brutal monster emerged during the cataclysm. Just when it seemed that the battle was nearing its end, this monster appeared with strength far surpassing the others. Even when the superheroes from around the world united, they could do nothing against it. At that time, humanity believed that this was the second cataclysm they had to endure. Fortunately, the only ones who could defeat this monster came from the Order of Truth. They were the Grand Voice and the 7 Apostles, who put an end to the cataclysm. Returning to the present, they finally arrived at a hotel located in the suburbs of Seoul. The old Sword Saint was also present there. As Seo Jun just arrived, he thought, he is a member of a major worldwide church organization, yet his living conditions seem a bit run down. Sword Saint introduced the mysterious person standing in front of him. I came here to meet Kalia. The guy next to me is the mysterious one in the black cloak. Without needing him to introduce, it was clear this was Seo Jun. He pointed and guided the way for the two. As Seo Jun walked in, he carefully pondered over what Seo Yun had said. If that's true, then the person Seo Yun saw in the arena is indeed related to the Order of Truth. Does she want to lure me into joining their group? I must meet them and ask for sure. A member of the organization opened the door and announced, in this room, you two will meet her. Seo Jun still felt suspicious. Why does this person know about me, know about Academy Dream? I definitely need to verify this. After meeting this person, the two were told by the organization's member, please sit and wait here for a moment, she will come down to meet you. He thought they would surely sit and wait. I knew this would happen. Seo Jun still had many questions about the person named Kalia. He asked, Mr. Park Min Chul knows Mr. Kalia, right? He sighed, even if she is Sword Saint, this is the first day I have met her. Seo Jun couldn't believe his eyes. Is it really that rare to meet someone named Kalia? Earlier, he thought that the Sword Saint mentioned Kalia with a disrespectful attitude, assuming that the two were quite close. The Sword Saint began to recount his acquaintance with her. We have only called each other a few times, but this is the first time I have met her in person. Previously, I had met the Apostle of Chastity, but I had not met his successor. Seo Jun felt enlightened. It turned out the Sword Saint was not even sure. I didn't expect there to be so many mysteries in this world. Seo Jun asked, so who is the Grand Voice? Is that person important? The Sword Saint replied, from what I know, it is said that was both the first and last time he revealed himself in that decisive battle. Seo Jun suddenly mentioned, have you met the Grand Voice before? Hearing this name, the Sword Saint recalled that terrifying image. He simply responded, I have not, I could only see him from a distance. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A whispering voice said, it's a pleasure to meet both of you. Isn't this the first time I'm meeting you in person? The Sword Saint seemed a bit annoyed. You are the one who called us here, yet you made us wait, Kalia. Kalia came to greet. Do you think I should take the time to cleanse my body along with a clear mind, so that I can convey my precious words in the most perfect way? That would be wonderful. The sword saint listened to these words, finding them to sound like nonsense. Kalia formally introduced herself to Seo-jun. I am Kalia, a follower of the Order of Truth and a proclaimer of the deity's suggestions. I am also the heir of the Apostle of Chastity. Seo-jun politely greeted her, nice to meet you. Kalia responded, I am Kalia. You don't need to introduce yourself, I already know your name is Seo-jun. She also thanked him for coming. Seo-jun innocently asked, how do you know me? Kalia found his innocence amusing. She thought, I need to clarify a few things before getting to the main topic. She mentioned, recently, you participated in the Academy's match, right? At that time, one of our followers was watching you. Seo-jun replied, oh, is it because he praised me so much that you became curious and wanted to see for yourself that I am a wonderful person? So you invited me here? Seo-jun then appeared indifferent, is that so? If that's the case, are you interested in me? He then asked the main question, so, what is the real motive behind inviting me here? Surely you didn't invite me for such a simple reason, did you? Kalia smiled lightly in response, I was just about to tell you about that. Please sit down first. Kalia, with a calm expression, mentioned the reconnaissance of the dungeon. This time, I hope the sword saint will cooperate with me. The sword saint was not easily swayed by others. Why should I join you guys? Suddenly, Kalia said, you know very well that this is not over. This statement left the sword saint momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Kalia took a sip of her coffee and said, our church has received reports about the distortion of one of the dungeons in South Korea. You understand what this means, right? The sword saint, a young man who was keeping an ear to the ground, could only think of the two words distortion. To reinforce her invitation, Kalia added, the Order of Truth has decided that checking this dungeon is necessary. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent for a moment. The sword saint looked directly into Kalia's eyes, so this is the reason you came to South Korea. This reconnaissance of the dungeon will also benefit you in solidifying your air position. Kalia intended to outsmart him but failed because the sword saint was too clever. She set her coffee cup down and asked, will you help me? He replied, of course the sword saint will help, but it also depends on what you can offer. Because Kalia thought for a long time but still could not come up with what to give, being someone who lacked nothing, neither in wealth nor in power. Kalia suddenly mentioned the niece of the sword saint and knew that his niece was managing the Hunter Academy. She said that the Order of Truth could help. The sword saint glared with deadly eyes, the killing intent spreading throughout his body. Seo-jun sensed it, this killing intent was completely different from before. He knew that if he provoked the sword saint at this moment, he would surely lose his life. The sword saint threatened once again, anyone who tries to involve my niece will not be spared. Kalia did not want to anger the sword saint, so she said, I was wrong, I apologize. She apologized once more, which finally caused the sword saint to lower his killing intent. Kalia continued, moreover, I have nothing to offer you in return. So, I will comply with one of the requests made by the sword saint. The sword saint did not believe her words, for there was nothing trustworthy about her. Kalia dared to stake the honor of the Order of Truth to swear. She said, just this alone is very important. I do not know what you think, but do you not have any other choice? Sword Saint decided to cooperate. Alright, if you have taken the name of the Order of Truth, then I will help you. The ceremony of the Oath of Justice was conducted swiftly. After settling matters with Sword Saint, Kalia turned to strike up a conversation with Seo-jun. Our Order of Truth wishes to support you, Kalia said. Seo-jun was reluctant to accept assistance as he already had a separate affiliation with the Academy. Kalia aimed to create the most comfortable atmosphere, so she simply stated, we do not pressure you to leave the Academy while you are active. We only wish to support you in areas outside the Academy's assistance. Seo-jun understood that no one gives anything for free in this world. He asked, if I accept this support, what will I have to give in return? Kalia from the Order of Truth replied, "We do not make any demands, just having a connection with the Order of Truth is more than enough." This deal seemed advantageous for Seo Jun, but he still attempted to decline. Kalia remained gentle, not wanting to hold back someone who wished to leave. Seo Jun recognized that this conversation was light-hearted, but sooner or later, something would happen. He wanted to make a request as this offer was not appealing to him. He asked her to answer one of his questions. Thinking positively about answering it, Kalia was ready for the question. She said, "Go ahead." Seo Jun seemed a bit hesitant, thinking, "I wonder if she will answer me honestly." After all, if she refuses to answer or gives a roundabout response, it won't solve anything. Seo Jun, who was not one to miss opportunities, decided to take his phone, pointed Kalia's face directly at it, and asked, "What do you see on the phone screen right now?" The phone was displaying teachings of the Buddha. The Buddha was lecturing about the soul, spirit, and the significance of existence. Kalia, being a member of the Order of Truth, still did not understand what this young man was implying. She could not grasp what he was saying. Seo Jun was determined to confirm that Kalia could see the teachings on the phone. That information was very important. Kalia thought to herself, "Is this guy crazy?" But on the outside, she still expressed doubt about his question. "That's strange, I didn't think this was a difficult question." Seo Jun sought confirmation but ultimately did not get any results. Seeing Seo Jun's intention to withdraw, Kalia hurriedly replied, "I only see a black screen. Is that satisfactory for you?" Kalia confidently asked further, "What about the thought of our Order of Truth's support?" Seo Jun decided to decline this offer. After that conversation, Kalia failed to persuade Seo Jun. She returned in a contemplative state, asking her subordinate to investigate the young man. Kalia asked her subordinate, "How is it, Calcas?" Calcas reported, "I did not see any abnormalities at all." Kalia was still not satisfied with the answer. "Calcas, you are saying that I can see in the name of the Order of Truth. I am completely sure Seo Jun has nothing special. If there is anything special, it only stops at the level of a beginner." In her mind, Kalia thought about the young man's actions. The act of holding the phone in front of her made her feel anxious. She was not pleased with this feeling. Calcas suggested, "The day will be better if we report this to the other apostles." Kalia firmly opposed, "No, for now, we just observe. Our current priority is reconnaissance in the dungeon." "What about the other heroes?" Calcas replied, "I have contacted the Dark Saint and the Soul Saint. You know, because they are the unseen ones, on their way home." Sword Saint directly scolded the young man, "You useless fool, why would you refuse her offer?" Seo Jun felt that if he hadn't spoken, it would have been better, but now that he had, it made him feel terrible. He was not doing this just for fun, but also to confirm that at least Kalia was not someone from the Academy's transfer. He knew that if he agreed, it would only be a matter of appearance without any real intent. Sword Saint immediately guessed, "So the Academy, your granddaughter's dream makes you feel better, huh?" Seo Jun still wanted to stay connected with the Academy, of course. How could I meet anyone as honest as Park Seo Yoon again? He wanted to ask about the dungeon and what investigating a dungeon meant. Sword Saint sighed and explained to the young man, "Simply put, the magic has been distorted. When this happens, fighting in the dungeon becomes more difficult. In fact, these distortions cause many ripple effects, but mainly lead to an increase in the dungeon's level or may relate to the dungeon's collapse before the time is up." He couldn't believe that such things could actually happen in the world. He simply said, "You will see later." But during times of upheaval, those things still happen from time to time. Seo Jun realized that Kalia's story was different from what he had mentioned. He reassured, "Don't worry anymore, Kalia just misunderstood. The great upheaval has already ended." The Sword Saint walked in a different direction, opposite to where the young man was heading. Seo Jun thought, he wants to return to the Academy with his granddaughter. He said, "You're going the wrong way, the Academy is this way." The old man told him, no need to know beforehand. He also warned that useless name, if he does anything that touches my granddaughter, I will not let it go. Seo Jun interpreted it differently, as if he was saying that if he kept talking, he would eventually acknowledge him. The old man replied irritably, I will be watching you. Seo Jun teased the sword saint that he wasn't being honest at all. Wasn't it his actions that caused the distance between him and Seo Yun? The old man was about to turn back and hit the young man again. Seeing this, Seo Jun quickly turned tail and ran away, saying, Have a good evening. Upon arriving at the academy, Seo Jun complained, every time something happens, he wants to resolve it with violence. Entering the academy, he opened the door and greeted, Seo Yun, I'm back. Park Seo Yun saw him come back early, so she asked, Why are you back so early? I thought so, but where is my grandfather? You said the two of you would come back together. He replied, he went out for something important. Seo Jun added, he went to work. Park Seo Yun was worried that her grandfather might do something to hurt him. Seo Jun responded, there's no need to worry. Park Seo Yun wanted to tell him, my grandfather has interfered too much, right? I'm sorry. Next time I will bring it up with him. Park Seo Jun always revealed his genuine character, and he always thought about everything in an optimistic way. He said, the way Sword Saint expresses his thoughts may not be right, but I don't think it's that bad. He can change from now on. If things get worse, then taking a few punches from him is fine. But of course, it won't be for free. After saying that, the young man suddenly felt like he had just rambled, which made Park Seo Yun like him even more. She gently thanked him to break the awkward atmosphere and then asked, you said you needed money, right? He asked back, how did you know that? It turned out that every time Seo Jun practiced, he sang the song, I will definitely get you 100,000 USD. Seo Jun reflected to himself, the most important issue for me is not money. I have used the 100,000 USD I received from Kalia to pay off my debts. Seo Jun kept thinking about the fact that his free study period was about to end, he still needed to buy weapons, and there was a pile of lectures he had to listen to alone. Park Seo Yun always found ways to help him. She took her phone and introduced a money-making program, saying that on the 24th there would be a competition called Clear the Dungeon organized by a guild. Seo Jun researched the competition. A series of information appeared, stating that only those studying at a government-recognized academy were eligible to participate. The registration deadline was the 10th, and the total prize was 300 million. To understand better, Seo Jun asked Park Seo Yun what this competition was about. Park Seo Yun simply explained, this is a competition to eliminate unprocessed dungeons. Seo Jun wondered, are there really unprocessed dungeons? She further explained, anyway, dungeons that do not generate money are not worth processing. He felt enlightened, thinking that it turned out that professional hunters were only pursuing profits. Park Seo Yun elaborated, dungeons that typically do not generate money often have high levels and are difficult to attack. If this dungeon is not dealt with, over time, it will collapse and monsters will spill out of the dungeon. By then, even low-level monsters could pose a danger to ordinary people. She explained that initially, dungeons like this were often handled by specialized public hunters. However, due to the time wasting and inefficiency, especially with high-level dungeons in a place like this, the government had replaced it with a different method. Seo Jun cleverly guessed, is it the dungeon clearing competition? Park Seo Yun reassured him not to worry. Most of the monsters in that dungeon could be dealt with by the students. After all, the number of students attending the academy was large, and there was an abundance of manpower. When participating in the competition, the results would also reflect in that student's evaluation. He didn't know who had created this competition, but in his assessment, that person was very clever. Park Seo Yun asked, do you want to participate in this competition? She believed that with his current abilities, he would easily win the competition. Seo Jun thought it over and concluded, the prize reaching 300 million, while clearing the dungeon, he could also accelerate the lecture pace by defeating the monsters. Indeed, only fools would not participate. He happily agreed, alright, I will join the battle. Seeing him agree so quickly, Park Seo-yoon joyfully went to register for the competition right away. After this incident, Seo-jun also had a different perspective on Seo-yoon. He thought further. Seo-yoon pretended as if this competition had come to her naturally, but in reality, she had worked very hard to gather information about it so that he could earn some extra money. With enough worries about love, he was planning to participate in the competition. Seo-jun remembered that during the previous round, there had been some minor incidents, so this could not be taken lightly. Park Seo-yoon did not understand why she praised her student for being diligent today, even though she knew he was sitting still doing nothing. As for the young man, only 2 words echoed in his mind: "We'll win." "We'll win." Seo-jun asked about the procedure for the competition. Seo-yoon explained that the competition would take place over about a week. When the competition started, the government would provide participants with a list of dungeons. Participants just needed to confirm the list, then pre-book the dungeon they wanted to destroy on the app, and then go to eliminate it. However, they had to complete the pre-booked dungeon within 10 hours. Only one place could be pre-booked at a time, otherwise, the reservation would be cancelled. Seo-jun realized this was a way to prevent taking on too many reservations that could not be handled. Park Seo-yoon concluded that to win the competition, defeating dungeon as quickly and in as large numbers as possible would lead to victory. He also realized that the key lies in speed. Park Seo-yoon lamented, "That's why there's a joke that sometimes the gas price is even higher than the prize money." Seo-jun, looking foolish, said, "That sounds a bit difficult." Seo-yoon still didn't understand his point. The young man mumbled and explained, "We have to defeat dungeon and handle the corpses, but speed is the key." Seo-yoon was at a loss with this person, as she said, "You don't need to handle the corpses. The money from handling the corpses won't be much anyway." But wait, Seo-yoon panicked, "Are you really planning to handle the corpses yourself this time? Why is Seo-jun still stubbornly refusing to listen to the organizers?" "Where did it say that doing that is against the rules?" he retorted. Park Seo-yoon reiterated, "No, they aren't worth that much." Seo-jun still smugly laughed, "If we gather enough, it could add up to a large amount. Why throw away such regrettable things?" Seo-yoon stated, "The most important thing is still the prize money." He then said, "That's why I said it's a bit difficult." Seo-yoon fell silent again to give him time to think. After pondering back and forth, he realized that he should focus more on the rewards. Stubborn thoughts would not solve anything. Seo-jun recognized that he had been too hasty, so he cheerfully asked Seo-yoon about the rules of the competition again. Days passed like that, and the day of the competition finally arrived. Seo-jun looked at the screen to monitor the progress. Thanks to the relentless hard work, the progress had increased quite a bit. However, strangely, the progress of Chiron and Merlin's lectures had stopped increasing. He also realized that if his mindset only depended on seeing the milestone rise to 10%, then perhaps he needed to do something more distinctive. Park Seo-yoon approached to ask her student, "Have you downloaded the app yet?" He replied, "I've gone through the necessary things already." She said, "Remember you mentioned someone who helped you today. They are supposed to come help again, but they still haven't been found. Is it possible they can't find their way here? Because after all, this is a remote place." Seo-jun told Seo-yoon a little about that uncle. He said, "That uncle has an incredible sense of direction. In terms of this ability, he is no less than Sword Star. He has a very strong charisma." Park Seo-yoon was surprised when the uncle arrived right on time. The uncle seemed a bit shy and said, "There's no need to spread rumors all over the neighborhood like that." Seo-yoon thought the uncle would be late, but the uncle rebutted, "How could I be late? If I were late, wouldn't you scold me?" The muscular uncle asked, "What do you want me to do now?" Meanwhile, Seo-jun recalled a few days ago when he called the uncle and asked for a favor. It turned out that his request was for the uncle to help transport the bodies from the dungeon that he had eliminated, while also serving as his driver. Of course, Seo-jun would pay him appropriately. The uncle listened and found this proposal quite reasonable. He asked if Seo-jun could handle it, and Seo-jun replied, "Speed is the most important thing. Seo Jun thanked his uncle and talked about himself. He said that he would not need any help, his uncle's job only required dismantling the parts that could be taken from the monsters. Since this task required skills that only a specialist could provide, he wanted to ask his uncle for help. Seo Jun only trusted Uncle Manchul. The phone signaled the start of the Dungeon extermination competition. The three of them showed their determination. The two uncles set off, leaving Seo Yun at home. Seo Yun cheered for the two, go for it. Seo Jun found a truck and asked Manchul, they understand the rules of the competition, right? Manchul, being experienced and wise, could remember things after just one mention, so he assured him not to worry. As the two got into the vehicle and fastened their seatbelts, he said, so you know that the winner will be the one who exterminates the most Dungeon, right? In summary, speed is life. Therefore, there are two necessary conditions for this competition, one is how quickly you can exterminate the Dungeon, and the other is how quickly you can reach the chosen Dungeon. Seo Jun was holding his phone while explaining, this competition is mainly about the dungeons of first and second level monsters. Normally, the different forms of dungeons would mean different times to eliminate them. But in my opinion, it doesn't matter what the dungeon is like, the important thing is how long it will take us to get to the dungeon. Seo Jun handed the phone to his uncle to check the address and hoped his uncle would find the shortest route to the dungeon to help him. His uncle didn't think that someone as old as him would be doing this kind of work. Seo Jun joked, saying, they're much faster than GPS, aren't they? Manchin also recognized that he had to take responsibility. He told him, make sure to fasten your seatbelt. The two of us are setting off to hunt for monsters. Right at the checkpoint, the spatial gate opened. By the time they were looking for low-level monsters, there was also surveillance in that area. A woman in charge of the surveillance named Go Soo-jin was present. She was yawning because she had been woken up early in the morning to go to work. She looked at the spatial gate and murmured to herself, let's see, the newcomer who just entered is Kim Seo Jun from Academy Dream. Seo Yun, like many others, heard about this Hunter Academy for the first time. Seo Yun sat in a chair to observe and thought to herself that the young man seemed ordinary, probably taking about an hour. Go Soo-jin noticed that Seo Jun was accompanied by a muscular uncle around 50 years old, holding a can of drink. At first, Go Soo-jin thought this was an act of cheating, which made her feel confused. But when she saw that the person was just standing still outside, she decided to let things be. Seo Yun also thought this was just the driver. Suddenly, the space gate had some fluctuations. Before Seo Yun could understand what was happening, Seo Jun poked his head out and said, "Uncle, get ready to go." The uncle hadn't even finished his can of coffee when the young man completed his task. Go Soo-jin was worried that they would cheat, so she reminded them that this was an act of cheating. Seo Jun knew this was not right, but he gently said, "What kind of monster is so weak? I've already cleared everything." Seo Yun still looked puzzled. Seo Jun told Seo Yun, "Go check it out, I've taken care of everything already." Go Soo-jin stepped through the gate, and the impossible unfolded before her eyes. Monsters lay scattered on the ground, making it hard for Go Soo-jin to believe what she was seeing. The young men she had just deemed ordinary, who had only entered the dungeon for 10 minutes, had wiped them out. As for the young man Seo Jun, he was carrying a monster he had just killed on his back. Seo Yun, seeing this, couldn't understand what this crazy guy was doing. Go Soo-jin only saw him walking step by step and counting, 1, 2, 3. She thought he was insane. When bringing out the monster's corpse, Uncle Manchul also said, "Are you still doing that crazy stuff?" Seo Jun focused on his work, saying, "Anyway, I can't skip my assignment." Uncle was silent, surprised, and asked, "What assignment is that?" Seo Jun casually replied, "It's there, that kind of assignment." He even asked Uncle, "How long will it take to process this monster's body?" Uncle laid out his toy tools with some lowly girls on the table and said, "As you said, they are low level, and the valuable parts of their bodies are very few. So it will only take about 15 seconds per one." Seo Jun was overjoyed and said to his uncle, "Wait for me a moment. I will bring the body out right away." Go Soo-jin, just a guard, asked him, Wait, are you planning to handle the body? Seo Jun replied gently, that's right, is there a problem? Seo Yun also stammered that, there is no problem with this. The young man Seo Jun gradually practiced the exercises. His legs had just handed the body to his uncle to dismember and make money. Seo Jun hurriedly asked his uncle, where are you going next? Manchul said, in my opinion, this area is the best and safest route to move. Let's go. The two of them, uncle and nephew, carried on their shoulders the sacks of valuable monster flesh, then got into the truck to continue their journey, leaving Seo Yun in a state of bewilderment. On a fresh early morning, the judge at the second point was feeling delighted as he wished every day could be like this. He just needed to go outside, sit on a chair, and bask in the sun. Just as he said, I wonder when the others will arrive here. A truck, similar to a garbage truck, came rushing in and braked suddenly. Two people rushed into the space gate. Seo Jun stepped in, facing the skeletons. He showed no fear, and with just a whip of pear, the skeletons were reduced to mere bones. Seo Jun said to the uncle, I'll drop it here. Manchul gently extracted the marrow from these skeletons. This action left the corpse guard bewildered. I wonder what these two are up to. Seo Jun took on the task of exterminating the monsters, while Manchul dissected the valuable parts of the creatures. The two of them set off again to move to a new location, searching for more monsters. Before the corpse guard could comprehend what had just happened, the two had already disappeared. Upon returning to the headquarters of the competition, the manager asked Assistant Kim, have you finished the report for today's dungeon conquest competition? Assistant Kim replied, I have completed the revisions and placed it on the manager's desk. The manager said, you've worked hard. Then, he went into his office and took out the report to review. He saw a contestant named Lee So-yun who had conquered 16 dungeons. He remarked, this academy has always had a reputation, so it's no surprise that she has conquered so many dungeons. With this number of dungeons, she is likely in first place. But when looking at the report list, he discovered that a person named Lee So-yun only ranked second. He began to feel a headache. He thought, second place after 16 dungeons, and yet someone managed to clear 17 to take first place? The name Kim Seo Jun appeared with a record of 32 dungeons cleared. The department head could not believe his eyes, so he asked Assistant Kim, what's going on? Assistant Kim asked, is something wrong? He asked, is there a mistake in this report? Does this guy have the speed of a god to be able to conquer 32 dungeons in just one day? Assistant Kim confirmed for himself and replied, I have checked thoroughly, there are no errors. The department head was still surprised and asked, did he really conquer 32 dungeons? Assistant Kim said, that young man even cleared a dungeon in less than 10 minutes, and all the other dungeons were also cleared. The department head said, is this guy hacking the game? How can this be? Even if the student's level is 1 or 2, it should still take at least 30 minutes to clear one. If you add in the time for rest and moving. Others in the office began to doubt this result. Some suggested that perhaps someone had helped him. Another staff member said, I have checked thoroughly. He has not violated any regulations at all. The department head began to think about this young man and asked, which academy does he come from? Assistant Kim replied, it's a small hunter academy called Academy Dream, located in Yunpyeong, Guseon. The department head realized, a new academy? That's right, it seems that it's the academy opened by the nephew of the Sword Saint. Assistant Kim discovered, no wonder it sounds familiar, so it's that place. The two looked at each other with suspicion, thinking that perhaps the Sword Saint had intervened. Assistant Kim immediately reported back to the boss, I will check it out. At the academy, Lee So-jian was reporting back to her father. She said, I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry I couldn't get the job done. Her father scolded her, your failure this time has caused our school a huge loss. He also asked, 32 dungeons, do you think that's a number you can achieve? Lee So-jian calculated in her head, even if it takes only 10 minutes to clear a dungeon, if we consider the time to move between dungeons, is 32 dungeons feasible? This thought made her ponder again. Her father had said, I think it's possible if someone helps in silence. Lee So-yeon still didn't understand her father's meaning. He simply told her, just keep doing what you have been doing. After saying that, he turned his back. She was left wondering, why was he so satisfied? He must have had the intention of engaging in dishonest behavior from the very beginning. Her father asked, "Do you have any questions?" To briefly introduce this proud father, his name is Lee Suk-man. He is currently a former A-level hunter, the principal of Academy X, and also the father of Lee So-yeon. Lee So-yeon did not dare to argue against her father's words. She remained silent. Her father told her, "Don't be hesitant. After all, this world operates by chasing after benefits, and in the end, it's who wins and gains the benefits that matters. The process is not what is important." Lee So-yeon had once thought she would strive for her goals without needing anyone's dishonest help, and that she would maintain the integrity of her career. Lee So-yeon emphasized to herself, "Do you still think you have to be pure? How can being pure be foolish? Father thinks you won't be naive enough to make such a stupid move." She stepped out of the academy, reflecting on the words of a young man who had once spoken to her. The young man said, "Lee So-yeon, deep down, every professional hunter has something they absolutely cannot compromise." At that time, Lee So-yeon had thought, "This sounds so childish." She thought, who even thinks like that anymore? Hunters now are just in it for the money. The young man had cheerfully added, "If the world has become this way, does that mean I have to degenerate too? Just wait and see. I will become a professional hunter who can make everyone swoon." Lee So-yeon responded, "WTF, please go out on the street and say that. If people mock you, I would feel so embarrassed." The young man reacted, "Should I be embarrassed?" The words spoken during their training made Lee So-yeon nostalgic. Reflecting back, she thought, "It's sad that this young man has died." She angrily cursed in her mind, "If you're dead, don't show up in front of me anymore." She stormed off in anger. Meanwhile, the two relatives lamented, "Oh dear, there's not a single part of my body that doesn't ache." At this point, it was already late. Seo-jun told Manchul, "Uncle, you've worked too hard today." Manchul thought about having to do this every week and felt like he would die from it. Seo-jun saw his uncle complaining for the first time. His uncle shouted, "What? Try driving and thinking about the route at the same time. This is really brain-racking, kiddo." Seo-jun brought up the issue of money. "Do you think about how much money we've made today?" His uncle asked back, "How much have we made?" Seo-jun calculated that after deducting expenses and taxes, there was about 7 million left. If they split it in half, each person would get 3 million. But not wanting to take his brother's share, his uncle suggested a split of 7-3. He explained, "You are the one who conquered the dungeon, while I just moved them elsewhere. There's no reason for me to demand half." Seo-jun thought of his uncle, "I also helped break things down. This is extremely important, and we also have to consider the driving route. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to do this smoothly today." Manchul said to Seo-jun, "That's why I only take 3 parts, honestly, I only want 2 parts. Just do as I say, or starting tomorrow, I won't do this anymore." Seo-jun replied, "I understand. So 30% of that money is 2 million. Since there's a leftover, I'll round it up to 2,500,000, okay, Uncle Manchul?" His uncle shouted again, "Why round it up to that number?" Seo-jun thought about his uncle's efforts throughout the day, and he said, "Just consider it as gas money." Uncle sighed as he held a can of drink and said, "I know." While Uncle was sitting and drinking, the young man asked again, "But Uncle, it seems like you are not surprised at all, right?" Uncle replied, "Surprised? Surprised about what?" Seo-jun humbly responded, "No, I mean not about making money. When I raided the dungeon, you didn't seem surprised at all." Uncle calmly said while taking a sip of water, "Oh, that matter. I have seen it. I saw you fight at the academy before." Seo-jun was surprised because he didn't know when Uncle had come. He said, "You should have told me when you came." Manchul didn't want to put pressure on him and said, doing that would only add more pressure on you. Behind Seo Jun, there were always people ready to support him, like Uncle Manchul. Although he spoke a bit bluntly, he was always there cheering for him. He had taken care of an orphan who had lost his parents and had to bear a huge debt, yet he still became a solid support for him. Seo Jun suggested, by the way, Uncle, why don't you start a demolition company, make it a monopoly, it would be better with me around. Manchul found his nephew's words a bit nonsensical, but still replied, a demolition company? Where would the money come from to start? But have you really reached that level? Are you good enough to use a monopoly company already? Seo Jun replied, not right now, I mean later. Manchul, with his experience, advised him, take your time with that, don't rush too much. Seo Jun quickly thanked his uncle. The second day of the dungeon conquest competition had arrived. The two of them hurriedly got back to work. The gatekeeper shouted loudly, these are the ones who clean up the dungeon. Manchul found this nickname strange and asked, what's with that odd name? The gatekeeper explained, it's not meant to be strange. It's just that you don't only raid the dungeon, but also clean up the bodies of those monsters, so that's why we call you that. Actually, people have been talking a lot about the two of you lately. At first, I didn't believe it, but I've seen it with my own eyes. To make them comfortable while working, the gatekeeper said, in short, there are no other issues. You just need to do what you usually do. The ranking board for the 24th dungeon competition appeared, with the first position being Kim Seo Jun, with a record of 73. Lee Soo-jeon stood in second place, with a record of 36. With other unfamiliar names, it was clear that Seo Jun's achievements had far surpassed the average person. Seo Jun was determined, this time, I will definitely win. Manchul said, but remember, if you don't win, it will be really strange. Seo Jun now realized that his choice of companions was the right one. He told his uncle, there are only 5 days left, let's do our best, uncle. For a young man like Seo Jun, these monsters were nothing more than small fry. But for his uncle, even though he was quite strong, having to dissect monster corpses and find a way through every day was truly not easy at all. Manchul said, damn it, even if I die, you won't let me take a break, right? Seo Jun told his uncle, please try to help me. If we win, I will treat you to a big meal. Hearing his nephew's bold words, Manchul demanded the most expensive dish. Seo Jun confidently replied, of course, I will buy everything for you. Bring Soo-yeon, your niece, along too. I haven't seen her in a long time. Manchul laughed and put his arm around the young man, then we need to catch a big cow. Seo Jun looked at his phone screen, feeling that everything was going smoothly. The feeling was good, and at this rate, he was sure he would win. Suddenly, on the third day of conquering the dungeon, his uncle picked up the phone to check and noticed something unusual, handing it over to Seo Jun to take a look. Seo Jun held the phone in his hand, unable to believe his eyes. The locations on the phone had all turned red, meaning these places could no longer be booked. Everything seemed to have shattered the original plan. Seo Jun discovered that the nearby dungeons had also been cut by at least 1 point. No, I can't drive, he thought, this is a strange coincidence. The dungeons near him had just been fully booked. His uncle also caught a whiff of something unusual and said to him, it seems like someone is deliberately trying to hinder us. There really are too many obstacles in our way. Seo Jun remained undeterred. He said, nothing is certain yet. For now, let's head to any dungeon that hasn't been booked. When they arrived at a dungeon that hadn't been reserved, another problem arose. Uncle Manchul lamented, oh, it's the same here? In the end, the ranking for that day showed that Seo Jun still held the top spot, but the number only increased by more than 10 dungeons. Meanwhile, the girl Seo Yeon had increased by 61 dungeons. When he got home, Seo Jun picked up his phone and still wondered, believing this was indeed a bizarre situation. Manchul said to Seo Jun, it's no longer a surprise. It's definitely that second person playing tricks. Seo Jun wondered, we can find out who booked the dungeon through the app, but confirming that way is hard to be certain. First, let's try to get back to the organizers and see what happens. The uncle thought to himself, damn it, damn it. Seo Jun reflected and reasoned, even though I'm in the lead, there are still 3 days left. If things keep going like today, I might end up losing the championship. Seo Jun discussed again with the uncle, sorry, but we might have to leave the dismantling company for now until we can get rid of the remaining people. Manchul replied, alright. For now, winning is the most important thing. You don't need to worry about me. But no matter how fast you attack, it won't make up for the travel time. I'll try to find the fastest route, but if I keep being hindered like this, I'm at a loss. Seo Jun came up with a new idea and suggested, everyone, let's think about this. The next morning, many people gathered at one location. A man in a black suit told those around him, it's good for everyone to talk like this, but I'm really worried. If that Seo Jun manages to book the dungeon, then all the dungeons around here will be booked up. The young man in the yellow hat said, don't worry, that guy has already downloaded the game. The other person replied, just like yesterday, right? The guy in the yellow hat and the one in the black shirt were talking to each other, but why was that guy able to clear so many dungeons so quickly? The young man in the black shirt asked, what can we do? We're lucky to get such a good price. The man in the black suit said, everyone focus. He announced, the fast young man has already set up the dungeon. Remember, yesterday he set up all the dungeons within an hour's drive from his location. If we set up at the same time, it will raise suspicion, so within 10 minutes, he will attack the dungeon. Let's split up to set them up. For the other hunters, the most important thing is to place the money. He emphasized, remember to place the deposit, we will act on our own accord. Those who obstruct others often face setbacks. One of them, while checking his phone, discovered something and reported back to the man in the black suit. He still didn't understand, is there something wrong? The feeling of unease finally set in, and the young man asked the organizer of this operation, we just need to set it up like this, right? But the dungeons he set up are right next to the dungeon that Sojian set up. He couldn't believe his eyes, all of his plans under the direction of his superior have now gone off in a different direction. He snatched the phone from the young man. Coincidentally, So-Yun's dungeon was also close to the dungeon of the young man that they planned to harm. All the plans they initially had were realized when they found out that if the dungeons they had set up were attacked, their teachers would not have any gems to counterattack. One of them calculated, if So-Yun attacks now, when can we cancel the reservation? At that moment, one of them remembered the reservation rules for the dungeon, and he said, if we don't attack, we can't make a reservation for the next 10 hours, doesn't everyone know that? We are intentionally attacking the dungeon. The man in the black suit looked at his phone screen and shouted, damn! He couldn't believe his eyes, the plan was changing like this. At this time, So-Yun was still slowly eliminating the monsters in the dungeon. After a session, she got into the car and told the driver, it's done, let's hurry to the next dungeon. The driver was still stunned by the speed because she had only been in there for less than 15 minutes, So-Yun asked the driver, why haven't we left yet? Then she discovered that the driver was stammering, and the driver had to explain, well, actually, all the dungeons in the area have been fully booked, so I don't know where to go. This made So-Yun surprised, as she also realized, this plan may have been discovered. Someone announced, the ranking for the 4th day of dungeon attacks has been released, with Seo Jun in first place having achieved 98, while So-Yun has 73. Ha, I realized that my plan has been exposed. She thought, this time it's over, I'll be scolded by my father again. She also discovered, it turns out that the young man had also reserved the dungeon with her, preventing both of them from having a chance to participate in the dungeon. If this continues, she won't see her ranking. Upon returning home, thinking her father would scold her, Suk-man instead told his daughter, I know he has figured it out, but I didn't expect him to use. He then suggested a different approach for his daughter, just do what you usually do. The daughter responded to her father with a simple yes. The 5th dungeon conquest battle finally took place. The two of them were already waiting there. They asked So-Yun, you are the one, right? So-Yun knew that this time she was right, but she wasn't the person to meet. Still, she politely replied, "Who are you?" Manchul reported, "Who else could it be? We are all people in trouble here. The organizers want both of you not to get too deep with each other. If this rule is violated, you will be disqualified or warned." Sujan said, "Seo-jun, you came here today not wanting to fight. We are not here to fight. I have already booked that dungeon." Sujan inquired, "Are you Kim Seo-jun?" So-yun, unafraid of anyone, immediately responded, "You are So-yun, right? Regardless of who wins or loses, let's compete fairly. We must compete against each other." But this company started with good intentions. So-yun reacted to the statement as if implying, "Am I not playing fairly?" So-yun smiled charmingly, softly replying, "You should go somewhere else." She saw his figure walking away, and in her heart, she thought, how ridiculous. Is there really any good intention here? What kind of good exists in this world? So-yun's worldview was very negative. She believed that the species called humans are inherently selfish. No matter what they do, they evaluate based on their own interests. If it benefits them, they will do it; if it doesn't, they won't. In this process, there is no good intention or goodwill. So-yun, fueled by her resentment, approached the dungeon before her. "Let's finish this quickly and get out of here." After clearing out the monsters, she stepped out of the spatial gate. The guard reported, "That's surprising. I just heard rumors, but meeting you in person like this is truly impressive, very impressive." So Orion, maintaining her arrogant demeanor, still thought highly of herself. But when she glanced to the side, the scene before her struck her with absurdity yet was extremely convincing. The sight of two individuals, one shivering with weapons, the other using monsters to sit and stand. Seo-jun kindly inquired about his opponent, "Are you done attacking? You're faster than I thought. If you don't need those corpses, could you give them to us?" He appeared to covet them, while So-yun remained indifferent, as those corpses held no value for her. She had said, "Do whatever you want." Seo-jun encouraged himself as if gaining motivation, for the more monster corpses he had, the more money he would earn. He hurriedly dashed into the spatial gate to retrieve the monster corpses, stretching his legs while dragging the monsters behind him. Zion, meeting the young man for the first time, was unaware of his craziness and asked, "Why are you doing that?" Seo-jun replied, "There's a reason for what I'm doing. Cleaning up these corpses will earn money." The girl felt she had just wasted her time and abruptly turned away, recalling her friend's words, "Indeed, there's nothing in this world that can be called a good purpose. Therefore, there's no time to care about what's good." In an era where even dogs and cows can become professional hunters like this, being a professional hunter is just a job. So-yun's thoughts were greatly influenced by her father, who was obsessed with wealth and material possessions. Transitioning to a different scene, a thunderous explosion echoed, making it seem as if an earthquake had just occurred. The man holding the Kalia sword remarked, "Kalia said this is the level 6 dungeon. It turns out the sword saint just finished off a large dragon." He questioned, "But why is there a level 10 monster in here?" Kalia speculated, "At that time, it was clearly level 6, but now there are drakes inside, so there must be some mix-up." The sword replied, "It's not like that. He believed, the Order of Truth is pulling tricks because they want you to help the church eliminate the strong monsters without too much effort." The sword saint, annoyed, said, "Just like 30 years ago, those guys from the Order of Truth are always like this." Kalia defended, "I completely understand your thoughts, but we swore in the name of justice that we would not resort to any deceitful tactics." A person wearing a wizard's hat interjected, "You two shouldn't argue in front of me." It turned out that the one who spoke earlier was a disciple of the magic saint, named Young Ji-min. Young Ji-min told the two of them, "I came here to investigate what happened." Sword Saint, on the other hand, found her presence to be a nuisance, thinking that she was making a fuss. Young Ji-min recounted, "My master's health is currently not good. He is the only one who is old yet still healthy like that." Sword Saint knew that although this was a compliment, there was also a hint of mockery in it, so he retorted, "As far as I know, your age is not young either." Seo-yun the witch shouted, "I may be older, but don't speak like that. The three of them stood before the corpse of the monster that Sword Saint had just defeated. This girl reported, "I can clearly feel that unusual strong pressure. I think this is not a mistake." Young Ji-min inquired to get an update on the situation. "Did you not notice anything strange while fighting it?" "The Sword Saint didn't care much about this monster," the reporter said. "It's just a level 10 monster, what's so unusual about that?" Young Ji-min said directly, "Do you realize that saying that sounds really rude?" The top two people who loved the Sword Saint the most are the young man Seo Jun and this young Ji-min. The Sword Saint still firmly believes, after all, this situation is not a misunderstanding. Young Ji-min, however, did not think everything was that simple. She reasoned more carefully. "I don't believe that after defeating the Berserk Great Beast, incidents like this have never happened again. Even Kalia is suspicious. Could it be that other dungeons are experiencing similar situations?" The young lady which expressed her concern. She said, "Although the likelihood is very low, it doesn't mean it's impossible. The other two must also investigate this matter further. We need to recheck the lower level dungeons that the guild leader is measuring." At that moment in the afternoon, the two guards spotted a dungeon entrance. The young lady registered and asked, "Is that a dungeon entrance?" The other guard realized that the situation was not simple. It's very rare for two dungeons to appear together, but this is the first time I've seen three dungeons appear together like this. A young man holding an axe appeared friendly. "Oh, isn't this the dungeon I reserved? I thought this was my dungeon." Another guy immediately replied, "You're mistaken, that's my dungeon." The reservations for the dungeons had all been snatched up by others beforehand. The two of them angrily went home. Uncle Manchul shouted, "These bastards! Are you all crazy? The overseer is pocketing all the money. Why does it always happen like this wherever we go?" Seo Jun also felt frustrated as he realized that those who had obstructed him before had found new ways to hinder them. Seo Jun was closely pursued by the rich girl with a count of 87, while he only had 89. Park Seo-yoon, with a strong sense of justice, declared, "I am determined to demand fairness. Even if I have to borrow the name of the Sword Saint, I will make sure to propose it successfully." Suddenly, there was a notification from the phone. This news seemed to soothe the anger of the two of them. The notification stated, "In the case where the dungeon that the candidate had reserved is attacked without the consent of that candidate, the attack can be transferred at the discretion of the dungeon overseer." Seo Jun viewed this news as a form of consolation. He thought that even though all the dungeons had been taken over yesterday, having this announcement was enough. Manchul, out of concern for his nephew, also breathed a sigh of relief. They should have done this sooner. Seo Jun calculated in his mind that they would have no other way to stop him. But the reality laid out before him was beyond his expectations. A young man with a flat tire had blocked the road. Those people had apologized repeatedly. "My car broke down out of nowhere, please bear with me." The traffic jam lasted all day, significantly affecting the process of exterminating the monsters from the dungeons. In the end, the ranking order was reversed. Lee So-yeon rose to the top position with 111 dungeons, while he fell to second place with 110 dungeons. At this point, the three members of Academy Dream gathered again to strategize on how to turn the situation around. The teacher from Academy Dream reported that everything related to her had been denied. The captain of the dungeon management team would conduct a direct investigation. If anything, the investigation was already too late. His uncle, the driver, also realized that there was no time for an investigation. Damn it. According to the information that the young lady investigated, time is one thing, but from what I have learned, that rich girl is a member of the academy led by Sukman as the principal. Manchul still did not know who he was. When the young lady shared a bit, "He is an A-class professional hunter, one of the few recognized by my grandfather." Upon hearing that this person was a professional hunter acknowledged by the Sword Saint, Manchul wondered, is that person really that skilled? Park Seo-yoon, who lived with him and had met many people, also knew that this name belonged to a petty person. "But he has a wide network," she said. From here, Manchul realized that what they were doing had been obstructed by him. Park Seo-yoon lamented, "Fate doesn't care about anything, even if we investigate, it will be hard to uncover anything. If we do investigate, it will take a lot of time. Honestly, if my grandfather were to step in directly, it would be resolved immediately. Seo Jun knew that stubborn old man won't easily step in to protect us. Although Park Seo Yoon is his granddaughter, she still cannot contact her grandfather at this moment. Manchul is just the driver and the one who cleans up the monster remains, but he also laments, so what should we do now? We can't let the championship slip away like this. The three citizens fell into a state of deadlock. The young lady took the initiative to apologize to the young man first. Seo Jun wondered why the young lady was apologizing to him. Park Seo Yoon sighed, I can't help you at all. Seo Jun didn't think the young lady would blame herself so much. You've already helped me a lot, why are you saying that now? You've enthusiastically stepped up to help me, that's enough. Without you, the situation could have been much worse. Manchul also comforted her, the kid is right, you've done your best. The rest, I'll handle myself. He pointed directly at Seo Jun, saying, specifically, this kiddo will handle it himself. He wanted to boost his motivation, so he asked, have you seen how worried she is? Then don't hesitate anymore, say something. Have you thought of a way yet? Seo Jun revealed a sly smile. Whatever the plan was, it had already made the opponent furious, we've been surpassed again. What on earth happened? The subordinate reported, he must have placed the dungeon close to the dungeon, so we don't know where he set it up. Sukman scolded the staff, then we must stop him at all costs. The uncle and nephew came up with a plan. The uncle, sitting in a fancy black car, said, let's go. Seo Jun raised his hand joyfully, Uncle, I'm done. Let's move on to the next place. Uncle Manchul said, just bribe the supervisor, if you pump money into it, what can't you achieve? It turned out that Seo Jun's strategy was to have the young lady use the power of the sword saint to enlist a team of overseers. This team would be responsible for managing the dungeon and controlling cheating. The subordinate on the other side explained, because she is the granddaughter of the sword saint, I couldn't do anything else. Sukman refused to back down, saying, just because the academy is putting pressure on us, you want the dungeon management to take action? Use any means necessary. This time, we must win. If not, you will lose your life. At this moment, the scores of the rich girl and Seo Jun were very close, just one dungeon apart. The conquest numbers kept increasing, and finally, the results of the 24th dungeon conquest competition were finalized, both achieving 141. Right now, in the meeting room, the organizing committee of the competition is discussing who will take the first place. A heated argument begins between Park Seo Yoon and Sukman. Seo Yoon claims that the other side is engaging in dishonest behavior, but he retorts vehemently, what dishonest behavior? You're exaggerating. Just because of an unforeseen incident, you've hastily blamed us. That's baseless speculation. Park Seo Yoon can no longer bear it, slamming the table and standing up, baseless exaggeration? During the competition, how many accidents occurred, and you call those accidents coincidental? Sukman, having already lied to the end, also raises his voice and asks, do you have any evidence to say that? The organizing committee has to stand up to intervene, but the two of them continue to pull each other into a fierce argument, always ready to fight. To satisfy both parties, the organizing committee decides, we cannot recognize this co-championship. Furthermore, there is no evidence to suggest that the other side has cheated. Therefore, she is still eligible to receive the championship. Sukman feels overjoyed but tries to suppress it, turning to the organizing committee and saying, I have a proposal for how to proceed. The organizing committee has held the final competition. The champion of this round will officially be observed by the team leader of the dungeon management, Shin Young-suk. After confirming the presence of the two players, he began to explain the rules. He said, this round will determine the winner between the two of you. The rules are very simple, among the 3 dungeons in front of us, each of you should choose one to attack. Whoever finishes attacking their chosen dungeon faster and then attacks the remaining dungeon will be the winner. Seo Jun quickly responded, so that means whoever conquers their chosen dungeon first will be the winner, right? There's no need to attack the other dungeon at all. Shin Yang-suk had to say, you are correct. Initially, we intended to find a place with 2 dungeons, but after searching, we found no suitable locations, leaving only this one. This means you cannot disregard the other dungeon. He scratched his head and chuckled. In any case, you have to conquer both dungeons, as one dungeon seems too easy for you guys, right? 2 people stood in the same position, ready for this decisive battle. Shin Young-suk, the dungeon manager, announced that all dungeons were level 2 and equally difficult. Therefore, the 2 could discuss among themselves to decide which dungeon to attack first. Seo-jun, highly alert, believed that the likelihood of her having arranged the entire match in advance was very low, but he still needed to be cautious. He proactively decided which dungeon to attack first, while she merely responded blandly, "It's up to you." Seo-jun chose to enter the dungeon on the right first, while she opted for the dungeon on the left. This meant that the more challenging dungeon would determine who the winner would be. Before stepping into the dungeon, she said something to him that made him reconsider, "Don't feel too wronged." Seo-jun was about to ask when the judge raised his hand to announce, the 2 contestants should prepare and signal the start of the match. Both began to run into the dungeon. As Seo-jun ran, he thought about her words, wondering what she meant by feeling wronged and what she was trying to convey. However, he quickly realized that the prize money from this tournament was the most important thing. Therefore, he continued to compete without any further thoughts. As soon as Seo-jun stepped deeper into the dungeon, he noticed something unusual. Based on the surroundings, this was supposed to be the kobold dungeon, but at that moment, he couldn't even hear the sounds of them. He continued to venture further inside, but after 5 minutes, he still hadn't seen any of them or anything else appear. His instincts told him that something was off. Just as he expected, a roar echoed, startling Seo-jun. He realized that this cry did not belong to the kobold dungeon. Once again, he encountered a manticore, this time even more ferocious than before, no different from the previous one. It charged towards him, but with the aura of a main character, he managed to pause and understand why a level 4 monster was here. Was this dungeon miscalculating levels? Feeling a life-threatening danger, he glanced over and struck hard. With just one blow, the head of the manticore fell to the ground. Although he had dealt with the monster without expending too much effort, he hurriedly ran out of the dungeon. He knew he had eliminated it quickly, but the fact that his opponent was still fighting in a level 2 dungeon made him anxious and feel as if he might have been late. The moment Seo-jun rushed out of the dungeon, he thought to himself, she must be moving to the second dungeon. As soon as he met the manager, he shouted, "My dungeon has a manticore." The dungeon manager appeared surprised. "Why is there a level 4 monster in that dungeon?" Seo-jun, fearing the manager wouldn't believe him, pointed toward the dungeon and said, "You should go in and check." Shin Young-suk calmly asked him, "Have you dealt with it already, Seo-jun?" Seo-jun felt it was unfair and requested a rematch. Shin Young-suk, the dungeon manager, had to be impartial and gently replied, "I completely understand your request, but it is very difficult to cancel the match." Seo-jun still didn't understand what he was talking about. There really is a manticore. However, when the manager mentioned that contestant So-yun had not yet exited the dungeon, he managed to calm down. On the side of the rich girl, she had entered the dungeon for a while but had not yet detected any monsters. However, looking inside, we could see a much larger level monster standing behind her. Old memories come back. So-yun is bandaging her brother's wounds. Her brother complains, "You really are strong-handed. If you become a super hunter, defeating 2 monsters would be as easy as pie, right?" Seo-jun replies, "I can only speak. I went against our father's wishes, and that's why I'm like this." It turns out that in the past, her brother had lived contrary to their father's desires in pursuit of his own life goals. He wouldn't allow himself to do anything wrong and said, "So-yun, if you want to become a super hunter, don't compromise yourself." So-yun retorts, "Come on, what's so funny that you keep laughing? Do you know what people call you? They call you a fool." She further criticizes, "What's wrong with my brother doing a little bad stuff? In this day and age, being that foolish will just get you eaten alive. If you don't solve your own difficulties, just live like everyone else. Seeing her brother injured while helping others, she couldn't hold back her emotions and said, "What's there that can't be compromised?" A true hunter needs to wake up. Most heroes are old and dead by now. This is the era of super hunters. Those people are no longer relevant in this time. When hearing her younger sister scold him, he still showed his affection. He gently said, "Somewhere, there will still be good people." Seo Jun had to accept her brother's naivety. She just smiled and reminisced about the short time they had spent together. On a day when the rain poured heavily, So Yun heard news that her brother was in trouble. She ran towards the crowd gathering to see what was happening, recalling her brother's words, "One day, you will definitely need it." She pushed her way through the crowd, saying, "Let me through, please step aside." Before her appeared a tragic scene, along with her brother's teachings. The images in her mind were unclear. No matter the reason, she could not complain. Her brother had died that rainy night. The brother she cherished most in the world was no longer there. Her family also thought her brother was a fool, more foolish than anyone else. Upon returning home, her father, Sukman, not only failed to comfort her but also used her brother's death as a lesson. He said, Jin Su was a fool, he went to protect a complete stranger, someone who didn't know their place. Protecting someone else's life and then dying, truly a foolish and naive act, as people often say. It is these teachings that have turned her into a person who only cares about material wealth, ready to use money to trample on others. In the past moment, she promised herself that she would not be like her brother, that she would absolutely not live like her brother. Returning to the present, her level 2 dungeon is nowhere to be found. Only a level 6 dragon stands behind her. At this moment, the manager is still reporting, "That's right, player So Yun still hasn't exited the dungeon. You will still win regardless of the conditions. But is it necessary to fight again? If you still want to, I will consider it. As long as you clear the remaining dungeon, you will win." Seo Jun always thinks of others. Instead of advancing to conquer the second dungeon, he is worried about her. Based on what he just encountered, everything has likely changed from the beginning. At first, he thought she was playing tricks, but after seeing that she still had not exited the dungeon, he thought, she might also encounter something similar to what happened to me. At this moment, a staff member measuring the dungeon's frequency detected an emergency situation. The department head asked Manager Kim, "What's going on?" Manager Kim exclaimed, "The magic power measurement device is very strange. It was showing level 3 but now it's actually level 4. Is the machine broken?" The feeling of anxiety has raised many doubts in Seo Jun. He reasoned that if the dungeon is broken, it means that the magic power is being disrupted. If the wave of magic power in the dungeon is chaotic, the prediction index will change. If there is not enough time, the dungeon will explode and leave very serious consequences. The two continue to discuss, "Yes, I have been working for over 25 years, but this is also the first time I have seen this. The current situation is unclear, and more problems are arising." Shin Young-suk said to his assistant Kim, "Perhaps it would be better to call the elite hunters to investigate." He was about to turn to tell Seo Jun to pause the game, but he did not see him here. In the dungeon, So Yun was in an extremely difficult situation. She had almost no ability to fight back anymore. The monster that had killed her brother was right in front of her. It was a level 6 monster named Nerkura. Faced with its roar, she did not show fear, thinking that this was just the absurd appearance of a monster like in storybooks. Before it ended her, she still thought, "I will not be foolish enough to die like you." However, she could not die, because of the appearance of a handsome young man. Seo Jun came to save her. He temporarily pushed the monster aside. Standing in front of So Yun was Seo Jun, who was straining his muscles and putting all his strength into blocking its charge. She even asked, "What are you doing?" While holding the monster's leg temporarily, Seo Jun instructed her, "Can you move? If you can, run away immediately. I will buy you some time." The bull-headed monster struck down with a powerful blow. Fortunately, Seo Jun moved swiftly in time. While thinking of a way to attack it, he also realized, indeed, this is a level 6 monster, not easy to deal with. He jumped in front of it and poked its head. The monster roared in anger. Seo Jun successfully attracted its attention. It frantically attacked him with its claws. Although he managed to block the attacks, just one hit would send him to the afterlife immediately. As he thought, I have figured out its skill patterns and just need to avoid its deadly strikes. Seo Jun attacked right at its head. However, he was hit by its claw on the left side of his chest, causing a gaping wound. The monster flung Seo Jun aside like a piece of trash. A strong will compelled Seo Jun to immediately stand up, despite the pain and bleeding from his wounds. The monster roared to demonstrate its power in front of the two. Seo Jun, although exhausted, said, "Smarter than I thought." It seemed that there was no way to buy time any longer, and she still couldn't move. At that moment, So-yeon understood his feelings, and her gaze gradually became more affectionate towards him. She asked, "Why did you do something like that?" She believed that what he did brought no benefit, and she had nothing to do with him. So-yeon said, "You just need to participate in conquering another dungeon to win. What else? Don't think that doing that will make you a hero. After all, you only participated for the money." Seo Jun smiled in response, "That's right, I participated to earn money. You have no idea how much I need it." She had been saved by the young man, but still had too much pride. She angrily said, "Just go away and win. Do you think I will thank you for this?" Seo Jun saw her foolishness and coldly replied, "I absolutely will not listen to such nonsense. This is very wrong. Even though this is not the first time I have shown no mercy, there is no reason for you to die at all." As soon as he uttered these words, the image of her older brother appeared, as if he were telling her, "One day, you will meet someone like your brother." Seo Jun continued, "I can't think of any reason not to help you. More importantly, is there any reward more precious than saving a life?" The images of the gentle older brother also emerged to remind his sister that there are still good people in this world. But the monster was different, it only wanted to kill the two of them. After seeing the two of them talking for too long, it charged in with an angry demeanor. Seo Jun shouted, blaming himself for talking too much. The bull-headed monster did not give the two of them a chance to resist. As it rushed towards them, fortunately, Seo Jun remembered the teachings of the centaur. He once told him that the intuition of a leader and thinking are both important. However, most students cannot fully understand the meaning of this statement. What belongs to the realm of thinking ultimately means judgment. So surely there will be people wondering that the teacher had previously said that waiting until after thinking and judging would be too late. That's right, waiting to think and judge before acting would indeed be too late. But most people understand this to mean that one should not think or judge at all. However, I have already stated from the beginning that intuition belongs to the realm of thinking. Seo Jun has heard this lecture hundreds of times, but this time he has truly absorbed the essence of the lesson. The teachings seem to have seeped into him with the words of Sagittarius teaching him at this very moment. He seems to have understood the meaning of what Sagittarius said, it means to make intuition and thinking one. If judgment is not a feeling, then it is the unification of thought and feeling. Dying of hunger is the intuition of the talented. Seo Jun's eyes became sharper. He had dodged the first strike. Just after he avoided that blow, even though its claws had grazed his face, he could sense that he could see where its attack would go. Seo Jun felt a change within his body. His muscles became more flexible than ever, and he felt as light as a feather. When the monster attacked for the second time, he was still able to dodge it effortlessly by simply jumping up. Despite this change, he still sensed that he could not defeat it, he could only buy time to hold on until the professional hunters arrived. Seo Jun thought that the external management must have requested help from the professional hunters, and they would surely be here in just a little while. He just needed to hold on until then. He felt he could take care of himself. But when he glanced down, he saw So-yeon lying in pain, with one arm missing. He thought that she could not endure until that moment. His nature did not like to wait, so he decided to handle the monster himself. Seo Jun pushed off with his foot and kicked down hard as fast as a superhero. With determination in his mind, he thought, "Let's see me take you down." Accompanying his resolve, he also gifted it a skill called power to uproot mountains, spirit that overturns the world. The momentum enveloped the heavens and the earth. The monster seemed to understand that this was his final stand, so it used all its strength to retaliate. As Seo Jun plunged down to confront the monster, he felt that he had improved, his body more agile, but he still couldn't win. He knew that relying solely on the power to uproot mountains was not enough. In this decisive moment, Seo Jun channeled all his mana into his attack. He dove down, piercing straight into the monster's throat. A crack echoed as blood splattered everywhere. So Yun regained a bit of strength, opened her eyes to assess the situation, and saw Seo Jun standing in front of her, covered in numerous wounds. The monster had been defeated. It seemed impossible, but it had happened. Seo Jun, exhausted, fell to the ground. Fortunately, with the spear in his hand, he was able to lean on it to stay upright. Defeating the level 6 beast caused Kian's lecture index to increase by a full 13.1%. Other indices also saw growth, but the lecture index of the Buddha did not increase. He still tried to muster a little bit of his remaining strength to carry So Yun outside. He appeared very worried about her, fearing that she might die on the way out. He frantically pleaded, "Please, say something. Don't let all my efforts until now be in vain. I'm really anxious right now." Fortunately, the girl responded and was still alive, which eased Seo Jun's mind a little. Seo Jun suggested taking her outside because there wasn't much time left, especially with the wounds caused by the monster. Once outside, Uncle Manchul immediately showed concern. "What happened? Are you two okay? Did something happen inside?" Seo Jun just needed to call the medical team for help. He had asked his uncle to make a phone call for emergency assistance and request the medical team to come quickly. Seo Jun was still in a sitting position, while So Yun lay still on the ground. Even after being saved, she yelled, "I absolutely will not think of you as my savior, nor will I believe that you were wrong." Seo Jun ignored her complaints and said, "Feel free to think whatever you want. I didn't come to help because I expected anything from you." The medical staff finally arrived. They appeared very worried about the girl because she had lost quite a bit of blood. This matter has been reported in the press and announced, causing a commotion for a short time. A level 6-star monster has appeared in a level 2-star dungeon. The media has explained to calm the public, although there have been measurement errors in the past, there has never been such a significant discrepancy in monster levels. Of course, public opinion is very concerned and focused on the government associations. Other hunters have also begun to learn about the name Kim Seo Jun. They found out that this person had dealt with a level 6-star monster. They also discovered that Kim Seo Jun comes from the academy, a dream hunter. On the church side, there has been no announcement that the Apostles of Temperance are looking for her, Kalia. Kalia wondered, "The Apostles of Temperance are looking for me?" The subordinate replied, "Perhaps it is due to the disturbance that has arisen in Korea this time." Another little niece being cared for by the Sword Saint appeared very surprised and said to the Sword Saint, "Grandpa, I heard that the student who dealt with that monster this time is a student from the academy founded by Park Seo-yoon. Is this true, Grandpa?" The Sword Saint turned away and pretended to say, "If you are talking about that detestable name, then yes." The niece still did not understand why he referred to that person as a detestable name. Returning to the present, Seo Jun lay with his face down, crying in the hospital. He lamented where all his money had gone. Manchul asked, "Are you regretting your money?" Seo Jun was originally a fool. He always saved others first, did humanitarian things first, and thought about the consequences later. He believed he should have been the winner. When he picked up his phone to read online, he saw the news saying the prize money would be split in half. He thought, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Manchul asked again, "Then why did you step up?" Seo Jun thought about the moment when he would meet her again, playing rock paper scissors with her. Whoever won would receive that prize money. His uncle reminded him, "What does she have left with two hands?" She lost one hand because of this incident. Seo Jun believed that as long as there was money, that was everything. His eyes lit up. His uncle said, "Kiddo, you really have gone mad, to the point of losing your humanity?" He still thought in his mind, "I will find another way to play a game with her, to get that money back." Park Seo Yoon also came to visit him and said, "I'm here now." As soon as she stepped in, she saw Seo Jun and his uncle pulling their hair and lamenting, "I don't know either, hoo-hoo." She asked, "Is he okay?" Manchul replied to her, "Don't worry about it. He's regretting having to split the prize." Park Seo Yoon came here to visit him and also to update everyone on the situation. She reported, "Why split it? We won, right?" The two of them still hadn't grasped what was happening when she explained, "The rich girl has voluntarily given up her position." Park Seo Yoon added, "Not only that, her cheating behavior has been revealed, and she accused the academy's director, who is her father, of his brutal actions. The media is buzzing with reports that the director of an academy has engaged in cheating." Seo Jun recalled her words and thought, she once said that she wouldn't change her mind at all. He still didn't understand, why did she behave like that? It doesn't seem like her at all. The uncle said to everyone, "Could it be that she has something else planned?" Before she came here to visit her student, she had stopped by the hospital where So Yun was staying to check in on her. During their conversation, So Yun had said, "It's wrong to think that he won't change, but I also think that I was wrong myself." The young lady conveyed the message to everyone, but they still did not understand what she meant. Only Seo Jun vaguely grasped the meaning. Today was filled with good news. The young lady informed Seo Jun of an even bigger piece of good news. "Anyway, you have won the prize all by yourself. Moreover, the government is considering their responsibilities regarding this incident. They even exempted you from taxes on your prize and added 100 million more." Seo Jun's jaw dropped when he heard about the additional 100 million in prize money. Park Seo Yoon further warned him, "Don't get your hopes up because that is compensation for damages." For someone who worked at construction sites and collected dead animals to earn money, this amount was enormous, making it hard for him to believe his eyes. He even calculated the total, which could reach 400 million. Park Seo Yoon also announced another important matter: our academy dream has finally risen to the third position. In this situation, only the young lady and the students understood enough to celebrate. Uncle Manchul, however, was completely lost. Park Seo Yoon explained to the young man, "Thanks to this victory, you have qualified to be an evaluative factor. Although many powers have been elevated, the most important thing for you is that you can now explore the 4-star dungeon." This was also something he worried about. He thought to himself, "I will face difficulties when leveling up to level 3, let alone level 4. Two people exchanged sweet words of thanks. Seo Jun encouraged his young lady that perhaps she should take on new students besides him. Manchul asked him, in short, "Has the issue been resolved satisfactorily?" Seo Jun thought, she no longer plays rock paper scissors. Life has its ups and downs, and right now, it's on the upswing. He confidently invited everyone to eat, "Whatever you want, even the most expensive dish, it's on me." Manchul felt the warmth of humanity returning, while the young lady, modest and simple, just wanted to eat sushi. Everyone had gone outside, leaving only the person lying in the hospital bed. The financial matters had been settled, and they had eaten their fill. He pulled out his phone to prepare to become the king of shopping for weapons in the superlative store. Seo Jun opened his phone to check and saw that his account had 400 million. He examined each item he might buy. First was the Lance of Longinus priced at 100 million. After a while, he thought again, "I wonder if this item is on sale." But unfortunately, the price has dropped now. Later, when things return to normal, the price will go up. He felt a sense of fear. No matter how much I save, it never feels like enough. Seo Jun is equipped at a slightly lower price. The store displays two fake items. The first is a belt from Aphrodite. Using this belt can attract the opposite sex. Next is a rope used to bind fenrir, made from materials that do not exist in the world. This rope cannot be cut by anything. After seeing these two fake items, he still feels that the Lance of Longinus is the best choice. Thinking to himself, I must buy it. Seo Jun thinks back and forth, he still feels regretful about spending a large sum of money on a single item. But when he thinks about how genuine items can be worth hundreds of billions, while fakes only cost a few hundred million, he comforts himself, even if it's not genuine, it must have certain uses. He knows that based on the law of causality, each time he buys an item, the causality will be adjusted. The price to purchase an equipment could become higher and higher, or it might not be like that. But he wants to be truly careful so he doesn't have regrets. The important thing he can remember is that the store does not explain much about the items, only briefly mentioning their effects based on the content in Greek mythology. Seo Jun sank into his own thoughts. After all, items that are not mentioned in the mythology or that he is unaware of cannot have their true functions guessed. He did not blame himself for these items. If he did not know, then it was fine. Seo Jun thought about consulting someone who had experience using these items in the hunting community. He entered the search bar in the experience sharing forum for newcomers and began typing his query. After using the site, he realized he still did not have an account, so he could not post or comment. However, he could browse in viewer mode for reference. Upon reflection, he wondered why he did not have an account. The next 2 times he met with his mentor, he would have to ask about it. Suddenly, he saw posts from someone who had used 100 items from the shop. This person had previously used them and wanted to share their experiences for everyone to learn from. An account on the Academy had posted over 100 items they had used. They explained that they had also experienced using some inexpensive items from the superlative shop. They did not want others to encounter counterfeit goods like they had, so they shared some insights. Anyone with a limited budget but wanting to buy good items could visit their second-hand shop. They evaluated the items based on convenience, durability, combat effectiveness, and rated them on a scale of 10. Seo Jun looked at the list of over 100 items and felt a great deal of hope. The first item was a shield shaped like the sun. This shield had quite poor defensive capabilities, moreover, it served a decorative purpose to enhance its appearance. It featured various white patterns to increase the aesthetic appeal of the shield. He explained that the effectiveness of this item was to redirect attacks towards the opponent, also known as counterattacking. However, it had the drawback of requiring precise timing to successfully counter. After reviewing this item, Seo Jun felt rather discouraged as he believed it was not very valuable. He rated it a 2 out of 10 and thought that if given as a gift, it could be acceptable. He spent the entire day in the hospital reviewing the evaluations of over 100 items, and by the time he reached item number 87, he found this one to be the most special to him. The name of this item was a space bag. The author had previously purchased this bag and introduced it as simply a space bag for holding items. When items were placed inside, they appeared to shrink. He further suggested that instead of buying an item later at a higher price, which would also increase in value, it would be better to purchase it now, as that would be more beneficial. Seo Jun noticed that the space bag was made from adamantium, which gave it a very high durability. However, its weakness was that, being a replica, it did not perfectly reduce weight, estimating only about 70% of the ideal. The space inside the bag was also not as spacious as expected. Despite this, he rated it a 10 out of 10, believing it was worth the money. Seeing this review, Seo Jun immediately jumped up and remembered the goddess Hera from mythology, who used a similar item to confront Medusa. He quickly checked the price of the item, and the system quoted 100 million. Although it seemed expensive, Seo Jun did not hesitate for long, as he believed this item was very worth purchasing and would aid him in the future. Going into dungeons would become easier with the bag to store monster corpses. He even thought about going on adventures, saving a lot. Even though it had a small drawback of not fully achieving the ideal weight, with the essential items he usually carried, putting them in this bag would allow him to travel long distances without having to carry heavy things. Seo Jun was determined to buy this item. 3 days later, Seo Jun was discharged from the hospital and returned to social life. He held the splendid lance of Longinus in his hand and looked at the item, noticing the striking impression it made. The space bag he wore at his waist also matched the fashion style he loved. However, the unfortunate thing was that he had to start over from scratch because he had spent all of his more than 400 million. Seo Jun hoped that this bag would help him make money, but he had decided to buy it and felt no regret. Money could be earned back later. When Park Seo Yoon saw him, she exclaimed, "You just got out of the hospital, and you want to go to the dungeon again? Why not take a break?" Seo Jun felt completely healthy, so he just wanted to go out and earn money as soon as possible. Park Seo Yoon couldn't believe her eyes when she saw him had received the reward and now had spent it all, more than 400 million, and you've already spent it all in just a few days? She looked up at the beautiful lance that Seo Jun was holding and understood what he had done with that money. Park Seo Yoon quickly grasped the situation and thought that he must really want to try out the new item. She complained, "When I bought it, I didn't see you excited at all, did I?" Seo Jun just wanted to earn money through his own efforts and buy items he made himself, so Park Seo Yoon didn't offer any further suggestions. After a while, Park Seo Yoon led him to a new dungeon and advised, "Be careful. If anything dangerous happens, I will help you." Seo Jun entered the dungeon and looked around, seeing statues resembling little demonic figures of Satan. They are called gargoyles. The monsters here have a not too high attack power, but their defense is at level 4. Without hesitation, he decided to immediately try out the newly purchased items. He rushed forward, exerted a bit of strength, and attacked the gargoyles. These little demonic creatures have good defense, making it a great opportunity to test his lance. What left both of them bewildered was that with just one swipe, he managed to split the demon with level 4 defense in half, as if nothing had happened. Park Seo Yoon and Seo Jun were both surprised. Seo Jun looked confused, not understanding what had just happened. He turned back, wanting to ask Park Seo Yoon for an explanation. Park Seo Yoon still couldn't imagine it and didn't expect the lance to be that powerful. She felt happy for her student, because from now on he had a new, stronger weapon. Park Seo Yoon witnessed his progress firsthand. She saw that he had only practiced the basics, but the defensive monsters, even at level 4, seemed to crumble like dust before his strength. She couldn't understand how he could be so powerful. At this moment, Seo Jun wanted to try out the space bag he had just purchased. Park Seo Yoon still didn't fully understand and asked, "Aren't you too busy for anything? This bag is only the size of a fist, what can you possibly fit in it?" He tried to put the corpse of the monster he had just slain into the bag and bounced it up and down, checking how the weight had reduced by 70%. However, he still felt the bag was quite heavy. Seo Jun played around with it for a while and then threw the monster's corpse outside. Park Seo Yoon was still surprised by the power of the bag her student had just bought. She asked, "The money you just received must be quite a lot, how could you afford it?" She also inquired, "Where did you buy this weapon?" Seo Jun made up a story, saying, "I bought it at a pawnshop for hunters." Park Seo Yoon's eyes lit up and she asked, "Where is that trendy shop?" She leaned her face close to him with sparkling eyes. Seo Jun accidentally told a lie, so he had to keep his word. He fabricated a story that the shop was located in a quiet alley near his area, called a hunter shop. Park Seo Yoon was in a hurry to buy one for herself, but Seo Jun threw a cold splash of water. "We can't go now. When I went to buy it, the shop owner was cleaning up to go on a trip." Seo Jun rarely lies, so for some reason, this lie made Park Seo Yoon believe him. She felt suspicious, sensing that he was lying, but she had no choice but to trust him. Seo Jun told himself, "I'm sorry, young lady. I can't tell you the truth." At that moment, there was a disturbance in the dungeon. Rocks and debris from the ceiling began to shake violently. Seeing that the situation was not good, Park Seo Yoon rushed in to prepare to handle it, angrily signaling him to move aside. Seo Jun wanted to take this opportunity to test himself. Looking at the lance, he felt its power. It was much stronger than his old weapon. He still didn't understand why, when he slashed at the monsters earlier, despite their high defense, just a gentle stroke had shattered them. Seo Jun decided to try a remarkable skill to strike from a distance, with a skill named power to uproot mountains. Previously, in a larger form, he charged towards a horde of 10 monsters. Closing his eyes to sense everything around him, he placed himself into a meditative state and focused on the striking motion. In his mind appeared the words piercing break. He executed the preparation along with an extremely powerful blow. The monsters seemed to sense that something terrible was about to happen, yet they still chose to charge towards Seo Jun. He experimented with the lance but unleashed all the attacking power he had accumulated in a short period. The energy from the spear created an immense destructive force, causing the monsters to disintegrate into nothingness. The Academy's trainees, as if witnessing lightning striking down, still could not believe their eyes as the blow had created a vast crack. Legend has it that the lance held by the protagonist is also known as the Holy Lance and had once pierced the crucified Jesus on 10 crosses. Indeed, the lance that Seo Jun intended to test again produced a terrifying explosive power like that. Seo Jun believed that what he had just done was all thanks to the equipment, after consulting an article on the internet and purchasing what seemed to be essential gear. But a new issue has arisen. The problem remains money for young people, especially with only 25 days left to use the free study program for members. The young people motivate themselves to give their all in the next 25 days and immediately practice their leg exercises with enthusiasm. Park Seo-yoon told him that someone wanted to meet him. Sister Jimin asked if they could meet just once. Seo Jun heard this name for the first time and asked, "Is she your sister?" Park Seo-yoon reported back that, "She is just an acquaintance, or in other words, she is the disciple magic saint." Seo Jun still did not understand who the disciple magic saint was, and Park Seo-yoon explained that, "This disciple will be accepted when they are older, a genius among geniuses, recognized far more than others by the magic saint. He is actually referred to as the magic saint of the next era." Surprises keep coming one after another. Last time, the heir of the Order of Truth wanted to meet him, and now the disciple magic saint also wants to meet the young man to ask something. Seo Jun guessed that the young lady wanting to meet him this time was likely due to the appearance of the level 6 monster in the dungeon. Park Seo-yoon, concerned for his health, instructed, "She will come to see you another time, as you are not well right now." Seo Jun was worried about the upcoming meeting, anxious that it would be like his encounter with the Sword Saint, where the two of them would argue back and forth. The young lady reassured him, "Don't worry, she is not like that." Seo Jun then felt that meeting was acceptable, and the young lady took out her phone to send a message to Jimin about the date and time of the meeting. Just as she pressed the send button, the young lady arrived unexpectedly, appearing out of nowhere like a ghost. Park Seo-yoon was puzzled, saying, "How could she arrive so quickly after you just sent the message?" It turned out the young lady had come on her own because she could not wait any longer. She took off her glasses and asked, "Where is he?" "The one you always praise." As soon as young Jimin met him, she gasped in disbelief, "Is this teenager really a high school student? How can that be?" She approached him with an astonished expression and asked, "Where did you get that?" Seo Jun could not understand what the young lady was referring to. The young lady pointed at him and asked, "Where did you get that?" Seo Jun felt like he had just encountered a rude young lady, as she had been talking aimlessly for a while. Park Seo-yoon, sensing something was off, rushed to defend her young lady, angrily stating, "She's still young, so please don't take it to heart." Then Seo-yoon went to get a chair for Jimin to sit on. Park Seo-yoon explained her sister's personality. Once she becomes curious and interested, she won't care about anything else. Seo Jun looked puzzled. Could it be that person is? Seo-yoon cheerfully clarified, "Yes, her name is young Jimin, the disciple magic saint I mentioned earlier." However, from what he remembered, the disciple of a magic saint was around 40 years old. He had found this information online, but after meeting her in person, she still looked so youthful. Park Seo-yoon explained, "She often changes her appearance. To be precise, she still retains the look she had when she was younger." Seo Jun was hearing about this strange type of magic for the first time. The young lady happily elaborated, "It's not polymorph, where you completely change shape. I just recall the image preserved in a different form onto my body. It's not that easy to do. Jimin pointed at the space bag that Seo Jun teased around his waist and insisted on asking, "Where on earth did you get that bag?" Seo Jun looked at the bag and saw Jimin rambling. "What you mean is about the bag I'm wearing around my waist like this." Seo Jun took it and wanted to show it to the young lady. The young lady's eyes lit up and asked, "How can it be created?" "If it creates a twisted circuit, the space will be twisted along with it." He turned to ask his young lady, "Have you ever seen it, Park Seo-yoon?" Seo-yoon had to admit that if he hadn't brought it out for her to see, she probably wouldn't have known about the existence of this bag. She even asked, "Is this bag really that special?" Seo-jun gently said, "This bag is indeed amazing, but I'm not quite sure about it." Hearing this, the young lady got furious and yelled at the young man, "It's not amazing, it's terrifying, very scary." The young lady jumped around, sharing her out-of-this-world knowledge with him. "In this small bag, there are 4 magic bright sides working simultaneously. If it were just simple magic, I wouldn't mention it, but expanding space, reducing weight, and finally preserving images, oh my. Talking about doing magic, I can't even analyze how it could be done. Above all, what is this bag made of that can withstand 4 twisted magic circuits?" Seo Jun felt a headache. He had intended to show this young girl his lance of Longinus, but then he gave up. "If I show it to her, I don't know how she would react." Young Jimin really wanted to conquer this item. The young girl laughed loudly and said, "Sell this, I will buy it." Seo Jun just replied, "This is a bit difficult." The girl quoted a price of 56 billion, then finally decided she would pay 100 billion. Seo Jun was surprised. "Young lady, it seems like you are asking for a bit too much." Young Jimin confidently responded, "I'm not buying with my own money. I'm not saying I will give it right now, because I have to go help many other places. But anyway, I can find 100 billion. After all, this space bag was worth more than 100 billion. Seo Jun, based on the knowledge he had also heard before, a space bag that holds 30% of space is sold for 30 billion. If it is a bag that holds 70% of space, then 100 billion is not unreasonable. If it were someone else, maybe not, but with this young girl, she could prepare that amount of money. Just looking at her face shows her credibility. Seo Jun thought, with 100 billion, I can buy back this space bag and any personal lessons, or anything else I worry about will be solved. Seo Jun thought for a moment and then decided to tell the young girl, "I can't sell this." Park Seo-yoon didn't understand why he would do that, as she knew he was in desperate need of money. The young girl was also taken aback, wondering, why? "I think a valuation of 100 billion is reasonable." Seo Jun sighed and handed the bag to the young girl to try out. As soon as she touched it, the bag gave an electric shock, causing her to drop it on the ground. Seo Jun smiled, feeling a bit nostalgic. "You see, besides me, no one can use it. It turns out the system has prohibited selling this item to others." He held the bag in his hand and continued, "No one besides me can touch it, let alone sell it. You should give up." Despite that, young Jimin still hadn't given up. Even though she couldn't touch it, she was still curious. Is there something else on it? Not just 4 magic circuits but 5 circuits? It's truly a masterpiece. She, like many other curious people, asked Seo Jun, "Where did you buy it? Who sold it to you in the end?" The young lady even offered, "If you just reveal where you bought it, I'm willing to give you 1 billion. But Seo Jun threw a cold splash of water in her face, saying exactly as before, "I bought it at a shop, and the owner has disappeared." The young girl immediately believed Seo Jun's words, even though his expression was not very trustworthy. But compared to the attitude of the sword saint, she was still much better. Young Jimin requested to study his treasure. When Seo Jun hesitated, she said, "Yes, if I can study it, even if it gets damaged, it's fine as long as I can't use it. Let me experiment with a few things. Of course, I will send money." Seo Jun thought to himself, if in this case, it still belongs to me, then it should be okay, right? Thoughts began to emerge in his mind. If someone else uses this bag, it will react by releasing an electric current. But what if I don't transfer ownership, just help with the research? Not only helping others, but I would also get money for myself. Why not give it a try? Seo Jun decided that on the condition she gave him money, he would help with the research. He also requested to start immediately. Young Ji-min noticed that there were no research facilities here, so she asked him to come to the research institute later. She said, "I have things to do now, I don't have time." Then suddenly she remembered that she didn't come here to chat, but just wanted to meet him to ask a little about something at that time. The young girl was so engrossed with the bag that she forgot to ask Seo Jun about the three of them. The three of them sat down at the table to discuss. Young Ji-min was annoyed because she had not heard any news about the level 4 monster that was already in the dungeon and the recorded measurements had fluctuated. Seo Jun confirmed that all the information was true. The young girl then asked, "How did you manage to kill the monster?" He simply replied, "Because I was lucky." This answer seemed to not satisfy all three sisters. They questioned, "Lucky? What kind of luck can deal with a level 6 monster? If you can't handle the flaws from the beginning, there's no way to scratch it." Seo Jun humbly responded, "It's all due to luck." But in his mind, he knew best. The reason I couldn't destroy it was that I couldn't use the skill power to uproot mountains to fight it at that moment. Without Merlin's mana, I would have died at its hands. Recalling some questions from the lecture of Sagittarius he had heard before, Seo Jun had a few inquiries he wanted to ask the young girl. He asked, "Is magic and aura both derived from mana? How can one use mana? The issue is, how can personal will relate to the laws of the world?" The young girl, holding a cup of coffee, became serious and asked him back. The young man continued to ask, "Isn't the dungeon's flaw similar?" The young girl stood up, demanding Seo Jun to clarify further. Eager for her to explain it to him, he recounted everything he knew. Seo Jun believed that if magic and aura were considered phenomena arising from the manipulation of mana, then the flaws of the dungeon were similarly not different, were they? The knowledge from the lecture made him hesitant to share everything with the young girl, but in his mind, he frequently pondered the idea of breaking the rules of the world and the individual's will in using mana. When he related the current situation to the content of that lecture, Seo Jun ultimately concluded that the type of flaw in the dungeon was indeed a phenomenon occurring due to someone's will. Seo Jun expressed everything he was thinking. He believed that this was not something natural, but rather a result of the will of a particular individual. As soon as he finished speaking, Seo Jun felt a bit embarrassed for having just reasoned in front of a genius magic scholar. He thought this might be an act of never offer to teach fish to swim, so he quickly scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile, "Just listen for fun, okay?" Young Ji-min, transitioning from one look of surprise to another, stood up and asked, "Who are you?" She probed further, "I'm asking who you are. Are you a magic scholar?" Seo Jun felt that he was just an ordinary person, and he replied, "I just want to become an exceptional hunter." Young Jimin observed how Seo Jun explained the rules of the world and noticed that he distinguished between magic and aura in his own unique way. However, she was unaware that these were not Seo Jun's thoughts but rather knowledge derived from Merlin's lectures. Young Jimin felt confused, unsure of what to say, but when she remembered the spatial bag, she thought that Seo Jun was the one who created it. The two women sat facing each other at the table, both believing that the person in front of them was not an ordinary superior hunter but a genius magic scholar. Seo Jun still did not understand why she would say such a thing. A genius magic scholar who now had to go back to studying? He was just a young man who had recently entered the professional hunting field. Seo Jun felt unworthy of explaining anything to her. In fact, he was merely speaking based on his own thoughts, drawing from the knowledge he had learned from Merlin. To his surprise, young Jimin reacted so strongly. She eagerly asked about issues related to the origins of mana and aura. Seo Jun spoke at length about what he knew, even though he still did not fully understand. After a moment of reflection, Seo Jun realized that the lectures from the Superior Academy were naturally intended for the superiors. Ultimately, this knowledge exceeded the bounds of ordinary understanding and intellect. He thought, "Anyway, I don't have the desire to become an ordinary hunter." Seo Jun thought to himself, with the shallow knowledge I currently have, I wonder if it's okay? He felt as if he were in a classroom teaching her. Seo Jun considered, if teaching others is also a form of reward, then what if I were to receive tuition from it? While she looked at him, Seo Jun's brain was also working at full capacity to think of what he could say. He reasoned based on his knowledge. Of course, the spatial bag only allowed trading certain items, but sharing his knowledge could also be seen as a form of selling. Seo Jun wondered, could the knowledge I strive to convey be used for other purposes? To understand and apply the content of my lecture, it is not simply about following along, but truly understanding deeply and being able to apply it. Moreover, who would learn those things from someone who was still a student like me? He felt that teaching others was not an easy task. Young Jimin thought for a long time but still did not fully understand the concepts that Seo Jun was talking about, especially the concept of magic. Seo Jun felt that he had only learned 17.9% of the program yet was already so wise. Young Jimin stood up and said to him, even so, this is the first time I've heard of this. It's an idea that is utterly unpredictable. This needs to be studied more thoroughly. After saying that, she left, leaving Seo Jun sitting alone. Just then, Park Seo Yoon returned. In fact, she had gone out to buy some food, and before she left, young Jimin had said her final words, I will invite you to the laboratory later. Park Seo Yoon felt sad because she had prepared some bread in her bag for young Jimin, but she had left quickly. Seo Jun also recognized different aspects of young Jimin's personality, quite different from what he had seen in the media. In real life, she was always cheerful, optimistic, and eager to learn things she didn't know. Park Seo Yoon was not surprised, as young Jimin's personality was something that everyone who had met her in real life acknowledged. Sometimes, Seo Jun even wondered if she might be the next magic saint. He felt proud that he had already had the opportunity to meet both the disciple of the magic saint, Kalia, and the sword saint. This trio was truly not easy to encounter at all. Seo Jun was invited by a young girl to eat leftover food. He happily accepted and thanked her. While he was chewing, he thought that if it continued like this, even the greatest person would come to him in the future. After finishing a hearty meal, Seo Jun calculated and realized that the progress rate of the lessons was still too low. Indeed, thanks to the spatial bag, he could complete the tests quickly. However, if he used the remaining time to finish the course, it would not be enough. He wanted to complete another course before the free course ended. He made up his mind to earn more money so he could study for free and increase the lesson progress. He walked through the door and asked the young girl, "Are you free? I want to ask you something." Park Seo Yoon looked gloomy, seeming to be in a terrible situation, weakly replied, "What is it?" She mumbled to herself, "If there are more new students, I won't be able to teach them all by myself and will have to hire additional instructors. But if the teaching time is such that not everyone can participate in teaching, how much do I have to pay them? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Do I have to run to the system again?" Seo Jun had to get closer and tap the young girl's head for her to finally wake up, startled to listen to what he was saying. She anxiously asked back, "Did you call me?" Seo Jun couldn't understand what the girl was thinking, calling her repeatedly but not seeing any reaction. Park Seo Yoon confided in him, saying, "Actually, I am planning to recruit new students, but there are too many issues arising, so I am a bit worried." Seo Jun also had many worries just like her. The reason he approached her this time was for a purpose, and the main reason was still to make money. He asked her, "I just want to know if there are any competitions coming up? Not like the competitions at the academy last time or the recent dungeon clearing events. I need you to check if there are any competitions happening before the 20th. Park Seo Yoon took out her iPhone 11, carefully checking the schedule and reported back, "There is nothing on the 20th or around that date." These words made Seo Jun appear a bit disappointed. However, when she said, "Next month, it seems there will be a competition at the mock exam," he realized this was also a significant competition, but just a mock test. He had researched the format of this exam. It was merely a simulation of an official exam, held only once a year for professional hunters. If he missed this one, he would have to wait another year. Noticing the pressure of this exam was quite high, the academy's training hunters often held mock competitions for students to practice beforehand. Through his research, he also learned that there were 3 top students from Korea: Hunter Mills, Ale, Jaeon. In all 3 academies, each student can register to participate in the mock exam, so the scale of the mock exam is quite grand. As usual, the scores that students achieve in the competition mostly match the scores obtained in the professional exam. With a large number of students participating, the prize money for scholarships awarded to the top students is also substantial. The way to increase the lecture rate as well as to earn money lies within this mock exam. As long as one puts in the effort, many issues can be resolved. Unfortunately, the free study period will end next month. He had to scratch his head and, feeling disappointed, told the young girl, "There's no other way. What's meant to happen will happen. I will still practice hard until that mock exam takes place." Arriving home at night, he focused on listening to the lectures again. It was frustrating, not perfect, and could be disrupted and flawed at any moment. As the situation changed, the method also changed, and it had to be remembered. Intuition could exist independently of its own principles. He fully believed in the lectures he had learned and acknowledged, the extraordinary person is indeed incredibly talented. Currently, he was very obsessed with the results of this exam. He only thought, "This is just a mock exam, don't stress. So I need to pay more attention in the next lecture." Seo Jun thought he must have misheard because the system on his phone just reminded him to pay more attention in the next lecture. But it seemed he had heard the phrase, "The exam for extraordinary people also has a mock exam." The system introduced, all the tips or solutions to the difficult problems in the mock exam are contained in the instructional video. Hearing this, the young man immediately thought seriously, is there really an exam for these people? And there's even a certification saying that means there are certain standards to pass the exam, just like the exam for professional hunters? Is someone evaluating these things? This was also the first time he saw this advertisement. He also understood, passing this exam is like achieving 5th class sage or level 9 swordmaster. He thought before that they were just advertising for fun, but who would have thought it was real? He scratched his head and thought because he felt he had no reason to participate in the mock exam. He told himself, "I'm just not capable enough to take part from the very beginning." Then time was running out. So he pressed on the screen to speed up the lecture when a character appeared to give a lesson. The mock exam is getting closer, right? If you don't participate, why not try registering once to see what happens? If you just give up on yourself now and take pride in that, all of you are just a bunch of trash. Pay attention and listen carefully. You should follow my advice this time and ask these worthless insects. Seo Jun didn't believe it, he had just seen an advertisement, and he thought the video advertisement was really terrible. He was still busy remembering, he didn't know what lecture he had been studying recently. After a moment, he suddenly remembered, it could be the lecture of Buddha and Merlin, 2 important figures in the progress of the lecture. They appeared to remind him not to be obsessed with the results of the exam. He also realized, this was related to the mock exam. After a while, he sighed again, indeed, these incomprehensible things don't connect with each other at all. Feeling quite bored, he had to encourage himself. The young man took out his phone to check people's opinions about this exam. An author, after participating in several extraordinary exams, left a few lines of sharing. The older brother wrote, "Hello everyone, greetings to those who are just starting out. Surely you have all worked very hard to prepare for this exam. I also feel that I am not capable enough to participate in this exam. I don't know how many times I have participated anymore, it must be around the 10th time now. I hope this exam will go smoothly. I am also in the phase of looking forward to this exam. The results of the exam will change everything. I intended to ask for advice from the seniors, but I don't know anyone. Because I believe that even when asking for others' opinions, people will give different views." Seo Jun found his situation similar to his own imagination. He scrolled through his phone for a while to see the experiences this person left and realized, indeed, when achieving it, looking back feels quite normal. A line of text appeared from the ruler of the forest, wanting to show him something to improve his academic performance. Seo Jun finds improving his academic performance important, so he wants to give it a try. The next morning, he goes to the academy to prepare for practice. Before starting the training process, he carefully reviews the announcements from the previous day. Then he clicks the registration button to participate in the mock exam, but hesitates to press the agree button because he needs to think a little more. After some contemplation, he feels that if he doesn't participate in the first free attempt, it would be a shame. If there's a fee to participate later, wouldn't that be a waste? He decides to click the agree button and chooses a level 9 Swordmaster Warrior. The system runs a notification and provides a completion response, along with the following information: question set, difficulty level, and a total of 7 subjects. The scores will be distributed based on the difficulty of each question and each field. This is just a mock exam and may differ from the actual exam. The system continues to announce the first exam focused on combat ability. It requires him to answer correctly on the issues conducted in the next 15 stages. Seo Jun hasn't even had time to admire a girl's picture when the system is ready for him to begin. He also didn't expect the exam to take place in this way. He was uncertain. I wonder if there are all 15 stages, would they be based on the standards of a superhuman? Is the first stage level 5 or level 6? What level monster will appear here? If stage 1 is level 5, and each stage increases by 1 level, then fighting stage 15 must be level 20, right? Hearing about a level 20 monster, the young man felt scared. Well, since I'm in it now, I might as well go for it. He picked up his phone and pressed the start button. A huge surge of energy leaped out from the phone. Monsters from stage 1 of the trial began to appear. A small, cute monster emerged, with tiny horns, and the baby dragon grew a little bigger and bigger. The system required at this level was to defeat the Dragon of Destruction within a time limit of 30 minutes. Just 30 minutes to defeat a tiny baby dragon, Seo Jun thought, that should be just right for me. He felt, this dragon has real power, very different from the others. It was gathering energy from its throat to prepare to attack him. He thought, this dragon doesn't listen to me. He shouted for it to stop, do you know who I am? But it did not listen. Immediately, the dragon unleashed a beam of blue light as large as a building, charging towards the young man. Seo Jun had just participated for 2 seconds and already failed. He collapsed, rolling on the ground and crying, "Hobo, crazy, how can I catch it? Just look at this cute little dragon." He spoke with disappointment, "You said it's only stage 1. It's not stage 10, it's just stage 1. This monster used to measure combat power is already a dragon, not an ordinary dragon, but a destructive dragon." He lay there. If stage 1 has to fight against this cute little dragon, then by now, stage 15 will be fighting against gods. He thought of the superiors who had passed this test. Could it be that they have defeated even the divine? Thinking of other great individuals like Buddha, Jesus, and others, he felt like a tiny shrimp, a mere fly. He sighed, focusing on his own thoughts, pondering how to solve this. Earlier, he thought the little dragon's attack had destroyed the house, but the house remained safe and sound. Aside from himself, nothing else was affected. He fearfully looked at his phone and saw the notification. At least there is one piece of good news. The system informs him that he still has 10 attempts left. Could it be that with 10 tries he still can't defeat this little dragon? He wondered. He thought that trying 15 more times now wouldn't make much difference. But he had to try to know, who knew he might fail. He continued to move forward. The second time, he lasted 3 seconds out of a total of 30 minutes. The third time, he lasted 5 seconds. The fourth time, just 1 second, and so on. The attempts had gradually drained the remaining chances. He turned back 5 times, his eyes wide, knowing he couldn't win. The young man lay sprawled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "I'm so tired, so tired. I'm exhausted. I want a sister in a bikini to come and motivate me to practice the exercises." After that, the young man went to the park to walk, thinking that his fate was so miserable that even a professional hunter couldn't make it, let alone be exceptional. Now, to speed up the lesson, he had to deal with that little dragon. If not, it would hit him again, and he would meet his ancestors. He felt regret for choosing this trial training program. Now, wanting to switch to something else was not an option. At his most desperate moment, the system displayed a notification: "Would you like to hear the tutorial on how to eliminate the little dragon? But in return, you will lose evaluation points." He thought for a while and then brought the phone up to his face. The system displayed a tutorial lecture, including teachings from the Heaven Great Sage, an analysis of the characteristics of the destructive dragon Fenrir, and the 4 guardian beasts blue dragon that would teach him how to evade or not evade attacks. He held the phone and recalled a few names like Heaven Great Sage, wondering to himself, is this really the Heaven Great Sage? He thought that he could learn many valuable things from this, so he decided to press the agree button to view the lecture from Master Heaven Great Sage. Heaven Great Sage appeared and asked, "You are having trouble with the destructive dragon Fenrir, aren't you? Let me help you gently." He didn't know if this issue would assess others' judgment abilities, but he also warned that there would be some difficulties. He recounted, in the past, the talent of Heaven Great Sage had once triumphed, and the name Heaven Great Sage resonated for a time. He focused on the lecture, explaining that many students facing this dragon would also be worried like him. Seo Jun felt that in the past, he used to think of Sun Wukong as a foolish monkey. Sun Wukong explained quite vaguely, but he summarized that it was enough to just avoid its breath attack. Too easy, right? Too easy to understand, right? Watch me do it once and remember. He stood before the breath of the dragon and said, "Don't think about tearing that breath apart. If you can do it, great, if not, then try again in the next life." He said, the quickest way is simply to avoid it. After the dragon exhales once, you won't see it repeat for another minute. He remarked, "It's just a lizard." He began to swing his 17 cm long staff, with a source of yellow light emanating from it. The technique named the Great Sage, equal to heaven, emerged, and the first silhouette was struck down. The yellow light pierced straight through the dragon's body, causing it to shatter. Sun Wukong said, "Simple, right? You just need to follow along." Sun Wukong believed that this first stage was merely to further assess judgment ability. The harder it was, the simpler it became. "Alright then, I'm off." The lecture was truly easy to understand. Anyone who watched could do it, every household could do it, parents were proud, and the lineage was proud. The young man, after watching, fell into contemplation. He thought, well, I've listened to Sun Wukong's lecture. If I don't understand, then I will listen to the lecture of the 4 guardian beast blue dragon, perhaps it will be easier to grasp. He picked up his phone to watch the lecture and saw that it seemed he was summoning another dragon to continue his life. The author also stated that you just needed to watch and follow along. Seo Jun, after listening to the 2 lectures, still felt confused about what to do. He felt a headache. The instructor had one final lecture from Professor Siegfried. In fact, this lecturer is a famous hero in Norse mythology, renowned for the sword Bamung and known as the first dragon-slaying warrior. The first dragon he faced was the destructive dragon that he was currently confronting. The young man thought that this person must surely be the one who understands this dragon and its strengths the best. Since I've already listened to 2 lectures, it wouldn't hurt to listen to the last one. He clicked to listen to the lecture. This lecture explained things more concisely than the previous 2. He explained that the dragon's breath is the key point. The crux of the matter is whether you can avoid its breath or not. Just avoid its breath, and that's enough. He said, that's the whole way to fight. Seo Jun felt that this lecture was similar to the previous 2 and sensed that the time he spent was quite wasted. Just as he was about to turn off his phone screen to go to sleep, the lecturer continued, "If you don't understand after listening to the lecture, then let me analyze it for you. There will be 2 strategies as follows. First, the dragon will breathe fire when summoned. If you press the summon button and then run, the dragon will still breathe fire in that direction. That is the key point." He said, "Even though I already know, avoiding the dragon's breath is not simple at all. Many students find it difficult, so I will fly out to help the students." The instructor Siegfried said, "Listen carefully, prepare a block of gold. The young man, although skeptical, still went to a gold shop when the time came and requested to buy a gold bar, even knowing it could be fake gold. Holding a block of gold in his hand, he still wondered, will this work? I have to try to find out. After preparing the gold block, he took his phone and listened attentively to the lecture. The truth is that this dragon will be turned into a lazy dragon if blinded by gold. The instructor explained, it is a creature of insatiable greed, so it doesn't have to be real gold. Just prepare a living object with you. As soon as you summon it, throw the gold in front of it. It will not breathe fire the first time because if it does, the gold block will disappear. He thought, this method is really clever, playing with gold is better than using strength. The teacher teaches to play with gold. He has shown me a powerful solution. The lecturer said, alright, let's stop here. If you have any questions, go figure it out yourself. I'm quite lazy. Whenever I have free time, I'll occasionally tell stories about dragons for you to listen to. He felt that he had nothing to lose, so he decided to go all out and pressed the button to bring the little dragon back. As soon as he pressed it, the dragon appeared before him, as big as a school. The moment it encountered him, it immediately repeated its previous action, generating energy right in its throat and then breathing it out. The young man was so scared that he threw a gold bar in front of it, thinking it wouldn't work, but unexpectedly, as soon as he threw the gold bar, its eye was immediately drawn to the piece of gold. It ran over like a little puppy and picked up the gold bar. Realizing it was just fake gold, it angrily turned back towards him. The dragon had turned back and used its claws to attack. The dragon used its gigantic tail to strike the ground repeatedly, causing the earth to tremble. This time, Seo Jun's timing was slightly different. He managed to hold out for over a minute. Despite his efforts, he still couldn't find a way to approach the dragon. He wondered, why was the progress of Chiron's lecture increasing by 3.1% while he was just playing with the little dragon? Then he thought recklessly, should he make a full set of armor out of gold? In this new attempt, the dragon did not hesitate at all, launching continuous attacks right from the start. Seo Jun realized that dodging was already difficult, let alone counterattacking. The openings between the dragon's attacks were very few, and time was running short. When the dragon used its tail to strike, he quickly threw a gold ingot to divert its attention. Luckily, its attack veered off slightly, allowing him to avoid a fatal blow. But the dragon roared in anger, feeling as if it were being toyed with, which made it even more ferocious. Seo Jun recognized that this strategy had backfired, causing the dragon to become even more enraged. He decided to change tactics, throwing out more gold nuggets to capture its attention. One nugget was not enough, he needed more. Seo Jun thought, having more gold will make a difference. He decided to use the skills he had been practicing recently, called Tham power, to uproot mountains, a power drawn from the mountains in nature. When he saw the dragon focusing on its attack, he aimed right at its back, believing this was its weak point. Thinking he would pierce through its armor, he poured all his strength into the attack. But when the attack landed, the dragon simply roared as if he was just scratching an itch. It turned to look at him, and with just a light swipe, Seo Jun was taken down, lasting barely more than 5 minutes. Time and again, every attempt ended in failure, but Seo Jun still believed that he would succeed. Despite the failures, he found a small consolation, as the progress of the lecture on his phone was reported to have increased by a few percentage points. He was delighted, thinking to himself, this is the most optimistic moment of the year. Although the progress of the lecture was still far from completion and he had yet to conquer the dragon, he still believed that he could achieve both at the same time. A notification from the system appeared. Do you want to try again? You have 3 chances left, kid. Seo Jun resolved, doing bad things will lead to consequences. I can do it. He encouraged himself like a multi-level marketer. Upon returning home, Suyun asked, haven't you been to the dungeon lately? Seo Jun replied, that's right, I haven't had time to go out recently. For now, I'm focusing on training alone. The young lady wondered, I see you doing nothing, but you don't have time? Seo Jun had many things to hide and couldn't tell the young lady everything, so he just smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. The young lady also didn't ask further and said, "I'm going to prepare some documents." Soon after, the system announced some good or bad news. The combat course score of member Kim Seo-jun is below average, with a combat power of 4 points out of 100. Evaluation failed. Seo-jun exclaimed, "Oh, how delightful. So happy that I've already failed the first subject." But in reality, what worried him more was that his course completion rate was increasing more slowly than he had expected. He thought to himself, real combat is just one way to quickly awaken my understanding of the courses. From there, I can gradually understand the content I've learned, and when I apply it, the course completion rate will rise. There were only 3 days left until the trial mission exam would take place. Seo-jun thought, this time would be more beneficial if used to listen to lectures. With that thought, he was determined to complete each lesson he had learned, especially the basic physical training courses. The feedback system, happy. It made Seo-jun suddenly wake up. He thought, could it be that I will hit my head again? Seo-jun did not know what would happen this time. While he was still confused, suddenly a red energy orb gathered right on his left hand. He was surprised, huh? What is this? At that moment, another dragon appeared behind him. Looking at the gem in his hand, he thought, it looks familiar, just like in Dragon Ball. This mission seemed too easy, all he had to do was escape from the pursuit of a snake. When he turned around, he even saw it smiling at him. The system announced that he had 1 minute to escape from this snake. Seo-jun thought, too simple. He held the red gem in his hand and wondered, is this really primary energy? But phase 1 failed in just 3 seconds. Nonetheless, the system continued to carry out Chiron's lecture and Seongyu's lecture, and both were continuously upgraded. The third course he had to face was improvisation. This time, he had to either eliminate or survive in a state of lying still without moving for 10 minutes. Standing before the towering sphinx, he wondered, is there really a human inside? Of course, he failed this challenge as well. But after each failure, he would conduct a lecture, and everything would improve just a little bit. Next was the fourth course, a course on mana. This course would teach how to control the desires of Pungasari. This seemed to be the simplest task since he didn't have to fight. He gathered mana into his hand and transferred it to the mouth of a sow with a long snout. He thought that simply feeding it would suffice, but the pig was still not satisfied, it kept saying it was very hungry. After feeding it for a while, he felt exhausted and dazedly ran away, leaving the pig alone. Naturally, this lecture also ended in failure, but he gained a few more percentage points. The fifth course focused mainly on the mind. The system's requirement was that within a limited time, he would listen to a song from a siren for 30 minutes. A girl resembling a mermaid was playing and singing for him. He found her voice very beautiful and did not think of this as a challenge. He wondered, could it be related to the influence of not being moved that the Buddha once spoke of? He wasn't sure, so he tried to concentrate on the lyrics. He praised the mermaid, "Your singing is so beautiful, and told himself that level 1 was too easy for him, maybe he could directly advance to level 15. The fifth course is also about spirit. He just needs to listen to Mental Strength by Helheim for 30 minutes. This time, the girl sings a new song that gives him a headache. He doesn't understand why, but after finishing the song, he proceeds with the teachings of the Buddha and gains an additional 1%. After finishing the test, he immediately checks his scores from the mock exam. The results are quite disappointing, he fails every subject, even scoring less than 10%. However, regarding asset ratios, all indicators are very high. Seo-jun feels that if this continues, he will easily surpass both exams. He doesn't know what will happen after completing the courses or what he will learn next. But considering there are still 2 courses left to choose, he is unsure where to start. These courses seem too difficult compared to his abilities. He decides to take his time until the exam day to consider and make a decision later. In the meantime, he tells himself, well, I will find out eventually. For now, let's just wait. A few days later, he appears anxious, biting his nails. The young lady notices this and asks, "How are you?" He replies, I'm fine, thank you. And you? Ha ha. But inside he is still dazed because 3 days have passed without any announcement. There are only 5 days left in the free course. He is just a little bit away from completing the course. He believed that he needed to immediately return to the dungeon to practice. Compared to waiting indefinitely as he was now, going back was much better. He thought that even if there was an announcement later, he wouldn't care. Suddenly, his mentor appeared, which made him very grateful. The mentor asked, "How have you been lately?" The mentor chuckled lightly, "I guess I came back a bit late, huh?" The mentor's appearance was truly timely. The mentor inquired further, "It seems like you're still doing quite well?" He was bewildered, not understanding why the young lady had appeared out of nowhere, making him hide his mentor. Just before that, he had said, "What took you so long to get here?" Soo-yoon thought he was implying that she should ask, "Are you okay?" He quickly lied to take the mentor to another place, to the park where he often trained. The mentor stood upright in front of him and said, "I feel like if I weren't here, you'd still be alright, wouldn't you?" He wondered what he meant by being alright. The mentor sensed his anger and spoke frankly, "Actually, I checked Seo-jun's personal information. The results are quite disastrous." Seo-jun had already silently understood the disastrous results, but the mentor said, "Given your level, Kim Seo-jun, I feel that no matter what advice I give, it won't be very helpful. So I think you should focus on listening to the 2 lectures I suggested for you instead." Hearing this, he felt like crying. The mentor couldn't lie to himself, so he continued, "The free pass period is short, and my advice must help elevate your level to be meaningful." Seo-jun wanted to get angry with his mentor, but realizing the mentor was too right, he decided to remain silent. He accepted the bitter pill and followed the mentor's advice. The mentor nodded, sincerely apologized, and asked, "During the time I wasn't around, you studied hard, right?" He replied, "Yes, I studied like a dog." The mentor said, "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." Then he took out Seo-jun's Samsung phone to check. After checking, the mentor was astonished by the results. Seo-jun felt like the mentor was possessed, as the mentor's behavior was quite strange. Then the mentor said, "Oh, why is it like this? It looks so surreal, doesn't it?" The mentor discovered the lecture ratio and kept looking at his face. He gently said, "I watched 4 lectures at the same time." He also specified the parameters, affirming that the ratio of lectures on the screen was completely accurate. The mentor was still puzzled. How could you be so quick? If it were an ordinary person, going through the introductory phase would take at least 3 to 4 times longer. He replied, "I only spent 5 sessions." He further mentioned to the mentor, "I also registered for the Super Viet mock exam." The mentor was surprised, "Impressive, you even know how to register for the mock exam." The mentor felt proud that this inexperienced kid had registered for the mock exam and experienced it on his own. But today, taking the opportunity to meet the mentor, he also had something to ask. The mentor said, "Go ahead and ask." He continued asking about the elective subjects in the exam. "How should I choose the subjects for that event?" The mentor replied, "Just choose according to your wishes. But when checking your exam scores, I see you only have 4.2 points. The mentor also noticed an unusual point. Why is it showing that you haven't chosen while you are taking the exam? And there's also the issue of not having an ID from Transcension Academy. How could that be? There's no way that should happen. I already did it when I joined the organization." Seo-jun did not have an account, so he had only been in free viewing mode until now. The mentor picked up the phone and saw that he had never encountered such a situation before. The mentor said, "I need to consult the principal's opinion and will get back to you later. For now, just finish the remaining part." Seo-jun knew where the mentor intended to go next and was afraid of being left behind once again. He told himself, "I have to swim an effort to succeed." The mentor had a pouty expression and said, "But I will return right away. Reputation is everything. Whenever I finish dealing with the issue, I will come back." The mentor assured that he would return before the free pass expiration ended. Seo Jun felt a bit confused because there were some things he needed to ask, but the mentor had already left. However, he remembered that the mentor had said he would return before the free pass expired. A notification appeared on the system, allowing him to choose an elective subject. He decided to use his main weapons: sword, blade, lance, fist, legs. Strangely, while he was sitting still, not listening to the lecture but only viewing information, his lecture rate increased by 3.7%, rounding up to 100%. The lesson on Tham power to uproot mountains was also completed. This was a level A lesson. He looked at his palm and felt, I have comprehended everything. He picked up his lance and walked around, trying to show off to the girls playing, but then decided to roll up his sleeves and practice. Just a light swipe created a burst of energy. He himself was surprised. This is the full power of Tham power to uproot mountains. The system displayed a notification asking you to listen to the concluding lecture of Tham power to uproot mountains. A person dressed in green armor appeared and said, "Finally, the day has come for you to complete the lecture. I thought you would never make it here in this lifetime. Now that you have completed the lecture, you can use Tham power to uproot mountains freely. But do not become complacent, for Tham power to uproot mountains is merely the basics of the basics." He continued. To become an extraordinary person and walk this path, you must be qualified. However, there will surely be students who do not realize this. That is why I say, the way to upgrade from regular waste to reusable waste is simply that. You have not yet escaped the fate of being waste, but this is still something worth celebrating. He concluded. Now you officially have a way to learn that suits you. You must enhance this skill to continue on the path to becoming extraordinary, absorbing that path is incredibly difficult. You will continuously doubt whether this is the right path. The person in the blue armor affirmed, and there will come a time when you will want to give up. But remember, there is no correct answer to being extraordinary. There is no extraordinary, and all things that exist in this world do not have a correct answer. So you just need to firmly believe that the path you have chosen is the right one. Finally, he had completed the lecture on Tham power to uproot mountains by Han. The training session was over, and he walked home to meet Teacher Academy Park Seo-eun, who had given him some new information. She said, "It's nothing much. As I mentioned about the previous mock exam, within a week from today, they will accept applications to participate." I asked if you wanted to join. He happily agreed and asked her to help him register. This was also the issue he intended to ask her about when he met her. The young lady saw her student agree and immediately looked for a way to register him. Seo Jun, with hopes of soaring towards his dreams, knowing that the scores in the mock exam for extraordinary people were dismally low. But that was the mock exam for the extraordinary. The mock exam for hunters would be different. The power of Tham power to uproot mountains that I obtained after completing Xiang Yu's lecture, and moreover, now I also have the Lance of Longinus. He didn't know what level he was at. The young lady said, "I have completed the registration. If nothing happens, the competition will take place in 10 days. Seo Jun was doubtful and thought, am I now skilled enough to test my abilities against the young lady? When he saw the young lady asking him back, he switched to another question to avoid the issue. There's nothing wrong, right? The enrollment is still going well? He no longer had a high demand for increasing the lecture rate. Park Seo-eun appeared worried. Recently, I don't know how my new enrollment will turn out. I don't know what to do with myself anymore. When my niece takes in new students, even the Sword Saint will come looking for trouble constantly. He thought, next time I meet the Sword Saint, I will challenge him once. The young lady advised, I say that, but he is my grandfather, so I will find a way. What I am most worried about now is which instructor to invite. Seo Jun felt he was skilled enough to teach. He asked the young lady, what kind of instructor should I invite according to your requirements? The young lady replied, mainly I will teach, but I can't teach everything. Each student has their own personality, and I can only teach according to my own style. This is like opening a new horizon of knowledge for him. Before that, he thought being a teacher was very simple, but Park Seo-eun made him understand that every field needs a dedicated instructor. If a renowned person cannot be invited, then money must be spent to hire a skilled lecturer. He asked, "So how much does a well-known lecturer earn?" She replied, "Each lecturer is different, but once they reach a certain level, at least around 100 million a month. For those at the top, it can cost several billion." His eyes lit up when he heard this number. He thought, I could become a lecturer instead of being a professional hunter. The young lady still did not understand what his intention was. 3 days later, Seo-jun checked the results on his phone and saw that the score was too low. He even thought, if others looked at it, they would think I got a perfect score. He looked at the list of lectures, which totaled 4, but he had completed 1. He just needed to finish the second one. He thought, the free study pass still has a few days left, so it should be fine. The mentor arrived on time in front of him and greeted him. The mentor asked, "Why are you reacting like a log?" Seo-jun said coldly, "Didn't the mentor say that after I finished the lecture, I would come back?" The mentor stared in surprise. "Have you already finished a course?" The mentor didn't know what else to say, only shaking his head in astonishment. The mentor asked, "So, how have you researched that matter?" Seo-jun suddenly remembered, "Oh, I forgot." The mentor couldn't help but scold, "Anyway, it seems like something big is about to happen." Strangely, after the mentor checked the account and reported to the principal, the mentor still couldn't find any information about Kim Seo-jun. Seo-jun thought, this could be a serious system error. He asked the mentor, "How is it possible that there is no information about me? Did you check carefully?" The mentor was at a loss because on the site of Transcension Academy, there was no membership registration information for anyone named Kim Seo-jun. Seo-jun temporarily felt a headache. If according to the mentor, you are not a member of Transcension Academy, so how could you have been able to attend the lectures from the academy all this time? The meaning of the mentor is similar to his own. The mentor himself does not understand why things are happening this way. The Transcension Academy operates entirely on a membership basis, so if one is not a member, it is impossible to attend the lectures. Seo-jun anxiously reiterated, "The principal did not say anything special. Why did I hear that he received the report directly that day?" The mentor made a statement that caused him to become skeptical. Yes, he received the report directly that day, but the principal is also not clear about the specifics of this matter. The principal does not know. Seo-jun pondered, "In my mind, the principal is an existence of immense power, and that existence is not something that anyone can know just because they want to." Seo-jun believed, this could be a fault of the system. But after hearing this information, he thought, perhaps it is not, because the system of the Transcension Academy seems to have no faults, unless the cause and effect have been altered. The mentor continued, "However, that cause and effect, under any circumstances, will not change. The principal said there might be traces of someone's intervention, but we still do not know who that is and how they did it." Seo-jun worriedly said, "So what should I do now? Am I going to be expelled?" The mentor noticed that Seo-jun was very eager to learn and frequently participated in meetings, so he comforted him, "It's okay, it's just a misunderstanding. This issue has arisen from our side, not from Kim Seo-jun. It doesn't concern you much. So when I said there is a big problem, I meant we have a big problem, and you won't be forced to drop out. I already mentioned before, once you are a member, you are always a member." Seo-jun breathed a sigh of relief because he could still study here. He thought, there is no code, but I didn't expect that someone intervening would be even more serious. There must be someone intentionally causing this for some purpose, but I still can't know who it is, and why I was chosen. I'm just an ordinary hunter, living a regular life, nothing special at all. Seo-jun asked again, "Right now it seems there is nothing unusual, right?" The mentor replied, "That's right, just continue doing what you usually do. Until we find the cause and recreate your code, everything will be very difficult, so please understand." Seo-jun had always been in the role of a viewer of the lectures and practicing according to those teachings through real battles, so he was already accustomed to this. However, the issue this time could not be overlooked. The important problem now was that there were only 2 days left for the free course. Chiron's lecture was about to be completed 100%, making Seo Jun even more anxious because the free learning tickets were running out. He reported to his mentor to seek advice on what he should do now. The mentor simply said one sentence, "Of course, this is my job," and then explained for him to understand. First, to put it simply, the curriculum established at our Transcension Academy is divided into 4 parts: introductory, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Currently, you are at the introductory stage of the curriculum at Transcension Academy. From here, one can see how far your dream of becoming a talented person is, as you are only at the introductory stage. Seo Jun asked the mentor, "If so, when completing the advanced stage of the study program, will I become a talented person?" The mentor shook his head. "It is not that easy. After finishing the advanced level, there is still much to do. We only divide the curriculum up to the advanced level, and after that, our advice and lectures no longer hold value for the members. After completing the advanced program, you will have reached a certain level, and each person should have their own training method to suit them." He continued, "And it brings higher efficiency, especially in the stage from advanced to superlative. The stage from beginner to advanced is much more difficult. In other words, the later stage after advanced can be seen as a true beginning." Hearing the mentor say that the stage after advanced is the true beginning, he wanted to collapse and just stay home watching movies to relax. The mentor advised him, "Right now, you must get through the introductory stage while still choosing your main weapon. If you combine the free course that is about to end, then perhaps you will need to purchase another one." The mentor continued, "And if you purchase another free course, you will get to listen to private lectures and have the mentor personally consult with you." Meanwhile, advertisements popped up on his phone, announcing, "Just by practicing this exercise, anyone can understand, including 500 sets of lectures from Heracles." The system asked, "Do you want to register for the optional lecture? If you register, you will receive S-level divine power in martial arts to initially become a talented person." The system continued to ask for him to decide, "If you register for the corresponding lecture, you will receive the heaven ascending ladder in void path." The mentor pointed at the screen, "Choosing these 2 seems fine, give it a try." Seo Jun asked his mentor again, "Don't we need to practice mana and lance arts anymore?" The mentor replied, "That's part of the curriculum at the intermediate level, and if you want to study it, that's fine. But if you excel, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. In my personal opinion, you should learn them after you've passed the beginner and elementary stages, to have a solid foundation. Only then will you be able to learn many more things." Seo Jun felt that his mentor was firmly advising him to learn these things for a reason, so he responded, "I understand." The system was currently calculating the cost of joining the academy. According to the law of causality, the system displayed, with a cost of 2 billion, you can enroll in the academy. Seo Jun thought to himself, being poor and encountering a costly course. But he had no choice as he had never faced such a large sum of money before. The mentor advised, "You need to diligently collect 10 causality points regularly." Seo Jun asked his mentor again, "What exactly is causality?" The mentor explained, "Our academy uses causality for students to join the academy. Simply put, it's similar to a status." Seo Jun wondered, "What will the status at the academy help me receive?" The mentor said, "There is, but it's just a little bit. In fact, the lectures at Transcension Academy only serve to help students become talented individuals." The mentor fell silent, becoming more serious. The mentor continued, "Right now, the fact that I can stand here with you is the basis. Everything I can tell you has already been said. When you reach a higher level in your studies, you will naturally understand what my previous words meant. From now on, I will do my best to support you. Instead, remember to study diligently." Seo Jun, encouraged by the conversation, wanted to ask another question. The mentor was open to answering any questions if possible. He asked, "Are there other students besides me?" The mentor replied, "Of course, just look at the community and you will see." Seo Jun continued to ask, "But they exist in the same space as me, right?" His question struck a chord, leaving him silent. The mentor eagerly responded, Transcension Academy currently has many users who are students. Here, there are 4 students who have become talented individuals. This is the largest number among all the academies. Hunter Mills and other academies hold the first and second positions. He said, each student has their own unique courses and characteristics. People often think that if they want to learn magic, they should go to Academy Ale, if they want to learn about weapons, they should go to Academy Jain, and if they want to learn something unknown, they should go to Hunter Mills. It is often said that nothing special means there are no flaws at all. From this, one can infer that Hunter Mills has the potential to become one of the top 3 academies in South Korea. Finally, the day of the mock exam to become a professional hunter for Hunter Mills has arrived. Seo Jun and Park Seo Yun are together. Seo Yun said, please follow me. It will be more crowded later, so it's better to take advantage of this time now. The organizers also reminded the participants that the guiding staff would take a separate path. The atmosphere and organization were completely different from the previous academy tournaments. Seo Yun shook hands with a man, introducing, I am the instructor for the candidate named Kim Seo Jun. Seo Jun had researched information about this mock exam. This is a large-scale competition, so the investment amount is different. The top performer will win first place worth 1 billion. This amount is enough to buy a free course worth about 500 million. Over the past time, I have noticed that I have been diligently grinding in dungeons, but the amount of savings has not exceeded 30 million. He pondered, no matter how much I've saved, there are times when I just want to collapse. My mentor has informed me about some special lectures, but for now, the first thing I need to think about is money. I'm determined to win, even if it means selling my life to achieve first place in this mock exam. The staff confirmed the information and invited the 2 inside. As they stepped in, the crowd lining up behind them was equally dense, numbering in the dozens, or even hundreds. Seo Jun realized, this is truly a complicated exam. The young lady complimented, after all, this is Hunter Mills' mock exam. Now that we're here, I'm just a guide. I'll go ahead, remember to take care of yourself, kiddo, and do your best in the real exam. Seo Jun thanked the young lady and stepped further inside. Just as he took a few steps, he heard someone shout, can't you see others are waiting in line behind you? Who just runs across without any manners? Seo Jun slowed down a bit to see what was happening. He noticed a group of people arguing loudly. A blonde thug yelled, hey you, come here, I want to talk to you. The blonde man is named Kim Gang-chul, coming from Hunter Mills Academy. He appears indifferent, not caring about what the brash guy just said. The brash guy then growled, why isn't that guy in line? The event staff announced, sorry, but that person has priority entry. Some people in line began to whisper, is that guy Kim Gang-chul? A few looked around, trying to confirm whether that was really him. Just by glancing at the large sword he wore on his back, everyone was sure this was indeed Kim Gang-chul. This time, Hunter Mills had sent someone named Kim Gang-chul to participate, representing the hunters. On the side of Academy Ale was Lee Do-eun, and from Jaeon was Jin Dong-min. Everyone recognized that this trial exam from Hunter Mills Academy was the best ever. With Kim Gang-chul participating, Hunter Mills would surely make it into the top 3. This blonde man faced Seo Jun and intentionally bumped into his shoulder to showcase his strength. Seo Jun assessed that this was indeed a strong individual and a promising talent from Hunter Mills Academy. Before the battle even began, the crowd was buzzing with predictions about who would be the winner, and one person confidently declared that the winner would be Kim Gang-chul. He continued, as for Lee Do-eun and Jin Dong-min, those two are not to be underestimated either. In terms of ability, that blonde guy is at the top. I've even heard that he has someone from the Order of Truth backing him up. So why would I want to compete against him? The bespectacled person he was talking to replied, what about the trial exam of Hunter Mills Academy? Since we study at the same academy, you must know something about him, right? Unfortunately, the bespectacled person hesitated to elaborate. He simply assumed, even if they are students, we cannot underestimate the students of Hunter Mills Academy. The other person in the conversation could only scratch his head. In front of everyone stood a guy with a ton of weapons strapped to his back. Seo Jun noticed swords, lances, bows, and many other weapons dangling all around. Could he possibly use all of those weapons? Seo Jun wondered. This person said to the organizers, "I came to participate, I have my registration here. So let me in." The staff member, following the rules, asked him to line up before entering. The guy immediately got angry, shouting, "That person just got in without any issue, so why can't I? That person should line up like everyone else." The organizer explained, "Because he is a student of Hunter Mills Academy." He showed disdain. "What about other students? Is there any difference? Everyone else has to wait in line. Understand? You're wasting time, go back and line up. Others don't have time to wait for you." Two staff members from the organizing committee advised him to go somewhere else. He complained, "Where does that attitude come from?" Seo Jun thought to himself, the organizing staff is really impressive, working professionally. He noticed, all students from across the country are present here, and that guy stubbornly wants to enter earlier without lining up. A handsome guy with great hair was running on the track. His name is Park Do-suk, a very skilled runner. In other words, he is still an apprentice, studying at League 2 Hunter Academy. With a high ranking and capability, he could go to prestigious places like Hamster Mills. Even though he only studies at the academy, he ranks second among the students. All of this is simply because the tuition fee for the top students in South Korea is calculated in units of 100 million, so he has to grit his teeth and accept it. He goes to school to be able to earn a scholarship. People always comfort him by saying, "Better being the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon." But he does not agree with that statement. He believes, if you are the tail of a dragon you can at least compete with other dragons, but if you're the head of a snake, you can only compete with other snakes. That is why he always strives to break out of his comfort zone. This time, he has registered for the trial exam and feels very satisfied with this choice. Seo Jun is also running alongside him. He looks much less tired than him. This trial exam of Hunter Mills consists of 5 subjects, not essay-based. The subjects include basic mana usage, combat power against monsters, dungeon attacks, and combat power between people. The first category is a basic endurance test. The exercise is very simple, just run 3 km within 5 minutes and repeat. If successful, you will run another 3 km. If you cannot run, the results will be counted up to that point. The principle is very simple, just keep running back and forth until you are exhausted. In short, the decisive factor is how many times you can run. Park Do-suk was sweating profusely all over his body. Despite his exhaustion, he noticed that Seo Jun looked quite alert. He had run 15 laps, but compared to Seo Jun, he had not given up yet. He knew that human strength is limited, pushing too hard could lead to exhaustion, and then someone would have to carry him. Park Do-suk was so tired that he felt like he wanted to die, but when he saw Seo Jun's figure still running ahead, he just needed to surpass him. However, human strength is limited, and he decided to stop after 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Although he had stopped, he felt very satisfied because in his mind he had assessed Seo Jun as a person of dragon caliber. He felt to himself, he was just an ordinary person, so he was glad to have conquered himself. Park Do-suk stayed in place for a few minutes and saw Seo Jun continuing to run another lap. He thought Seo Jun would stop soon, so he casually raised his hand to greet him. Seo Jun ran past coldly, and Park Do-suk felt completely frozen. Upon returning home after the results were announced, everyone in the gym looked at Seo Jun who was training his legs. They did not know, could he be an ordinary person? Seo Jun was only lightly training his legs with a few tons of weight, causing the barbell to bend like a banana. The other contestants were all surprised. Does this guy possess the power of a god? Seo Jun felt that this exercise was too easy for him. Even during the run just now, he still felt it was too simple. He wondered if this was truly his real ability. After completing Xiangyu's course, he thought to himself that if he was already this strong, how much stronger would he be after taking Heracles' course? Just thinking about it made him excited. Heracles' course promised to grant you godlike strength if completed. In particular, you would have the ability to lift 3 sets of 500 tons at once. Seo Jun was immersed in his dreams, hoping to earn a lot of money. The other contestants advised him to rest in order to save energy for the next exam. Kim Gang-chul, after finishing the exam, did not feel tired at all. The event staff also advised him to take a break. As he stepped outside, everyone admired Kim Gang-chul, who had demonstrated abilities exceeding the standards in the competition. Top contestants like Kim Gang-chul, Lee Do-eun, and Jin Dong-min participated in this trial exam to showcase the strength and reputation of the largest academies in South Korea. Kim Gang-chul is contemplating the upcoming trial competition. A mysterious figure in a black cloak from the Order of Truth has commanded him, this time, participate in the upcoming trial competition and keep an eye on Seo Jun for me. You don't need to say anything, just observe what this person does. As Kim Gang-chul walks, he thinks, recently, the Order of Truth has supported me without asking for much in return. I believe that if they need help, I will assist them. However, he still does not fully understand this request. He wonders, who is Kim Seo Jun? About a month ago, it seems I heard this name during that chaotic dungeon incident. He remembers that he merely passed by. He also thinks, this person is nothing special. While watching the scores from the first round with everyone, Kim Gang-chul sees that Kim Seo Jun has achieved a perfect score of 100. Meanwhile, he himself is only in third place with a score of 89. He feels shocked by the gap of 11 points, not only in score but also in ranking. Kim Gang-chul also notices a name, Lee Min-yul. He angrily exclaims, which fool dares to take my ranking? Kim Gang-chul believes that if there is anyone better than him, he would definitely have heard of that person. This is the first time he has seen the name Kim Seo Jun. He wonders where this name has come from. Kim Gang-chul turns away, reassuring himself that perhaps some contestants only excel in certain subjects. He is determined not to let this situation repeat itself in the upcoming exams. However, the results in the next exam are not much different. Kim Seo Jun still holds the first position, Lee Min-yul is in second place, while Kim Gang-chul only comes in third. Contestants from the most prestigious academies in South Korea rank 4th and 5th. Other contestants look at the scoresheet with skepticism, questioning why Kim Gang-chul is not in first place. Kim Gang-chul recalls what the mysterious figure from the Order of Truth said, that he doesn't need to do anything, just observe. Finally, the day of the second exam, which involves using mana, has arrived. The instructor introduces that the test will be evaluated based on the number of attacks by striking the shield generator. Contestants must strive to use mana optimally to break the shield. Seo Jun stands under the stands, wondering if his lack of strength and mana will be a problem. Although he has grasped the basics of mana through Merlin's course, he still does not know clearly how to use mana, and whether that will be an issue. Each contestant took turns striking the shield. Then, the judges announced the name of the next contestant. Lee Do-eun, an extremely beautiful girl, stepped up. She had many fans lined up below. The judges declared, "You may begin as soon as you are ready." She prepared to gather a fireball right in her hand, then used her powerful strength to throw it straight at the shield. As a result, she scored a perfect 100 points in this qualifying round. The other contestants, who had yet to participate, turned pale with fear. Does she even know how to manipulate mana? Someone scoffed, indeed, when it comes to using mana, no one can match Academy Ale. Others argued, it's not just because she comes from Academy Ale. She can do this because she is Lee Do-eun. Seo Jun broadened his understanding and realized, this is magic. The judges announced that she could attempt again 2 more times, but she replied, it's okay. Next was the turn of the main character. He agreed to the judge's command and stepped onto the stage. Eyes met eyes, it seemed that Lee Do-eun found this guy interesting as well. Seo Jun thought to himself, let's see how it goes. The judges reported, you may begin as soon as you are ready. He thought he wasn't confident but still had to do it anyway. Nevertheless, the outcome had been clear from the start. Every action, every maneuver he made focused on generating mana from the lances. He believed it wasn't necessary to pay attention to the strength of the silver force, it was enough to create Merlin's mana. In his mind, the phrase "I will pierce it" flashed. He charged forward like a storm and struck down hard on the shield. However, for some reason, the shield broke in two, and the ground was torn apart. He not only damaged the testing machine but also created a significant shockwave that other contestants could feel. Lee Do-eun, standing nearby, was still confused about what was happening. She asked, "What's going on?" Finally, the results were announced. He scored a perfect 100 points, placing first. Meanwhile, Lee Do-eun only received 85 points, coming in second. He couldn't understand how he could shatter the testing machine with just one hit. He was skeptical and looked at his lance. He realized it was indeed high quality, as it had already broken after just testing its power. The tournament staff had called for repairs. However, even the staff couldn't understand why the machine had broken like that. In many years of work, perhaps this was the first time they had seen a machine break in such a way, so they hadn't prepared a new machine in advance. After everything, the results are calculated fairly, just like in K-pop idol competitions. Once again, at the top is Seo-jun with a score of 100. In second place is Lee Min-yeol, and in third place is the beautiful girl Lee Do-eun. The subsequent rankings belong to other renowned academies. Many spectators couldn't believe their eyes. The hunters from the three largest academies in South Korea ranked just below and were left wondering, who is this Kim Seo-jun that is so formidable? A young lady was also among the crowd to attend. Park Seo-yeon understood, if it's him, then this is completely understandable because he has been strong for a long time. Some even remembered the name of the person in first place. Is he the one who dealt with the chaotic dungeon last time? As soon as that incident was mentioned, everyone recalled, he is the one who single-handedly took down a level 6 Nerkuas. No wonder he must be a student of the Dream Academy, right? Instead of being delighted, the young lady felt anxious. Good for Seo-jun, because if it's him, he definitely has the potential to achieve first place. In the end, this mock exam is utterly meaningless. Even the training methods of the young lady didn't envision him reaching this level, with such an overwhelming gap. So, I wonder how this professional hunter competition will unfold. Both the department head and assistant Kim participated to observe the developments of this trial competition. The department head noted that the abilities of the contestants were far from ordinary. I must change the difficulty level of this year's professional hunter examination. Assistant Kim announced that there would soon be a meeting with the president of the association. Other contestants initially praised the name Kim Gang-chul, but have now turned their backs, as his ranking is lower than expected. The person opposite informed, "Then I have chosen Cho Lee Ha-yoon, not him." This person claimed that Lee Ha-yoon is the strongest, having been specially trained to become the ultimate weapon. Park Seo-yoon focused solely on her expertise and worried about her students. She asked, "Besides facing Lee Ha-yoon, is there anyone else?" The person opposite replied, "Even if this person participates, it is still uncertain if he can defeat him." The young lady looked at the scores in the third qualifying round and thought that her student's score was truly different from the rest. Upon returning to the resting place, Seo-jun was still in shock. Earlier, he suddenly felt physically stronger. This is also the holy lance that pierced Jesus when he was hung on the cross. Just from such a word-of-mouth story, it is enough to realize that its power is not to be underestimated. He thinks this weapon is truly legendary. He feels that holding this lance will lead to further advancement in the future. However, what is particularly special here is that he hasn't received any explanation beyond the story he was told. Earlier, he was thinking about Transcension Academy. They are indeed stingy with explanations for the students. He realizes that the Lance of Longinus can defeat the Mana Shield, or it may simply be able to shorten the distance. Oh, it's really confusing, he knows nothing at all. While sitting quietly to reflect, mature voices begin to sing, as if to tame the world for their own peace. The singing echoes increasingly in his ears while he remains busy resting. He decides he will buy another weapon to compare with this lance. He carries a pile of weapons on his back, happily hopping and singing cheerfully. Seo Jun wants to knock his head again, but when he sees the pile of weapons behind him, he realizes he is being impulsive by participating in this trial. As he is singing and turning around, he recognizes an acquaintance and runs over to greet him. "Are you Kim Seo Jun? It's a pleasure to meet you." Seo Jun politely responds and inquires about his name. He points to himself proudly and says, "My name is Lee Min-yul." The name is all too familiar, standing in the second position, Lee Min-yul. Unexpectedly, while he talks a lot, his strength is quite considerable. In his joy, Lee Min-yul babbled about some things. Seo Jun thought, is there something wrong with his head? So he explained, in what I said, if there was anything inappropriate, it might be because I didn't use honorifics. If that's the case, I apologize. Lee Min-yul replied, you don't need to be cautious. I'm a decent person, you can tell just by looking. Seo Jun still felt puzzled about what was going on with him, but seeing that Lee Min-yul was cheerful and enthusiastic like himself, he thought, maybe he isn't the type to go looking for fights. Therefore, Seo Jun relaxed himself as well. The judges announced over the loudspeaker, next is the Dungeon Raid Challenge. Everyone, prepare urgently. In this Dungeon Raid Challenge, Seo Jun stepped into a field full of low grass. He wondered, I think would believe that this is just reality? The fourth event in this hunter competition was very simple, the Dungeon Raid. The key factor for evaluation was the time taken to attack. While he was happily strolling around, he heard the footsteps of a creature he had encountered before. It was a pack of Nurkuas. Only about 10 of them, they howled and charged at his back. In the past, his teacher told him he was weak, but now he was strong on a different level. He moved lightly, like his holy lance, effortlessly severing the heads of the creatures. Seo Jun did not expect the lance to be this powerful. Even though he could increase the difficulty by 1 level, dealing with these bull-headed monsters was already terrifying. He saw one survivor rushing to attack him, but he managed to use his strength to fight back. This time, he had the ability to dodge after the previous monsters. The one he was facing was vastly different from the ones he had just slain, but he himself had changed and become much stronger than before. He recalled old memories. Only 3 months ago, he was still a nobody, worrying every day about his next meal, struggling to survive like today. He thought he himself was different, had become a student of Transcension Academy, met his young lady, and his life began to change from there. In fact, he did not intend to be complacent about this, but it served as motivation for him to strive harder each day. After handling all 10 monsters that he had previously struggled to kill even one, now it felt like just a physical training exercise for him. He was aware that his journey to becoming an extraordinary person still had many obstacles ahead. After dealing with the high-level monsters, he earned 100 standard points. Upon returning, he took a moment to rest, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. A handsome guy with beautiful hair looked at Seo Jun with a jealous expression and suddenly asked, where did this nameless guy come from? The one who said this was Jin Dong-min, ranked 4th, standing next to his beautiful sister Lee Do-eun, who was ranked 5th. She kept staring at him, while Jin Dong-min exuded a killing intent that made him ignore them. Seo Jun felt that causing a scene would only hurt himself, so he decided not to pay attention and focus on his own matters. He thought that reacting this way was much better. Lee Min-yul felt regretful because he thought he could have reached 2nd place, but in the end, it was taken away by the person in front of him. What Seo Jun was concerned about was the blonde guy standing in a corner on the other side. He knew this person had a very high sense of pride, but he was strangely silent. Lee Min-yul kept babbling, I thought I handled them quickly. How could you do it so fast? That's impressive. Kim Gang-chul stood in 3rd place, arms crossed in thought. Seo Jun praised him, you're quite mischievous, thank you. But you're talented too. Lee Min-yul replied, just speak freely, don't be too polite. He laughed like crazy again. Seo Jun asked, what is that weapon hanging on your shoulder? Do you know how to use it all? Lee Min-yul answered honestly without hiding, I haven't learned properly from anyone, and I just used whatever there was, so I ended up not having a specialty. Seo Jun felt amazed. The person in front of me, though seemingly stubborn, is a free contestant. He confirmed again, a free contestant means training alone. A free contestant can also be understood as someone who doesn't study at the academy, often those who lack money or talent. This was truly rare among the contestants. Seo Jun began to admire him. Having passed the top academies in Korea, he must be exceptionally talented. Seo Jun said to him, "Why not register as a student? With your abilities, you could definitely be widely recruited." Lee Min-yeol replied, "I don't like being tied down. Actually, I do have a teacher, but that teacher doesn't know they have a student like me." Seo Jun listened and still didn't quite understand. Suddenly, the event organizers announced some unexpected news. "We are very sorry, but there has been an issue." Everyone was eager to hear what was urgent, so they gathered around to listen. The organizers informed them that the judges assigned for this exam, due to an unforeseen circumstance, could not arrive on schedule. Kim Gang-chul felt dissatisfied and asked with a somewhat tense attitude, "What do you mean by that?" The organizer temporarily felt awkward about the situation but had to explain to calm the contestants and instructors who were competing. The instructors selected as judges for this competition, while on their way here, suddenly encountered a dungeon. After all, it is a 10-star dungeon, so they had no choice but to go directly to deal with it. A contestant in the competition asked, "So what about this exam?" The organizers replied, "Right now, we are in an emergency meeting. We apologize, and as soon as we have results, we will inform everyone immediately. Therefore, we ask you to wait a little longer." Other contestants also began to complain as they felt they had to wait to compete. Kim Gang-chul began to think a lot about the person from the Order of Truth. He remembered that this person had instructed him not to get involved in other matters, just to observe. This situation must have been orchestrated by the Order of Truth. He couldn't quite grasp how they managed to create a 10-star dungeon, but if it was the Order of Truth, they were entirely capable of it. The problem was that this could cause the trial to come to a halt. If things continued like this, Kim Seo Jun would become the winner, and everything would end in vain. Thinking that the Order of Truth had worked hard to arrange for this result was not worth it, Kim Gang-chul began to entertain the idea of going against their decision. He wanted to clarify further, so he asked, "What if we change the format of the trial?" His suggestion made the organizers reconsider. Kim Gang-chul expressed his opinion, "I feel that the remaining subject is individual combatability. If so, how about allowing the participants to engage in solo battles, one-on-one against each other?" Upon hearing this, the remaining contestants also began to inquire among themselves, and most of them nodded in agreement. The organizers felt, "Let's just let these guys finish competing to avoid further trouble," but there were several very difficult issues to address. The organizers explained, "The number of participants from Hunter Mills Academy this time is very large. If we proceed in a one-on-one format, it will take a lot of time, and we don't have that much time. Moreover, if we do it this way, there will also be issues with scoring." In the end, the organizers proposed, it would be better to wait for another judge to arrive. Kim Gang-chul felt, if we change the judge, then at least that person must be an A-level hunter or higher. "Can we find one right now? Most of us can't just wait here indefinitely." He spoke as if voicing the thoughts of the other contestants, so everyone else remained silent. The organizers were struggling with other pressing issues. Kim Gang-chul tried to persuade them, "Then how about using event organizations for this final test? Not all students, only those who want to participate can register and compete." The organizers asked back, "Event organizations, you say?" Kim Gang-chul expressed that this exam is being broadcast nationwide. It is being watched by the entire population, associations, and government officials. Because of this incident, the exam has been interrupted like this. Won't it tarnish the image of Hunter Mills Academy? The organizers reflected and found that Kim Gang-chul had a point. In fact, his intentions were not simple at all. He merely wanted to take advantage of this situation to eliminate Kim Seo Jun and subsequently elevate his own reputation within the hunter community. If the event could not be organized, the Academy's reputation would suffer severely. Kim Gang-chul aimed to use Kim Seo-jun as the focal point of attention, to divert everyone's focus to something else and give them something worth watching. Just imagining the scene where he would eliminate the top contender, he felt truly satisfied. Ultimately, according to Kim Gang-chul's plan, all of Kim Seo-jun's previous reputation would belong to him. Although he was certain that he would win the overall competition this time, he would be seen by everyone as the one who had defeated Kim Seo-jun. Jin Dong-min unexpectedly expressed his opinion. He felt that the words Kim Gang-chul had just said were a good idea, and he completely agreed. The three people from the top academies in South Korea shared a common thought that they could turn the situation around. Lee Min-yeol, known for his cheerful and somewhat arrogant personality, couldn't hide his excitement. He laughed loudly, "Ha, this is really interesting." Then he turned to plead with the top one to participate. Kim Gang-chul stood at a distance, observing the attitude of the top one. He successfully attracted everyone's attention. Seo-jun's opinion was important, and he offered his insight. From a certain perspective, this is an additional test. If they tag, there will be extra rewards. What are those kids afraid of? And thus, the fierce competition began. The organizers quickly announced an emergency competition event with 15 participants. Only the promising trainees from each academy would represent in this event. Under the stands, the spectators couldn't contain their excitement. They shouted, "Look at Academy Hunter Mills! And Academy Jaeon and also Academy Ale!" An orange-haired spectator said to the person sitting next to them, "I really want to have a child with Jack. He's so handsome." Not only that, but there's also Kim Seo-jun and Lee Min-yeol. These two can defeat all three major academies. The friend sitting next to him took out his 15 Pro Max to check and discovered that the news site was about to crash. What could be more exciting than watching live one-on-one matches? The first match was too easy. The tagged fighter was Jin Dong-min from Academy Jaeon. The second tagged fighter was Flame Magic Do-eun. The third tagged fighter was an unmatched powerhouse. That was Kim Gang-chul. Oh, how wonderful! After only tagging weak opponents, all three members of this academy had begun to think, "We will definitely defeat you," to show him the difference that magic makes in real combat. The golden-haired brother wanted to make Kim Seo-jun regret participating. Only the main character was sitting in the chair, busy calculating other matters. He thought about the prize. It should be around 1 billion, right? Besides the prize for the tagged fighter, if we tag the entire event this time, the total prize money could reach 2 billion. This amount could be enough for me to register for some free lectures at Academy Supreme. Calculating a bit, if I have 2 billion and subtract 500 million, I would have 1.5 billion left. The lectures that the advisor recommended to me are priced at 2 billion and 2.5 billion respectively. If that's the case, then I could attend those lectures sooner than I thought. He reflected and felt happy, but the prerequisite was that he had to fight in this event. In fact, in this competition, the three most outstanding people from that academy did not make him feel any difficulty or worry at all. He absolutely believed that he would not lose to those three. One of them seemed to be a stubborn yet humorous person, but his strength was very high. He felt, this person is the toughest opponent in this event, that is the student Lee Min-yeol. He himself is also in a personal combat arena with someone. Seo-jun used his reasoning ability and thought, in this world, there are many people who use various types of support weapons, but I have never seen anyone use more than 3 types of weapons. Normally, people should focus on one single type of weapon to enhance their combat power through proficiency. But thinking about him, it seems he has more than 8 different types of weapons. Could he possibly use all of them? Outside the arena, another opponent of Lee Min-yeol was falling into a difficult situation. When he first fought against him, the opponent thought his main weapon was a sword, but in fact, the main weapon was a bow and arrow. Lee Min-yeol's opponent moved in a zigzag pattern to avoid being hit by the arrows. When he saw the opponent raise the sword high to threaten him, Lee Min-yeol snorted, "Is that all it takes to fool me? Not a chance, my friend." The opponent delivered a powerful slash, thinking, "I will end the match here." But unexpectedly, Lee Min-yeol's reflexes were too fast. he easily blocked the attack and simultaneously knocked his opponent away. This moment made Seo Jun realize Lee Min-yeol's fighting style is very different from ordinary people. This person's fighting style is very brutal, not systematic like the three students from other academies, but rather free, unrestrained, and not confined by anything. Those who are not trained to become hunters often have a very distinct fighting style. Seo Jun felt, I also have a unique fighting style like that. He pondered, why does he have such a similar fighting style to mine? After thinking for a while, he concluded, he could also be a student of the Academy Supreme. Plus, the words that the advisor once told him, our students are everywhere. Our Academy Supreme has 4 students, where many students become the most talented individuals. Seo Jun felt, there are also people on Earth, but there are also those who are not. In the end, all 4 of them became individuals with significant status in society. Lee Min-yeol once told him that in fact, he had no teachers, but he was following someone he didn't know if that person considered him a student or not. Seo Jun thought back and realized it fit, believing that this person could be a student of the Academy Supreme. Students like Seo Jun only learn through videos, and the instructors have no idea who is watching their videos. While Seo Jun was pondering, Lee Min-yeol outside the arena had knocked out his opponent. Looking at the screen, Seo Jun predicted that what he thought might also be wrong, but he still had many things that raised suspicions. The referee announced, indeed, being second in the mock exam makes a difference, that was a completely dominating match in every aspect. Then he continued, now, the final match is the one we have all been waiting for. It features 2 competitors, one of whom is a disciple of magic, a talent with outstanding potential for the future. She is one of the brightest magicians in South Korea, Do-eun from Academy Ale. The audience erupted in cheers as they saw her image. The referee excitedly pointed to one side to introduce her opponent, the other is a student regarded as the heir of this era, who achieved a perfect score in the simulation test at the mock exam of Academy Hunter Mills, an unprecedented record. That is the student of Academy Dream, Kim Seo Jun. The referee shouted, let's cheer for her. Lee Do-eun is truly a brilliant talent. It's not an exaggeration to say that calling her a genius might still be an understatement. She is also one of the 5 strongest individuals at Academy Ale, one of the top 3 academies in South Korea. Her talent has been recognized by Young Ji-min, a genius magic master and also a magic scholar, who is the next in line to become a magic saint. It is rumored that in Do-eun's life, nothing is impossible. Lee Do-eun silently conjured flame magic around herself. She thought, the low ranking I had in the recent tests was due to the disadvantages of being a mage, which is why my rank wasn't higher. If this were the trial exam for Academy Ale, a test to become a professional hunter, then things would surely be different. But deep down, she also sensed the power of the person she was facing. Lee Do-eun unleashed her flame magic at Seo Jun, but her confident expression gradually turned into fear. She was taken aback when he casually swung his hand and split her flames in 2. Seo Jun also didn't understand, what just happened? What did I just do? The magic that the girl had probably honed over the years was now being treated like this? Lee Do-eun momentarily did not understand what was happening. She thought to herself, he just severed my magic, he must be using a special weapon. She believed that, the lance he is holding has destroyed my magic. Lee Do-eun felt confused as her magic, which was powerful and overwhelming, was easily shattered. She knew that, her opponent was not a magic master, so it was impossible for him to break her magic just with a weapon. Seo Jun reasoned, this is also the first time I have faced such powerful magic. I was curious about what it would be like to confront magic, so I swung my weapon randomly, but unexpectedly managed to shatter that magic. He wondered, does my weapon Longinus have some special effect? But in the end, what is this effect? Lee Do-eun was still bewildered, she called out loudly, hey. But Seo Jun ignored her, too busy thinking about the value of the reward. In the meantime, Lee Do-eun summoned her magic once more, the fire arrows converged and flew around, aiming directly at him. She was furious, channeling a massive amount of magic to create a barrage of missiles that surged forward to attack. Yet in Seo Jun's eyes, there was not a hint of fear. He gently turned his hand, using his power to push back the flames, causing them to rebound and strike at Do-eun's own forces. Lee Do-eun could not accept this reality, so she summoned even more flame magic to attack Kim Seo-jun. But with each strike, she realized, the man before her seemed to take her attacks with complete indifference. Eventually, she collapsed, lacking the strength to hold her weapon steady. Lee Do-eun felt as though she had lost all motivation to fight, and in a fleeting moment, she sensed that her opponent was on an entirely different level, one she could never hope to match. In Lee Do-eun's mind, the thought crossed her that her opponent could be a god. Seo-jun stepped forward, placing his weapon directly against her head and said, "Surrender, my baby?" Do-eun wearily replied, "Baby what, can I just lose already?" The match concluded, and the referee announced, the winner is Kim Seo-jun from Academy Dream. The next match quickly took place, this time featuring the second-ranked competitor against the fifth-ranked competitor in the tournament. Everyone was on edge, unsure of who would emerge victorious. Both of them charged at each other, starting a close combat. On one side was Jin Dongmin with an axe in hand, and on the other was Lee Min-yeol, wielding a sharp sword. Jin Dongmin felt that this was not like an ordinary fight. Even after just a few minutes of exchanging blows, he realized that the strength of his opponent was truly different. Lee Min-yeol suddenly used his left hand to pull out a weapon that launched a lance from his hand. Jin Dongmin was lucky to dodge it, but it took a lot of effort. Before he could regain his composure, Lee Min-yeol leaped in front of him, attacking with sharp claws like a mischievous little cat. Lee Min-yeol fought while enjoying himself, while his opponent struggled to defend. Jin Dongmin was facing significant difficulties, as he could not predict which weapon would be used next. A sense of fear rose within him as he saw his opponent continuously change tactics. Jin Dongmin realized that if this continued, he would be swept along by the rhythm of the battle without being able to take control of the situation. Lee Min-yeol closed in, delivering a left punch to Jin Dongmin's stomach. The punch was so powerful that Jin Dongmin collapsed to the ground, clutching his aching belly and dropping the weapon from his hand. At the moment Jin Dongmin collapsed, clutching his stomach in pain, the referee declared that the fighter tagged out was Lee Min-yeol. Jin Dongmin could not accept this result. He screamed for justice, demanding the referee to invalidate the outcome. The audience watching also felt that Lee Min-yeol's strategy, while somewhat within the rules, was still unsettling. Some people in the stands thought that simply tagging out was enough, and once tagged out, there was no need for further discussion. However, others put themselves in Jin Dongmin's shoes and realized that if they were in his position, they would also be furious. Seo-jun was currently resting in the waiting room, watching on TV as Jin Dongmin continued to yell at the judges, demanding a rematch and refusing to accept the result. Seo-jun understood that even if Lee Min-yeol did not change his weapon during the fight, the outcome would not have been different. As for Kim Gang-chul, he now understood the purpose of the Order of Truth when it requested him to simply observe from the sidelines. He deduced that not only Kim Seo-jun but also Lee Min-yeol was someone to keep an eye on. In Kim Gang-chul's mind echoed the voice from the Order of Truth, Kim Gang-chul does not need to do anything, just observing Kim Seo-jun's every move is enough. The ultimate goal of the Order of Truth was to have Lee Min-yeol and Kim Seo-jun face off against each other through this trial exam. Kim Gang-chul thought to himself, I don't need to get involved any further, as this event has likely been a success already. He also wondered, could it be that Lee Min-yeol is a member of the Order of Truth? Kim Gang-chul found it hard to believe that an unknown could defeat him, so he thought, that mischievous one must be some individual with hidden power. Otherwise, an ordinary person would never be able to defeat a student from the top-tier schools. The referee shouted like a monkey, announcing, this event has reached its final moments. The upcoming match is one no one wants to miss. The owner of strength as solid as steel, the pride of Academy Hunter Mills, is none other than Kim Gang-chul. As he stepped onto the stage, he still thought that he only needed to watch. The referee continued to introduce, his worthy opponent is Kim Seo-jun from Academy Dream, known for his overwhelming strikes. Kim Gang-chul felt as if he was merely a backdrop for Kim Seo-jun's performance. He gritted his teeth, determined that this match would not allow the Order of Truth to succeed. The referee announced that the event had reached its final rounds and invited the audience to look forward to the match. The referee said, "Next up is a match that you cannot miss." The strong as steel, the pride of Academy Hunter Mills, is none other than Kim Gang-chul. His opponent is someone who steps into the arena with powerful strides, a person who has swept away all obstacles in his path. Kim Gang-chul felt frustrated because from the very beginning, he was destined to be a stepping stone for his opponent. He decided to rebel against the order of truth, refusing to follow anyone's wishes, and instead, he would do as he pleased. With that frustration, Kim Gang-chul grasped his heavy sword, searching for an opening to attack. Seo-jun was not complacent either, he moved in response to his opponent to counterattack. Both clashed their weapons, causing the ground to tremble and crack. They both staggered back a distance due to the shockwave. Temporarily in a defensive stance, they tried to read each other's intentions. Kim Gang-chul felt, his weapon has no aura lance at all, yet it can block my entire aura sword. Not only blocking my path, but it feels as if my aura sword has no effect whatsoever. He thought that the opponent's weapon was just an ordinary iron rod, but it was not necessarily so. Based on what Kim Gang-chul had seen in the previous rounds, he was certain that the opponent had many weapons and had achieved high results in this trial. Kim Gang-chul jumped off the ground, thinking to himself, "I just need to be careful with the lance." Since the strength between the two sides was not significantly different, he confidently charged in like lightning with tremendous power, bringing his sword down. Seo-jun used his lance to block, his expression one of exclamation, "So weak." Kim Gang-chul remained resolute that he would be the one to win the match. The referee, seeing the Hunter Academy participant attacking continuously, shouted, "Kim Gang-chul is relentlessly pressuring, leaving Kim Seo-jun no chance to counterattack." Although using a sword, Kim Gang-chul can still attack continuously with incredible speed. His strength is truly formidable. Indeed, Kim Gang-chul possessed impressive strength. While blocking Kim Gang-chul's blows, Seo-jun assessed, "This opponent has overwhelming power compared to all the other students I have faced." Kim Gang-chul was still furious, wanting to reclaim his honor from the recent matches. He swung his sword down hard at the spot where Kim Seo-jun was standing. Luckily, Seo-jun managed to dodge in time. The missed strike created a huge crack on the arena floor. Seo-jun was both fighting and enjoying himself. He noticed that his opponent seemed to be frantic, but he had to admit that Kim Gang-chul was indeed one of the top 3 at the Academy Hunter Mills, not just in reputation. After dodging the previous attack, Seo-jun landed on the ground. He thought to himself, "Now is the time to show my true strength. I can no longer hold back, I have to give it a try." His eyes shone brightly with blue energy, and the aura surrounding his body was ready to annihilate his opponent at any moment. When Seo-jun entered a serious state, his opponent felt the pressure. Kim Gang-chul had not yet comprehended what had just happened when Seo-jun charged at him with incredible speed, using his lance to strike. Kim Gang-chul attempted to block, but he was too late to counter. He only managed to swipe hard, sending Kim Seo-jun flying back a distance. Seo-jun was now in a serious fighting stance, and Kim Gang-chul sensed that the momentum had completely shifted. Kim Gang-chul sensed 2 distinct states. The first state was like a calm wave, while the second state resembled a volcano erupting violently. Even the referee felt that the situation had changed. He unexpectedly explained to the audience, "I am not sure what has happened, but Kim Gang-chul, who has been pressing his opponent from the beginning, is now starting to be pushed back." After being pushed back, Kim Gang-chul had to endure a fierce pursuit from Kim Seo-jun. Indeed, Seo-jun struck Kim Gang-chul so hard that he had to find a way to retreat. Kim Gang-chul felt that his opponent's speed was too fast. Both powerful and swift, he realized that the strength of his opponent could not simply be described in a few words. However, when Kim Gang-chul observed his opponent's maneuvers, he saw that it was simply a matter of a weapons spin. What was noteworthy was the overwhelming difference in strength. Kim Seo-jun's direct attack pierced straight into Kim Gang-chul, creating a massive explosion and shrouding the entire arena in smoke. Kim Gang-chul managed to block this blow, but it also caused him to lose 50% of his strength. He could not understand how his opponent could wield that weapon so effortlessly. Standing before a person with greater strength, Kim Gang-chul knew that the weapon was not the main issue. From the very beginning, Kim Seo-joon had not used the aura lance. He imagined, if Kim Seo-joon had used the aura lance in front of him, perhaps this day next year would be his Memorial Day. Kim Gang-chul looked at the image of his opponent and associated it with a woman of terrifying power. He wondered, if this was enough to place him in the top 3 of the academy, then Kim Seo-joon's strength was truly formidable. This moment left an unforgettable impression on Kim Gang-chul, and even in his sleep, he dreamed of nightmares. Just like when he first met Lee Ha-yoon in his memories, Lee Ha-yoon turned to look at him with a contemptuous gaze and said, "I don't expect much, but you are just trash." Kim Gang-chul found it hard to face these things. He was filled with rage, believing that no one could treat him this way. Even those in the Order of Truth dared to look down on him? He thumped his chest and declared, "I am Kim Gang-chul, the junior of the crazy dog." Kim Gang-chul stood up, carrying a strong killing intent similar to Seo-joon. The two would have to face off once here, just once. Kim Gang-chul looked at the entire aura lance and the anger rushing toward his opponent, then cursed, "Die." In contrast to that anger was Seo-joon's calmness as he focused the aura lance into the lance of Longinus. A loud explosion occurred, and the audience was filled with fear. The fragments of the blade shattered into many pieces. Kim Gang-chul knelt down before Seo-joon and completely lost, lying face down before Kim Seo-joon. The referee joyfully announced, "The tag fighter is Kim Seo-joon. This opponent is still not a tough challenge for him." The referee informed the audience, "The one advancing to the finals is Kim Seo-joon." Lee Min-yeol observed the entire match between the two and felt happy and excited because he would be the one fighting in the final against Kim Seo-joon. The audience took out their phones to record videos, many unable to believe their eyes when an unknown person defeated a very strong opponent. Some even speculated, Kim Seo-joon is a member of the organizing committee. While others felt, the weapon he holds is truly impressive. One person asked, "Who will be the next to fight Kim Seo-joon in the finals?" The friend who was talking shouted back, "Have you been sleeping this whole time?" Of course, it's Lee Min-yeol. The three names Kim Gang-chul, Jin Dong-min, and Lee Do-eun have all been eliminated, so there's no one else left. The match is resumed. The referee announces, "We have kept you waiting for a long time. Finally, what we have all been waiting for, the final match, has arrived. Can you guess who will win the championship right after this?" This is a showdown between two talented individuals, who have surpassed even the elite students of Academy Jaeon, Academy Hunter Mills, and Academy Ale. Lee Min-yeol is not worried at all about fighting his opponent, Kim Seo-joon. He expresses his respect for Seo-joon and is also surprised that the two of them will face each other in the finals. Lee Min-yeol guesses that Kim Seo-joon must be very curious about him. Seo-joon gets straight to the point. Before fighting his opponent, he wants to clarify, "You said you have never learned martial arts from anyone. So why does Lee Min-yeol seem so naive? After all, I wonder if my teacher knows that I am his student." Seo-joon asks a critical question, "Do I know the teacher you mentioned?" This question makes Lee Min-yeol more cautious. He asks back, "Why does Seo-joon know about this?" Seo-joon has now become more confident. He asserts, "Perhaps I know this person." Lee Min-yeol felt anxious, a moment of fear because he did not understand why his opponent knew about the person teaching him. He suspected that the opponent might be lying. After a few questions, Seo-joon also concluded that the opponent in front of him was likely a student of Academy Supreme. But upon further reflection, he realized that it might not be the case. Seo-joon considered the possibility, if Lee Min-yeol was a student, he would react by saying it was a misunderstanding. However, based on Lee Min-yeol's actions, Seo-joon felt like himself, it was possible that he was also a student listening to lectures from Academy Supreme. If that were true, the situation would completely change. Seo-joon realized that if the person in front of him was a student, it would not change anything. He was unsure whether this person was on his side or not, so from now on, he regarded Lee Min-yeol as his competitor. At first, Seo-joon thought that if he discovered this person was studying at Academy Supreme, they would be allies. But now he thought that he should not rush, as it could lead to failure. Seo Jun still wanted to ask the other party a few more questions, but the referee announced that the battle between the two would not require further introduction. Through the trial exam in this event, which name would be the one celebrated by everyone? Stay tuned. Seo Jun whispered, "If your teacher is someone I know, then he must be a person of extraordinary rank, right?" Lee Min-yeol was still in shock. He wondered, how does the person in front of me know about this? Despite the referee announcing that the outcome of the match between the two was unpredictable, both continued to converse. Lee Min-yeol asked for Seo Jun's identity. "Who exactly are you?" Seo Jun considered, "After all, we have to fight each other." He made a proposal. He suggested, "The loser of this match will have to answer one question from the winner." "What do you think?" As the cheers and encouragement from the audience rang out, Lee Min-yeol became serious. He said, "And the loser must tell the truth." The referee declared the match to begin. Seo Jun said, "You're quick-witted, let's start." Both had entered a fighting stance, but it seemed they had yet to attack each other. The audience felt confused, wondering, why are these two just standing still and looking at each other? In fact, both were busy observing their opponent. Seo Jun analyzed Lee Min-yeol. "If only judging by appearance, Lee Min-yeol seems very clumsy." Conversely, Lee Min-yeol also analyzed, "During the fight, I have not detected any weaknesses in him at all." Lee Min-yeol decided to charge forward to attack his opponent first. As he advanced, Seo Jun analyzed the weapons that the opponent was holding. According to Lee Min-yeol's fighting style, Seo Jun realized that using weapons was not simply about wielding a sword. He decided to put all his strength into defeating his opponent. When Lee Min-yeol attacked, Seo Jun parried the blow and immediately sought out the opponent's weak points. Seo Jun countered with the Lance of Longinus, causing Lee Min-yeol's sword to shatter completely. Feeling the danger, Lee Min-yeol temporarily fell back to think of a way to cope. Before the opponent could catch his breath, Seo Jun charged forward at high speed. He thought to himself, the opponent has lost his weapon and is retreating, so if Lee Min-yeol reacts just a moment slower, the match could have ended. However, as Seo Jun charged ahead, sharp arrows suddenly shot toward him from somewhere. Seo Jun's extremely handsome face had to stop to dodge the arrows, much like Sun Wukong sweeping away all the arrows from Lee Min-yeol's bow. Lee Min-yeol praised his opponent, believing that Seo Jun is truly impressive. He was curious about his opponent's weapon and suggested that if he tagged Seo Jun would agree to answer his questions about that weapon. Seo Jun, while continuing to fight, agreed to the proposal with an excited smile but emphasized that it was in case Lee Min-yeol tagged him. Lee Min-yeol still had time to joke, "Then I have to try harder." After a dramatic duel, the two opponents brushed past each other, inflicting pain on one another. Lee Min-yeol wielded two swords, complimenting Seo Jun for his strength. Both were evenly matched, with neither side willing to back down. Seo Jun sensed something unusual. While observing Lee Min-yeol fight against other opponents, he noticed that Lee Min-yeol was willing to break the rules to achieve a tag. But this time, the opponent did not seem interested in tagging at all. Lee Min-yeol appeared cheerful and carefree, causing some spectators to even curse him as cowardly and unworthy of fighting. Seo Jun felt that Lee Min-yeol was completely unconcerned about the criticism. This sensation made him think, Lee Min-yeol is enjoying the fight. After fighting hard, Seo Jun wanted to continue the conversation. "Don't you want to tag me?" Lee Min-yeol finds this question problematic. He himself wants to fight for the tag, and because Seo Jun does not sense the desire for the tag fight from him, he asks like that. Lee Min-yeol explains, "I don't understand what you are saying, but I am someone who wants the tag fight more than anyone else. If there's a problem, it's no big deal. Just go home and get some rest." Seo Jun feels strange about the other person's attitude. The prize can go up to 1 billion, and he talks about it like it's a toy. Seo Jun doesn't understand why Lee Min-yeol can say such things. Why not use every means to win the tag fight? Lee Min-yeol casually replies, "I've done my best to fight for the tag. What's there to be ashamed of?" Seo Jun says, "I don't know if you are trying your best or not, but in the eyes of others." Lee Min-yeol interrupts, "I don't care. No matter how much others insult me, my value does not decrease. These words go straight to Seo Jun's heart, making him unable to help but smile. He finds Lee Min-yeol's way of thinking very strange and decides to put his holy lance into the spatial bag. He will hold the lance when he is still a rookie just stepping in to fight. Seo Jun said to his opponent, "I hope you don't think I'm looking down on you." He remembered the time when the Buddha taught him. The Buddha had said, in reality, the world is not as beautiful as we often think. If we are not strong enough to adapt to the laws of nature, we will surely be eliminated. Therefore, we must always refine ourselves to avoid falling behind others. Today compared to yesterday, and tomorrow compared to today, we must be even stronger. The teachings of the Buddha began to return to Kim Seo Jun's mind. The Buddha had asked, "Have you ever escaped this way of thinking?" The image of the Buddha sitting under the Bodhi tree, meditating, appeared. The Buddha taught, "Have you ever escaped from that world and looked at it from a different perspective?" This is the stage when you are practicing, seeing the world from the perspective of the earth. A breathtaking scene enveloped the place where the Buddha walked, with lush vegetation. On a beautiful day, the Buddha, known as Siddhartha Gautama. This is a story when the Buddha had not yet entered the ranks of the 5 Buddhas and continued to practice. At that time, the Buddha saw a group of children in a running competition. He observed and noticed that the children did not understand why they kept running many times. They encouraged each other, saying, "One more time, one more time." But during such times, only one child always came in last. Nevertheless, the smile on that child's face never faded. The Buddha was very curious, so he approached the child and asked, "Hey, kid, why are you running like that?" The child cheerfully replied, "Because I like it." The Buddha asked further, "Do you like running?" The child answered, "Yes." The Buddha inquired, "Running so much, don't you get tired?" The child innocently replied, "Of course, resting for a while will be fine." The Buddha wanted to ask more, "What if others catch up to you?" The child's response surprised the Buddha, "My goal and the goals of others are different. How can they catch up?" The Buddha pointed to a distant place and asked, "So what is that goal you see over there?" The child answered according to his thoughts, "There are other people standing there. I'm not sure if that is the destination or not. For me, that is just a point to pass through." Then the child continued to run along with the other children. The Buddha observed and saw that the child continuously stood at the back of the line. The Buddha recounted, after that, in the biggest running competition held in his country, the child achieved an incredible result. Because of this, I thought at that time that building a tower was like putting in effort bit by bit to build one's own life. I repeatedly practiced this hard training to construct a more perfect tower than before. But there was one thing, when I quietly listened to the words of that child, I suddenly thought that the construction of the tower does not need to be completed. If it collapses, that's okay. I wondered why I had never thought like that before. A long time ago, a child brought me a profound enlightenment. Seo Jun also remembered his own circumstances. He realized, this society is essentially a competitive society. If one does not strive every day, one will be eliminated. Just falling behind means losing, and the big fish will swallow the small fish. Therefore, every day I must make an effort. He thought about his own appearance and the rapid development to avoid falling behind. Over time, with the slow pace of the lessons, he increasingly felt anxious. He realized that he was obsessed with the Academy Supreme. He was enveloped by the obsession to strive, and every sleep of his was filled with worries about whether there could be someone better than him. Therefore, he tried every day to become stronger. The image of Lee Min-yeol now corresponds to the image of a child in the teachings of the Buddha. There are others standing there, I am not sure if this is the destination. Even if others scold me, my self-worth remains unchanged. That is just a point of passage. Until now, Seo Jun truly understood the teachings of the Buddha. He regretted not knowing this sooner. He knew that if using the lance of Longinus, the battle against the opponent would be easier, no matter what tricks Lee Min-yeol used. As long as I could break him. Seo Jun took an action that left the opponent feeling confused. He put the lance into his spatial pocket, but his battle spirit would never change. He thought, well, I might as well accept the opponent with an old lance then. Lee Min-yeol saw his opponent put away his lance and take out another one to face him. He still couldn't understand what his opponent was thinking. Seo-jun excitedly said, just because others criticize me doesn't mean my self-worth decreases. Conversely, just because others praise me doesn't mean my self-worth increases. I have decided that my self-worth will be determined by myself. Lee Min-yeol felt that this final match was truly not a waste at all. He felt that his opponent was someone of worthy caliber, with profound understanding. Therefore, he decided to discard all the weapons he had strapped to his back. Lee Min-yeol said to Seo-jun, I hope you don't think I'm looking down on you, because this is the only thing I learned from my senior and also the thing I'm most confident about. He removed all his weapons, only holding a dagger in his right hand. Both felt very excited to be able to fight freely and comfortably. While the two opponents were sizing each other up, suddenly Lee Min-yeol laughed and swiped Seo-jun's hand away. He exposed an opening from below and repeatedly stabbed towards Seo-jun with the dagger. Although Seo-jun managed to block it in time, he still felt the blow was too heavy. He even thought, if the opponent had my weapon, then perhaps every attack would become a significant threat to me. Seo-jun was in a very difficult situation because the opponent's fighting style changed continuously. Lee Min-yeol used one hand to block Seo-jun's lance while attacking with a dagger in the other. Seo-jun struggled to defend himself, but unfortunately, he blocked with his bare hands and ended up bleeding from his hand. Feeling uneasy, Seo-jun pushed Lee Min-yeol away to adapt. Never in his life had Seo-jun felt as excited as he did now. He found it strange that even if he lost, it wouldn't matter. He charged in to attack, but in his mind, he still thought, even if I lose, it doesn't matter. However, because it's a tag battle, I will do my best. Seo-jun realized that fighting truly brought such joy. Although Seo-jun swung in a circular arc, Lee Min-yeol was able to flip backward to dodge the attack, and he even asked, so, have you really only learned how to use weapons from your senior? Lee Min-yeol was upside down in the air, whispering into Seo-jun's ear, surprised, hot dog. He slashed with his knife mid-air, looking as if he was soaring. The cutting motion was so powerful that it created a large crack on the arena floor. Seo-jun felt a bit uneasy as dust surrounded him, so he covered his nose to avoid coughing. Lee Min-yeol moved through the dust like a ninja, and then he completely vanished among the haze. Seo-jun thought this was a cloaking technique. He silently pondered, such advanced techniques can be used by the opponent too? Although not perfected, it's still quite impressive. Seo-jun tried to scan the area, sensing that the opponent was still there. But just as he glanced over, Lee Min-yeol had completely disappeared from sight. Seo-jun felt that the opponent aimed to distract and defeat him with this skill. He considered this a good opportunity to use Merlin's mana, but thinking about Lee Min-yeol's entirely distinct fighting style, Seo-jun felt he hadn't yet achieved that. This sudden feeling made him hesitate a bit, and he decided not to use Merlin's mana anymore. Seo-jun is not lacking in self-confidence. He simply sees the free-spirited and bold fighting style of Lee Min-yeol and suddenly realizes that he has been fighting too rigidly all this time. He remembers Merlin's teaching, learning more is truly wonderful, but studying can also form habits. Those habits can become obstacles in expressing oneself. Learning is about absorbing what others express. Learning creates a layer of armor that makes one feel they are doing well, but in reality, they are just imitating others. Seo-jun must always keep this in mind. He closes his eyes to focus his thoughts, it is not Merlin's mana but my own mana. I will not allow myself to feel satisfied merely with learning. I must use my own way. Learning exists as a means to express oneself, from Merlin's knowledge, Chiron's feelings, Xiangyu's power, Siddhartha Gautama's imperturbable mind, all that I have learned will be transformed into my essence. A golden light envelopes his body, making the lance he holds in his hand become a weapon of an entirely different caliber. From now on, everything he has learned will become uniquely his. Seo-jun's entire body was enveloped by a tremendous source of mana, radiating throughout the arena, causing the spectators to marvel. Seo Yoon felt, this is impossible. If a hunter diligently trains for years, they might reach that level. But why can a student achieve such a thing? The weapon in his hand now shone with a beautiful golden hue. Seo Yoon maintained that stance until he sensed Lee Min-yeol behind him. He quickly turned around, greeted him with a strike, and pointed the tan tag lance in his hand towards Lee Min-yeol. That moment brought the match to an end. Seo Yoon wore a confident expression, but his opponent felt fear. The dagger in his hand had been shattered by Seo Yoon's mana. Lee Min-yeol admitted before everyone and the referee, I have lost. Kalkus reported to Kalia, the winner of the tan tag match is Kim Seo Yoon. At first, Kalia remained very calm, only saying, is that so? She asked again, did you mess up? Kalkus thought, it may seem like things have gone wrong, but I wonder if we can really call it a failure. Kalia did not understand what he was saying. Kalkus reported, Kim Seo Yoon suddenly changed his weapon usage. During his skills decision, he used Aura Blade. Kalia immediately felt fear at his rapid development. This was beyond her expectations. At that moment, she lost her composure, stood up, and spoke to her subordinates, I know, for now, just keep an eye on him. I will report this to the apostles. Kalkus had been following Kalia's orders for a long time, so he reacted, is there any reason for us to go this far, Kalia? Kalia looked directly into his eyes and asked, what are you talking about? Kalkus, feeling tense and sweating, explained, I know Kim Seo Yoon is someone we should keep an eye on. But the Korean Association has started a comprehensive investigation into the appearance of this 10-star dungeon. Therefore, our plans that we have prepared for the past 15 years have been disrupted. Honestly, I still don't understand why we are doing all this just because of that kiddo. What exactly did the apostles of the Apostle of Chastity say? As soon as Kalia heard the word apostles, she immediately commanded her subordinate, Kalkus, shut your mouth for me. He could sense the anger from his superior, so he said, I apologize, and left Kalia's room. In fact, a few days ago, Kalia had encountered an apostle. This meeting had haunted her ever since. Kalia knelt before an apostle. He asked her, I have heard about the chaos of demonic power in Korea this time. Is this true? Kalia hesitantly replied, yes, it is true. He continued to ask, I have also heard that it has been resolved. Who was the one who resolved this matter? Kalia cautiously answered, that person is Kim Seo Yoon. In her heart, she wondered, why did he clearly know everything that day but still call me in to ask about this? Why did he want to know who resolved this matter? He ordered Kalia, pay attention to the actions of Kim Seo Yoon. Her face turned pale with fear. She had been working for so long, but when she felt there were too many questions, she directly asked the apostle, may I ask why? The apostle did not like to speak much. He immediately emanated a powerful killing intent, causing Kalia's face to contort from the overwhelming force. This apostle possesses an extremely great power. He threatened Kalia, saying, you know my position, and you will become the heir of one of the 7 apostles. But many times, you forget your own position. Kalia had to continuously apologize because she felt this apostle was too fierce. The apostle found her apologies somewhat acceptable, so he let it pass. However, before leaving, he further threatened, that is not your support. These words left Kalia stunned. She did not understand the meaning of this statement, and when she looked back at the figure of the apostle walking away, she felt fear, because just being one of the 7 apostles, regardless of their status, no one dares to casually touch them. The apostle told her one last thing, during this time, you have been handling everything on your own without the consent of the elders. If considering your position as an heir, I can overlook all those matters. But you must report to me everything related to Kim Seo Yoon. These words haunted her until now. Currently, she was tense, thinking, which apostle should I use to convey the supreme order? In this world, there are not many people capable of doing so. In fact, there is only one person who can do that. After the end of the Academy Hunter Mills mock tournament, Park Seo Yoon praised her student, it's really crazy. Today, even if I were to die, I wouldn't feel regret. I was planning to go home to pray, but I didn't expect Kim Seo-jun to be so lucky. How long until the professional hunter's exam? We should contact them right away. Seo-yun felt that her mood was off and increasingly thought of Seo-jun as a beast. Seo-jun simply replied, "No need to praise me. I've always been strong." Seo-yun countered, "No way, anyone looking at you would think so, especially when you used aura bread. Where did you learn to use that energy?" Seo-jun couldn't reveal that he learned at Academy Supreme, so he just scratched his head and said, "I just got lucky." Park Seo-yun knew he was hiding something again, but she let it go. She asked, "Are you heading home now that today is over?" Seo-jun still needed to meet one more person. At that moment, Lee Min-yeol appeared. He was being courted by the offers of other students but had managed to escape and decline those invitations. The other students promised to provide him with the best conditions, including scholarships, of course. Other students said, "We have the best instructors and facilities. If you continue studying like this, it will be very difficult to prepare for the professional hunter exam. Don't do that anymore. Why don't you come try joining our academy?" Seo-yun guessed, "Could it be that the person you want to meet is Lee Min-yeol?" Seo-jun replied, "Yes, that's correct." However, Lee Min-yeol was vigorously refusing. He said, "No matter how much money or how many benefits you offer me, I won't join the academy." Seo-jun found this understandable, because even if he loses in the finals, just the fact that this person self-studied and achieved such a level without belonging to any academy is enough to attract attention. From the perspective of the academies, everyone would want to have a talent like that, so they can't afford to miss out. The owners of other academies were trying hard to recruit Lee Min-yeol. Meanwhile, he showed no desire on his face. Seo-jun felt guilty because if these people kept pestering Lee Min-yeol like this, what would happen? He should have known about this from the beginning and arranged to meet him in a more discreet place. Lee Min-yeol looked at the two of them and said, "I don't like this, don't force me." Then he turned away to join two other people. Lee Min-yeol hid behind Seo-jun, reiterating to the other academies, "I will go to Academy Dream. Is that all right with everyone?" The group stared wide-eyed at him, looking excited. Lee Min-yeol, wanting to free himself, said, "Anyway, let's decide on that." Then he took the hands of the two of them and led them to another place to talk. Park Seo-yun felt that the group from earlier was no longer chasing them. Seo-yun angrily said, "What were you thinking to say something like that?" Lee Min-yeol did this also to make them stop following him. He shared, "I've been reconsidering my decision about joining an academy." Seo-jun asked, "I remember you didn't want to join the Academy Hunter Mills, right?" Lee Min-yeol replied enthusiastically, "I'm just thinking about whether I should study at the same academy as you." Seo-jun felt this was out of the blue. He momentarily didn't know how to react. If I refuse this proposal, Seo-yun will also refuse to follow me. But anyway, I feel like I'm just a student of Academy Dream. I don't want to interfere in Seo-yun's decision. He said to Lee Min-yeol, "We will discuss this later." Seo-jun asked seriously, "Do you still remember our promise?" Lee Min-yeol replied, "Of course, I remember." Seo-jun wanted to resolve this issue once and for all. He asked, "Who taught you in the end?" Lee Min-yeol's expression turned difficult, and he said loudly, "I really don't know." Hearing this answer, after all the effort he put into coming here, Seo-jun finally received this response. He just wanted to hit Lee Min-yeol on the head. He was furious. "Are you kidding me right now? If you don't say anything, it means you're lying. Alright, I will make you tell the truth." Lee Min-yeol had said everything he knew. "I truly don't know. He doesn't even know I'm his student." Seo-jun recalled that during the fight, his teacher had said he had been taught to use daggers. Before Lee Min-yeol could explain, Seo-jun asked again, "Earlier, you said your teacher is a powerful and talented expert, yet you don't know who he is?" Lee Min-yeol shook his head, "I'm telling the truth. He doesn't teach me anything. I learned everything by eavesdropping. I've never been taught by anyone." Relating to Lee Min-yeol's past, he was walking into a forest. In fact, the story of a person who lacks money, lacks talent but still wants to become a hunter is quite common. However, Lee Min-yeol's case is completely different. He is someone who is both talented and not short of money, but he does not want to be bound to any academy, so he chose to self-study. Lee Min-yeol explained to the two people, "I train alone deep in the mountains. Although there is no one to guide me, I feel quite satisfied because I do not have to follow the curriculum of any academy." This continued until one day, while I was training as usual, I sensed that someone was there. When I turned around, I saw a silver-haired man in black lying collapsed on the ground. I rushed over to help this person, and this was the story of how Lee Min-yeol had the chance to meet his teacher for the first time. Lee Min-yeol shouted, "Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, can you hear me?" Seeing that this man had a deep cut on his back, blood oozing everywhere, he realized that the condition of this person was serious. But if he left this person lying here, he would surely die, so he decided to carry this person to the hospital immediately. The man, in the face of death, still said to Lee Min-yeol, "Don't take me down the mountain. I can't." Lee Min-yeol did not understand what he was saying. Being injured and not going to the hospital only leads to death. The man continued to try to say, "I can't if I go down the mountain." He felt the urgency in each of the man's words. Therefore, he reluctantly gave up the idea of taking him to the hospital. Fortunately, he later found an abandoned house on the mountain and decided to take care of the man there. Lee Min-yeol went to find food and made porridge, spooning it into the man's mouth. The condition of this man was severe, no different from someone who was about to die, but there was a great miracle: he did not die immediately. Time passed, and he felt that this man was recovering quickly. Every day was like the other. Besides his own training, he took care of him. A month passed, and he hoped, if he wakes up today, that would be wonderful. But as he approached the house, he heard voices. "We thought he would die, but not only did he survive, he is hiding here too." Lee Min-yeol felt scared and hid behind a tree to observe the situation. A group of people had come here to track down this man. One of them said to the man, "I didn't expect you to come all the way here for an old man who was about to die. Seems like you have too much free time in your old age." Lee Min-yeol noticed that the man he was taking care of had woken up. The group asked, "Has someone helped you heal your wounds?" The man coldly threatened, "No need to know." Lee Min-yeol didn't understand what situation he was in and didn't know what to do. One of the pursuers asked, "How rude, you don't need to know. Surely you're not just a kiddo still sucking on your mother's milk, hiding over there?" Hearing them mention him made Lee Min-yeol's heart race. Fortunately, this old man had powerful martial arts skills. With just one punch, one pursuer's head flew off, and with another, he split another in half. Another pursuer, as fast as lightning, moved like an assassin. The others felt fear before this man, but since they had come this far, they still had to charge in to attack. The outcome was known to all. Lee Min-yeol single-handedly dealt with the entire group. He recalled the scene at that time, how he had cleaned up those people. The leader of the pursuers panicked when he saw that all his teammates were dead. "This was not part of our plan." He said to the remaining person, "I guess you forgot that you cannot see me." He looked at Lee Min-yeol and told him, "Get out of here now and never come back." Then he mysteriously disappeared, leaving Lee Min-yeol extremely bewildered. Although Lee Min-yeol had no idea what had happened, his instincts told him to obey the old man's words. He prepared his belongings to get ready to leave. Before leaving, he accidentally saw a book, also known as a martial arts manuscript. He realized that this seemed to be the manuscript that the old man had forgotten in his haste. He was quite startled to see this book but then decided to take it home to read it safely. Lee Min-yeol thought about the day he would meet that person again to return the secret book, but since then, he had not seen the old man appear again. Both he and Seo Yoon and Seo Jun felt that the story seemed a bit strange. Seo Jun asked Lee Min-yeol, "Why do you call that person senior when that person has never taught you anything? How can you call them that?" Lee Min-yeol explained, "When I looked at that manuscript, I realized it contained his most valuable notes." Lee Min-yeol felt a bit shy because he had eavesdropped on the techniques for using daggers and the art of invisibility. He knew that sneaking a peek at someone else's belongings was wrong, but he had already lost it. Seo Jun found this situation quite strange, as often the person he considered a senior didn't even know he was their disciple. Lee Min-yeol honestly said, from his fighting style, it is certain that the senior is the one who created the valuable skills written in the manuscript. But since the senior still doesn't know that I am holding that precious record, or that I have learned his skills, I don't know what to do. In the end, after Lee Min-yeol finished telling the story, he hoped that both of them would believe him because everything he said came from the bottom of his heart. Seo Jun felt like this person was lying, but still chose to temporarily believe him for his own peace of mind. Deep down, Seo Jun thought differently, maybe he is a disciple of the Supreme Academy. Lee Min-yeol still swore, what I say is true. If I am lying, I will be run over by a car on the road. Seo Jun asked again, you really don't know who he is? Lee Min-yeol hoped that after participating in a large-scale mock exam like this, the senior might find him. Park Seo-yoon guessed, the person you are looking for might be named Dark Saint, right? Seo Jun was amazed to hear that there was someone named Dark Saint. Seo-yoon explained, just like the Sword Saint, he is one of the 5 iconic heroes of Korea. Among the 5, he is the most mysterious. People say he is a rare genius, but no one knows why he lives in seclusion. However, if I use my identity as young lady Park Seo-yoon to talk, it would be a different story. Seo Jun asked, young lady Park Seo-yoon, have you ever met Dark Saint? Unexpectedly, Seo-yoon had met him a few times when she was young. She remembered that he would occasionally visit her grandfather, but they always argued. Seo Jun came up with an idea and asked, do you think the Sword Saint knows about the valuable record in Lee Min-yeol's possession? Park Seo-yoon replied, perhaps. If it's my grandfather, then he would know whether that record belongs to Dark Saint or not. I can ask him. Lee Min-yeol agreed to let Seo-yoon contact her grandfather to inquire about it. A few days later, at Academy Dream, Seo Jun felt, this accessory is too expensive. Just one accessory has already cost about half of the money he had from the recent Academy Hunter Mills competition. Seo Jun felt suspicious about this kind of studying, no matter how diligent I am, no matter how much money I earn, I still can't afford the tuition fees. If I'm poor, I just have to accept it, so I've decided to buy it later. Right now, I don't urgently need the support weapons. The reward had been transferred to Seo Jun's account. Lee Min-yeol, after realizing that Seo-yoon he had just met was the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, complimented Seo-yoon for being very beautiful. He politely bowed his head in thanks and said, then please help me find a senior. Park Seo-yoon was a kind-hearted person who always helped others, informing Lee Min-yeol that she would try to ask her grandfather for assistance. Seo Jun began to analyze Lee Min-yeol's actions. Initially, this person was worried about giving valuable notes to someone else. But after not knowing what he was thinking, he decided he wanted to go with Seo-yoon to meet the Sword Saint to ask about things. Seo Jun felt strange seeing him speak politely to Seo-yoon like that, while he had previously disregarded all etiquette with him. While waiting, Seo Jun decided he should buy a free pass. For some reason, when he was about to purchase a new course, the system added a percentage rate of lectures for the remaining lectures to 100%. He did not understand why the system did that. He felt fond of the system already. Especially when Professor Chiron's lecture was completed, he didn't understand why, but the system displayed a notification, continue introducing the Superior Combat Skills course by Professor Chiron has been completed and congratulations on completing the Level A transformation spell. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy flooding into his body. He screamed, feeling as if he was about to become a god. Turning around, he still saw nothing happening. He felt disappointed that there were no changes at all. He remembered that before completing Xiangyu's class, he could sense the platinum power flowing through his body, but this time it was nothing like that. Seo Jun recalled a martial arts story he had once read. The transformation spell is like twisting bones and rearranging them, or purifying the impurities from the body. But unfortunately, those were just thoughts in his drug-induced haze. While he was rambling to himself, he suddenly felt something extremely cold behind him. Seo Jun turned his back but saw no one. He still felt a sense of fear as if someone wanted to assassinate him. A chill ran down his spine, as if a cold blade was touching his neck. A mysterious voice spoke up, "Even if I see you with my own eyes, how can you detect my presence? It seems you cannot see my form." The mysterious voice continued, "Perhaps it is because your innate senses have recognized me." Quite surprising. But do not worry, I am not here to kill you. Seo Jun felt his heart race. "Show yourself!" he exclaimed. The voice replied, "I will surely become a tough opponent for that kiddo." Seo Jun slowly connected the dots and realized that this person was none other than Dark Saint. As soon as he thought of the name, the man appeared before Seo Jun. Seo Jun had to remain on high alert because in front of him stood a man who was a rare talent in assassination and a master of stealth. Dark Saint complimented, "It seems you learned quickly." He still couldn't understand, no matter how I think about it, why is it that he in front of me can detect my presence? Seo Jun felt that Dark Saint had no intention of attacking him, so he put the Longinus back in his bag and asked, "You came here to find me because Lee Minyul told you, right?" Dark Saint didn't want to explain much and simply replied, "Think whatever you want to think." Seo Jun began to feel suspicious. "You definitely left the books on purpose, right?" Dark Saint responded, "Did that kid tell you? Telling others about me leaving the books won't benefit him at all." What a fool. Seo Jun was surprised. When? He doesn't even know you are Dark Saint. Not to mention, he also doesn't realize you are the one who intentionally left the books. Dark Saint felt angry and shouted, "Why is that kid so stupid?" Seo Jun suggested, "Soon, your disciple will be here. Maybe you should greet him." Dark Saint looked at Seo Jun and said, "It's been a long time since we last met, so I can only say that it seems I am not as free as I thought." Seo Jun felt confused, not understanding the meaning of this statement. He asked, "Not as free as you think, what does that mean?" Dark Saint explained, "If I wanted to meet him, I would have met him long ago. But right now, meeting him is not possible. I came here just to meet you. Time is running out, so I'll get straight to the point. Hey kid, do you have any connection to the Order of Truth?" Seo Jun affirmed, "I have nothing to do with the Order of Truth. I only met Kalia once, if I remember correctly." Dark Saint then guessed, "Kalia, apostle of the Apostle of Chastity. I see, that explains everything." He continued, "I have spent some time tracking the Order of Truth." Seo Jun wondered, "Why do you want to find the Order of Truth?" Dark Saint, with a face full of hatred, said, "I do not trust those beasts. Most people in this world see the Order of Truth as justice, as the heroes of humanity, those who put an end to the cataclysmic flood. But not everything seen and heard is the truth. You must have heard about the berserk beasts that the Order of Truth is hunting, right?" Seo Jun, with a shocked expression, asked, "Yes, but why do you mention that beast?" Dark Saint, with a serious face, replied, "On that day, the berserk was not defeated. This information is extremely valuable to people." Seo Jun felt a flurry of thoughts arise in his mind. That beast is terrifying. People often refer to him as the second cataclysmic flood, once the Grand Voice and the 7 apostles hunted him down. It was also when the cataclysmic flood came to an end. But that beast is not often defeated. What are you trying to tell me? Dark Saint believed, that beast cannot be killed. He explained, "Isn't it strange? If the Order of Truth successfully hunted him down, then they should have found his corpse. But there are no images, no verification, or any recorded footage. No matter how chaotic the cataclysmic flood was, the absence of any evidence is just too unreasonable." He added one more sentence, "The berserk beast suddenly disappeared." Seo Jun felt that this was impossible. Why would he disappear while fighting against such people? He asked Dark Saint again, "Wait, if the Order of Truth could not hunt him down, then why are they still considered the saviors of humanity?" Dark Saint explained that, it could be that they had some influence on the beast, or more precisely, that certain individuals did something to the berserk beast, but he did not die. Initially, he only thought this was a vague and unfounded hypothesis of his own. However, after several years, based on a clear incident, he became certain that this could no longer be called a mere coincidence. He turned away and asked, "Have you ever wondered why there is opposition to the position of apostles of the Apostle of Chastity?" Seo Jun recalled, "I heard the Order of Truth declare that those apostles died of old age, or perhaps some other reason." Dark Saint affirmed, "That's right, but the apostles of the Apostle of Chastity suddenly disappeared, just as we mentioned, abruptly, like the way the great berserk beast vanished." He continued to reason, dying of old age is a far-fetched notion. The 7 apostles of a group that had always been together for a long time, yet only the Apostle of Chastity died of old age. Does that seem logical to you? Seo Jun fell silent, unsure how to respond. Dark Saint continued, "I see a significant similarity between these two disappearances. To clarify the truth behind these two incidents, I have always been tracking the Order of Truth, and as a result, I have concluded 2 things. First, that Order of Truth scum tried to take my life for daring to investigate them." He continued, "And secondly, the event of the 10-star dungeon raid that just happened recently is merely a scheme by the Order of Truth, and you are the reason behind this scheme." Seo Jun still did not understand why the Order of Truth was targeting him. Dark Saint explained, "I do not know the exact reason, but it is certain that the Order of Truth has taken notice of you." Seo Jun felt that this was useful information, but wondered, "Why is Dark Saint providing me with all this?" Dark Saint stated that he had a request he wanted to make. "I want you to please take care of my kiddo disciple." Seo Jun asked back, "Is that kiddo Lee Min Yo?" Dark Saint replied, "That is correct. If I could, I would have raised and educated him myself. However, the Order of Truth is still large and out there, making it impossible for me to personally raise the boy. The Order of Truth has a special method for observing their targets. Although I do not know exactly what that method is, when their targets act, they can see the entire outcome of that action. That is why those beasts call it observation." He believed that he was one of the most closely monitored targets by those beasts. "Anyone who contacts or is related to him is marked, which is why you must become the bridge between me and that kiddo." Seo Jun realized that Dark Saint had left a mark on him. Dark Saint explained, "You are the only exception." He stated, "As previously mentioned, the Order of Truth has been watching you. However, like him, they cannot observe you, so even if you and he meet, those beasts will not be able to sense anything unusual. At the same time, if he acts through you as an intermediary, they will only assume that you are the one acting, not him." Seo Jun further asked, "Why can't the Order of Truth observe you, and why can't they see me either?" Dark Saint replied, "I do not know the exact reason. I can escape their observation due to my ability to enter a state of non-existence, but I am unclear as to why you can also evade them." Seo Jun pondered, could it be that both I and Dark Saint are related to some supernatural factor, or could this be related to the reason the Academy Supreme does not? He wondered, is there any information about myself? In the meantime, Dark Saint took a notebook and asked Seo Jun to deliver it directly to Disciple for him. Dark Saint explained that, "Right now I am racing against time, so I can only record the knife-throwing technique and the art of concealment. The details will be clearer in this notebook." Seo Jun felt surprised that a man he had just met for the first time trusted him enough to entrust such a valuable thing. Dark Saint said, "The only thing in this world I do not interfere with is those who do not keep their word. Only those who want to reincarnate early make promises to me." He picked up a notebook and added, "Just take this and read. This is another technique I have recorded. It will be useful for you." Seo Jun asked if he could have another one. Dark Saint angrily replied, "Kiddo, do you want to die? I don't have time, and you still want to ask for something else? When I give something to someone, even an S-rank hunter has to kneel down and beg. And here you are asking for another one. Well then, let me ask, what do you want right now?" Seo Jun reported back, "It's nothing special, but I was wondering if you have ever heard of child support fees." He played the role of a practical nanny for a day just for fun. Dark Saint felt like he just misheard, but there was no way he could be mistaken. This kiddo dares to shamelessly ask for money in public, especially the money of one of the 5 strongest people in Korea. Does he really care more about money than his own strength? He knows how to seize the opportunity. If he doesn't give money, then no help will be given. Dark Saint thought this kiddo was truly shameless, but he still asked, how much money? Seo Jun proposed a promotional price, just $3 million. Upon hearing that figure, Dark Saint angrily cursed, damn it, this crazy bastard. Seo Jun had to tell the assassin, calm down, don't get angry. Let me explain first. He began to explain, honestly, is this the only thing I can do? If what you say is true, then this task can only be completed by someone not being observed by the order of truth. Dark Saint agreed, right, that's exactly correct. Seo Jun continued to explain, not to mention that the person must be a close brother. What would Lee Min-yeol think? One fine day, an idiot suddenly jumps out and throws a whole manual in his face, then says a long string of this is the legacy your master needs to leave for you. The kid could jump up, ecstatic, and say oh my god, thank you. Or would he think this guy is too crazy? Dark Saint is psychologically manipulated, seeing that what he says makes some sense. Seo Jun continues to explain, of course, the first time you might be able to accept it, but what about the second, third, or even more times? Are you just planning to help him once in his life and then leave him behind, even though he is your disciple, even though he is the one who saved Dark Saint's life? He uses a resentful tone. If you see Lee Min-yeol with your own eyes, you will realize immediately. His nature does not like to be held back by anything. If you continue to leave him behind, he will climb the mountain to cultivate on his own. If that happens, what will you do? Seo Jun continues to explain, if I help you, am I not also putting myself in danger? You want that if I do not act through you, then I will have to bear the consequences, not you, right, Dark Saint? But doesn't that mean the order of truth will look at the results of my actions and start to suspect me even more? He asserts, I believe that I deserve to receive at least $3 million. These words touched Dark Saint's psychology. He asks, is that all the money, right? Seo Jun strongly emphasized, that's right, what do you think? You accepted so quickly, knowing that I could have asked you for 10 million, but thinking about the scene where you get angry and stab me with a knife would be unfortunate. Dark Saint said, I will transfer the money to you right away to be sure. But you don't intend to ask for money every month, do you? Seo Jun replied, no, I'm not the kind of despicable person who would do that. But in his heart, he wanted more. Seo Jun kept the amount of money unchanged, even including taxes. Dark Saint felt, this kiddo looks so thick-skinned, it feels like he doesn't know what shame is. Dark Saint said goodbye, the money will be transferred under the name of the association. The association will take care of all the tedious procedures, so you can use the money freely without having to worry too much. Seo Jun asked, can I tell Lee Min-yeol about your visit? Dark Saint, with a cold gaze, said, it's not important, because the order of truth cannot observe you. But remember to remind him not to breathe a word about my existence or the teacher-student relationship between us, and not to tell anyone else. As Dark Saint left, Seo Jun thought that the order of truth might be watching him. At that moment, Lee Min-yeol also arrived. Seo Jun told Lee Min-yeol, your senior is actually Dark Saint. After relaying all the information and events that had occurred, Seo Jun only lightly concealed the matter of the maintenance costs. Seo Jun said, due to an emergency, Dark Saint had to leave. However, he asked me to pass this on to you. He handed Lee Min-yeol a notebook and then turned away to let Lee Min-yeol figure it out on his own. Seo Jun thought, I will enjoy the money that is about to be transferred to my account, and conveniently buy new weapons and some lectures. Lee Min-yeol asked, why are you giving me this? Seo Jun replied, didn't I report that he asked me to give you this? Lee Min-yeol believed, you could have kept the book for yourself. Seo Jun suddenly felt a chill, turned back, scratched his nose, and explained, how should I respond now? In his mind, he thought, if I say this book is useless to me, it would be like disrespecting Dark Saint. But then again, wouldn't I be able to find out about the Academy Supreme? Seo Jun thought up a lie and prepared to tell Lee Min-yeol when Lee Min-yeol interrupted, I've made my decision. Seo Jun didn't understand, what have you decided? Lee Min-yeol said, I will join you at Academy Hunter Mills. Seo Jun was surprised, but Lee Min-yeol remained firm, stating, I have met a good person and want to be with you for life. Seeing Seo Jun not reacting, Lee Min-yeol assumed he had agreed to this decision. Lee Min-yeol put his arm around Seo Jun and said to Seo Yoon, in short, I intend to enroll in this academy. With a cheerful attitude, Seo Yoon signaled, I don't mind at all. To be honest, I'm even happy about it. Lee Min-yeol would become Seo Jun's teammate tonight and his closest friend whenever he faced difficulties. He shared his feelings. At first, I was quite surprised, but this is not a problem. Lee Min-yeol promised to train with the secret manual that Dark Saint had given him. Meanwhile, Seo Jun thought, this is a good deal because every time I receive a favor from Dark Saint, I won't have to waste time looking for Lee Min-yeol anymore. He felt this was a good thing, his eyes lighting up, and thought, I can extract more money from Dark Saint if I continue to associate with Lee Min-yeol, he is a golden goose for me. Seo Jun laughed, thinking about it made his mouth water, and he was already filled with joy. Seo Jun, with a fake smiling face, said, I feel happy that Lee Min-yeol has joined the academy with me and will now become my teammate. Seo Jun laughed thinking about how he could make a lot of money from him. Park Seo Yoon thought that her trainees should participate in the team competition. When Seo Jun heard about the competition, he was a bit surprised. Park Seo Yoon explained, there have to be competitions where the academy's contestants participate together. Because there are so many participants, the rewards are much bigger. Seo Jun's ears only heard the two words big rewards and he appeared excited. Oh, this life is wonderful. I am sure that when both of us participate, we will easily win. Seo Jun's golden egg-laying chicken looked at him with a strange attitude. Seo Jun changed the subject by congratulating Lee Min-yeol, congratulations on joining our academy. Lee Min-yeol innocently thanked him back. The next day, a muscular guy, with a body like a rock, wearing a golden lion shirt, was panting. He reported to the trainees, please wait a little longer for me to finish this last set. Since Lee Min-yeol enrolled in the academy, along with the competition with a prize of up to 1 billion and 3 billion from Dark Saint, Seo Jun is admiring Hercules' muscular physique. It turns out this is the science he just purchased. With just a wave of his hand, the system presents a lesson proposal. You will receive divine power of level S after completing the training course. Just complete 500 sets with these 3 exercises. The second lesson is a martial arts class. As soon as the first lesson is mentioned, a stone pillar falls to the ground, shaking the very earth. Hercules greets his students, feeling that introducing himself is quite boring. He introduces himself as Hercules, one of the gods of ancient Lamia, the god of strength and heroes. Hercules says, I know that most of my students usually come here right after completing your course, Chiron. If anyone happens to be sitting here without having completed that course, please complete it first. In fact, Hercules will study after Chiron's course, but in reality, Hercules is Chiron's disciple. Hercules slapped his 70 cm thick arm and explained, for a warrior to fight well, their body must be prioritized. Strength, reflexes, speed, all need to be trained. Among all these things, what I am about to teach you is strength. To be more precise, I am talking about the strength of muscles. I'm sure some students are thinking right now, what the hell is this? What's the point of getting stronger? Doesn't getting bigger just make you slower and more sluggish? Hercules laughed loudly and asserted, that's just baseless prejudice. They are completely far from the truth. Channel chi throughout your body, and those muscle masses will gradually grow. As I explain, strength, speed, reflexes, all of them are formed from the strength of the muscles. Seo Jun felt his muscles naturally getting bigger, and he didn't understand what was happening. He thought, my teacher is just flexing a bit, but unexpectedly, his muscle mass has actually become much larger. Hercules channeled chi into his 2 feet and ran around like a monkey, saying, look at me, as fast as lightning. He was running while pointing to his lower thigh, saying, look here. Does this strength make you drool? He was running with a burst of energy. One punch from me shattered the stone pillar to pieces. After the pillar was destroyed, he flexed each muscle group in front of him, believing this was the strength coming from the major muscle groups. Next, he demonstrated that his reflexes surpassed both instinct and thought. He swayed back and forth, performing thousands of movements for the students to see and witness his true strength. In the end, he summarized, all of this comes from the beautiful muscle groups that cover this body. These muscles are so beautiful that they must make him tremble. You have to close your eyes to admire them. Hercules told the students, do you see? The strength we have is honed from muscle groups. If you want to be faster or have sharper reflexes, then train hard, don't hesitate anymore. Health is the first step to becoming stronger. After watching, Seo Jun dreamed that, I hope to become strong like that in the future. The daily tasks have also been calculated to be as reasonable as possible for the user. The tasks appeared, run 30 km, 1000 sit-ups, 300 push-ups, 300 squats, and finally 150 pull-ups. He feels, this exercise is too simple, just a little effort and it's done. In fact, he thinks it seems difficult, but when he reads the supplementary requirements of the exercise, he curses silently in disbelief. When doing this exercise, students only need to use weights of 1 ton or more, and the level will vary depending on the student's capabilities. He looks closely again to make sure he is not mistaken. The closer he gets to the requirements, the more he realizes that this requirement is real. It feels like this life is surreal. Then he notices the title of the video, this exercise turns out to be real. He can't help but wonder, don't tell me the leg training technique is the same. He clicks to watch another lecture about walking on void, with an elderly man named Jang Sam-bong. Jang Sam-bong explains, when I talk about techniques in this, I am talking about the movement of the legs in combat. When using a sword or any technique, what's important is how you walk. But leg techniques do not only refer to the legs but also relate to how to harmoniously use the body to create steps. Jang Sam-bong is the elder of the Wudang sect and also the creator of martial arts and sword and fist. Hercules considers Jang Sam-bong to be a gym addict, but also a legend who has transcended the mundane world. Yet, isn't he also immortal? Jang Sam-bong gave a very simple example. He gently walked on air and explained, this is the skill of walking on void that we will teach you later. It's just simply walking in a flat manner. This level is not too difficult, right? You just need to follow along. By harnessing your inner energy, you can use your feet to step on air. You will understand what I mean later. Seo Jun watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, if I master this skill, my movement abilities will no longer be limited. The daily tasks had already been calculated by the system. The system provided seemingly reasonable exercises. The most challenging was to maintain a speed of 300 km per hour for 30 seconds, and the second exercise was to fall from a height of 30 meters or more 25 times. The current tasks would change depending on the student's level. He still felt doubtful, looking closely at these requirements. Do you still think I can perform these non-physical exercises? He felt, this life is really unfair to me. It's all exercises meant for deities. Suddenly, a girl pulled open the door of the academy and said, excuse me, is Seo Jun here? He replied, that's me, who are you? As soon as they met, they both realized they were acquaintances. It turned out to be the daughter of his uncle Man Chul. The girl brought a glass of water to invite Seo Jun to drink and asked, why are you here? She replied, I came to ask about my father. He told me that you used to work with him. But recently, have you been in contact with him? Seo Jun answered, I have been in contact with him recently when applying for the hunter test. But is there something wrong? Suyun seemed worried and said, I have lost contact with my father. So I thought maybe you knew something. Upon hearing that the uncle who took care of him had disappeared, Seo Jun asked back, when was the last time you could reach your uncle? Suyun shook her head and replied, I don't know, but yesterday after coming home from work, he suddenly disappeared. Seo Jun thought, maybe he got drunk and fell asleep outside, this has happened before. Suyun also hoped that her father was just in such a state. Seeing her too sad, Seo Jun asked further, is there any other problem? Suyun replied, I had an argument with my father yesterday. I told him that I wanted to become a professional hunter. Seo Jun asked further, do you intend to use the power of the 4-star technology? Soo-yeon said, no, I just got my powers about a month ago. That's why I told my father that I wanted to join the Academy Hunter Mills instead of going to college. So my father disagreed. She said, well, it doesn't matter if you don't know where he went. I just hope he is drinking and sleeping somewhere. Seo Jun felt sorry for his sister's fate. Right now, earning money as a hunter seemed much better than working in a company. He understood why this girl wanted to find a job as soon as possible, just to help Uncle Man-chul. And the uncle didn't want to put his daughter in danger. He said, after hearing stories related to hunters, he will definitely not want his daughter to pursue this profession at all. Be careful, little sister, if anything happens, just contact me. The little sister replied, good luck to you. I think you are doing fine now. As soon as he said goodbye to his sister, Seo Jun's expression turned anxious. He took out his phone to call, but the uncle didn't answer. He didn't know what he was doing. Indeed, this was not the first time this had happened. At this moment, Kalkus reported back to Kalia, I think the evil star has started to take notice. Kalia replied, the evil star and the dark saint, right? What about Kim Seo Jun? Kalkus responded, we still haven't been able to locate him. This made her bite her nails and worry. She demanded, under no circumstances should the infiltration of a 10-star Dungeon be revealed. Kankos replied, yes. Kalia continued, the progress of the plan. He still wondered how he could possibly carry out these exercises. He had no idea where to find a ton to train with, let alone complete the workout. He regretted thinking that leaving the beast corpses behind for training was better, but considering that he had bought Kibisis, even though he never intended to use it to help him train, he had no other choice. As soon as he put the heavy items into the spatial bag, the normal spatial evening suddenly became heavier than ever, making it hard for him to even lift it once. He hoped that with this bag, the weight would exceed a ton, but when he tried too hard, it turned out to be too old, so he had to set the spatial bag down on the ground. Seo Jun thought, with my basic strength, it's a bit difficult, but maybe increasing my strength with mana will make it more feasible. He didn't think he would have to go this far, but training felt more like torture than exercise. He rolled up his sleeves and determined to exert all his power to complete the workout. When Seo Yun entered the academy, she saw him lying face down on the ground. She asked, what the hell are you doing? He groaned, help me, Seo Yun. Please save me. Get that thing off me. If you don't, I'm going to die. Park Seo Yun didn't know this was a space bag, so she thought, wow, it's all torn, why is this so heavy? But when she held it for a moment, he still didn't move. She used all her strength to lift him with both hands and finally threw him aside. He cried out, thank you, Seo Yun. I almost got crushed into a lump of meat. Seo Yun breathed a sigh of relief for saving him, but when she looked at her hands, she felt shaken because she didn't expect the space bag to be that heavy. He thanked Seo Yun incessantly, thank you. I was almost meeting my maker. He had the intention to jump off the building and asked, you know how tall this building is, right? Seo Yun thought he was just asking out of curiosity, so she replied, it's about 5 stories, around 15 meters. He felt that 15 meters wasn't enough, so he asked, why are you asking me this? He looked at Seo Yun's face with determination, I want to jump from the rooftop. I don't know if jumping from 15 meters is enough, and if I can do it in my current state. Seo Yun waited for a moment, then he said, I'm going to go outside and try jumping once. Park Seo Yun couldn't stop him in time, and soon he was nowhere to be seen. Inside the academy, she only heard a loud crash, followed by his voice echoing, oh, so I can actually do it. Seo Jun encouraged himself and tried again. He jumped down again with a thud. Seo Yun moved from one surprise to another, feeling doubtful about life and his existence. She felt sad, not knowing what the new trainees would think if they witnessed this scene. She was even worried that she wouldn't be able to recruit more new students. When Lee Min-yeol arrived at the academy, he still didn't understand what his teammate was doing, so he asked Seo-yoon, "What's going on here?" "I just stepped out for a moment to find a new place to stay." Park Seo-yoon shook her head. "I don't know either, I want to know too." The two girls exchanged thoughts. Is this normal? He's never like this. Did he eat something weird? Seo-yoon replied, "He usually is like this, but today it's worse." After a few days of training, Seo-joon still couldn't get in touch with his uncle, feeling completely disconnected. He was no longer cheerful, as his uncle had disappeared a few times before, but this was the first time he had been gone for so long. The daughter of Uncle Manchul texted him, "Did my dad talk to you about anything? I'm thinking of calling the police. Please text me if my dad calls you. Thank you." Reading this message, he felt that something had happened and decided he needed to confirm it in person. He picked up his backpack and left, then told Seo-yoon, "I'm going out for a bit." Seo-yoon initially thought he was going to jump off the building again, but that wasn't the case. She even said, "Did you forget the police announcement?" Someone confirmed they saw a zombie, and others are speculating that the tunnel has exploded. He replied, "No, I'm going to find Uncle Manchul now." Seo-yoon saw how serious he was and asked, "Is it about the boss? Did something happen?" He simply answered, "I'm not sure yet. I'll let you know after I confirm." After that, he went to the construction site where Uncle Manchul worked. Everyone recognized him as the superstar Kim Seo-joon from Academy Dream. He politely greeted the older people at the site, and the bosses praised him for being so impressive in the hunter exam. One person said, "You've worked hard for 9 years to become a hunter. I'm sure you'll succeed." Another advised, "Don't be complacent and arrogant, be careful." There was an uncle at the construction site who noticed, when Seo-joon was transporting some bodies, he guessed that the guy had succeeded since he did those things. The bald uncle asked, "Why did you suddenly come here?" He shook his hand, "No, I just wanted to visit you guys." "How's everyone doing?" The bald uncle replied, "Nothing has changed at all. Thanks to you dealing with that troublesome director, we are feeling very comfortable right now. Manchul told us that you are the one who got Kim Tae-soo fired, right?" He didn't dare to take credit for this, so he just smiled awkwardly, as Seo-yoon was the one who had helped him with these matters. But today, he came here to ask about something else. He asked, "Have you seen Uncle Manchul go anywhere?" The bald uncle replied, "I haven't seen him. What about you guys?" A bespectacled uncle said, "Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him for a while either. Is it possible he's lying around somewhere again after wasting materials once more?" "Sometimes he does that." Seo-joon felt disheartened because he thought no one at the construction site knew about where the uncle had gone. Then suddenly, one person in the group said, "That uncle disappeared when he followed someone." Seo-joon immediately asked for information about the uncle who had followed the stranger. "What do you mean?" The bald uncle tried to remember. "That happened about 3 or 4 days ago, I think. A stranger came to our company." The people around also recalled and agreed. The uncle went out to meet this person. Another person added, "You're right. I heard that person offered a very large reward. Even I was tempted." Seo-joon asked further, "Was there anyone else with that person?" Everyone replied, "No, it was just that uncle." They continued to recount. "I guess this is really suspicious. That person proposed a personal deal instead of going through the company's administrative procedures. Usually, those are very dangerous or illegal tasks. Money isn't worth risking one's life for." Seo-joon felt confused, not understanding why his uncle would agree to do such a thing. Someone else in the group said, "Maybe he is trying to earn money to pay for his daughter's tuition or something similar." Seo-joon didn't want to miss the opportunity, so he asked, "Can you tell me where he went?" The others discussed among themselves, admitting that they had almost been lured by the words of that mysterious person. The bald uncle finally replied, "I'm sorry, but we also don't know." While the uncles were chatting, Seo-joon suddenly noticed something and hurriedly ran off. He only had time to say, "Thank you for the suggestion, I'm a bit busy so I have to leave right away." It turned out he had gone to the labor headquarters to inquire about information, but unfortunately, the staff from the company refused, explaining that they are not allowed to disclose customer information to unrelated third parties. Seo Jun angrily shouted, "He is missing. Are you people normal?" The staff remained firm in their stance. "We cannot disclose anything until it is verified that the person is truly missing. Even after confirmation, we also cannot share information with you. I apologize." Seo Jun was furious, but he had to grit his teeth and endure. He found a corner in the park to sit and think, unsure of what to do next. When he remembered what the people at the construction site said about the uncle leaving with a suspicious person, he felt anxious that, perhaps the uncle had encountered something bad. However, according to his reasoning, there was still no evidence to prove that he was missing. The feeling of unease grew stronger within him. At this moment, Seo Jun kept reminiscing about the memories with his uncle Manchul, a person who was always positive, optimistic, and full of life. His uncle always helped him in work and life, even when he was in the hospital because a beast had crushed his leg. He still handed him an envelope and insisted that he take this money. At that time, Seo Jun asked, "What is this money, uncle?" Uncle smiled and said, "It's an envelope, what else could it be? Inside there is only 3 million, but I hope you will accept it." Seo Jun, with his self-respect, knew that his uncle had a daughter who needed to pay tuition. He could not accept that money, but his uncle simply said, "If an adult has offered it, you should accept it and thank them." Uncle also reminded him, "You must try to recover as quickly as possible, kid. And for borrowing money, we only need to use it once more, right?" Seo Jun recalled the time he lost all the savings he had accumulated over 9 years after the accident. At that time, only Uncle Manchul came to his side, comforting and caring for him. He wasn't wealthy, but he was willing to give Seo Jun 3 million without hesitation. Seo Jun used that money to pay for tuition at Academy Supreme, and thanks to that, he had the opportunity to study at Academy Supreme. Anger surged within Seo Jun as he thought that he could not just sit and wait forever. He decided to call Seo Yun to ask for help with something and was determined to meet Sword Saint to talk immediately. When standing in front of Sword Saint, he listened to Seo Jun's circumstances and asked, "What do you want me to help with?" Seo Jun, instead of answering yes, said, "No." He proposed to challenge the Sword Saint and asked, "Will you accept?" He wanted a one-on-one battle between himself and the Sword Saint. This proposal surprised both Seo Yun and the Sword Saint's subordinates. The Sword Saint asked in astonishment, "What?" Seo Jun calmly set forth his condition, "If I win, I want you to directly intervene in this accident, not just simply help. Conversely, if I lose, I will drop out of school." Upon hearing this, Seo Yun panicked, "What is this?" Seo Jun further explained, "I cannot fight you openly, that is obvious. Therefore, if I can inflict even a small wound on you, I hope you will consider that my victory." He knew he had to go this far to save Uncle Manchul. The organization would never reveal information, as it was confidential. But the person standing before him, the Sword Saint, was one of the 5 heroes representing South Korea. This was invaluable, and he had no other options. This was the only way he could save his uncle. The Sword Saint looked at him unflinchingly and said, "How bold you are." He told him, "Very well, follow me." Upon returning to his room, Sword Saint opened the cabinet and took out a treasure that he had not touched in a long time. He drew the sword from its sheath, and the subordinate following behind immediately recognized it as the Azure Dragon Sword. Legend has it that when Kim Yushin, a great general of the Silla Kingdom, was training on Mount Waryong, he received a divine sword, which included a sword along with a military strategy book. Thanks to this, he achieved resounding victories. Although this was merely a replica of the Azure Dragon Sword, the sword was still a masterpiece created during the greatest era of Korea. The subordinate cautiously asked, "What are your plans with him, sir?" The subordinate worriedly said, "If something bad happens, the young lady will be very sad." Sword Saint coldly replied, almost irritated, "Enough. No matter if he flies, runs, or even crawls, he is still just a student. I am sure he will not dare to challenge me with merely his determination." Sword Saint decided to give this arrogant kiddo a lesson he would never forget. He had been feeling frustrated for a long time. Seo Yun stopped him. There's no need to go this far. I will try to ask him. If I ask in person, he might answer. Seo Jun shook his head in refusal. I really appreciate your suggestion, but this will have consequences for a long time. He did not want to step on others to achieve his goals. He had worked hard to get here, and now he did not want to rely on anyone. Seo Jun was worried, in the future, there will be similar situations like this. The disappearance of my uncle, the reason could also lie within myself. If that is the case, then such things will continue to happen. Seo Jun clenched his fists, feeling angry. I still don't have enough strength or authority to protect those around me. That's why I need to bring Sword Saint into this to engrave this belief deep into everyone's mind. He turned to Seo Yun and reassured her, I will fight and come back, don't worry. Seeing him so serious, Seo Yun could only sigh, if you want to go, I can't stop you. The battlefield was a room with bright lights. She could only hope that her student would succeed. Sword Saint exuded a threatening aura. If you think that I will go easy on you because you are my granddaughter's student, now is the time to stop. Seo Jun felt fear in the face of that pressure, almost wanting to cry, but he still held himself together. I'm just afraid you will lose and break your promise. The Sword Saint saw that this kid had no training and didn't know fear. He acknowledged the madness in his spirit, but at the same time drew his sword from its sheath. With a determined gaze, he pointed the sword straight at him, wanting to accept his skills. Seo Jun immediately put his body into an attacking stance. He thought to himself, even if he is the Sword Saint, my current self can still endure. Without hesitation, Seo Jun jumped into the air, channeling mana throughout his body. He decided to unleash all his strength right from the start of the battle, even though fear was evident on his face. But with the determination to save Uncle Man Chul at all costs, he didn't hesitate to strike with the Lance Aura skill like a divine thunderbolt. The Sword Saint responded with a mocking tone, What age are you to think you can take me on, little duckling? With just a little effort, he had completely countered Seo Jun's attack. Looking into his eyes, he asked, Is this all you have? With a simple flick of his hand, he forced Seo Jun to stumble back. Not giving him a moment to recover from the previous blow, the Sword Saint advanced with an extremely swift slash. But fortunately, Seo Jun managed to duck just in time to evade it. The subsequent strikes put him in a passive position. He could only think of ways to defend against the Sword Saint. The man's speed was far too fast compared to his own abilities, making Seo Jun feel like he might as well be meeting his ancestors in this life. Each strike from the Sword Saint had the potential to end him instantly. The Sword Saint smiled and said, Let me show you a skill called Sword Dance. With that, he launched a powerful slash forward, creating a strong shockwave that swept through the entire arena like a whirlwind. Seo Yun beside him was constantly worried about him, while Seo Jun could only brace himself, using all his strength to withstand the attack with his lance. He knew that his opponent was not just a master but a shining star among a multitude of stars. The Sword Saint continued to attack casually, but enough to make Seo Jun feel breathless. Despite the vast difference in skill levels between the two, he still thought about this kiddo, recalling that just a few months ago, he was merely a naive little boy. From their previous encounter, he had sensed the potential of this foolish kid, but only at the level of a student. However, the feeling he was witnessing at this moment was of a completely different person. Seo Jun can still confront the Sword Saint with ordinary slashes. He realizes that, with every minute, every second, Seo Jun's fighting style is changing. Whenever the feeling of defeat appears, he advances even more strongly. The Sword Saint simply shakes his thigh, lightly unleashing a sword strike that creates space, and immediately delivers a powerful slash that sends Seo Jun retreating a considerable distance. He also realizes, the weapon this guy is holding is not ordinary at all. From the very beginning, he felt something unusual. He was quite surprised that this weapon could withstand his aura so well. The Sword Saint is confident that, if it weren't for that weapon, he would have fallen under my hands long ago. However, the Sword Saint does not want to prolong the engagement any further. He does not wish to exert all his strength in battle, but still decides to add a bit more power to his next strike. He approaches Seo Jun with lightning speed and delivers another slash. This time, Seo Jun is pushed back repeatedly, with no time to prepare due to the close distance. He cannot evade and ultimately has to endure this blow, even tasting blood in the process. In this moment of battle, Seo Jun felt that he had been too arrogant. He had once thought, I can do everything just because I have defeated a few other promising students. But now, he realized that students were still just students. He felt that he was still too immature and inexperienced, not enough to face the brutality of life. Seo Jun had failed to see that truth. Seo Jun collapsed before the Sword Saint, having little strength left to stand up. Before him now, the Sword Saint resembled a god. He clearly perceived the tremendous gap between himself and the man. Although frustrated that the Sword Saint had not yet unleashed his full power, he felt fortunate that he had not voiced this thought. If he had, perhaps the Sword Saint would have used all his strength, and he would have had no choice but to go home and eat chicken in embarrassment. Refusing to accept defeat, Seo Jun was determined to rise and continue fighting. He attacked from above, but the Sword Saint merely raised his sword to block it effortlessly. The Sword Saint believed that Seo Jun had made a mistake in challenging him. With a powerful flick, the Sword Saint sent Seo Jun flying to another spot. Despite being completely overwhelmed, Seo Jun still tried to comfort himself that confidence could repel any enemy, simply by mentioning his own name. Although terrified, he knew he had to stand up and take risks in this battle. In his heart, he always admired the Sword Saint. He was the target he aimed for, wishing to become as powerful as him. Seo Jun admired not only the strength of the Sword Saint but also the way he attained that power. But now, he realized he had been too proud of the hollow title of Superman. When facing the Sword Saint, he dared to underestimate him like that. The Sword Saint fought while playing, feeling bored, so he unleashed a wave of energy from the tip of his sword. This burst of energy radiated powerfully, causing Seo Jun to struggle to defend himself but ended up coughing up blood. Seo Jun was nearly exhausted, but when he thought about the day he could reach a new peak, surpassing even the Sword Saint, he regained his spirit. With that determination, Seo Jun rushed towards the Sword Saint, telling himself, take risks for greater rewards, if it ends, I'll start a new life. Suddenly, he felt as if time had stopped. The weight in his hands seemed to vanish. With each step forward, he felt strange. How could I perceive the Sword Saint's attack in such a brief moment? As a result, a loud swoosh echoed, blood splattered everywhere. Back in reality, two people stood outside observing this scene. Seo Yun, unable to bear watching any longer, called out Seo Jun's name and ran in to check on his condition. Although Seo Jun admitted that he was weaker than the Sword Saint, others were surprised that he could still hold his ground against the principal during that time. Before Seo Jun collapsed to the ground, the last words he said to the Sword Saint were, "That promise, please do not go back on your word." Having said that, he fell to the arena floor. The Sword Saint stood there with a face as cold as ice, as if he were contemplating something. He acknowledged that Seo Jun had grown much stronger than before, and just by looking into his eyes, one could see that. As for Uncle Manchul, he was carrying someone on his back through the snowstorm, cursing as he walked, "Damn it! I regret this now. If things go wrong because of you, I won't follow anymore. I've been blinded by your money." While carrying the person on his back, Uncle Manchul panted heavily. The man on his back apologized to him, as he hadn't expected this to happen. Despite the dangerous situation, Manchul remained optimistic that someone would come to rescue the two of them. When the man was informed that it would never happen, Uncle Manchul felt shocked and surprised, so, the one he was carrying had taken a gamble, asking the president of the association to keep the information secret under any circumstances. He felt foolish for keeping this matter hidden, and now both had to bear the heavy consequences. In a moment, the atmosphere turned negative. Uncle thought, both of us will die here. But Manchul, with his optimistic nature, said to the man on his back, "Well, someone will find a way to get out of this mess." The man did not understand who Uncle was referring to, and Manchul explained, "There is one person I trust very much. He is a fool." At that moment, Seo Jun had woken up from a long coma. Although his body was very tired, he still asked Seo Yoon, "How long have I been unconscious?" Seo Yoon replied, "Not long, but I fear that you no longer have time to lie around there." Hearing this, Seo Joon had to muster the strength to stand up, determined to save his uncle. Sword Saint entered and saw the scene before him. He could not stand aside, so he handed his precious sword to Seo Joon. When he held the Azure Dragon sword in his hands, everyone around was surprised, not understanding why Sword Saint had given him his valuable sword. Seo Joon, confused, asked, "Why are you giving it to me?" The Sword Saint replied coldly, "You talk too much. I will take it back now. I am just fulfilling a promise. With that sword, everyone in the association will know what to do. I would rather let you handle this than do it myself." "Make sure to do it well," the Sword Saint reminded. Seo Joon held the sword in his hand, not having time to rejoice, and quickly asked, "Do you want to give it to me permanently?" The Sword Saint raised an eyebrow, "Are you dreaming? Remember to return it after the job is done." As soon as he had the sword in hand, Seo Joon immediately went to the Pro Hunter Association, the organization that managed and supervised hunters, which was also a profit organization established by professional hunters to serve their interests. Lee Tae-bum, the president of the Pro Hunter Association in South Korea, saw the Azure Dragon sword lying on the table, feeling puzzled, wondering, why is it here and brought by Seo Joon himself? Seo Joon could never have imagined in his life that he would meet the president of the association. First, he politely greeted the chairman, then introduced his name and said, "I came here unannounced because I need to ask a few things." Lee Tae-bum felt, the position of the association president seems to be just for show, because a few days ago an old assassin came here asking for 3 billion to be transferred to a person named Kim Seo Joon. Now, even Sword Saint can be used by him. The association president thought, the background of the person sitting in front of me must be very significant. Seo Joon went straight to the point as time was running out, saying, "A few days ago, a person named Man Chul went missing after entering a dungeon at someone's request. Before entering the dungeon, it is mandatory to notify the association. Please let me know which dungeon he entered and with whom." The association president was a bit distracted because Sword Saint was angry with him and had requested not to disclose this matter to anyone. The president tried to divert the topic before answering, "Before I answer your question, I need to verify that the Azure Dragon sword is real." Seo Joon replied, "Feel free to check, but I would greatly appreciate it if you could answer my question quickly." Lee Tae-bum still insisted on following the proper procedure. "I think we should prioritize checking the sword first." Seo Joon said, "If you do not help me and an incident occurs due to the delay, will you take responsibility for that?" Lee Tae-bum looked at the Azure Dragon sword in front of him. The dazzling light and the reasonable words of this person made him reconsider and decide to speak the truth. After all, this was the Sword Saint's intention, he could not do otherwise. Lee Tae-bum revealed that the Magic Saint is investigating the 10-star dungeon intrusion at his request, and recently found a clue, then proceeded to the 6-star dungeon for a secret investigation. Hearing about the 10-star dungeon, Seo Joon recalled that the assassin once told me that the one behind this dungeon is the Order of Truth. He felt that there was something shady that he did not know. After obtaining the information, he stood up to thank the association president for providing the information, but before leaving, he still had one question. He wanted to mortgage the Azure Dragon sword in exchange for a loan from the association. Soo-yeon had called him back to check on the situation. "Have you heard from my dad yet?" Seo Joon calmly replied, "Not yet, but I have thought of a place where he might be. I think the dungeon he entered at someone else's request has issues." This news hit the daughter of the uncle like a bolt from the blue, and she was instantly terrified, worried that her father would die. He had known his uncle for a while, so he also knew that Soo-yeon's mother had passed away 11 years ago due to the dungeon collapse, as she had sacrificed herself to save her daughter. Soo-yeon did not want the monsters to take away her precious people once again, which was why she wanted to become a hunter. He comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, little sister, I will definitely bring him back." After hanging up the phone, he stepped towards the dungeon, simultaneously thinking, according to information from the association president, the Magic Saint and my uncle have entered a dungeon inhabited by monsters. Although the person accompanying his uncle is now old and sick, he was still one of the 5 heroes back then. There must be a reason they are trapped in the 6-star dungeon. Perhaps it is a trap set by the Order of Truth to eliminate the magic saint. The Order of Truth is closely monitoring this situation, and they will act immediately if anyone intervenes. Seo Jun realized that aside from himself, no one else could help these people. While he was worried, the amount of 500 million had been transferred to his account. He immediately said, "Great, here it is." Thinking that he was joking about using the Azure Dragon sword as collateral, the president had initially refused. But after seeing that he was serious, the president finally accepted, although very confused. He had also used tricks and words to threaten the president of the association, forcing him to sell to him for 500 million. He thought to himself, this decision will be fine, right? He believed that the sword saint told him he could do whatever he wanted with the sword, so he had mortgaged it. In reality, he did not want to see the Azure Dragon sword that the sword saint had given him at all, but because he was about to enter the dungeon, where even the magic saint had to fail, he needed to prepare thoroughly. When he acquired that equipment, the system immediately calculated the value of karma and provided a figure corresponding to the amount of money he had just received from the president of the association. He had also noticed this weapon before. It was a weapon, although it was just a fake, but when he held it in his hand, he still felt it was very high quality. Feeling confident, he stepped into the chaotic dungeon. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he felt surrounded by trees and various types of plants. He knew that the monsters sent here are very difficult to hunt. They look no different from an ordinary tree. He sensed that he would be in danger if attacked unexpectedly or surrounded by a large number. He did not want to wander around challenging each one because there was no time left. It felt like wandering would lead to ambush. Therefore, he placed his hand on the trunk, focusing on sensing. Seo Jun, as soon as he focused his thoughts and feelings, found nothing at all. However, there was one tree that gave him a strange feeling, something he couldn't quite describe. He looked in the direction of that tree, thinking, it's no different from an ordinary tree, but it's time for me to try out the new weapon I just borrowed from that old man. Taking the opportunity to test the new weapon, he launched it. When the weapon flew towards the tree, it suddenly startled and dodged to the side. He was taken aback because this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. The weapon he had purchased had the ability to automatically return to attack the target it had struck. The weapon turned back and lodged itself right into the back of the tree, piercing through it and causing severe damage. The weapon he had just used was actually a lance of Gungnir, used to dismember the first giants and create the 9 worlds. He thought to himself, this is amazing, this weapon looks incredibly powerful. Although I sense that this weapon is strong, a replica this powerful seems a bit excessive. Looking at the material of the weapon, I can guess it was forged with superior materials. He raised his hand and imagined himself as the god Thor, saying, "Lance, come back to me." However, the weapon remained completely still. He felt it was heavy and difficult to control, so he had consumed a lot of mana to make it fly up and automatically return to his hand. He found this very challenging because if he kept making it return, it would drain too much mana, so he could only use it about twice in battle. In reality, using it just once would already deplete his mana. Seo Jun remembered that according to the legend, weapons with the ability to return automatically had their limitations when they were replicas. At his current level, he could only call it back once. However, with positive belief, he thought he could use this ability freely. By then, this ability would just be like a cheap imitation. He recalled that he had only been able to purchase this weapon by mortgaging the Azure Dragon sword of that old man. Meanwhile, the trees growing from the ground were preparing to attack him. He thought, if the sword saint wants to kill me, then I should throw this weapon to buy some time and escape. The trees lunged, reaching out their hands and preparing to attack. He used his agility to strike each tree, countering some of them and launching the newly purchased weapon. After that, he moved forward, not wanting to get entangled with these trees any longer. He worried, I wonder where my uncle is right now. Right now, his uncle is facing an old man. The old man is running out of breath, and a slogan appears, if you fall, someone else will eat you. Despite his exhaustion, the uncle carries the old man on his back and runs with all his might forward. A monster tree extends sharp roots to chase after the 2 old men. by chance, one of those roots attacks the two of them, causing them to fall. Just as other branches are about to attack from above the uncle's head, the magic saint stands up and creates a protective barrier with magic to fend off these branches. The magical old man urges the uncle to run immediately and says, "I will hold them back." Manchul is a sentimental person and cannot bear to leave someone else behind. The magic saint speaks with great authority, "I am just an old man who has one foot in the grave. If I hadn't brought you here in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. What are you talking about? Hurry up and run. Go now." Even if both of them are to die, the uncle still does not want to leave his old friend behind. The magic saint, exhausted, lies down because he has given his all. The uncle uses his body to shield the old man. In the moment before they ascend to the heavens, the uncle conveys, "I'm sorry, it's all my father's fault, Suyun." But when the uncle thought he was dead and didn't open his eyes, the male lead was standing in front of him to protect him. Seo Jun, with a confident face, said, "Uncle, do you know how long your daughter has been looking for you?" Manchul was surprised. "In times of trouble, this kiddo came to save my life." Seo Jun requested the uncle to bring the magic saint back and said, "We will talk later, okay?" As for him, he charged forward alone to deal with the problem. He saw that this was a 6-star dungeon, so it wouldn't be easy to solve it all. He successfully attracted the attention of the monsters. Just as he thought he needed to find their weakness, branches attacked him as fast as swords, making it difficult for him to dodge. He also realized that these monsters are nearly immortal. No matter how many times I chop them, they can continuously regenerate. He felt a chill and temporarily withdrew. He decided that, given the current situation, I cannot get close to them. I will throw my weapon to pierce their weak points. In the critical moment, he fumbled to find that weapon. He thought, if I run to get the weapon, the other two will be in danger. The angry tree monsters continuously attacked them. He used the skills Quete, spinning lance of Longinus, to fend off this assault. He felt, this weapon is extremely powerful, completely making him feel pressure. His body felt like it was being torn apart into two. When he glanced back and saw the two men had run far enough away, he no longer lingered with them but moved and ran quickly to the weapon. As soon as he grasped the weapon in his hand, he said, "You guys, who has been bullying me all this time? Now it's too late to apologize." He hurled the weapon down, piercing the bodies of the tree monsters. The monsters could only scream in agony, but that was still not enough. Because they had the ability to regenerate infinitely, when this tree was destroyed, there were still countless other trees. He had to work very hard to avoid them. At times, he even got hit, causing him to bleed. He was throwing the weapon while using the lance of Longinus to deal with them. When he noticed the weapon had stopped moving, he went to look for it. When he found it, he raised his hand to recruit it. Fortunately, the weapon knew how to obey, rolling back slowly and reaching his hand. He felt truly lucky to have found this weapon and to have called it back in time. When it returned to his hand, he felt as if he had tamed it much more. His gaze became cold. He just wanted to clear out these monsters as quickly as possible. The monstrous trees, upon seeing the weapon he wielded, became sneaky and fearful, even daring not to attack. He sensed that they were afraid of the weapon he was holding. He chose which one would be eliminated first and decided to start with the one in the middle. He didn't need to say much. He threw the weapon through the row of trees, ending the life of that tree right on the spot. The other trees, realizing the situation was not in their favor, began to grow longer tendrils from their trunks to hinder him. He could retrieve the weapon, but the trees did not know that he had an even more powerful weapon than the one he had just used, which was the lance he was holding in his hand. Its destructive power could clear out any monster he desired. The trees seemed to find their way to death in the end. After dealing with those level 6 monster trees, he went to the Elders Guild to chase after them and talk. The old man asked, "Why did it take so long?" Seo Jun replied to the two old men, "I heard that you came here to send Suyun to the Hunter Academy. Why is that? Why do you want to do that? Why did you even cause trouble with your daughter in the first place?" The old man, embarrassed and blushing, said, "That's none of your business." Seeing the urgent situation, Seo Jun realized that the magic saint was in a critical state. Even in his tragic condition, he still tried to cling to the old man's shoulder, which only made him more exhausted. He noticed that the situation was truly dire, so he took an emergency pill from his spatial pocket. This was the moment he needed to use the pill. Although it wouldn't fully restore him, it would help him feel better. As soon as he finished drinking it, the old man gradually woke up. The magic saint asked him, "Who are you?" Manchul told him, "This is the kiddo I mentioned to you." The magic saint continued to ask, "Is this person from the Hunter Academy?" He asked, "Did you really come here to save us? How did you know we were here? But wait, what happened to those monster trees?" Seo Jun replied, "I have dealt with them." The magic saint could hardly believe it. He said, "This young man has cleaned up those tree monsters all by himself." Seo Jun asked, "Why did you bring this uncle here?" The magic saint answered, "To study the monsters. I need someone to move the corpses. For personal reasons, I need to do this discreetly, but I cannot do it alone with this old body of mine." Seo Jun understood part of the situation. The magic saint did not want to draw attention to himself. He said, "I want to move them secretly because I need someone as discreet as possible." Seo Jun questioned, "You are doing this secretly because you are afraid the Order of Truth will find out, right?" The magic saint had not even told the president of the association, yet Seo Jun already knew. He said, "Actually, everything was supposed to be over, but suddenly there was a massive earthquake. This pressure is not simple at all. It turns out that when I came here, the level 6 tree monsters did not pose any difficulty for me. It was that gigantic tree that put me in this situation." Seo Jun felt fear because even someone in the top 5 had to fail against it. The magic saint shared with a sad expression, "I am very grateful that you came, but you should not have come here." His face lost all color when he realized what was before him, a creature as large as a mountain, a colossal tree angrily strolling through its forest. Everyone believed, this is a mutated monster. But the wizard thought, "I believe this is a form of mutation, but I cannot be sure." Seo Jun looked at the size of the monstrous tree before him and realized, it is no different from what he had just encountered, only differing in size. Seo Jun felt lucky that the giant tree had not yet noticed them. He suggested, "The current thing to do is to avoid its gaze and escape from this dungeon." The magic saint said, "I have tried a few times, but there is no way. When you and your uncle tried to escape from the dungeon, it could detect you immediately. That is why you were injured." He sadly explained, "That monster is not just an ordinary creature. Its bark is too hard, so magic cannot penetrate. Even if we could break it, its regeneration speed is very fast, so it would recover immediately. My magic cannot do anything to it. I even think it is a monster that has evolved, eliminating the weaknesses of an ordinary tree and greatly enhancing its power." Seo Jun felt astonished and frightened by his magic. Without seeing its effects, is it that powerful? The magic saint sighed and said, "I am no longer what I used to be. I have grown old and am just waiting for the day I depart from this world. Strangely enough, people still call me the magic saint, but I feel truly ashamed. I can use magic to weaken the shell and control its regeneration speed, but the problem is that I cannot do anything else in the meantime. I wish I were just 5 years younger, then everything would be different." He added that even when it has weakened, to break the hard shell and destroy its core, we need a strong enough strike. But currently, there is no way. Hearing about the need for a strong strike, Seo Jun felt that his time had come. He asked him, "So we just need a really strong attack, right?" Seo Jun pulled out his weapon for pride and suggested, "While you weaken the monster, I will destroy its core." Both old men looked at him with doubt. They did not believe that he could attack with enough power to shatter the monster's core. The magic saint said, "With Seo Jun's current abilities, you can only weaken it, but you cannot strip it of its power." He felt that his old life was coming to an end. Seo Jun also understands that he could fall at any moment, thanks to his emergency pill, so he is aware that there is only one chance. The magic saint told the two of them, "Hurry and run away." While feeling sad, he noticed the weapon emitting a strange energy and asked him, "What is this?" Seo Jun explained, "This will be a weapon that helps you deliver a powerful blow to the monster." He emphasized, "Please take a look, isn't it impressive?" Just as he wanted to touch it, Seo Jun warned, "Be careful, because if you are not the owner, it may emit a rejection response." The magic saint felt, this weapon is truly magical, it can identify its owner. As soon as he touched it, a wonderful light emanated from the weapon, making him feel both amazed and excited. He felt a bit tired but still asked him, "The knowledge of heaven and earth and the reason for creating these magics. I can't even understand where the energy from this pine tree comes from." Manshul, since acknowledging this uncle, saw him talking a lot for the first time. He remembered Seo Yun's appearance, the disciple of magic, who also seemed just as interested as this uncle. He said, "The weapon of the main character is different, and now it is capable, right?" The magic saint affirmed, "I alone am enough, my ability combined with this weapon is completely overwhelming, I don't even need to be here anymore." He asked, "Where did you get this weapon?" Seo Jun thought of a lie and replied that the sword saint had bought it for him. The magic saint recalled his old friend, feeling kind-hearted like that? He didn't dare to tell the truth, but thought that if he did, he would probably understand anyway. At that moment, night had fallen. In the dungeon, the giant tree monster was still searching for them around the forest. He excitedly held the weapon in his hand, preparing to confront the boss monster. Every day, the old man and the old wizard accompanied him. Aside from Seo Yun reading some plans about her student's future, he remembered the six-pack abs of his student in the notes. The weapon he held was a spear, not a lance. It resembled a spear, but this does not change the fact that it is a spear. The difference between a lance and a spear is nouns. The spear is a combat weapon consisting of a long shaft or handle and a blade or head made of steel, while the lance is carried by horsemen, being a pole with a pointed end used as a weapon to throw or thrust at anything, creating a thrusting motion. The spear is heavier but sharper, primarily designed for horseback riding and sports, while the lance is often designed for use as a defensive weapon. In practice, Seo Jun popularizes the plan before the battle, telling the two, "Wait until the monster is weakened by the magic saint's spell, then I will pierce its core with this spear." He asks, "Do you need to use the spell?" He is also determined to defeat it, saying, "Of course it is possible, even if it may not be very effective, but do not worry, even if I have to risk my life." Seo Jun still wants to keep him safe, saying, "No need for that, just weaken it, I will lure it away." The plan is very simple, I will draw the monster away and buy time for the second step. During that time, the magic saint will exert all his power to cast the spell, and when the monster is weakened, I will destroy its core with the spear. The plan is too simple, but I am the one who thinks a lot. Seo Jun considered several risk scenarios. First, I could die while facing the monster. Second, it might attack the elderly group instead of me. He reasoned that, the first variable won't happen as long as I perform well. But the second variable, that is, the magic saint won't be able to do anything while casting the spell, is a serious issue. He told his uncle, "I will do my best to attract its attention. However, I cannot guarantee how the situation will unfold. If anything unexpected happens, then I'll rely on you." Manshul was determined to return to his daughter and did not want to die in this place. He cheerfully replied to the old wizard, "You heard that, right? If you don't want to die, make sure to hold on tight and don't fall off." His uncle affirmed, "I will carry you. So, just trust me." Seeing that the two uncles had made up their minds, Seo Jun felt satisfied. The happy campaign began. The three of them stood on a branch in the forest, observing the monster. He noticed that it was just a big, stupid tree, so it wasn't hard to figure out. He advised everyone not to stay here and to keep a safe distance if the monster detected them. The wizard was in the process of casting a spell, and the magic saint felt that this kiddo is too energetic for his age. Therefore, he also wanted to stop him. But when he said again, "I have no other choice. I have to take the risk. I am the one who can dodge its attack and escape." These words made the old man change his perception of him. All right, do as you say, the old man replied. Seo Jun smiled at the two uncles. Now we will proceed according to the plan. You two must be bored by now. Let's go outside. The two uncles wished him good luck and told him to set off. Seo Jun approached the monster. When standing in front of the tree, he looked a bit scared. Up close, the tree seemed massive, and even from a distance, it still looked huge. He felt a tremendous source of energy surrounding the tree. He also understood why that old wizard had to struggle so much. While moving to find the tree's weakness, he felt lucky not to encounter any other monster trees. This terrifying creature was just wandering around and destroying everything. Once he stood beneath its foot, he took a deep breath to focus his thoughts. He knew that just one small mistake could put him in danger. The brave man of the year is here, he shouted loudly at the tree, hey! The tree has no ears, but it can still hear your voice. Turning back, seeing your face, it comments, you look quite handsome. Deciding not to let you be, the tree begins to attack. The power emanating from the tree overwhelms you mentally. It shoots out branches from its body towards you. Fortunately, thanks to your quick reflexes, you manage to dodge one branch. However, you feel that there are still other branches behind you continuously attacking. You run from one direction to another, as if racing against time to evade the strikes. There truly is no time to rest. You keep running through the forest. Seo Jun feels that this monster is stronger than him. He realizes he has strayed quite far from the location of his uncle and the old wizard. He senses an impending attack, while the old man has yet to prepare the weakening spell. With an instinctive awareness, he feels a branch lunging towards him from behind. He gently uses his legs to dodge. As he prepares to land on the ground, he sees many branches that have sprouted from the earth, ready to stab him. Fortunately, he was holding a lance in his hand, so for the time being, he felt safe. He ran at full speed to move to another place. In front of him, there was no longer a tree monster, but an extremely large chaotic source of energy. He felt as if he were terrified, and not just himself, even the air around him seemed to tremble. He felt helpless because aside from dodging, there was no other option. Suddenly, a red energy source lit up behind him, and he sensed that this was the signal that the spell had been successfully cast. Feeling that the old wizard had timed it just right, he took advantage of this. The branches, after attacking one spot, seemed to vanish without a trace. He painfully wondered where they had disappeared to. Instead of rushing to find the monster, he shouted loudly, "Hey, dog!" Standing in front of it as if to declare, "I am number one," and flashed a smile. Next, he continued to run from this place to that. While he was frantically running to think of a way to cope, he realized the tree could still catch up and deliver a blow that would send him flying forward in order to dodge. He used a zigzag movement to avoid the branches. While running, he could still feel it chasing after him. He thought, just a little more to the intersection, I just need to lure it there, and then it's over. After that, I will end it all. When the giant tree monster locked onto him, it threw many branches to capture him. He looked up and said, "You're done for, you idiot." Chains shot up from the ground, towering like a mountain, wrapping around the tree's body. The tree screamed in pain. He sensed its speed and strength have diminished significantly. The magic of the magic saint is quite effective. At this rate, I feel I will find its weak point. Even though the tree was being moved, it could still sense the danger in front of it. Somehow, it managed to split off another branch like a blade to search for something. Seo Jun realized, the tree is aiming for the two of them. I can't let this happen, as the old wizard is now exhausted. Manchul is just an ordinary person, so he can only dodge once or twice at most. He used a lot of mana on his spear. This is also considered the last chance, if not, everyone will die. He would pour all his power into this strike, with a cool head and absolute accuracy. He sensed that inside the tree, behind those chains and deep within the layers of wood, was a glowing red orb. He waited for the right moment and launched straight at this head, so forcefully that the ground along his path was torn apart. This lance, when thrown with great strength, was no different from an arrow shot by a god. The monster felt uneasy, but it was too late. The spear pierced through its core and shattered the red gem, which allowed it to regenerate its body. The eyes of the giant tree immediately vanished, no longer red. The tree then collapsed and died. It was time to celebrate the victory. He laughed out loud, but before he could finish, he felt nauseous, like he was carsick. He didn't know if this was a side effect of using all his strength. Despite his body trembling, he no longer had the energy to call it back. But what he hoped was that his uncle and the magic saint would be all right. He ran to where the two of them were and asked, "Uncle, sir, are you both okay?" The uncle was fine, while the magic saint remained completely still. The uncle only had a few scratches, but the situation for the wizard was not simple at all. Seo-jun knew that even though that monster had its power reduced, dodging its attacks was still a piece of cake for someone like the uncle. He saw that the injury was not life-threatening and said, "Uncle, just stay calm, you'll recover after treatment." The uncle also needed to get checked quickly. As for the magic saint, he was perfectly fine. After the victory, Manhwa laughed and said, "If I were to become 5 years younger, you'd have to carry me for 24 hours straight." The old wizard saw that this uncle had quite a sharp tongue. Seo-jun realized a beautiful message: although these two were stuck here, they had grown closer. Manhwa thought, "It's time to leave this place, we shouldn't stay here any longer." Seo-jun agreed with the decision, but there was still one problem: he had thrown the spear a bit too far, so he had to run back to retrieve it. Somehow, the tree stood up again, and the main character couldn't believe it. He thought, "Has all my effort gone to waste?" He remembered that, "I used Gungnir to destroy the core already." But another type appeared behind, where the spear had pierced through. All three of them had to stare in fear. The tree screamed in anger, launching many branches to attack them. The author wrote a supplementary passage to explain that this tree is not really simple, and prolonging the process of destroying this tree later will help readers understand the author. The tree monster howled, channeling all its anger to form extremely sharp and dangerous branches that stabbed straight towards them. Seo-jun, being the one with the most strength among the three, stepped up to protect the other two. Although he was also exhausted from expending all his energy in the previous battle, as the branches drew closer, he felt tension mixed with a bit of fear. But as it charged, the purple energy shield of the magic saint could temporarily protect them, although he had also reached his limit and wanted to protect everyone before he died. Magic Saint was exhausted, even coughing up blood. Seeing this, he thought, Magic Saint has reached his limit, he won't be able to hold on much longer. To take down that bastard, I need to destroy that thing. In this urgent situation, where was the spear Gungnir? It turned out to be buried under a pile of the monster's roots. The monster knew that this was his powerful weapon and had hidden it away. The situation became even more critical, as only that spear could serve as a weapon against this tree. But in fact, there was still another hope. He was still afraid of the lance of Longinus. He believed that if he could land a direct hit, it might break its flaw. Seo-jun looked at Magic Saint and asked, "Can you use that skill again to weaken it one more time?" Magic Saint replied, "I will do my best." But he also felt that the branches were moving, and if he went outside, he would die. He reassured everyone, "I can survive like free fire, so you don't need to worry about me." Time was running out, and he was doing everything he could at that moment, not allowing fear to take over. He boldly shot out, leaving the protective energy sphere of Magic Saint. He used the remaining clarity to move quickly, dodging the attacking branches. He realized that just one hit would mean instant death. But thinking back, he felt that the old wizard had managed to block the attacks despite being in such a terrible state, had reached his limit. The only one who could try and resolve this situation was him. On the way to the core of it, he used the lance of Longinus to destroy the attacking branches. The branches attacking the protective barrier of the Magic Saint became weaker. In fact, it wanted to exert more power to attack Seo-jun, as he was directly threatening its life. He utilized his jumping ability to evade the attacks. While jumping high, he got very close to it and could see its furious face. He calculated briefly and realized that to use the Lance of Longinus, he needed to go deeper. But for now, it had not appeared for him to advance further. He thought, this mission seemed almost impossible, as getting close to it was difficult, and now destroying it was even harder. He stood up and calculated the position of the tree to destroy it when suddenly, smaller branches wrapped tightly around his left leg. He had no idea when this happened. In this moment, the monster unleashed its branches to stab him to death. Once again, luck came to the protagonist when he was aided by the magic saint, who cast a spell to weaken it with chains. He realized this was the paralysis magic of the magic saint. The golden opportunity had finally arrived, and he did not want to miss it. With the branches gripping his leg, he had no choice but to run quickly, jumping onto the branches that were bound. But while moving, he also felt the power of the magic diminishing and thinning. Given this situation, he speculated, the old wizard must have been under immense pressure on his body to activate it once more. When he realized that the wizard was out of mana, he caught sight of its survival gem. He charged forward at high speed, simultaneously attacking the tree monster. In a moment that seemed destined for success, the magical chains lost their effect and completely vanished. This also indicated that the old wizard had run out of energy. As soon as it was no longer bound, it angrily used another branch to give him a slap that sent him flying several meters away, exhausted, and now receiving another slap, causing him to gasp for breath, lying on the ground and lamenting, "Oh heavens, where is the strength of the protagonist? Where is the power of our friendship? Rise up now." Looking at its strength and fierce face, he felt as if all hope was lost. He was deluding himself, thinking, if I just get close, the Lance of Longinus can destroy its insides. He realized this was indeed a wrong decision. The monster roared once more and attacked. The moment seemed like the protagonist would die, and he was already exhausted. When he saw he could no longer move, the protective aura of the protagonist shone brightly, and the old wizard had to jump out to create a protective layer, informing him once again, "You really are a fool and I always have to come to your aid." The magic saint shouted, "You run away. I must save you at all costs and cannot believe that a student like you could achieve such outstanding martial arts level before turning 30. It has been a long time since I last felt a shiver from someone else's martial arts. I am also thinking about your future, and I am sure that in just a year, perhaps everyone will know your name." He continued, "Who knows what level he will reach a year from now? I believe that the young man I met has the potential to surpass a hero, that he could level up one day soon and become the hero of humanity. But the difficulty is that he currently lacks the strength. Therefore, the magic saint wants him to live, even if it means sacrificing his own life." The magic saint shouted, "Run now!" But the protagonist is always reckless, never willing to give up. Whenever he encounters difficulties, he wants to stay and fight to the end. He stubbornly tries to stand up, even though the old wizard advises him, "Run. You must live. I don't have much time left." He told him, "Don't be foolish. Face reality." He became angry and asked, "Then why don't you run? Why don't you abandon us and escape? Why don't you leave Uncle Manshul? You could do that if you wanted to. Why do you keep trying to sacrifice yourself?" These words of wisdom made the magic saint realize some truth. The protagonist said that, but he was already exhausted. The more he tried to stand up, the more his body refused and collapsed again. His body was fighting against him, it had reached its limit and bled for the second time. In fear, he thought, running away is the best opportunity and choice right now. He decided to leave this place for the magic saint, and she would take Uncle Manshul away from here. There is one more option, but this is the worst choice, to fight this monster in an unfavorable condition. The moment he collapsed, he thought he would run away. But for some reason, deep down, he didn't want to run. A muscular man stood in front of him, it was the god Hercules. In the first lectures, he had asked him what he thought strength was. This question had made him reconsider. Hercules was the greatest god in Greek and Roman mythology. In the orientation, he emphasized the importance of muscles. However, the strength he wanted to impart was not just the kind of strength from ancient times. Seo Jun, with a face streaming with tears from exhaustion, looked up at the figure before him. It was the god from myths and legends. He was also smiling back at him, as if telling him to keep going. He suddenly remembered the words Hercules had said in the first class. He said, "Strength does not come solely from muscles. The strength I want to teach you is not just that." At this moment, he recalled the tasks Hercules had assigned to him. They were difficult, and Hercules had once said, "Now, are you wondering what the strength I am talking about is?" Even though you wanted to collapse from the exercises, you still kept your head up to listen to the lecture. "Do you think the lesson is over?" Suddenly, Hercules said something that made me perk up my ears to listen. It was the atonement for Hera's curse. I went mad and killed my beloved wife and child with my own hands. As a god tormented by guilt, there was a time when I thought about ending my own life. But fortunately, Hercules' good friend convinced him to undertake 12 labors to atone for his sins. The 12 impossible tasks included slaying the Nemean lion, slaying the Lernaean hydra, capturing the Erymanthian boar, cleaning the stables of King Augeas, driving away the Stymphalian birds, capturing the Cretan bull, capturing the man-eating horses of Diomedes, stealing the belt of Hippolyta, stealing the apples of the Hesperides, and capturing Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld. After completing all the tasks, Hercules' fame gradually increased over time. However, people suddenly began to mock me. They ridiculed me, claiming that I sought glory. I believed they were right because I had committed too many sins to become a hero. Thus, people cited reasons that prevented me from ever speaking the words of insult. It was painfully agonizing, and once again, I thought about suicide. He said, "But I cannot give up. I have lived for others, sacrificing myself to the point where they think I am a fool. I only hope that in the distant future, one day, selflessness will become a given in life. Only then can I forgive myself for that fateful day." He continued, "After I completed the 12 labors and was honored as a true hero, I saved the gods of Olympus in the battle against the giants, a battle that nearly ended the era of heroes. Hercules, a man who, having lost his sanity, took the life of his family, ultimately became the greatest hero of all." Hercules explained that the strength that guided him on his path was the will to atone. When you try to do something or become someone, people will often tell you that it is impossible. He went on, "As someone who has gone through such hardships and challenges, let me tell you this, I have heard such words throughout my journey of trials. However, I want everyone to know that it does not matter. Time and again, they will tell you that it is impossible. Time and again, they will say that you cannot do it." Hearing this, he was able to lift one leg to stand up. Then, he gritted his teeth, trying to endure all the wounds on his body to be able to rise. At the same time, the teachings of Hercules continued to resonate in his mind. I will not give up. No matter what, you will not surrender. All you need is a reason, a personal reason to succeed. Just that is enough to become a hero. When he heard the words reason and hero, Seo Jun stood up with his own will. The magic saint also sensed that this man was going to stand up to fight, so he warned, "Stop. It's madness. You know you can't win. That is not a monster you can handle at your current level." Seo Jun knew that what the old wizard said was completely true. He could not deny this. He understood himself better than anyone else, that he could not win. His inner self was torn in two directions, one continuously reminding him to stop, telling him to just run away. The fear clung to him like a weight pressing down on his chest, a whisper in his ear urging him to retreat. But then, the voice of Hercules echoed in his mind, "Remember this, young man. When the whole world says you can't do it, reason will tell you that you are at your limit. But when you think you can't do it, move forward." In addition to the motivational words of Hercules, there were reasons that arose within him. There were thousands of reasons for him not to be able to do it, and thousands of reasons to run away. He knew that his actions, to someone like Magic Saint, would only make him see him as a reckless 27-year-old young man. But he did not allow himself to give up. He wanted to live a truly meaningful life. All fears had been pushed back by his will and true strength. A kind of power that rose from within his body and soul, no different from divine power. The radiant light of the protagonist shone throughout his body. The monster saw this and thought, damn it. This protagonist has evolved again. The will and strength from his spirit had healed the wounds on his body. Then, he focused all that energy. At this moment, nothing could stop him anymore. The monster launched branches to surround him, but he simply swept through them, causing the branches to wither. In his eyes at that moment, there was nothing but will and purpose. The attacked monster cried out in pain, but it still struggled to resist. Unable to withstand the resistance, he poured all his strength into his lance of Longinus. Then, he unleashed an incredibly powerful energy strike at the center of the monster's body. This attack was so strong that a tree monster nearly as large as a mountain was pushed back a considerable distance. The protective sphere of the monster shattered under this destructive energy. Magic Saint and his two disciples were astonished. It has been a long time since I felt such a terrifying source of power. Before him now stood the figure of the man who had just defeated that monster. As the monster fell, he too was at the end of his strength, unable to stand upright. Magic Saint quickly created a protective field to gently lower him down. The next morning, his uncle appeared out of nowhere. As soon as Uncle Manchul saw him lying on the ground, he rushed over and asked, "Are you okay?" Magic Saint, with a very tired expression, said, "His injuries are severe, but at least his life is not in danger." Perhaps it was because he was reckless in using an amount of power that he could not withstand. Manchul reflected, "I never expected that the frail child from back then would grow so strong, all because of an unusual power gained after defeating that monster." When everything settled down, the Magic Saint sighed and admitted to his uncle, "To be honest, I was very frightened." Manchul did not understand what this old wizard was afraid of. With a pensive expression, the Magic Saint made his uncle think, could it be that this old wizard is afraid of that gigantic tree? He is even known as the Magic Saint, and yet he is afraid? The Magic Saint replied, "I am also a human being, not a rock that knows no fear." The Magic Saint thought to himself, damn it. Even though I always call myself an old man nearing the end of my life, what I fear is not the tree, but death. More precisely, I wonder what will happen to the world after I die, and that thought terrifies me. Manchul asked, "What do you mean?" The Magic Saint looked into the distance and said, "The world is not as safe as people think. The closer I get to death, the more I worry about it. This world still needs me." Manchul continued, "Is this why you took on a disciple?" The Magic Saint answered, "That's right, and my disciple Jimin has done very well beyond my expectations. But deep down, I cannot escape the darkness." He looked up at the beautiful sky and said, "But thinking back, those worries are truly absurd. It is a wake-up call for us. Even when I die, my disciple will carry out this mission on my behalf." The Magic Saint remembered yesterday when he had asked him, "Why don't you run away and leave both of us behind?" He sensed the resilience from the young man and believed that this was the beginning of a new hero. Someone whom Seo Jun would lead. The Magic Saint was convinced that a bright future awaited him. He looked up at the sky, with the deep blue clouds and the sunlight shining down, then said to his uncle, "Time really flies, doesn't it?" Seo Jun was lying in the hospital. Suddenly, he jolted awake, frightened. Uncle Manchul heard the scream and told the Magic Saint, "He's awake now." As he just regained consciousness, he found himself in the hospital and realized that he had completely escaped from that dungeon. However, he wondered, why does the Magic Saint have to be in a 4-person ward, when he is a VIP guest? He then inquired about the health of the two old uncles. "How are you both doing?" Manchul was lucky not to have any serious injuries, just a few deep wounds, but he believed that with proper treatment, he would be fine. The Magic Saint just smiled and said, "I feel the same, thanks to timely first aid. I just need to rest for a while and I will be okay." However, with his own eyes, he could still sense that Uncle Manchul seemed to be alright, but the Magic Saint was not well at all. Despite the fact that he had fallen asleep, Manchul was worried because he had seen him unconscious for a continuous 6 hours. Then Uncle asked, "Do you feel okay?" He jumped up in surprise. panicking as he replied, "I'm fine, uncle. Have you contacted Soo-yeon yet?" He knew that his uncle's daughter was very worried about him, so as soon as he opened his eyes, he asked. Uncle nodded, "I have contacted her." He breathed a sigh of relief that everything had been resolved and there were no obstacles at all, but when Uncle said, "I have also contacted Park Seo-yoon," he felt a strange sense of confusion as to why Uncle had reached out to Seo-yoon. That makes sense, though. You went to borrow the Sword Saint's sword and then disappeared without a trace, only telling Aunt that you would take care of your own business, so Seo-yoon's concern is understandable. Uncle said, "It seems that Soo-yeon and Park Seo-yoon will also be coming here. It looks like they are on their way to visit us." When he thought back, it seemed reasonable, there was nothing to be confused about. He thought that the uncle contacted Seo-yoon for another reason, as he had also disappeared along with her grandfather's sword, so Seo-yoon must be worried. Magic Saint suddenly remembered and asked, "Your uncle has a daughter, her name is Soo-yeon, right?" The uncle replied cheerfully, "That's right, I got involved in this not only to help the teacher, but the main reason is to earn money for her to attend the Hunter Academy. So, don't forget to double my salary as promised." Magic Saint just smiled and said, "Do you think this old man is stingy even though he's old? I remember you are very rich, right?" Magic Saint was not only wealthy, but also ensured that he would pay Manchul. In addition, he also made a generous offer. Magic Saint wanted to personally be the one to guide the uncle's daughter in training. This proposal made both the uncle and the man sitting in the room feel excited. Manchul did not hesitate to ask the old man, "Are you crazy?" Magic Saint calmly replied, "What do you mean? Even if I may not have much time left to live, I certainly haven't lost my memory." The old man continued to ask, "Then are you insane?" Magic Saint answered again, "I am not crazy either." The old man remembered that Magic Saint was a busy person, so he asked, "Why do you have to train my daughter?" Magic Saint seemed to have realized something. He did not want to waste his time anymore. He wanted to spend the rest of his life passing on the wonderful knowledge he had to the next generation. He guessed that he would not live to see the end of this year, so it was best to dedicate his final moments to guiding the old man's daughter. He saw this as a life-saving grace. Magic Saint smiled compassionately. "Since she was little, your daughter did not want to become a sorceress, so there's nothing to be done," Magic Saint said. He added, "But if you want, I can also teach Seo-jun." He himself had studied at an academy, and even had Academy Supreme on his phone. All he needed was money. He asked, "Do you have money? Just give it to me." Unlike the Dark Saint, the Magic Saint was willing to pay for the life that had been saved. He said, "My old life is worth a lot, not cheap at all. So, don't hesitate to demand more." He felt that the moment had come, and just as he was about to mention a figure, the door to the room where the three of them were lying was suddenly pushed open. He sensed who had arrived without needing to discuss it. It was the Sword Saint. Before he even saw the Sword Saint enter the room, he heard Seo-yoon, his daughter, pleading, "Father, there must be a misunderstanding, please don't do anything rash." He also sensed that this life was likely over. The Sword Saint was a hot-tempered man, making a ruckus outside the door. "What misunderstanding? Get out of the way. This time I won't let it slide. He won't escape punishment." He knew that Seo-yoon was following her master, and that the old Sword Saint was indeed short-tempered. Meanwhile, he had just woken up from the hospital after a 6-hour coma, and before he could even enjoy the fruits of his labor, the Sword Saint had come looking for trouble. He shouted in fear, "Sword Saint, please let me explain first." He thought about the current situation. Should I jump out of the window? But then again, this is the Sword Saint, he might just jump out after me. He also considered throwing the Gungnir lance to hold the old man back and then run away. The Sword Saint shouted, "Silence! This time I won't let you off easily." The Magic Saint was also surprised that the Sword Saint had come all the way here. He greeted him, "Ah, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, Sword Saint." The Sword Saint was taken aback to see his old friend, whom he hadn't met in years, here. The Magic Saint greeted his old friend with a cheerful demeanor, as if they had just met yesterday, back when they were just children running around every day. the magic saint asked his old friend, "Hey, how have you been?" The sword saint reminisced about the past. He returned the greeting and said, "I'm still the same. But let's set that aside. Why are you here? How's your health?" The magic saint replied, "I nearly died trying to be brave and complete a mission." The sword saint was shocked by this. He thought, even the magic saint is affected by age, huh? Magic saint smiled and said, "Sword saint is very jealous because you are still full of energy. Do you have any secrets? Don't keep it to yourself, share it with me." Park Seo-yoon also arrived, sitting right next to his bed to check on his health. Remember that uncle had said that besides Seo-yoon, his daughter was also coming to visit. Park Seo-yoon quietly whispered in his ear, "She is on her way here. I came first to stop him because he is going crazy." Moving closer to his old friend's bed, he said, "What are you rambling about at this hour? Are you pretending to be sick?" Magic Saint, with a somewhat gloomy face, replied, "I really almost died. If that kiddo hadn't come to save me, I would have truly died." The focus of attention shifted back to him. Every time Sword Saint saw that expression, he couldn't help but dislike it. While still standing in the aftermath of victory, feeling frustrated inside, he explained, "Sword Saint, I didn't really. In the end, I had no other choice but to win." Sword Saint, who was already short-tempered for lending him that sword to save others, now spoke in an unhappy tone, "Why did you dare to sell it?" He believed, "It seems you are not afraid, thinking you could escape punishment thanks to my granddaughter." Magic Saint, with a compassionate heart and love for others, stood up to defend him. He said, "I won't bring this up again, but why can't you forgive that child just once, for saving my life?" The heartfelt words of his colleague also made Sword Saint calm down a bit. Magic Saint explained, "It seems he made a big mistake. I don't think she's that kind of person. He must have done it because he had no other choice." Sword Saint couldn't believe his friend was defending someone he hated like that. He asked, "How can you say that?" Magic Saint shared with his colleague, "Time takes many things from us, but at the same time, it teaches us a lot." Seeing his friend speak reasonably and correctly, but Sword Saint's ego wouldn't allow it. He said to Magic Saint, however, "This kid has gone too far." Magic Saint didn't understand what this guy had done. Sword Saint replied, "He sold my Azure Dragon sword." Hearing this, Magic Saint also felt skeptical. He said, "I remember you gave that kid this weapon." Sword Saint didn't understand either. His old friend just said something. Magic Saint repeated, "He said you gave him the sword?" Sword Saint shouted, "What? Are you crazy? When did I do that?" "The story is probably coming to an end now," he said, "this time I'm going to lose my life." The old Sword Saint had turned into Suluku, his hair standing on end with anger. He explained again, "I didn't sell it. I just temporarily mortgaged it. However, now all I need is money and to meet the president of the association to redeem it." Sword Saint, furious, said to his old friend, "Don't stop me. Let me teach this kiddo a lesson." Upon hearing this, the Magic Saint fell silent. Kiddo Seo-jun only had one point of support, which was the Magic Saint. Even he wasn't defending him anymore, so how would Sword Saint rampage without restraint? Sword Saint still wanted to teach him a lesson, but since he had saved the Magic Saint, he wouldn't kill him. The others in the room also dared not stand up for him. He raised his hand and said, "Wait, let's calm down. We can reconcile." Sword Saint proposed, "As long as you can withstand one thunderous punch from me, no more, I will spare you." He cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound, then said, "Whether you take the hit or dodge, live or die, it's up to you to choose." Seo-jun felt that it wasn't just about taking this thunderous punch, he was more likely to be finished off by it. He was pushed to a dead end, and the old man swung his arm with force, punching straight into the corner of the room, causing him to fall to the ground. "I can find it again." He didn't like to talk much, he only preferred to give a punch to the face. He thought he would accept this punch, but then he responded with another punch. The two punches collided, as if two entities had just crashed into each other. Sword Saint was surprised that he could still fight on par with him. He remembered that he had hit quite hard, yet the guy still dared to stand up and fight back. Seo Jun fell to the ground, crying out, "It hurts so much, I'm going to die." He thought, "I can't bear this punch." Although he still clutched his punch and lay down, looking at his swollen hand that looked like it had been stung by a bee, he thought that if he were an ordinary person, this hand might not only be broken but also crushed to pulp. Sword Saint threw a punch, but this guy dared to punch back. He felt a bit embarrassed. The guy sitting below was crying, thinking, just enduring this punch is already too much. He said, "Dodge or die, I can do anything you want me to agree to." To avoid getting hit again, he bowed his head in apology and ran outside, breathing in the fresh air. After apologizing, he immediately ran out, tears still lingering on his face. "I wish you two a joyful reunion." Seo Yoon, Park Seo-yeon, and the others also ran after him, leaving the two in the room. Sword Saint and Magic Saint remained in the conference room, where the atmosphere was silent. Then Magic Saint asked, "It seems like you are getting old, nearing death, and can no longer control your power, huh?" Sword Saint overlooked him and walked over to his friend. "If I die, it will cause a big problem." "But who would have thought this would happen?" Magic Saint, with his keen ability to read people, guessed that Sword Saint didn't truly hate Seo Jun. Sword Saint seemed to be hit right in the heart. He said, "That's nonsense, it makes my eyes itch. I would be more than willing if I could get rid of him." Magic Saint teased, "Isn't it because your granddaughter is so fond of him?" Seeing his old friend speak the truth, he fell silent, not knowing how to respond. But today, Sword Saint came here to discuss a few matters. He took a seat next to Magic Saint's bed and asked, "What happened that day?" The Elderly Association is feeling anxious because while one issue is not resolved, another one arises. Just as they were about to rejoice at having found traces of the Apostles of the Apostle of Chastity in the 10-star distorted maze, a variant pursuing the Order of Truth appeared. The Sword Saint still did not expect that the kid Seo Jun could defeat it. The Magic Saint, who knows best, always remains positively optimistic. If he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't say that. The Sword Saint crossed his arms and thought. He felt doubtful because he had met the kid a few days ago, but he wasn't strong enough to be like this. His friend, the Magic Saint, knew that the Sword Saint still refused to acknowledge the kid's strength. The Sword Saint still believed, even if what the Magic Saint says is true, I still won't recognize that kid. The Magic Saint replied, "So perhaps you don't trust professional hunters, Sword Saint?" The Sword Saint responded, "I don't trust professional hunters, not even those of S rank. Whatever they say is completely useless to me." The Magic Saint presented a more lenient perspective compared to the Sword Saint. He believed, "I think the same, but their talent is not enough, and this should be called admirable. S rank hunters are all heroes who have saved the world from great disasters." However, both the Sword Saint and the Magic Saint share the same thought that professional hunters have taken on a different meaning in this new era. It is merely a well-paid job. Both of them do not deny that a new era will come, as they are the ones who look forward to integration more than anyone else. However, this world is still not truly safe. The Sword Saint expresses concern, once all the heroes disappear and that danger awakens again, will this world have enough strength to fight back? He sighs, "I don't know. But anyway, that's the purpose of establishing the Order of Truth." The Magic Saint sighs and then stands up, speaking to the Sword Saint with hope. "Since you met Seo Jun, you have been thinking differently. Among billions of people in the world, one has emerged who makes the impossible possible. Our era has ended." Seo Jun is dragging his not fully recovered body outside for a stroll, but in reality, he is trying to avoid the old man, the Sword Saint. Parthurk Seo Yoon follows him to ask, "Where has that azure dragon sword gone?" Uncle Manchul is also following along to eavesdrop. Unexpectedly at that moment, a figure of a girl appeared from behind them. All three turned around and looked at that person. Magic Saint continued to speak to Sword Saint, "Perhaps it has been a long time, we were just too preoccupied with other matters to notice." Sword Saint still did not understand what his old friend was talking about. Magic Saint smiled innocently, "We are getting old, Sword Saint." Then he laughed heartily. At that moment, the old man, who had to have his leg in a cast to walk, was embraced tightly by a girl in a green coat. That was no one else but Soo-yeon, his daughter. Soo-yeon cried a lot because she was very worried about her father. Manchul looked towards Seo-jun and called his name, then he teared up. The words of gratitude came out choked from his throat. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, truly thank you. Seo-jun simply replied briefly, it's nothing, sir. Everyone was moved by the atmosphere. Finally, the two of them could reunite in the most peaceful way. People often say that the most beautiful sight in the world is when everything returns to its original form. Time passed, and the three of them, Seo-jun, Magic Saint, and Manchul, were gradually discharged from the hospital. Manchul has returned to his joyful daily life at the construction site. Magic Saint dedicates his efforts to teaching Soo-yeon. He himself has also returned to Academy Dream to continue training and studying. Everything seems to have returned to its rightful course, but there are a few changes. Soo-yeon stands before Magic Saint and vows, I promise, I will definitely make it happen. After that, Magic Saint accepted her as a disciple. Positive changes occurred in succession. He, nicknamed Transfer Enthusiast, received a direct transfer of 10 billion as a token of gratitude for saving his life. At that moment, he was just joking, but Magic Saint did not hesitate to part with that amount and said, my life is worth a lot. In his eyes, Magic Saint is like a bodhisattva descending to the world. He said, anyway, I intended to use that money to build a better society, just take it and use it when you need. His dazzling aura amazed everyone. Not only is he a good person, but he also has a lot of money, making it hard for anyone to resist. After that, he had to race against time to use 500 million to redeem the sword to return to Sword Saint. Although returning the sword made him feel like he was going to his end, and he had anticipated this, Sword Saint was still very angry. In the end, everything settled down, and the billion lecture notes of Hercules skyrocketed by 47.3%. He felt that everything he currently had was due to the twists of fate brought by the flow of life. After this mission, he had gained the Lance Gungnir and the sum of 9.5 billion, but he also had to take a full force punch from the Sword Saint. He didn't think he could still be alive standing here after fighting the monster. The speed of the lecture had skyrocketed. Upon returning to the academy, the first person he encountered besides Seo-yeon was none other than Lee Min-yeol. He was holding a dagger to practice and greeted, my friend, you've finally come back. Seo-jun felt he had been through enough, but this friend hadn't visited him even for a day. Lee Min-yeol thought very differently and said, I was worried to death, but since she said you were fine, I figured you were okay. Above all, you are a really great friend, so I believe you will recover soon. Seo-jun didn't take this to heart, so he replied, alright, whatever works. Park Seo-yeon, not having seen him for a few days, asked her new student who had joined the academy, is everything alright? How's the training going? Lee Min-yeol responded, yes, everything is fine. But this time, when he met Seo-yeon, he had another request, asking her to help find an item that looked exactly like the one in his picture. Park Seo-yeon did not hesitate to agree, if it is indeed that, then I will get it for you right away. Lee Min-yeol raised both hands to the sky in joy. Meanwhile, Seo-jun was still diligently training with his spatial bag. While doing abdominal exercises, he felt that, no matter how much everything changes, there is one thing that remains unchanged, and that is Academy Dream. He was so enthusiastic about doing sit-ups that he forgot how many he had done. After going through everything, he felt that the academy was now truly his home. After completing his physical and strength training exercises, he took out his phone to continue watching Hercules lectures. In the last lesson, Hercules mentioned the power of the gods. Perhaps some students have truly realized the importance of this power. Sometimes, students only recognize its value when the pace of completing the course accelerates so quickly, right? There's no need to be so surprised. From the very beginning, this course is designed to teach students about the power of the gods. This rapid progress is simply because the students have realized what they want to learn in this course. When Seo-jun heard this part, he finally understood why the pace had increased so quickly. But Hercules seemed to want to emphasize something else. He flexed all his muscles and said, "Thinking this means you don't need a teacher is ridiculous, it's blasphemous. The power of the gods is the source of strength for everything. To fully control that infinite power, you need muscles as a supporting weapon. Therefore, if you don't have an aura that has been trained to the limit, you won't be able to withstand the power of the gods. That's why I emphasize the importance of these lessons. Primarily aimed at training a body compatible with the power of the gods. Everything must be at a relatively balanced level." The class was over, and it was time for practice. Seo Jun listened to this lecture and thought to summarize, "Recently, I have been using the power of the gods. However, my current body cannot adapt to that power. The only thing that can remedy this is the strength of muscles. However, since the progress of Hercules lectures has skyrocketed to nearly 50%, my teacher has also completed daily tasks faster than usual, even having extra time left. Everything is difficult when you first start." At the beginning, he felt he couldn't perform any exercise at all, but now he was considering the possibility of learning a few more exercises. How much money do I have left in my pocket? Why hesitate over a stain when I can learn? He realized that he still hadn't fully learned the science of heaven's great sage. He thought for a moment and then asked himself, should I use that money to buy the elixir? The most fundamental thing to be able to call Lance Gungnir back to my side is to have enough elixirs. Thinking of this, he remembered the Super Viet store that was selling a lot of elixirs. The elixirs could help him replenish his mana. In the Super Viet store, items like purification oil, freshener, and nectar appeared. There were too many choices that made him ponder at this moment. Well, I can buy the stuff later, he thought. For now, he felt, it's better to decide to attend a lecture first and then decide further. When he picked up his phone to prepare to study, he felt that he still hadn't fully absorbed the energy from the elixir Elisa. Although he had studied seriously and practiced with Merlin before, that was just the theory about mana, not related to mana cultivation. There was someone who absorbed all the energy of the deity. He needed to learn more about mana cultivation. Feeling a headache, he reached out to his mentor and texted him, "Right now I have some spare time, so if there's any issue, please let me know if you can find a good lecture." After hitting the send button, he stood up to prepare to do the things he usually does. He scratched his head and said, "The mentor will reply within a week, so it shouldn't take too long, right? This time is different." The mentor appeared to respond to my urgent message. Immediately, the mentor said, "The lessons related to mana include chi cultivation and mana cultivation. If you want to take a safe route, choose chi cultivation. If you want to take an effective route, choose mana cultivation. If you choose chi cultivation, then the lectures of Zhang Sambong and Lu Dongbin will be very suitable. On the other hand, if you choose mana cultivation, then the lectures of Arthur and Siegfried will be more appropriate." The mentor said, "Everyone will have their differences, so I suggest you try learning first to know." Seo Jun was not someone good at making decisions, so he felt that the mentor was giving him a lot of advice. He had looked into the differences between safety and effectiveness. Considering the price, he currently had about 9.5 billion, so he had to choose a suitable lesson. For some reason, when Seo Yun finished the story and returned to the academy, she could only hold her face and show her sadness. Seo Yun asked him, "Is it because you need money that you asked me if there are any competitions coming up?" He seemed to huddle up, sitting in a corner like those addicted to something. Usually, people would be addicted to drugs, but he was addicted to money. Partherk Seo Yun remembered clearly, "My student earns a lot of money, even more than me, yet why is it that he is always out of money?" She even asked, "Are you feeding something that eats up all your money? Or does the money just sprout wings and fly away?" It turns out that the lessons he learned were all based on the principle of cause and effect. No matter how much money he made, the science would still increase. For example, the internal energy cultivation science of teacher Zhang Sambong costs 10 billion. The second science is called Sky Freedom Meditation, and the third is The Excellence of Knights and the Wisdom of Merlin by Professor Arthur. All of these sciences are priced at 10 billion. He curled up in the corner, his face pale, saying, "Right now, I just need money." He sighed, the registration fee for each lesson amounts to 10 billion. The amount of money you lack is only 500 million. You feel like you are about to go crazy. Seo Yoon sighed as well but had already found a way to help her student. She informed him, in one day, there will be a competition. He jumped up and asked, "What is the prize money?" Seo Yoon replied, "The prize money is up to 8 billion. He saw that the opportunity had come. However, Seo Yoon also mentioned another issue: you need to have a team to participate in this competition. That is a requirement. Seo Joon questioned, "What does having a team mean?" Park Seo Yoon explained, "That's right, a team must have at least 3 students from the same academy in order to participate in the competition. The problem is that currently, the academy only has 2 students, one is Seo Joon, and the other is Lee Min-yeol, who is dancing behind him. As for Lee Min-yeol, he feels that this person practices quite diligently. If it's Lee Min-yeol, he won't have any issues with his part. However, according to the regulations, to participate in the competition, the condition must be at least 3 members." Out of options, he asked Seo Yoon, "Is there anyone who wants to join Academy Dream recently?" Seo Yoon just smiled wryly. He also understands that no one wants to join this academy at all. He has to rack his brain thinking about finding new people. During his time studying at Academy Dream, he has gotten to know some people, but the problem is whether this person can be trusted or not. He thought, among the people I know, is there anyone reliable enough to invite? Who can be trusted to participate in the competition with us? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with anything. The image in his mind narrowed down to 4 people. This person must also want to become a hunter and hasn't registered to study with anyone yet. Is there anyone out there? He thought, I thought that person would be the one I met at the academy tournament before. In fact, I didn't have high hopes, just needed someone to participate to meet the quota. Of course, among those I know, the most trustworthy person is my uncle's daughter. After all, family should be prioritized. Seo Joon said to Seo Yoon, I think that girl might be Soo-yeon, right? After another moment, he said, if this girl wants to register for the Academy Dream, her father will accept it, right? Seo Yoon asked, are you recruiting her into the academy to participate in the competition? Seo Joon confirmed, that's right, he'll step outside for a bit. His aunt told him, I remember that Soo-yeon is already a disciple of the magic saint. Are you sure about this decision? Not just for participating in the competition, but rushing to recruit another person. Lee Min-yeol, overhearing the name Soo-yeon, didn't even know who she was. He said, I have a different intention, it's not just for money that you're asking the girl to join this competition. After that, he went to the magic saint's mansion. The saint had made special arrangements for him to come to see him anytime. The butler said, please wait here, the magic saint will be here shortly. He felt truly honored, as just a phone call could allow him to meet the saint. After sitting on the luxurious sofa, he thought, this is indeed a sofa from a wealthy family, so comfortable. Before he could enjoy the sofa, the magic saint came to meet him. He always exuded a kind and gentle demeanor. He greeted him and asked why he was looking for him today, as they had just met a few days ago. He noticed that the saint was holding a cane to walk. He realized that perhaps the saint was quite old now. He politely stood up to greet him and let him sit down first. I didn't think we would meet so soon, he said. If it's you, then I'm always willing, the magic saint replied. He asked, is the little girl doing well these days? The saint laughed heartily and proudly recounted, the girl has been everywhere since she learned elemental magic. Once she studies something, she won't stop until she understands it thoroughly. After hearing this, he was surprised, elemental magic? Is she really learning this? In his memory, he recalled that when entering the academy, the first thing was mana proficiency and mana cultivation. If this was her first time practicing mana cultivation, then this was truly astonishing. You can be sure that it will take at least 2 to 3 weeks to learn. Even the magic saint was very surprised. He felt like he wanted to faint immediately. He even said, in less than a day, the girl has mastered mana proficiency. I was shocked again, less than a day, really? The magic saint, with a proud expression, said, "Do you know how amazed I was? Even Jimin took a whole day to do it. Now I realize that these kids are uncut gems. I have decided to dedicate the rest of my short life to help that child grow." But who knew it would be this interesting? Shifting to the main topic, he asked, "So why did you come here today?" I felt a bit shy, not knowing where to start, so I spoke hesitantly. "Actually, it's about her." After I told the whole story about Uncle Manchul to the magic saint, he understood the reason why the uncle disappeared. But when he thought back, the disciple of the Dark Saint has been in Park Seo-yoon's academy. This is the first time I have heard that the Dark Saint has a disciple. Seo-joon decided not to hide anything and told the magic saint everything. He said, the Dark Saint is wary of the Order of Truth, so he couldn't contact his disciple directly that day. He asked me to convey the message that he himself has also been monitored by the Order of Truth. He never thought that the girl would eventually become a target. On the other hand, even if Soo-yeon is just a student, who knows when justice will come after him, magic saint? He said, however, if it were me, someone they cannot see, cannot perceive, and who is not tracked by any ties to me, they would not easily cause trouble. The magic saint, with his long life experience, immediately grasped the situation and realized the reason he came here. You want the girl to enroll in the same academy and move in together, right? He replied, of course. The magic saint continued, if that's the case, then the time you can train the girl will have to be reduced. He said, but I hope you will consider everything for your safety and Soo-yeon's. The magic saint focused his thoughts. In the meantime, he was silently waiting for the outcome from him. The reason he was doing this was that the girl was the daughter of Uncle Manchul, and he regarded her as his younger sister. To be honest, even if he were not participating in the academy tournament, he would still make this suggestion. The magic saint made a decision. Even that assassin thought so. Even though he was close to death, this is not something that can be decided hastily. He felt this as a sign of agreement and could not delay the decision any longer. He said, all right, for the girl, I won't hold it up for too long. He was calm but also worried about the girl, thinking carefully, she can accumulate experience from fighting and have an amazing training plan at Academy Dream. On the same day, the little girl Soo-yeon went with him to greet everyone at the academy. Everyone was happily welcoming her, especially the young man Lee Min-yeol. He approached her to say hello, I am Lee Min-yeol. I heard you are the disciple of the magic saint, right? And I am the disciple of. Hearing this, Seo-yoon quickly covered his mouth, not allowing him to say who he was the disciple of. Seo-joon, feeling frustrated, told him, I told you not to mention that to anyone else but me. The girl just arrived at the academy, she doesn't understand what's going on. Seo-joon covered his mouth, but he ended up revealing it himself. This naive guy is Lee Min-yeol, the disciple of the Dark Saint. Lee Min-yeol felt that this was very wrong. You told me not to tell anyone, yet you just blurted it out. Seeing that he didn't explain much, he simply said, it's fine if I say it. Lee Min-yeol asked, then why not say it in a more reasonable way? He ignored the question as if he didn't care, don't talk to me. Go talk to your senior. And when they arrived at the academy, he respectfully introduced, this is Soo-yeon. She is the disciple of the magic saint, but she is still a high school student. So don't let her cuteness spark any silly thoughts in your head. The girl blushed, people are about to graduate. Don't treat me like a child forever, okay? Such an introduction is already enough. He asked everyone, you've all heard about the competition, right? The first to sign in is me, the second is Lee Min-yeol, and the third is the girl Soo-yeon. The three of us will work together to participate in this competition. Lee Min-yeol, who had just joined society, shouted excitedly when he was put in a team with others, we are a team. Sounds fun. Let's go, let's go. As for the girl Soo-yeon, fresh and inexperienced, she felt she should not get in the way of the older boys. Seo-joon said, don't worry, little sister. Before we start, I and Lee Min-yeol will guide you here. Lee Min-yeol cheerfully boasted to the girl, I'm pretty good at this. But that guy over there, he's really on a different level. He even added some blunt words, we actually don't need another person. Anyone who heard these words could feel a sense of offense, but the girl was fortunate not to take offense. She just smiled a friendly smile. Park Seo-yoon requested, "We've decided to participate, now we need to come up with a name for the team." Since the formation of the team happened so quickly, he hadn't thought about naming the team at all. Seo-yoon asked him, "Have you thought of a name yet?" He kept thinking about the other two members of the team, or that Seo-yoon would come up with a name for the team to help him. But unexpectedly, all eyes turned to him. Lee Min-yeol said, "You decide, right? You're the captain." The girl also urged, "That's right, the captain has to decide." He asked, "What does being the captain mean?" Seo-yoon also said, "You are the one who formed the team, so of course, you are the captain. You are the one who established this team, so naturally, you will be the captain." It was hard to say, he had only thought about participating in the competition, not about anything else, like the team name. Fortunately, while standing outside the academy, he looked up at the academy dream tower and came up with a name that resembled that of his students. He asked everyone, "What do you think of the team name Dream?" The others felt, "Oh, that's wonderful. The name is really uplifting. Dream Team of Academy Dream. Everyone likes the name. This is a good name, a meaningful name." Seo-yoon happily said, "The Dream Team of Academy Dream, I really like this name. Let's name the team." All 4 members of the academy agreed. Their team would be called the Dream Team, with a spirit of determination to win. He believed that the goal of victory will no longer be far away. "Let's train hard until the competition takes place." She saw, the days of dreaming will shape them. Everyone thinks the 3 of them will conquer everywhere, spreading across Korea. The name of their team will be mentioned everywhere. That's how the Dream Team was formed. All of them are top-tier names, just like the disciples of the 2 gods, and there are even some trainees as well. But life is not a dream. On the first day of establishing the Dream Team, Seo-yoon also had to be naive and doubtful. Will this lineup really conquer Korea? In Seo-yoon's eyes, he only saw one person intently looking at their phone, a girl confusedly using magic, and someone who seemed to be bitten by ants, moving and kicking around the room. The 3 of them seemed to be talking continuously with the academy, making Seo-yoon not even understand whether they were students or just playing around. Part 1 of Academy Supreme has ended. Someone named perhaps had prepared some scenes for everyone to watch while waiting for Part 2. The survey exam is approaching, and Justice is still working hard like the future. Could this be the mentor's plan to unify all dimensions? And from another perspective, the old sword saint handed an envelope to Seo-joon, requesting him to withdraw voluntarily. He said, "Then stay away from my granddaughter." Seo-joon did not know how he would feel standing between 2 choices, money and Seo-yoon. But in reality, it was all a joke. This is a notice from the author Femi Manga Recap. Thank you for accompanying us during the first 10 months of Season 1. Please wait for the next season to be released in 3 weeks. The raid battle is permitted to begin. The competition is not organized by the government or associations, but by private companies. Simply put, it is a competition sponsored by major guilds. The reason that these major guilds use a huge amount of money in the form of sponsorship to organize competitions is quite simple. Their purpose is none other than to gain access to and select the best trainees. There are still professional hunters who operate independently, however, most professional hunters belong to a guild and operate as a team. Therefore, their intention is not only to evaluate based on individual strength, but also to assess teamwork and how the trainees work together and their potential. Even when fighting against monsters, their character will also be evaluated. After all, they will prioritize recruiting trainees with potential. This intention is hidden within this raid, leading to the outcome. Major guilds have started to mobilize support for the government and associations in the form of sponsorship. Sensing the smell of money, the television station and other organizations also gathered around. The current competition is only open to first and second tier hunter trainees who can participate to conquer. Therefore, this raid competition is where all the money and attention are focused, no different from a contest for the talented. In the waiting hall for the tournament, those present were intently looking up. It was not just young Siwoo but also the names of the Academy Jaein trio from this academy. Everyone had to look up not only because their red uniforms exuded strength, but also because of their demeanor. Behind young Siwoo was Park Eun-young, led by Min Jun. The arrival of this trio also indicated that Academy Jaein must be very determined to nominate these three individuals. They are the top trainees of the academy. The other trainees felt that this was simply insane. If this academy went to such lengths, then who would represent the other two top trainees? One person accompanying them replied, "They don't know, but perhaps both of those academies will also send their strongest candidates." Someone guessed, "Don't tell me that Academy Hunter Mills will send Lee Hyun here. That person is reported to be the cadet considered the most promising in the history of pro hunters, right?" Some of the students had heard rumors that the disciples of the five heroes would also participate. One person wrapped in a cloak said something nonsensical, "What are the disciples of the five heroes?" At that moment, the trio from Academy Dream had also arrived to participate. However, the group continued to gossip. They wondered, why are these cadets accepted as disciples when this country has many S-rank hunters ready to learn from them? Although they were envious, the three of them remained unconcerned and continued on. Lee Min-yul humorously remarked, "Our captain is also quite famous, so why is no one talking about the captain?" Seo Jun replied, "Why would I be famous?" The first raid battle took place in the first round. The spiders and many webs attacked the students. Since this was a competition for the skilled, the monsters in the first round were also 7-star monsters. Today, they would conquer the spiders. The criteria for scoring today was the speed of completing the raid, the faster, the better. These spiders were truly not easy to deal with at all. Lee Do-hyun, a member of the Aries Guild, was a B-rank hunter. The initial completion times of each student were announced. First was student Sudra with a time of 37 minutes and 12 seconds, and student Nature with a time of 51 minutes and 38 seconds. Both teams were evaluated as failures. Lee Do-hyun felt scared when there had already been two teams that failed in just the first round. The bearded man below, in a state of depression, said, "The difficulty of establishing Do-jeon this time is quite high. Perhaps it is because young Ji-min has set it up." He guessed, this could be due to a mutation of the person, and from that, something strange has been found to apply to this artificial dungeon. Lee Do-hyun believed, for this reason, the other students have failed. Then he remembered the scene of the boss and wondered if there would be any surprises when he learned about this scene. The match was still ongoing, so he decided he had to keep watching. The teams that completed earlier, the first team to finish the first round came from Academy Jaein, with a time of 30 minutes and 12 seconds, which was assessed as completed. They thought, this academy completing is hardly surprising as this is quite expected. However, the situation of Academy Hunter Mills and Academy Ale was unknown. They guessed, surely these students have not finished yet, because the time and the raids are different, so the completion time is also different. Suddenly, there was a beeping announcement that another team had also completed. Lee Do-hyun felt puzzled, this time is it Academy Hunter Mills or Ale? The large screen in the arena displayed information from Academy Dream. The completion time was recorded as just 9 minutes and 34 seconds. This time, in reality, was quite impressive. Those looking at this achievement felt as if they wanted to lag immediately. Lee Do-hyun, for the first time since he was born, saw such an impressive conquering achievement. This was truly unbelievable. The person sitting next to him requested the organizers to check the machine, believing that it had malfunctioned. He shouted, "I request to check the completion time and see if there was any issue." The organizers asked him to step back so they could verify it. It turned out that the organizers announced there had been some measurement errors. They apologized for the measuring incident, stating that the clock had encountered a slight malfunction and the measurement had been delayed by 30 seconds. Lee Do-hyun scoffed, saying, "Right, 9 minutes and 34 seconds is too unreasonable, isn't it?" The organizers confirmed the accurate time on the announcement board. The completion time of Academy Dream was corrected to 9 minutes and 4 seconds. He was surprised. Oh, damn it. The Academy is so powerful that the completion time should be at least 30 minutes. They only took a mere 9 minutes. The time rewound to when the three of them were conducting the raid. The 7-star Arachne monster had been sliced in half by Seo Jun. He could both raid the dungeon and leisurely think. If the Arachne instructor heard the name of this monster, which is the same as hers, she would be terrified. In fact, she is teaching sewing skills to the first-year students, helping them get acquainted with the industry at the academy. These monsters are not worth me using the Lanskungnir, I should save it for difficult situations. The stubborn spiders spawned from the thick branches should not be underestimated. If caught, they would tightly bind and then attack. He knew that this was the spider web of the Arachne. These spiders had incredible strength and elasticity. However, under Seo Jun's absolute power, he only needed to flick the transmitter for the spiders to be blasted everywhere, splattering against the walls. The others showed intelligence, seeing him as the main character. Retreating was the best option for them right now. They ran away when they saw Lee Min-yeol appear. Min-yeol immediately spoke up, "I will clean up all the monsters." "Where are you all running to?" The two older brothers in the academy fought fiercely, making their younger sister Soo-yeon stand by and watch, as the two brothers had taken care of everything. While they were eliminating the monsters, Soo-yeon could only exclaim, "So amazing." Although she really wanted to join in, she decided to stay still and admire her two brothers fighting. In fact, the teachers were right. Who said her brothers were too strong, to the point where the monsters had to flee as soon as they saw them? Feeling that she had been patient enough, she created a spell beneath her feet. Even though she hadn't learned many types of magic, she could still handle these spiders. Her eyes widened, and her magic began to weaken the monsters. They gradually fell, leaving astonishment on the faces of her two brothers. Both felt proud of their younger sister. Therefore, the achievements of the Dream Team were not surprising at all. After completing the raid, Lee Min-yeol stepped out to the door, still not forgetting to praise the captain. Every time they saw him, everyone was in awe. "How can you move like that?" Seo Jun was the shyest one, but Lee Min-yeol believed that, in the future, Seo Jun will become even stronger. Just how strong will he be? Seo Jun also noticed that his teammates had not used some of the weapons anymore, so he asked, "Where did you throw them?" Lee Min-yeol said, "I already threw them away." He then explained that, "My senior doesn't like me using too many weapons, so I only kept a pair of daggers and a bow and arrows." He asked, "Then shouldn't you use a few arrows first? Why use daggers?" Lee Min-yeol replied, "Of course, it's to protect this girl. If I use the bow and arrows, I have to inflict damage from a distance, and I would have to leave you behind, right?" Soo-yeon felt something unusual and called the two brothers back, saying, "Everyone is still looking at us." As soon as they conquered and stepped outside, everyone else felt suspicious and amazed because it was only 9 minutes. Is this possible? Did something go wrong? Someone recognized that it was Kim Seo Jun, who had passed the trial exam of Academy Hunter Mills. The reputation of his two brothers was well known to everyone. Seo Jun felt as if someone was watching him. He turned to the left and saw the trio from Academy Jaeon, Young Si-woo, looking at him with a gaze full of emotions. But when Young Si-woo saw Seo Jun looking at him, he immediately turned his face away. Seo Jun guessed, "This person is named Young Si-woo, huh?" Meanwhile, Lee Min-yeol didn't care who those people were, he only felt happy and excited that everyone around recognized them. He, with a childlike nature, wanted everyone to know that he was their captain. He felt annoyed and said, "Shut up, please, just shut up." His younger sister felt embarrassed for the two brothers and expressed it with a cold attitude. Suddenly, a person appeared, looking very dashing from the way he wore his shoes. He claimed, everyone will not be able to contain their astonishment when they see their performance. This trio were the top hunter trainees of Academy Hunter Mills. In the middle stood the blonde guy, to the right was the priest, and to the left was a girl holding a weapon that was unclear. He stepped forward with a charming demeanor, confidently stating, "Look at us, this is truly a famous team." But despite his efforts to show off, no one bothered to even glance their way. He felt so disappointed that he wanted to cry. After that, the trainees of Academy Ale also completed their mission in 32 minutes and 24 seconds. Round 2 began within the allotted time, with the task of collecting 10 magic crystals in the dungeon. The scoring criteria for this round were quite basic, just completing the mission was enough. The armored knights on horseback guarded to prevent others from taking the crystals. However, somehow, Lee Min-yul moved nimbly past each of them as if the guards were invisible. He is a disciple of the Dark Saint, so he must be different. He gently moved in and took the crystal in just 4 minutes and 23 seconds, not only finishing early but also being the fastest. In the third round, they had to face artificial monsters. The scoring criterion was still based on attack time. He used his weapon to throw it, the weapon bounced off this corner and that corner, then pierced through the monster. Where do you think you can run, little bug? The completion time was a mere 19 seconds, truly unbelievable. In the fourth round, they had to face tree monsters in the mutated dungeon, similar to what Seo Jun had encountered before. The whole team launched an attack in this round. Lee Min-yul and Soo-yun coordinated with each other. The girl created a shield to protect everyone. Seo Jun didn't need to stand inside the shield because he had already taken care of the insect monsters on his own. He was stronger, so he managed everything outside by himself. This round required staying alive as long as possible, living long enough to become a legend. Lee Min-yul's weapon was a bow and arrow, and he had used them all up. Seo Jun felt he had to resolve this matter once and for all. He decided to go outside while Lee Min-yul took care of the rest in this place. Just as he jumped out of the protective barrier, the branches grew longer and continuously pursued him. He had to find a way to deal with this situation alone, but to create space for himself to observe the situation and ensure his safety, he used the Lance of Longinus to fight back. He slashed horizontally and vertically, but each time he struck, they revived. After a while, he realized that their numbers were gradually decreasing. In front of him appeared a floating white energy mass in the air. This is strange, he thought to himself. With the naked eye, it was hard to see clearly, but immediately, his instincts told him that this was an alien object, containing an enormous amount of mana. He guessed 50% that this could be the core energy of the dungeon, but it could also be an intermediate form that helps the monsters revive. Suddenly, a fierce tree monster attacked him. Without needing to look, he countered and thought, at this moment, I really am in a VIP situation. After thinking for a long time without finding a solution, he decided to confirm it himself. He threw the Gungnir lance like an arrow shot straight as it was about to touch that strange light. He thought something would happen, but to his surprise, it pierced through that strange energy and shot straight into the rock wall, embedding itself firmly. After throwing it, he felt as if Gungnir had just passed through the air, wondering, could it be that I was wrong to assume there was something at the source of that energy? The other tree monsters revived and continued to attack him. He sensed that, I have seen something. But when he focused deeply again, he realized he still hadn't fully grasped the power of Long Venus. How could the Long Venus spear be inferior to Gungnir? Perhaps it's just because I don't know how to use it yet. Thinking this, he smiled confidently and quickly moved towards the energy sphere in front of him. The moment he approached it, he felt at ease, without any pressure at all. I just need to try again, he told himself. On the side of Academy Jaeon, the trio from this academy was struggling against the tree monsters. Young Si-woo ordered his teammate Min Jun, you must stand in the central area. Min Jun told everyone, don't worry, you are all doing great. Awesome, just a little more effort and we'll be there. This time, Academy Jaeon achieved an impressive result, lasting a total of 44 minutes and 51 seconds, and this achievement was recognized. As they stepped out of the dungeon, 2 members of the team felt certain they had won this time, as this time would overshadow the other teams. Park Eun-young asked young Si-woo, I didn't do anything wrong this time, did I, Captain? Young Si-woo maintained a cold demeanor, but deep down he thought, they made good judgments and didn't make any mistakes. They also lasted double the previous record of 20 minutes set by the Ale Hunter team. Park Eun-young noticed the captain's silence and turned to Min Jun, saying, he must be so happy that he can't speak. Young Siwoo firmly thought to himself, all of them have broken through their limits, that is the best result they have achieved. When the three of them stepped outside, they saw the dream team already waiting outside. The dream team was bustling with discussion about what Seo Jun had done, asking each other, how could this happen? Seeing this, Park Eun-young thought, it's certain that they have won this time, because the dream team came out earlier, which means they lasted longer. She was confident that they had achieved victory this time. Young Siwoo felt that this was not unexpected. He believed that the previous achievements they had made were all thanks to luck. Suddenly, Min Jun's voice shattered the joyful atmosphere. He looked up at the achievement announcement board and shouted, "What the hell is this? Is the announcement board malfunctioning?" Young Siwoo also wondered what Min Jun was talking about, so he immediately focused on the announcement board. A wave of fear ran through his entire body as he saw the results. He couldn't believe his eyes. What is happening? Not only young Siwoo, but the entire audience sitting outside also exclaimed, "What just happened? This is completely impossible." At that moment, Lee Do-hyun looked up at the announcement board and thought to himself, no one should be able to see through the true form of the dungeon. But now the achievement of Academy Dream was displayed on the announcement board, their conquest achievement was infinite. Everyone, including the three members of Academy Jaeon, was witnessing an unimaginable truth. Lee Do-hyun recalled the event less than a month ago when he participated in the simulation test of the Hunter team. He wondered, how could Seo Jun develop so rapidly in such a short time? If they continue to maintain such achievements, the Dream Team could step into the world of professional hunters right after the competition ends in a few months. He thought about the future, 5 years, or even less than a year. This will be a significant effect. He was determined, at all costs, I must recruit them. The others behind him were also in a frenzy, checking how much funding the team had to prepare for the recruitment of these members. As for the main character, he looked at the lance of Longinus in his hand, still unable to believe that this was real. He guessed that, this lance has the ability to penetrate barriers, even during the destruction of the strength testing machine or when breaking the magic of that person with just one skill. He told himself, as for the lance Gungnir, it can do the same, but perhaps they belong to different levels. He had a feeling that, this is not the unique effect of the lance of Longinus. The story went back a few dozen minutes earlier when he approached that strange white energy sphere. This time, he decided to try again. While attacking, he did not think much, just slashed horizontally. Unexpectedly, the energy sphere was split in half and shattered into pieces. At present, he was quite troubled by this. He was troubled because based on his experiences using weapons, perhaps Gungnir does not have the penetrating ability of the lance of Longinus. So is it possible that Longinus has the ability to directly disrupt the reality of the target? I really need to experience it many more times before making a definite conclusion. His teammates reacted differently. His mentor looked at him with admiration, while others looked at him as if he were a monster. Lee Min-yeol felt that this was what he had been praying for all morning, believing, the captain has wiped them out. As for the girl, no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't believe that her brother could collapse an entire dungeon. Frustrated, the two asked Seo Jun, did you use some kind of magic? Did you employ any tricks? The girl felt as if she had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. My hard work in the dungeon for over 40 minutes, and now someone achieves infinite results. This is really absurd. Young Siwoo stepped a little closer to Seo Jun. His teammates did not anticipate this action. He asked seriously, what trick? What do you mean? Siwoo was unconvinced, so he asked again, are you looking for an excuse to avoid it? Lee Min-yeol felt angry. He wanted to pick a fight with the captain but was stopped and heard the words, do you think I cheated? Young Siwoo couldn't rest and didn't understand the situation, so he went to the station to ask. Deep down, he admitted, Kim Seo Jun is a rare talent. Not long ago, he heard about the incident that occurred during the simulation test of the Hunter team, but achieving infinite results in round 4 is extremely impossible. He thought, if it were Lee Hyun, there might still be a chance. But then he told himself that his thoughts were right, just looking at Seo Jun and sneering, saying nothing more before walking away. Lee Min-yeol yelled in anger and ran off after causing trouble. He felt he was rude and self-satisfied, thinking, I am a genius compared to this fool. My rank is completely different from theirs. The Academy Dream Team had also moved to another place. Lee Min-yeol still felt angry after those people left. Soo-yeon also felt angry but advised her brother, you should calm down, because the final round is about to start. Soo-yeon asked him, have we won already? He felt that this was true because, at the moment, they had ranked first in every round. He felt a bit anxious because the challenges had become tougher. He thought a lot but would not be complacent and would continue to do his best. A stranger had come to seek out the group. When he approached and recognized them, he asked, you are the Dream Team, right? We have an issue we would like to discuss with you. The man had a proposal for everyone. When asked about this proposal, he said, if you agree, we will give you tickets to participate in the competition with a prize of up to 6.5 billion. The whole team was astonished and amazed when they heard this amount. If they won, they would receive the entire prize money. However, the man had another condition. He announced, there will be a 9-star monster in the 5th round. Seo Jun wanted him to be the one to decide this matter, so he pushed the other two aside for him to decide because when it came to money, Seo Jun was the boss. He said, we have heard that the 9-star monster will be the boss. Although it is not as strong as a true main monster because it can only be summoned by magic, it is certainly not a monster that just a few cadets can face. The man continued, the goal of the 5th round is not to defeat the boss, but mainly to assess how the students attack the powerful monsters, as well as how the students adapt to the surrounding terrain. The things I just mentioned will be comprehensively evaluated to determine your scores. Soo-yeon and Lee Min-yeol have grasped some of the information. The man continued, of course, defeating the boss will give you the highest possible score, but no team has ever conquered this battle every year. Therefore, our condition is. He immediately guessed the condition that the man was about to say. The man confirmed, that's right. Please help us by defeating the boss. If the boss is not defeated, the Dream Team will lose the entire prize money. He thought this was a good opportunity, so he needed to reconsider. He asked, what if we refuse? The man replied, you will participate as usual, there will be no disadvantages. After all, it is just a suggestion. You can continue with the 5th round according to the regulations and receive the prize money from the competition. He continued, if you all agree, in fact, we are not the only ones making this proposal. He could only smile at this point. In reality, these people were the only ones who brought money here to make demands on them. He began to think, the 3 academy teams must have used their influence. After all, they were pushed out of the rankings by the Dream Team. More importantly, the reaction of the Dream Team went exactly as I expected. The other trainees seemed to suspect foul play. When he looked back at his 2 teammates, he thought, the 3 academy teams are trying to eliminate the Dream Team and restore their lost honor with this proposal. Seeing the look in his eyes, the 2 of them understood as well. Lee Min-yeol said to him, I don't mind. You can make the decision, Captain. The little girl, Man Chol's niece, fully supported his decision as she felt she hadn't done much yet. Seeing that Seo Jun's 2 teammates also agreed, the man said, from the organizer's perspective, we truly hope that the Dream Team will accept this proposal. We hope there will be no tension in this conquest battle. He felt that the television station was looking for sponsors and seemed to be having difficulties. While thinking, he didn't know how to choose for himself. If his team succeeded, they would receive 6.5 billion. But if they failed, they would lose the 3 billion prize money. He decided to propose something new to the man. He remembered that the shy Seo Jun from the past had disappeared. Now, money was very important to him. Therefore, his proposal mainly revolved around money. He said to the man, use your influence to increase the prize money of the tournament to 10 billion. The 2 members behind him were astonished. They never thought their captain would be so formidable. To them, the amount of 6.5 billion was already very large, and now he was asking for 10 billion. The man felt a shiver run down his spine. He said, "I'm sorry, 10 billion is too high of a request. Perhaps we can reconsider next time." He continued with a relaxed attitude. "On the other hand, it is not worth accepting this proposal when we have to put ourselves in danger. Even if we do nothing, we will still receive 3 billion in prize money." He added, "Now I have become a ghost of money. But the reason I earn so much money is just for the lecture courses." Currently, he is holding a large sum of money. He just needs an additional 500 million right now. But if the amount of 6.5 billion is divided among 3 people, each person will receive more than 2 billion. After spending 500 million, the remaining amount of approximately 1.5 billion will not be enough for the system to calculate the laws of cause and effect and the tuition for his lectures. This amount is continuously increasing. However, if the prize money increases to 10 billion, he will have enough to pay for the lectures and even buy a miracle drug. This week is worth the risk for him to take. He suggested to the man that he could discuss it further with his organization. Upon returning to the organization, the man informed everyone that, "I never expected the Dream Team to make another proposal." The others in the organization believed that Dream had seen through the organizer's intentions. The organization thought, "This lineup has a truly remarkable fighting instinct." Some in the organization believed that the Dream Team actually did not need to take such risks. But this also confirms how confident the Dream Team is. The old man with the beard, while standing next to Lee Do-hyun, said, "I wonder if they can do it." Lee Do-hyun sipped his cup of coffee and thought, "This is feasible." Then he gradually calmed down and stepped outside to watch the match. The bearded man did not understand why he appeared so confident. He said, "But I heard that the summoned monster is a mummy, right? This undead monster will not feel pain or sensations. It must be killed twice to truly die." For this reason, Lee Do-hyun thought that the Dream Team would face no obstacles in conquering this monster. As they moved near the railing to exit the arena and find a place to watch, the bearded man still believed, "This is a major monster, and it won't be easy to deal with." Lee Do-hyun, with his hands in his pockets, leisurely stated, "But if it's the Dream Team, it might be possible." The man still felt doubtful. As Lee Do-hyun walked, he noticed the expressions of some spectators seemed as if they had just seen something terrifying. When he looked over, he also discovered something unusual: the members of the Dream Team have entered the main monster's lair. Lee Min-yeol was walking while seriously talking. "Do you think our captain is obsessed with money?" Soo-yeon did not know that her brother was so obsessed with money. Thinking back, his head felt throbbing. He said to the others, "Let's try our best. After all, the prize money is up to 10 billion, let's give it our all." It's just like in our lives, everyone dreads going to work. But when thinking about the day we will receive our salary, everyone feels cheerful again. When they entered the main dungeon, they felt something was off. A dark atmosphere, a black aura spread throughout the gloomy space. They looked towards a nearby direction and saw a ghost covered in tattered cloth. This ghost radiated negative energy and pressure all around. Lee Min-yeol was the first in the team to show signs of fear. The 3 of them realized this was a 10-star monster. Lee Do-hyun, standing outside with the audience, was so shocked that he dropped his cup of black coffee. He and the spectators watching the match were all wondering, "Is this the monster named Drog?" Upon confirming that it was indeed it, Lee Do-hyun felt like life was a joke. In the main dungeon, monsters would be 9 stars, but no, this Drog is a 10-star monster, belonging to the extremely difficult level in the 10-star monster box. After that, Lee Do-hyun felt like the organizers had gone overboard. Do these people want to wipe out the Dream Team completely? He shouted, "The spiritual monsters are banned, how can it be here?" After that, he felt worried for the kids. He jumped off the railing, ignoring everything. The most important thing right now is that the students cannot die. He knew that the damage they receive from the monster will be mental damage. Although it is very rare for students to die from monsters summoned by magic, there has been an exception due to mental attacks from spiritual monsters. Because a mental attack also means that their brains will be harmed. Even if the attack is just an illusion, they will still suffer all the mental damage. As he ran to the organizer's room, he still found it strange. In the past, spiritual monsters that caused accidents were usually only around 5 to 6 stars. After all, the spiritual monster in front of them was not one of those, but Drog, an extremely powerful 10-star monster. It was not a ghost that the students could confront. On the dungeon side, the two members beside Seo Jun were affected mentally. They were both screaming in pain. Lee Min-yeol shouted, "I won't do that." Meanwhile, their poor little sister was sobbing uncontrollably because the monster had shown her the scene of her father being killed. After moving around for a while, he finally arrived at the organizing committee's room. Here, everyone could customize the parameters on the control panel. Lee Do-hyun did not want the entire dream team to die humiliatingly because of a competition. He shouted loudly, ordering everyone in the organizing room, "Get the dream team out of there immediately." The organizing committee sent a few people, but due to the overload, they could not enter. Lee Do-hyun urgently suggested, "Then break the mana malfunction, or cut off the mana sources, do something." The organizing committee thought about the installation costs now. If we turn it off, it would be like wasting money, right? Lee Do-hyun felt angry because in front of him, there was only money and money. He shouted loudly, furiously, "You fools! Are you going to wait for someone to die over a few billion? They are just kids with bright futures. Do you people have a problem with your brains that you can't see this?" The people in the organizing committee, after seeing him get so worked up, received orders to find ways and means to resolve the issue. Lee Do-hyun still felt a headache thinking back. "I don't understand how disciple Young Jimin could have researched this." But everything developed in a different direction. Everyone in this room was looking at the screen monitoring the match. Lee Do-hyun felt surprised. At the same time, the trio from Academy JN was also observing the match. They couldn't utter a word in front of the strange scene. The ghost, after throwing out a few psychological blows, saw the character in front of it standing firm. Seo Jun felt a bit of pain. After rubbing his head a few times, he put on a confident face and said, come here, I'll kill you all." He still didn't understand why his teammates were affected while he was not. He didn't know why there was a Draugr here, but it was standing right in front of him. Just a glance from it had impacted all three of them. Their eyes suddenly turned bright red as if they were hit by its magic. The sounds of weeping echoed in the dungeon. Lee Min-yeol screamed, "No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me who did it." Soo-yeon was in pain. She had cried a lot, "Don't take him, don't take my dad, no." The ghost smiled confidently, thinking, "Once you are hit by my blow, everyone must cry like this." However, unfortunately for it, today it encountered Seo Jun. He is the main character, so how could he easily be attacked like that? He still had the strength to ask the two people, "Are you okay?" The ghost felt confused, not understanding, how is Seo Jun still able to remain calm, while the other two have already collapsed on the ground? He shouted, wake up! But it had no effect. At that moment, the ghost concentrated all its magical power into the attack, spreading seeds of fear. The ghost said, "You must be achieving continuous victories, but how long will that last?" It gradually plunged Seo Jun into chaos, making him think that he was nothing, truly shameful. It continued, "You should have died. Do you think you will continue to achieve victories, even when becoming a professional?" This affected him, causing him to clutch his face in pain. He thought that the pain from these mental thoughts would continue, but with Seo Jun's aura, he felt as if there was nothing at all. Suddenly, he was free from pain, free from foolish thoughts. Draugr scratched his head, muttering, what's going on? Why isn't it following the script?" The two of them scratched their heads, looking at each other in confusion. The ghost even helped him advance his enlightenment process like the Buddha. Every time it influenced him, it was like helping him progress in his lecture. It was truly a twofold benefit, so he felt comfortable. The ghost laughed innocently. If it had encountered other opponents, perhaps this ghost would have won thanks to its mental manipulation powers. But today, it faced Seo Jun, and Seo Jun was not easy to defeat. He noticed that this ghost seemed to possess only mental manipulation powers, lacking any physical strength. Therefore, he took the opportunity to grab the lance of Longinus and charged at it to deliver a blow. As he rushed forward with the speed reminiscent of free fire, the ghost felt that the warrior's time was nearing. The ghost cried out for help. "Help me, guys, the teacher is about to die this time." The ghost unleashed all its mental manipulation magic on him. As he charged, it played a psychological game, saying, "If the Academy Supreme does not exist, you are nothing at all, and you are just an empty shell." Seo Jun realized that this was not the whisper of the Draugr ghost, but rather words stemming from his own unconscious thoughts exaggerated and distorted by the Draugr ghost. One by one, self-blaming thoughts emerged. He believed, "I am just a useless scoundrel, a hypocrite, and that is exactly who I am." The thoughts arising from the seeds of worry that he had nurtured for so long began to burst forth. He felt completely worthless. In his most difficult moments, he remembered, "I should not bind myself with my thoughts." He felt as if he had just awakened from a long sleep, with a glimmer of light shining through every breath and thought of his. The Buddha once taught that coincidences are actually points of connection, and those points of connection often relate to one's family. Coincidences will open up the destiny of oneself. Recalling the words of the Buddha, his process of enlightenment was increased by 1.4%. However, he still realized that the monster manipulating the mind with 10 stars is not easy to deal with. The ghost had invaded his spirit, digging deep into the recesses of his heart. The ghost said that everything was just coincidence and had no meaning. If he were not a student at the Academy Supreme, if he did not possess the Azure Dragon Sword, he would be nothing at all, neither in the past nor in the present. He would never be able to achieve anything on his own. A negative shadow of himself surrounded him, continuously voicing the deepest thoughts in his mind. In the most difficult moments, he remembered the teachings of the Buddha. The Buddha once told him in a sermon, "A person in despair will think about their past, while a person who worries will look towards the future. The one who speaks of the present is the one who finds peace in their heart." The Buddha explained that, if the artist lets greed cloud their vision and paints recklessly, the result will be a painting stained in black. In the Buddha's hand was also a glass containing black water. This symbolizes thoughts of the past and worries about the future, all concentrated in this glass. The Buddha said, "Sometimes it is necessary to know how to let go of burdens and entanglements in the heart." He tilted the glass and poured out the negative thoughts and worries, revealing a beautiful, clear sky where one can feel the present. The Buddha emphasized, "If you feel confused, accept the present. Climb the lush green mountain and lie down, feel each breath of yourself, listen to the sound of flowing water, and gaze at the blue clouds in the sky. Just like the mountains, rivers, and the earth around, are you not also a child of the universe? The Buddha is vast and boundless like the universe," and he used his hand to support each step of Seo Jun. He said, "You still deserve to belong to where you belong." The Buddha touched the negative shape and worries that always clung to him, helping him to release them. The Buddha said, "Even if you do not feel this way." When he said this, the process of enlightenment for him increased by 2.5%. The moment he was about to reach it, a demon brought forth negative thoughts, criticizing him that he did not deserve the present. It asked, "What is the brilliance of the present? What is the tranquility of the mind?" Sounds great, right? But a person who thinks they deserve to enjoy such things, how can they say they are doing their best, right? The Buddha's teachings flashed in his mind. How do you see the Buddha in your eyes? To those living beings who know of the Buddha, they might say he is a supreme existence. Once they remember the venerable existence of the Buddha, they will surely say so. But however, my child, the Buddha does not only know the world through great moments but also through experiences, the things we learn from every moment of life. Because the most important thing lies in our ability to embrace and learn new things. The great image that the world remembers is nothing but giving away what one has received in life. At this point, he recalled the old memories that he and the others in the academy had gone through. Although it was just ordinary meals and conversations, at that time he felt that this was life, this was the present. The teachings of the Buddha continued to resonate. If you do not accept each moment of life, then you have nothing to give. If you do not possess anything of your own, then there is nothing to share. All the moments in every breath create who we are and grant us courage and strength in decisive moments. He recalled the teachings up to this point, and he felt the power of the divine. A powerful mental strength caused his eyes to shine. Nothing could affect him. The first thing he addressed was to rush towards his negative self and push it aside with his hands. The negative self exploded, but it shone to signal something. As soon as he rushed towards the ghost stood tall before him. When he got closer, he still saw its blood-red eyes. Seo Jun had been tormented for a while, and now it was his turn to retaliate against the ghost. As soon as it realized he had arrived, the ghost began to feel sad and screamed as if stung by a bee. However, the moment he approached it, every nerve in his body throbbed as if electrocuted. Yet, the aura of Seo Jun rose once again. Every time he faced difficulty, this aura appeared, a source of golden light energy radiating from within him. This morning's meal has dispelled all the doubts, suspicions, and worries that he had harbored for so long. Those feelings have now withered away. He will never again be shaken by wicked thoughts. In other words, he is in a state of hip-hop never die, and he is the main character. The light behind him shines, as if he has become a god, a Buddha. As he steps forward, his gaze becomes peculiar. The process of enlightenment has increased by 7.3%, reaching 31.7%. Although his hands have been affected by the things the ghost has caused, he is now in his peak state, also known as the state of divinity. The power of his body has absorbed it, so the source of light and golden energy envelopes not only his body but also the lance of Longinus he holds in his hand. Everything shines with a beautiful bright color. The ghost feels fear before his power, it shudders. He rushes forward without a moment's hesitation, knowing that everything will end here. He gathers momentum to deliver a blow that will send the ghost to meet death. It is too late for it to dodge. In that moment, he uses the lance to pierce the ghost's body, thinking, "Thank you, the Buddha is indeed the best teacher." Everything seemed to be ending peacefully, but a source of extremely bright light emitted from the battlefield, causing the surrounding environment to tremble. It was not pleasant at all. Everything then became hazy, a dark color enveloping the scene. The situation of the organizers was no better, there was still no signal. Inside, the screen displayed a disconnected message. When the large TV lost connection, a very strange phenomenon occurred. The TV and the signal were suddenly cut off completely, leaving everyone watching, especially the organizers, in shock. Lee Do-hyun and the others in the room felt a chill of fear. Some used their phones to contact the event management team and report the situation. Lee Do-hyun found this utterly absurd. The monster that followed was Drog, one of the monsters with a 10-star intelligence. Honestly, no student here could withstand its mental attack, they might even have to pay with their lives. Moreover, physical attacks are completely harmless to it, as it is a ghost without a physical form. This is also the reason why only those possessing a soul saint can handle the dungeon. Draugr had appeared in South Korea before, but a person named Kim Seo Jun had defeated it with a single blow. Feeling a headache, he didn't think much longer. He recalled, "Oh, that's Seo Jun, why can't I see him?" Ha ha. Earlier, he had been a bit hot-tempered, but now thinking back, he felt that everything was actually quite okay. After clearing the dungeon, the waiting room of all the players became noisy. Everyone exclaimed, "What the hell? And what the heck?" They asked each other, why did this absurd thing happen? Especially that guy, young Siwoo. He looked up at the screen with wide eyes, astonished. How could a 10-star monster, even if summoned by magic, be defeated? At the very least, it should be an 8 or 9-star monster along with the main monsters. Unless it's an S-rank hunter, otherwise attacking would be nearly hopeless. He thought about what he had in mind earlier. If this person is Lee Hyun, then maybe there would be a chance. But in the end, he had to regret, accompanied by the fear that I can never catch up with this person. It's understandable not to catch up, because he is Seo Jun, how could I ever catch up? After dealing with that ghost, he himself felt a bit mentally exhausted. He leaned his lance against himself to stay upright. His whole body became weak, trembling. But when he realized he hadn't been careless in the battle with Draugr, he guessed, perhaps the enlightenment process has increased, right? For 3 long months, the enlightenment process had only increased by 17.5%. But now it has reached 31.7%, a jump of 14.2% in a short time. Slaying the monsters was one thing, but the lecture process had to improve. He finally felt motivated to move forward. A smile appeared on his face. He felt grateful to the Draugr monster for helping him advance the process. This lecture truly was a pinnacle of enlightenment. He thought, if I run into them again, it might be a bit difficult. They are my process advancement machines. Lee Min-yeol and the little girl Soo-yeon woke up after a fainting spell. When they regained consciousness, they felt a bit of a headache and saw their captain looking exhausted. They asked about his health and then inquired, "Don't tell us you defeated the Draugr all by yourself, right?" This time, he had worn out the team completely, so he could barely walk. He had to rely on a few team members to help him take each step. The work was progressing so quickly, they just needed to wait for him to move. The monsters were all his responsibility. As soon as they stepped out of the dungeon, everyone screamed as if they had encountered their idol. He felt confused, as in front of him were all the people from other academies. Each person was vying for attention. Some were saying, "The Leon Association will give you anything you want." There was someone shouting loudly in the crowd, "Our support association is ready to offer you the position of president. Please lead us. Our Leon Association will waive all your fees for future raids. Oh, please be our leader." Before he could catch his breath, he encountered another group from the academy coming to recruit him. The 3 of them felt scared. Just stepping out of the dungeon, he hadn't even had a chance to breathe the air when this group surrounded him. Everyone wanted him to accept their business cards. Fortunately, the staff from the organizing committee arrived in time and said, "What are you all doing? Step aside. Dream has just been attacked mentally. We need to check their condition. Please clear the way." It was a stroke of luck that they could finally escape. When he and his teammates were led away by the staff to another place, the people from other academies still insisted on wanting to meet him to say a few words. Each of them pleaded, "Please become the president." The staff and the 3 of them were exhausted from finally getting away from this crowd. While he was sitting in a room to drink a bottle of Pepsi and take a break, Seo-yoon came in and asked, "Oh, how is my darling Seo-jun doing?" He hadn't even had a chance to take a sip of his drink when Seo-yoon interrupted him again. Seo-yoon, feeling overly anxious, ran straight to his bed and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Fortunately, no one was injured. Little Soo-yeon was resting there, and the organizers had checked her health condition, finding no abnormalities. But the person Seo-yoon was most worried about was Seo-jun. He said, "I'm fine, really." Even though he felt a bit tired earlier, he still felt okay. Seo-yoon breathed a sigh of relief knowing that he was not in any danger. She was afraid that something terrible might happen to him. He sat drinking a bottle of water, but because he was shaking so much, his grip caused the bottle to tear in half. Although he had not yet participated in the professional hunter test, in Seo-yoon's eyes, he was no longer an ordinary trainee. In just a few months, he had made remarkable progress. He had no idea how worried Seo-yoon was about him, he only noticed that he had wasted a bottle of water. He used his tongue to lick up the remaining drops. Seo-yoon did not care what he was doing, she was busy reminiscing about their first encounters. From the very first time he extended his hand to shake hers, she had felt many things about him. But now, Seo-yoon was experiencing a complex emotion in her heart, unsure of what it was. Perhaps Seo-yoon had begun to feel love. He noticed Seo-yoon staring at him intently, so he asked, "Is there something wrong?" Seo-yoon could only smile awkwardly, not knowing what to say. While they were chatting, there was a knock on the door. "Knock knock knock, is Little Red Riding Hood home?" A person barged in without permission. It turned out this person was the chairman of the association. The chairman's sudden arrival startled everyone. Seo-yoon carefully greeted him, "Hello, it's been a while." Did you come here because you were worried? He felt uneasy about the incident that had occurred. He was surprised but guessed that the chairman's reason for coming here might be related to the drog incident. The chairman looked at him with a different expression and had changed his opinion about him. Previously, the person in my eyes had mortgaged the Azure Dragon sword. This is the sword that the Sword Saint has never handed over to anyone. Hearing that the drog appeared in the dungeon, he thought no one could survive. He had received a call from the organizing committee and felt very panicked because the one who possessed this sword was in the dungeon. He was also astonished. Did you handle everything by yourself? He also understood why the Sword Saint was so concerned about this person. In the end, he finally understood the Sword Saint. Coincidentally, the Sword Saint also felt a chill down his spine. His subordinate even said, "Perhaps it's because the weather has turned colder." The president of the association also noticed the Sword Saint's granddaughter's interest in him. He really is lucky. Seo Yoon asked, "How does the president of the association know you?" Seo Jun replied, "Actually, I handed over the Azure Dragon sword to him." Seo Yoon looked skeptical, as if she wanted to ask more. The president of the association felt very fortunate that he had come here in person. Looking at her actions and expressions, he wondered, is there a special relationship between this young man and this girl? The Sword Saint felt a pain in the back of his neck, and his blood pressure rose even higher as this matter kept being brought up. He thought, it makes me feel uncomfortable. The president of the association came not only to inquire about the incident but also to check on his health. He replied, "I'm not seriously ill." By the way, he asked, "What happened?" "As far as I remember, the boss was supposed to be a mummy, so why am I encountering a draugr?" The chairman explained, "The error in the dungeon has become overloaded." He felt surprised, even frightened. He stated, "The disciples of the Magic Saint have applied the research results on mutations for the first time in this competition, so there may have been some oversight." He immediately recalled the term mutation and began to slowly reason. He remembered the monstrous worm he had just encountered. If the error is due to the dungeon being overloaded and the mutations causing it, then someone may have created a false distortion. And if it is indeed possible to create a false distortion, could the cataclysmic flood also be a distortion? Feeling that this incident was partly his responsibility, he bowed his head to apologize and promised that such an accident would not happen again. He was a rule-abiding person, and he said he would express his apology not just through words but also through actions. Seo Jun felt he wanted to let it go as well. Since the chairman of the association was here, he had to show some respect. The chairman of the association suggested, "Is there anything you would like to do? I will do my best to accommodate you." Seo Yoon also glanced to see how he would make his decision or if he would politely decline. He was a slave to capitalism, and without hesitation raised 3 fingers. "How about resolving this matter with 3 billion? The president of the association said, "Oh my, these trivial matters. I can make this amount of money in just one night, right?" But he also knew that he is not obsessed with anything, just obsessed with money. Well, he is a slave to money, and whatever he demands, it must be paid in full. He cheerfully said, "Aren't they too cheap? They really know how to do business." The president of the association felt a bit confused but had to agree, as this was also his responsibility. The surprise raid, full of unpredictability, finally came to an end. Seo Jun had also demonstrated powerful skills, surpassing the expectations set by the rumors from the 3 major academies. Due to the presence of the 10-star monster draugr and the overwhelming glitches in the dungeon, the moves from other associations became more desperate. They were determined to recruit him and the Dream Team. The managers also instructed their staff to try to contact them by any means and under the best conditions. On the academy side, ordinary people were also asking each other, should we grant Kim Seo Jun a professional hunter license yet? The answer was yes, and South Korea was going crazy over the Dream Team and Kim Seo Jun. Our main character, Seo Jun, was preparing to distribute the rewards equally among his teammates. At this moment, the girl Soo-yeon anxiously said to him, "I will only take 3 billion. Min-yeol didn't need the money much either, so she said, "Me too. You can take the rest." Captain Seo Jun was overjoyed and pretended to hesitate, saying, but. The magician girl thought to herself, I only participated to complete the team, and I feel that my two older brothers did everything in the tournament. Lee Min-yeol echoed her sentiment, saying, I didn't contribute much either. The most important thing is that the captain handled Drog by himself. We might have died without him. If we're dead, what's the point of money? Soo-yeon nodded in agreement, that's right. I also don't know if I should accept the 3 billion. The three of them had all worked hard in the match, and he himself wanted to share the reward equally among the team members. But seeing how honest these kids were, he could only smile gently, hugging the two of them, saying, I love you all. There was one thing Seo Jun couldn't refuse, which was money. The two girls found it a bit strange, but seeing that he needed the money, they decided to let it go. The total prize money from the first, second, and third place awards, combined with sponsorship from various organizations and associations, ended up with 9 billion from the chairman of the association. At this point, he was no different from a wealthy tycoon. After calculating and distributing the prize money to his two teammates, adding all the amounts together, he currently had 22.5 billion won in his account. The money has elevated him to a new level. He can buy any science he wants, even the science of heaven's great sage, for over 4.5 billion won. He feels so alive, with nothing bothering him. He went to Seo Yoon's room to ask, is there ever a chance that Academy Dream could be promoted to a rank 1? Seo Yoon was busy handling paperwork but still took the time to respond, it has happened. Seo Jun suggested to her, now we can raid a 6-star dungeon, right? Seo Yoon looked at him with a worried expression and said, you really are a greedy lord. You just received money from the tournament and already want to raid a 6-star dungeon to earn more. She continued to explain, you can only raid if there's at least one A rank hunter in the team. Seo Jun suddenly paused his words, knowing that this statement could hurt Seo Yoon. Seo Yoon was still a B rank hunter, and if it continued like this, she would not have the right to participate in the dungeon raids. She felt guilty and bowed her head to apologize, I'm really sorry, Seo Jun. I feel so weak right now. Seo Jun genuinely did not want to hurt Seo Yoon. His only purpose was to ask whether the 6-star dungeon could be raided or not. He expressed his gratitude, you couldn't participate in the tournament, and if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it, so don't worry about that. After that, he closed the door and left Seo Yoon's room, feeling regretful for having asked such things. Every step he took in the academy, he was always worried about what to do to make money. Since he didn't see any opportunity to raid a 6-star dungeon right now, he didn't see any way to earn a lot of money. Walking while holding his phone, he thought, should I wait a little longer to earn an additional 4.5 billion won, or should I buy science first? He greedily wanted to learn both. But he felt that this was a decision he couldn't make on his own, so he texted his mentor, I need a bit of advice, can we meet? As soon as he sent the message, the mentor appeared on the screen and said, wow, did I scare you? Ha ha. He almost got so frightened that he would need to change his pants, because this time he was startled out of his wits. The mentor seemed to enjoy teasing him, saying, isn't it fun that I scared you? After that, the mentor realized he had called her out and asked, what's the matter? He then went up to the rooftop of the Academy Dream and confided in the mentor, I don't know which science to take first. After listening to this, the mentor thought for a moment and said, if you're at your level. Kim Seo Jun didn't understand what he was talking about. But then, the mentor made a strange suggestion, you can take both if there's a discount. Do you want to try? At the age of 27, this was the first time he had heard about the karma discount, is there such a thing? He did not understand what the mentor was talking about at all. The mentor confirmed that it was real and explained, this is a special event where you can get a discount based on your karma. Kim Seo Jun can receive a discount of up to 50%. He was surprised that discount events could also exist in the academy. The mentor cheerfully replied, that's right, although it's not very common. Hearing this, he became very excited and asked, so how much discount can I get? The mentor replied, you can get up to a 100% discount. Upon hearing this, he felt it was surreal, a 100% discount? That sounds so unbelievable. He quickly seized the opportunity and thought about how he could learn the science of heaven's great sage for free. He intended to tell the mentor, "Please give me a discount for this science." But before he could say it, the mentor cut him off. "Not happening, my brother." The mentor explained, "You can't expect to eat without working for it." He felt disheartened because he thought he had found a good opportunity. He asked, "So how can I get a discount now?" The mentor said, "There is an event happening at our academy, which is a support event for the students with the highest scores." Hearing this, he also realized that only students with the highest scores have the chance to get a discount. The mentor tried to explain, "That's right, it's exactly an event for those with the highest scores in the mock exam. And the results of the recent mock exam are known to everyone. Your score is quite low, definitely among the bottom of the class." He collapsed and felt insecure, saying to the mentor, "If it's a mock exam for outstanding students, then I must have worked really hard the night before." The score of Kim Seo-jun appeared on the phone screen. All the rounds of evaluation were marked as failed. He thought he would get a discount, but it turned out that discounts were for students with the highest scores. He realized that he had changed a lot now. Currently, he could be healthier and stronger than before, and he had also developed a more determined mindset. He believed that if he could retake the test, his score would be higher. But just thinking about what the mentor said, that to get a discount he had to become one of the students with the highest scores, made him feel heartbroken. However, he is Seo-jun, how could he not be buffed by the author? The mentor saw this and said, "Oh no, it seems there was a little misunderstanding. I think instead of calling it the students with the highest scores, it would be more accurate to say the students with the most improved scores. I don't understand, what is the greatest improvement?" The mentor explained that, "You just need to have an increase in your score compared to the last time. If you retake the mock test and your score goes up, the discount will be equal to the improvement in your score. Specifically, if your score increases by 50% compared to the previous test, you will receive a 50% discount on tuition fees. For example, if you scored 40 points on the last mock test and 60 points on this mock test, then the discount will be 50%. Hearing this, I could somewhat sense and understand. The mentor continued to explain, "This means you don't need to achieve a perfect score. The standard will be your previous test. You just need to improve your score by more than 50%. Upon hearing this, I felt a glimmer of new hope. I knew that, as long as I improve compared to the last time, there is a chance. The mentor added, "I think this will be feasible with your current level, Kim Seo-jun. Do you want to give it a try?" Faced with this decision, I thought carefully. I roughly calculated that, if I can increase by 14.5 points, I will achieve a 50% improvement, and increasing by 17.4 points will achieve a 60% improvement. This opportunity is too good, too wonderful to get such a discount on tuition fees. I never want to miss this chance. I happily agreed, excitedly saying, I'm coming right now." This time, he had prepared more thoroughly than during the previous mock exam. He brought along a valuable gold bar and informed his mentor that he was ready. While the mentor handled a few tasks, he recalled the last time he encountered the dragon Fafnir. He remembered that it had a fondness for gold and felt as if he had a golden opportunity. He felt confident as if he were the champion of the universe. It turned out that she was still using her phone to show him the system calculating the participation fee based on causality. The participation fee was only about 1 billion won. The system asked, "Do you want to take the superlative mock test?" He didn't agree immediately, thinking that retaking the mock exam wouldn't cost money. The mentor said, "The mock test is only free the first time. I promise I won't cheat you in there." He felt a bit disheartened because even the mock test required payment. He concentrated all his energy to think, using 100% of his brain. After deducting the value of 1 gold bar, I will have 21.5 billion won left. That still sounds like a lot, but I need to reduce at least 60% to be able to take the lesson, leaving 10.8 billion to buy both. To buy both, I need to reduce the price by 70%. Finally, with a genius brain, he calculated that, if he switched to the exam point, he would need to score 20.3 points. The mock exam consists of a total of 7 subjects, and he only needs to score 3 points in each subject. The calculation was truly wonderful, so he decided to press the confirm button to agree to take the mock exam. The system responded, "The mock test is starting. Please wait a moment." The system displayed the old information. The mock test is based on previous questions from the super exam. The difficulty of the test is also based on the super exam and not based on the individual student's causal factors. The test consists of a total of 7 subjects, and the scores will be calculated based on the questions from each subject. Please remember that this is a mock test and will differ from the actual exam. The system continued to display the first subject about combat mission ability. He needed to provide the correct answer to a question consisting of 15 rooms. The first part of the question began, and he had to wait a moment. Although he had encountered it many times before, this time he still felt tense, sweating on his palms. When the moment the monster appeared came, he thought of the dragon of destruction Fafnir. The system announced that the monster had been summoned. He maintained his old maneuvers, stepping back a bit to let his mentor hold the phone for him. He grabbed a gold ingot and threw it towards the monster, then quickly picked up his lance. Feeling that this was too easy, he thought that the dragon might have been distracted by the gold bar. However, something was off. The gold bar had flown away, but the dragon did not chase after it. Instead, a dragon with countless heads appeared. This dragon looked even more terrifying. He humorously acted out the situation, and even the dragon seemed puzzled. What is he doing? Is he performing comedy? He took a closer look again and thought, could this be a hydra? It seems this dragon has been weightlifting, so it has gained weight and grown a few more heads. He noticed a distant gaze at his phone. As the dragon approached, he knew he needed to maintain the 30-minute time limit. The system displayed a notification, "Please defeat the 9-headed hydra within the time limit of 30 minutes. This calamity was not over. Another calamity had arrived, as the 9 heads gathered energy for fireballs, preparing to spit out loving mucus. He heard a loud laugh from his mentor, Kim Seo-jun, "Go for it, my dear." He never expected that facing the dragon last time was difficult. Now he had to confront a 9-headed dragon. What could withstand this? He blamed his mentor, asking, "Why didn't you inform me that this round would have changes?" But before he could finish his sentence, the loving mucus had already flown toward him. "Now it's too late to regret," he complained to his mentor, "You didn't tell me that everything would be different." The mentor tried to explain, "Oh, didn't you know? I thought you already knew. There's no way we would ask the same questions as the last test. Everyone just needs to remember the answers and take the exam. Why didn't you say that at first? Why are you only saying it now?" Those were the thoughts running through his mind. The mentor asked, "Is this the reason why you brought that gold bar? This is also why I still wonder why you brought this gold bar along?" In the midst of confusion, the guns were loaded, just waiting for the main character to be defeated. Somehow, he managed to feel part of the blow. They attacked the same spot. The damage was tremendous, but he struggled to escape. In his heart, he told himself, "I just need to increase each subject by 3 points, nothing more, nothing less." He fought desperately to dodge the next attacks. He used his skill of walking on air to avoid them. Although it was very difficult, he had to try his best. The mentor remembered, in the previous mock exam, this person wasn't proficient in this skill. The mentor asked, "Since when did you become proficient in this skill?" "I just told you about it recently." He was dodging the blows with all his might, while the mentor laughed and asked, so he just ignored the mentor. Unfortunately, while guessing, he stood too close to a dragon. It immediately spat a glob of phlegm right in the face of the male protagonist. Luckily, the male protagonist was the champion of the world, so he managed to dodge it for the most part. Unlucky, however, he got a tiny bit of phlegm on his left arm. He thought to himself that he was really lucky, just a little more and he would have been hit. But he thought that dodging the dragon's attack would mean everything would be fine. only to find out that the small wound on his left arm, though minor, began to spread pain throughout his entire body. A person with such strong endurance as he was still forced to scream in agony. After that, he collapsed, unable to stand any longer. His whole body felt like it had shattered into pieces. No matter how hard he tried to endure, the pain was at a level that could not be described in words. This pain only made him want to die. He thought, better to die than to endure this pain. Thus, he failed in the first round. This time he could only hold out for nearly 2 minutes. As soon as the round ended, the pain disappeared. He lay on the ground, clutching his shoulder and still feeling exhausted. The mentor came over and asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" This mentor had so many questions that made him want to bang his head. Even though the pain was gone, he still lay on the ground, crying, "What the hell just happened?" The effort afterward explained, Hara belongs to the dragon species ranked highest in toxicity, so it's guaranteed to be quite painful. He heard the phrase just quite painful, but in reality, he was in excruciating pain. Indeed, only those involved truly understand the depth of the pain, outsiders can hardly comprehend. He recalled the story, in Greek mythology, when Chiron was poisoned by Hera's venom, he could not endure it and did not want to remain immortal any longer, begging for death. If even his instructor could not bear this pain, how could he, a mere student of his, endure it? From there, he lay there limp, beginning to understand why Chiron had asked for death. However, during the process of dodging the attack earlier, he had utilized the skill of walking on air, thus increasing the progress of Zhang Sanfeng's lessons. Although this was his first attempt at martial arts and his speed was somewhat slow, the learning process was still advancing. He reassured himself, if this continues, I will obtain both free humanization of training lessons at the same time. But there are still some other issues. While he hesitated, about to try again, his hands began to sweat profusely, trembling. He and the mentor fell into silence. After that, he felt that he currently did not have enough ability to cope with this dragon, so he asked the mentor, "Can I stop now?" The mentor replied, "You can stop if you want, but I can't guarantee you'll have enough points." He felt, indeed, life is unfortunate, answering like it's not an answer. Telling someone to stop if they want but will deduct all points, what is that different from asking them to dive headfirst into a dead end? He cried for real, but the manly spirit urged him to try one more time. The cute 9-headed Hera was standing in front of him, smiling at him with friendly smiles, "Hello." But when he remembered that the requirements of this challenge would be tied to his fighting level, he knew that running away was not the optimal way. Therefore, if he wanted to achieve a high score, he could only defeat these cute dragons. They also expressed their cuteness by showcasing their bright white fangs and the black flame gas in their mouths. This time, he wanted to attack with the Gungnir weapon. He poured a lot of chi into the weapon, and streams of bright blue-green energy enveloped the weapon. Then, he threw it with a decisive motion. This blow could be considered the strongest long-range attack of the male protagonist, piercing straight through other dragons, then attacking the head positioned in the center. The attack had severed one of the dragon's heads. He felt a sense of joy for having accomplished this, with the hope that if he could handle the remaining heads in the same way, then wouldn't he have won this round? But life is never that easy. The head he had just attacked began to slowly regenerate, and then a new head sprouted right from the severed point. This was his strongest move and it consumed a lot of mana. He felt a deep fear as he watched the dragon regrow its head like that. The other dragons wore friendly smiles like those of puppies, and then unleashed similar attacks on him. But this time, he did not want to fight back anymore. He accepted that he was a Texas chicken, and just like that, this attempt had ended in failure. This attempt was even shorter than the last, failing miserably in less than a minute. Fortunately, this was a trial exam, so he could respawn infinitely. But upon respawning, he was filled with dread. Why am I like this? What the hell should I do? He wondered. He felt despair from the very first round, having met such a humiliating defeat. According to the calculations, he needed to score at least 3 points in each round, but currently, he hadn't scored a single point. Recalling the previous trial exam, he had achieved 4.2 points by defeating Fafnir with the Lance of Longinus. That time, he had struck it, so he was awarded points. This time, he fell into despair because if the head regenerated, he had no idea how many points he would be awarded. He thought, if the score is based on effective attacks, then perhaps I've been fooled by the Ultimate Academy. How many heads do I need to take down here? But failing miserably in the first round feels really painful, and I regret spending a ton of money. The main character is so useless, unable to do anything, so there's definitely an issue with strength. If you encounter difficulties, you can refer to the lectures, a comment echoed in his mind, prompting him to sit up. He thought, that's right, there are still several lectures like this. But he knew that watching these lectures would also result in point deductions. The system displayed 3 lectures from the instructors who had defeated this dragon, including one instructor he was studying under, Hercules. The second instructor was Siegfried. The third instructor was Susanoo. The name of the third instructor somehow reminded him of Naruto. Could it be that Sasuke would jump in here to solo with the main character? This time, he decided not to rush. He wanted to take his time, there was still plenty of time left. However, a problem arose. If I listen to the lecture now, I'll lose points, but based on these lectures, my attack strategy will improve, and consequently, my score will increase. The mentor chuckled comfortably, it's up to your decision, Kim Seo-jun. Right now, he felt really helpless, wishing he could take his time and participate without rushing. But if he lost heart, that wouldn't do. He again believed that hard work would achieve everything, so he tried time and time again. But each attempt left him feeling increasingly exhausted and thought, these monsters are like highway demons, speeding at 150 km/h. Oh, it's so helpless. This made him scream, everyone, just come at me already. I don't want to resist anymore. Meanwhile, the mentor, who had advised him to sign up for the trial, was now standing outside cheering, our team is doing great, keep it up, keep it up. While he was being utterly crushed. The attacks from the Hera dragons felt like a storm, a calamity for him. He was dodging while yelling, I hate you, mentor. Teammates should jump in to help, but here my teammates are just standing outside cheering. In the meantime, the main character was being utterly defeated. The first phase failed with a final result where the longest he lasted was just under 2 minutes. Although he suffered a disastrous defeat in this round, the system still announced, you have completed the test for the first subject, combat skills. The next test will be held in 3 days. As the system was calculating the scores, he suddenly remembered the poverty alleviation program, just like he was longing for every single point. Fortunately, the system gave a result of 8.8 points. He felt proud because he had increased by 4.6 points, although on a scale of 100, he only achieved nearly 9 points. The mentor always encouraged him. Every time they met, he felt like a completely different person. After that, the mentor asked, did you use spiritual power in the last attempt? When did you learn it? In terms of progress speed, you are the fastest progressing student I have ever supervised. Hearing that even the Supreme Academy mentor praised him, he felt proud, scratching his head as if he were on cloud 9. But immediately afterward, the mentor poured cold water on him, however, your standards are also the worst. He thought about shutting the mentor up, but then reflected, I wonder if this is a conspiracy? The mentor is the one who introduced the lectures and told me to register for this mock exam. But after thinking carefully, he still wanted to talk to people who were more straightforward. He thought, better to be treated well on the outside than to be malicious on the inside. His first goal in the first round was to gain an additional 3 points, and in reality, he had increased by more than 4 points. He believed, I can do it and have already passed the first round. Now, he is extremely excited for the second round. But then, his face became gaunt, as if he had just run out of energy after a long night. He bowed his head down, feeling as if the world was collapsing. I have truly failed, he told himself. The figure stood there, looking at him with a satisfied gaze. At that moment, he had completely crumbled, as if all hope had vanished. It felt like the world was about to collapse, and all the plans he had meticulously calculated had gone awry. Time rewound to the day before, during the second test on basic endurance. It was just basic endurance, but Atlas had said goodbye to him to have him do a task for him. This task was quite simple, just to hold up the sky in place of the embodiment of the god Atlas for 1 hour. He told him, just hold it until I retrieve the golden apple. The protagonist used all his strength, but still felt that this earth was too heavy. But when he looked at the time that the system required, he wondered, is this time unreasonable? Is this test meant for ordinary people? In the basic endurance test, he scored 5.9 points, an increase of 2.2 from the previous time. Time rewound again to 6 days prior, to the third test, which was related to reflex speed at the first level. This competition was also quite simple, just to face the embodiment of the god Argos. This competition only requires the person who keeps their eyes open the longest to win. But on him, there are dozens of eyes, who knows how many more there are. Even if you try to open your eyes wide enough to pop your pupils out, you still can't count how many eyes this person has. In this round, you fail miserably, with your score only increasing by 1.9 points. Time rewinds 3 days back, to the fourth test, which is a mana test. This test is exactly like the last one, you just have to endure something that drains your mana within the specified time. This time, the time limit is 10 minutes, and you will be drained of mana by a mana-hungry demon called Archlich. It tells you, kneel before the Almighty. Although you stand still for it to drain your mana, when it reaches out to suck it, it can only last a few brief seconds. It even asks, is this all the mana you have? Hearing that is unbearable humiliation. You scratch your head and reply, it's because I haven't studied anything related to mana at all. Of course, it's no surprise that this time your score hasn't even increased by 1 point. Back to the present, explaining why you collapsed before the challenges. Your face is drained of color. Up until now, your total score is only 9.1 points. If you want to achieve a higher score, the only way is to put in more effort. Your goal is to reach 11.2 points. He was afraid that he might not get a 50% discount, so he asked again, is there any problem? He asked, if I reach the 50% mark, will I get a discount? She replied with a smile, no, only if it's above 50% will you receive a reward from the event. He clicked his tongue, thinking, I'm probably doomed. At noon, he lay down at home to rest. Now sitting and waiting to register, he felt he was wasting a useless amount of money, just because of his own foolishness. The mentor said, let's start today's test. Today's test is in your area of strength. This is the fifth test, a test of spirit. To pass this round, he only needed to listen to the requiem of the Archlich within the time limit of 30 minutes. The Archlich, surrounded by dark, ominous smoke, said, I sing bolero very well. I hope this time you won't disappoint me. He thought that this round was just about listening to music, so he could easily get through it. It was too simple, the slogan stay calm, be confident, and win was his motto. What was so difficult about bolero music? Therefore, he believed he could easily pass this round with flying colors. At level 1, he had already succeeded without any difficulties. Because his understanding of the teachings of the Buddha had increased by over 30%, he could also conquer the subsequent rounds. He is truly very determined. He believes that he was just lucky to have passed the first level. From here on out is just the beginning. Truly, he must keep his mind steady. In level 2, even the name of this level is frightening, let alone the challenge itself. You only need to drive away a demon on the 9th level of hell that is controlling your mind within a time limit of 1 hour. He is then transported to the space in hell. It is very dark here, all around him is darkness and whispers in his ears, this time is mine. You will never be able to drive me away. You will be my puppet forever. He feels as if he is bathing in rain while in the 9th level of hell. He pats one side of his head to shake off that dark presence. The second round is completed perfectly, quickly, and efficiently. However, in the third round, a very beautiful girl appears, looking like a fairy. In this round, he only needs to resist the allure of the goddess Aphrodite. The goddess displays her charm in front of him and compliments him as a cute opponent. But unfortunately for her, he is not into girls. He even asks, Aren't you cold, demon? The third round is conquered easily. The mentor is also surprised because in other rounds, he often fails easily, but in this round, he handled it smoothly. He wasn't too surprised, as he thought this was quite normal. He said he could endure it. The mentor still didn't understand anything when the system required him to conquer level 4. In level 4, he had to endure the singing from the depths of hell for a duration of 30 minutes as mandated by the system. As soon as this round began, he fell into hell. Beneath his feet was like a tornado, not just any tornado but a tornado from hell. The dead were all gone, leaving behind a dry corpse that screamed, "Save me, help me." These corpses blamed him because he was the one who had taken their lives. They placed all their sins on his shoulders. "You are the one who made us this way, give us back our lives." The corpses cried out for him to die along with them. It was all his fault. Unfortunately, he played the role of the holy protagonist, so there was no way he had killed anyone. He responded naively, "I'm sorry, but we've never met." The corpses were confused and no longer wanted to be actors. He even asked another question, "Do you know me?" Round 4 was completed easily. The mentor wanted him to be beaten, but now he was reversing the retribution back onto the mentor. Round 5 was the hardest round, featuring a being with 2 horns that were 2 meters long and magnificent large wings. This time it is not as easy as the previous times. He must face his desires, including 7 desires. The first desire is lust. Around the male protagonist, scenes of couples embracing each other, kissing, and intimate moments appear. The hell of lust is a paradise that does not deny any physical desires. The second desire is greed. Just when he thought he had failed in the second round. A prominent characteristic of the male protagonist is his obsession with money, mansions, and luxury cars. Piles of gold and money appear before him. He had to struggle fiercely to get through this round, because in the hell of greed, he sees everything he wants, lacking nothing. The next desire is gluttony. Here, there are many delicious dishes laid out before him. The hell of gluttony is a place where food never runs out. Fortunately, before the test, he had eaten rice at home, so he was full. Therefore, he successfully passed this round. In the next round, the desire is laziness. The hell of laziness is a place where even angels would smile. All that is needed is to eat and sleep every day, with nothing but peaceful naps. Luckily, he was taking an afternoon nap, so he just needed to naturally wake himself a bit to be able to get up. The next hell is wrath. This is where he can torture those who have tormented him, waiting until he is satisfied. This is a paradise for those who seek revenge. He is a righteous protagonist, as he does not harbor any grudges against anyone and always treats everyone decently. Therefore, he is able to pass through this circle and continue. The next hell is envy. Here, mirrors appear around him, reflecting images of others' successes, images of him graduating from university and then working as an office employee. In this hell, he can do anything he wants, without envying anyone. This round begins to become a bit challenging, however, he is fortunate enough to overcome it, although he is slightly shaken. And the final hell is pride. Although the protagonist seems humble, deep down, he still feels pride in himself. Thus, in this hell, his eyes turn red. He also feels something unusual about his body. As a result, he fails in the final hell. He screams in fear. Unfortunately, he has failed in the last hell, even though there are still 22 minutes left. He sits down to rest for a bit, feeling a little disappointed. After taking out his phone to check again, he realizes that this level is not as simple as a joke. But because he had conquered the first 4 rounds, and he only struggled with the final round, at this stage, he had tried many times, over and over again. The unfortunate painful failures came, and he persisted and tried again. In the end, fortunately, in the last attempt, he completed the test. The system notified him that he had completed the test, and the next test would take place in 3 days. While the system was in the scoring phase, although quite exhausted, he finally resisted the temptation of the hell of pride. The mentor even asked, "How did you get through level 5? He simply replied, I just endured it. Perhaps it's because of science, my determination has improved a lot, reducing my superstition. The mentor showed a bored expression, intending to torment him. Unexpectedly, he had made significant progress. The mentor asked again, "What is the level of that lecture now?" He answered, "It's just average, it's at 31.7%. The mentor did not believe him and told him to repeat it. He repeated it, but the mentor did not believe him, thinking it was absurd. Because the last time they met, he said it was at 15.5%, how could it increase by 16.2% in such a short time? He had overcome the hell of pride. Seeing that he had answered intelligently, the mentor said, "Well, just keep doing that." The mentor didn't believe it, thinking that seeing is better than hearing. He snatched his phone to take a closer look. After the mentor held it in his hand, he was dumbfounded. WTF, what is this? All the information that the main character just told the mentor was true. But besides the fact that the lecture of Buddha was slightly improved, the mentor also noticed why the lecture of Hercules had skyrocketed like that. He could only respond, "Oh, that must just be luck." The mentor kept asking, "Luck? How can you get lucky and still increase the progress so much like that?" The mentor leaned in close as if he was joking, confirming from the start that if Seo Jun had made the main character, then anyone could understand his achievements. The mentor was extremely surprised, shouting at him, "My expression is as ridiculous as those numbers. How could the progress of Buddha's lecture increase so quickly? Not every new cadet can achieve this, you know." He had overcome the hell of arrogance because he just replied, "That's because I got lucky." Here, we can also draw a lesson that when someone praises us, we can simply respond, I'm lucky, and we have conquered the hell of arrogance." The mentor still held the phone in his hand with a skeptical expression. Then, the system calculated his score. In the last exam, he noticed that the system had increased by a full 13 points compared to the previous mock test. He was as happy as could be, while his mentor was filled with skepticism. A few days later, the Supreme Academy announced the results to him again. Kim Seo Jun's mock exam score had slightly improved. Looking at the total of 52.2 points, he felt as joyful as if it were harvest time. In his mind, he planned to only reduce by 70%, but instead, his efforts were rewarded with an 80% reduction. The score increased from 29 to a full 52.2 points. In other words, the male lead would receive an 80% discount voucher. Finally, his dream had come true. He could now listen to the lectures of heaven's great sage. An 80% increase in score meant an 80% discount. This meant he could study the lectures of heaven's great sage. This was something he never even dared to dream of. His heart raced. I have to calm down. I must register for the course of heaven's great sage, hee. The mentor could not believe it. He stammered, it's impossible. He was still in shock because this guy could surpass 5 rounds of mental challenges. He called his mentor back because there was a little issue. The mentor was still in shock, so on the outside, he responded normally, but inside, he had many questions. At this moment, Seo Jun wanted to ask about the scores because he had worked very hard, but he found that he was failing in every exam. The mentor said, it's simple, you just need to score above 60 in each subject. But even if your total score exceeds the standard score, if you have one subject below 60, you will immediately fail. Hearing this, he recalled his high school years. All subjects scored 10 points, except for physical education, which was 4 points. Therefore, I ended up with a record of being a weak student. In pain, he asked, so, how many points do I need to pass? The mentor thought for a moment and then replied, but usually, you need to score above 90. In other words, the total score must be 630 or higher. He looked at his phone and realized that his level was still quite low. His total score was only 52.2 out of 630 points. This was indeed a commendable achievement. So, he gave himself a few minutes to be a sad boy. Well, no need to think too much anymore. Now, he was someone with money, free to play as much as he wanted. But first, he had to take the course of Heaven's Great Sage. He searched the system for the name of Heaven's Great Sage to find related courses. The mentor saw that he was eager to learn, but still asked, "Do you really want to take the course of Heaven's Great Sage?" The man's face lit up with delight as he replied, "Because I haven't decided which other class I want to take yet." After searching, the system presented two options. The first lecture included lance skills and staff technique. The second lecture was calculating a new causality rate and measuring appropriate lecture fees. Both lectures were by teacher Heaven's Great Sage. He didn't know how much the course calculating a new causality rate and measuring appropriate lecture fees would cost, as this was a course he had been eyeing for a long time. But no matter how expensive it was, the price would be reduced by 80%. And why worry about a stain if he didn't register? He clicked to register immediately. However, the system reported an error. To participate in this class, you need the Heaven's Great Sage deflecting grasping piercing level S technique. Now he was at a loss, so he could only study another lecture. For now, I have to make the most of what I can learn first, he thought. Therefore, he immediately registered for the deflecting grasping piercing course by Heaven's Great Sage. This time, the system was calculating the causality and the appropriate tuition fee. The system responded with the tuition fee after the 80% discount. The lecture is valued at 5.4 billion. Do you want to register for this class? After completing the course, you will receive the Heaven's Great Sage deflecting grasping piercing level S technique. Struggling to look at the tuition fee, he saw that the fee was much cheaper now. But as he was grinding away, he felt that everything was still expensive. Even after an 80% reduction, it was still 5.4 billion. But never mind, he still has more than 20 billion, so why worry about a little stain? At least he still has money to register. After successfully registering, the system immediately displayed a button for him to present the lecture video. The initial scene was of beautiful mountains. But he suspected that the phone screen was stuck right next to the mountain. Seeing that this device seemed to be frozen, he regretted not buying the iPhone 20 Pro Max instead. Fortunately, just like when he fixed the TV back in the day, he only needed to tap it a few times for the phone to work normally again. At Heaven's Great Sage, he appeared confidently with a smile on his face. He said, "I apologize to my students." Then, he flew across the path. Twisting like a snake, just moving slightly made him realize how valuable this lesson was. Then Sun Wukong greeted him, saying, "Am I very late? I had to go for a while because Master Tripitaka Sr. called me." After that, Sun Wukong felt annoyed. After all, that senior can't do anything at all. He is no different from a child. If it weren't for Buddha, I could have taught him a lesson. He had saved up his tuition for a long time, so when he witnessed it with his own eyes, this was Heaven's Great Sage, he felt very excited. Because when it came to Heaven's Great Sage, he was very powerful. One could say he was one of the strongest saints in the heavens. Finally, he was able to meet Heaven's Great Sage. Heaven's Great Sage said, "Anyway, I apologize for being late, but I will teach you properly. The lesson I will teach you today will include some basic skills such as lance skills and piercing technique." He asked, "Do you remember when I explained the piercing technique in the last session?" He mentioned lance skills and spear, all stemming from that. However, Heaven's Great Sage noticed that you looked confused, and he guessed, Seo Jun must have forgotten that lecture. "But since I am late today, I will take responsibility to teach you again." He said loudly, "Open your eyes wide and watch carefully." You focused entirely on watching each of his movements. Heaven's Great Sage said, "First is the sweep. Then, I use my staff, just a light stroke." The entire earth and rocks around, the surrounding space shattered, as if a devastating event had just occurred, like a time bomb exploding right beneath Heaven's Great Sage. Although this was the second time you witnessed this skill, you still felt overwhelmed. The second skill that Heaven's Great Sage wanted to show you was the blocking skill. This action only required pointing the staff forward, just a motion of retracting the hands and weapons, yet it caused the heavens and earth to collapse. The third section is the most important. It is like accumulating energy. After that, the third section is the thrust. Sun Wukong said, "Strike the staff as if you are piercing through a single point." Heaven and earth collapsed, and all things were in chaos. The golden light created from Sun Wukong's basic movements was no different from a celestial being descending to earth. Having seen enough, Sun Wukong struck the staff down to the ground and then said, "These are the basic skills that you will learn. If you want to learn my lessons, you must master these skills." As Sun Wukong spoke, he planted the staff into the ground. The entire land before him had been turned to ruins. He taught, "These skills are not only for the heavenly meteor staff but are also essential if you want to learn other spear and staff techniques." He was angry. "Remember what I just demonstrated. Then practice until the next lesson. The tasks from the lecture and the daily tasks have been assigned. This time, the task will execute the ultimate skill of Heaven's great sage, 1000 deflections. The tasks will change according to your learning progress." He found this task quite difficult for himself. The mentor wanted to tell him a few things. The reason the tuition is high is that from the beginning, you have been taking the beginner's basic class. But starting from the intermediate level, your classes will be considered extraordinary. He didn't understand what the difference was. The mentor said, "This is a completely different level, and you should experience it for yourself." He thought, "Well, whatever happens will happen, there's no point in worrying too much." After that, he stood up from his chair to practice the skill that Heaven's great sage had just demonstrated. He recalled the movements that the sage had made, then took a deep breath to prepare for a powerful strike. It seemed like nothing would happen, but unexpectedly, a brilliant beam of light burst forth from his arm. The park where he stood was completely destroyed around him, leaving only the ground beneath him intact. The weapon Longinus was glowing. He looked at the surrounding scene and realized, "What the hell did I just do?" Around him looked like a wasteland. It was no longer a park. The mentor saw his astonishment at this and said, "I told you, but you didn't believe me. This will also give you a Type 2 skill to face future opponents." At that moment, in a luxurious, ancient restaurant, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman were enjoying the dishes on the table. These 3 represented 3 major universities. Seo Yoon, with short hair, was Cha Hyen, the representative of Academy Ale. The muscular man with blonde hair was Lee Jin Song, the representative of Academy Jaeon. The third person, who was slowly sipping from a glass of water, was So Jin Hyung, the representative of Academy Hunter Mills. After taking a cup of water, he said, "I feel that the situation of our academies has not been very good lately. Some people say that even if we combine all 3 of our academies, we wouldn't be able to compare to one dream academy." Lee Jin-song doesn't know what to do either. "What do you think we should do?" "We have to do something about Kim Seo-jun." So Jin Hyung replied, "What? Kim Seo-jun is a wicked person. He wants at least to crush that kiddo's fighting spirit." Lee Jin-song cursed, "Is he out of his mind? That kiddo has a sword saint protecting him. Don't you know that if anything goes wrong, not only he but your Academy Hunter Mills could also disappear? Touching the sword saint is like putting one foot in the grave." After that, he angrily stood up and said, "I will pretend I never heard anything." Cha Hyen felt that the blonde-haired guy made a valid point, so she decided to leave, leaving So Jin Hyung sitting alone. So Jin Hyung wanted to propose forming a friendly match. This proposal left both representatives of the remaining academies speechless. They had also turned their backs to listen to this guy named So Jin Hyung finish speaking. He continued, "Isn't the exchange tournament about to be held?" Cha Hyen, with a fearful expression, felt anxious. She thought, could it be that this person is thinking of sending So Jin Hyung to fight? He had a serious expression, laughing loudly with a sense of dominance, asking, "What do you think?" He couldn't believe that the ruins around him were just the result of a basic swing of the stick. After expending too much energy, he sat down. He felt as if he were possessed by a deity. This afternoon had drained too much of his energy. But of course, the lecture from Heaven's great sage was of intermediate level. Currently, he was participating in a super advanced strength training session for beginners. However, being a novice, this class was beyond his limits. Kim Seo-jun had no choice but to continuously struggle, telling himself he had to swing the stick a few more times. Feeling the difficulty, he lamented, joining a high-level class isn't always a good thing, is it? The Supreme Academy would scientifically design the curriculum to suit the students, based on causal calculations. The mentor told him, "We have calculated everything." Sitting idly on the ground, he pondered how to achieve 1,000 swings. But with the pace he was going, even 10 seemed difficult to say the least. Seeing him overly worried, the mentor reassured him, "There's no need to worry too much. If this was beyond your capability, I would have stopped you from participating." He felt a surge of motivation, his eyes brightening as he asked, "Is there another way?" It turns out that the mentor noticed his plan to attend the class. Yet, he had made remarkable progress in the lessons with Hercules. If he studies alongside Na's science, he will be able to achieve his goals. Hearing the mentor explain, he suddenly remembered, "I had completely forgotten about this." After that, he tidied up the park. Somehow, he had destroyed the park, but then was able to restore it to its original condition. Indeed, he is the author's child. After finishing the park renovation, he asked his mentor, "Now I should prioritize learning how to maintain stability before moving on to chi cultivation. If it really works, then I should practice mana later, right?" The mentor replied, "That's right, it's up to you. You can choose based on your preferences. Theoretically, what you just said is also fine. By the way, there are a few topics in some lectures that you should also check out." When he took out his phone to see if there were any lectures from the Supreme Academy related to chi cultivation or mana cultivation, the Supreme Academy recommended 4 different lectures. The first lecture was First Step to Heaven, a lecture on chi cultivation taught by Zhang Sanfeng. The second lecture was The Wounded Heart, complete edition taught by Lu Dongbin. The third lecture is the Round Table Conference, which includes all the secrets of the knights and the wisdom of Merlin. The instructor is Arthur Pendragon. The fourth lecture is The Fiery Power Like the Aura of a Dragon, guided by Siegfried. He immediately chose to listen to the lecture of Lu Dongbin. Instantly, a man with a gentle demeanor appeared, surrounded by bamboo trees. The atmosphere was cool and gentle. He lectured about spiritual chi, similar to expanding a bowl, and that bowl is likened to the energy core or the acupoint. He further explained that the energy core acupoint includes central, upper, and lower. It is usually concentrated in the brain, the central part focuses on the heart, while the lower part lies beneath the navel. He is a master of swordsmanship, so his control is excellent. He also said, if understood in the simplest way, the energy core is the most important part of the body, and the energy core is identified to have 3 main parts, including upper, central, and lower. First is the upper dantian. The upper dantian refers to the spiritual world of the practitioner. At this point, the practitioner will enter a meditative state, which means they must explore the Tao of the spear and the related laws. Simply put, it is the ultimate path to reach a transcendental realm. It is located at the center on the top of the head, in the area of Ni Wan Gong. Therefore, the upper dantian is the most important among the 3 dantian. However, unfortunately, in this lesson, we will not mention the area of upper dantian. This lecture seems a bit too much for him. But after reflecting, he realized that, although he doesn't understand everything, he has grasped a few main ideas. Could it be due to the knowledge he had previously learned from lecturer Merlin? By connecting the knowledge and taking the time to think, he was able to comprehend what he had just heard. He believes that a part of the body called Ni Wan Gong, or the brain, is the important part of the upper dantian. So, is it also called the region of the mind? In theory, the head area is the brain, the middle area is the heart, and the lower part is the abdomen. From here, he discovered a summary of Master Lu Dongbin's lesson regarding mana cultivation. When practicing, the amount of qi in the body will gradually increase. Accumulating this qi is relatively easy, but it requires a lot of time. He also remembered a few days ago when he asked his mentor. When recalling his mentor's message, he thought, if you want to be safe, you must do qi cultivation. Now, if he wants effectiveness and safety, choosing qi cultivation is reasonable. While he was thinking, suddenly something appeared on his phone. When he checked, it was a new lecture from lecturer Siegfried titled Energy of the Dragon. Seeing that this lecture was available for free, he decided to watch it as well. But after watching a segment, he stopped watching. Then, he searched the homepage of the Supreme Academy to see what would happen to other students when they learned about mana. Feeling stuck, he also wanted to ask his mentor. He asked his mentor, "Is something wrong?" He posed a question that made it difficult for the mentor to answer immediately. "I can't participate in 2 classes at the same time, right?" He continued, "According to Master Lu Dongbin, the upper dantian is the brain region. Doesn't that mean that the teachings on steadfastness of the Buddha can serve a role similar to that of the upper dantian?" The mentor explained the issue clearly. "Previously, I only did that, but I actually value you a lot." Since he is the main character of the story, he tried to explain, steadfastness is something learned in the science of events. It can also be said that all exceptional students have self-taught the upper dantian by using the steadfast heart of the Buddha. Therefore, whether it is the central dantian or lower dantian, if you participate in the mana lecture, you can use both main parts of the energy core simultaneously. He asked a very important question, so does that mean using all 3 parts of the energy core upper, central, and lower is not impossible? The first time he tried to listen to this, he wasn't quite sure. He asked again, "Is this something that can't be seen, teacher?" The mentor replied, "Because I don't quite understand this issue either. I can't know the details just from a few glimpses at the lecture content. It's just a few pleasant conversations, but they have already increased Merlin's lecture progress by 16.2%. He checked his phone after seeing the progress notification and then resolved to conquer this lecture. After that, he asked further, "Is there any other issue? Have the students I have mentored said anything?" The mentor replied, "They just choose based on their preferences. But if by now there are still no exceptions, then isn't it ineffective? Truly, you need to clarify this." Therefore, he wanted to find the answer to this question at all costs. He told the mentor, "Can we ask the instructors again?" The mentor said, "I should go ask the instructors?" He reaffirmed, "Yes. You want to ask the student community, but there's nothing on the notice board. Wouldn't it be more accurate to ask the instructors directly? Is it because this is a free online lecture and not from a professional teacher, or does it require payment?" The mentor shook his head, "It's not like that. You're too obsessed with money." Then, his ambition surged. He wanted to ask the mentor for help because he thought, "If I sit and study, I will always ask about the content of the lecture, right?" The mentor felt too much pressure, so he agreed just to make him happy. After finishing some work, he immediately ran back to the academy. On the way, he thought that if he could study both at the same time, it would be fantastic, but the eternal problem for him was still money. Feeling gloomy on the way back to the academy, he thought, "Well, I've worried too much already, I'll ask when I have a question that needs an answer." When he arrived at the academy, he greeted Seo Yoon. Seo Yoon also had some things happen at the academy. 3 strangers had come here. The main character did not know who they were or why they had come to the academy. Park Seo Yoon introduced them to him. These are representatives from 3 major academies. After each person introduced themselves and stated which academy they were from, suddenly the representatives from other students approached him. He felt a bit scared. After a while, they told him that they wanted to organize a friendly tournament. So Jin Hyung, with a friendly demeanor, explained, "The friendly tournament is an unofficial competition between the 3 Academy Hunter Mills, Ale, and this time we want Academy Dream to participate as well. You will need to improve your skills to join our exchange tournament." Cha Hyan also came here with the hope that Academy Dream and Seo Jun would participate in the exchange tournament and shine here. He was busy with many things, so he needed to think for a moment. After looking at Seo Yoon replied, "Don't worry about me. Just accept to participate if you feel comfortable." Seo Yoon had given his permission, but he was really short on money, so he mentioned the prize. Unfortunately, the representatives from Academy Hunter Mills replied, "A friendly tournament and you expect a prize? No way. He froze, unsure of what to say next. No prize? Hearing this, he felt 99% of his motivation to participate diminish. The representatives explained further, this is just a friendly tournament, the sole purpose is to compete against other talents to enhance each person's skills. Finally, he asked Seo Yoon, if I participate, it will be beneficial for Academy Dream, right? Park Seo Yoon didn't want to force him, she replied, there's no need for that. Since this is a friendly tournament, an unofficial tournament, it doesn't matter whether you participate or not. Hearing this, he immediately felt disheartened. If it benefits the academy, then I might consider joining. If there's no money involved and it doesn't bring honor to Academy Dream, then why should I participate? He turned away coldly and refused, then forget it, I won't participate. The representatives of the academy, who were there to recruit him, hurriedly said, that's where you can compete with talents like yourself, Seo Joon. Are you really saying you will refuse this opportunity? Of course, I will only participate in things that benefit me. Why do you have to say so much? Even if I win, what do I get out of it? He said with little interest. Seo Yoon continued to plead, please, think about it one more time. But he only found Seo Yoon to be bothersome. Fortunately, at that moment, he spotted Lee Min-yeol practicing. He called Lee Min-yeol over and asked, are you planning to participate in any friendly tournaments? Lee Min-yeol was surprised, why is it you asking me and not the other way around? Seo Joon actually has a lot of things to do, like making money for instance, so he politely declined, saying that he was a bit busy. Lee Min-yeol is a person who trains in a freestyle, so he also didn't want to be forced to participate in these things. After that, he thought, I wonder if I should go or not because I also want to try out some skills I just learned. The person he wants to fight the most is himself, not anyone else. The three representatives today wanted to invite him for a friendly match, but unexpectedly he was aiming for someone else to fight on his behalf. Feeling that someone was fighting for him, he greeted the people in the room warmly and planned to go out to take care of his own matters. So Jin Hyung saw that he was about to lose the opportunity and begged him to come back, don't, wait. The other two representatives also had to continuously plead, the sounds of begging and yelling for him to participate kept ringing in his ears. The situation fell into an awkward dilemma, and the three representatives gathered together to discuss how to handle it. It turned out that a few minutes earlier they had not completely rejected the idea of this tournament not having a cash prize, but instead they had asked Seo Joon, how much do you want? He casually replied, just 6 billion, not much at all. Hearing this price, they felt that the amount was too large, let alone him. They did not think that he was someone who had money running in his blood like that. Cha Hyan said to the other two, the lowest prize must be 6 billion for Seo Joon to agree to participate. Lee Jin-sung believed, the three of them came here to recruit Seo Joon to participate in the tournament, if they can't win against that person, then today's trip is considered a waste. Cha Hyan felt exhausted, it's just a friendly tournament, yet Seo Joon demands money, it's really ridiculous. The three representatives were arguing fiercely when Lee Min-yeol sought him out to ask, why do you need so much money? He answered skillfully, but inside was immense painful tears. From the beginning of the film to the end, his fate only had two words, make money. After a brief discussion, Soo Jin-hyun, representing the others, prepared to announce a decision. He apologized to the people from Dream for talking too long. After that, Seo Joon asked everyone, is there a conflict because of me, or is there some issue? So Jin-hyun stepped closer to him and gently explained, this issue is not significant enough for you to be so worried and frightened. To be honest, we really want to engage with you, Kim Seo Joon. We hope our students have the opportunity to interact with you, to temper their arrogance and improve their skills. Upon hearing this, he replied, but if there is no reward, I will not participate. So Jin Hyung sighed, we have no choice but to consider this proposal. He then continued, we have decided to set a reward. Hearing about the reward, Seo Joon's eyes lit up. He was about to ask how much the reward would be, but So Jin Hyung raised his hand, signaling him to be quiet and explained, however, they will have some conditions as follows. Unbeknownst to what conditions the other side had set, even the girl Soo-yeon was training intensely. She let mana flow throughout her body, a powerful energy emanating from her. She recalled the image of the magic saint, who had advised her to compress her mana a little more. She listened to him well, so she was progressing very quickly. Meanwhile, several disciples of the assassin were practicing movements like air, making it difficult for the enemy to grasp their true position. Seo Jun entered the academy and saw that both of his teammates were training as hard as they could. Seeing this, he also had to give his all. The conditions of the other trainees were clearly revealed here. The prize money was set at 6 billion as per his proposal. Additionally, there were other prizes such as 4 billion for second place and 2 billion for third place. In total, the prize pool for this friendly tournament was 12 billion. They would not be fighting with knives or swords, but rather in one-on-one matches, also known as solo duels. However, this was not the main issue. He thought about the conditions that Academy Hunter Mills had proposed the day before. They stated it would not be fair to set the prize money without carefully considering the rules. Therefore, they decided they would be the ones to choose the method and rules of the competition. Seo Jun thought, this is not a big problem. As long as there is money, I am willing to comply with whatever rules they set, no matter how unreasonable. However, the next requirement began to get more difficult. They requested that everyone from Academy Dream must participate in this tournament. Lee Min-yeol, with his easygoing personality, replied, I can participate however I want. Meanwhile, the disciple of Magic Saint Soo-yeon responded, I feel the same way. I've been training very hard lately and want to know where I stand. Seeing his two teammates agree, Seo Jun also felt no hesitation. But then suddenly, he asked, are there any other conditions? He thought that this was all the conditions, but unexpectedly, that guy wanted to set an additional condition. He said, another person must also agree to participate. Seo Jun thought for a moment, aren't there only 3 people on their team? Who else could he be referring to? Could it be Seo Yoon? When he looked over at Seo Yoon, he couldn't believe it, a friendly match between the students and even the instructors are participating? Park Seo Yoon didn't know if she needed to participate or not. After that, the representatives confirmed that Seo Yoon also had to take part. So she threw herself into training to prepare for the competition. Her mentor's weapon was a sword, and she practiced her sword skills proficiently. After all, Seo Yoon was a B rank hunter, but Seo Jun couldn't help but feel puzzled. He didn't understand, why do those people want Seo Yoon to participate in a one-on-one tournament? What is their purpose? Seeing Seo Yoon training so diligently, Seo Jun decided to go talk to her for a bit. Seo Yoon was training extremely hard. When she saw Seo Jun approaching, she was a bit curt and asked if there was something wrong. He scratched his head, mistakenly thinking that Seo Yoon was training for him, and said, you shouldn't push yourself too hard like this. Seo Yoon extended her hand, signaling him to dismiss that delusion. She explained, I have received many favors from you in the past, so this time I want to repay them. Seo Jun, a kind and brave person, replied, what are you talking about? You have already helped me a lot. There's no need to worry. Seo Yoon pushed him away with her hand, saying, it's fine, you don't need to worry too much. After that, she let him go outside, reminding him to do his own work. Seo Jun felt that her words made sense, so he decided to leave to focus on his personal training. Park Seo Yoon, after that time, let him go outside so he could train. But deep down, she still felt insecure and worried that she wouldn't be able to win this tournament. When mentioning the lesson, Seo Jun remembers, the mentor promised to return soon. But until now, he still hasn't received any feedback. Just as he thought of the mentor, he received a message on his phone. He took out his phone to check and saw the mentor said, for now, please stop the course in mana. This surprised him greatly, as he was currently studying and the mentor told him to pause. The mentor explained, the issue is complex, I can't explain clearly. But he had sent a review request to the administration. He would return as soon as he received feedback from them. Hearing the mentor respond so seriously, Seo Jun feared that something was wrong. But he believed that the mentor would resolve his personal issue. He was determined to win the friendly tournament. In the following days, he practiced hard. Time passed, and on a beautiful morning, the day of the friendly tournament arrived. All members of Academy Dream gathered here. As they stood on the steps of the academy, Seo Jun himself had to admit, "I thought this was just an unofficial competition. But why is there such a large venue like a football field?" He felt that this was not an ordinary friendly tournament. Park Seo-yoon knows that this is one of the top 3 academies in South Korea, so it's normal for them to be wealthy. Lee Min-yeol seems not to care much about the competition. He is looking for a place to buy rice cakes. Little Soo-yeon thinks, he seems strange, it's almost time for the competition and he still wants to eat rice cakes. As the 4 academy members are entering the tournament, they see a crowd gathering nearby. Seo Jun asks Seo-yoon, "Are those people journalists?" Seo-yoon is not sure, just replies, "I think so." Seo-yoon guesses, the academy organizing this exam probably wants to highlight the event in the media. Seo-yoon is reviewing some documents related to this friendly tournament. She informs everyone, the first round of the tournament is a match between the students of the school. Suddenly, these two start bickering with each other. Seo-yoon and he turn around to see Lee Min-yeol demanding to compete with Soo-yeon first, while Soo-yeon suggests, "Let Seo Jun and Lee Min-yeol compete first, and I will solo with Lee Min-yeol later." Lee Min-yeol is arguing with little Soo-yeon, but he remembers the strange thing from yesterday. Seo Jun had been training with a long lance, and the hours of training made him feel like he was going to faint. After hearing that, he can only smile faintly, not knowing what else to say. The two people continued to argue incessantly, with neither willing to back down. From a distance, the reporters could sense a tense atmosphere, or more accurately, a very strong killing intent. The crowd began to rush towards a person named Lee Ha-yoon. When Lee Ha-yoon entered, she looked like a famous idol, surrounded by bodyguards. Other reporters, upon seeing her, immediately approached to ask for information. One person introduced themselves as a reporter from Hanpyeong newspaper and asked, "Can I have a moment of your time? May I ask if you know the reason why this friendly tournament is partially publicized?" Some other reporters also pleaded with her to look their way, all holding smartphones to take pictures of the idol. The reporters further asked, "Will you be participating in the matches, or just watching from the sidelines?" The event organizers had to personally escort this participant in due to the overwhelming crowd. As she was about to walk away, a reporter said, "There are many rumors that you are not participating in the friendly tournament because of Kim Seo-jun. Is this true?" This question had touched her pride. She was angry, emanating a murderous aura that made the surrounding area, especially the reporters, break out in a cold sweat from fear. Before entering the next phase, this trainee might have put herself in danger. Therefore, the reporters continuously apologized. One reporter said, "I didn't mean to, I'm sorry." However, to appear calm and indifferent, she turned back with a contemptuous expression and said to the reporter, "Kim Seo-jun? Who is that?" After saying this, she walked away with an air of arrogance. The reporters were so intimidated that they had to sit down on the ground to calm themselves. Academy Dream had also rejected her actions. Lee Min-yeol explained to the others, "That is the notorious hunter Lee Ha-yoon. I've only heard of her before." Then he commented, "She is really beautiful." Soo-yeon did not understand why she reacted to that comment. She asked, "Why did you say that?" Lee Min-yeol, being carefree, replied, "When you see a beautiful girl, you just compliment her, what's wrong with that?" Soo-yeon felt jealous because even though she studied at the academy, she had never received a compliment from him, not even once. Lee Min-yeol's response seemed to be meant to provoke Soo-yeon as he said, "You're just a high school student." Soo-yeon was furious at his reply, snapping back, "What does being a high school student have to do with anything?" She shouted in the middle of the crowd, "I told you not to tease me anymore." When Soo-yeon yelled loudly, everyone around turned their attention. They all recognized the famous figure Kim Seo-jun. Reporters and other students wondered about his presence and murmured, "I wonder what he's doing here." Some questioned, "I wonder if the students from Academy Dream will participate in this tournament." People quickly guessed that Academy Dream was involved in the tournament, which was why the event was now publicized. All attention shifted from the interview with Lee Hyun to Kim Seo-jun. The spotlight focused on him, with many phones being raised to take pictures. Reporters rushed to ask him, "Seo-jun, can we talk to you? Do you plan to compete against Lee Hyun in this tournament?" Lee Min-yeol felt that thanks to Soo-yeon's shout, everyone had gathered here. The girl still seemed sulky with him. Kim Seo-jun knew that everyone was interviewing him, but he was modest and didn't want to say much in public. Therefore, he chose to walk slowly and confidently inside. He said to the others, "Let's go inside." Everyone entered with proud expressions because their student had gained such recognition. In the waiting room of Academy Dream, the organizers announced, as I mentioned, personal equipment will be strictly prohibited in this tournament. An employee asked again, "Does that include Kim Seo-jun's spear and Park Seo-yoon's sword?" He continued, "Lee Min-yeol's sword and bow and arrow are also not allowed, correct?" The staff also asked little Soo-yeon if she needed any additional equipment so they could prepare. She replied, "I don't need any equipment because I am a magic user." After everyone's weapons were confiscated, they were each given a new weapon, but it was only a low-level weapon. Lee Min-yeol and Park Seo-yoon were not immediately comfortable with their new weapons because they were used to their old ones. Little Soo-yeon, with a proud and haughty expression, provoked him by saying loudly, "Only weak hunters blame their weapons." Lee Min-yeol, who had been the most weapon-savvy person here, felt humiliated. He retorted to the girl, "What you just said is completely false. Have you ever seen a hunter use poor equipment and still perform well? Those hunters are just lying because they have used good gear before." Soo-yeon showed her annoyance with everyone, not expecting him to be so serious. Lee Min-yeol retorted, "You're joking with me because you're the only one who doesn't need a weapon, right?" It turns out that what the girl just said was a form of revenge because she realized that only a deceitful hunter needs weapons. What just happened was indeed nonsense. Girls tend to hold grudges for a long time when they're upset. So, brothers should be careful about what they do behind their girlfriends' backs. Lee Min-yeol noticed that Seo-jun was also holding a new spear. He asked, "Do you feel okay?" He seemed a bit flustered, but his expression was very calm, as if there was nothing to worry about. The two, Lee Min-yeol and Soo-yeon, were chatting with him while competing with each other. They both knew he was strong, so often he didn't even need a weapon. He was also about to respond and explain to everyone, but seeing the two of them busy fighting, he decided to let it go. Looking at the weapons, he still felt, "I don't know how to use them properly." The first match would be the opening match between Min-jun and Kim Seo-jun. Min-jun still felt suspicious because he sensed something off about his opponent's expression. After that, he didn't know who organized this event to dare impose a ban on personal equipment. The referee asked both, "You understand the rules, right?" Suddenly, Min-jun recalled young Si-woo's gesture and felt fear because this person had refused to participate in this tournament. Min-jun guessed, "Is it because our captain is scared after hearing rumors that Lee Hyun is also participating, right?" The captain's response was, "No, that's not it, actually." Min-jun couldn't understand why the captain had to be so frightened. Finally, he had to clarify, "It's because the person named Kim Seo-jun will be participating." At that very moment, the person standing in front of Min-jun was Kim Seo-jun. Seeing the dazed expression on the main character's face, Min-jun felt angry. "Why is my foolish captain backing down just because of this guy? I must teach my opponent a valuable lesson about who the real super rookie is." The referee saw that both had weapons in hand, so he asked, "Are both of you ready?" Then, he waved his hand to signal, and both began to fight. As soon as the battle started, Min-jun moved with incredible speed, causing the ground to shake. He moved so quickly that it scared his opponent to the point of almost wetting himself. Min-jun tried to look around. Despite turning back and forth many times, he still lost track of the main character. When he realized there was danger and was attacked from behind, although he managed to block it, the attack was so strong that it made him jump. In fact, he had to exert a lot of effort just to withstand the blow. Min-jun felt angry and helpless in the face of Seo-jun's strength. He did not want to get entangled, so he used a spear thrust. The moment the two weapons collided, a powerful shockwave was created, sending dirt and rocks flying outwards. Min Jun thought he would defeat Seo Jun, but just blocking the previous strike made him cough up blood. A powerful swing from Seo Jun forced his opponent to retreat 10 meters. After managing to block the blow, Min Jun trembled. He thought to himself, if I hadn't been so complacent from the start, perhaps I wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation now. Before his opponent could catch his breath, Seo Jun charged in and delivered a thrust straight at Min Jun's face. Min Jun thought that today he would get to see a naked chicken, but fortunately, Seo Jun was a good person and stopped the spear, not killing his opponent. The aftermath of the attack created a strong shockwave. Just imagine what would happen if his opponent took that blow head-on. The organizers also had not yet grasped what was happening because everything unfolded too quickly and too dangerously. When they saw the opponent had dropped his weapon, the organizers declared, Seo Jun is the winner. Despite having won, Seo Jun still instilled a new fear in his opponent. Min Jun observed and saw that the spear Seo Jun was using suddenly cracked all over. He didn't understand where these cracks came from. Seo Jun's expression revealed his disappointment. He knew that everything could turn out this way, and he felt somewhat bored. If the match had lasted even 1 second longer, the spear would have completely shattered. Min Jun saw this scene and immediately fell silent, no longer hearing his own voice. Seo Jun suggested that the organizers provide him with a sturdier spear, while his opponent remained sitting on the ground, still terrified by this power. Seo Jun wanted to change weapons because he feared that the current spear would break even more. After making the request to the organizers, Seo Jun was given a new spear. However, he still doubted its sturdiness. He raised the spear high and inspected it under the light in the waiting room. After the change, he still thought that this new spear did not meet his needs. Even though it was a new one, its quality did not reassure him. If the spear was not of sufficient quality and broke, he could lose the match, even though he had only swung it 3 times before it had cracked. Thinking about the scene where he had to keep fighting with a person and had to replace a spear, he felt discouraged. Now, does he also have to train to restrain his own strength? The other 2 teammates looked at him with wide eyes in admiration. Although he felt ordinary, these 2 praised him endlessly. Lee Min-yeol called him boss, and when he asked about what he had shown during training, Lee Min-yeol replied that it was not all of it. Soo-yeon just took out her phone to check and informed him that everyone was going crazy over what he had demonstrated. Seo Yoon proudly brought the phone to show him. An article about him had been published in XX Daily. The article announced that Academy Dream had participated in the friendly tournament of Hunter Mills and Kim Seo Jun would face off against Lee Ha-yoon. Can he win? After reading the article, he did not feel complacent. Now, with a determined mindset, these articles could not shake him. Park Seo-yoon thought, perhaps the reporters at the entrance wrote that article. He casually read some comments under the post and felt that some of them were really crazy. On the website, he was also one of the hottest searches. Seo-yoon explained, what's more important is that the top 3 associations will cover all costs incurred during the friendly tournament. They just want to attract your attention. Upon hearing this, he didn't boast. He thought, his opponent, Lee Ha-yoon, will really be amazing. Lee Min-yeol, a die-hard fan of the main character, believed, you are the most amazing one. After that, he kept saying, Lee Ha-yoon, who could even compare to the boss. He found this situation quite normal, so his reaction was rather lukewarm. Seo-yoon said, Lee Ha-yoon is a genius character. Whether inside or outside, everyone always imagines her as an insurmountable statue. Therefore, people will go crazy because you are gradually breaking down that wall. Soo-yeon felt proud of her brother and said, everyone online is calling you a superhero. Lee Min-yeol thought, if I had to choose between the 2, one being the boss and the other being Lee Ha-yoon, I would choose Lee Ha-yoon right away. Soo-yeon still wanted to tease and added, as for me, I would choose you, Lee Min-yeol. He didn't understand why the girl had to poke fun at him in everything. Seo Jun felt proud, but thanks to everyone, he had also become happier. Each day, everyone brought laughter to him. In contrast to the cheerful atmosphere of Academy Dream, Academy Hunter Mills was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere filled with hatred. So Jin Hyung asked Lee Ha-yoon about her situation. Lee Ha-yoon coldly replied, "There must be a reason why he is mentioned so much." However, the representative's question touched her pride. He asked, "Do you think you can defeat Kim Seo-jun? And don't take it too seriously. If you can't win, being in second place is fine too." She immediately said, "No." In her eyes, there was an unparalleled confidence. No matter how hard Seo-jun struggled, she still believed that this person is only extraordinary at one level of the students. So Jin Hyung noticed his student's cold attitude and thought, "You are very confident in your abilities." He said, "Well, just consider what I said as something pleasant to hear, and don't worry too much about my words." Lee Ha-yoon said nothing more. She just stepped back to do her work. After his student walked away, so Jin Hyung sat on a chair and looked through the glass to observe all the matches from the beginning of the event until now. He pondered for a moment and then noticed Kim Seo-jun, who was talking to the event staff. He heard Kim Seo-jun requesting to change his spear once again. Looking at Kim Seo-jun's victories, this made him feel anxious. The tournament continued as planned, and Lee Min-yeol had climbed to a high rank. As for Soo-yeon, she was a newcomer, and everyone thought she would fail early. But unexpectedly, she fought very well and secured the 14th position among all the trainees. Any opponent of Kim Seo-jun had to endure defeat in no more than a minute. He easily defeated his opponents. However, there was one problem. After each round, he continuously requested the organizers to replace his spear. The event staff had to prepare weapons because the spear kept breaking. Kim Seo-jun humbly stated, "My opponents are all strong cadets, so I have to use a lot of strength to fight. Therefore, the spear cannot withstand the force." The organizers were responsible for continuously replacing his weapons, but this caused some issues. A staff member monitoring the tournament asked his colleague, "How many weapons has he replaced by now?" The colleague replied, "Including this one, it's already 9. A weapon like the spear that Seo-jun uses costs tens of millions of won. If this situation continues, the total cost to replace all the weapons could exceed 10 million won. The organizing staff calculated that if this situation persists, it could lead to significant losses. The organizers' refusal to replace the weapon for him is not an option, as it is their responsibility. They came up with an idea and wanted to discuss it with him. However, Seo-jun proactively suggested that if the situation continues like this, he is willing to use his own weapon. He felt a bit awkward because his condition is somewhat special, and he didn't know if the organizers would agree to change the competition rules for him. The staff felt that this suggestion was not bad, so they decided to ask their superiors. They told him to wait for the results. When Seo-jun stepped out of the waiting room of Academy Dream, he saw his younger sister trembling. He approached her and asked, "Soo-yeon, is your match next?" Soo-yeon jumped and replied, "Ah, yes." Seeing her pale face, he worriedly asked, "Why are you trembling like that?" She lowered her head, responding with a gloomy expression, "Because my next opponent is Lee Ha-yoon." Seo-jun was surprised and immediately understood his sister's reaction. He sympathized with her, saying, "If I were in your position, I would feel the pressure too. You've only just started learning magic, so feeling anxious is normal." He comforted her, "Don't worry too much." He continued, "This isn't a dungeon raid or anything. Winning or losing doesn't matter, just don't stress yourself too much. Competition is a good thing, but don't let it haunt you." After hearing her brother's encouragement, Soo-yeon felt much better. However, deep down, she still had a worry. She recalled the previous raid, where she couldn't contribute much and felt indebted to her two brothers. They had guided her through each round and helped her so much that Seo-jun had to carry her on his back. While going through challenges with her two older brothers, Soo-yeon felt very comfortable and happy. She sensed that this was like her family, not wrong at all. Although she felt happy, she still noticed the distance between herself and her two brothers, which made her feel insecure. However, the battle was about to begin, and Soo-yeon encouraged herself that she had to do something to prove herself. She wanted to show that she was also worthy of accompanying her brothers. The organizers announced over the loudspeaker, "Academy Dream student, named Soo-yeon, please prepare to take your position." Seeing his younger sister about to fight, Seo-jun encouraged her, "Do your best. Good luck." Soo-yeon turned back to look at her brother with eyes full of determination. Despite the fear overwhelming her, she imagined that she would defeat her opponent. This was also an opportunity to test her own worth. Standing on the fighting stage, Soo-yeon reassured herself and looked straight into her opponent's eyes. Her heavyweight opponent this time was Lee Ha-yoon, a rare genius. Even the way Lee Ha-yoon walked was enough to show her incredible strength. Two people carrying two different shields prepared for battle. The referee asked if both were ready. Seeing that neither responded, the referee announced, "The match begins." Soo-yeon immediately became highly alert, stepping back to prepare her magic and ready to counter any attack from her opponent. She gathered energy around her hands. Lee Ha-yoon had a somewhat arrogant attitude as if she did not regard her opponent. She challenged Soo-yeon, "Go ahead, try it." Soo-yeon did not fully understand what her opponent was challenging. Lee Ha-yoon continued with a contemptuous and deadly expression, challenging Soo-yeon, "Try everything you can." Lee Ha-yoon uttered insulting words that made Soo-yeon feel hurt. She told Soo-yeon to try everything possible, and in doing so, Soo-yeon would realize how ordinary she was. Lee Ha-yoon calmly drew her sword from its sheath, her gaze showing disdain as if she did not consider Soo-yeon at all. In Soo-yeon's eyes, her opponent now looked truly terrifying. She realized that Lee Ha-yoon was not even preparing for a fighting stance, even looking at her nails. Feeling humiliated, Soo-yeon was furious and said to Lee Ha-yoon, "You should be careful with what you say. I will make you regret it." Lee Ha-yoon responded with a contemptuous attitude, merely glancing at her hand and not bothering to look at Soo-yeon, then said, "Why does everyone say the same boring things?" Soo-yeon tried to control her anger and focused on herself. She calmed down, concentrated her energy into her body, then unleashed a skill called Fear, a skill that created a thick layer of defense and applied pressure on her opponent. Soo-yeon prepared to attack, clenching her fist tightly. Words appeared around her fist, and she locked onto her target. She charged forward with the speed of a powerful tiger. The two representatives from the academy were also taken aback. Cha Hyan worriedly recalled, "This girl is a magician, and now she is engaging in close combat against Lee Ha-yoon." The outcome was as expected. Lee Ha-yoon easily blocked Soo-yeon's crude attacks. Despite Soo-yeon attacking multiple times, none of her strikes landed. Behind Lee Ha-yoon, a formation appeared, but she did not pay much attention to it. Meanwhile, Soo-yeon had utilized the entire formation to enhance her speed, making her strikes even more powerful. At this moment, Cha Hyan was watching the match, unable to believe her eyes. Although she was just a trainee, she had demonstrated the ability to transfer magic along with unpredictable movements. She reflected and could empathize with why the trainees at her academy were struggling so much. When it comes to magic, people often think of the role of a magician in the team, simply standing back and casting spells. But that is theory. In a real battle, what happens if the situation becomes chaotic? If magic is restricted, what would happen if there was an explosion and no protective equipment remained? The situation could change at any moment. She worried, the girl is a magician completely different from other magicians. If a magician only focuses on casting spells, there will be many shortcomings. This fighting style is unique to the magic saint, but he no longer has such a fighting style. Lee Min-yeol stood outside cheering enthusiastically, "Come on, put more pressure on them." Seo-jun watched Soo-yeon's fighting style and recalled the peak era of the magic saints during the cataclysmic flood. This is the fighting method that the magic saints used. In the early period of the cataclysmic flood era, the magic saint was known as a disaster. In that sense, the countries referred to the magic saint as a war magic saint. Currently, the image of the girl is similar to that of the young magic saint, when he used his fists to attack. However, it is unfortunate that the girl's level is still too immature compared to Lee Ha-yoon. Because she is a rare talent, just a slight difference is not enough to challenge her. Lee Ha-yoon easily received every attack and accompanied it with insults. "Is that all you've got? Then, she punched Soo-yeon in the stomach, making the girl understand what respect is. The punch created a tremendous shockwave, causing the poor girl to immediately spit out blood. Soo-yeon, despite being in great pain, still tried to embrace Lee Ha-yoon. She asked back, "Do you understand the distance between you and me now?" Soo-yeon smiled and said to her opponent, "I tricked you." Lee Ha-yoon did not understand what was happening, but immediately afterward, Soo-yeon's entire body became strange, unleashing a source of energy like a destructive orb that shattered everything around. However, even though the girl intended to cause damage, Lee Ha-yoon was still able to stand firm, without a scratch on her body. In the end, the girl failed to inflict the desired damage. While the girl was still in shock, a hand rushed in and slapped her hard across the face. Lee Ha-yoon had slapped Soo-yeon, sending her flying far away. Soo-yeon still couldn't understand, why did the opponent act like this? In her eyes, Lee Ha-yoon at that moment looked more like a demon than an opponent. The slap was so strong that it sent the girl flying a great distance. The representative of Academy Ale could only sigh at this despicable act, while the other members of Academy Dream could hardly believe their eyes. This was supposed to be just a friendly match, why is this happening now? When seeing Soo-yeon lying face down on the ground, Lee Ha-yoon still refused to let it go. She continued to slap again, the sound of the slap resounding clearly, making anyone watching the match able to hear it. Park Seo-yoon felt shocked by this action, while Lee Min-yeol could no longer bear it. He rushed out to stop Lee Ha-yoon. The angriest person at that moment was Seo-joon. His hand clenched into a weapon, and when he considered giving Lee Ha-yoon a beating, Soo-yeon still had a bit of strength left. The girl said to her brother, "Brother, please don't." The little girl looked at him with a pitiful expression and said, "I'm fine." Seo-joon stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. Fortunately, the referee intervened, demanding, "Contestant Lee Ha-yoon, stop your actions." Immediately, the referee stepped in, and Lee Ha-yoon sighed before casually tossing the little girl aside. Seo-joon cared deeply for his sister. He quickly ran over to help the little girl up, but she still couldn't see clearly due to the pain and exhaustion. Despite his calls, she remained unconscious, struggling to stand. At 27 years old, Seo-joon had never felt this angry before. He thought to himself, Lee Ha-yoon is nothing special, and she is completely different from what I expected. As he angrily charged forward, Soo-yeon blocked him and tearfully said, "Please don't, it's because I'm not strong enough." After the match with Lee Ha-yoon, Soo-yeon fell into a state of exhaustion. Therefore, the organizers dispatched several doctors to care for and treat her injuries. Fortunately, Soo-yeon's wounds were not serious. As for Lee Ha-yoon, she was only given a light warning for her violent behavior. Lee Min-hyun felt it was unfair and intended to confront her, but was stopped by the staff. The match has been forwarded, and afterwards, Lee Min-yeol also faced off against Lee Ha-yoon. However, unfortunately, he also lost. In his attempt to reclaim justice for the girl, he talked as much as he now lay exhausted on the railing. He said to Seo-joon, "Boss, be careful. It's not for nothing that she's rumored to be the strongest." Lee Min-yeol was then moved to the emergency room. Park Seo-yoon witnessed her two students being brutally beaten and decided to seek justice. She told Seo-joon, "I'm going out there to protest, no matter what." Seo-joon, with a cold expression, said, "Don't let it go. I want to settle the score with her in the final match." Park Seo-yoon didn't understand his decision, but she felt the seriousness in his words and refrained from going out to protest. Afterwards, the friendly tournament continued. Seo-joon couldn't remember much anymore, both the worried face of Park Seo-yoon and the number of times he had to change his spear. He was determined to face Lee Ha-yoon. In the end, this finally happened. Kim Seo-joon, the student of Academy Dream, was ready to step onto the battlefield with a spear in hand, standing opposite the genius of Academy Hunter Mills, Lee Ha-yoon. She had also stepped onto the battlefield. The judge announced for both contestants to prepare. His mood at this moment is truly hard to describe, but sooner or later, she will be beaten to a pulp by the main character. Lee Ha-yoon, with that contemptuous expression, still does not realize that she is about to clash with the author's favorite. The referee excitedly announces, the match that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. Park Seo-yoon is also watching from the waiting room, her face showing signs of worry. The other members and representatives from the academy are anxiously focused, waiting for the match. The security staff outside are ready to intervene in case of the worst. The atmosphere has quieted down, no one is happy, nor is anyone excited. Seo-jun wants to know more, so he asks a question, "Can I ask you something? Is it really necessary to do this?" He asked her, "The reason why you did this, you are the most talented among all professional hunters." He continues, "Perhaps you cannot understand the feeling of struggling when your future is made a joke. The bleak and hopeless reality of trying with all your life but seeing no progress. But you know, that is proof of a person's effort. And yet you dare to trample on that effort." He continued to say, "That's not something you can take lightly. She possesses comprehensive skills, someone who has always been arrogant, someone who has stood at the top until now. How could she listen to a rising superstar preach to her?" Lee Ha-yoon continued to display a disdainful expression. She looked straight into his eyes and said, "Are you done talking?" If it were to be said, that girl would probably suffer more from listening to the male lead's moral lessons. Who would have thought the male lead was aware of this? He knew how to speak in a way that she wouldn't understand. However, he decided to take a bold step. He challenged her, "You should try it yourself. I'm telling you to give it your all." Lee Ha-yoon was someone who stood above everyone else. This was the first time she encountered someone who dared to say such things to her. Her actions were now being mirrored by another, like a cold splash of water to her face. Seo-jun acted just like she had with her sister. Now, he had become an overwhelming shadow of her, with eyes filled with disdain. He said, "You should take a look for yourself and see how terrifying it really is." Lee Ha-yoon felt angry. She cursed at him, "It seems like everyone is praising you a bit, so you think you're something special." She asked him, "Hypocrite. When you were beating up the weak to get here, you still reacted indifferently." His expression was cold as he said to her, "Looks like your brain isn't working yet?" Without even fighting, he was already putting pressure on her, not listening to her at all. He felt it was time to start the match. He asked her, "Are you ready?" "If you're ready, then let's begin." Unlike previous opponents, Lee Ha-yoon realized that the person standing in front of her could tear her apart at any moment. The referee shouted, "Start." Immediately, she got into a fighting stance. Her hand was on the sword, ready to draw it, but what she saw in front of her was Seo-jun with his hands still in his pockets, as if he were casually strolling and hunting monsters. She asked him what he was doing. Seo-jun maintained his attitude to teach her a lesson. He calmly said, "I told you, go ahead and use all your skills." Lee Ha-yoon felt her pride wounded. She gritted her teeth and grumbled, "How dare a guy like you?" Seo-jun paid no attention to her words. He even waved his hand to tease her, "Why does everyone say the exact same thing?" This reaction was not teasing Seo-jun, it was something else entirely. Lee Ha-yoon felt more insulted than ever. Immediately, she charged in front of him, drawing her sword and ready to kill her opponent. As her sword was about to touch his neck, Seo-jun gently stepped back, easily dodging the slash. After that, she switched to a serious state, attacking him with powerful energy, and no one dared to intervene in this battle between the two. Unlike Lee Ha-yoon's angry state, Seo-jun maintained a very calm expression, showing that he could control the fight. Despite her numerous attacks, not a single strike landed. In fact, he hadn't even entered a defensive stance. Lee Ha-yoon felt the significant skill gap between herself and her opponent. However, villains are not easily deterred. She was thinking of another way to attack. Seo-jun, on the other hand, was yawning, and he didn't even bother to look at her attacks. Lee Ha-yoon, despite attacking with her sword and channeling sword aura into her strikes, still could not hit him. She continued to attack, slashing fiercely, but every effort was in vain. The missed strikes only fueled her anger even more. Seo-jun suddenly appeared in front of Lee Ha-yoon and asked, "You haven't used your full strength, have you?" Lee Ha-yoon, a genius now facing a younger brother who couldn't withstand the pressure, was forced to step back to defend herself. She decided to unleash her strongest skill, channeling a massive amount of sword aura into her attack. Her eyes turned completely white as she used this skill with the intent to finish off her opponent. It was no longer a friendly match. Seo-jun sensed the power of the sword about to strike him. Lee Ha-yoon, like a madwoman charging in, was executing her finishing blow. But he only needed to use the spear in his hand to block it. The aftermath of the attack created an effect like a new star crashing down to Earth, sending debris flying everywhere. Even where the Academy representatives were watching the match, the glass panels had cracked due to the shockwave. Although Lee Ha-yoon had both hands gripping the sword to attack, she still felt herself being pushed back. This was the truth, she was completely pushed back. Seo-jun looked at Lee Ha-yoon with a serious expression. With just a light swipe, he had forced her to retreat over 10 meters. "Are you still not coming to your senses?" he said. Lee Ha-yoon struggled to stand up to counterattack but felt terrified in the face of his strength. Seo-jun did not want to waste many words with Lee Ha-yoon anymore. He was preparing to attack and reminded his opponent, "This time, I will fight seriously." Lee Ha-yoon always believed that she was special, that she did not need to try as hard as others to reach the top. She believed that this was an extraordinary ability that not everyone possessed. With that belief, she considered herself invincible, and that a genius would always overpower the mediocre. People always praised her as the greatest hunter in human history. She did not feel proud or that there was anything to do because she thought this was a matter of course. But now, the male lead stood before her to ridicule her very thoughts. Seo-jun had a few things to say to Lee Ha-yoon. She looked at him in confusion, seeing that he showed no signs of exhaustion or injury. She wondered, could it be that this guy hasn't revealed all his strength yet? Seo-jun had entered a serious state, and the spear in his hand began to glow. His gaze radiated focus. The power was circulating through the aura spear. The energy source in his spear emitted a golden light. The wave of energy was so powerful that it forced Lee Ha-yoon to step back to defend herself. Just a slight sweep from him made her struggle and even cough up blood. Lee Ha-yoon could not understand why the person in front of her was so powerful just by lightly spinning the spear. Seo-jun showcased the skills of Sun Wukong. After using his attack skill, he followed up with a blocking skill, causing the surrounding objects to close in towards him, giving him an advantage to unleash his next strike. She couldn't comprehend, why, as a genius, am I caught up in this person's skills? She flew towards him, flipping upside down in front of him. The main character was not joking, he wanted to end this match. He harnessed the power of the gods and used a skill he had just recently learned, the final basic technique being a thrust. It seemed that Lee Ha-yoon would meet her end here, but fortunately, the main character's spear could not withstand such immense power and shattered into pieces. Lee Ha-yoon helplessly fell to the ground in despair. As she descended, she felt as if she had encountered an extraterrestrial being, an overwhelming force that was absurd. Why is this happening? The expression on Lee Ha-yoon's face was now completely different from the previous match. When facing Soo-yeon, she had completely doubted her own strength, feeling inferior to the person before her. Although her pride would not allow her to admit it, she still thought that he could not be stronger than her. But when she saw him getting closer and closer, she immediately backed away in fear. At this moment, is there really someone stronger than me? Even after being defeated by the absolute strength of the male lead, she could still think of herself as the greatest hunter in human history. Seeing the expression on her face, which had not yet come to terms with reality, he wanted to deliver a few more blows to her. As Seo-jun approached her, her eyes displayed a mix of helplessness and hatred. She grabbed the sword in her hand, then used both hands to swing it with full force. After the previous stab, he had broken his spear. Therefore, this time he decided to fight her with his bare hands. A thunderous first punch hit Lee Ha-yoon's face, causing her right cheek to swell. Despite feeling angry from the punch, she charged at him, shouting, "You bastard." After that, she attacked Seo-jun relentlessly. Outside, the staff and referee of the match were worried that the situation could become even more tense. One of them asked, "Boss, What should we do? Can we stop them? Another colleague analyzed the situation. If we look at it now, Lee Hyun still has a weapon in hand, while Kim Seo-joon has lost his weapon and is left with nothing but his hands. But while they were discussing, Lee Hyun still did not truly want to give up. At first, Lee Hyun was as arrogant as ever, but now she was taking a thunderous punch. The scene shifted to show her getting hit one blow after another. Seo-joon began his lecture on the philosophy of the protagonist. Perhaps you don't know this, but in reality, there are many people who accept being tortured to strive for success. He said this with an extremely serious expression. In Lee Hyun's dictionary, there was no concept of effort, so she believed that the male lead was just spewing nonsense. Before knocking her away, he wanted to say a few words to her. He explained that this life is not easy, they don't have the innate talent like you, so there's no other way but to hone themselves day by day. He said this with a calm and confident demeanor. Lee Hyun still believed she could defeat Seo-joon. She picked up her sword, slashing this way and that, cursing, "Damn it, why can't I hit? Why?" Seo-joon revealed his true strength. He asked her, but she remained silent. The aura around him radiated powerfully. He said to those around, "It doesn't matter whether to fight back or to win." As he spoke, he unleashed his strength, making her, who considered herself a genius among geniuses, now feel pressure in front of him. He continued with a cold expression, "Even if they are tormented every day, what they care about is how far they have come, not whether they win or lose. No matter how many blows they take, those people will never fall. They will move forward slowly, step by step, surpassing you from this point to that, and still get back up from one place to another." His philosophical words were extremely captivating, causing the genius to fearfully retreat step by step as he approached. Seo-joon felt he was delivering such profound wisdom that she was also afraid. He continued to attack with his words of wisdom. Outsiders may think it is calm and peaceful, but in reality, there are undercurrents strengthening within. The only way to win a seemingly invisible battle is to keep fighting with resilience. That is the true genius. As he said this, he stood boldly in front of her. A bamboo fighting against a genius, and now the genius had to sit and listen to him preach. Lee Hyun felt angry, thinking, "Nonsense, how can these ordinary people be geniuses? I am the best." Hearing this, Seo-joon also felt irritated. He said, "A hunter like this is considered the best hunter in history? How ridiculous. I have already weakened you with my bare hands, and yet you still cling to delusions." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a thunderous punch. This time it wasn't a thunderous punch, but a punch infused with the power of a god. Before delivering the punch, the protagonist continued to preach, "They are not people for you to trample on and mock, got it, baby?" Lee Hyun was almost exhausted, and this punch was truly terrifying. As the punch flew towards her, images of herself appeared once again. It seemed that this time, Lee Hyun had come to realize that she was not the most talented nor a genius. Fortunately, he did not strike a girl. The punch flew straight to her face but stopped, just 2 centimeters away. The force of the punch resonated behind her, like a nuclear bomb just detonating. At this moment, the entire image and pride that Lee Hyun had built up until now completely crumbled. She had no more reactions and collapsed onto the arena floor. The match had been decided. Kim Seo-joon was the ultimate winner, the strongest in this tournament. Representatives of the academy, staff, and Seo-yoon Park Seo-hyun of Academy Dream were all astonished, some were overjoyed. Seo-joon said to Lee Hyun one last word, "So how do you feel now? Have your eyes been opened? Next time you run into the author's child, remember to dodge quickly." In the first round of the friendly tournament, Kim Seo-joon emerged victorious. The representatives of the top 3 academies in South Korea are facing the risk of a disastrous defeat. They are sitting at the same table, anxiously contemplating the current situation. The other 2 have yet to come up with a counterplan. Lee Jin-seon, with a worried expression, says to the other 2, "If we confront Kim Seo-joon right now, even I don't have the confidence to secure a victory." Cha Hyun is surprised that even the strongest person from this academy has shown such concern. even though he has been retired for a long time. He was once an S-rank hunter and the representative of one of the 3 largest academies in South Korea. This makes the thought of not being able to win even more astonishing. The most ruthless of the representatives, So Jin-hyung, is also feeling anxious. Even he is unsure if he can defeat Seo-jun. He recalls the previous match. Earlier today, he had Lee Ha-yoon stunned. This is no longer the level of a mere student. Cha Hyun reiterates, in the previous raid, Kim Seo-jun hadn't reached this level. So Jin-hyung feels confused, as after that raid, some events occurred with Kim Seo-jun, and he feels a severe headache because the friendly tournament has yet to conclude. Lee Jin-song was originally a very strong person. However, when he saw the representative of another student complaining, he pointed out, complaining is of no use. Right now, there's no way to touch Kim Seo-jun anymore, and you can't defeat him. So Jin-hyung, the wicked main character, had also accepted the reality that there was no way to defeat Kim Seo-jun. He planned, our group will take advantage of this situation. As soon as Seo-jun finished the battle, he immediately moved outside to return to his academy dream. When he returned, other reporters had gathered and asked him, "Are you a student of the Sword Saint?" They asked, "Is this true and what are your plans after this competition?" He realized that getting past the reporters was not easy, so he used his light-footed wave walking skill to move quickly. He ran step by step in the air, leaving the park behind. Everyone was astonished and gasped at this sight. The reporters quickly took out their cameras to capture the moment. As he returned to the waiting room of Academy Dream, he wondered, why are these reporters blocking my way? It turned out that this was the plan of the cunning and despicable So Jin-hyung. He said, "Our business has been defeated, but Academy Dream has not been defeated, right?" This statement aimed to criticize Academy Dream, not just Kim Seo-jun. Just a few minutes later, he moved to the waiting room and met Seo-yoon and Park Seo-young again. He happily announced, "I'm back." The two of them coincidentally walked into the room. Seo-yoon asked him, "Why did you move here?" "I remember there were many reporters looking for you." He felt a bit annoyed, but fortunately, he had made it back here. He also didn't understand why everyone was blocking their path like that. Park Seo-yoon had grasped the information earlier than him. She explained, "The reporters are in a frenzy because a lot of news has been posted online, causing chaos all over South Korea." He picked up his phone to check. At first, there were only news articles praising him for defeating Lee Ha-yoon. Journalists exaggerated his strength, asking, "Where does your incredible power come from?" A slew of information comparing his strength to Lee Ha-yoon's flooded every corner of social media. The comments under the articles and statuses kept increasing, jumping continuously. Among the countless articles comparing their strengths, there was one that stated, "The CEO is a B-rank hunter." Comments kept appearing, discussing and questioning, why is she the granddaughter of the Sword Saint yet only a B-rank hunter? Is Park Seo-yoon riding on Kim Seo-jun's fame? There are comments saying, the niece of the Sword Saint is only good at draining the life out of the students. Many comments have insulted her. After reading these comments, he felt a strange sensation. When his gaze turned to Seo-yoon, Park Seo-yoon forced a smile. Clearly, she was not happy at all, but she had to accept it. After that, she disregarded her feelings and asked him if he had any plans for the second match yet. Seo-jun still did not understand what the second match was about. Park Seo-yoon explained that, the list of participants for the second match is already set, and we just need to participate in the dungeon raid. Upon hearing this, he understood that this was a team match. However, he felt extremely worried. Two of his teammates were already in the hospital. If there aren't enough members, they won't be able to compete as a team. He didn't know what to do now. Park Seo-yoon did not seem worried. She said, "I was also planning to ask the organizers, but they have been blocked by the reporters." Coincidentally, the event staff had chased away the reporters to avoid disturbing the other contestants. Both of them felt that the outside had become a bit quieter. Park Seo-yoon decided to go outside to take care of some matters. She reminded him, "Kim Seo-jun, remember to rest." He said goodbye to Seo Yoon in a friendly manner. After that, he leaned back in the chair, feeling really tired. Today, he only intended to defeat her with a little bit of effort, but unexpectedly, at the last minute, he had to use divine power. He could have used a normal thunderous punch to make her lose, but since he had already used divine power, he felt a bit exhausted. Looking back at that moment, he thought it was unnecessary to use divine power at all. Unexpectedly, while he was resting in the chair, the mentor appeared. He felt like his soul wanted to fly up to the top of the tree. He was so scared that he fell out of the chair, while the mentor didn't understand why he was so startled. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. I have to meet me. I'll punch a few times to scare others. The mentor felt guilty. Please forgive me. Seo Jun also felt a lot of resentment. Every time his mentor appeared, it made him want to wet his pants. But anyway, since he was the mentor, he let it all go. He remembered that he had asked the mentor to help inquire about something and felt grateful because the mentor had waited and put in a lot of effort to ask for him. The mentor confidently announced, "I have asked many teachers and even the principal, but they all shook their heads saying it is not possible." Hearing not possible, he no longer had much hope. His expression showed disappointment, so it really is impossible. He sat in the chair and sighed. He thought, if I can't find a way, other extraordinary beings will think the same as I do. While he was still feeling down, the mentor announced some good news. The principal said if it's Kim Seo Jun, then it might be possible. He didn't understand. What does the principal mean? Why is it only me who can do this while others cannot? The mentor explained, the principal said there is a possibility, but I can't be sure. From the very beginning, I said that using both the central and lower dantian at the same time is impossible. He felt surprised and didn't know why only he was given this opportunity. The mentor, full of enthusiasm and confidence, continued, from now on, everything I say is directly from the principal. This is the principal's opinion. The mentor explained, every living being can absorb and utilize a certain amount of resources that the essence of life allows. Therefore, one cannot exceed the limits of the living state. The mentor said, the limit of resources that a living entity can endure, or what is called the limit of causality, can be either the central dantian or the lower dantian. Just one of these is sufficient. The principal stated that just one is enough. If you exceed the available causality limit, there is a possibility of deterioration or completely vanishing into nothingness. The male protagonist's face showed concern. Then, the mentor conveyed the principal's subsequent message. However, if both the central and lower dantian are used, there is still a possibility. He sees that yours will not deteriorate or disappear. He did not understand why this was the case. The mentor continued to explain, because Kim Seo Jun's causality has not been measured. No matter how the situation was before, your results have never been measured. This information was extremely new. He began to recall the initial time when he did not have an ID and had asked the mentor to report back to the principal. Even though the causality had not been measured, this could be seen as good news. Because if it has not been measured, Seo Jun's causality also does not have any specific limits. Therefore, considering the use of both types of dantian still holds a possibility of not being dissipated. The entire thought of the principle of the Supreme Academy has been conveyed. The mentor also added, the principal still wants to remind Seo Jun of a few notes when using both dantian. The mentor said, first, both must be opened simultaneously. Second, one must endure the immense burden of karma. Regarding the first point, it seems easy to understand. As for the second issue, what the burden of karma is, I do not know. The mentor explained, if both types of dantian are opened, then naturally the amount of mana needed to fill the dantian must also increase. But that number is not simply double, it increases exponentially. Therefore, using that unimaginable power is not impossible, but I have heard that simple cultivation alone cannot compensate for it. Just hearing about using a large amount of mana sparked the thought in his mind that he must buy the divine medicine Elisa at all costs. In other words, he needed to pour a ton of money into this to solve it. Thinking about financial issues, he fell into depression and felt disheartened living in a one-bedroom apartment. She saw that he seemed overly worried and said, "This is just my personal opinion, but I think it's worth a try." The principal does not take the three words as potential lightly. If the principal has said so, you can consider this truly feasible. The brilliance of Kim Seo-joon shining in the future will be that of a transcendent being capable of using all three dantian. The mentor was like a beacon of hope for him. Although she usually tormented him, she couldn't bear to see him disappointed. If the opening of both dantians was successful, it would be hard to imagine what would happen next. The mentor said, "The principal is really looking forward to you." The mentor also mentioned, "You have to resign as principal to make it happen." Upon hearing this, he was curious about the identity of the principal of the Supreme Academy. He asked her, "What kind of person is he?" The mentor didn't want to say too much about the principal, but she wanted him to know that the identity of the principal was actually a bit hard to explain. She vaguely informed him that the principal is a second-tier super being, and that's all I can reveal. The beautiful girl's figure was indeed the second-tier super being and also the principal of the Supreme Academy. Seo-joon asked, "A second-tier super being?" The mentor suddenly remembered that he had been at the academy for a long time but had never heard about the history of the Supreme Academy. He looked puzzled, as if to say, how could he know if no one had told him? The mentor felt excited about an important and entertaining story that she had never told Seo-joon before. Since she was free, the mentor decided to share it with him. "Actually, our Supreme Academy is." While telling this, suddenly there was a sound of the door opening. Park Seo-yoon unexpectedly announced to him, "I just got back." The mentor immediately disappeared. He was startled repeatedly. Seeing his strange behavior, Seo-yoon approached and asked, "I just heard you talking to someone." He replied hesitantly, "You must have misheard," and laughed it off. But what was important now was that he was worried about how the second round would be resolved. Park Seo-yoon was about to tell him that the fake name So Jin-hyun would personally explain, "I will let him know." Since the meeting had just ended, he politely greeted him and explained, "Because this friendly tournament includes students, it is a very important opportunity for the students to fight with all their might. All representatives of the students have gathered and held a meeting. Most people have agreed to continue to the second round." Park Seo-yoon was worried about her team, so she wanted to say, "My team only has Kim Seo-joon." So Jin-hyun had considered resigning, so he changed the rules a bit for this round. This time it was no longer a team battle between students, but an attack on the dungeon with a team consisting of one student and one coach. Hearing him explain up to this point, Seo-joon flexibly thought. He felt a bit worried because given the current situation, he and Park Seo-yoon would certainly be on the same team. But the issue here was that Seo-yoon was only a B rank hunter, while the coach of the other team was at least in A rank. He was concerned. The article earlier made Seo-yoon quite sad. If the power disparity in the team composition is revealed, I wonder what problems will arise. While he was busy thinking, Park Seo-yoon wanted to reclaim the rights for her student, mainly because of Seo-joon. She suggested to him, "Then there should be additional rewards, right?" He felt surprised and reacted as if, "There are additional rewards too?" He was lost in thought when he realized her actions were for him. Park Seo-yoon explained, "If the original rules of the game are unilaterally changed like this, shouldn't we also demand something in return?" So Jin-hyun did not expect this move from Park Seo-yoon. He could only ask back, "How much do you need?" Seo-yoon turned to look at Kim Seo-joon and said with affection, "Don't worry about me as the director when I haven't helped you even once. Let me help you this time." Seo-joon now reflects on the words that Seo-yoon had said. The way Seo-yoon cared for him had touched him deeply. He boldly suggested that besides the prize money, he also had some requests. He explained clearly, "In my team, Seo-yoon has also gone into battle, but according to the rules, the coach will represent the teams in the fight. Therefore, the remaining trainees, the representatives at the top, should also step forward to compete, right?" Seeing him speak so correctly, the other man could only react reluctantly. Seo-joon knew that this tournament was organized to humiliate him and restore the honor of the three academies. He boldly stated, "If you give us 6 billion won in prize money up front, then no matter what rules you impose, we will accept." Then, he reacted, "If not, then don't even dream about it." His expression teased the other man, but he had a deeper thought, as if wanting to harm him in some way. He said, "Then there's no other way, we have to agree." The rules for the second round were announced. After that, the students and representatives also began preparations for the dungeon raid. The representatives of the 3 academies in Hunter Mills, Ale, would also form a team similar to a dream team. The dungeon would be divided into Dungeon 1, Dungeon 2, and finally Dungeon 3. According to the law, students will enter Dungeon 1, while representatives will enter Dungeon 2. Each person will handle the monsters in their respective dungeons alone. The raid mission for each dungeon will yield mana. If after collecting enough 2 mana, it is enough to place it on the pedestal, the boss will be summoned. In the final dungeon, both students and representatives will work together to defeat the boss to determine the winner. The team that has the shortest total time to clear dungeons 1 and 2, as well as the time taken to kill the boss in Dungeon 3, will be declared the winner. He had received 6 billion from other students. He quickly pressed the button to purchase the courses, and without hesitation, he paid for 2 courses. The first course was Heaven Escape Cultivation, which helps to fully confront the true self of Sword Master Lu Dongbin. The second course was Secret, which holds the immense power of a dragon. The attendance staff, not seeing him, opened the door and asked, "Has Seo Jun prepared yet?" He had taken a little time to complete the course payment. After that, he stepped out to the preparation area. The dungeon had appeared before Seo Yun. When he came out and called her name, she finally turned around. Seo Yun didn't know what he had done in there alone. He scratched his head and smiled shyly, just doing random stuff. He looked towards the platform and guessed this would be the place to place the mana to open the third dungeon. He was in a very normal and relaxed state, but on Seo Yun's side, he noticed she seemed tense. Seo Jun calculated in his mind, the fact that Seo Yun isn't as strong as the representatives can't be changed anymore. But it doesn't count as individual time, it's a collective one. He guessed that Seo Yun's start in conquering the dungeon would be slower than his and slower than the other student representatives. Therefore, he had to shorten the time as much as possible if he wanted to win this round. He remembered that he had bought the course, but he wasn't sure if he could catch up with those former S-rank hunters. The proctor had already shouted, "If you are ready, then step inside." Before entering the dungeon, he called out to Seo Yun and said he would see her later. He wanted to create a comfortable and confident atmosphere for both of them. Park Seo Yun smiled on the outside, but inside she was worried. After he stepped into the dungeon, just as he entered and hadn't even had time to warm up, he immediately encountered a wolf. It is not a wolf, but a pack of wolves. Wolves in the wild often follow the crowd, and unexpectedly, they also apply collective tactics in the dungeon. Seo Jun did not feel apprehensive about the possibility of being judged by others. He even saw the large number of them as an opportunity to complete the dungeon quickly. As soon as he unleashed his fighting spirit, the energy emanating from his body was incredibly powerful. He was fully in a fighting stance, hoping to start off lightly. 2 sources of energy, central and lower dantian, surged forth. However, since he had only recently learned to control them, he slipped and released energy from spinning the spear. The energy shot towards a nearby mountain, causing it to tremble. The wolves, which had been ferocious in their attacks, were now terrified after witnessing that attack, even though it had slipped. They realized this was the aura of the main character, and they used their limbs to flee. Now he was so strong that even the monsters in the dungeon had to run away. He did not understand why they fled like that. After a period of pursuit, he finally held the stone in his hand. He felt that the designer of this dungeon was truly brilliant, as not only did they design monsters capable of fighting, but they also knew how to make them flee. This had consumed a lot of his time. He calmly walked out of the dungeon, holding the stone in his hand. As he stepped outside, he still couldn't see Seo Yun. Park Seo Yun knew that Seo Yun was not finished yet, but he wanted to reach the podium to place the stone as soon as possible. When he was about to insert the stone into the hole, a notification appeared before him. It was the completion time and achievement announcement of the Academy Hunter. The time displayed was 12 minutes and 1 second. For the first time, he felt a sense of dread. He didn't understand what was happening and felt extremely disappointed, his face showing horror as if he had already sensed defeat. He had never expected that he would lose this round. According to the results on the announcement board, the time difference between the first dungeon and the second dungeon was indeed very large. Academy Hunter Mills recorded the time to conquer the first dungeon is 35 minutes and 14 seconds, and the second dungeon is 11 minutes and 38 seconds, bringing the total time of this student to 58 minutes and 53 seconds. He felt a shiver of fear when he saw this result, because for the other students, the first dungeon was fought by the students, while the second dungeon was handled by the representatives. Therefore, their results were very reasonable. Conversely, on the Academy Dream side, the stronger individuals conquered Dungeon 1, while the weaker ones tackled Dungeon 2. According to his calculations, if Seo Yoon placed the mana stone, victory was entirely possible. Conversely, if they lost, the one who would be criticized the most would be Park Seo Yoon. He imagined the extent to which everyone would dig into Seo Yoon's past. But thinking about the representatives of the three academies, he realized if they waited, they would completely lose the chance to win. Looking at Dungeon 2, he knew it was a high difficulty dungeon. His Seo Yoon could fail in this dungeon. At that moment, he felt hazy and unable to judge the situation as he usually would. Because he wanted to win for the money, the results from Academy Jaeon had already been revealed. Their total time conquering both dungeons was 59 minutes and 43 seconds. He remembered the encouraging words and the times Seo Yoon had helped him, feeling utterly helpless. All he could do was stand by and watch the results of the other students. Meanwhile, Park Seo Yoon was struggling fiercely inside Dungeon 2. Seo Yoon had thrust her sword through a chameleon. Surrounding her were flames and high temperatures. Another stone chameleon chose to attack. Seo Yoon had to dodge the attack and then swung her sword to sever part of the chameleon's body. But they are all the same, whenever someone attacks their body, that part of the body will automatically explode. In other words, there is no way to dodge the attack. After being sliced and exploding, one of the lizards was flung quite a distance away. Not stopping there, another lizard unexpectedly spat fire, but Park Seo Yoon used her nimble legs to evade it. Although her situation was very difficult in the fight, she always reminded herself that she had to succeed. Thinking of Seo Joon waiting for her outside, she knew she could not be faster than him. But at the very least, she had to conquer this dungeon. As she was about to move, suddenly one lizard blocked her path by wrapping its tongue around her left leg. She turned her head to look back, and in front of her, another lizard charged in to attack. Nevertheless, Park Seo Yoon was a disciple of the Sword Saint, so she had time to quickly deal with the lightning-fast attacks in front of her. At this moment, she thought about herself and realized that her skills were not outstanding. The figure of the Sword Saint appeared in her mind. Although she was his granddaughter and he was one of the heroes in the cataclysmic flood, she was just an ordinary B-rank hunter despite having been personally taught by him. She was standing in a circle of fire, sword in hand, ready to attack any monster within her sight. Park Seo Yoon truly respected her grandfather, but she also hated him for constantly comparing and criticizing her. She felt it was because she was too weak, and because of that, she hated herself even more. From this moment on, she felt that she had changed. Previously, she had never liked being a hunter at all, because that guy Seo Joon had made her change. She had truly come to enjoy being a hunter. With this determination, she had killed all the chameleons in the dungeon and proudly held the mana stone in her hand, even though blood was continuously flowing from her hands. As she dragged her injured body, she remembered the moment she first met Seo Joon. She thought that both sides would exploit each other to survive. She thought she could take advantage of this student to enhance her reputation at the academy. But now, her mindset had changed. She recalled that the professional hunter exam was approaching, and this competition would put an end to their relationship. This brief relationship would eventually come to an end. She hopes that no matter what happens, she will be able to help Seo Jun, even if just a little. As long as she doesn't become a burden to him, that will be enough. The moment she stepped through her grandfather's gate, she felt a lack of spirit today, and the disappointed expressions of the students waiting for her. But in fact, Seo Jun had acted thoughtfully, as if he had just conquered a dungeon. He pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, Park Seo Yoon, you just came out?" "So did I, you're really impressive." As soon as she stepped out, she felt so moved that she wanted to cry her heart out and let the stone fall to the ground. Then she asked, "Why did you do that?" Seo Jun replied, "No, I didn't do anything." He walked over to her and said, "It's true that I really need money, but not to that extent. I can earn money anytime." His actions reflected a mature mindset and concern for the feelings of others. He understood that a broken heart would never feel warm again. He picked up the stone in his hand and stepped outside. Then, he thanked her and slowly walked to the podium. Besides money, what he desired was the path to becoming a professional hunter, the way he could become exceptional. He absolutely did not want to lose people like this by his side. The result appeared before them, and this result left both of them stunned. Instead of blaming Seo Yoon, he calmly calculated. The total time of Academy Hunter Mills was 58 minutes and 53 seconds. If he wanted to win, he had to defeat the boss within 48 seconds. Before doing some things, he respectfully and gratefully spoke to his instructor, Ms. Park Seo Yoon. "I really want to say this to you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to get this far on my own." He turned to look at her with a saintly smile and continued, "So this time I rely on you. Oh no, in the future, I will also depend on Seo Yoon." Today, he learned to think of others. Seo Yoon, with several severe burn marks on her face, felt tears streaming down her cheeks at these words. In her entire life, she had never felt as happy as this. She hurriedly wiped away her tears. As for him, he was preparing to do something else. He had tested the durability of the spear and then expressed, "Honestly, you are the only person I can trust. Miss Park Seo Yoon, if I faint, please take care of me." Seo Yoon herself did not understand what he was preparing to do. She knew Seo Jun was gathering mana sources into his body, and his body was glowing. The mentor would explain to the Hunter Mills students that the total time they conquered was 50 minutes and 53 seconds, while the total time for conquering the 2 dungeons of Academy Dream was 58 minutes and 4 seconds. Therefore, if we subtract the total time that Academy Hunter Mills conquered in the dungeon compared to Academy Dream, it is 49 seconds. And if the Dream Team wants to win, they must defeat the boss within 48 seconds to achieve victory. This is very clear. It was time to cheer. Go on, Seo Jun." As if preparing to do something important, he reminded, "If I pass out, please remember to wait for me." In Seo Yoon's eyes, warm energy sources and golden light were all over his body. He slowly calculated, there are only about 30 seconds left. If I cannot find and defeat the boss in such a short time, I have decided to unleash a powerful blow that would destroy the entire dungeon, making it unable to withstand. Thus, the monster will also be eradicated. The dungeon was destroyed, and it was almost time for him to win the competition. He concentrated intensely, channeling the divine energy into his body, wave after wave. Then, he used both his body strength skills and sword aura. Although it was immensely powerful, he still felt it was not enough. He decisively bought a gas flask. After successfully purchasing it, he drank it immediately. The strength that was already terrifying became even more fearsome. The powerful energy was so intense that it made Seo Yoon, who was watching from outside, take a step back. Seo Yoon felt the air around her shifting, but she still could not see clearly what kind of energy field was unfolding. As for him, he was tapping into the energy from his lower dantian. He could feel it flowing through his bloodstream, then reaching the central dantian right in the middle of his chest. He recalled the teachings of Sun Wukong, that when using skills to dodge in combination, one should evade and block attacks while moving, and remember not to exceed the range of the sword's hilt. He had learned from the lecture, and every action of Sun Wukong now seemed to be executed by Seo Jun once again. Sun Wukong described, imagine holding a lance lightly in your hand and swinging it up. The source of energy from the virtual screen was extremely powerful, causing the space to resemble a raging storm. Sun Wukong's words reminded that, hold back the chaos within, then feel the force of the strike being unleashed. He pointed the tip of the spear downward, and the ground cracked open, unable to withstand the immense mana. Finally, a thrust pierced through the body of the person, and the lance became one with him. Each word of the teaching resonated deeply within every cell of his body. Sun Wukong instructed that all this energy would penetrate through a single point. By this point, he had accumulated enough energy for the strike. He thrust the spear straight and focused on a single point. His gaze lit up with the power of the gods. After that, he had no other purpose but to pierce straight into one point. He unleashed the attack. This strike was certainly so powerful that the spear could not withstand it and shattered immediately upon impact. At this moment, nothing else mattered, only his eyes and the dungeon before him. This attack was so strong that even though he was inside the academy, everyone outside, both the representative and the students, felt as if an earthquake had just occurred. So Jin Hyung could sense it through his terrified expression, as if he could feel something unfavorable in the future. An incredibly convincing achievement by Academy Dream, defeating the boss in just 41 seconds, left everyone in disbelief, struggling to believe their eyes. The achievement of 41 seconds, no more, no less, had placed Academy Dream at the top. So Jin Hyung screamed, "This is impossible, this is unthinkable." After using the skills just now, he was exhausted and fainted immediately afterward. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital. But he quickly sat up in worry. Park Seo-yoon asked him, "You're awake?" Seo-jun also inquired, "What happened?" Seo-yoon replied cheerfully, "We won." Which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Park Seo-yoon prioritized the health of the students above all. For her, winning was not important, what mattered was that the students were healthy. Seo-jun was the author's favorite, so just sleeping for a bit was enough for him to wake up. Both his body and mind felt very comfortable. He said to Seo-yoon, "Even if I faint a few more times, it won't matter at all." Park Seo-yoon looked at him with a gaze full of affection. He didn't understand why Seo-yoon was looking at him like that and felt a bit strange. After that, she sincerely thanked him and continued to display a face that seemed to be struck by love. He could also understand this happiness and just smiled, "Thank you very much." He didn't understand why the group of reporters barged into the hospital, insisting on meeting the male lead at all costs. Some reporters wanted to meet Kim Seo-jun today, even though the security guards were doing their best to block them. However, the reporters still made a commotion, causing the security to remind them, Kim Seo-jun needs to rest and recuperate. The reporters and the press wanted to confirm whether this was true and also wanted to hear him recount what had happened. One angry reporter said, "Why didn't you come to ask directly at Academy Dream any other day?" One person in the group of reporters grumbled angrily, "If we can't find the Sword Saint, it will be very disappointing." The reporters still wanted to ask him how he managed to defeat the dungeon. They were curious, did you use your own strength, or was there another way to destroy it? Everyone was curious about what had happened in the dungeon. But more importantly, among the reporters, someone said, the entire top academy is denying his victory. These works claim that they only lost to Kim Seo-jun personally, not to Academy Dream. They asked him a very important question, if you just answer, could it harm Park Seo-yoon and tarnish her reputation? He looked towards Park Seo-yoon and then calmly smiled, I am just a student of Academy Dream. Besides, what can I do? His humble and shy demeanor showed how considerate he was. After that, he wanted to shine the spotlight on Seo-yoon, so he said, I am just following the words of the principal here. Park Seo-yoon felt anxious that the kiddo would expose her in front of the public, but unexpectedly, he said those words that made the reporters reconsider. Then, the reporters rushed to ask Seo-yoon, how do you feel about your student soon becoming the best student in Korea? Is there any special training method you have for Seo-jun? The reporters continuously questioned her because she was the one training Kim Seo-jun. Many photos were taken that day. Seo Jun felt very happy to be able to do this for Seo Yoon. But then, Seo Yoon became flustered and turned to scold him for making her look like this. As for him, he remains relaxed because whenever the reporters ask him, he replies, "For any inquiries, please contact our principal." A YouTuber has taken advantage of the fame of the dream student, naming his channel Femi Manga Recap. He said, "Hello dear friends, today Femi Manga Recap will reveal an astonishing truth. We will talk about the truth behind Kim Seo Jun in Dream. This is the hot topic recently, featuring Dream, including Kim Seo Jun. This channel has attracted nationwide attention. This person not only defeated Lee Ha-yoon, the talented one in the history of professional hunters, but also destroyed the dungeon." The comments below are incredibly lively, with many people unable to believe that Lee Ha-yoon has actually lost. The man wearing the mysterious mask continues, "When this news broke, not only forums but every page was bustling with discussions about this. The story is truly unbelievable. If we call this a battle of gods, it would not be an exaggeration. At this time, people even refer to him as a superhero rather than a hero student. There is really nothing to debate. But is Kim Seo Jun real? The story has yet to be proven true, right? Now let's put an end to the argument. The secret lies with the principal of the dream student. She is the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. He said, the second round is a coordinated raid between the students and the principal. In other words, this can only happen when Kim Seo Jun and the principal fight together, not just him alone. Please like and subscribe, and turn on notifications for us. In just 2 hours, there were over 200 comments under the video. One of the comments said, "Oh my god, finally everything is revealed. OMG, I want to join the Academy Dream Sword Saint, I would do anything to be part of it." Another comment said, "The light bulb broke naturally, so I temporarily used Kim Seo Jun's picture. I called it the Seo Jun lamp. As a result, the room is super bright." He sat reading comments online, finding the netizens hilarious. WTF, now there's even a Seo Jun lamp. He thought to himself, in his eyes, Park Seo Yoon was the light of his life. He was also the one who received $6 million in shares. In the evening, while he was strolling down the street, always smiling because everything had gone according to his plan, he intended to absorb the remaining potion. Suddenly, a girl wearing a strange black hat appeared, seemingly looking for him. When he approached, he realized that this mysterious girl in the black hat was Lee Ha-yoon. She wanted to meet him in the dead of night to talk, but his nature didn't want to waste time with unworthy people. So, he refused. "Sorry, I'm busy." He said that and brushed past her as if he didn't want to disturb each other. Lee Ha-yoon felt shocked by his indifferent attitude. Like many others, she began to plead, wait. Please don't go." At this moment, Seo Jun finally stopped to turn towards her to see what she wanted to say. But Lee Ha-yoon appeared shy and embarrassed. He stood there, observing the girl with a bewildered expression, both of them facing each other without saying a word. Passers-by continued to walk by, and he felt she was just idling. "If you have nothing to say, I'm leaving." Lee Ha-yoon finally spoke up, "There are rumors that you are the disciple of the Sword Saint." Seo Jun was surprised to hear this. He turned back to look at her with a bewildered expression once again. "Really? If I truly am the disciple of the Sword Saint, then I should be using a sword, right? Why would I use a lance?" Seeing Lee Ha-yoon's reaction, it seemed she didn't quite understand. He further criticized, "She is a genius, yet she doesn't know this, it's truly surprising." While she was pondering his words, which seemed reasonable, he felt it was a waste of time and decided to walk away once again without looking back. Lee Ha-yoon had to resort to pleading. This time, even though she saw he was unwilling to turn around, he still stood still to hear what she had to say. She asked, "Haven't you learned anything from the Sword Saint, and what do they usually teach at Academy Dream?" She also inquired about specific training methods, eating habits, and whether there were other students. He generally disliked answering, especially when she asked so many questions like that. He decided to use his skill of running in the air, dashing across tall buildings to escape from her. Although he moved at a very fast pace, when he felt someone behind him and turned around, he was astonished to see she had followed him in a similar manner. While this surprised him, it wasn't entirely unexpected. After feeling a strong dislike for her, he abruptly stopped, and she bumped into his back. Seo Jun felt angry for being bothered this much. He asked Lee Ha-yoon, "What else do you want to be curious about?" Lee Ha-yoon felt angry with him, but thinking about the possibility of learning something from him, she tried to hold back. Knowing that Lee Ha-yoon was arrogant and not easy to accept defeat, he pointed straight at her and said, "You just want to make excuses for why you lost to me, right? Are you planning to use the Sword Saint as an excuse?" This time, Lee Ha-yoon was determined to change, no longer maintaining her arrogant attitude. She clarified, "That's not it, I'm just curious." Unlike the attitude he had encountered from her during the tournament, this time he felt surprised because the person in front of him was a cold, arrogant individual. Lee Ha-yoon approached him and asked, "Where is your principal? Aren't you two going together?" He felt that if he didn't resolve this here, she would continue to follow him like this forever. Therefore, he decided to stay and answer some questions. He said, "What do you want to find Seo-yoon for?" Lee Ha-yoon had something difficult to say and appeared hesitant. "I have something I want to discuss with her, so I wanted to meet her alone." Seo Jun replied honestly, "If you want to find Park Seo-yoon, she said she had something to do and left earlier. So I don't know where she is." Nam is someone who inherently enjoys living and training alone. Therefore, he absolutely hates the feeling of being pursued to ask for something repeatedly. He warns Lee Ha-yoon, "Don't follow me anymore. If you keep trailing me, my gaze will become threatening, and don't do anything excessive." Lee Ha-yoon confirms that Seo-yoon is busy, so she will come after resolving everything. She casually walks back to the academy and thinks about where Park Seo-yoon is. She remembers that Seo-yoon went somewhere after the competition, and although she doesn't know where Seo-yoon is gone, she decides to return to the academy first. She believes that she and Seo-yoon will meet again later. After the competition, Park Seo-yoon seeks out her grandfather, who is the Sword Saint. She kneels before him with a sincere and respectful demeanor. The Sword Saint asks, "Why have you suddenly come here?" Park Seo-yoon replies, after seeing Seo Jun full of motivation, "I wanted to become a hunter again and wanted to wield a sword once more." The Sword Saint feels this news like a bolt from the blue. He remembers that from childhood to adulthood, Park Seo-yoon never wanted to become a swordmaster, yet now she desires to be someone who wields a sword. The subordinate of the Sword Saint knew that this was not the first time Park Seo-yoon had asked to wield a sword herself. He asked seriously, "What is the reason?" Park Seo-yoon remained resolute and said confidently, "I want to stand by his side." Upon hearing this, he could understand that the person she was referring to was Seo Jun. He stood tall before her and asked, "Are you willing to give up your dream to follow that kid and become a professional hunter?" Park Seo-yoon surprisingly replied, "No, I am not giving up my dream." She then explained, "It was actually Seo Jun's words that unintentionally sowed the seeds of my dream to become a professional hunter." She recalled the time she spoke with him and asked why Seo Jun wanted to become a hunter. He explained, "Someone once told me this, a dream is a verb, while a profession is a noun. Therefore, a profession cannot become your dream. And being a professional hunter is not my dream either." Park Seo-yoon was kneeling before the Sword Saint, expressing her desire. She continuously thought in her mind but did not say it out loud. She wanted to take a different path and silently conveyed her dream within her heart. She resolutely decided to tell him, "I want to wield a sword." Seeing his granddaughter's determined attitude, he also changed his perspective. Seo Jun, once a tycoon with over 20 billion, now had not a single penny to his name. Indeed, in a life of poverty, one must pay up as they go. It turned out that when he destroyed the third dungeon, he was thinking of buying a clear Duki elixir, which only cost 2 billion. Little did he know that when he had more money, the price would triple. It was truly surreal, my friends. Just buying a mana replenishment potion cost so much, leaving him feeling disheartened. Once again, with such money, was he supposed to resort to the red light district to earn it? He once more felt the cold air and murderous intent. This time, he no longer felt a chill running down his spine. He even said, "Do you always have to appear like this?" The Dark Saint intended to scare him with a few spells, but unexpectedly lost his swag in the process. Every time the Dark Saint met him, he had to compliment him. This was not the first time he was surprised upon seeing him. He immediately discussed work and said, "As for that order of truth, they still haven't noticed my presence here." "How come you always see me?" Seo Jun answered frankly, "I can only feel it." The Dark Saint's appearance was like that of a swag assassin, but he guessed that H had made him not as he once was. Seo Jun asked, "Is there something on your mind? How is the job of tracking the order of truth going?" After a period of gathering information, today he met Seo Jun to discuss this matter. But before addressing that, he inquired about his disciple first. "I heard he wasn't seriously injured and has been discharged from the hospital." Seo Jun provided new information. "What I mean is, his match didn't seem to go smoothly." The Dark Saint felt that Lee Min-yeol was a foolish disciple for not listening to him. He had only instructed him to use one weapon. Seo Jun replied, "Anyway, now he has his own fighting style." The Dark Saint came here empty-handed. He had taken the time to write down lessons and handed them to Lee Min-yeol. He asked Seo Jun to return these 2 notebooks, saying, "With these 2, we'll conquer the entire universe later." The Dark Saint also mentioned that he would give Seo Jun 3 billion, the amount of money he had promised. Upon hearing the amount of money, Seo Jun felt his spirits lift, full of vitality. He asked the Dark Saint, "Do you know that the disciple of the Magic Saint is also at Academy Dream?" The Dark Saint replied, "I have heard about the disciple of the Magic Saint before. It must be young Jimin, right?" He asked, "Is she here?" Seo Jun explained, "No, besides her, he has taken on another new disciple." The Dark Saint was confused. Why would the god take on another new disciple? Seo Jun prepared to launch into his pitch for money. He said, "You know? The Magic Saint gave me 10 billion to take care of his disciple." The Dark Saint had not yet caught on to what was about to happen. Seo Jun continued, "I told the Magic Saint and you about the fact that his disciple is studying a dream. I recounted the whole truth about the situation and the relationship between you and me to him, and after hearing the story, he even asked how could 3 billion be enough. Then without hesitation, he handed me 10 billion right away. Even though I kept insisting that I couldn't accept it, that I didn't see how I could receive it, he still insisted that I must take that 10 billion. At that moment, I thought it would be really rude if I kept refusing like that, so I accepted the 10 billion right away." The Dark Saint did not know what this kiddo's purpose was in telling the story, and his expression showed discomfort. Seo Jun recounted the story to the Dark Saint and said, "It's nothing. But what I mean is that when he entrusted his disciple to me, the Magic Saint gave me 10 billion. The Dark Saint did not know what to say. Seo Jun continued to attack the defenses, reiterating once more, "By the way, don't worry too much. I'm just saying that there's only 10 billion. While the Dark Saint and Seo Jun were talking, a sudden tremor resembling an earthquake occurred in the academy. Who would have thought that this tremor was caused by the Sword Saint approaching? Each time he stepped closer, it signaled that something was amiss. The Sword Saint, with a serious intense expression, said, "What the hell are you doing here?" The reunion between the Dark Saint and the Sword Saint was not very pleasant. Both had contrasting personalities. Unlike the joyful reunion between the Sword Saint and the Magic Saint, the situation with the Dark Saint was a different story. The Sword Saint slowly approached, emanating golden fighting spirit all around him. He asked, "What is the Dark Saint doing here?" The Dark Saint, despite having once been one of the 5 great heroes, did not show any inferiority. He also radiated the same presence as the Sword Saint and replied, "Don't you think I came here to settle something with him?" Seo Jun also felt that the situation was not good. All he could say was, "I'm sorry." After that, the two became even more tense. Each of them carried their own frustrations. Sword Saint said directly to the Dark Saint, "You have exploited the order of truth, betrayed us, and yet you are so brazen?" The Dark Saint retorted, "It's not betrayal. You are the one who did not listen." Trust my words. Seo Jun was caught between the two great heroes who were arguing. He could only advise them, please stop fighting. However, they seemed determined to resolve everything right here. The power within the academy was growing stronger, like a level 10 storm. Seo Jun tried to interject, if you two want to fight, can you do it somewhere else? Sword Saint said, people have warned you. After betraying us, you only have that excuse to justify yourself. The Dark Saint also had his own reasons. He said, how things turned out is not my fault. Wasn't it you who was manipulated by the order of truth? Sword Saint interrupted, shut up. The situation was becoming increasingly tense. If the male lead did not take action, Seo Jun also unleashed a tremendous amount of mana from his body, creating a powerful wave that even the two big bosses felt fear. He saw that the two old men were no longer arguing, so he retracted his source of fighting spirit. Both felt that this was not the aura of an ordinary person. They recalled that the last time they met, the person in front of them was not this strong. He reproached, you two almost leveled this building. Then, he turned to reason with the Dark Saint. He argued, if Lee Min-yeol were here, he would know what to do. Are you really planning to throw him into a volcano? Continuing, he turned to Sword Saint, if you destroy this academy, how will you explain yourself when you meet Park Seo-yoon again? He said something that made both of them temporarily stop their conflict. I don't know what happened between you two, but if you want to fight, please take it elsewhere. Now, he thought of himself as a hero of reconciliation. Then he smiled politely and said, anyway, let me finish what I was saying. He asked the Dark Saint, don't you have something to say to me? The Dark Saint replied, time is limited, staying here for too long is not beneficial, so I will get straight to the point. He said, recently, during his investigation, he discovered that the Order of Truth is plotting something related to the beast Berserk. This news is truly shocking. I wonder what will happen to the world if this great monster rises. The Dark Saint reported the situation, he still has nothing certain. However, the apostles have begun to take action. Sword Saint, being a skeptical person who wants to clarify everything, asked the Dark Saint, do you find any of the speculations about the actions of the apostles and the beast Berserk to be excessive? The Dark Saint felt a bit irritated when Sword Saint asked again right after he had just said he wasn't sure. The Dark Saint had no choice but to tell him anyway, from now on, I will investigate thoroughly. So can you help me? Seo Jun felt strange that he could help the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint looked at him with an expectant expression, I told you last year, I can't do it alone. Based on what we've found so far, right? They are repeatedly conducting those dangerous experiments targeting specific dungeons. He suggested, you just need to investigate those dungeons. Seo Jun felt uncertain because he was still a trainee, and not every dungeon was accessible to him. The Dark Saint said, soon I will participate in a professional hunter selection exam. After that, I will be able to enter any dungeon. He asked, you will help me, right? He didn't dare to promise for sure, so he just mumbled. Sword Saint interjected, why are you asking him for help today? The Dark Saint replied briefly, because he is the only one capable of doing this. Sword Saint felt irritated upon hearing this, as the other party did not explain clearly, what the hell are you talking about? The Dark Saint, with a cold and murderous expression, said, even if I explained, you wouldn't believe me like the previous times. So do I need to explain to you? Sword Saint was a person with a very high sense of pride. After hearing those words, he also felt annoyed. The two of them were filled with murderous intent, boiling inside, making him once again intervene, you two should go outside and fight for a bit. The old folks meeting is like cats and dogs, no one is willing to back down, making my head hurt from trying to mediate. But what Seo Jun was curious about was, why did Sword Saint come all the way to Academy Dream? He shouldn't be the one being sought after, looking for Park Seo-yoon, right? He said, she had something to do outside, so she left first. Now I don't even know where she has gone. Sword Saint had just met Seo-yoon recently. Seo-yoon had firmly told him that she wanted to wield a sword. He looked at her with a displeased gaze, feeling jealous because he couldn't understand why the person in front of him had such a tremendous charm that captivated his granddaughter. Suddenly, all three of them sensed an unusual presence. Everyone became alert, ready to attack the intruder. As the tension in the air escalated, they unexpectedly recognized a familiar figure. It turned out to be Lee Hyun, who had come all the way to Academy Dream. She seemed to have just gone through something very terrifying. As the story unfolded, it became clear that Lee Hyun had stumbled upon this place completely by chance, without any intentional motive. She had stealthily entered the academy and felt an immense energy radiating from it, so she decided to take a look. Little did she know she would end up in such a predicament. The one who discovered Lee Hyun eavesdropping was Sword Saint. Just by looking into his cold eyes, everyone felt so scared they wanted to wet their pants. He asked, "Where do you think you're going to run off to?" Lee Hyun, confused, intended to flee but then saw Seo Jun, the person who had just saved her. If he just explained clearly, Sword Saint would understand. But Seo Jun shook his head in refusal. "I don't know her, not at all." "You can throw her out on the street." The Dark Saint asked him, but he still shook his head. "I don't know who this person is." Lee Hyun could only cry, but fortunately, she didn't encounter any trouble and was temporarily safe. Regardless of whether Lee Hyun was present or not, the Dark Saint still asked, "So are you going to do it or not?" Seo Jun agreed with the proposal. "Of course I'll do it. As long as there's money, I'll do anything." The Dark Saint raised an eyebrow. "After the professional hunter selection exam, I thought you wouldn't talk about money anymore. How much do you want?" Seo Jun, with the attitude of a slave to capitalism, replied lightly, "Well, the price will go up." Lee Hyun couldn't believe her eyes. "What am I seeing in front of me?" The person standing before him is the Dark Saint, and he dares to ask for money from him? The Dark Saint, already too familiar with this kind of behavior, just shook his head. "What about the 10 billion one you mentioned at the beginning?" Seo Jun immediately agreed. "That amount is quite large." Successfully closing the deal, the Dark Saint agreed and promised to prepare the full amount for him in the future. Seo Jun even tried to squeeze more out. "What's shared is shared, and what's private is private, okay? The cost of 3 billion won for taking care of Lee Min Yul will be calculated separately." He set aside his dignity and pride to earn money. Lee Hyun was in a daze, unsure whether this guy valued money more than his own life. The Dark Saint seemed to understand that Seo Jun truly needed money more than his sacred art. He said, "If you want, I can personally teach you sacred art instead of just giving you money." Seo Jun replied nonchalantly, "I already said I don't need it." This response shocked Lee Hyun for the second time. Those close to Seo Jun were accustomed to his personality, but Lee Hyun was still not used to it. The Sword Saint took the opportunity to mock. "How useless must you be for him to only ask for money and not want anything else from you?" The Dark Saint was not to be outdone, responding with a remark that made the Sword Saint furious. "It turns out you are no different from me." The two seemed ready to clash. Seo Jun continued to tease. "I already told you to. If you want to fight, go outside." Lee Hyun felt fortunate to still be standing here. The Dark Saint emitted a hazy aura around him, preparing to leave. "I will come to find you after the professional hunter selection exam, and I will also send you the sacred art." Seo Jun saw the Dark Saint getting ready to leave, but what he said was not a thank you, but rather, "Don't forget my deposit first." Indeed, money has a significant allure for the main character. Sword Saint was surprised because he didn't think this kiddo could be acquainted with the Dark Saint. He modestly explained, "Actually, it's not much of a relationship, just a business connection. A kind of eat today, starve tomorrow business, I suppose." Upon hearing this, Sword Saint didn't say anything more. He fell silent and changed the subject. "Now that we've finished discussing that, let's address another matter. How could she get into the academy?" Seo Jun recalled the last time he had warned Lee Hyun not to follow him. Afraid of being hit again, Lee Hyun quickly replied, "No. I didn't follow you." He asked again, "Then why are you here?" Lee Hyun wasn't sure how to respond. Afterward, Seo Jun warned her, "You better be clear. If you don't tell the truth, Sword Saint doesn't know what he might do to you. Looking at Sword Saint's expression, it was clear he was feeling uncomfortable. There was a fact that was discovered: anyone who stepped into his granddaughter's academy could make him uneasy. However, the person Lee Ha-yoon feared more was Kim Seo-jun. Seeing that she still hadn't said anything, Seo-jun sighed and walked over to her, uttering a few words of intimidation. "You probably still haven't figured it out." Only then did Lee Ha-yoon, feeling scared, reveal the entire reason. "The main reason I came here is that I want to enroll in the academy dream." Seo-jun couldn't understand. Why does she want to enter this academy? The professional hunter selection exam is coming up soon. What good would it do to join the academy now? Lee Ha-yoon felt mentally pressured, stammering as she spoke, unsure of how to express herself clearly. He immediately became suspicious and accused her of being a spy for the academy hunter. The Sword Saint stood behind him, his gaze threatening, pushing her into a corner. "I just want to join the academy. Is it really necessary to apply such pressure?" She cried and complained. "I told you it's not like that." Seo-jun, still suspicious, asked, "Then why are you acting so strangely?" It made sense, as she had previously been arrogant and rude to others, and now she had changed 180 degrees. Who wouldn't be suspicious? The Sword Saint felt this matter wasn't worth his attention and left. Seo-jun thought he would stay to resolve the issue. He asked, "What should I do with her now?" The Sword Saint coldly replied, "How you handle it is up to you." Lee Ha-yoon was terrified upon hearing this, as just the word handle made her think, could he be planning to kill me? Is there anything more frightening than a human heart? She felt, I'd rather follow the scriptures than stay with Seo-jun. Now it was too late for regrets, all she wanted was to go home. Seo-jun asked again, "Do you want to join Academy Dream?" as he teased Lee Ha-yoon. Then he added, "I'm not the one who decides whether you can get into the academy or not. The one who decides this is Park Seo-yoon, not me. But right now, Seo-yoon has to go out." Upon hearing this, Lee Ha-yoon quickly thought of a way to escape, saying, "Then when will she be back?" "I will come back here." Trying to slip away, but unexpectedly, Seo-jun handed her a space bag and said, "Then while waiting for Seo-yoon to return, hold on to this bag." This was the bag that he had put a lot of weights into for his daily training. As soon as she held the bag, she felt an immense weight, making even moving her body nearly impossible. The only way to hold the bag was through relentless effort. It was then that she could feel the distance between herself and Seo-jun. He wore this space bag every day and still moved around normally. Seo-jun said, "Now I'm going to train, so don't bother me anymore," and left Lee Ha-yoon alone with that space bag. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint, after returning from the academy, slowly walked into his home. Upon entering the room, he still saw his granddaughter kneeling before him with determination. His granddaughter had not changed her mind, and she remained silent as an answer. He rested for a moment, then slowly walked to the sword placed in the room. He took it, then drew the sword from its sheath. He decided that he would teach his granddaughter. Just by drawing the sword, one could see how powerful he was. After all, she was his granddaughter. If he didn't teach her, who else would he teach? He said, "The fast sword is the sword that seeks speed. This is sword skills that defeat opponents with a swift attack." Then, he performed extremely smooth sword strikes honed over many years of training. While dancing with the sword, he explained, the fast sword will be a weakness against opponents with quick reflexes. However, thrusts are often executed simultaneously with the fast sword, that is also the fastest sword skills. He continued, the change sword is sword skills that expose the opponent's mistakes through changing sword skills. That is why speed is very important. But the core is the unchanging attack, which is sword skills that inflict fatal wounds on the opponent due to surprise, focusing all strength into one skill. He paused, then continued to explain, the dull sword is sword skills that are slow, but just because it is slow does not mean it cannot be used. Although opposite in nature, their purpose is the same. The sword slowly and steadily advances into the opponent's range, gradually wearing them down bit by bit. He said, the strong sword is the sword skill where you apply weight to the sword when swinging it. This is a sword skill that quickly counters opponents by striking multiple times and delivering each blow with great force. He explained, it can be understood that the strong sword is a sword skill in contrast to the fast sword and is also the sword skill with the most devastating power among all types of sword skills. Unlike the change sword, which can transform, the magic sword is a sword skill that deceives the opponent's eyes. Long steps combined with quick movements create an illusion of the sword, misleading the opponent. He continued, the running sword is a light sword skill, attacking and seeking opportunities for counterattacks. This is a sword skill that reduces the burden on the sword while dispersing the power of the opponent's attack. After that, the sword saint focused energy into the hand holding the sword. He said, this is the strongest move. The sword will be both fast and strong, a combination of the fast sword and the strong sword. With this technique, you can overwhelm your opponent in a sword duel. After teaching many fundamental lessons about sword skills, he withdrew the energy and sheathed the sword. He said, this is just the basics of sword skills. With great hope, he continued, I will give you a deadline to master all the knowledge I have taught. The deadline is before the professional hunter selection exam ends. The subordinate felt that this was something completely unbelievable. The sword saint continued, if you can't accomplish it in that time, then I will never allow you to feel complacent. He checked Park Seo-yoon's face, which was still full of hope. She did not show any signs of wavering. The sword saint added, if you feel like giving up, then give up right now. She knew that this was a very difficult task, but as long as she had determination, she would be able to do it. She said, I will succeed to the sword saint. He instructed her to pick up the sword. She stood up immediately afterward, with a determined look in her eyes. Lee Ha-yoon witnessed Seo-jun training for the first time and felt very surprised. She could hardly believe the terrifying strength and energy emanating from him. She wondered, even though Seo-jun is just sitting in concentrated meditation, the room seems to be swept by a whirlwind. He said, she has lowered her hands now. Lee Ha-yoon's expression showed her distress. She felt that the tribulation caused by the male lead would never end. At that moment, Seo-jun's two teammates had arrived at the academy. They exchanged a few words before stepping inside. After he meditated and focused on his breath, his central dantian and lower dantian needed an overwhelming amount of energy. He felt that no matter how much he absorbed, it could never be filled. He didn't know how much energy medicine he had to take anymore. When he looked at the struggling South Korean genius holding the spatial bag, he wondered, why are you still here? It was really too much. He was the one who had asked Lee Ha-yoon to hold the bag, and now she still hadn't left. He felt quite annoyed. However, since she was trying to hold the spatial bag, she couldn't hear anything he said. Seo-jun thought to himself, this girl seems to be a bit out of it. He decided to ignore her and walked away. He said, keep going. However, he then appeared in front of her again and asked, why are you still here? Haven't you left yet? Lee Ha-yoon came here because she genuinely wanted to join Academy Dream, so she was trying her best. She felt that if she could join the academy now, she would definitely kick him in the head to relieve her annoyance. Seo-jun didn't want to be seen as mistreating a woman, so he said, just give it back to me. Immediately, she handed the bag to him. He opened the spatial bag and saw that it only contained weights. He thought to himself, why is she making such a big deal out of this? It's just normal. Lee Ha-yoon thought she had escaped this predicament. Just not having to hold it for a little while made her feel so much lighter. But now he was asking her to hold it again. Just looking at it makes her feel discouraged, but he has requested it, and she has no choice but to try to hold it as best as she can. After that, she again resembles her previous state, using a lot of strength to hold the bag. Meanwhile, he sees her as a test subject. He wonders why the defense mechanism is not activated. He remembers when Jimin held the bag, it had triggered sparks. He recalls that besides himself, others would react differently when touching it. But now he remembers that Seo-yoon, his past acquaintance, had also held the bag, and even when he fainted in the 10-star dungeon, Manchol and the magic saint had helped him carry it out. He has confirmed that this defense only activates when someone wants to grasp or use his equipment. He borrowed the bag back and then handed Lee Ha-yoon a strange item to place into the space bag. As soon as she put the item in, the space bag shocked her. Indeed, he does not know how to appreciate someone else's daughter. He was contemplating what to do next with her when suddenly two teammates appeared and greeted him. Soo-yeon said she and her teammate just ran into Lee Min-yeol outside, so they decided to come in together. But what she noticed was that Lee Ha-yoon was charred black. Seeing this, Soo-yeon asked him, and he replied, "She wants to join our academy." Lee Min-yeol has a bad impression of her and does not want her in the academy. Seo-jun does not want to be the one to refuse, so he says, this should be asked of Park Seo-yoon instead. He hands her the bag to hold. Indeed, the wicked live long, he still has something to say to Lee Min-yeol. He doesn't know where to start to mention that he received 2 notebooks from the Dark Saint. He says, "The senior told me to give this to you. He also advised me to train diligently and not to let others defeat me." Lee Min-yeol is extremely delighted that the senior still remembers him. The two keep thanking each other and chatting, forgetting that there is someone silently holding the space bag and enduring. The reason she has to try so hard is that she wants to know how Seo-jun gained that power. Soo-yeon asks him if he has anything for her, and he replies that he has nothing but money. If she wants, he will give her some to spend. Lee Ha-yoon still believes she will definitely have a chance to watch them train daily. She hopes to understand why he is so strong and will utilize everything around her to learn everything from him. When Soo-yeon, the younger sister, told Seo-jun that she wanted to jump off the building, he replied, "Wait until it gets dark, okay? We'll get complaints otherwise." Lee Ha-yoon, upon hearing this, wanted to be dumbfounded, not understanding what those people were talking about. Seo-jun had many tasks to complete. First was his daily mission for Hercules, so he went to ask for his bag back in order to finish the job. Lee Ha-yoon was thrilled as if she had just bought something and wanted to leave early. Unexpectedly, he lured her to stay and train with his sister. Soo-yeon also considered going somewhere else, not thinking that Lee Ha-yoon would train with her. He knew that whatever he said now, she would listen, so he forced her to train with Soo-yeon. With a reluctant expression, she asked, "Why do I have to do this?" But since she was dependent on him and wanted to understand why he was so strong, she had no choice but to comply. Seo-jun told his sister, "Did you hear that? From now on, ask her instead of Lee Min-yeol, Soo-yeon." The little girl felt a bit nervous because she hadn't thought she could do it. He just wanted to challenge her at the beginning to see if she had the capability to enter Academy Dream. This is called the Entrance Challenge. Soo-yeon sees this as a valuable opportunity because the person training with her is very strong. Training with talented individuals will benefit her greatly. As she begins her training, she creates incredibly powerful fireballs around herself. Soo-yeon also cheerfully says, "Then please take care of me." Lee Ha-yoon feels that this situation could very well kill her, let alone the training. She feels uncertain about when this calamity will ever end. She wonders, is there anyone or anything that can rescue her? Meanwhile, Seo-jun continues his training by holding a spatial bag and counting each item. At this moment, at the Professional Hunter Association branch in Seoul, a large organization with numerous reporters sitting below is waiting for a man to come and speak. Some reporters are feeling sleepy, while others are wondering why the meeting is dragging on for so long. The meeting has been going on for nearly a day, and this has never happened in the history of hunters. The cause of this chaos is Kim Seo-jun. South Korea is currently in turmoil due to the upcoming professional hunter exam. The reason for this disorder is Kim Seo-jun, whose strength has altered the exam questions for the professional hunter test. Everyone is unsure of how the questions will be presented to be appropriate. A man in a suit slowly walked in and apologized to everyone for making them wait so long. The reporters below, knowing he had just finished a meeting, hurriedly asked, "How will this year's exam be conducted, and will Kim Seo-jun be exempt from taking it?" The representative from the examination organization held a few sheets of paper to make a statement. "Our association fully understands the public's concerns. To answer, our top priority is to exempt this cadet from participating in the exam. He continued, the professional hunter exam is a national level test. Any bias issues will affect the entire country. Therefore, there have been suggestions for this cadet to take a separate exam. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of discrimination occurring, and we also do not want our decision to impact other students. But it is clear that there are issues that need to be addressed regarding fairness in the professional hunter exam. Therefore, after the council meeting, our Professional Hunter Association would like to announce some changes to this year's professional hunter exam. He announced a very important piece of news. First, the exam will change its method to an absolute evaluation method, rather than the relative method used in the past. The reporters below are trying to record this important information. He continued, saying, the reason causing the problem is the relative method of the test. This method is used to control the number of candidates passing each year and to categorize the first group of professional hunters through the test. However, it is considered ineffective when looking at the severity of this situation. He continued, secondly, the difficulty of the test will be significantly increased. The application of an absolute assessment method could lead to many candidates achieving the maximum score. Therefore, it will be harder to categorize professional hunters based on the test. We plan to significantly increase the difficulty of this year's test. A reporter raised his hand, wanting to speak. I am Huang Dong-soo from the Hunter newspaper. He asked, you mentioned that the difficulty of the test will be significantly increased. How much is significantly increased? The speaker replied, we do not want anyone to achieve the maximum score. The reporter immediately showed fear. Does that mean even Kim Seo-jun cannot achieve the maximum score? The man confirmed, that's right. All the reporters in the room went into a frenzy, believing that this decision was unreasonable. They thought, if even the best cannot achieve the maximum score, then this level of difficulty is no longer normal difficulty. Some reporters believe that this test is intended to assess the candidate's abilities. Another reporter said, the test will change for the benefit of the people, but why raise the standards instead of lowering them? One reporter asked a very important question. According to the old law, only the first place winner receives an A grade. Will this change in scoring lead to other issues? The man calmly replied, when no candidate achieves a perfect score, there will be no professional hunters this year. Under the old scoring method, the top candidate always scored 100 points. But under the absolute method, being first does not mean achieving the maximum score. This is also why the law was changed to be more appropriate. Although he was the representative to speak, the situation underneath was far from simple. He felt frustrated, but due to the need to make a living, he had to comply. The truth is that large associations in the country have intervened in this exam. These large associations do not want Kim Seo-jun to achieve the A-level hunting certification. The large associations also wish to pull him into their own ranks. Deep down, he knows that this person is a dragon that cannot be tamed. He hopes that they will fail and will not be able to sit on that throne forever. However, to appease the public, he continued to speak. He stated that those who could become A-level hunters this year will be prioritized for dungeon raids next year. Furthermore, we have decided to make this year's test public for everyone to see. Although he was the one speaking and making these statements, he believed that the era and time of this world would open a new chapter. The moment Kim Seo-jun entered the world of professional hunters, all of Korea would change. After some time at his house, Park Seo-yoon finally returned to Academy Dream. She saw the scene of Lee Ha-yoon instructing the little girl Soo-yeon. Lee Ha-yoon was telling the girl, while the destructive power is very strong, no one is foolish enough to stand still waiting to be hit. Soo-yeon understood the point and thought that she should also reduce the power of her strikes and add some intricate movements. Upon returning to the academy, Seo-yoon asked, "Is there anything I can help with? Why are you all here?" Seo-jun and the others also noticed her. Seo-jun was concerned and asked, "Has Seo-yoon finished dealing with the urgent matter?" Seeing that the students still cared and paid attention to her, she felt very happy. But since she would soon be busy practicing the sword techniques that he had just taught her, she told him, perhaps I won't be coming to the academy often until the professional hunter test is over. He didn't know why she made that decision. Park Seo-yoon noticed that her students would worry about her, so she hoped that occasionally she would be able to come, not that she couldn't come at all. She said, "You should focus on the professional exam now. There won't be any exams interrupting you for a while, so it should be fine. There's no major inconvenience here." Seo-jun could study on his own, but thinking about the possibility of not being able to see his beloved Seo-yoon anymore made him not want that to happen at all. So, he anxiously said, "Even if I become a professional hunter, I can still come here, right?" Park Seo-yoon was attentively listening to what he said. He explained, "If I become a professional hunter, I still need to practice. But my house is small, and other places aren't very convenient either. So, can I practice here? Besides, this place is quite comfortable." His words made Seo-yoon feel happy. She also wanted to talk to him about a few things. Then, with a serious attitude, Seo-yoon asked for his opinion on the idea of turning the academy into a guild. Seo-jun felt a bit strange. Is it possible to change from an academy to a guild? Seo-yoon replied, "It depends on the members. Although it's a bit fewer than a real guild, it should still be fine." He didn't know where this student would go. In fact, Park Seo-yoon had certain calculations for the student. She wanted him to be able to conquer dungeons, which was also Seo-jun's dream. He felt embarrassed that she could remember this. This time, Seo-yoon suggested, "You will be the leader of this guild." In other words, Seo-yoon proposed that he become the boss of the Dream Guild. Seo-jun was not born to be a leader, he was only good at training and giving lectures. He intended to refuse, but Seo-yoon insisted, "It can only be a team." She explained, "If the team leader has a rank of A or higher and I am still at rank B, right? Currently, do you have the ability to receive an A rank hunter license? After this test, you can use the academy as the headquarters of the guild." Seo-jun felt he couldn't make a hasty decision. He was caught in a mess. In thought, he felt like a naive child, the author's favorite. The author wholeheartedly agreed. Seo-jun also didn't really want to be the leader. Then, Lee Min-yoon said, "This was also a proposal I intended to make, but I didn't expect Seo-yoon to say it to you first. After that, I hope to make myself the boss of the guild that Seo-jun joins." Soo-yeon also enthusiastically agreed, strongly supporting it. The two kids started discussing the future. Lee Min-yeol still had a dream, "If Seo-jun becomes the boss, can I be the vice boss? Since we're forming a gang, we need to assign proper ranks, right?" Soo-yeon disagreed, "The vice boss will definitely belong to Park Seo-yoon." He only felt embarrassed with these two kids. It turns out, only these two little ones would make such a fuss. Seo-yoon encouraged him, "You have to pass that test." She even said, "If it's you, there shouldn't be any problem." He humbly just smiled, as he couldn't be too complacent. Then, she quietly said, "I will also do my best." He felt Seo-yoon's behavior was a bit unusual, so he asked, "Seo-yoon, what did you just say?" Park Seo-yoon just smiled cheerfully, "Let's work hard together." Both of them were building each day very well, but they also had to end each day here. Lee Min-yeol still hadn't finished speaking. "I want to become the head of the intelligence department, responsible for gathering information. As for Soo-yeon, she will be the manager of the research team." The two kids talked about all sorts of things, while the professional hunter competition hadn't even taken place yet. He stood in a corner, saying, "What qualifications do you two have for me to assign you any positions?" Lee Ha-yoon stood nearby, feeling a sense of loneliness as she witnessed the Academy Dream members always loving and caring for one another. They all returned to practice. Park Seo-yoon was training at the Sword Saint's house with a sword, while Lee Min-yeol and Soo-yeon also returned to practice together. New relationships began to form from here. The end of these relationships would open the door to new ones. That is how life is. Lee Ha-yoon slowly walked over to the two. She also intended to practice but was still unsure where to start. Seo-jun, for his part, was also training hard every day to achieve a better life before the professional hunter exam. The progress points of the lessons also fluctuated slightly. Sun Wukong's lesson had reached 5.5%, and he was currently among the top 3 lessons, with a level movement power, a level transformation, and S-level insight. Time passed quickly, and finally, the professional hunter exam arrived. On a bright morning, the 3 of them, Seo Jun, Lee Min-yul, and Soo-yun, gathered here. Among the 3, only Soo-yun was the youngest and also the one feeling the most anxious. She wished, if only my sister Park Seo-yoon could be here. Unfortunately, Park Seo-yoon was unable to attend. Seo-yoon explained and apologized for having unfinished business that needed to be taken care of. Although he wanted to ask Seo-yoon what she was busy with, he didn't want to bother her, so he decided not to ask anymore. He told the 2 members of the dream team that they should focus all their efforts on the exam. Today was the first day the dream team was taking the test, and he didn't understand why Lee Ha-yoon's figure was lurking behind the dream team, trailing along. He remembered that she hadn't been approved by Seo-yoon to become a student of the academy. Lee Ha-yoon had directly approached Seo-yoon but was rejected on the grounds that no additional students were being accepted. The 2 younger siblings, Lee Min-yul and Soo-yun, felt sorry for her and defended, "What's wrong with you? She has helped us a lot, so what's the harm in letting her join us?" Seo-jun said, "You got close so quickly, we fought fiercely during the friendly tournament, how come you're so close now?" Soo-yun also wanted her to join in because Lee Ha-yoon had helped her train a lot and didn't come to the Dream Academy very often anymore. Lee Min-yul completely supported her opinion. Seeing that everyone else was in agreement, he didn't feel it was a problem anymore and said, "Okay, fine." The main character has now become an idol. Wherever he goes, people gossip that it is Kim Seo-jun, and the ripple effect causes everyone to stare in their direction. He also feels that he will encounter troubles, so he moves at a very fast pace, almost as if he has just teleported. Before leaving, he wished everyone good luck and promised to see them again later. The surrounding contestants had not even had time to discuss before he had already vanished. The people in the academy feel they have made significant progress, but when they meet him, they think differently. In a VIP room inside the monitoring center, 5 people sitting in chairs are the strongest professional hunters in the country. One man, holding a coffee cup, is the leader of the mythical guild, Lee Sung-min. He said, "This year, there are many promising talents." A woman with red hair, the leader of the Harem Guild, Jong Yoon-mi, who is the 3rd-ranked hunter in South Korea, confidently said, "Why haven't you given up on the mythical guild yet? You're running out of funds, aren't you?" Lee Sung-min calmly sipped his coffee, then teased the Hibiscus Guild, "You may look foolish, but you are also the 4th-ranked hunter in South Korea." His name is Do-min Suk, and he felt angry for being dragged into this while he was just trying to watch a movie. The next person is the 5th-ranked hunter in Korea, the leader of the Sarabi Guild, named Han Man-cheol. He is often criticized even when he is sitting idle, being called the poorest among the guilds here. He said, "Our Sarabi Guild does not accept shameless people." Indeed, being poor often leads to contempt. Do-min Suk, who was watching the movie, commented, "Well, the association president is doing quite well, isn't he?" Han Man-cheol interjected, "I thought Kim Seo-jun would achieve a perfect score for sure." Do-min Suk expressed disdain for Seo-jun, believing, this guy could never reach that level. He even insulted the association president, calling him an ignorant person. When the boss spoke up, everyone had to fall silent and listen with tense expressions. He said, "I hope you all prepare thoroughly and utilize all the connections at your disposal. If Kim Seo-jun becomes an A-rank hunter, we will face significant trouble." He continued, "There have been hunters ranked from 2nd to 5th. Therefore, this old man from the underworld is the strongest hunter in Korea, the leader of the Dark Dragon Guild, named Ryujin Cheol." Jong Yoon-mi remarked, "The leader doesn't need to worry. That won't happen. You should focus on recruiting Seo-jun instead." Do-min Suk then asked, "By the way, what will you do if Kim Seo-jun refuses?" This question made Ryujin Cheol extremely angry. He radiated a murderous aura throughout the room. Just talking about him becoming an A-rank hunter was merely a matter of time, no matter how many times he was rejected. He still threatened, "Don't you know my way of handling things? I don't like having competitors. So, do your best to prevent him from obtaining the A rank certification. Otherwise, things will become even more troublesome. His words made the other four change their opinions. Immediately, they felt that their worries were unfounded. The red-haired man, Do-min Suk, felt he had misspoken and quickly apologized. The others had to lower their attitudes when speaking to him. Lee Sung-min didn't dare take a sip of coffee, fearfully saying, "Of course, that guy will still rank first, but in the first exam, the difficulty of the first subject is extremely high." The professional hunter exam was taking place. This was the 45th organization. The first subject was a written test. The examiners went around distributing the test papers to each student, simultaneously announcing, "The examiners are distributing the questions. Candidates, please prepare to turn over your papers." Seo-jun also sensed the difficulty of this exam. Lee Sung-min confidently told the strongest man in Korea, he will never be able to achieve a perfect score. The difficulty could make even professional hunters tremble. The tests are not designed for the students to solve. But perhaps he doesn't know that Seo-jun is the author's favorite. How could he not achieve the highest score? Even if someone pretends to be swag and says they will kick him, failure does not make him falter. Instead, he succeeded magnificently. Just in the first round, he ranked first with a perfect score of 100. This is the highest score possible. That was the score in the written exam. The people in the room began to discuss. They said that person couldn't do it. Now, he is conquered with 100 points. The professional hunter selection exam consists of 6 rounds. The first is the written exam, the second is basic endurance, the third is mana proficiency, the fourth is dungeon attack, the fifth is combat ability against monsters, and the sixth is individual combat ability. So, in total, there are 6 exams. This exam will take place over 3 days. Today is the first day of the professional hunter selection exam, the day that the candidates have been eagerly anticipating for a long time. This is also the day when the first 2 exams, the written exam and basic endurance, take place. The candidates gathered at the results announcement board for the first exam. Someone reported, "The first exam is a crazy exam." The written exam can be said to be the hardest exam. Some people said, "I studied all night but the results were not as expected." They felt, it would have been better not to study at all, because why did Seo-jun get a perfect score? Lee Min-yeol, with 50.5 points, felt that this was beyond imagination. He lost right from the first round in the essay exam. Soo-yeon, who ranked second with a score of 87, which is quite high, asked, "How did Seo-jun do that?" Seo-jun calmly replied, "Just by looking at it, I can tell the answer right away." The two were in need of a satisfactory answer, and upon hearing his response, they felt like punching him. They thought the male lead was really bland. Deep down, Seo-jun knew, the professor has given him wisdom. Thanks to this ability, he only needs to glance at the question to see the answer. Without this skill, he probably wouldn't have achieved a perfect score in the essay exam either. Soo-yeon asked Lee Ha-yoon, "What score did you get?" She hesitated to answer this question, but still awkwardly asked, "So what score did you get?" Lee Ha-yoon shyly and embarrassedly replied, "I only got 32 points." This score left everyone momentarily at a loss for how to comfort her. A great talent that has ever appeared in the history of professional hunters, perhaps now her talents in other areas will flourish. After the first essay exam, all 5 of them felt uncomfortable, especially Ryu-jin Cheol. He made the atmosphere heavy and said, how could he achieve a perfect score? Next, he stated that not only did he sit here with a perfect score in the essay exam, but also in the basic endurance test. It was the other guilds that had taken responsibility and would change the structure of the exam. Therefore, they now had to accept it. Ryu-jin Cheol kept cursing and asked, "How do you intend to explain this?" Han-man Cheol, the 5th strongest in Korea, how do you feel? Han-man Cheol replied, "This is not normal at all. The difficulty of the basic endurance test has been adjusted based on the standards of the 4 big guilds here. That means Kim Seo-jun's basic endurance is at least on par with them. Feeling at a deadlock, Jang Eun-mi reassured everyone, the competition is not over yet. The plan might have just hit a small snag. Do Min-suk, who was addicted to watching adult films, also spoke up, that's right, the competition still has 2 days left. Ryu Jin-cheol, on the other hand, was more tense than ever. He had heard that Academy Dream would transform into a guild after the hunter selection exam concluded. The guild leader would undoubtedly be Kim Seo-jun, and the director of Academy Dream was the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. This meant he would have the opportunity to join that guild. He emphasized, no matter how foolish you may be, you should understand what this means. Right? These words made all 4 others feel their spirits sink. He felt incredibly angry and powerless. Ryu Jin-cheol realized that any guild backed by the Sword Saint would grow very strong. He further emphasized, along with the right to attack dungeons first for the next 5 years, thanks to the tricks of the association president. He shouted loudly at everyone, the guild I'm talking about will be established and will overpower the position we have held for so long. We have built this for so many years. Seeing him so tense, Jang Eun-mi tried to suggest gently, what happened today won't happen again on the second day. Because by referring to his previous achievements in competitions, we know what type of questions to switch to and how to adjust the difficulty so that Kim Seo-jun cannot achieve a perfect score. After that, seeing that he was less angry, she emphasized further that unless he suddenly gets stronger after waking up one night, there is absolutely no way he will achieve a perfect score again. At this point, the author begins to empower the male lead. In the 3rd round, concerning mana proficiency, this test was unquestionable, as what he was training every day was precisely his mana skill. Clearly, with this test, he also achieved a perfect score. He ranked 2nd, and the results from Academy Dream were as follows: Lee Hyun scored 80 points, Soo-yeon, disciple of the Magic Saint, scored 77 points, and Lee Min-yeol, disciple of the Dark Saint, scored 76 points. In every round, he had surprised the other contestants. In the 4th round, about dungeon attack, he also achieved a perfect score, simply by standing still. If I were to participate in a competition like this, I would just stay home to relax. Why bother competing? His teammates also secured ranks from 2 to 4. Returning to the meeting, everyone was tense knowing that they were about to face a barrage of scolding. Ryu Jin-cheol asked a question, is there anyone here on the same side as Kim Seo-jun? This caused all the remaining people to stand up, clarifying that it was all just a misunderstanding. What benefit do we get from following that kiddo? As for the sword master Han Man-cheol, he believed that betrayal is shameful. Han Man-cheol is a man of honor and sees that the situation can still be salvaged. Therefore, he asked, how have you prepared for the remaining tests? Jang Eun-mi did not know how to respond to him, as they had already completed their preparations. These developments were beyond their expectations. Han Man-cheol, however, focused more on the final test. If they failed tomorrow, that name Kim Seo-jun would become an A-rank hunter. His becoming an A-rank hunter was a terrifying threat to the largest guilds in South Korea. Jang Eun-mi told Ryu Jin-cheol that she would definitely make him taste defeat. Ryu Jin-cheol demanded that everyone revise the entire plan. She dared to argue back, asking, why should we do that? If we change the entire plan like this then. Before she could finish her sentence, she received a menacing glare from Ryu Jin-cheol, one that suggested he was ready to kill her at any moment. The threatening gaze and the killing intent she felt made her stop speaking. Afterward, he lowered his murderous aura and asked about the final combat test. Who is the judge for that test? Han Man-cheol replied, it is an A-rank hunter currently active from the Sarabi Guild. The swordmaster said, aside from his reputation, this person's skills are exceptionally outstanding. To the extent that we predict he will soon become an S-rank hunter. He sensed that, in order to defeat this person easily, he wanted to change to another judge. He did not know who the judge was, but on the late night of that meeting, the guild leader of the association personally came to the academy. At the home of the Sword Saint, his subordinate said that he should not do that. The subordinate explained that the 5 great leaders of the guilds would intervene, but he requested, let everything proceed naturally. If something unfortunate happens to Kim Seo-jun, then what will happen to the young lady? The sword saint remained calm and replied, if that is all it takes for him to fall, then his abilities only reach that far. It seemed that the sword saint had great confidence in Seo-jun, believing that he would have the ability to obtain an A-rank hunter certification. He explained, if he had been weak from the beginning, then he would not have come this far. However, the subordinate still appeared worried and told him, but the principal. The sword saint interrupted and said, the important thing is whether the 5 big guilds will interfere, right? Those names do not have the guts to do that. He turned back and calmly said, let everything proceed naturally. The subordinate saw that the sword saint had already mentioned such a thing, so he did not want to ask for anything more and did not want everything to pass by like that. He went to the academy to find Seo-jun, insisting that this matter could not be overlooked. He wanted to talk about the young lady and inform him of the current situation, which had dispelled his doubts. At this moment, Seo-jun was sitting and practicing mana control, but he had already instilled fear in others. Seo-jun knew that this was the subordinate of the sword saint. He politely asked, what brings you here? I can guess that my Seo-jun has encountered some trouble, right? Seeing the strength he had surpassed compared to before, the subordinate calmly replied, not at all, so you can rest assured. In his eyes, Seo-jun was no longer a weak person in front of the sword saint as he had been before. He wondered, achieving this level in just a few months is hard to believe. He thought that the subordinate of the sword saint had come to find him because Park Seo-jun had run into some trouble, but in the end, there was nothing. He breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he thought to himself, could it be that everything happening before my eyes is all part of Sword Saint's plan? He asked him, what brings you here? He decided that this time he must definitely tell him the things that needed to be said. The competition continued smoothly. Today was the 3rd day of the professional hunter selection exam, and also the final day. It was assumed that in the round of conquering monsters in the dungeon, it would be difficult for anyone to achieve a perfect score. But surprisingly, 3 people achieved perfect scores, Kim Seo-jun, Lee Ha-yoon, and Lee Min-yeol, along with the girl Soo-yeon. The 5th place was a familiar name, Jong Si-woo. Lee Min-yeol was overjoyed to finally achieve a score of 100 right in the waiting room of the contestants. Soo-yeon did not understand how her older brother could easily score 100 as if it were a piece of cake. Lee Ha-yoon, however, was well aware of his abilities and was not too surprised. Suddenly, everyone noticed that his behavior seemed a bit strange. He didn't say anything, just silently lowered his head, as if he was preoccupied with something. Lee Min-yeol was about to ask him if something was wrong when someone else jumped in to provide new information. The judge for the combat exam has been changed. The members of Dream Team were surprised by this change in judges. However, Lee Ha-yoon felt that the change in judges wasn't very important, because even with a new judge, the captain could still easily overcome it. Only Lee Min-yeol felt that there was something unusual about this. The person who had just rushed in to announce not only talked about the change in judges but also mentioned that one of the 4 leaders of the big guild would be the judge for the selection exam. This news struck like a bolt of lightning, and everyone was filled with fear. How powerful is the big guild that they would send a judge for Kim Seo-jun? In this final round, it is an incredibly difficult competition as the judges have been changed to an S-level hunter, the leader of the 5th-ranked guild in Korea. Just as it began, even the genius of geniuses, Lee Ha-yoon, could only manage to slice a straight line before being kicked and rolling to the floor, losing consciousness. The judge only awarded her 64 points, the highest score so far. Other contestants like Soo-yeon received only 43 points. The other contestants waiting for their turn felt that this final round was too challenging. Everyone concluded that a score of 64 was already very high, as even a talent like Lee Ha-yoon could only achieve that. This round of judges held a sword saint with an extended grip. He is Han Man-cheol, the master of the ultimate truth sword, to the point that even sword saints must acknowledge his power. He remarked that the strength of this year's contestants is quite good. He does not wish to crush potential talents, but this is the path he has laid out, the path that a seeker of ultimate truth mentality must take. Of course, today no one could defeat him, except for contestant number 2371, who is none other than our main character. The staff invited him to step forward. This time, he personally held the lance of Longinus to show just how serious he was. His expression clearly displayed seriousness, mixed with a hint of anger. The match was being broadcast live, with many people, even all of Korea, watching the competition. People were discussing, the fifth-ranked guild in Korea will be the judges for this selection exam. In this round, Kim Seo-jun will face off against Han Man-cheol, who is his judge. A friend who was typing on a laptop had to stop to follow the match. In particular, in restaurants and eateries, many people were animatedly discussing. Some said, if he can defeat the judge, then his abilities are real. But there were also those who fiercely opposed, there's no way a contestant can defeat the judge. In fact, there has never been a precedent for this in history. Those working on the bus also had to keep an eye on this match. Especially at the construction site, everyone stopped working. Uncle Man-cheol was paying great attention, focused on not missing a single moment. The president of the association was also eagerly looking forward, watching the match on screen. Meanwhile, his teammates, after being thoroughly beaten by the judge, were placing all their hopes on him. The two of them stood ready in a fighting stance, but neither had made a move yet. He expressed disdain, stating, "Your abilities have been acknowledged by me and are truly impressive. I am quite taken aback, but this is where you will stop." He emphasized, in this round, you will absolutely never achieve a perfect score. Seo-jun replied, I know. With a response he had anticipated, Seo-jun displayed an indifferent expression, somewhat cold. As time passed, one day before the final round was to take place, the president of the association came to deliver news to him. He could not have imagined that the largest guilds in Korea did not want him to become an A-grade hunter. The president of the association also provided him with some information. If Park Seo-yoon does not master sword skills before you conquer the final round, then she will abandon her dream of becoming a hunter. But the issue here is that even if you become an A-grade hunter and Seo-yoon fails, it will be futile. The president said to him, even if you achieve a perfect score, the problem is that tomorrow, in the match against the judges, the points and decision-making power will completely rely on the judges' evaluation. So that means, no matter how skilled you are in combat, if they say your ability deserves only 99 points and not a full 100, then you won't be able to achieve a perfect score, he explained. He said, many people will oppose this, but they are the largest guilds in Korea. They will use their connections to pressure you. Upon hearing this, he could only feel that these people were utterly shameless. But outwardly, he said, I really admire the ultimate truth-seeker mentality of the Sarabi Guild. This is disappointing to me. The president of the association explained, these people have been at the top for too long, their ambition will only grow stronger as they seek to maintain their position. He suggested, you should go meet the Sword Saint to ask for help. Just set conditions like last time, and no matter the day, the Sword Saint will have no choice but to agree. However, in reality, he did not go to meet the Sword Saint and chose to overlook this issue. He asked, how is Park Seo-yoon's health? Is she going to meet the deadline? The president shook his head sadly, to be honest, I think it's impossible. But don't think about intervening. This is the young lady's battle, and even if she cannot stand by your side, she still wishes for you to achieve a perfect score. He made a bold decision. In fact, he even wanted to ask the old man something, can you tell me about Park Seo-yoon's current situation? The old man asked, why would you do that? Is it because you want the young lady to feel less guilty? His answer was, not at all. What I hope for is the exact opposite. I think positively. If I can achieve the impossible, then why can't she? He had made up his mind, he would not go to the Sword Saint's place. Upon returning, the old man thought a lot. The guard noticed that the young lady had been losing sleep for many days. He wanted the Sword Saint to put an end to this. He said, today is the confrontation day, and also the final day of the selection competition. If it continues like this, things will only get worse. Park Seo-yoon felt exhausted. She had to muster some strength to keep the Sword Saint pinned to the ground to avoid collapsing. The guard appeared very worried for the young lady, but then the sword saint's closest confidant said, "Let the young lady go home. She has made her decision, we should not interfere." The guard was unsure of what to say. He was only feeling concern for the young lady. In the old man's eyes, the way he looked at the young lady had changed. Observing her training and her goals, he smiled. He understood why she was so eager to wield a sword once more. Park Seo-yoon was sweating profusely during his training. On the other side, Seo-jun was facing one of the fifth strongest individuals in South Korea. He said, "I'm sorry, but I have to secure a perfect score because someone is waiting for me." His tone was very courageous, but Han Cheol thought that his situation was not significant. He said, "For a professional hunter, everything is incredibly harsh. If I give a perfect score, then I wouldn't know what would happen." Seo-jun ignored the judge's words and continued to ask, "If the judge can't evaluate, then who will give the score?" He asked back, "What did you just say?" Seo-jun decided to showcase the strength that he had been training for. First was the warm-up with leg movements back and forth. He said, "If any situation arises where there is no choice but to give me a perfect score, then what will the score be?" Han Cheol understood the young man's point. He admitted, a perfect score can only be achieved in one scenario, which is when the judge loses to the contestant. Seo-jun believed that the judge would not be defeated here, but he gently warned, "You might end up bedridden for a month." A 27-year-old kid said that a fifth strongest individual in South Korea could end up bedridden for a month. Who wouldn't be angry? Inside, he felt very furious, but on the outside, he tried to remain calm inside. He laughed and said, "So arrogant. Even if your skills are superior to others, that doesn't mean you will win." Seo-jun didn't want to waste any more time. He emphasized, "I must achieve a perfect score." The confidence was evident on his face. At this moment, he was on a completely different level. He warned, "I will make you regret it." Han Cheol felt insulted inside. He said, "It seems I have tried to stay calm, but with this situation, it will be different." He knew his opponent was a very strong person, so he didn't waste any time and rushed at him, using his ultimate truth sword. Both sides pressed their weapons against each other. Looking at Seo-jun's face, it seemed that he had not unleashed all his strength yet, while he had used all his power from the very beginning. This was evident through the thunder mana surrounding his body. Neither side was willing to concede. The fierce clash made the arena shake violently. The shockwaves they generated were enough to tear the room apart. As he struggled to fight with the sword he had proudly wielded all his life, he noticed something unusual. Looking at Seo-jun's face, he emphasized, "Don't die, okay?" This time, Seo-jun decided not to hold back his strength anymore. Because he was holding the Lance of Longinus, he had decided to fight seriously. "Why do you have such an attitude towards guild leader Han Cheol?" The story goes back 9 years. Seo-jun recalls when Uncle Cheol and President Sorabi visited the construction site where he was working. At that time, Seo-jun still believed in this world and was passionate about his job. Uncle Cheol recounted, "My name was given by my father. My father was saved by hunter Han Cheol, and as a way to show gratitude, he named his son Cheol." At that moment, Seo-jun still admired professional hunters, deeply respecting anyone who was a hunter. Seeing his enthusiasm and passion, Uncle Cheol asked, "Do you know about the great disaster? Let me tell you about it." Seo-jun listened intently to every detail of his uncle's story. One stormy night, monsters had invaded the shelter in droves. At that time, the government and the military decided to abandon that shelter due to a lack of manpower, and because there weren't many awakened individuals at that moment. Seo-jun asked, "What should the people inside the shelter do?" Uncle Cheol replied sadly, "What to do? Of course, they just wait to die." The situation became so serious that even 5 great heroes could not stop the monsters. The public was terrified, praying that they could survive this dreadful disaster. At the moment when the monsters burst into the shelter, everyone believed that this would mark the end of everything. But suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded, as if a terrifying power was emerging before them. Everyone was astonished, as the government and military had given up. However, there was one man who dared to stand firm and challenge them. He was the founder of the ultimate truth sword, and also the father of the hunter Han Man. At that time, he proudly spoke to the people about his own truths. If you want to walk the path of the ultimate truth seeker mentality, ask yourself these questions: have I truly given my all? Have I fought until my last breath? Have I disregarded everything to eradicate the enemy? As he spoke, he wielded his sword to slay the monsters. He fought valiantly alone, as if he were an army of 100 men. Uncle Manchul recounted with great enthusiasm how the battle unfolded, emphasizing that he had saved 50,000 people and brought them back safely. But after saving everyone, he was exhausted and passed away. His father was among the 50,000 people who were rescued, so he decided to name Uncle after him. Upon hearing that a hero has saved countless lives, Seo Jun's long-held dream resurfaced. Manchul asked Seo Jun, "You said you wanted to become a hunter, right?" At this moment, Kim Seo Jun was still living with his family, saving money in hopes of applying to an academy, although he had no idea when he would have enough. 9 years ago, his uncle had remarked, "Compared to others your age, you really are a very hard-working person." Currently, his job was still working as a laborer at a construction site. His uncle advised, "Don't let your body get hurt. For people like us, our bodies are our means of making a living. You must learn to put yourself first." At this time, he continued to harbor hope and admired the professional hunter heroes. In fact, he had once been scolded by his boss, "Get back to work." Manchul felt angry because they had just taken a break, and yet the boss was already calling them back to work. After work, as he was walking home, a large TV at a company announced that a 10-star dungeon had broken out in the central Seoul Saint area today. However, the situation was swiftly dealt with by Hunter Han Man from the Sarabi Guild. The host continued to announce other information, and at that moment he was listening intently. Manchul felt it was time to go home, so he called for him to step away. At that moment, he still lingered a little longer to watch. Han Manchul was being interviewed and had stated that the most important thing in the ultimate truth sword was not external forces but the unyielding will of the seeker of absolute truth. This was the essence of the ultimate truth sword. These words ignited his dreams, that one day he too would become a professional hunter and become as cool as the master. But at this moment, he was also the one who had used his lance to knock the master back, causing him to stagger. His eyes reflected determination, as if he wanted to teach the master a lesson. While fighting against the fifth strongest person in Korea, he recalled the lessons that Sun Wukong had taught him. First, he had knocked the master back. Next, he had to know how to seize the opportunity. When the master had not yet recovered and was still kneeling on the ground, he concentrated a significant amount of chi around his body to unleash a direct thrust. This attack was powerful enough to penetrate the core of the earth. The master took the full force of this strike and spat out red syrup once again. Each time he attacked, the master would spray out red syrup in response. The people standing outside applauded him in admiration. They witnessed the fifth strongest man in Korea being overwhelmed. He struggled greatly to get up and spat out a lot of blood. Han Manchul thought, "The person in front of me is a weakling and this match will not be easy." He wore a plotting smile. Although he acknowledged the abilities of the young man, he still felt, if he unleashes a finishing blow, then I will definitely be dead. Just within a few exchanges, I have felt that the person in front of me is my limit. He assured himself, I will fail, but as a judge, I cannot concede. He would continue to fight until the contestant could no longer battle. Realizing that the young man did not want to take his life, he became enraged and fought on fiercely. Waves of fierce mana enveloped his body, combined with the anger he had restrained for so long. He declared, if one accepts defeat when faced with failure, then one is not a person who follows the ultimate truth-seeker mentality. If one wishes to walk the path of the ultimate truth-seeker mentality, then one must ask oneself this question: have you truly given your all? Have you fought until your last breath? Have you disregarded everything to eliminate the enemy? After that, the room began to shake violently from the killing intent he radiated. This was his state of infinite instinct. Here, he would unleash all the strength he possessed. He constantly said, "I will never lose my sanity." He explained that the moment we lose the truth is when we die. He used all his strength and rushed forward like a lightning bolt. He even planned to finish him off, but he was remarkably calm. Unlike the admiration he felt 9 years ago, he had changed now. Afterwards, he asked him, "So didn't you surrender to the Dark Dragon?" People were busy showcasing their skills in public, yet he was preaching philosophy like that. This made him feel very angry. He thought, what a disgrace. Afterwards, he noticed the anger in him and unleashed super strong attacks, but he wouldn't admit it, instead telling him to be quiet. He would gift any opponent a lesson in philosophy, and this time it was particularly deep, like boxing, as impactful as Kotex. The first thing he said was, "You don't want to let go of the despair you hold on to just for personal gain. Ah, that is the ultimate truth that your father, the hunter Han 1J, spoke of." These words made him remember the old days, but also made him feel very annoyed. It was just hatred that he once admired Han Manchol's Sarabi society, yet what he admired was not him, but that indomitable will. He shouted at the man, "Don't you feel ashamed to face Han Jae-won?" For the first time, he had to confront someone who dared to mention his father's name. He asked, "Why do you dare to speak of my father?" He coldly replied, "Are you asking me to kill you? While I would like to, I won't." Then he felt that simply using his bare hands might not be enough, so he put away the lance into thin air. He twisted his wrist, preparing to unleash thunderous punches. Before acting, he added, "You might have to stay in the hospital for a month. But no, I've thought about it again. You will have to lie in bed for the next 2 months. Daring to mention my father and claiming that you understand the supreme truth incorrectly." The man was furious, charging at him with tremendous strength. He emphasized, "Don't underestimate the will of the supreme truth." But he had greatly underestimated him. He then used the power of a god to appear behind the man, ready to deliver a punch. It was he who underestimated. He punched directly into the man's back. His punch was like that of Super Saiyan Level 1 of Son Goku, striking him and causing the ground to crack. He did not use all of his strength in this punch, but it was strong enough to make the man feel as if he was approaching the limits of his life. After that blow, he lay flat on the ground. Even Han Manchiol could not understand why this man was so strong. He wondered what he had used to strike him. When he found out it was a fist, he was astonished. His pride drove him to stand up once more, even though he had reached his limit. After that, he had to fearfully retreat a bit. He waited for a strike, but he didn't want to give the old man a chance to breathe for long. He charged in and delivered a thunderous punch to the old man's face, sending him tumbling backward. He used his other hand to land another blow, with the strength of a god. After that, he moved behind the old man and continuously struck his face and stomach. The punches were so powerful that the old man could no longer hold his sword and spewed syrup repeatedly. He felt like he was recalling the past. He felt that this was no longer a fight. He knew that the young man was very strong, but before the battle, he had thought that the young man was still weaker than him. But now, in his eyes, the person in front of him was no different from a god of destruction. He couldn't even approach him, touch him, or inflict a single scratch on him. The young man's extraordinary power was truly absurdly overwhelming. Seo Jun held the collar of his shirt up, showing no mercy even though he was old. He emphasized that if someone provoked him, he would hit them without hesitation. He had used the power of the gods in his right punch. As he prepared to throw the punch, the man begged him to stop and let him die. He thought the man would stop, but in the end, he put even more strength into it, hitting him again with the punch of the gods. Manchol could no longer stand and had lost his ability to resist. He could only lie on the ground, groaning. Seo Jun slowly walked up to him, gripping his collar and looking straight into his eyes. He felt the man's pleading, "Please spare my life." He found this sight not only hard to bear but also disgusting. The man promised, "I will give you 100 points, so please let me go." But now, he was no longer a social figure, his attitude had turned into that of a true coward. Looking at his cowardly actions, Seo Jun realized that perhaps he had surrendered to Ryu Jin Cheol in the same way. He felt that this person could not be trusted. If he spared him here, who knew if he would break his promise? Seo Jun noticed that the man before him was not easily ready to give in. Seo Jun decided not to kill him, even though this was the plan that Ryu Jin Cheol had devised. He wanted Seo Jun to kill the judge in order to achieve a perfect score. But if he did this, it would be a serious violation, causing his paper to be withdrawn. He felt powerless and did not want to let go of him anymore. He sensed that from the beginning, he had not been able to obtain the A-level hunter certificate. Looking back, he felt anger, clenched his fists, and the power of the god surged up once again. He said to him, "Haven't I told you? The ones I target are those who, when pushed to the brink, can still find a way. Or in other words, those who break through all limits." He did not want to go easy. He used the power of the god to throw a punch, telling him, "Just lie there for 2 months." After that, he harnessed 3 dantian to deliver an even stronger blow. He did not realize that the person in front of him would punch an old man like him, begging for forgiveness. But Seo Jun remained resolute, continuing to unleash a thunderous punch to this old man's face. The punch created a terrifying energy field, almost shattering the arena floor. The words of his father flew with the wind along with the old man's teeth that lay at the front line. As he was knocked away, he thought, how could this happen? His father once said, if you still want to become a true hunter, ask yourself this question: have you given it your all? Have you fought to the death? Have you poured all your strength into defeating your opponent? Only then can you not feel ashamed of yourself. Seo Jun is the one who reminded him of the image of the beloved father. He said, think carefully and see if what you have done is shameful. At the moment he was about to faint, he looked at Seo Jun and thought, this is the true essence of the ultimate truth, nothing more. It is transcendent. He lay on the ground, not knowing whether he was still alive or not. Seo Jun felt furious, shouting, that bastard Ryujin Cheol, can you see me? It turned out they were watching the match through the cameras in his room. I see you too, watching what you're doing, Seo Jun said. He pointed directly at Ryujin Cheol's face. Next up, it will be your turn. The moment he defeated his judge felt like a victory over the world. The uncles on the construction site shouted, he did it. Even the president of the association smiled with a proud face. Even the old lady who had been in the hospital with him felt happy. The old lady said, oh my, this is the kiddo who was in the same district as me a few months ago. However, her grandchildren did not believe her. How could this person get into the hospital? Seo Jun confidently and calmly stepped off the stage. As soon as he stepped out, his dear younger siblings rushed over to inquire and congratulate him. Ryujin Cheol was devising other plans. He asked the remaining guilds what they would do. The red-haired girl replied, I have mobilized all the forces in the guild. However, there is one issue. When he asked what it was, Zhang Yunmi answered, the issue of the association president has been reported. Li Sungmin said, the association president announced the situation as soon as his exam was completed. Only the press staff are still being gathered. Ryujin Cheol asked, then what about bringing Han Man Cheol back to consciousness? The response was, it's not outside expectations. The results came out exactly as you predicted. That person has exceeded the limits of mana. His body can only withstand so much. Fortunately, it's not at a critical level, but it will take at least 2 months for recovery. Ryujin Cheol felt uneasy. He asked everyone, have we completely lost? Whether concerning skills, public opinion, or logic, we have all been defeated by a new student, a kiddo with a runny nose. The atmosphere in the room became tense. No one dared to raise their heads to face each other. He thought about the scene where he was threatened, that he would be the next one. He felt both hatred and noticed that this was an arrogant person. He struggled to contain his anger inside. His younger sister Suyun continuously cheered, oh my god, so cool. She even called him Appa. Li Ninyul didn't know what to say after witnessing the captain's strength. She could only shake her head and repeat, "I don't know anything, I don't know anything." His younger sister Lee Hyun, after seeing him fight, thought to herself, could it be that I was handled with kid gloves? She felt that even though he showed his strength, this is still not his full capability. He found this normal and did not understand why people reacted this way. Even though he had not cared and planned to leave, people still regarded Seo Jun as a fearsome person, not wanting to offend him. Soo-yeon thought, this brother is no longer human. She also believed, don't tell me Appa is a rival to my idol, it wouldn't change my admiration for him. Lee Hyun also began to feel jealous. She wondered why she had been treated so gently before. Seeing these noisy kids gave him a headache. He couldn't understand what was wrong with them. When the guy left, they shouted even louder, disturbing the people around them. When he stood in front of a large building, he was also taking a break and didn't want to go in just yet. Lee Ninyul noticed that this building didn't resemble an academy at all. Soo-yeon thought, this building only changed its name, but it's really a pity. They decided to go inside. Lee Ninyul asked him, "You've obtained the A-level hunter certificate, right Seo Jun?" He replied, "Not yet officially confirmed." Soo-yeon argued, "They just haven't confirmed it on paper, but that's enough to know." While waiting for her younger sister Soo-yeon, Lee Min-yeol hoped that they would also be promoted to B-level. As for Seo Jun, there was no need to say, he had been confirmed by the association president himself. Lee Hyun, the calmest person in the group, said, "We'll know for sure when the official announcement comes." When the girl entered the academy, she thought, Sister Park Seo-yoon will be waiting here. They were excited and happy, but didn't see anyone. She and the others went in and looked around, but they couldn't find Park Seo-yoon anywhere. Lee Ninyul assured the girl that Seo-yoon would come to the academy today. The girl asked Seo Jun, "Appa, have you heard any news about Park Seo-yoon?" When they turned around, he was nowhere to be found. It turned out that he had gone to deal with this matter. He utilized his skills to traverse high above by jumping across the buildings. Now, he had to try to run to the Sword Saint's location as quickly as possible. On his way, he was worried that today was the deadline that the Sword Saint had given to Park Seo-yoon. Therefore, the reason Seo-yoon was unable to make it to the academy was because of him. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, so he shot forward like a shooting star, reaching speeds of 300 km/h to quickly get to the Sword Saint. Upon arrival, just before he could enter the gate, the guard said, "Today, Sword Saint will not accept visitors. Please go back." Seo Jun knew that he would not be able to enter, but he pleaded with the guard, saying, "I just need to go in for a moment." No matter how urgent it was, he understood that the Sword Saint would not easily let him in. At the moment, he found himself in a difficult situation as he could not charge in recklessly, but he also did not want to leave so easily. Fortunately, with the blessing of Buddha, the closest subordinate had said to the guard, "Let him in." The guard respectfully greeted him upon seeing him. He still firmly insisted, "It will be fine, just let him in." However, the guard said, "The Sword Saint does not wish for anyone else to enter." But he replied, "I will take full responsibility for this." Thus, the door to the Sword Saint's home was opened. He invited the man in, and the two of them slowly stepped inside quietly. When they arrived at the training ground between the Sword Saint and Park Seo-yoon, she was extremely exhausted and breathing heavily. Upon seeing him, she was taken aback. The Sword Saint was furious because he despised those who defied his orders. He exuded an incredibly strong killing intent, possibly the strongest he had ever emitted. He also said, "Do you think my words are just a breeze passing by your ears?" Only Seo was on the ground, unable to bear it. Yet the man stood tall there. He lowered his head and sincerely apologized to the Sword Saint. Seo Jun was unaffected by the aura that the Sword Saint radiated. He slowly approached and said, "Though it may be a bit rude, I must come here because there are a few things I need to discuss." The Sword Saint sensed, in such a short time, he has grown stronger like this. Before him, there was no longer the weak man he once was. He even had to admit that, now, standing in front of him, he has to exert all his strength just to cope, or even more than that. He no longer exuded killing intent and said to his granddaughter, "It's all over now. The deadline has passed, go back." After that, he turned away disappointedly and told his granddaughter, "What I ask for is only the minimum requirement. If even that you cannot meet, then you will be eliminated and spend your whole life in torment and self-reflection." It was worse than not having companionship. Park Seo-yoon had tried her best, to the point of losing sleep for several days, but still could not complete the challenge she set. However, once the male lead was here, everything was possible. He told the Sword Saint, "It's not over yet. The deadline given to Park Seo-yoon is when the selection exam takes place." The Sword Saint turned away, irritably saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? The exam is over. The proof is that you're saying it yourself, right?" Nevertheless, he remained confident and said, "My score has not been officially confirmed yet. The end of the exam also means that the scores of all candidates are officially announced, right? And the score of the final subject, as well as the personal compatibility, has not been announced yet. So Park Seo-yoon's battle is still not over. He came here to protect Seo-yoon, not just to guard her but also to help her have another chance to take on the challenge." Although he had expressed all his thoughts, he still had to be cautious in front of the Sword Saint, as his decisions remained significant. However, he did not want to make things difficult any further. He simply replied, "All right." He understood the implication, turned around, and extended his hand for Seo-yoon to take hold of. He helped her up, and this gesture seemed to impart strength and motivation to Seo-yoon. Seo-yoon looked into her eyes and said, "Be confident and let's move forward together." He had accomplished the impossible, and now he was passing that motivation on to Park Seo-yoon. She could also sense that the situation had completely reversed. He smiled gently and said, "Impossible? Don't say that. Look at me, what he has achieved can be done. Now it's just you left." She took the sword she had been training with alongside the Sword Saint. This time, her determination felt stronger than ever. She grasped the sword and walked up to the Sword Saint, standing before him and saying, "Please, give me one more chance. This is the final opportunity." Park Seo-yoon charged in to attack the Sword Saint from every angle. However, the Sword Saint's expression still showed dissatisfaction. This time, everything was different. With the support of her boyfriend, the outcome would also be different. She seemed to have mastered the sword skills that the Sword Saint had taught her. First, she executed a high-speed slash, called the Swift Sword. Then, she stepped back, executing a circular footwork before lunging in to deliver a fast strike focused on a single point, called the Variant Sword. The sword strikes she unleashed now were incredibly skillful, completely different from before Seo-yoon arrived. She continued with fluid sword movements, as if in reality, she could swiftly change targets, called the Creeping Sword. Once she had closed in on the enemy's territory, she applied pressure on her opponent using her sword, called the Dull Sword. Despite her fatigue, she held on tightly, preparing to unleash all her strength in a single blow, called the Strong Sword. Reaching her limit, she grimaced. Then, she prepared for the heavy sword attack, an assault that maximized destructive power, increasing the weight and that of the Sword Saint, in order to create a stronger impact. Seeing her niece has made some progress, Sword Saint responded with a horizontal slash. She basically stepped back, thinking this blow would be decisive. Sword Saint believed it was the end, continuously countering, but she still didn't want to give up. Sword Saint's attacks were connected and harmonized in a rhythm she could not achieve. Therefore, his attacks were very difficult to defend against. She remembered how Seo-yoon had done the impossible for her and wanted to prove to him that she could be the person he hoped for. Her eyes suddenly glowed yellow. At that moment, she heightened her awareness and senses, allowing her to block the incoming attack right before her eyes and even counterattack with her sword. This was the Flowing Sword. Sword Saint thought everything was over, but unexpectedly the little girl had countered. It felt as if time had stopped. She sensed her grandfather moving much slower than before. The feeling of holding Sword Saint now felt very strange to her. As she tried to grasp some sensation while time slowed down, she was able to reflect on herself. Around her were all excellent teachers. She had grown up alongside these people and had met hundreds of great individuals, though she normally thought she'd never meet once in her lifetime. Among those great individuals, her own mediocrity was a curse. She thought, but if I meet ordinary people, will my life be different from how it is now? She felt that she had been running away from reality for too long. But fate had led her to meet Seo Jun. Just thinking about this name gave her even more motivation to fight. Then she unleashed the phantom sword skills, a technique that could dazzle the opponent, further fueling her determination. She engaged in a sword duel with the Sword Saint, matching him evenly. In her mind, thoughts raced continuously. She no longer wanted to give up. She no longer wanted to be an ordinary person, she wanted to stand beside that boy. Suddenly, while counterattacking, she felt a cold wind blowing through her heart. She did not know what kind of feeling this was. She thought it was enlightenment. She also did not understand why it was like that. She felt a divine strength within her. This feeling was very certain, very clear. She advanced instinctively, lifting the Sword Saint as if she possessed the strength of a god. The downward strike was so powerful that he had to raise his guard to defend. The technique she had just used was called the tyrannical sword. She did it. She had mastered all the skills that he had taught her. The Sword Saint instinctively blocked the strike, sensing the change in his granddaughter. He remembered, earlier, the girl had reached her limit. The level at which she had just attacked him could not possibly be her current rank. He wondered, what was this that he was seeing before him? He felt the difference, something that made his granddaughter Park Seo-yoon's eyes beam with joy. She felt happiness and said to him, "Now I can go with him, right? You will allow me, won't you?" The Sword Saint, with a bewildered expression, could hardly believe this was real. His granddaughter had run over to him to announce that she had done it. When he turned his back, he saw the two of them talking intimately, and they even seemed to make each other happy. The Sword Saint recalled and thought, there are those who live in this world solely in pursuit of a singular goal. There will undoubtedly be difficulties and troubles, but they will endure. However, there are rare cases where their limits are unfathomable. And there are also those who can help others surpass their limits and bring them alongside themselves. The Sword Saint realized that even he could not do that. He remembered the words of the Magic Saint, "Don't tell me that occasionally there are people considered useless who can do things no one else can." The Sword Saint sighed, "Our era has passed." The next day, upon seeing Park Seo-yoon having completed the challenge, he finally dared to bow his head and apologize. He said, "Ever since the Magic Saint spoke to me, I have been thinking about the things that old Magic Saint said. At that time, I didn't see them manifest on the outside, but internally I have thought a lot. I also forgive my subordinates because, after all, I am the one who allowed that to happen." The words of the Magic Saint feel like prophecies about the future. He looked at the two young people, and tonight they had lit up his hopes for a future with a new era. On that same day, the two felt very happy as they were on their way back to the academy. Park Seo-yoon asked, "What will you do if I fail?" Seo-jun, indeed someone who calculated contingency plans, replied, "I will probably approach the president of the association." She gave a puzzled look, not understanding why he would seek that out. Seo-jun explained, "No matter what I have to do, I must ensure that he postpones the end of the exam and certifies professional hunters." At that moment, suddenly a message popped up on his phone. When he took it out to check, he found that it was a message from Soo-yeon. She was so worried that she texted, "Where are you going without telling us first?" The message also mentioned, "The chairman of the association has arrived at the academy, he is waiting for you and Seo-yeon to come back." He thought for a moment and immediately didn't want to keep the chairman waiting long, so he urged Park Seo-yoon, "Seo-yoon, let's hurry up. There are many people waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Seo-yoon smiled happily. The academy dream, for her, felt like a second home. She quickly ran off. When she just got home, everyone cheered, "Sister! The eldest sister is back." Only Lee Ha-yoon did not react joyfully. Soo-yeon ran to grab Seo-yoon's hand, worriedly asking, "Where did you go?" "Oh my gosh, we thought something happened to you, we were so worried." Park Seo-yoon smiled and comforted the little girl, "Sorry, I just had something to do." Lee Min-yeon also curiously asked the captain, "Did you go to pick her up?" "Your sudden disappearance surprised me too." The chairman of the association felt delighted to see Seo-jun again. Finally, he could meet him. Joyfully, he said, "No, I should now call you Hunter Kim Seo-jun, right? Congratulations on passing the professional hunter selection exam." He kept calling him the Hunter Kim Seo-jun. The president of the association said, "You scored high in the final exam. By achieving maximum points in all subjects, you will receive an A-level hunter certificate. The others have all passed the exam, so they are recognized as B-level hunters. He believes that you are not yet deserving of the S-level hunter title, but I also cannot grant it to you right now because that would be a bit difficult." Seo-jun feels that the S-level hunter title is just a matter of the future, so he replies, "It's alright, I just need to work harder and that's enough." The president is confident that as long as it is him, there will certainly be no issues. The other members of the guild also agree with the president's opinion. He came here to bring benefits to him and explains, "From now on, A-level hunters will be under the special management of the association and will receive a priority ticket in the dungeon raids that have been allocated." He continued, "The reason I came here is that I want to ask whether you have considered establishing a new guild or not." Seo-jun saw everyone laughing joyfully, he did not think much and immediately agreed. The president of the association was pleased to see that he quickly agreed. This time, he would personally take care of setting up the guild. Seo-jun wondered, "How will you personally manage that?" The president explained, "This matter is quite complicated. Preparing the documents and getting approval from the higher-ups takes quite a bit of time." While speaking, he took a piece of paper out of his pocket for them to write down the names of the guild members. He emphasized, "I will personally handle this, and it won't take long." As he held the paper in his hand, which contained the list of founding members of the guild, he noticed a problem and spoke to Seo-jun about it. Seo-jun didn't understand what the issue was, so he inquired. The president replied, "To establish a guild, you need at least 5 certified hunters of at least B rank, but we're currently lacking one person. If you can't find anyone, I can use my authority to establish the guild, but if this is discovered, it could become a bit troublesome." The problem had arisen, and now he thought hard but had no idea where to find the next member. However, if he established the guild right now, other guilds would scrutinize their association. Now he was racking his brains thinking about who would be chosen for the guild. But the more he thought, the more confused he became. Lee Ha-yoon stood there with a look that seemed to say, "Please let me join." After a while of thinking without coming up with anyone else, he glanced at her. Without much hesitation, he decided that Lee Ha-yoon would be the 5th member of the guild. In the end, she was finally accepted. But instead of feeling happy, Lee Ha-yoon felt despair at the thought of having to be with that money-obsessed demon. The other 2 members of the guild cheered enthusiastically. They had been looking forward to working with a genius like Lee Ha-yoon. The formation of the guild was complete. The president asked, "So what will the guild's name be?" The guild had prepared a name beforehand and was determined to stick with it. Seo-jun replied, "Our name is Dream. This is our guild's name." At the headquarters, where the larger guilds were gathering at the company, they had heard the news that he would soon establish a guild. By this time, their jobs were threatened. Everyone was worried, thinking, if he establishes the guild, he will conquer the dungeons with ease. Jong Yoonmi said to the others, "If the association has already decided on this, then what can we do?" Behind her, a large explosion occurred, causing a massive piece to shatter. The 77th calamity, one of the 49 calamities of the largest guilds in South Korea, had arrived. The Sword Saint had personally come here alone. Everyone recognized that this was the Sword Saint, but they did not understand why he had appeared here. The Sword Saint was not fond of speaking much. Just a glance from him was enough to reveal that he knew what they were scheming in their minds. As usual, he sealed the killing intent throughout his body, and this killing intent spread throughout the room. Even the strongest members of the largest guilds in South Korea could not withstand the pressure emanating from him. The Sword Saint stepped closer to them, moving forward and addressing the guild leaders who were lying scattered on the ground. You all seem to be misunderstanding something. I have no reason to let you be. But if I were to involve myself in this matter, it would not differ from the disgusting actions you are currently taking. He continued, if we do not put an end to the cataclysmic flood and eliminate the monsters so that you can sit in this position later, who knows, you might even consider yourselves the ones who ended the cataclysmic flood and wiped out the monsters. The person the Sword Saint aimed to confront today was none other than Ryujin Sheol. He was not easily affected by the killing intent that the Sword Saint radiated. The Sword Saint emanated a terrifying source of energy. Seeing that he was not affected by his murderous aura, Sword Saint praised, it's been a while since we last met, you've grown a lot, Ryujin Sheol. He frowned and retorted to Sword Saint, on the other hand, you've aged quite a bit too, old man. Suddenly, from behind the curtain, a person in a mysterious black coat stepped out. She said, that's enough. Even if you are the Sword Saint, you can't swing your sword carelessly in someone else's house. Sword Saint looked closely and realized that she was from the Order of Truth. None other than Kalia. She saw that Sword Saint was not surprised at all, so she understood that he was already aware of the Order of Truth's involvement in this matter. When seeing Kalia step out, Sword Saint also lowered his murderous aura. He said lightly, these insignificant pests want to take my Azure Dragon sword to trick the kiddo, how ridiculous. If they had any sense, they should have known their place and kneeled down to apologize to me. Members of other guilds slowly stood up. Sword Saint looked at Kalia and said, these guys don't have the guts to do that. There must be someone behind them pulling the strings. And only you could do that, right? Kalia did not bother to clarify, her expression remained calm. She knew that the initial purpose of the Sword Saint coming here was to meet her. Then, the Sword Saint spoke words he had never said before, as he wanted to act like a proper elder. Kalia did not understand what the Sword Saint wanted to say. The Sword Saint explained, I know that you people will be a problem if that kiddo establishes a guild. And I guess that's why you all are gathering here, to plan to prevent that from happening. The Sword Saint, embodying a dragon, radiated an aura of killing intent. This time, it was far more terrifying than before. He warned the crowd, you had better not make any moves while I am still alive. Strangely, Kalia did not show fear but instead challenged him, what if we refuse? The Sword Saint was enraged, exuding even more killing intent, causing all the remaining guilds to tremble in fear. Some lay sprawled on the ground, while others cowered in dread. Even Ryujin Sheol had to sit still in the face of this overwhelming power. Kalia looked at the Sword Saint, but her expression revealed no fear. She was ready to challenge the Sword Saint. After achieving his goal, the Sword Saint didn't want to waste any more time with idle chatter. He turned and walked away without saying a word. When Kalia asked, why are you leaving so easily? She thought, is he going to destroy this building as well? Unlike before, he didn't want to act rashly. He simply replied, what should I do that for? This answer left Kalia unsure of how to react. She even sensed danger from the Sword Saint, prompting her to order everyone to cancel all plans. Ryujin Sheol, a proud man, disagreed with this decision. In his mind, he was only thinking, why are we afraid of the Sword Saint as if he's about to fall into a pit? Seeing Ryujin Sheol overstep his bounds, Kalia pointed at him and said, you're letting your arrogance balloon too much. Don't underestimate the Sword Saint. She compared and analyzed to Ryujin Sheol, letting him know that she understood his skills and strength very well, as he had reached a level nearly heroic in battle. But she warned, however, don't get the wrong idea. No matter how close you get, you'll never be able to reach that level. Ryujin Sheol was boiling with rage, trying to suppress the anger within him. He had to endure for the sake of power. When Kalia no longer warned him, Ryujin Sheol was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He was very strong, but he still fell short compared to some others. Kalia said to him, we cannot directly provoke Kim Seojun, but there are still other ways. Ryujin Sheol did not understand what the apostles were plotting. She smiled and said, because destiny will not change. On the side of the Dream Guild, everyone was enjoying a happy time after establishing the guild. Today was the first day they would embark on a dungeon raid. Park Seo-yoon was checking the attendance of all the members in the guild. She was very cheerful because today was the first raid for the Dream Team. She advised, let's all do our best together. In the Dream Guild, she was also appointed as the vice president. This time, her outfit had changed, she was dressed like an ordinary student, no longer wearing teacher clothes. Lee Min-yeol felt that today was a beautiful day. Having just received his professional hunter certificate, going on a dungeon raid made him feel wonderful. Soo-yeon, the little girl, stepped into a real dungeon for the first time. Before this, she had only participated in competitions with artificial dungeons. Soo-yeon seemed quite anxious that she wouldn't be able to manage. Lee Ha-yoon encouraged her, saying, "It's not much different from the simulated dungeons. The only difference is that the difficulty is higher and the risk of dying is real." Everyone had been promoted to be rank hunters. While everyone was chatting, the main character had also arrived. Kim Seo-joon was burning with a fierce determination that unlike other dungeons, everyone could make money from this one. He was obsessed with money. This time, his obsession had intensified even more. Lee Min-yeol asked the others, "What's up? I know he's into money, but is he even more desperate for it now?" Soo-yeon had noticed that each time he checked his phone, he seemed to become a completely different person. Whenever he ran out of money, she could only associate it with the idea that he had bought something. This time, when the free transit ticket expired, and he had spent all his money on health supplements, he also had to pay for the transit ticket again for 2 billion won. After making all the payments, his account balance was only 98 million won left. He felt like a failure, as he didn't even have 100 million won. Feeling that the other members were talking behind his back, he turned to glare at them with a devilish gaze. Soo-yeon felt an overwhelming excitement, as this was their very first dungeon raid. Lee Min-yeol could hardly wait any longer, urging the captain to head into the dungeon right away. All the members were ready to go, but he mentioned that they were still missing one person. For a dungeon raid, it only required one guild to participate, so the others were asking who they were still missing. He replied that it was a friend of Soo-yeon. Just then, the uncle managed to run over. When he called the uncle in, everyone realized that it was Soo-yeon's father. He had come here upon Seo-joon's invitation. Soo-yeon was angry with her father for not telling her. Manchul responded, "Do I have to inform her too? Everyone is already gathered." He asked everyone, "Are you all ready? Let's go right away." Lee Min-yeol then asked, "Which dungeon are we heading to this time?" This question was normally mundane, but the protagonist felt differently. Or more precisely, he was money hungry. He told the guild members, "It's an incredibly beautiful place." Everyone was eager to reach that destination. After a long journey, they finally arrived at an outskirts area of Seoul. There were many large companies here, and this place was the territory of the Dark Dragon Guild. The other members of the guild began to scold when they saw an old man standing here, casually drinking from a can. He angrily shouted, "This is the territory of the Dark Dragon Guild. Tell those bastards who just entered to get out right now." Manchul, who was also a capable boss, ignored the old man's insults. He explained, "By the way, I've heard that Kim Seo-joon can use the priority pass in this area." Kiddo seemed to have an inkling about the name, a very famous name that everyone in South Korea knew by now. He asked for clarification, "What is the name of the guild that just entered?" That day, while drinking water, he had to pause and then broke into a happy smile. He proudly said, "That is the Dream Guild." In the dungeon, Seo-joon was channeling his mana and unleashing powerful strikes. His strength had surpassed the level to fight against any dungeon. As the energy rays released by Longinus were also completed, the monsters in the dungeon had been annihilated. "I see that if this continues, it will be difficult for me to take the corpses of those creatures to sell because now I have gone too far, so there are no traces left." The two teammates sensed that there were still some monsters remaining, so they said, "Let us handle it." After that, each of them used their powers to fight, cutting off the heads of the monsters. These were indeed giant super dogs. Not only did the two girls use swords to fight, but Lee Min-yeol also fired arrows. Soo-yeon created a magical space to bind the monsters. The two worked together, one restraining the monster while the other was responsible for attacking it. Just like that, the powerful monsters in the dungeon were continuously exterminated. Even after finishing off the monsters, they managed to salvage some remaining corpses to throw out for Uncle. Uncle could handle the bodies. The members of the association were filled with fear because in their eyes, the people in front of them were no longer human. The Dream Association raided the dungeon too quickly and dangerously. In just a few minutes, they had finished dealing with the dungeon, and it was Uncle Man-chul's turn to showcase his body handling skills. The two of them were talking to each other. The nephew said, "Uncle, isn't this very similar to the old days?" The uncle replied, "Damn it, what's so good about this?" He suggested that his uncle should establish a transportation company that cooperates exclusively with their guild. However, in the eyes of the Dark Dragon Guild members, this was not just a simple dungeon conquest, but also a scene filled with the bloody corpses of monsters. Seo-jun was running low on money, so for him, making money was the most important thing. He also helped his uncle, but the look on his face while making money terrified others. When he asked why these people kept staring at them, Man-chul answered that they were members of the Dark Dragon Guild and wanted to meet him. Seeing such a scene made them fearful, and they even wanted to leave the guild. After they ran away, Park Seo-yoon asked him, "Why did you choose the territory of the Dark Dragon Guild? Did you do it on purpose?" Seo-jun just smiled subtly, considering it an acknowledgement. It only took a few minutes to clear the dungeon. After that, they had finished things in this place. Clearing the dungeon was even easier than their abilities suggested. Everyone encouraged each other, "You all did great, keep it up, Soo-yeon." The girl noticed the pile of monster corpses and asked, "How much money is there in total from this place?" Park Seo-yoon is an experienced person. She knows that although these are level 8 monsters, each one must at least be worth 100 million won. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, earning that much money in a day. Everyone demanded to hold a celebration. They planned to take a break after conquering the first dungeon. However, Kim Seo-jun, who was obsessed with making money, did not see it that way. He asked, "Why is everyone so happy? We have just started." The reality is that the next dungeons were also conquered. The second dungeon with the stone monsters was defeated. The next dungeon with the underwater monsters was also defeated. The consecutive dungeons were continuously conquered, and today alone, they had already taken down nearly 10 dungeons. The other members also began to feel exhausted from fighting from morning until evening. Lee Min-yeol even asked, "Who said we weren't tired? Captain, aren't we supposed to be going on a raid soon?" He was not someone who would easily give up. Seo-jun explained, "I am in dire need of money to pay for various things." He urged everyone to go earn money while they still could. Soo-yeon also did not want to continue, she called it exploitation. Lee Min-yeol demanded, "Captain, just go alone. None of us here need money as badly as you do." Seo-jun explained that the reason he was asking everyone to follow him was that he was having difficulty controlling his power. That's right, you heard it correctly. He was struggling to control his power because whenever he launched a skill, the monsters were instantly eliminated. Meanwhile, when the others attacked the monsters, their corpses still remained. He felt the need to sell the monster corpses to earn money. Not only to make money, but he also stated that the people in the guild needed more experience to become a rank hunters. Lee Min-yeol lazily replied, "Then just gain experience gradually and pay it back." Seo-jun felt as if he had become a monster in the eyes of everyone. He explained, "Everyone needs to become a rank hunters to elevate our guild's ranking." Then he pressured everyone and explained the issues related to money. For example, if the guild rank goes up, it will help everyone get tax exemptions and increase returns. It's all about the money. Money is money. In Seo Jun's eyes, he just wanted to earn as much money as possible now. He said, "The top one money lover, I always believe that top one is Kim Seo Jun. Top two is Kim Seo Jun." He insisted, if all the others can reach a rank, it will help the guild earn more money. Lee Min-yeol felt that his presence had helped his friend become famous. Tired of his constant complaints, he said, "If you don't want to go into the dungeon anymore, you need to become an A-rank hunter immediately." Soo-yeon didn't want to go anymore and was feeling heartbroken. Her younger sister said, "What a wicked boss, the president is so evil," such malice thanks to the opinion of sister Park Seo-yoon. When she turned around, she saw no sign of her sister, but for some reason, Park Seo-yoon was standing behind Seo Jun. Park Seo-yoon had once sworn that wherever the main character was, she would be there too. Lee Min-yeol and Soo-yeon felt betrayed while a struggle was taking place. The others called her the boss, but she was only the vice president trying to obstruct him. Sister Park Seo-yoon, after hearing the complaints, wanted to enlighten herself, disregarding everything Seo Jun said, while he remained determined to go. "Let's go earn some money." After a long day, the association president was reviewing the dungeon conquest reports. He saw the graphs showing that the Dream Team's conquests were soaring and couldn't believe his eyes. They not only conquered dungeons rated 7 to 8 stars, but also freely rated dungeons within the territory of the Dark Dragon Guild. The chairman felt both intrigued and anxious that the Dream Guild might clash with the Dark Dragon Guild. However, he had remained silent for many years without being able to do anything, as the Dream Guild had priority tickets for passing through the dungeon. Coupled with the fact that the Dream Guild conquered dungeons very quickly, he calculated that the Dark Dragon Guild's treasury would be drained. At that moment, a staff member announced an urgent matter. This was a very terrible issue. After hearing from his subordinate that the Roger dungeon had appeared in South Korea, he asked, "Has the guild contacted the saint yet?" The subordinate replied, "We have reached out immediately, but as always, we don't know when he will respond." The chairman felt troubled and had a headache because among the 5 heroes in South Korea, only Seoul Saint was capable of handling the Roger dungeon. But in times of difficulty, there was always someone capable of resolving the matter. No one else. When he thought of this person, did he feel as if he saw a glimmer of light. The subordinate did not understand what he was talking about. The chairman of the association believed that besides the saint, Kim Seo Jun could handle this matter. He knew, he loves money very much, but I don't know if he would accept the offer even if the payment was sufficient, because this job would put the hunter face to face with life and death at any moment. He asked his subordinates if they were willing to raid that dungeon. Now he had become a celebrity. As he walked back, every girl who passed by recognized him as the superstar Kim Seo Jun. Everyone thought he was a famous person and must be very wealthy. But who would have thought that he had now become a poor man? On the way, he reflected, why did my teammates dare to run away when I just asked them if they wanted to extend the dungeon raid a little longer? As soon as he asked, everyone immediately fled. They were all really too tired after a long day. He took out his phone to check his account balance. While pulling out his phone, he complained, "Why do those people hate earning money so much?" His account balance currently showed 121 million won. This was only 1/5 of the money he had earned from raiding alone. He worked all day just to buy a free passage ticket, and just like that, 2 billion won flew away in an instant. His account balance was left with only 121 million won, and considering the long term, every 3 months he had to buy a ticket. Just thinking about it was already disheartening. The reason he often buys a free pass every 3 months is due to the enlightenment process. This purchase of the free pass has increased by 0.1% in the sermon. Although he has already bought it, he thinks it would be better to just buy single lessons. But anyway, he has already purchased it, and he is unsure what will happen with his karma. Now there are too many lessons he wants to learn, so he has become entangled in a mass of knowledge. He no longer needs to earn money to buy elixirs to drink. While walking down the road, he does not know where the enormous amount of money to pay for his upcoming expenses will come from. He remembers that the Dark Saint still owes him 13 billion won, but currently, he has not heard any information from him. He sighs because there is no way to simultaneously accelerate his enlightenment process while receiving 10 billion won at the same time. It does not just fall from the sky. Suddenly, someone approaches him and greets, "Hunter Kim Seo-jun, welcome back." The president of the association personally came to meet him. Upon seeing the president of the association come to see him, he led him into the academy to invite him for coffee. The president apologized for visiting him so late and said that he had come just to discuss something important with him. Seo-jun welcomed the chairman comfortably. "Feel free, sir." He asked, "So, did you come here for something?" The chairman of the association, with a serious expression and a bit of worry, replied, "Recently, we received a report about a dungeon of Roger that has appeared in South Korea." Seo-jun, sipping on a can of Pepsi, wondered, "Wait, isn't that the monster I defeated in the last season?" He couldn't understand why the chairman considered this matter so serious. The chairman lowered his voice and pleaded with all sincerity, "I hope Hunter Kim Seo-jun can help us deal with this dungeon." Upon hearing the chairman's request, Seo-jun felt a bit anxious. This dungeon would involve many monsters, not just one like before. He asked, "Why is it me who has to handle this dungeon?" Noticing his reaction, he felt something wasn't right. It seemed like this was an opportunity for him to quickly sign up for the lecture again. The chairman didn't want to ask someone else to do unpaid work. He also came to offer him incentives, specifically money. He didn't just say, "We can provide you with some financial support." It's true that wealthy people, instead of saying money, prefer to say financial support. When he heard the amount of money, Seo-jun felt overjoyed and almost drooled. Just hearing the phrase financial support made him excited. He shuddered, trying to hold back his excitement, and asked, "How much is it?" While he only thought the amount could be a few billion won, the president of the association dropped a bombshell that shocked him, just 30 billion. Seo-jun was so thrilled that he crushed the soda can in his hand. On the outside, he tried to act polite and refined, but inside, he knew that in South Korea, over the past few hundred years, there had been 8 dungeons like this. If he included the dungeon the president asked for this time, it would make 9. What mattered most was that he sensed beautiful days were approaching because this was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. This opportunity would help him make rapid progress in enlightenment. Normally, even other participants would have to pay a fee to preserve their lives when agreeing to enter a dungeon. But he only needed to participate and win, and the dungeon would reward him with 30 billion won. This amount was incredibly enormous for him and the largest sum he had ever encountered. Oh, so happy. His heart blossomed, unexpectedly. From a poor person, he was about to become a billionaire. He tried to keep his mouth from smiling because the president had no idea how happy he felt. The more Seo-jun tried to suppress his satisfaction, the more he noticed the chairman looking at him from the outside, mistakenly believing he considered this amount of money to be insignificant. The chairman could not increase the reward amount. If there had been money in the budget, he would have raised it. He had just invested all the funds into the professional hunter competition. Currently, the only one who can resolve this dungeon is the Soul Saint, but now nobody can be contacted. Therefore, there is no one else but Seo-jun who can tackle this problem. This is also the reason why he raised the price for anyone who can resolve this dungeon to 30 billion won. In the world, there is only one person who is the Soul Saint, and he has just appeared. The second person capable of solving this issue is extremely rare. Dungeons are not ordinary monsters, rather, they are a type of invisible specter. Every attack, whether physical or magical, is ineffective against it. The consequences of this dungeon breaking out and the waves of specters spilling out would be terrifying. Compared to the amount of money that the association has spent, the repercussions would be greater than ever. As the chairman of the association, he cannot allow this to happen. Not only will he eliminate the dungeon, but he also proposed that after successfully raiding and destroying the invisible specters, Seo-jun will receive an S-rank hunter certificate. Upon hearing this, Seo-jun struggled to suppress his satisfaction. Indeed, when money is needed, the heavens always know how to help. The more he stayed silent, the more serious the chairman of the association became. This task was too difficult, so he had offered a series of special incentives for the Dream Guild. He continued, stating, "The Dream Team will become an S-rank hunting guild. After that, the association will fulfill the promotion requirements according to the terms. Furthermore, many types of taxes will be exempted from the profits that the Dream Team earns." Seo Jun had to continuously cover his face with his hands to hide the desire surging within him. Now, he had to do everything possible to plead with the association to leave that dungeon to him, along with 30 billion won and an S-rank hunter certificate, exempting him from all kinds of taxes. He thought in his mind that he would fight tooth and nail for this opportunity, no matter what. On the surface, he pretended to be indecisive, not letting the chairman know that he was eager to take on this mission. He was doing his best to hold back laughter and keep his joy inside without revealing it outwardly. He feigned asking, "Is it unusual? Can we rely on the Soul Saint to handle matters like this?" The chairman looked gloomy as he replied, "To be honest, recently they haven't been able to contact the masters." He sensed that if the Soul Saint took on the job, the opportunity would vanish immediately. If he could get in touch with the Soul Saint, he would have lost his job. He then agreed without hesitation, "Then I will give it a try." The president of the association was so delighted upon hearing his agreement that he stood up and asked him, "Is this for real? When can you carry out the raid?" He replied, "Right away tomorrow." He had to try hard to contain himself and responded, "I'm not too sure about that and need to prepare." Afterward, he began to chant a poem. However, given the urgency of the situation, he stated, "At the latest, it'll be tomorrow. I mean, I'll try to handle it as soon as possible." He feigned concern, but in the president's eyes, he was a man with a generous and compassionate heart, willing to risk his life to save others. The president even nodded repeatedly to thank him. The president further stated, "In this lifetime, the association will never forget your dedication for the safety of the people and the country." He tried to turn his face towards the corner of the wall to relish this feeling of joy. He pretended not to need any thanks. The president was puzzled by this gesture but continued to reflect. Regardless of how talented he was, this was still a matter of life and death. In his eyes, he was an extraordinarily chivalrous person, ready to sacrifice himself and rush into danger, even having to surpass the strongest heroes. In the eyes of the chairman, he was indeed a true hunter, a model worthy of admiration and learning from. He thought to himself, perhaps the Sword Saint would feel the same way about him. Seo Jun tried to hold back, but deep down, he was feeling very happy. He had never felt such happiness as he did today. After confirming his plan, he went to meet everyone to announce that he would solo raid the dungeon. He watched how everyone reacted to his decision to raid alone. Deep down, he also knew that besides him, no one else could resist this spiritual attack. Most importantly, if he went alone, he would greatly improve the benefits of the teaching process. The other guild members, specifically the 4 others, initially questioned why he would go raid alone instead of staying at the academy. Everyone thought that this conclusion would make them sad, but unexpectedly, when he was no longer there, it also meant that everyone would get to rest and wouldn't have to do anything at all. All 4 were overjoyed, no one bothered to ask to follow him on the raid. Each of them told him to take care. Some even said, "We won't see you off, hee hee." Everyone seemed to cleverly push him away. A guild still without him, a good brotherhood still without him. He asked everyone, "Aren't you worried about me?" Park Seo-yoon felt more concerned about the monsters instead. Lee Min-yeol and the little girl Soo-yeon are also enjoying precious moments together. In fact, they have dressed up to celebrate. Your strength is truly overwhelming, yet you are afraid of those spiritual monsters. If you are scared, then the only case left would be the apocalypse. Lee Ha-yoon is the only one who understands the real motivation. She says, "The only thing that affects you can only be money." The other members recalled, "Indeed, it's money, no doubts about it." He is getting ready to tackle a rather difficult dungeon, and the people in the guild even seem pleased that he is going alone. Park Seo-yoon, the one who cares about him the most among those present, wants to help him prepare. He says, "No need, I'll go right now." When he steps closer to the door, she expresses her concern, "This is the dungeon of the spiritual monsters, you must prepare very carefully." There is still plenty of time to get ready. He turns back and says, if I waste any more time, the association will be able to contact the Soul Saint. I have to go immediately. Seo Yoon also doesn't understand why he mentions this. In fact, what he means is he is afraid of losing his meal ticket. If the Soul Saint clears the dungeon before he does, he would end up being in debt. To reassure Seo Yoon, he said, anyway, I will be back. After that, he immediately left. Park Seo Yoon felt quite anxious. The other members in the guild were calling out to her, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Rest while you can. And they urged her to order some fried chicken to enjoy. News about the newly emerged dungeon was spreading all over social media. Everyone knew about this, including the news that Kim Seo Joon would raid the dungeon alone. This news had circulated widely. People felt this was seemingly impossible, but with the name Kim Seo Joon, nothing was impossible. He has now become a superstar in everyone's eyes. People even compared the Dark Dragon Guild with the saying, age is just a number. Everyone hoped he could handle this dungeon for the safety of all. The chairman of the association was sitting in his office holding some paperwork. While working, he was confident that he would do well. During work hours, he would consider providing additional benefits for that guild. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to deliver an urgent message. The subordinate had to hurry because Soul Saint had just responded to them. The chairman was very surprised as Soul Saint had not been in contact for a long time, and now suddenly reached out again. He asked his subordinate, when did Soul Saint contact back? The subordinate replied, I just received a call from Soul Saint, and I came here to report to you. At first, the chairman was concerned, but upon hearing this news, he realized that other issues no longer mattered. He demanded to contact Soul Saint immediately. However, the subordinate said, I don't think it's necessary for you, sir. He couldn't understand the reason until he learned that Soul Saint had entered dungeon number 10. When Seo Joon stepped into the dungeon, his eyes widened in astonishment. An elderly woman was walking leisurely within the dungeon. He sensed an energy emanating from her, a nurturing energy. He asked, Are you Soul Saint? The Soul Saint, looking like a fairy, turned to look at him. Upon entering the dungeon, he noticed that the place was nothing more than a desolate wreck. Surrounding him were the graves of monsters, and possibly humans too. He wasn't sure if this was indeed the dungeon of Roger's creatures. As he ventured deeper, he always held the lance of Longinus, ready for any situation. He paid close attention to everything around him. The atmosphere was saturated with death energy, but he sensed that it still wasn't enough. He could hasten his progress. After taking just a few steps, he noticed that there was another person in this dungeon. This individual exuded a feeling of mystery and strangeness. Although the dungeon was filled with death energy, there was not a single trace of it around her. He vaguely guessed, is this Soul Saint? Nothing could be more wrong. Soul Saint could sense his presence and turned to look at him. She was one of the 5 great heroes in the cataclysmic flood battle. She cared and told him, you should go back, for this place is very dangerous. She held the lantern in her hand and continued to urge him, please go back. This is not a place for you to take risks. It was the first time he met Soul Saint, and he never thought he would have the opportunity to encounter her. But wait, if Soul Saint was here, it meant she would also eliminate those spiritual monsters. He asked her if she intended to bring down this dungeon. She replied, why not? He immediately told her that the strange things Soul Saint was doing were not right. He told her that she could not do that. Soul Saint also did not understand what he was saying. He had his own reasons, so he requested Soul Saint not to destroy this dungeon. She turned back and looked at him as he spoke. He ran up to her and pleaded, please listen to me, I beg you. Soul Saint, when meeting anyone, could sense their presence. Even she could not sense his presence, even though he stood right in front of her. But due to her duty to eliminate the dungeon, only she had the ability to eradicate the monsters. She said to him, get out of the way, I have to deal with them. Those horrifying monsters cannot be released back into the world. What she said was entirely correct and reasonable, but Seo Jun had his own reasons. He could not allow her to kill them. If they were to be killed, it must be by him. The soul saint was angered by the obstinacy of the person before her. She was about to say, "You aren't planning to move, are you?" when suddenly, there was an appearance. She felt extremely alert and anxious, urging him to hide behind her. A source of negative energy, a haunting that had spanned a century, was gradually taking form, accompanied by eerie laughter and a stream of black smoke. The manifestation of a soul from hell had appeared before them. Roger had arrived. The soul saint sensed the danger and did not want him to lose his life. She grabbed his shirt and said, "Hurry, get out of here, leave this place to me." He did not obey, primarily because he wanted to increase the lecture rate. Even if he were to be beaten to death, he would still step forward. As he slowly advanced, the progress of the sleep also increased, the numbers starting from 0.1 and rising to 0.2%. Each time he stepped forward, although he felt a little uncomfortable, this was the feeling that the corruption process was increasing. He was acting very strangely. In fact, he was so fearless that he spread his arms wide and said, "Give me more wickedness." At this moment, Roger still did not know that the person before him had once defeated a creature exactly like him in an artificial dungeon. Instead of feeling guilt and anguish that anyone encountering such a monster or spirit would be expected to feel, he remained calm. His expression was as if he had just resolved an issue, and he even said, "It's skyrocketing, the corruption process is soaring." With each increase, he received an additional 0.2%, 0.3%. Roger began to feel suspicious of its attacks. Why does the opponent seem so pleased? He stood there yelling, "Bring it on, this is so enjoyable, so enjoyable." The spirit monster felt terror, but instead of retreating, it unleashed a decisive skill. It could be said that even a soul saint would have difficulty resisting this. Instead of merely transferring wickedness to him, this time it flew into his mind completely. Soul Saint looked at him with a face drained of color, without a drop of blood. "Oh my God, kid, he's dead." She didn't know what to do at all. She was sure that his mental shield seemed strong enough, that he wouldn't be hurt, right? But the situation he was facing was a completely different case. Earlier it was malevolent intent, and now it was possession. This monster had invaded the mental shield of its target and was launching a direct attack on his spirit. She was panicking, not wanting him to die so soon. She had to think of a way to act. If not, his mind would collapse. She said to him, "I will drag it out right now." But unlike her worries, the man in front of her was writhing and twisting as if he were being taken to heaven. The process of enlightenment was also greatly accelerated. Because this was a direct attack, the enlightenment progress increased by 0.9 and 0.7% each time. This increase was enough to make him feel happier than ever. Soul Saint watched and saw that his expression resembled a deep doubt about existence. He praised the ghost. "Number 1, wonderful, it tickles my armpit. The process is so smooth." Every moment passed, every second flowed by, he felt like he was about to be so happy that he would burst. Unfortunately, the ghost is feeling regret for stepping into Seo Jun's spiritual world. In front of it sits the Buddha. The ghost is sitting before the Buddha's hand. Standing before a supreme being, the ghost must submit. Seeing that the spiritual monster had been drained of its malicious intent, he bluntly slapped one side of its head to make it tumble away. After all, it was also a 10-star creature. How could a spiritual being be treated like that? He only regretted, the ghost's death energy is gone already. He stood before Roger and asked it, "Are you dead? Are you dead?" And he even poked it with the lance of Longinus to see if it was still alive. After completely draining its death energy, he felt immense pleasure as he took out his phone to check how much progress had been made. It's quite interesting that with just one Roger, the progress increased by 4.3%. He quickly calculated, if there are at least 10 more like this in the dungeon, the progress will increase to 43%. So, when I explore this dungeon, the enlightenment progress should reach at least 80%, right? Just thinking about this made him feel an indescribable joy. He hugged himself and remarked, so awesome, such a thrill. The soul saint looked at him with a pitying gaze, a look filled with more compassion than admiration. Calculating all this time, he had even forgotten the presence of soul saint. She said, "Don't pretend anymore. Pretending to be okay won't do any good." He kept fulfilling his duties and enjoying his work, while being completely unaware that soul saint had changed her opinion about him since their first meeting. In her mind, a person had to possess spiritual power to completely annihilate the Rouge, and it required a large amount of spiritual power. Just thinking about the scene of the person in front of her bringing the monster back to death made her see him as stronger than herself. In fact, she had never encountered a case like this since she was born. He, on the other hand, kept thinking that this was his turf. Even if it was soul saint, she still had to wait in line. The president of the association had assigned him to handle this case. When she first met him, she attempted to see through his mind but failed, gaining no results. She could not see through his mind, and soul saint also could not discern the thoughts of the person before her. This also meant that his soul realm was at least on par with hers, if not greater. After careful consideration and feeling that he could completely defeat the Rouge, she finally said, "I will not interfere with those." But she still had doubts, because this was also the first time she had met him. She did not know, could he really handle it or not? The spiritual power of an ordinary person would never compare to that of a soul saint, but when she encountered him, she felt that he seemed to be stronger. The soul saint had some issues to examine, so she could not leave this dungeon. Seo Jun asked her about that. "What is it?" The soul saint replied, "I don't really know the details. The dark saint spoke very generally, so I only grasped some vague information." Seo Jun continued to ask, "Was what the dark saint mentioned related to Berserk or the Order of Truth?" The soul saint's expression changed. She did not expect that he would have a connection with the dark saint. From one surprise to another, she could not help but be astonished. When she first met him, she had said, "We consider we have a business relationship." She felt that she could place her trust in him. Therefore, she directly stated that the dark saint was suspicious that the church might have created the Rouge dungeon. He did not think that the Order of Truth could create a dungeon as powerful as that. The soul saint shook her head because she herself did not know clearly. She had only heard information from one side, and if it was known that it was made by the Order of Truth, there would be no way to verify it. She said, "We still need to verify this information." Seo Jun found this a bit confusing. The dark saint has to rely on the soul saint to investigate in this dungeon because the soul saint is the only one who can enter. Even the dark saint is helpless. He did not know where the soul saint was now because he owed him money. While he was thinking, he suddenly came up with an idea. In front of him, he could take this opportunity to ask the soul saint to pay his debt. The soul saint noticed that his actions seemed unusual. He did not explain but said that he could assist her in doing something in this peaceful dungeon. At a glance, one would not detect that there was a gathering of spiritual monsters on certain paths. They had gathered this time into a horde of draugrs, a very dangerous type of monster. Even the strongest individuals in the world find it hard to resist the psychological attacks from them. But for the main character, it was different. This was not only an opportunity for him to earn a lot of money but also a resource that he could use to advance his own enlightenment process. Ordinary people would be extremely cautious when encountering these psychic monsters to ensure their minds were not affected by them. But now he was different, he could comfortably confront them. With the steadfast heart of the Buddha, he was able to eliminate them all. He joyfully enjoyed the celebratory feasts of success and told Soul Saint, "Let the Dark Saint know that I have helped her diligently." After Soul Saint assisted him, she felt regretful. These monstrous spirits were a nightmare for anyone who encountered them, but today marked the end of their reign as they faced the protagonist, a person endowed with the unyielding will of the Buddha. Today, he could even regard the raid on this dungeon as akin to Christmas Day, celebrating the birth of the Lord, welcoming the new year. He had never felt as fulfilled as he did today. The Dark Saint was currently hiding in a distant forest. In this place, he could avoid the pursuit of the Order of Truth. But unfortunately, wherever he went, he was shadowed. We found him in a state of severe blood loss. There was a stalker after him, clad in a black cloak enveloped by eerie energy. That person remarked that it had been a long time since they last met the Dark Saint. Upon glancing at their style, he immediately deduced that they were the Apostles of Temperance. They had pursued him all the way here, and he had moved a considerable distance to evade them. But unexpectedly, they still caught up. Now, he no longer had the strength to defeat his enemies, so he devised a different plan. The apostles were accompanied by another person. If a fight were to happen, it was clear that the Dark Saint would be the one to lose. The apostles had to kill the Dark Saint at all costs because he had caused them too much trouble. He even warned, searching for the Soul Saint is a mistake on your part. The Dark Saint felt uneasy and did not understand what the apostles were implying. He said, the Roger dungeon was created by them in Korea. The apostles know that I cannot enter it, so they asked the Soul Saint to investigate for them, helping them reveal all of the Dark Saint's plans. He was both worried for the Soul Saint and trying to find a way to escape from here. As he pondered, he realized that the apostles' sole target was him. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before him. He thought to himself that he had been too careless. Looking at the speed of that figure, he could see how powerful he was. Even the world's top assassin was being choked and pressed against the stone behind him by one of the apostles. The power was overwhelming. No matter how much the Dark Saint struggled, he could not escape the grip of the apostles. He did not understand why Temperance's apostles exerted so much effort to eliminate the heroes, especially after the great cataclysmic flood battle. The apostles, with faces pale from lack of sleep, said, "There's no special reason at all. We are simply following the words of the God." When they were truly ignorant, blindly unaware of a way out, he tightened his grip around the old man's neck even more and pressed him hard against the stone slab, making him cough up syrup. He said, "Do you enjoy this life, the Dark Saint? Just a fleeting moment. Although you've tried very hard to delay, it's obvious you won't survive this never-ending war. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to stop us." Upon hearing this, the old man could only sneer disdainfully. They were truly foolish arguments that made him laugh. The apostles did not understand why he was able to laugh while being strangled nearly to death. The Dark Saint thought, they still haven't discovered one person. This person is invisible to their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he spoke to that person again. He had tried to slice him with a knife, but that was too slow, allowing him to easily take the knife away. The Dark Saint flew into a stance to prepare to escape. He knew the old man was about to flee, so he shot a destructive energy ball from his hand. He even said, "Is that all you can do with these petty tricks?" Then, he unleashed his energy skill. This energy wave was even stronger than other waves, coming from a destructive dragon, Fafnir. But the title of the world's #1 killer, #1 server, #1 fi-fi, was not just a title. He could easily escape from them. He was also powerless because the true level of invisibility of the Dark Saint had reached a supreme level, even reaching a state of being inconceivable. Another apostle suggested they should pursue the Dark Saint, but he said, "No need, just leave him alone." Because their goal today is not to kill the Dark Saint, but to eliminate Soul Saint. Soul Saint, still unaware of their truly terrifying plan, remained in the dungeon. While creating this dungeon, he was fleeing while feeling worried about Soul Saint. At this moment, the real nightmare was waiting for them, especially Soul Saint. This mutated monster was on an entirely different level compared to Roger and was feeling an intense hunger. Today was the decisive day, the day Soul Saint would die. However, before the monster appeared, seeing the scattered spiritual monsters like Rouge being thoroughly beaten by the main character, they were even able to attain enlightenment. Perhaps after a tiring process, he checked his phone to see how much progress had increased and realized that the enlightenment progress was at 49.9%. I don't understand why the progress isn't increasing anymore. The reason is that you've sucked all the dead air from them, so there's nothing left to increase. Although I've tried many ways, the process of enlightenment still cannot progress. Seo Jun didn't know what to do as the enlightenment process was at a standstill, Is it possible that it has reached its maximum level? He ruminated, just a 10% increase in the enlightenment process would allow me to feel a significant change. But for the steady lecture of non-attachment, it's not the same. He didn't know what principles he should contemplate now to increase it to 50%. Caught in a dilemma, he pondered what to do until Soul Saint spoke up. Hey, have you calmed down yet? No, have you finished your part? They were outside targeting the extermination of the spiritual monsters while also exploring any unusual abnormalities in this dungeon. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't discover anything. He asked Soul Saint, have you found anything? Soul Saint replied, not exactly. But he felt that today's dungeon was too easy. Normally, when he entered a dungeon, he would be worn down, but this time everything was peaceful and uneventful. Then, based on his experience, he asked Soul Saint, this dungeon doesn't have any anomalies, right? She still could not understand his point. He explained, because neither Soul Saint nor I feel that there is anything unusual about this dungeon. I am just wondering if we should think a little more broadly. For example, distortion. She had heard about this before, but there were currently no signs of mutation at all. Seo Jun asked again, have you thought of other types of distortion yet? After the mutation, he had once rescued Magic Saint, and Uncle Manchul told this to Soul Saint, saying it was also a form of mutation for her to ponder. Soul Saint acted. She said, you are here for me to check it myself. Then, Soul Saint raised her hand, concentrating the energy she gathered into her palm. This energy was completely opposite to the heroes he had encountered before. It was a warm energy, as if it was embracing everything it touched. She released energy from her body. The powerful energy summoned a wild beast. For the first time, he witnessed a noble creature standing before him. It was a divine spirit. As she called it forth, the divine spirit gradually approached the main character, then affectionately embraced him as if he were its master. This is an action reserved for special individuals. He himself did not know why he did it. Suddenly, she remembered that divine spirit is the noblest and most sacred creature. A person with no integrity will not attract the attention of the divine spirit. Moreover, when seeing the heroes from the cataclysmic flood, it did not react much. But sitting before her was a completely different phenomenon. Why does the divine spirit seem to be so close to him? From the very first meeting, she thought the main character looked more like a madman. It was true, he was always holding his phone and showing a satisfied expression when encountering spiritual monsters. His unusual behavior gave Soul Saint a headache. The divine spirit cherished him dearly, so it kept licking his face with its tongue. Good things are short-lived, while difficulties immediately followed, bringing a feeling akin to the end of the world. Could it be that the monster came here to kill Soul Saint? Both Soul Saint and he sensed an evil intent this time. Even Soul Saint and he had to take a defensive stance against the evil intent. The monster emitted a very high level, which they felt from that sinister energy. But suddenly, it was extinguished. He looked towards the divine spirit, worried that that monstrous presence was targeting it. The Soul Saint concentrated to sense, feeling fear, for even during the cataclysmic flood battle, she had never encountered such malicious energy. She may have faced it once when confronting a great beast, but this time her senses indicated that this would be a fight to the death. She said to him, "Hey kiddo, it's very dangerous, get back behind me." He always knew how to surprise others, and he also sensed where his own strength stood. He stepped in front of her and said, "I can feel it's stronger than the rouges." But the more powerful the monster, the more experience points there would be to gain. In fact, he even wanted to protect the Soul Saint. He said, "You should hide behind me. I'll cover you, and I'll handle it myself." Indeed crazy, one of the 5 great heroes now had to rely on the protection of a 27-year-old. His intentions were not simple at all. Actually saving the Soul Saint was one thing, but advancing his breakthrough was the main goal. He proactively sought out the source of that malevolent energy. This time, he was strong enough and ready to seek out the boss himself. While running towards the boss, he couldn't help but wonder if this time would be like what happened with Magic Saint back then. It felt oddly strange. He didn't understand why those creatures targeted the divine spirit instead of the soul saint. Inside him, he felt very joyful. "Boss, I'm coming to you." The problem was quite simple, he just needed to solve it before it got close to the divine spirit. After walking a short distance, he came closer to it. A demon appeared before him. This was a legendary being, an absolute challenge, not just a resident of the highest level of the sixth heaven in the world of desire, but the ruler of demonic heaven. It was not even afraid and actively approached the protagonist. It was even smiling at him. Who exactly was the boss here? Instead of showing fear in front of a high-level demon, he pulled out his phone to check if his progress had increased. He had become obsessed with his phone, obsessed with the teachings of Buddha. Instead of being scared, he even slapped the demon's face and called it ugly, showing no respect for the demon whatsoever. It was a demon, and how could anyone treat it like that? It didn't understand what was happening, it simply hugged its face and cried. It was the first time anyone had treated it this way. In front of him appeared an experience machine. This opportunity was too good to miss, and he even broke into a sinister smile. On the contrary, he teased it, "Don't die now." What the hell? What is going on here? A human daring to threaten a demon. Truly unusual. Normally, a demon would be offended and attack in anger. But it seemed this demon was not very strong in physical attacks. He easily dodged, even while taunting it, "Stop attacking with physical blows, use some mental attacks instead." The demon, furious, replied, "I see and I am angry, you bastard." It was about to bark at him, but he just wanted to move a little. It started using mental attacks. He poked its belly with his weapon. The demon found it so funny that it broke into laughter, but these smiles were a bit sharp and painful. He had driven it crazy, as it emitted twisted energy and wicked thoughts 1,000 times more than that spiritual monster nearby, the soul saint, who could sense that things were not going well and felt worried for him. Looking around, dark magical energy enveloped the entire dungeon. "If you don't act to help, you may encounter some trouble." The demon licked its tongue, showing a smug expression as if it had defeated that brat. As the main character, he possessed unmatched power. A source of radiant energy within the eyes of others suddenly erupted, illuminating everywhere. Upon seeing this energy, everyone instantly recognized whose it was. Both the soul saint and the demon were taken aback. He gradually broke free from the dark magic with ease, as simple as eating 3 bowls of rice. To him, it felt trivial. The demon realized the situation was going south, so fleeing was the best option. In its attempt to escape, it had no idea that its opponent could even run in mid-air. In fact, he countered its attacks fiercely. His aura was so powerful, striking back and forth, then soaring into the sky to deliver an energy strike. The demon was hit hard, its whole body paralyzed. It couldn't even rise to its feet. How boring. The strongest one being in such a weak position was not satisfying in the least. He even felt annoyed seeing the lecture on billions still not increasing. The demon's mindset struggled to keep up with his power. In front of Seo Jun, he even told the soul saint, "You should wait a moment, I still need to deal with this one. It's dangerous, so please step back." What face did the 5 great heroes have left? And a class hunter, still inexperienced, was instructing one of the heroes from the cataclysmic flood to retreat. Seeing the demon sleeping a bit too long, he used the old trick, taking the weapon to poke at its head. The demon, already bald, felt insulted and shouted, "Ah! Don't scratch my head." After that, it opened its 3 eyes on its face. These 2 eyes were not ordinary, they were the highest level of mind manipulation technique. The man felt uncomfortable and achy, but fortunately, he was following the teachings of Buddha, so he was protected by Buddha. Buddha said to him, "In this world, there is only one true question, one good question: is life worth living? This is the ultimate question of life. Everything else is just details. So, let me ask you, what reason do you have not to end your life? After a few brief minutes of being possessed by the demon, when he returned to reality, he asked himself, "Oh, is that all there is?" After that, the demon waited for him to take out his phone to check if the progress had increased, but it was still only at 49.9%. It hated him so much that it screamed in his face, "Come invade my mind. Give me back my mind." That was the lyrics of a song, but the technique the demon used, I don't know. In his mind, the teachings of Buddha appeared. What reason do you have not to end your life? Still the same question. After that, he returned to reality once again, as if nothing had ever happened. It turned out that he had to answer this question to increase the progress by 50%. If he did not answer, he would not be able to proceed. He still had some time to tease the demon a little longer. "Just sit there and wait, I still have to think." The demon must have been shocked. It had been thousands of years since it became a demon and had never encountered such a case. It thought, "All right, let's see if I can attack his mind a few times." Seeing him preoccupied with thinking for a long while and unable to play around, it decided to switch targets. It turned out that the soul saint was standing nearby. For the soul saint, it was different. After the demon used its mind invasion technique, she felt a headache. He was extremely worried, but the soul saint responded that she felt fine. The evil demon felt satisfied as it had finally seen its mind attack technique work. After ambushing, it laughed and ran off somewhere. The two of them didn't understand what it was aiming for, and they also did not understand where it had run off to. Instead of being a source of terror, the male protagonist had now become a source of fear for it. But no matter where the evil demon was, it still remained in this dungeon, so finding it was only a matter of time. Perhaps there was another target that the soul saint had overlooked. He asked, "Where is Divine Spirit?" It turned out she had forgotten it at the previous spot. With his quick mind, he felt uneasy. He ran to the location of Divine Spirit. He did not know why the demon was attacking them, but one thing he was sure of was that the demon was targeting Divine Spirit. The demon's intrusion into the soul saint's mind, even for a brief period, had managed to locate Divine Spirit. When they found Divine Spirit, it had taken on a different form. Divine Spirit's original form was a friendly, amiable deer radiating positive energy. But Divine Spirit now, in their eyes, was completely different. The Divine Spirit before them had been invaded by the demon, turning into a red state, symbolizing the demon. When they could not determine what had happened to it, he looked towards the soul saint, but the soul saint felt unbearable torment. She was being torn apart every second. Even as a soul saint, she had to scream in pain. The lantern illuminating her hand had also fallen. He held her in his arms, continuously questioning in his mind, why is the demon targeting Divine Spirit instead of the soul saint? Looking at the Divine Spirit before him, he gradually found the answer. It turned out that from the very beginning, the demon had intended to invade Divine Spirit in order to control the soul saint. He said, "Right now it's no longer Divine Spirit but a demon." Soul Saint felt immense pain, which was clearly reflected on her face. She was in his grasp, but her body was emanating multiple sources of dark energy from within. From here, he could infer that Divine Spirit and Soul Saint were a singular entity with a spiritual connection. The demon's goal was to directly invade Soul Saint's mind through Divine Spirit, and this was precisely her weak point when facing this wicked entity. The situation had become extremely critical. He no longer smiled like before. He had to quickly deal with the demon, or it would endanger Soul Saint's life. In his mind, there had only been a process, but now he was determined to handle that demon as fast as possible. However, the current issue was that he had not yet figured out a way to attack the demon without harming Divine Spirit and Soul Saint. This was truly difficult, but instead of wasting time thinking, he decided to pick up his weapon and charge towards the Divine Spirit. For some reason, there was a fire ring separating him from the demon. Now the situation was different. He and Soul Saint were surrounded by a ring of fire. The situation was more critical than ever as Soul Saint was no longer the person she once was. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she had transformed into a demon, a wicked spirit within the body of a saint. Dark energy emanated from her, spreading around. He no longer thought about defeating the demon but only wanted to stay and help Soul Saint. He shouted desperately, "Please calm down." But Soul Saint at that moment had become someone entirely different. His words did not penetrate her mind anymore. She began to speak bizarre things, mumbling, "In the end, aren't they as bad as that, those bastards?" Out of control, Soul Saint unleashed an immense amount of energy to attack him. To save his life, he had to flee, creating a safe distance before he could calculate his next move. While he tried to dodge the attacks, one strike shot towards him and exploded. Fortunately, his nimble agility allowed him to soar into the sky, but his face was slightly scratched. With the situation as it was, he could not approach Divine Spirit. This was a battle of the mind, and to defeat the demon, he needed to conquer Soul Saint first. But would this become a reality? His opponent is Soul Saint, one of the heroes in the cataclysmic flood battle. Even if he gives it his all, he may not necessarily win. He questions the safety of Soul Saint as he claims victory. Looking around, he sees that the remaining evil spirits are no more. In this moment, he has made a life-changing decision that someone must die. With this decision, there is no other way. Either Divine Spirit dies, or Soul Saint dies. He feels an overwhelming anger. Amidst the sea of flames, he fights against the fires of the demons while speaking to Soul Saint. "Aren't you the hero of the cataclysmic flood, the one who dealt with the monsters and saved this world? Please don't let those evil thoughts brainwash you." Soul Saint seems to resonate somewhat with these words, but then she expresses the deep anguish in her heart. With a compassionate heart, she has always wanted to save this world with her spirit. She sighs, "To save the world. I have dreamed of that for a long time, of a world where no one is harmed or unhappy. But what has the world become now?" He feels deep down that this is not the voice of a demon, but that of Soul Saint. He continues to listen to her words. Soul Saint said, "The days during the cataclysmic flood were terrible. Have you ever seen a scene where humanity had nothing to eat and had to trade their children for food? Have you ever seen the bodies of children hanging along the roads? Have you ever had to beg others to survive, and felt relieved that you weren't the one to die that day? The time when the cataclysmic flood took place is seen as the end of the world. A world gone mad with destruction. At that time, the laws controlling humanity were about to collapse. Morality was torn apart. She had to struggle on her own to change the world, but even so, in the end, nothing changed. The famine dragged on endlessly, and the pain never stopped. Even during the cataclysmic flood, I was glad to be alive, but now I feel pain for having to exist." At this point, Soul Saint could no longer hold back the tears on her face. The more she spoke, the more she cried. She continued, "Monsters cannot speak, but we can. Monsters and beasts can be spoken of. We are living in a world where the only difference between humans and monsters is that. This is the world that Soul Saint has created, that is why I want to rebuild." At that time, her teammates stopped her. These people said to Soul Saint, "Don't force a change like we used to. Nothing will ever change." Her teammates, like so many others, had chosen to turn a blind eye. But when she directly witnessed the suffering of humanity, in the end, she still decided to leave. She went to a place no one knew and practiced as an excuse to calm herself down. Nevertheless, the more she practiced, the more she felt the world's fury. She could hear the anger, the wailing of the souls of the dead growing louder and louder. The sensation of pain in this world would never end. The more she cultivated, the more cries of anguish were drowned into silence. They asked her why they could not find happiness. They asked Soul Saint, "Why do they have to be in such a state?" They are the ones who suffer the most in the world created by Soul Saint, the one she has not yet been able to help. Soul Saint's eye sockets began to bleed. Now, the more she spoke, the more she felt tortured. She felt disgusted with herself, so she would no longer alleviate their suffering. The death of one person is seen as a tragedy, while the death of hundreds is merely regarded as a number. Through death, one grants everyone equality. Kid, you can't stop me. He felt the fall of Soul Saint. It was not simply because of the demons sowing discord, but the demons had started it. They had planted the seeds of doubt. This was the pain of being a hero. At this moment, the Buddha's words, "What reason do you have to not commit suicide?" appeared in his mind until now. Finally, he could understand why the Buddha had asked him those questions. Soul Saint continued to use powerful magical attacks against him, but he was fully capable of withstanding them. In fact, he urged her to hear him out. Why are you only looking at those people? Why do you only focus on those people? Seo Jun asked Soul Saint, why are you only looking at those people? At this point, Soul Saint had lost control. She was unleashing fierce attacks, but he could easily block them. Amidst being attacked, he said, I believe that my words can change her. He told Soul Saint, you said that this world is not a good place. But it is not all because they cannot speak up. Because of that, many people have died. But the world is not just about the powerful that humanity must oppose. There are also those who need help. He said, everyone has to live while carrying burdens on their backs. Living one more day is undoubtedly a very difficult task. I am also very tired of my life and do not have enough strength to share the pain with others. He continued, they say that when pushed to the wall, people reveal their true nature. But judging others that way is not a good thing, it is an arrogant way. They are simply too exhausted to endure the words and harmful actions of others directed at them. At that moment, Soul Saint felt very angry, but he still tried to say, they cannot claim that they have lived through today if they have not experienced the toil and hardship that they must bear. Soul Saint shouted loudly, we are the heroes of the cataclysmic flood. I do not know about others, but my comrades cannot ignore the pain of the world. Regardless of all the anger and gloom weighing down on us, I remain determined to speak my mind. Even though one is a hero in the cataclysmic flood, in the end, they are still a human being, right? Of course, there are many people in this world who die in unhappiness. I know that there are truly many people who are very unfortunate. Let's just say we feel sorrow for them, but does that mean we can be sad for them for a lifetime? At this moment, Soul Saint was somewhat shaken. He continued to attack with words, do you think you can bear all the sadness in this world? In the end, madam, you are still the one who suffers, aren't you? These words seemed to awaken her own mind. Her face was no longer fierce. He explained, everyone lives for today, and tomorrow we should live better than today, living the days after that better than the days before. Only by doing so can we truly live. We live in fear because we do not know when tomorrow will end. That is life, a life of doing everything to survive. Although it seems that life is extremely difficult, people still find joy in that life, a very humble happiness. As he spoke to Soul Saint, he thought of the images he had experienced with friends, the moments spent hanging out, enjoying delicious food, chatting happily, singing at karaoke, quietly watching the sunset with a loved one after a long and tiring day. A faint hope was turning towards tomorrow. Soul Saint, can you endure everything again? He clenched his hand tightly and said, that is the happiness that people have created. They can return to their everyday lives after the cataclysmic flood ends. If you have changed a hopeless world, where they only know how to think about survival, then in a world where they can live a normal life, what happens if they only look at the degenerate ones and endure? The mood of the Soul Saint was now greatly shaken. There was even a moment when she could regain her consciousness. But the demon did not easily let go. The divine spirit howled a beast's roar, sending dark intentions straight toward the Soul Saint. At that moment, he stood to shield and protect her. The energy of Buddha surrounded him, protecting both of them. The brilliant light of Seo Jun reminded her of the good things. Voices of the Buddha echoed in her mind, do not turn your back on that happiness. Do not turn your back on that happiness and deny life. That is how goodness becomes degenerate. That is goodness, not evil. Goodness is tainted by contradictions, just as it fails to protect itself. Life is like walking backward on a flowery path, only after passing through do you realize how beautiful it is. Do not forget that path becomes filled with fragrant flowers. The face of the lady returned to its normal state. Looking into her eyes, one could see that the demon no longer occupied her mind. After that, she was liberated from the demon's invasion, but due to exhaustion, she collapsed. At this moment, only the demon and him remained. After rescuing the soul saint, the process of enlightenment increased by 13.7%. He radiated a source of benevolent energy, an energy that made the demons tremble in fear. The demon sensed this energy and even recoiled before the energy of the Buddha. Good will always triumph over evil, that is always the case. He said to the demon, "You know this too, don't you?" Then, he swiftly moved behind and said, "Your mind is about to collapse, and your body is no different from a piece of paper." He merely needed to lightly touch the body of the divine spirit with 2 fingers, and both emitted an endless source of light, a light that could illuminate the entire dungeon. The demon gradually disintegrated in the brightness. This was also the light of the Buddha. After a period of unconsciousness, the soul saint eventually regained consciousness. When she woke up, he inquired how she felt. Upon awakening, she felt a bit fatigued in her head. Seo Jun told her, "You should rest a little longer. The demon has vanished, so you don't need to worry about anything anymore. Soul Saint has just seen the demon, and now it has disappeared. Then, it translates to no one else but you. You sit next to her and gently stroke the face of the deer. The divine spirit has returned, proving that the divine spirit is still safe here. You feel truly fortunate because you were worried that one of the two might be lost. But it turns out that the unwavering steadfastness of the Buddha only exterminates the souls of the wicked. You also discover another benefit of unwavering steadfastness from within your body. You can feel that your power has expanded significantly. After waking up, the soul saint feels that his power in front of him is comparable to that of the heroes in the cataclysmic flood battle. In less than a year, Seo Jun has surpassed all of them. The divine spirit, due to its fondness for the main character, has continuously buffed him. The soul saint has another concern in her mind. She thinks, in the future, if he becomes corrupted, and his power develops in a wrong direction, then who will be the one to stop him when he turns his axe towards the earth? The soul saint only tells him one thing: I hope you can keep that spirit forever. She continues, saying this might sound a bit funny, but even though this world seems very absurd, I want you to know that this is something that can never be avoided. When he heard this, he thought that she was saying something not unreasonable at all. He even explained, people are caring more and more for each other. I think everything is gradually getting better. She, however, believed such things could also be hypocritical. I fear you might feel pessimistic, but you are different. He always hoped, I hope for a beautiful future in an equal world, where everyone cares for each other and there is no discrimination at all. If the values of a society have nothing more than hypocrisy, as some say, then the era of Hong Gildong cannot be overlooked. What about the differences in status and becoming a thief? Upon hearing this, her expression turned to one of surprise, as if she had just been enlightened once again. He spoke the words he thought in his heart, I believe this world is not like that. Even if it is, I will do everything to change it. Soul Saint, after hearing these words, did not respond further. In fact, she even laughed pleasantly, as if she had just been relieved. She felt, it is foolish to worry about the shadow while this tree still stands tall and fierce. She felt, perhaps I had sunk too long in sorrow, blaming myself for my own weakness. When the words of the Buddha still resonate, that is the reason why people are still alive. He looked at the soul saint and understood that, perhaps this question is not only for me but for all those who are alive. Although I do not have the answer to the question at this moment, the day I complete the process will eventually come. The soul saint acknowledged his power and thanked him for giving her the strength and reason to continue living. She said, thank you very much for helping me stand firmly on my own feet. Kalia had failed in her attempt to kill the soul saint. She was kneeling before Temperance, looking extremely frightened. She did not believe that a demon could be destroyed. This was impossible in her calculations. When creating this monster, she thought that it would be indestructible. Death is not a term used to refer to annihilation. Evil, even if its physical form is shattered, is something that cannot be destroyed. She struggled within her mind, realizing that there are beings who can destroy demons, yet they are not humans who can do it. As she was agonizing over this thought, she realized that is precisely who he is. The apostles felt very angry this time. They had clearly told her to investigate that kid, so why did she not do it? He appeared with an evil glare, staring at her. Kalia, this is a serious matter. Do you understand? That person has already gotten involved in this. I have heard that you and Kim Seo-jun are acquainted. Are you still using the guilds in South Korea to monitor him, right? Kalia didn't dare to oppose, she could only reply, yes, yes. The apostle said, I need you to act immediately. Kalia understood his meaning and asked, what do you mean? He coldly replied, I want us to return to the correct trajectory of things. Seo-jun was still in the dungeon with Soul Saint. He asked her, what are you planning to do now? She replied, I'm not sure either. Because I have lived my whole life apart from the world, but now I don't need to do that anymore. He felt extremely pleased, even inviting Soul Saint to stay in their guild until a decision was made. She questioned, do you have a guild too? He responded, yes, after all, you need many things to prepare and you also need a place to stay during this time. But in reality, his intention was to verify what the Dark Saint had told her. Soul Saint replied nonchalantly, how can I impose on my savior? No need for that. He felt very honored. Therefore, he told Soul Saint, don't say that. We are very happy indeed. She understood his kind heart and agreed to stay in the guild with one condition. She would personally teach about spirit art. Just as she was about to tell him what the foundation of spirit art actually was, he replied, no need, ma'am. This left her stunned for 5 seconds, not knowing what to say, because he had just declined the request of Soul Saint. He replied naturally, what I mean is there is nothing, so please stay in our guild. Not only did Soul Saint have her invitation to teach declined, but he also rejected all the teachings from other saints as well, not just Soul Saint. Perhaps Soul Saint should get used to his style. Gradually, Soul Saint thought, if you don't want to meet then fine, I won't teach either. She said to him, you intend to help me without expecting anything in return. On the surface, he acted as if he didn't care about that, but in reality, he was very pleased inside. He had waited so long for this statement. She seemed to know him inside out. She said, do you need money? He seized the opportunity to reply, of course I do. She agreed to this proposal. Divine Spirit had just been fondly caressing him, but now looking at his face seemed more like a devil, which frightened her. What needed to be done now was to get out of the dungeon. He suggested that she stay at their guild. In fact, from time to time, Soul Saint's old friends would come to visit. He said, you won't feel lonely. Her reaction was, which friends do I have? He took Soul Saint to the guild for a reason. This would be a significant opportunity for him to make money. That morning, he had introduced her to everyone, this is Soul Saint. She will be staying with us in the guild for a while. She greeted everyone who came to the vlog channel. When the captain returned home, the other 4 members, instead of showing joy, felt more anxious. He told Soul Saint, just ignore us and make yourself at home. Soul Saint said, I will never forget this favor. The remaining guild members also appeared worried when they saw him. Even Lee Min-yul, terrified, asked, where are you? Are you not planning to raid the dungeon anymore, right? Fortunately, today he had fought, so he had skipped a day. The other members in the group, upon hearing this, felt afraid. He had ordered the remaining members to disperse, free to do whatever they needed. The remaining members were all looking forward to this announcement. When he returned, Park Seo-jun was engrossed in sword training, while the girl Soo-yeon and Lee Min-yul were vigorously practicing together. The captain was sitting and checking his phone, nodding in approval, while Lee Ha-yoon was also practicing sword techniques. The newly joined Soul Saint did not understand how this guild operated anymore. Even when she saw Lee Min-yul training, she asked him, isn't that the secret technique of the Dark Saint? He confirmed, oh, it seems so. Soo-yeon was practicing her slicing punch, and she also recognized that this skill belonged to Magic Saint. It turned out that in this academy, everyone was a disciple of various heroes. She had thought that only the granddaughter of Sword Saint was the sole disciple of Sword Saint. Now other disciples were coming to light. After he explained to her that they are disciples of other saints, she finally realized that this was a gathering of disciples of various heroes. She also wondered about a character she had overlooked, which was Lee Ha-yoon. She asked, "Could it be that the girl in front of me is also a disciple?" She replied, "I am not a disciple of anyone." While everyone was training, good news arrived. The good news for him was nothing other than money and money. The amount of 30 billion from the association president and 13 billion from the Dark Saint made his current total 43 billion. As soon as he got this money, he would immediately buy the lectures. "Oh my God, just look at how attractive these lectures are," he said. The first lecture was by lecturer Atlas, also known as the lecture that would help him overcome 10,000 types of poison, or also known as the indestructible body. The second lecture by lecturer Thialphi would give him speed faster than anyone else, distinct from all, or known as running at the speed of light. Each lecture here is valued at 40 billion or more. He thought to himself, "It would take a long time before I could gather enough money to buy them, but who would have thought I would earn so much money like this?" Being greedy, he wanted to learn both lectures at once. He was thinking about shamelessly asking Soul Saint for 40 billion, since he had saved her life after all. But he also felt that was a bit too much. As he turned around and saw Soul Saint about to walk away somewhere, he said, "Please don't go." After that, he led Soul Saint to a place. She just followed him, and he did not know where he was leading her because he was just taking her behind the guild. Soul Saint heard a familiar voice. When she turned around, the figure appeared vaguely. It was the Dark Saint. Noticing her astonished expression each time he showed up, he guessed that his cloaking ability was still functioning well. However, he felt a bit embarrassed when he saw the young man looking at him every time he appeared. Soul Saint was once again surprised, as this was not his intention. Could this kid actually sense him on his own? Setting that aside, she noticed that his face bore several wounds. She had many questions to ask him about his disciple and also about Magic Saint. Seeing her in confusion, the Dark Saint advised, "Calm down, Soul Saint. I will tell you later. Can you tell me what happened in the dungeon? Did someone really save your life from behind you? As soon as Tae-bum called you, you went to the Roger dungeon immediately?" But at that moment, the young man interrupted the conversation between the two. He wanted to clarify some things. Looking at his explanatory expression, one could guess what was about to happen. He continued his analysis, primarily for the purpose of his own earnings. He explained on behalf of the association president, "I went to deal with that Roger dungeon. But do you know who I met there? It was none other than Soul Saint." Both heroes are still listening to him explain. He pretends to be innocent when he sees the man come into the same dungeon as him. He said, "I immediately realized there must be something going on in this dungeon. He must be related to the Dark Saint case of 10 billion. Hearing him explain, the two elderly people can only exclaim, "So scary, how scary." Then, he further explained, "So I decided to investigate together with Soul Saint. But the strange thing is, no matter how hard I searched every nook and cranny, I found nothing. From that moment on, I sensed that this was the order of truth. It felt like those bastards had played tricks with this dungeon. I have a gut feeling like that. Am I right, Soul Saint?" he asked. The woman was startled. "Oh, is there such a thing?" After that, she confirmed that this was indeed true. Only then did he dare to continue explaining, "Of course, when I mentioned this deformation, you didn't agree with me. Nor about summoning the Divine Spirit. But right after she summoned the Divine Spirit, the demon appeared and attacked her. I mean Soul Saint. So I beat that bastard up." The Dark Saint was surprised. Could it be the demon inside that dungeon? He affirmed that he was telling the truth, 100% credible. "The proof is that Soul Saint is standing here, isn't she?" Soul Saint saw him acting too quickly, and she was also scared. He rushed to the old man's side and patted his chest. "Ha, see? There's no way I would dare to lie to you." But in reality, no one knew that he had enjoyed a happy life inside the dungeon. Preparing to get into the main topic, he said, "So that money to keep quiet about the Order of Truth targeting Soul Saint, it's a normal thing. You can understand my intention." The Dark Saint was surrounded by skeletons, but he still had to agree to give him 10 billion won. The plan was a resounding success. Soul Saint saw them finish their conversation, and then it was her turn. She felt fear because she was being targeted by the Order of Truth. The Dark Saint confirmed, as this kid said, inside the Roger dungeon, they attacked. She said, "It seems they don't just want to eliminate me. They also want to get rid of all the heroes at the cataclysmic flood site." She couldn't understand why they treated the heroes like this. The Dark Saint was also on the hunt for the reason. He said, "They are also after you because of the Apostles of Temperance." At this point, things were no longer simple. Seo Jun knew that they were hunting all the heroes and wondered why the apostles would take such horrific actions. The questions about reasons and causes remained unanswered. The wise lecture suddenly takes effect. He analyzes like a deity and says, "You, and the heroes of the Order of Truth, want to exterminate them. Is this related to the Berserk beast?" The Dark Saint still did not understand his point. Then, he continued to analyze like a deity. "This is just my speculation, not certain, but let's hear it out. Last time, the Dark Saint mentioned that the beast had vanished but was not dead, right? He said it was the effort of all 7 apostles at that time. How powerful is it?" The Dark Saint reminded him, "It is an extremely horrific monster, to the point that even the heroes from around the world working together might not necessarily win." He guessed the reason. Exactly, everyone might not necessarily win. No one knows when Berserk will appear. Will Berserk die before we see it? But the Order of Truth knows, so what is the decisive factor? The Dark Saint felt like he was rambling to him and still did not grasp what he was saying. After that, from the analyses and clues he had gathered, he drew a conclusion: they can predict the future. If they can glimpse into the future, even if not perfectly, the story would be different. In their eyes, this might just be a part of it. The Dark Saint had been monitoring them for a long time but still could not analyze it as such. He felt that the analysis of the man was somewhat correct and asked him to continue speaking. He continued his analysis. The Order of Truth has foreseen the future. Berserk will be defeated, although the heroes will also suffer significant losses, which is why they have decided to act in this manner. They know that the monster has not yet appeared, or in other words, that is why the 7 apostles deliberately made that monster disappear. Soul Saint interrupted, "What purpose does the Order of Truth have in doing this? More importantly, what reason do they have for killing the heroes?" Seo Jun voiced his thoughts. He asserted, "Only the heroes can resist Berserk. Therefore, if that monster is released immediately, they want to buy time to eliminate those who fight it before there is no one left to challenge Berserk. Suppose it is released again. The Dark Saint believed, the apocalypse will come, a terrible scenario will unfold." Soul Saint said, "But if everything you say is true, then they wouldn't need to do it like this. They could just buy time instead." Seo Jun also agreed with this opinion. Time will still pass. When that happens, those heroes will die of old age. In my guess, the Order of Truth cannot keep the Berserk contained forever. He said, "In short, they don't have much time left. Isn't it strange that such a sudden transformation occurred? Could it be the influence of the weakening seal on the Berserk's power? Currently, he believes, there are only 3 possibilities. He is still analyzing and thinking about the current situation in front of the 2 heroes. The first possibility is that the seal on that monster has weakened, and its power has been released and caused the transformation. Or the Order of Truth has found a way to harness the Berserk's power. It could also be both. But I'm not sure." He continued, "What I just said is based on the fact that the Order of Truth is a heresy, really. More precisely, this is my speculation that they are the ones who wish for the apocalypse." He concluded, seeing the events unfold as the order of truth does not bode well, so if they have a plan, it must be at the era of the cataclysmic flood. Just sitting still is enough, there's no need to sacrifice to save others and the other heroes. Thinking back, he felt this was still unreasonable because they did not know much about them. He also could not think of anything more. The Dark Saint found what he said to be quite ridiculous, but he could not be careless, what he just said, if true. He thought, one day, if the monster is released, will this world have enough strength to cope? He looked at the person standing before him and wondered, can this kiddo possibly destroy the monster? He asked him, what do you plan to do now? The Dark Saint replied, I cannot know for certain. Until now, I have only focused on investigating that beast. But after hearing you, I still want to understand the order of truth first. I have decided to go abroad. He did not expect the Dark Saint to leave South Korea. I'm going over there to check out some bikini girls, the Dark Saint replied, then continued, I meant, as long as the apostles of temperance know I am still alive, it will be difficult for me to act here in South Korea. He added, what the order of truth is doing needs to be clarified. We must know whether they are targeting heroes in South Korea or globally. Seeing this, Soul Saint did not ask for an opinion. She simply nodded and replied, I don't know clearly, but I have lived in isolation for too long, so I'm not used to it yet. For now, I guess I'll ask him to help me reintegrate. The Dark Saint said, although I don't know their true purpose, they are definitely wanting to kill all the heroes. He expressed sympathy for Soul Saint, adding, I also understand the reason why your grandmother went into seclusion. She may not like it, but I think it's a good thing for her to come down from the mountain. Soul Saint replied, all right, the Dark Saint. Before you leave Korea, you still have some things to think about. Remember that anyone sitting idle is under threat, including Sword Saint and Kim Seo-jun. He cautioned Seo-jun, you need to be careful. The order of truth has always been keeping an eye on you, just hiding it too well. He guessed, to them, you are like an invisible variable. But because of this incident, you may have become a threat to them. Seo-jun felt anxious upon hearing this, he lives day by day, and now hearing that an entire church is watching him, it's frightening. After saying this, the Dark Saint used his stealth technique to prepare to disappear. I don't know when, but I will come back to find both of you when I have more clues. Seo-jun did not let him leave so easily, he grabbed the Dark Saint to hold him back. You promised to give me 13 billion, don't forget. The Dark Saint guessed, Seo-jun seems to be in desperate need of money now. Could it be that he uses the scent of money to find me? The meeting at the headquarters of the association took place in a tense atmosphere with continuous complaints echoing. Some individuals expressed their dissatisfaction because someone had been granted an S-level hunter certificate despite having no notable achievements. The association's president, faced with numerous criticisms, was accused of acting unfairly. Someone spoke up in criticism, you awarded 30 billion for just one table. How can you use taxpayers' money so arbitrarily? A member with a position in the association also commented, other hunters have to expend tremendous effort to become S-level hunters. Why can he jump straight to S-level? This is clearly due to connections. Another individual, equally outraged, exclaimed, a soldier who just became an official hunter receives an S-level certification right away. I will never accept this. There was even someone shouting, where is the fairness? There has never been a precedent for this. The association president, who represented all professional hunters in South Korea, stood there silently listening to the criticisms. Being subjected to such treatment for a long time made him face the anger of the delegates. Don't just stand there, say something. A delegate shouted. The president felt it was enough already. This person usually didn't care much, yet now was jumping in to criticize. But seeing the furious actions of the delegates, he also understood. He guessed, this could be part of Ryu Jin-cheol's plan. The president felt immensely angry. One delegate continued loudly, are you joking with me? The president could no longer hold back. He emitted a signal of anger and spoke to all the delegates, do you all think I have so much free time that I'm just fooling around? Regarding the preferential treatment, you are right. Other delegates, after hearing the chairman's speech, could hardly believe their ears. They whispered to each other, "What on earth did the chairman just say?" The chairman of the association continued, "If I give Sword Saint an S-Class hunter license, would you all stop me?" A delegate spoke up in protest, "Why are you saying such things out of the blue?" The chairman yelled at the delegate, "Answer my question. Would you all stop me then?" The delegate replied, "Sword Saint is absolutely deserving of a higher rank." The chairman analyzed, "Why has Sword Saint not officially conquered a single dungeon since the cataclysmic flood ended?" "It is because Sword Saint has no achievements that you are hoping for from Hunter Kim Seo-jun. However, the reason you didn't stop me is that everyone knows his skills and sacrifices." He shouted at the delegate, "Hunter Kim Seo-jun deserves the same treatment. Hero-level hunters must be treated appropriately. If you call that special treatment, then I have nothing more to say." The delegates below all looked displeased, finding it hard to accept this. He angrily explained further, "You just said I am wasting tax money, right? So what do you think we should spend money on to avoid wasting it?" A delegate spoke up, "Of course it should be used for the people." The chairman immediately replied, "That's exactly why I'm using it." The delegate angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "How can giving money to one person bring benefits to the people?" At this point, the chairman of the association had to explain clearly to these ignorant people. He looked straight at the delegate and said, "You say that because you don't know what would happen if the Roger prison collapses, right? Just in terms of damage alone, it would already reach hundreds of billions of won, not to mention the colossal loss of life. Sitting there and talking, do you think you can handle that?" Seeing the chairman's strong reasoning, the delegate didn't dare to say another word. The chairman continued to scold, "Investing 30 billion to ensure the safety of the people, isn't that what the people pay taxes for us to do? So what's the problem here?" This cowardly delegate didn't dare to say anything more because he genuinely didn't know how to respond. The chairman slammed his hand on the table, continuing to admonish, "What are you talking about? Isn't it unfair?" "I don't know what you mean, but when it comes to fairness, your salaries are much higher than those of other civil servants. Isn't that unfair?" The delegates continue to argue stubbornly, "That's because we are doing more important things." The president of the association explained, "Then isn't what Hunter Kim Seo-jun has done very important? Do you believe that fairness only applies to you and not to hunters like him?" One delegate pointed directly at the president, speaking loudly, "What you said is already against the law. It is unacceptable." The delegate next to him insisted, "Issuing an S-level hunter license like that is too early." The president found himself momentarily in a passive position, needing to think. Every delegate sitting below knew the extent of Kim Seo-jun's abilities. They also recognized that they were being unreasonable. In this chaotic world, when someone is too talented, others will find ways to bring that person down. The president of the association understood the reason for the behavior of these delegates. It was all due to the tremendous political power of Ryujin Cheol and the money he had spent to bribe them. Then he continued to fight back, speaking loudly, "I believe you are the ones wasting taxpayers' money. As government employees, at the very least, you should feel ashamed." The group of delegates sitting below could not accept this statement. Many stood up, banging on the table, feeling that the president's words were an insult to them. The chairman declared, "From this moment on, he will become an S-level hunter, regardless of the opinions of the others." The delegates erupted in chaos, shouting, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the chairman of the association?" The chairman believed that his decision to protect him was absolutely correct. He thought, "These delegates are just a bunch of pitiful bastards." At that moment, a woman approached him. At first glance, he immediately recognized her as Kalia. On one early morning, a handsome man came to find the male protagonist. He introduced himself, "I am Park Yu-min, a member of the Dungeon Management Bureau under the High-Level Hunter Association." He handed the male protagonist a business card to confirm his identity. The male protagonist politely greeted him, "Nice to meet you. But may I ask, why are you here?" Park Yu-min replied, I am here because I have something very important to inform you. Seo Jun remembered, the chairman of the association will personally come here to meet him. So why is someone else coming? Seeing Seo Jun's clear skepticism, Park Yu-min explained, actually, I came to meet you today not for that reason. The chairman of the association cannot come here at this time. Seo Jun felt quite dissatisfied when he heard the words problem. Could it be that something happened with that money? He thought to himself. The staff member felt immense pressure when facing him. Seo Jun transformed into a capitalist ghost, frantically asking, is this related to the 30 billion? Is the budget insufficient? Or will the association president reduce the reward money, right? The staff member only came to convey the information, but felt too much pressure. Fortunately, the staff member quickly confirmed for him that money has been approved. After hearing this, Seo Jun returned to his charming and handsome demeanor. The staff member added, you will receive that money today or tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Seo Jun felt as joyful as if New Year's had come and Christmas had arrived. He cheered in his heart, happily welcoming the new year. He cheerfully greeted the staff member, I got a bit too excited earlier. The staff member continued discussing the current situation. Although everyone is firmly opposing your becoming an S-class hunter, the president has made a resolute decision. So everything will be fine. However, this situation has never occurred before, so the president will be a bit busy dealing with those issues. That's why I'm here to speak on his behalf. Seo Jun replied, oh, I see. But he still did not forget to express his concern about that money, constantly bringing up money. The employee had to reiterate once more, the amount I mentioned, I have already said is approved. At the latest, you will receive it by tomorrow. Hearing the employee confirm it again, Seo Jun finally felt at ease. The employee thought, this guy seems indifferent to the hunter's license, he even looks like he would want to tear me apart if I don't hand over 30 billion won. Truly a terrifying person. He thought, Seo Jun is more like a demon. A person who becomes an S-rank hunter means that they are among the strongest hunters in the world. The position and fame that come with it cannot be quantified just by money. The employee felt skeptical about life. Why does he only seem to care about money right in front of me? Seo Jun then asked, by the way, I don't need to pay taxes, do I? In the eyes of the employee now, Seo Jun was no different from a money-obsessed demon. Whether other things were present or not didn't matter, as long as there was money, that was enough. The employee replied, there will be no tax applied. After that, this employee also realized that the person in front of him seemed somewhat like a hero. Not exactly the same, but also not entirely different. He said, the chairman of the association will visit you one day. Hearing this, Seo Jun finally decided to let the employee go inside to rest. Seeing his strong silhouette walking away, the staff reflected on the earlier conversation. He asked, Chairman, to be honest, I also have some issues I don't understand. The chairman of the association is always worried about the issues concerning the hunter Kim Seo Jun. Somehow, he has managed to handle the problems related to the hunter tests and the establishment of the guild, but the issue of obtaining an S-level hunter license this time is not easy at all. The staff also had to acknowledge, I know he has the qualities of a hero. However, if it continues like this, the position of chairman of the association. When he is doing this, he seems to be neglecting that seat. The chairman took off his glasses and spoke to the staff sincerely, I often say this whenever I drink with colleagues. If the current trend is that high-level hunters only care about their own interests, then we have no choice but to accept it. The high-level hunters in South Korea are in decline. A major competitive agreement called the Five Great Guilds has held power for so long, and not only the world of high-level hunters but also South Korean society as a whole is deteriorating. I haven't improved it. But all we can do is maintain the status quo. The chairman continued, his voice full of contemplation. In the past, I forced myself to believe that an individual cannot stand firm against the current of time. But for some reason, I thought that hunter Kim Seo Jun could do it. The chairman spoke to the employees with a meaningful gaze, yes, one can sow the seeds of hope in the midst of doubt or denial. Isn't that the mark of a true S-rank hunter? In the end, the employee was able to comprehend what the chairman was saying. He decided to take an action he had never taken with anyone before. He called Seo Jun over to have a conversation. The employee bowed his head to express his respect for him. The employee was bowing before a true S-rank hunter. He felt shy and reluctant to accept praise, but since the employee had bowed politely, he had no choice but to accept it. The next morning, when news of the attack on the Roger Dungeon was announced, South Korean society was turned upside down by 90 degrees. The fact that a young man had conquered this dungeon led everyone to call him a legend. Reports stated that he was also granted an S-rank hunter license. People referred to him as the youngest, strongest, and fastest hunter in history. His emergence truly caught the attention of the dominant powers that had held sway for centuries. Guild Dream was in a period of success, and their next move would be what? Even a newspaper predicted the emergence of a new hero. If the sixth hero of Korea is born, Seo Jun's story will stand out even more. Many social media communities and even morning news broadcasts are paying attention to this news. At the same time, a battle broke out due to the news and rumors related to dungeon conquest. However, negative news also surfaced, questioning, is he really deserving of this title? Nevertheless, that is not his main concern. The issue is that currently, his account has 30 billion won. What could be happier than that? He is calculating what his finances are at the moment. First, the 2 courses I want to take cost 40 billion won, while I've spent all the money on potions, each bottle costing 15 billion won. In total, these amounts are 95 billion won. Right now, I have 43 billion won in hand, so I need an additional 53 billion. Although he has a lot of money, he is always in a financial crisis. The more money he has, the more expensive other things become. What is the use of becoming an S-rank hunter? What's the point of guild leveling? Then there's tax exemptions and all that. At this rate, no matter how much money I earn, it will all be spent. He frantically searched on the Ultimate Academy for the phrase cause and effect. Before starting, he thought to himself, could my cause and effect be so terrible? And hoped to find an answer, but ended up with more than 9 million search results. Damn it, but no matter how much I search, it's never enough. Isn't the goddess of luck supposed to have cause and effect mana? Like, investing and then reaping the effects. What is cause and effect in the Ultimate Academy? Scrolling down a bit more, he found all sorts of random things. For example, I will show you how to easily clone cause and effect, or the distorted creature has farmed cause and effect for 137 years alone. As he scrolled down further, he felt the retribution drawing near. There were all sorts of news like I was deceived like this, Professor Loki tried to trick new students, or don't try it, I just got compensated for losses from these scam games. However, after searching for cause and effect, he still did not have an answer for himself. Thanks to his determination, he calmed down and no longer felt panicked. At that moment, the president of the association personally came to meet him. Upon seeing the president, he joyfully welcomed him in and said, "I'm sorry for coming so early." He learned that Soul Saint was also at the Dream Guild. He asked, "Where is she?" He replied that she is upstairs and I have prepared a private room for her to rest comfortably. He asked the chairman, "Do you want to find her?" He shook his head and said, "No. Actually, I came today to see you mainly because I have something to discuss, and secondarily to visit Soul Saint." He was unsure what the matter was that the chairman of the association would come to see him in person. He had said, "Yesterday, young lady Kalia came to see me. She asked me for help." He knew that she was part of the Order of Truth, so hearing that name made him extremely cautious. The chairman spoke with a slightly anxious expression, "I'm sorry, but do you know what is happening in Europe? In one country, monsters are flooding the streets. They are causing countless injuries and immeasurable material damage. The monsters are frenzied, attacking and devouring humans wherever they encounter them. The situation is extremely dangerous. The people have no choice but to flee in panic. Although the heroes here have been fighting with all their might, it seems they still cannot deal with the monsters completely. There is even a young girl who has lost all her family. She has cried a lot. When he picked up the phone to check the situation there, he couldn't understand what was happening in that place. The chairman had said, "This is the situation in Italy." He couldn't believe it. Why is this happening? Because as far as I know, in this day and age, artificial awakening is still viable. There shouldn't be a lack of hunters. Although what he said was correct, the chairman informed him, recently, there have been very strange phenomena. Researchers discovered that these are deformed dungeons, and they are appearing increasingly throughout Europe. In fact, the Italian government has had to deploy professional hunters to control the situation, but their force is still insufficient. Soul Saint knew that the chairman was here, so she personally came down to join the conversation. As she remembered, there is also a very powerful hero there named Andrea, who will try to help the people. After everyone saw her, she continued, the situation is too harsh, to the point that even a tiny individual cannot resolve it. The chairman asked, "Are you referring to the hero cataclysmic flood, the Italian, Andrea, right?" She confirmed, "That's right." Unfortunately, the chairman had to confirm that he has just passed away. This news not only caused panic in Italy but also made the hunters in South Korea feel extremely unsettled. The chairman only heard that he had died from an incident in the dungeon. He also heard that the death occurred when he went in alone to raid the mutated dungeon. But not only in Italy, other European countries are also in a similar situation. Many heroes of the cataclysmic flood are fighting on their own, but the situation is so dangerous that the European Union had to seek help from the Order of Truth. Hearing this, he did not understand. Why is the chairman of the association telling him this? Does he want to ask for his help? The chairman confirmed, "That's right. Young Lady Kalia has asked our country to intervene, and she wants you to help Italy." Seo Jun wanted to understand more clearly and asked, "Is the situation in Europe so serious that even the Order of Truth cannot handle it?" The chairman explained, "Indeed, but for Italy, that's not the only reason. The Soul Saint, she is someone who has met the hero André. She knows that Italy is in this crisis because of his death. She recalls that when he was alive, he was not just a hero of the cataclysmic flood but also a mafia boss. He was the head of the Mafia Association and was the first to unify the mafia world, an international criminal organization." He continued, "Andrea, he is also a madman, always shouting that he will revive that criminal organization. At that time, she thought he was just rambling, but little did she know he actually did so. Now the situation has become complicated. Her old friend has also died, and she could only sigh, unwilling to discuss the death of that person any further. She said, the situation in the mafia will have some dissenters, but this is nothing compared to the great hero cataclysmic flood. She worried, in the past, he was alive, he was like the chains of the criminals, but now he is no more. I don't know whether those mafia organizations have collapsed or not, and I don't know how those mad dogs will react. Italy is currently in utter chaos." The chairman added, "The Italian government has secretly asked the Order of Truth for help, but they said they have their own issues. Right now, the Order of Truth wants to ask you to resolve matters abroad." She reacted violently, saying, "Asking this kiddo is one thing, even the hero cataclysmic flood has given up." The chairman understood her meaning, so he declined that proposal. However, young Lady Kalia simply asked the chairman to convey her message to Seo Jun. After recounting everything about Italy, he did not want Seo Jun to do anything at all. He believed, Seo Jun doesn't need to go to a strange country full of dangers. But perhaps the president of the association had forgotten Seo Jun's motto, "Money is heaven, it's Buddha." As long as you give him a large enough sum of money, he will take on any impossible task. This news reached the Order of Truth. An apostle heard that Seo Jun was in need of money. The apostle asked Kalia, "Do you know Seo Jun's purpose?" Kalia, however, did not think so. What Seo Jun really needs is something else. After all, she was just a disciple of an apostle, and she thought she didn't need permission to speak. She dared to say, "In my guess, Seo Jun is just a money fanatic." After hearing this, the apostle didn't have much to say, just smiled subtly and got straight to the point, asking again, "How much does Seo Jun need to act?" Kalia replied, 100 billion won. After hearing this price, even the apostle acknowledged, this kid is really crazy. Kalia also provided an extremely interesting piece of information. As long as this amount is met, Seo Jun will go along with the members of the dream team. Not sure what was going through his mind, but the apostle immediately agreed to that amount and ordered her to bring whatever Seo Jun needed. She also didn't understand why the apostle decided so quickly. He said, the mutated monster that swallowed Andrea is still in Italy. If he's planning to go there by himself, why should we stop him? Kalia, the apostle's ceremony is about to take place. Once you become an apostle of temperance, you will understand. Looking at her actions, it seemed she hadn't finished speaking. She hesitated and added to the apostle, when he asked if there was anything more to report, it was because Seo Jun really needed money, so you requested the Order of Truth to make a deposit in advance. Now, Seo Jun had become the captain of the Dream Guild. He had planned for Dream to go to Italy with 2 members. Lee Min-yeol and Soo-yeon reacted as if they were about to go on a trip. She felt extremely happy because this was the first time she would go abroad. Lee Min-yeol shouted, Italian noodles, pizza forever. He thought everyone didn't want to go, but instead, they reacted as if they were going on a leisure trip or just to hang out. He told those 2 kids, this is a mission trip, not a vacation. The Soul Saint, after seeing the dream team seem to be familiar with this situation, had a face like I'm okay. She was sipping tea when suddenly something resembling an earthquake made her spill the entire cup. Her expression seemed like she was used to this. Even there is a feeling like this tremor has occurred for several days. But today, it is not just a tremor, it feels more like an apocalypse. Why is there such a tremor in Academy Dream? Actually, there is a reason for it. Guild Dream is preparing to fly to Europe, specifically to Italy. More than 100 billion won has been spent, with the main character receiving 60 billion, while the others get about 10 billion each. The others don't actually need that much money. For him, he even pleaded with everyone, can each of you reduce 10 billion for me? They felt there was no problem at all. In fact, if they received that extra 10 billion, their responsibilities would only become greater. Soul Saint stepped outside and saw the scene of this wealth. She recalled, the Dark Saint had given him a lot of money. Why does he need more money for? Time is moving quickly, there are only 2 weeks left until the Dream Team arrives in Italy. Park Seo Jun and the others in the academy greeted Soul Saint in the morning. The strange thing is that the tremor has still not ceased. The source of this tremor is none other than Kim Seo Jun. He is doing some exercises in the morning, something people call joyful morning exercises. Regarding Soul Saint, she thinks differently. After greeting everyone in the morning, she still doesn't understand what the thing in his hand is that could make the entire building shake. Furthermore, the thing in that bag is actually a 500 kg weight. After resting and being here for a while, she observed that there were disciple of Sword Saint, disciple of the Dark Saint, and also disciple of Magic Saint. Everyone here is an immeasurable talent. Yet, all these outstanding disciples concentrate under the spotlight of one person, this money-loving individual, rather than anyone else. However, in reality, she overlooked one person. There is someone who is not a disciple of anyone at all. She looked towards Lee Ha-yoon and felt that this girl seemed somewhat out of place. Therefore, she used her spiritual power to see what was deep inside her. She noted that normally the soul would have different colors depending on their mood. But the black color in this girl's soul only indicates one thing, that her ego is very impoverished. She also had an idea about the girl. Thus, she approached her and asked, "Are you still here?" Lee Ha-yoon carefully replied, "Yes, I am allowed to say that I am here." Nothing could be hidden from the Soul Saint, and she knew the girl was lying. Therefore, Lee Ha-yoon felt very embarrassed, unsure of how to justify herself. The Soul Saint thought for a moment. Initially, when she looked into Lee Ha-yoon's soul, she saw only a black color. Naturally, it should have been crumbling over time. But currently, the collapse of the girl's soul had stopped. She didn't believe it could be anyone else but Kim Seo Jun, who might have given her wisdom by seeing through her heart. She could see, this child always doubts herself and tries to change, but feels lonely as she doesn't know how to navigate this life. With a gentle expression, she said to the girl, "They say even the Holy Spirit cannot control your actions." She intended to guide Lee Hyun, so she added, "I think we should start working on things personally with you first." Lee Hyun had always been a person filled with self-doubt, so her reaction was somewhat clumsy. The soul saint asked, "Why don't you want to?" She didn't answer but turned her gaze elsewhere, as if there were difficult truths she couldn't express. Noticing this, the soul saint couldn't hold back. She used her ability and flicked the girl's forehead. She asked, "Are you still not being honest?" Lee Hyun did not understand why she was being flicked on the forehead. She was about to say the next sentence when she was flicked again. From that moment on, until the remaining people in the academy, and especially she herself, would go to Italy, she would become as strict, gentle as a lion queen to teach her. She said, "When I speak, you must listen. From now on, I will only accept the response yes. Do you understand?" Lee Hyun had been hit from the moment she entered the academy until the guild was established, and she was still being hit. She fearfully replied, "Yes." Then she said, that response was too slow. She was forced to answer yes once more. Seo Jun did not understand why she was speaking so loudly. He felt she was very mysterious to him. At that moment, he had completed 2 tasks. The first was the strength task of Hercules, where he easily lifted 500 kg weights. The second task, walking in the sky, was also completed. Time passed, and during these short 2 weeks, they had worked hard to conquer and resolve what was happening in Italy. When reporters announced that Team Dream would go to Italy at the request of the Order of Truth, this news spread throughout the country. Look at the comments below to see if anyone noticed that the Dream Guild just boarded the plane at Incheon Airport. Most comments suggested, they are not old enough compared to the mafia over there. Some people commented advising, the Dream Team should be more confident because they won't last long. There's news about a high-level hunter who died there, and the Dream Guild went to provide support, isn't that foolish? However, these are just comments online. In reality, the Dream Team is not like that. Their current strength is such that even the weakest among them is on par with a Ranka hunter. Leaving behind the worries and expectations of many, the Dream Team finally set off for Italy after arriving at the airport. Everyone set foot on the land of Italy. The Dream Team was all incredibly happy to be here because, after all, this is a new horizon they have come to. Just after arriving, Lee Min-yeol and Soo-yeon demanded to go eat pizza and pasta. If the main character hadn't stopped them, these two might have actually come here for a vacation. Usually, a team needs to have a few funny people like that, otherwise, they might get into trouble just after arriving. When he turned around, he was met with cold-blooded faces looking back at him. He felt that things were really complicated here. Park Seo-yoon asked him, "What should they do now?" He replied, "In a moment, someone from the government will come to greet us." Just as he mentioned it, that person appeared. A beautiful woman said, "You are the Dream Team, right? Let me introduce myself, I am Elena. I am a member of the Professional Hunting Association in Italy, and I also manage hunters coming from Asia." She had blonde hair and quite a charming appearance. He shook hands with Elena to welcome her and introduced the people behind him. "I am a member of the Dream Team." Elena, upon meeting them, felt a bit disappointed as in front of her was only a rank A hunter and the other hunters were all rank B. She thought, at least the Order of Truth must have sent them here with an S-rank hunter. Nevertheless, she still politely shook hands in return. "I look forward to collaborating with you. You must be tired after the long journey here. Allow me to guide you to your resting place." Things took a turn for the worse when the gangsters from earlier continued to cause trouble and even said things that only Italians would understand. He had no idea what those people were saying since he didn't know Italian. Elena had just come to meet the Dream Team when they encountered some difficulties. She felt guilty, so she said, "Don't worry about them. Please take this way." Suddenly, a round yellow orb appeared, hovering in front of his tie. He didn't know what it was, but Lee Hyun explained, "This is a medium for spiritual connection. I learned this from Soul Saint. Using this medium, you will be able to communicate, although it's only basic communication. He felt that it was indeed the genius he expected, to be able to create a communication method after studying for just 2 weeks. As soon as he was given the ability to communicate, he began to understand the words that the thugs at the airport were saying. One of them said, "These kids came here for vacation, huh? Those weaklings would crap themselves if they knew what this place is." Another, with a cigarette in his mouth, laughed scornfully, "It's obvious they would freak out if they knew. He came here to make money, not to make trouble." But those bastards kept chirping in his ear. One said, "Look, those cowards are running away. Let them be, even if we do nothing, they'll die soon enough. What a waste it is for someone so beautiful to die young, huh?" One of them continued, "Why not go over and stab them before that happens?" Hearing this, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He had thought about leaving, but they kept talking and talking. At the climax, they even said, "Hey, if that beautiful girl were to die, it would be such a shame." His teammates also reported, "Why are you just standing there? They'll all die anyway." Just landing at the airport in Italy, there were a few things that made him feel annoyed. He said to Elena, "Excuse me, I have something to do." The beautiful girl sensed that trouble would arise because the people in front of them were not ordinary thugs, they were a mafia gang with a lot of talent. They were like parasites that the government had to turn a blind eye to because they couldn't deal with them. She had to stop this person. At that moment, she still didn't know how strong Seo Jun was. Park Seo Yoon signaled with his arm that, "Beautiful girl, let him handle it." Elena felt terrified as to why his teammates were acting as if nothing was happening. He had approached them. At this moment, he hadn't said anything when they started throwing insults. "Oh, you're crazy, aren't you? Who knows, maybe he's so scared he's just looking for a bathroom. He said a bunch of trash floating around this airport. Italy is really chaotic." When the guy who was smoking leaned closer to him and wanted to say that again if you dare, he didn't like to talk much. He immediately used his right hand to push the guy's head down, cracking the ground beneath them. The neighboring man felt fear and realized just how strong he was, so he called for his gang to swarm him. Many others rushed in, each wielding their weapons. The remaining members of the dream team were even chatting, some were yawning in boredom. So what was the outcome for that bunch? Everyone knew. He single-handedly defeated them all, and after finishing, he dusted off his hands as if this were nothing significant. After dealing with the trash, he cheerfully said to everyone, "Let's go." That same day, they were being transported to a new location. On the way in the limousine, the others asked the Italian girl, "Where are they? Where are they going?" Elena replied, "They are heading to Naples now." During the journey, Elena explained the current situation here. Actually, the people that the hunter Seo Jun dealt with are not the mafia. To be precise, they are a gang that broke away from their side. He asked, "What does this mean?" She answered, "After the hero Andrea passed away, the mafia faction split into two sides. One side is the moderate Agnes, and the other is the hardline Francesco. Then there is Antonio, the official successor, the heir to Andrea's estate." She continued to explain, although they call themselves moderate and masculine, aside from Antonio, the other factions are all criminal organizations. She said, although dungeons are rampant, professional hunters in Italy have not been able to handle them yet. They are trying to stop this fierce mafia. Therefore, despite being a bit overly ambitious, Dream may be able to help us deal with the warped dungeons. He felt that this was not a problem and immediately agreed. She bowed her head to express her gratitude. Suddenly, the vehicle carrying them braked sharply, causing Lee Ha-yoon to bump her head against the table and swell up. He stood up and asked, "What's happening outside?" She proactively opened the car door to take a look. As soon as she opened the door, many local people shouted, "Run quickly, everyone run, there is a monster here." Elena, with a pale and frightened expression, saw in front of her gigantic monsters. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say that they were as big as a mountain. The entrance to the deformed dungeon had been opened, and while she thought the city would be destroyed, somewhere, Team Dream was already preparing to fight. Seo Jun didn't think twice, he took out Longinus from his space and threw it like a shooting star, the attack powerful enough to kill a monster instantly. Immediately, the other team members also calmly stepped out of the vehicle. For now, the journey to Naples would be delayed a bit. Team Dream always stands united, wherever we go, we are together. The captain commanded, just set off from here. At this moment, in the Italian parliament, in a very luxurious villa, many powerful people were sitting around a table. The president of the Professional Hunters Association in Italy, Mr. Marcello, said, "Currently, there is a mafia gang that has taken over the city of Catanzaro." Mr. Marcello tried to negotiate with the mafia gang, but the mafia refused to negotiate, no matter what conditions he offered. Minister Samuel, representing the Italian government, asked, "Which faction has taken Catanzaro?" Marcello held a piece of paper and replied, "It is the faction of the tough Francesco. He has written that he will kill 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro if we do not hand over the presidency position within a week." Samuel felt a severe headache with the mafia's demands. This is outrageous. How can we let them hold the presidency? Antonio's situation is not any better. He is being waged war against by them, yet he has coordinated with professional hunters. He came here to prevent those mafia bastards from leaving Sicily, but it seems to be not going very well. Samuel did not know how to resolve the situation. If only the hero Andrea were still alive, those bastards wouldn't dare to show their faces. He thought, this is the situation of a nation when there are no more heroes. At that point, if any disaster occurs, it will be an extremely difficult disaster to resolve. At this moment, there were many unresolved issues, and the subordinates urgently reported, "We are in trouble, the dungeon in Latina has deformed." The two of them couldn't help but feel anxious. In fact, Samuel even asked the president, "Do you see? How many professional hunters do you need to resolve this?" The president replied, "Currently, there are only about 500 level C hunters, 150 level B hunters, and 20 level A hunters." The minister asked, "What about foreign hunters?" The president could only shake his head in dismay at this situation. The minister felt helpless. He thought, could it be that the citizens have to sacrifice their lives in such an unjust manner? The minister couldn't just stand by. He ordered the president, "We must mobilize all available resources, ensuring that the priority is the safety of the citizens and that their lives are not put in danger." But luck came to Italy. His subordinate reported, "Excuse me, Mr. President." Then, the subordinate whispered to President Marcello, who was taken aback. He even exclaimed, "Is this for real?" The minister, seeing this, asked, "What has happened?" The president announced a piece of news: at location Latina 2, there were no casualties. The Dream Team has resolved this dungeon decisively. Returning to the scene where the Dream Team is fighting against the mutated monsters from the dungeon, Suyun brought her hands close to her face, slowly summoning fire circles. This powerful attack technique was so strong that wherever the flames swept through, the monsters instantly vanished. Not to be outdone, the Dark Saint's disciple had just perfected the demon soul-killing pursuit skill. This secret technique was passed down to Li Ninyul by the Dark Saint. He used his supersonic speed along with the dual swords dance ultimate move to continuously slash at a wolf. The result was that the wolf no longer retained its original form. Next up was Park Seo-yoon, who wielded a sword. She looked at the monsters towering like a building in front of her and slowly activated her divine sword technique, heaven-breaking divine sword. With just a few strikes, the monsters were severed in half. Then it was Lee Ha-yoon's turn as she concentrated on summoning an elemental spiritual art. This was the wind elemental spiritual art. Afterward, she gently blew spiritual energy from her hands, creating a gust of wind. This wind swept through, annihilating everything in its path. It was the elemental energy blast technique. After defeating several monsters to allow the civilians to escape, Elena urged them, "It's okay, everyone stay calm and evacuate from here." Fortunately, no civilians were in any danger. Elena's perspective changed. She did not know that the people in front of her were truly the real heroes. Before her now were extremely large monsters, even their numbers were numerous. No matter how many there were, it would only take a short time to finish them off. Seo Jun unleashed an energy blast that caused many trees to split in half. Just by looking at the way he fought, one could imagine how strong he had become. Currently, his power surpassed that of a hero during the cataclysmic flood battle. From this moment on, Elena's way of thinking had changed. Because before, in her eyes, these individuals were just hunters with decent abilities. Now, what they displayed had to shift her perception. Even the so-called mutated dungeon was cleaned up in an instant by 5 people. In Italy, handling this situation might require a dozen hunters. As she was the manager there, the association's president had called her. When she answered the call, she respectfully announced, "I am Elena, the person assigned to manage the hunters from Asia." The president said something that left her stunned, wondering if what she had just heard was true. After defeating the dungeon, Soo-yeon expressed her admiration and asked Lee Ha-yoon, how can she use elemental spiritual art like that? You have just become a disciple of the Soul Saint not long ago, right? This girl really talks strangely, Lee Ha-yoon replied. People were once geniuses, it's just that they encountered a boss too early. For the first time in her life, Lee Ha-yoon praised someone else. Honestly, I don't think I'm the only talented person here. Don't forget, I just awakened too. Soo-yeon also appeared shy, but Min-yeol took this opportunity to tease, are you two complimenting each other now? When he was mentioned, the girl felt uncomfortable. She was angry because he was so strong. Even if he practiced alone, Lee Min-yeol trained on his own path, so he had already gotten used to it. Park Seo-yoon felt that these girls were even stronger than herself. Soo-yeon was the one who noticed the strength of others. During the battle, she noticed that this older sister was the one who had blown away an entire area. She stated a simple obvious fact, because you train more than I do. It turns out that to become stronger, all you need is practice. It's so simple, just apply the formula and it works. Elena is falling into a confusing phase. When she first met the male lead, he was holding a monster dismembering knife to sell for money. Even after arriving in Italy, he still wanted to use this knife. He said, the monsters are waiting to be shipped back to Korea for sale. I will take advantage of any opportunity to make money. For the first time in her life, Elena witnessed this phenomenon. She couldn't understand, what the hell? Is there anyone who would go so far as to dismember monsters to sell them? Seo Jun was not someone without decorum. He asked Elena, will I need to fill out a customs declaration to sell these monster parts? They have the right to claim these things, right? Elena replied, you are the one who took them down. And she caught a whiff of the powerful heroes who had come to Italy. Standing behind her were influential figures in this country. She introduced, this is Samuel, the Prime Minister of Italy. The other is Marcello, the chairman of the Elite Hunters Association in Italy. With his prodigious mathematical intelligence, he pondered for a while and deduced why the Prime Minister and the chairman were there. He stepped forward and asked these individuals, are we required to file a separate customs declaration? Seo Jun's teammates were also confused, not knowing what he was talking about. Seeing him so confused, the Prime Minister took the initiative to shake his hand and introduced himself, you currently hold the position of Prime Minister. The person next to him also greeted him politely and introduced himself, I am the chairman of the high-ranking Hunters Association in Italy. Seo Jun, aware of etiquette, introduced himself in return, I am Kim Seo Jun, the captain of Team Dream. To break the awkward atmosphere, the Prime Minister complimented him on being able to communicate without an interpreter. He asked, are you a follower of the Order of Truth? Seo Jun cheerfully replied, no, I am not. A teammate of mine knows some spiritual techniques, so with a few tricks, I can communicate without facing any language barriers. I don't know exactly how it works, but everyone can see it as a translation tool. Lee Ha-yoon, standing behind, thought that hearing him explain about the Soul Saint would make her want to vomit. The Prime Minister, with a somber expression, said to him, we have a few matters to discuss about the request you made. Can you help Italy? He thought to himself, the main reason he came here is to help Italy. However, Samuel had told him, "I know this is an embarrassing request, but we will do our best to meet all your demands. If it's about money, you can ask for as much as you want." Upon hearing this, the light in his eyes brightened. After all, if the Prime Minister of a country has said so, then money is no object. After the Prime Minister finished speaking, he noticed that the man did not look particularly enthusiastic. The Prime Minister thought, talking about money doesn't seem to have any effect on this person, because for skilled hunters, they must be tired of hearing about money by now. But now, he had no other choice. Italy was in a state of chaos, and he had to swallow his pride at all costs. No matter how much it took, the Prime Minister decisively added, "We will not take any fees for you collecting the monster corpses. Moreover, we will also fully cover the costs necessary for the separation and disposal of the monster corpses. We will also provide you with the best treatment. So please help us, I beg you." After hearing the incredibly attractive offer, Seo Jun assessed, "Wherever you go, you can smell money, and this is the smell of dollars, European money, not one." However, to maintain his value, he pretended to seek the opinion of others. Everyone already knew he was a capitalist monster, so it wasn't surprising. After some negotiation, the Prime Minister said, "Then I will entrust the case in Lazio City to the Dream Team." Elena helped the Prime Minister explain, that place is a key political area, the capital of the region. She compared it to Gyeonggi-do in South Korea. Seo Jun felt, "That's a bit too little, because I think I should handle all the dungeons in Italy, not just in a single city." After making the suggestion, the Prime Minister felt that his request was unreasonable. While he was pondering, he heard the sound of wind above and realized it was a helicopter. An idea struck him, and he said to the Prime Minister, "I saw the helicopter just a moment ago. Can we use it?" Samuel didn't know what his intention was, but if it could help with the work, he was ready to assist. He came up with a bold idea. Somehow, every time he thought of an idea, the other members felt a sense of dread. So he used the helicopter to move to different cities, from Cambodia, Barcelona, to the city of Basilicata, then Taranto. Seo Jun urged the helicopter pilot, "Drive to another city quickly." And so it was that wherever he moved, the dungeons there didn't want to remain. News spread. In addition to the cities already mentioned, both the city of Ramina, Pescara Gate, and a few other cities were rescued by the Dream Team. In front of the Prime Minister was a completely different phenomenon. Despite his efforts to do everything he could, the feeling he was experiencing was one of a racing heart, a feeling of admiration. Even having climbed to this position, he had never seen anything like this. Oh no, he suddenly remembered a time long ago when Andrea was still alive. At that time, he said he would return to the underworld. A man who always wore a smile on his face lingered in his thoughts. The Prime Minister believed that the downfall of Italy would come when he lost this hero. This was an opportunity he could not miss, a chance to help the people, to save many innocent souls. He was determined not to let slip the opportunity that the Asian hunters brought. He ordered the president of the association, "From now on, let the Dream Team take care of the safety of the people. Mobilize all the professional hunters we have." Marcello could understand the mindset of the Prime Minister. He said, "Ready to deal with those mobsters." Since the Dream Team appeared, many newspapers have reported about this group. The articles praise that the hunters from the East have saved the whole of Italy. The people in the country do not know who the Dream Team is, but their appearance is no different from that of an Asian dragon. Francesco ordered his subordinate, Albano. He was ready to wait for Francesco's orders. Francesco felt that now was the right time to meet the lioness, Agnes. He asked, "So what should we do with the hostages in Catanzaro, sir?" However, he had revealed himself to be a monster, the mafia boss Maria in Italy. Francesco was a truly wicked person. He wanted all innocent people to die. Meanwhile, the entire Dream Team was enjoying high-class food from Italy, feasting on delicacies and incredibly fresh fruits. The food was laid out in 2 long rows. When the group walked in, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. To make the Dream Team as comfortable as possible, Elena had booked the entire hotel to treat them to food and drink. Seo Jun looked somewhat disinterested, as what he really liked was not food. Soo Yun, Lee Hyun, and Lee Min Yul, on the other hand, were quite different. The three nieces looked at the food with drool dripping down. What I truly care about is money. Even when standing in front of a lot of delicious food, I still ask, "Excuse me, Ms. Elena, could you tell us how much we have been paid?" Elena is not hesitant to reply and feels quite comfortable. She announces that the amount they have been paid is around 42 million euros. This amount, when converted to won, is roughly 57 billion. Seo Jun sees this as the largest amount he has gained from a single mission. Unable to contain his joy, he falls into a state of euphoria. With this amount, even if divided among 5 people, each person would still receive 11.4 billion. Elena worries that he might be experiencing some health issues. Lee Min Yul, having seen this scene often, said to her, "Just ignore it. Every time money is mentioned, the captain reacts like this. Anything that is seen too often becomes boring." Seo Jun, busy enjoying his seafood pizza, thinks it tastes absolutely delicious. Although feeling extremely joyful, he realizes he still has things to do. Now is not the time to savor the results. In his mind, he is certain that when he turns 80, he will immediately buy 2 lessons. The first lesson is from the Atlas instructor, which will help him absorb 10,000 types of toxins, withstand extreme heat and cold, and make his body indestructible, while training his physical abilities to the maximum. The second lecture of the lecturer Thialphi is about speed. In this course, the speed he achieves will match the speed of light. However, all the efforts he has made have vanished with just 2 clicks. When agreeing to buy the course, he felt regretful about spending the money, but he is in a position to potentially earn a lot of money in the future, so it will balance out. To know more details, he asked a rather important and highly confidential information about Italy. He asked Elena about Italy's annual budget. As soon as she answered, about 1100 trillion won, he couldn't process the zeros in his head since this amount was far too large. Thinking about this number made him feel overwhelmed. He intended to receive a lot of money from this source, which is why he was so happy. However, his way of showing happiness led others to misunderstand him as being more like a pervert. Lee Min Yul noticed that the captain seemed happier than usual today. Soo Yun, busy eating noodles, felt that today was just like any other day. In fact, today was truly a very joyful day for him, starting with the lecture from Atlas. A muscular man appeared, holding up a globe. Mythology tells that a giant titan supports the heavens in Greek and Roman mythology. In terms of strength, even the god Hercules must be overshadowed. While bearing the globe on his back, he also had time to teach his students. Atlas thought, "What is the most important thing when bearing the entire sky? It is not bulging muscles or overwhelming strength, all of that is wrong. It is perseverance. The most important thing about holding up the entire sky is perseverance." At that moment, he was sitting on a bed in a very luxurious hotel room. While an ordinary person would have already lain down and taken a nap, he was different. Whenever he had free time, he studied diligently. Atlas exerted himself to teach. Naturally, while strength is also necessary to hold up the sky, without perseverance, strength is useless. Imagine you are holding up the entire sky and suddenly someone punches you in the stomach. He told his students, imagine the difficulties while holding up the earth, such as a venomous snake biting your leg, standing in the freezing cold of winter, or enduring the scorching heat of summer. Are you going to use that as an excuse to collapse? At this point, he felt that those difficulties were reasonable enough for him to give up. But Atlas, the god of perseverance, did not allow the nonsensical words of his students to distract from the lesson. He was extremely passionate, even shouting loudly, "These are just excuses. You must endure everything when holding up the sky in any condition. You must not be released under any circumstances." There are 3 fundamental aspects of perseverance that we will teach people in today's lesson. 1. The body cannot be destroyed. Perseverance can endure any physical injury. A person will have the ability to absorb 10,000 types of toxins. 2. Perseverance helps a person not to give up on any kind of toxin, even if it means enduring heat and cold. 3. Perseverance helps a person withstand extremely harsh heat and cold. This is the ultimate power of perseverance. After he finished speaking, the daily tasks of the Supreme Academy system were also announced. The daily tasks would be calculated based on the current level of the cadet. Not long after, the daily tasks appeared with a total of 4 assignments. 1. In the horse stance for 1 hour while carrying a weight of 500 tons. 2. Drink the poison of Jormungandr once. 3. Endure the heat of 1000 degrees for 10 minutes. 4. Endure the cold of -100 degrees for 10 minutes. The tasks would continue to change based on the progress of the lesson. He felt that the other tasks were feasible, but only one task, drinking the deadly poison of Jormungandr, was not feasible. Jormungandr was explained as a giant serpent appearing in Norse mythology, possessing a toxin that could kill gods. While he could overlook those other tasks, he did not understand why there was a task to drink poison. He thought that drinking poison was not his task, but rather that of the monk. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out where to search for that type of poison. When he entered the Vietnamese supermarket, he was surprised to find it, WTF. A vial of poison for 2 billion won. Looking at this price, he felt it was really too expensive. He thought to himself that it was insane to spend 2 billion won on a vial of poison. Nevertheless, he was not too worried. After all, he had other comforts in bed and thought about a bright future. Once he completed all his missions in Italy, he might be able to earn thousands of billions. It was indeed greedy, but each time he visited a country, he always tried to protect and clean up the place. He had learned a bit of the first science, and now it was time for the second science. While studying, an unfortunate incident suddenly occurred. He felt a considerable tremor. A group of thugs had come right to the hotel looking for trouble. They ignored everyone and broke through the walls, entering as if it were an unguarded place. The leader even dared to come here to look for Kim Seo-jun. Although Elena was no match for these thugs, she bravely stood up and demanded that they leave. She warned that this was not a place for them to come and go as they pleased. Elena pulled out a leather whip from Takuda. He talks big, but she shouldn't let herself get hurt. He was tightly bound by the whip around his neck and dragged away like a dog. Elena, armed with her whip, was ready to react. Just arriving to cause trouble, another guy from the group had already gone down. The remaining ones felt extremely furious and charged in all at once. They even came here with the intention of killing without mercy, even if it was a girl. After all, she was a hunter of the association in Italy, and her abilities were anything but ordinary. With the simple moves of these thugs, she could anticipate and counterattack. One of them carefully didn't dare to rush in. He cursed his comrades for blindly charging in together and attacking. Calling others fools, it was now his turn. He too was ensnared by the whip around one leg. Then, she spun around and tossed him away like a chihuahua. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also skilled in combat, yet her strikes lacked the force to inflict serious harm, leaving these guys merely unconscious. She could only pray for more time to wait for rescue to arrive. The initial boss she had knocked out has now regained consciousness. He punched her in the face and then choked Elena. The poor girl, with her beautiful looks, must be in pain and vomiting blood. He lifted her up and said that she was a crazy bitch. Albano, under the direction of the killer monster Francisco, will kill anyone, even women. Elena knew these were Francisco's subordinates, but what puzzled her was why he had managed to reach Silly's room. As far as she remembered, that place was already sealed off. Albano was here to find the main character, not to play games. He said, "Now, if you don't speak, I'll kill you." The more he talked, the tighter he squeezed her throat. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the Dream Team were enjoying a feast in the hotel. They had to run outside to see what was happening and saw a thug choking Elena. Albano looked at us slurping up pasta and thought that this was Kim Seo-jun. Lee Min-yeol was eating noodles, and Albano said, "If we have to find a captain, then this is the person to look for, not the captain. He came here to find the captain, and who does he end up searching for? The main character. What a stroke of bad luck. Anyone who mentions this name, he appears." Seo Jun even materialized behind Albano like an invisible ghost and asked, "Who are you?" Before Albano could react, he was smacked away a distance. Seo Jun promptly saved the beautiful girl Elena. Albano felt utterly startled and terrified, as this person's speed was astonishingly fast. He didn't even see Seo Jun move at all. The expression on his face began to tighten. The remaining members of Team Dream, instead of showing fear, were about to witness the power of the captain. In fact, this time his speed was even faster than before. Francesco personally went to the lair of the lioness Agnes. She was the leader of the moderate faction. When she heard Francesco wanted a truce with her side, she did not respond immediately. On Francesco's part, he entered and attacked one of her subordinates, leaving the man bloodied. He grabbed the man's shirt while demanding her loyalty. Agnes was unaware of what this mustached man had in mind. Francesco, having just won, struck one of his own subordinates because that one had secretly colluded with Antonio. Francesco released the man, then slowly walked towards her and said, "Albano just went to meet Kim Seo Jun for a while." Agnes had also heard that name through the press and intelligence. Francesco, however, believed that kiddo is just a fool who doesn't know where he stands. At that moment, Agnes still trusted, if Albano has gone to find that kiddo, then no one will survive. Francesco imagined the scenario of Kim Seo Jun suddenly dying as a hero. He said, if that kiddo dies, then Antonio, Marcello, that chairman of the association, as well as the Italian government will be panicked and chaotic. He even said, what would it be like if the news about 90,000 Catanzaro citizens being slaughtered were to come out? Agnes felt that the person in front of her was even crazier than she was. She didn't believe he was serious and thought this was immoral. Francesco reiterated, I am a subordinate of a mad dog. The subordinates are reckless, I can handle everything. Is this immoral? Why should we care? As long as we can win, nothing else matters. I will do anything to ensure victory. He cruelly stepped on the face of the man lying beneath him, who was still gasping for breath and moaning in pain. Francesco was a monster. Rules and ethics, and so forth, did not apply to them. He said to her, their instincts are all vicious monsters. Just look at this appearance. He even felt proud to be the villain. Francesco clenched his fists tightly and asserted, all power lies in my hands. If I want someone to die, that person must die. If I want to strike, then it must be done. I want to create a new era for Italy. His hands were stained with a lot of red blood, yet he still didn't know how dirty they were, rubbing them on his face and sucking on his fingers. Meanwhile, Albano had a terrified expression. From the first time he met Seo Jun, he thought he had let his guard down. But why couldn't he sense his movements? Elena was rescued in time. After that, he asked them, who is that? Elena confirmed that it was indeed Albano, the leader of the violent faction and his subordinate, Sicily. I remember being blocked by the association president and Antonio. How could they escape? Albano told him, you probably don't know everything, huh? You just arrived here, so you can't know much information. He said, I came here on the boss's orders. I've heard there's an Asian kiddo coming here to interfere, and we were curious, so we came to see who that was. Seo Jun calmly helped her up and said to him, all right, now you've seen me. After that, he wanted to give them a chance to escape. He signaled to Albano to get out of there while he still could. Albano is a true embodiment of a mad dog, you can't expect him to just walk away like that. He snapped, no one has ever turned their back on Albano before. At the speed of light, he intended to take his life with his bare hands, but he was faster and couldn't do anything. He threw an elbow into his mouth, sending him flying 10 meters away. This is what you get for talking too much. I hate those who talk too much the most. He felt that all criminals were just trash, each one was no different from the others. He had already given them one chance, yet they still liked to stir up trouble. Albano felt humiliated and immediately forced his subordinates to go kill that kiddo. Although he was frightened, since it was the order from the superior, there was no other choice. The others had to accept his command as well. Following his words, they charged forward, each wielding a weapon. Without the protagonist having to lift a finger, long branches sprouted out, binding them up. Su-yan and the other teammates in the group could no longer ignore it. It was time for them to take action. Lee Min-yeol was quick about fighting and still thought about having a meal afterwards. Lee Ha-yoon was a bit colder, she wanted to kill all of them. Park Seo-yoon stopped her, just make them lose consciousness. All of Albano's subordinates were utterly crushed. He could hear the screams of his underlings. Albano did not expect to stumble upon a fire ant nest. According to everything he knew and had researched, these Asian hunters were only strongest at level A. But the opponent he faced this time was Kim Seo-jun. He emitted a killing intent right in front of him, leaving Albano unable to comprehend, why is this guy in front of me only a level A but is so strong? Indeed, this society still judged people by their outward appearance rather than their inner strength. Albano found himself cornered, feeling there was no way out. Despite calling for others to protect him, they had already been defeated. He was left with no choice but to play dirty by throwing a blinding stink bomb. Blinded by the flash, Seo-jun was unable to see anything and missed the opportunity, allowing Albano to use his superhuman speed to escape. Lee Min-yeol observed Albano's speed and recognized it was indeed fast. Elena told him, "Don't let him escape." He remained calm, letting the guy run ahead. After a while, he slowly sat down on the ground, striking a pose similar to a marathon runner. Then, he took off, so powerfully that the ground beneath him shattered, sending rocks flying everywhere. His way of starting to run was enough to convey just how fast he was. While fleeing, Albano thought to himself that he possessed unparalleled speed in the world. But being forced to flee made him underestimate the strength of these Asians. He must run back to inform the mad dog Francesco that the Mafia alliance is not the issue here, but the problem he wants to report is appearing right beside him. As he was running comfortably, suddenly the sky darkened. When he tiredly opened his eyes, he saw in front of him the familiar place, the hotel where the Dream Team was staying. In fact, all the members of the Dream Team were staring at him. Everyone was waiting for Albano to wake up to interrogate him for information. Elena started first with the questions, "How could you escape from Sicily, which has been sealed off by Marcello and Antonio?" At this moment, Albano was still fearless. He replied, "You don't need to care about that." Elena thought, "You're just playing silly games." And she said, "You better spill it quickly." After being interrogated, he even laughed maliciously and told her, "Do you really think this is over? You fool." Elena could sense the unease from his words. Just mentioning the name Catanzaro made her feel chilly along with rage. Seeing his playful demeanor, she knew that the bomb was about to be detonated. She approached him and started hitting him repeatedly, shouting, "You son of a bitch, you're all scum. Are you even human? How can you act like this?" This was the first time that Dream's mind witnessed the terrifying sight of Elena raging. When asked about the reason, she helplessly said, "These guys are threatening to abduct 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro and force the president to resign." Albano, a mafia thug, despite being beaten to the point of bleeding, still tried to speak. "Initially, they only gave you until the weekend. But because of the tricks of those bastards in parliament, my presence here was already predicted. The magic bomb must have been activated by now." With a shameless expression on his face, his teeth missing a few, he tried to convey, "Soon enough, 90,000 citizens will boom." Upon hearing this, Elena felt an overwhelming fury. In fact, if she could kill this guy, she probably would have done so a long time ago. She cursed at him, believing that he and those monsters were no different. Albano spewed out vile words, then blamed them. "We were planning to negotiate. You are the ones who spread us here, right? Yes, you shouldn't get involved with those foreign bastards. Because of your foolishness, 90,000 citizens will die, you see." These filthy words poured from his mouth. He didn't say much more, immediately delivering a strong punch that knocked him out cold right then and there. Elena, standing beside, was also astonished and afraid of the power of the punch. But because this evil man could still be exploited, he did not kill him. He still had a few questions he wanted to ask him. After that, he waited as things could not be delayed any longer. He was determined and ordered everyone, "We will go to Catanzaro immediately. Everyone get ready." Just over half an hour later, everyone was sitting on the president's helicopter heading to Catanzaro. On the plane, he assigned tasks to everyone. First was the girl Su-yun. He asked her, "Can you handle it?" Su-yun replied, "I know a little about magical bombs. If I get hit, I will be able to defuse it." Lee Min-yul was assigned to work with her to locate the bomb. One person would look for the bomb, and the other would find a way to defuse it. The captain said, "You have stealth skills, so you won't be detected. If you find the location, let me know immediately." For the sake of everyone's lives, Lee Min-yul responded seriously to the captain, "Don't worry, I will do my best." Park Seo-yoon was assigned the task of finding hostages and evacuating them to a safe place. Meanwhile, Lee Ha-yoon would assist. Everyone had been assigned their roles, each with their own specific duty. Looking at the faces of everyone, one could see their determination. Especially the main character. He opened the helicopter door while the helicopter was flying high. Elena felt that his action was too dangerous, so she said, "There isn't enough time left." In many cases, the mafia can sniff out something is wrong, and if that happens, the remaining members of the dream team will be in trouble. In response to her concern, he replied, "Don't worry." His expression was extremely confident. He promised that he would never let anything happen. After that, from the height, he used the speed of the gods to launch himself like a rocket from the helicopter. While moving to that location, the progress of the lecture increased by 0.8%, but he also had to run a lot. In fact, he ran at maximum speed while simultaneously completing his daily mission, which involved using his body's speed for 5 minutes. As he ran, he felt as though his body was being torn apart. His body was in immense pain. But fortunately, he was also studying Atlas's lecture, so his perseverance and endurance helped him hold on. Time was growing increasingly urgent, and the lives of the people were at stake with every passing second. This was not a time for him to relax or enjoy himself while he ran toward the destination. According to his calculations, he didn't know exactly when the magical bomb would detonate. But for now, it had not yet been triggered. So it's possible that the mafia had not yet left Catanzaro. He thought, or there's another possibility, the mafia has already left, but the bomb hasn't been activated yet. If the worst case scenario happens, those bastards haven't left yet, then until Dream Team arrives in Catanzaro, until Lee Min-yul finds the bomb and Su-yun disarms it, and until Lee Ha-yoon and Park Seo-yoon can evacuate the people to safety, he must definitely buy as much time as possible. While racing at lightning speed, he prayed that everything would go according to plan. He only hoped that everything would happen just in time and not a moment too late. Every gang needs a leader. He was holding the detonator in his hand, feeling as if all lives depended on him. He was the leader of the Francesco gang, named Cesare, who often suffered from constipation. As he spoke with his subordinates, he was also speeding with all his might. He did not know that a destroyer god was coming to find him. Cesare asked his subordinate, "What about the people in Catanzaro?" His companion replied, "We've warned the people not to leave their homes. The citizens won't know what's happening until that bomb explodes." As they spoke, he pushed himself to move faster toward them. Cesare calculated that if he let a few people run and inform others that Catanzaro had been completely destroyed, it would create a greater obsession. One of his subordinates asked, "How many people should we save, sir?" He stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "Perhaps around 10 people." At this moment, he was still looking for their location. They had gathered outside. Cesare ordered everyone to return to Sicily. He also said, "Have you all gone to sleep? If you fall asleep and get blown to bits, don't blame me. The subordinates thought there couldn't be anyone so foolish in the world. They even laughed and said that people like that deserved to be killed. As Cesare and his companions were preparing to enjoy their rewards, suddenly a blue light appeared along with electric sparks as if a star had just landed. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. It was not too late. Seeing that he held his main weapon in hand, he would never show mercy to them. Cesare noticed in front of him an Asian man. He did not know where this kiddo came from, so he introduced himself. "You are the mafia who took over Catanzaro, right?" The man asked back, "Who are you?" And he replied, "Sorry, but you all have to come with me for a while." Cesare felt he was being too arrogant, and thought, "Is this one of the 10 people I told my subordinates to release, right?" The guy shook his head, "No." In fact, none of those people were Asian. At that moment, Cesare was unaware that today would be his doomsday. He couldn't understand why some fool dared to act smart in front of the mafia, relying on the greater numbers. He said, "I don't know who you are or why you're here, but if you want to die, that's fine." His expression turned cold. He ordered his subordinates to kill Co. Jun. Each henchman held a weapon, some even wielding knives. A quick count showed at least 5 people attacking at the same time. At that moment, he began to feel regret. Had he known, he would have spent more time learning from Zhang Fei's lecture. This time, his expression was very serious. He no longer wanted to joke around like he usually did. Cesare arrogantly commanded his subordinates, "I will go ahead. Kill him and then follow me." He listened for a moment before hearing loud noises coming from behind. When he turned around, he saw one of his subordinates had been knocked down. He remained incredibly calm, even standing still in one place. One of the men behind him raised a sword intending to chop off his head, but it would be futile. To him, these attacks were too basic. He used his super speed technique to knock all of them away in the blink of an eye. Cesare, in a daze, had to widen his eyes. He had never witnessed such a scene before, to the extent that he couldn't even see his movements anymore. The protagonist regarded this as a journey of his own. This is bad. He now felt fear. Sweat poured down profusely. The mafia gang kept trying to flee upon seeing the protagonist. Cesare sensed that he was not a match for the protagonist. Therefore, he reported, "We must quickly leave this place, and the most important thing is to press the activation button, then return to Sicily." But now, he was here too. If he pressed the button, he would die as well. Cesare couldn't rush, even though he held the activation button in his hand. After a short while, in just a few minutes, he was able to effortlessly defeat all of his subordinates. The next person to be attacked was none other than Cesare. The look in his eyes made Cesare feel scared. However, instead of rushing in to punch him repeatedly, he calmly walked over. Seeing him approach, Cesare immediately took a step back, feeling as if he were facing a tiger in the jungle. As he tried to get closer to Cesare, his subordinates blocked his path. But this was futile. No matter how hard they tried, they could not stop him. With no other options, Cesare had to abandon his subordinates to find a way to save himself first. Even though Cesare's subordinates struggled to impede the main character, their efforts were in vain against his strength. At that moment, Cesare could not understand why this Asian man was so determined to pursue him relentlessly. While Co. Jun was fighting the boss, the other members of the gang continued to struggle by buying time, preventing him from moving. In fact, many people had grabbed his arms and legs, and some even had him in a chokehold. This group was determined not to let Cesare escape. He ordered the remaining members to do their utmost to keep Co. Jun restrained. But is that enough? He gently released his aura. These people had been overwhelmed by his power. To have such strength and still try to block his path? Too naive. As Cesare was running smoothly, he was also swept into a segment, having to flip a few times just to avoid falling flat on his face. But even now, he still hadn't shaken off his fear. Before he could think more, he leaped in front of Cesare like a true assassin. His strength was now entirely different from the level of these people. Even though Cesare was the boss, he still had to plead with him to spare his life. Cesare took the device in his hand to threaten Seo Jun. Seeing him stop, Cesare, though trembling, still said, just as I thought, you know about the activation device. If you take one more step, I'll press the button immediately. You know what will happen if I press this, right? The expression on his face showed no fear of death. He knew, if that bastard pressed the button, he would die as well. Cesare had a chance because the other lackeys had just woken up to rescue him. He said, if I die, then everyone must die. Now, he stood still with Cesari's subordinates surrounding him. He said, is that bastard gone? Don't pull any tricks. If you move, even just a little, I will press the button right away. Cesare was actually an S-level hunter, he was not afraid of him. But he threatened, if you move even a bit, I will accidentally press this button. If you want to turn to ashes along with the residents of Catanzaro, I won't stop you. The others were all standing close to him, making it impossible for him to move. But could this really restrain the trump card of the movie? The answer, of course, was no. He realized that he might as well pretend for them, threatening them for his own amusement. Seo Jun was indeed a person with a good heart. He always thought about the villains, giving them joy and then striking later. Seeing him silent, Cesare demanded he hand over the lance. He had just opened his mouth to say, no need to worry like that. As soon as Cesare replied, he appeared right in front of him. In fact, he only needed to spin the lance 360 degrees to send the henchman flying away. Without saying much, he pointed the long Venus lance at Cesari's terrified face to threaten him. Cesare was a bastard. This bastard wanted everyone to die together, and he immediately pressed the activation button. But after pressing it, nothing happened. So what is this about? Why are the surroundings, the houses here still intact? Even you haven't lost your life. Cesare looked at the button nervously. He couldn't help but think, did I accidentally press the wrong button or something? Seeing that the plan had finally succeeded, Seo Jun had placed his trust in Team Dream. He smiled happily. Although the girl was not present, he had reserved a compliment for her, well done, Soo-yun. At this moment, everything had been decided and was nearing its conclusion. Albano wore a face that resembled one stung by a bee. He was tied up and locked in a stuffy room. Reflecting back, he felt a surge of anger. Every time he encountered the main character, he would punch him until he lost his gloves. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps entering. Albano looked at the familiar shoes and outfit and realized that it was Cesare. Albano thought positively, my brother is coming, my brother is coming. He wondered how Kim Seo Jun could possibly handle so many mafia members alone. Albano met his senior again, and he was overjoyed that he would be rescued from here. As the door opened, light streamed into Cesari's face. He finally saw that Albano's face was not much different from his own. It truly is ridiculous, both of them sitting in the same place. He walked in and said, all of you have been surrounded by me alone. Cesare looked more terrified than a frightened beast. He begged, spare me, please don't kill me. It's not just you here, Elena also has some questions for them, Seo Jun said to them. Albano didn't expect someone as strong as Cesare to be defeated. Seo Jun continued, the plan has failed. Quickly tell me, how could you escape from Sicily? Albano was stubborn. Even though he took more hits than meals, he still refused to speak. Cesare, however, wanted to live more than anything. He continuously revealed the secret passage, we have a secret passage. That's why we were able to escape from Sicily. When Albano told his brother not to reveal anything, he received a slap to the head. The slap was so hard that he fell silent. Seeing Albano being hit, Cesare looked at the scene in horror. Seo Jun turned back to him with a gentle face, so there is a secret passage, right? Having witnessed the previous scene, Cesare almost wet his pants and kept pleading for his life. Seo Jun raised the key question, you know you've tried to write about nearly 90,000 people, right? Go on, I'll consider it. After he recovered and just opened his eyes, all the members of the dream team appeared in front of Albano. This guy looked towards the older brother, seeing that he had passed out cold. Thus, he thought that Cesare had revealed the whole truth. Suddenly, in a bid to save his life, Albano said, "The amount is 70 million euros. If you need the money, I will give you this amount." Seo Jun couldn't believe that the man sitting in front of him actually had an enormous sum of money like that. After all, Albano was a well-known figure in the mafia, saying, he is just a criminal after all. Albano thought that Seo Jun was underestimating him too much. This guy was not just an ordinary criminal, he was also a member of the mafia. So what is Maria? They had carried out countless operations, ranging from loan sharking, drug trafficking, gambling, human trafficking, to many other illegal activities. But in summary, every year, they earned 53 billion euros. Albano said, this amount, when exchanged for Korean money, will amount to about 78 trillion won. All of this is just the tip of the iceberg that you are trying to do with Andrea's nose alone. Instead of waiting until their evening, he managed to catch a whiff of the figure 78 trillion. The sickness of greed returned, causing him to feel ecstatic all over. A tingling sensation ran throughout his body. Albano looked at the man in front of him, who turned out to be a hero on the outside just for the people, but inside would ultimately return to money after all. He boldly said, "If you let us go, we will give you 100 trillion won." But wait, watch the hell. Seo Jun felt dissatisfied upon hearing this part. He remembered, that bastard just said there was 78 trillion. Why is he now only willing to give him 100 trillion won? Isn't that a bit too little? Albano stared back in confusion, not understanding what this guy was talking about. Seo Jun just wanted to meet his boss. Honestly, I really want to meet that guy who calls himself Francesco or whatever. But anyway, remember that this guy is a tough nut to crack. No matter how much you pry open his mouth, he still won't spill anymore. He also didn't want to ask for that name anymore, but he guessed that Francesco was probably in Sicily. He asked a question, so you guys are also trafficking people illegally, right? When he replied, how so? He had now turned into a true capitalist ghost. He planned to sell them for money right away. In his eyes, it was like, oh my god, who's the mafia here? Albano intended to say a few words to him, but he delivered a punch that sent him out, leaving him unconscious. A moment later, Lee Min-yeol honestly reported, you have to open your mouth to talk just to get punched. At the house where they were being held, Albano had just woken up, asked a few questions, and immediately got knocked out again. Instantly, Lee Min-yeol stated, this crazy guy just needs to open his mouth and he's ready to get punched. Indeed, the king of resilience, every time he opened his mouth, he invited a punch from others. One of the people here, Lee Hyun, had previously received punches from Seo Jun. She understood very well how painful those punches were. Feeling that everything was happening too fast, Elena asked Seo Jun, do you really want to meet Francesco? He had always meant what he said. No one claimed to be joking. This is a dangerous action, so she made every effort to stop him. The place is really very dangerous, it is the stronghold of the mafia. It is said that there are as many as 150,000 members of the mafia concentrated there. Moreover, Francesco is also a well-known S-level hunter, he has nearly reached the realm of the cataclysmic flood hero. Even for you, it is too risky. Although this is a risky action, if it is not done right now, there will never be another opportunity. He explained, let's deal with the mafia once and for all. He told her that this was the lesson learned from the incident in Catanzaro. The problem that Italy is facing is not the mutated dungeon, but those mafias themselves. Although what he said was completely correct, she was still very worried about this trip. One trip may mean not being able to return. Seo Jun had to explain further for her to understand, it's not like we haven't calculated beforehand. It's not just one aspect. Those guys have used it before, so I intend to go there to negotiate with them, a human trafficking deal. Oh my god, now a top-tier professional hunter wants to team up with the mafia to engage in human trafficking. Just hearing that makes my head hurt. As for the male lead, he cares for nothing but money. At night, in a city next to Sicily called Messina, you can find many of the most professional hunters gathered. This city connects Sicily with the Italian mainland. The president of the association must always think about the future of the country. He cannot afford to sleep for even a minute. Recently, he has been investigating the whereabouts of Agnes and the pack of mad dogs. Francesco seems very strange. He told the Prime Minister, "In my opinion, I think they have joined forces." The Prime Minister sees this as an extremely important decision. If this is true, then Italy will be even more chaotic. Antonio, currently the official heir of Andrea, is aligned with the government and the association, saying that it seems the mad dogs and Agnes will join forces and fight against us with full force. He has planted a spy in that organization, but the spy has not reported back any news. Perhaps the spy has had their identity exposed. Samuel could no longer bear to witness this scene. The days of suffering had come to an end. He bowed his head and thought, the situation is worsening by the day. The Dream Team is responsible for the safety of the entire country of Italy. It was thought that the Dream Team would be able to resolve this situation and restore balance. But currently, they are only making the bomb explode faster. The Prime Minister envisioned the prospect of those two villains colluding together. Their forces must number up to 150,000 people, while the Italian army has around 200,000. The battle would be incredibly fierce, and casualties are impossible to predict. 90,000 civilians are hostages, gasping for life. The president of the association and Antonio had also urged the Prime Minister to issue a declaration of war, as there was no retreat left. In the darkness, there is always a glimmer of light somewhere, and this light would serve as hope for the entire country of Italy. At the moment the Prime Minister was contemplating the impending war and the countless casualties it would bring, Elena entered to report to him. As she walked into the room, she greeted him politely and asked how he was. The Prime Minister knew she had come to see him for a reason, so he went straight to the point. "I thought you were with the Dream Team. What's the matter?" Elena seemed somewhat uncomfortable and told the Prime Minister, "Hunter Kim Seo-jun wants to meet with the President and Antonio immediately." Suddenly, the Dream Team wanted to abruptly reach out to the leaders of Italy. It seemed that something significant had happened. "Seeing him give orders," Elena said, "we will soon meet him." "Where is he?" Elena replied, "He is outside." So he opened the door to step in with two thugs from Francesco's gang. In his demeanor, he appeared relaxed and cheerful, not pressured like the Prime Minister. Seo-jun knew there were two people sitting in the Prime Minister's office, but Antonio was someone he had not met yet. Therefore, he politely greeted, "Nice to meet you, Antonio." Right from their first meeting, Antonio asked him why he could translate automatically. He briefly replied, "Oh, no, this is just a translation through my consciousness." The Prime Minister knew he was there to meet him, so he asked, "What is going on?" "Instead of something important, you come to ask all three powerful figures in Italy about business matters. Are you here to inquire about the prices in Italy?" They didn't understand anything, and he threw the two bastards to the ground. The two lay still, seemingly having had too much sleep. The president and the chairman recognized that these were Albano and Cesare. He did not know why Francesco's henchmen were lying here. He looked at the faces of them and licked his lips. They said they would pay about 70 million euros or 100 billion won. He played big, took a bomb out of his space pocket. The people in the room were terrified. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him and pulled out a nuclear bomb, placing it in front of him. At that moment, would you be scared? He leaned against the bomb with a cheerful expression. "I would like to ask everyone, how much should the price be for 150,000? The whole room did not understand his meaning. How could they grasp his intent so quickly? Actually, what he meant was that he would go alone to negotiate with the boss, and the soldiers would not need to deploy. The Prime Minister did not understand the actions he had just performed. He even asked, "What about the prison that we asked you about?" The chairman of the association also did not know what that big purple thing was. Elena explained, "That is for shooting balls." "Oh no, let me explain properly. After she explained, the others finally understood the situation. Because he worked too quickly, too dangerously. Indeed, the magic power of money can make people work day and night. The Prime Minister of Italy, a powerful figure in society, now had to respectfully bow his head. "Thank you very much, Hunter Kim Seo-jun." He pretended to awkwardly decline, but inside he was very pleased. He felt incredibly grateful to him. "As Prime Minister, you were supposed to represent Italy, yet you could only turn a blind eye to 90,000 innocent citizens if the Hunter Kim Seo-jun hadn't appeared. If the Dream Team hadn't shown up, I would have had to read news about the massacre instead of this joyful news. Truly, I thank you very much." Thank you was done. Now he wanted to get into the main issue. Regarding money, he was quick. "So how should I price 150,000 mafia guys?" Marcello asked for clarification. "Are you the money in the mafia world, right?" He confirmed, "That's right." He also mentioned, "The huge sphere next to you is the magical bomb in Catanzaro. The Dream Team dealt with it by sucking out all the magic power inside. But as soon as the magic power is restored within, the bomb will be activated again." He outlined his plan. "I will use the secret passage to Sicily, then channel energy into this bomb, recycle it back, and make those bastards pay for what they intended to do to Catanzaro. Everyone can consider this our cleanup campaign for Catanzaro." Antonio opposed this idea. He expressed concern, saying that if he used that magical bomb, the mafia would certainly be wiped out, but at the same time, he would also lose his life. "You said, furthermore, after detonating the bomb, how do you plan to escape? This is no different from a suicide bombing." The Prime Minister found Antonio's words to be completely accurate. He suggested, "Kim Seo-jun, the Hunter, and the Dream Team have already sacrificed so much for us. We cannot demand someone from another country to come here and do such a thing." However, when he discussed this plan with everyone, he had also considered how to ensure his own safety. Among them was a skeptical person. Antonio pondered for a moment, then asked, "Why would you go to such lengths, even risking your life? Seo-jun has nothing to do with Italy." He thought, "Even if you ignore it, no one would say anything. Not to mention, you are putting your life on the line when you didn't have to come here in the first place. Why are you risking your life to help us?" But he replied, "Helping others doesn't need a reason. Is a reason necessary to help others?" This answer reminded Antonio of the figure of his grandfather. At that time, he had instructed him, "Remember this, Antonio. People do not follow you because of your power, but because of your ideals." It had been a long time since he had seen someone resembling the image of his grandfather. It had been a long time since he had seen this demeanor, but he felt that because he had cast doubt on him, he had taken the initiative to go to Kim Seo-jun's place. During this time, Seo-jun said, "I want everyone to follow this plan." After that, he placed the bomb into the spatial bag. Antonio approached him, addressing him in a respectful tone. He took off his hat to show his respect. "We will do anything to repay you, so please." The two senior leaders of that country also bowed their heads, showing their respect. Because this trip could be a one-way journey, everyone hoped that he could survive and return. Seo-jun was not accustomed to such sentimental scenes. He knew his skill level and what his chances of survival were, while the people before him acted as if he was going to die. However, seeing that all three of them were too polite to him, he did not want to ruin the atmosphere. Therefore, he also greeted them politely, then carried two men, Albano and Cesare, on his back and went about his business. He told everyone, "I will be back soon." All three men respected him. Today he was a true hero, ready to sacrifice his life. As for Elena, it was different. She felt that this resembled a money-obsessed demon, more interested in doing righteous deeds. In Sicily, this was the base of the mafia, in other words, it was their stronghold. Here, even the government had to suffer for not being able to control it. Both of the strongest villains in Italy are present here. Francesco is a madman. Even when doing nothing, he still holds a knife and waves it in the air, dancing for fun. I say one day he'll cut his hand and learn. The lioness with a huge hammer on her back approached him and said, I have sent 100,000 people to Messina, the place that connects Sicily and the Italian mainland. According to your words now, the one in the dominant position is Francesco. You can attack at any time, even right now. Agnes slowly walked closer to the glass door, looking down below. Francesco's forces were already gathered there. She said, "Is it really necessary for you to rush like this? Not only in terms of strength, I'm already at a disadvantage. Right now, my 50,000 elite troops still have to stay back. I don't know if your decision is too hasty." Francesco is, after all, a madman. Once he wants to do something, he will see it through to the end. He even scoffed at Agnes for her cowardice. She won't escape Sicily like this. Upon hearing this, Agnes felt a bit annoyed, but out of respect for being on the same side, she chose to remain silent. Francesco's ambitions are enormous. He wants a rebellion to engulf the entire country of Italy. In just a short time, this plan will succeed. He even said, "Isn't the parliament incredibly foolish? All we need to do is take advantage of that time. It's as easy as turning over a hand. After all, war must happen. Isn't it better to seize the opportunity when the situation is favorable for us?" Agnes listened to Francesco's words, knowing she could only follow him without daring to resist. Suddenly, a message arrived. The sender reported, "Most of Antonio's forces have withdrawn from Mexico, sir." Upon hearing this news, the mad dog was extremely thrilled. He felt immensely satisfied with what he had just said to her. Completely right. The parliament is a bunch of cowards who only know how to retreat, he scoffed. Francesco stood up and walked toward a map in the room. As he walked, he thought aloud, "With 100,000 of my reserve troops at the front in Mexico, those bastards must be very scared. If they have to face a battle against more than 100,000 of my men, they will panic even more." He turned back and said, "If I lead 50,000 elite soldiers to wipe out Antonio's troops, by then I will drain their strength completely." To add credibility to his words, he threw the knife into the sky. Just a moment later, he almost missed it, but luckily he caught it. After that, he plunged the knife into the map and laughed, "Italy will be in our hands all alone." Upon hearing this, based on what this madman just said, Annie asked back, "So the first 100,000 people are just cannon fodder?" Francesco confirmed, "That's right, exactly. This is the best way to go." In fact, with this crazy idea, he even asked her about her reactions and thoughts on the plan. All along, she had been a quiet person, but Francesco was a cold-blooded man. However, in reality, she was also someone like that, and even seemed to take pleasure in it. Both of them laughed heartily inside the room. A new era for Italy will begin. Francesco shouted in excitement. Lost in his own self-indulgence, he noticed Seo Jun appearing right behind him, fidgeting with his ear, saying, "This is definitely nonsense. Oh, it seems something is off outside. I remember there were many guards, so why is this kiddo standing here?" He even joked, "Sorry, I misspoke. You're Francis something, right?" Francesco was terrified. "Why is this Asian person able to get in here?" "No, that's not right, there are many guards outside. How is he still alive?" He didn't want to say much, just a few random words, and then gave them 2 cute gifts. The 2 bosses lying below cried out, "Run away. This bastard is really scary. Boss, save me." Francesco remembered very clearly, Albano was caught because he had sent him to assassinate Kim Seo-jun. But why was Cesare near the bomb to activate it? And why was he caught when these are 2 different locations? He went straight to the main issue, as he heard the 2 lying on the ground say that they were making a lot of money. Like many others, Francesco guessed because he could communicate without a translator. Could it be that you are a member of the Order of Truth? He was tired of this question, as everyone asked it wherever he went. Perhaps partly because his skill was too outstanding. Then Francesco said something that made him think, "It can't be. It can't be someone from the Order of Truth." He didn't hear clearly, so he asked Francesco to repeat himself, feeling that he could learn a bit more information about the Order of Truth. Seo Jun began to take things more seriously. I only intended to come here for extortion, but it seems that's not going to work. He pulled out a whole bomb placed in the room. This stunned Francesco, who went from one surprise to another. He was confused. How could you bring this bomb with you? Seo Jun placed a hand on the bomb. He knew Francesco recognized it and understood the tremendous destructive power of this bomb. Agnes had only heard about it, but she was not sure if this was the bomb or not. Francesco felt extremely uneasy when he saw the magical bomb that he had placed in Catanzaro. Seo Jun threatened the two mafia bosses, if this bomb explodes, both of you will meet the Grim Reaper for a game of cards, and everything will turn to ash. Should I just set it off now? Even as a mafia boss, Francesco was not easily intimidated by a magical bomb that had lost all its magic power. He chuckled derisively, challenging, "What can you do with a bomb that has no magic power?" In theory, Francesco was right, but this was an exceptional case. Seo Jun gently laid his hand on the bomb, channeling magic power into it. Agnes, witnessing this scene, nearly breathed her last from astonishment. When Seo Jun finished channeling the magic power, the bomb began to glow, emitting an extremely terrifying source of magic power from within. Both mafia bosses had to widen their eyes in disbelief, for what Seo Jun had just done was inconceivable. This bomb had the capacity to destroy an entire city, yet he was able to inject magic power into it in just a moment. He didn't like joking, so he proposed directly to them, "Now that it's recharged, shall I blow it up?" Francesco was not easily frightened because he knew that if he blew it up here, everyone would die. But Seo Jun was different. He had his lightning-fast skills, so escaping the blast radius of this bomb was just a basic task for him. Seeing Seo Jun's confidence, Francesco began to feel uneasy as he detected no hint of fear in his eyes. In fact, even Francesco himself had been thrown into a state of mental crisis by him. Francesco asked, "What do you want now?" Seo Jun replied, "You can earn a lot of money each year, about 78 trillion euros. Your subordinates told me so." Francesco just sneered, so it turns out this kiddo's only goal is money. He candidly put a price on it. "How much do you want?" "Name your price, I can meet all of it." Indeed, rich people want to solve everything with money. Seeing Francesco appear relaxed, Seo Jun said, "Let's see." These two said their income is around 70 million euros or so, and there are still 50,000 elite troops here, right? Because 100,000 people were already sent out. This entire plan of his had been completely understood by Seo Jun. Francesco realized that Seo Jun knew too much, and he decided, "I must kill him to bury the lead." He thought to himself, "Just give me a little money, then take advantage of the moment of carelessness to attack." He unexpectedly became a calculation prodigy, like the founder of Aston, the father of mathematics, the inventor of the calculator. Seeing him muttering calculations, who would have thought he would come up with the result, 700 billion euro? Francesco was furious. "What the hell are you saying, you crazy bastard?" Seo Jun jokingly calculated, and ended up getting cursed at, which sounded really funny. He replied, "You just said any amount would do." It was true that Francesco had said that, but the figure of 700 billion euro was so absurd that it made him curse. In fact, if we consider the level of madness, Seo Jun might even be crazier than the mafia boss. Somehow, Francesco still agreed, "All right, I'll give it to you. But there's one condition, you must pay with your life." Francesco was also an S-level hunter, so it was not easy to be intimidated. Standing before a young guy like Seo Jun, he drew a knife hidden in his hand and lunged to attack. Seo Jun was unbothered and also retaliated against Francesco. But just as both of them drew back from the fight, he suddenly noticed something unusual in Francesco's palm, a bright red color. He had used the secret weapon in his hand to unleash countless red blades, attacking Seo Jun. Seo Jun easily dodged the attacks, but there was still one problem: if those attacks hit the bomb, it would explode. Francesco was truly insane, unafraid of death, and he challenged Seo Jun back, "Do you think I care about your schemes? But surely, you won't let it blow up that easily." Seo Jun calmly looked at him, waiting to see what he would do next. Francesco soared into the air with his claws, mocking, speaking of the money you're demanding, 700 billion euros, right? Come and take it if you're good. He unleashed magic skills, but these magic skills shot out red energy sources, with some beams even targeting the bomb directly. However, Seo Jun could easily block them with his martial arts. Seo Jun contemplated, finding that Francesco had a point. He couldn't detonate the bomb thoughtlessly. In the worst-case scenario, he could leave before getting caught in the explosion with the speed of light, but he wasn't truly familiar with those skills yet, so it would take some time. And here, there was also an obstruction, Agnes. If the two teamed up, it would be difficult for him to escape. Francesco, infuriated, yelled at Agnes, "What the hell are you doing? That bastard definitely won't detonate the bomb. I'm frustrated dealing with this, and you're just standing there. It's really annoying." He smiled and praised, "You're quick-witted. Maybe it's because all of you have experience dealing with bomb terrorism, right?" She also used her aura to attack simultaneously with that scoundrel, but he had tightened his grip on the lance, then released a portion of the energy within his body. The earth and rocks around him were blown away, and the rushing subordinates were thrown back. Agnes couldn't comprehend what she was witnessing before her eyes. She distinctly remembered that before coming here, this guy was much weaker. Seo Jun, in his handsome and absolutely powerful demeanor, knew well that these scum would not easily part with their money. He wasn't naive enough to believe that. The starving individuals had to find a way to escape because this place was about to be destroyed. On top of that, there was also a magical bomb. If it exploded, they would die as well. Seo Jun said to them, "Stop stalling, it's over. However, before that, I still want to ask you two a few questions." Both high-level hunters were confronting an A-level hunter. He asked jokingly, but then channeled his chi into the strike, causing the entire house to explode. This strike was so powerful that both of them struggled immensely just to stay alive. Francesco remained optimistic, thinking, "This strike didn't hit me, he must have avoided this attack." But is this the end? Is this really his strongest blow? The answer is no. He still has many skills to show that scum. The second move is an explosion. He uses a lance to unleash a wave of energy around him. They, unable to withstand the tremors, fall into a state of losing control over themselves. But the final boss in a movie is never that easy. Francesco and Agnes go mad, using everything they have. The power of the two escalates suddenly. One uses sword magic skills, while the other wields the might of a hammer. Both combine their strength to try to eliminate him. On their faces, one can clearly see how wicked they are. When the attacks have landed, striking at the same point, rocks and dirt fly violently, shaking an entire area of the city. But perhaps they have forgotten that the protagonist has the ability to move at the speed of a god. He deftly shifts behind them. When they have attacked with everything they possess, he still has time to dodge. Indeed, there are several individuals here with power nearing the hero level during the cataclysmic flood. The story after that is no longer worth mentioning. He decides to unleash 30% of his power, concentrating it into a single strike. In other words, this blow is quite painful. When they vaguely saw him behind, a terrifying bolt of energy in a deep blue color surged towards them. When he woke up, he realized he had been knocked unconscious by him. Fortunately for them, the protagonist was a humanitarian. If he could defeat them, they would have probably been dead long ago. Francesco now only lay on the ground, wearing a bizarre smile. He remembered the disaster-level hero Andrea, who had crushed and unified the entire mafia, but he could not compare to this kiddo. His skill level had forced a mafia boss to admit that he was completely overwhelming. With this level, even if the two of them worked together, they would not be able to defeat him. So, was everything really over? He thought, "I never thought that one day I would fail so miserably like this." Every one of his plans unfolded as follows. First, use the distorted dungeon to tear apart the forces and diminish Antonio's quality. Then, he caused chaos in Italy by creating disaster for the people of Catanzaro. Next, it is to use his 100,000 people to attack the bases, as well as the awakened ones, to weaken the power of Antonio and Marcelo. Finally, he builds his most elite force to drown that basin and take power as president. But the reason for his failure lay before him, not with Antonio, nor with the awakened society of Italy, nor with the Supreme Court's ruling, nor with the oppression of opposing forces. It was all because of this Asian hunter. He noticed that he took a long pause, and he didn't want to waste time, so he asked him a few questions. Francesco asked Nam directly, "What do you want to do now?" Seo Jun was just thinking of blowing up the bomb. He wouldn't concede anything, could leave anything behind, but he was sure he wouldn't leave behind 50,000 members of the mafia. Excellent. He ignored whatever he wanted to say, but first he had to turn back. He still asked, in short, "How much can you pay?" He did not believe that there are people in this world who take money from others and still leave them alive. Truly, he did not want to kill him at all. He said, "It all depends on how much you will offer." These words he spoke were the truth. After hearing them, he simply laughed, laughing as if he were feeling very joyful. He no longer regretted spending money. "You can take it. Even if I can't give it to you now, as soon as Antonio comes to power, he will pay you." Francesco suddenly said some strange, bizarre words, "But can you really take it?" He still could not understand the intent behind his question. "Do you know what will happen when you detonate that bomb?" He answered, "What else but 50,000 mafia here will all die." What he referred to was not just a normal consequence but the real aftermath. Francesco continued, "This bomb will turn the entire city to ashes, and I got this bomb from someone. Do you think we could create such a retribution, Seo Jun?" Upon hearing this, he began to connect everything that he and Francesco had discussed during their earlier meeting. Looking at the way he spoke, it was clear that he was related to the Order of Truth. Once this connection was made, he finally understood everything. He asked him, "Is this a trick from the Order of Truth?" Looking at his smile, he could also comprehend. This was indeed due to the Order of Truth. Francesco was a madman, but he still lacked the ability to create that bomb. He spoke while laughing, "I knew it. You also know the true face of the Order of Truth, right? Those hypocrites." Since he was about to die, he revealed the truth: "I was the one who killed Andrea. To be more precise, I incited the Order of Truth to kill that hero." Upon hearing this, the face of the young man felt fear. "With the madness of this man," he explained, "we were very cunning. The Order of Truth staged the scene as an accident in the dungeon. And that bomb was initially meant to deal with the monster that killed Andrea. The plan was to kill Andrea and place the bomb in the dungeon to eliminate the monster. Only this way could that terrifying creature be destroyed. But I did the opposite. I thought that using this bomb to eliminate an ordinary monster was a waste. This bomb is truly beautiful, and the atmosphere is just right. So I decided to use it in a better way." When hearing this, the young man was unsure. "Are you planning to use this bomb to kill 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro?" He lay on the ground confirming, "That's right. Such a pity, such a pity. I truly wanted to see the scene of all 90,000 citizens turning to ashes." Seo Jun felt increasingly enraged as he listened to the man speak. "Crazy dog," he silently cursed. Francesco continued in his own way and then asked, "Do you feel something strange?" He took his right arm and dug into his pants pocket, pulling out a weapon. He said, "Do you know why I suddenly treat you like this?" Then, Francesco sprang up with terrifying speed and used the knife in his hand to end Seo Jun's life. Just then, he said, "Everything is meaningless now." Seo Jun was not the type of person to be easily defeated by such sneak attacks. He naturally knocked the weapon out of Francesco's hand. But his aim was not to kill him, it was the magical bomb beside him. He deliberately created an impact on the bomb. Seo Jun suddenly remembered that he had more than one sword, and from the very beginning, Francesco's target was the bomb, not him. Francesco could never accept defeat. If he were to fail, then everyone would die along with him. The bomb, with just a crack, reacted violently inside. In just a moment, it would explode this place. Seeing it too irritating, he immediately kicked him in the face, scattering his teeth all over the place. He fell unconscious on the spot from this blow. It's truly miserable, and now the situation is very dangerous. He doesn't want to die here, so he concentrated his mind and used the 3 dantian to escape. Fortunately, the 3 dantian were activated. He used incredible speed to move extraordinarily fast away from this place. The bomb had reached its limit and was about to explode. Over here, an apostle was doing something in a mysterious place. As the apostles entered, other monsters also looked at him. The place where the apostle stood was where Andrea, the hero of Italy, had perished because of the magical bomb. Why are you lying here so wretchedly? Where have all those aspirations and willpower gone? At this moment, the condition of the place he died was filled with rubble, and a battered sword lay there, with his helmet on top. This mysterious person is the Apostles of Patience. A lower subordinate followed him and informed him, they say the bomb has exploded on the island of Sicily. But as he remembers, the bomb was supposed to explode in Catanzaro. Anyway, fate had foreseen that bomb would explode. The Apostles of Patience felt angered because the crazy Francesco had caused more chaos. He decided to deal with the remaining excesses. Suddenly, his subordinate informed him that there was one more thing. The Apostles of Moderation warned, we must be particularly careful because Kim Seo-jun has made a move. This caused the Apostles of Patience to feel anxious. They knew that the male lead was an invisible variable. However, what the Apostles possessed was far more terrifying than that. The Apostles of Patience looked at their creation, feeling immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, the subordinate could not help but panic as in front of them stood a colossal monster with an energy source surpassing even that of a hero in the cataclysmic flood. The Apostles of Patience pondered, I wonder what it will be like when encountering this monster. Its appearance in this dungeon can be said to be the most mutated ever. Seo-jun had sprinted at full speed to escape from that bomb, but while activating his 3 dantian, he paid the price. Since he was unable to use all 3 dantian simultaneously, he was struck by a backlash. His hand was covered with remnants of the explosion, causing him to crash into a nearby forest, his whole body aching. Luckily, being the main character meant he wasn't going to die at this moment. Seo-jun hurriedly took out his phone and purchased an item. He reminded himself that this was not the time to lie down. He decisively bought a vial of elixir for 15 billion won without hesitation. After completing the purchase, he drank the entire vial, leaving only a single drop at the end. Just after drinking it, he felt that he could recover a bit, but to regain full strength, he had to meditate. He sat up and assumed a meditative posture. The source of energy gradually returned and stabilized. Now, he had another concern. According to what that Francesco said, if those things are true, then everything is still not over here. The magical bomb designed to defeat that monster exploded just a moment ago. Now, only he could deal with this monster alone. Therefore, he had to recover quickly to reach Marcello and help everyone. The situation in the city of Messina was very chaotic. Antonio wanted to take this opportunity to completely eliminate the mafia. He said, they are the bastards that tarnish Maria's reputation. Let us punish them according to our laws. Even the chairman is calling on allies to destroy the mafia, we cannot spare them. They are the termites destroying our homeland. Both individuals were fiercely battling against others. This was the opportunity that Italy had been granted by the hunter Kim Seo-jun. They thought, he dedicated himself to restoring order to Italy right now, they must seize back that order at all costs, no matter how much blood must be shed. The situation was incredibly chaotic. The staff continuously communicated updates to the Prime Minister. One individual reported, Antonio is rampaging in the east. Another informed that professional hunters and the association president Marcello were hunting down the escaping enemies. Finally, Maria had been completely eradicated. But he still did not feel joy over the elimination of these mafia scum. Because the hunter Kim Seo-jun, during the massive explosion in Sicily, had been there along with 50,000 elite mafia members. They all perished there. The bomb explosion meant that hunter Kim Seo-jun was dead. He felt an immense anger for allowing a stranger with no connection to Italy to sacrifice himself for the people of Italy. The Prime Minister reminded himself, the entire nation will never forget his contribution and will absolutely not waste the opportunity he has given them. Samuel ordered the remaining staff, do not let any mafia member escape. The staff acknowledged the order, but then a man wearing glasses discovered something unusual in the city of Messina. They managed to eliminate the remnants of the Agnes gang and the Francesco gang. 90,000 citizens were saved, and they also eradicated the factions of these criminal organizations. This meant they had achieved victory. The people of Italy and the hunters of Italia were filled with joy. They prepared to hold a celebratory feast. The president of the association and Antonio were exhausted after battling so many adversaries. Nevertheless, they were not entirely cheerful, as they sensed that this was not the end. However, most of the matters had been resolved. They looked at the scene of their liberated country and vowed to remain grateful to the hunter Kim Seo-jun for a lifetime. But the story had only just begun. The appearance of a monster caused both men to widen their eyes in fear. What could make these two men so terrified? The man wearing glasses reported an urgent message: they are in big trouble. In the city of Messina, a distortion has occurred. This distortion, measured by equipment, shows a magic power reading that is extremely unusual. The figure is even several times higher than in previous years. It can be said that this is the highest number in a decade. So what has truly appeared in the city of Messina? People were still preparing to celebrate their victory over the mafia. Before they could even celebrate, thunder suddenly rumbled across the sky. Even though a gate had not yet opened, they could sense that something terrifying was approaching. The gate to the dungeon slowly began to open. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's office, staff announced even more horrifying news. The staff reported, not only has it appeared in one city, but across all of Italy. Upon hearing this news, Samuel was left speechless and did not know what to say. Two ordinary men, incredibly strong, were shaken to their cores upon seeing the monster preparing to emerge from the dungeon. Just its appearance was enough to leave them in shock. At this rate, the entire country of Italy would face destruction. The emergence of the monster even instilled fear in the divine. The creature possessed 2 arms and countless tentacles trailing behind its back. This was the very embodiment of the Demogorgon. The monster had only used 5% of its strength, and with a deafening roar, it made sure that all those beneath it heard. All the weak low-level hunters began to bleed from their mouths and noses. They were overwhelmed by this supreme power, a force that caused many hunters to give up as soon as they encountered it. There are some people who have to call for help because they cannot move. Some hunters, when faced with this scene, lose all fighting spirit and flee, thinking it is their only option. Antonio, although he does not run away, has a look in his eyes that reveals he is feeling an overwhelming fear, even to the point of being unable to move. The appearance of the Demogorgon signifies a horrific death. Its power and form have overwhelmed most hunters. As long as Team Dream is still here, victory is certain. He will not let things go too far. Soo-yeon is no longer as afraid as she used to be. She has cast a freezing spell. Instead of a normal freeze, this is a freeze blast, causing anything that the ice passes through to be unable to move. A magic circle forms beneath the monster's feet. It has frozen nearly half of the monster's legs. After Soo-yeon has completed her task of restraining the monster, it is the assassin Lee Min-yeol's turn to appear with 2 daggers on his person. He moves with the demon-killing pursuit technique. With this skill, even a god would be severed. He executes the secret technique, striking 2 paths into one of its arms, and the arm is immediately severed. Demogorgon can sense pain and screams in agony. Its blood splatters from its severed arm. However, as Lee Min-yeol prepares to land, it intends to attack with its left arm. Suddenly, another team arrives, led by Park Seo-yoon. She wants to show it what manners are and what it means to be a disciple of the Sword Saint. Her second ultimate move, heaven-breaking divine sword, turns her sword a golden color. Then, she slashes with extraordinary power capable of splitting a mountain in half. The continuous slashes into its body severely injure the monster. The disciple of the Soul Saint, Lee Hyun, has also summoned a spirit resembling the divine spirit of the Soul Saint. This is the soul of a nine-tailed fox using yin-yang spiritual art. Its power can purge any evil spirit present in the air, restoring and helping to remove control effects. A complete formation, consisting of attackers and defenders, and even a person to remove control effects. After being freed from the effects, those affected feel as if everything has returned to normal. The poison has vanished, and other hunters feel extremely pleased that Team Dream has appeared. Their appearance was like the last hope for the city of Messina. Each person possessed a different unique power, one wielded soul skills, while another commanded the element of earth. Together, they cast their spells, triggering an earthquake. The monster, which stood still, was also struck by the tremors and let out a howl of agony. But that was not enough. The girl Suyun transformed into Saitama and delivered a punch shaped like a formation. Instead of hitting directly, she struck a formation, unleashing a massive surge of energy. This energy had the potential to obliterate an entire area of the city. The Demogorgon took this blow squarely to the head, and even it was overwhelmed by the Dream Team's formation. Those who witnessed this spectacle were filled with admiration. They wished they could possess even a fraction of the strength of someone on the Dream Team. Seeing that the monster remained motionless, the crowd cheered, "Team Dream is the champion. We have all survived." However, one among them sensed that running away was the best course of action at that moment. His words drew the attention of the other hunters back to the monster. All the attacks that had caused tremendous damage until now were no longer effective. The monster stood up and let out terrifying screams of fear. In fact, if one paid attention, they could see that it had no scratches at all. They all remembered clearly that the monster's arm had been severed. The scene earlier was indeed that they had cut through the monster, but the moment the arm was cut, it had instantly regrown. They didn't know what to say anymore. This was the regeneration ability. The monster had an incredibly powerful regeneration ability. Not only did it regenerate strongly, but it also possessed tremendous power. From this moment on, everything had reached a dead end. The Demogorgon called its miniature minions to attack the hunters. Monsters similar to it slowly rose from the ground. The situation had been reversed. The president didn't know what to do, feeling utterly helpless. He even had to kneel down as he faced an unbelievable sight. However, Team Dream did not want to give up. The monster counterattacked, using one hand to strike Lee Min-yeol, sending him crashing hard into a building. Su-yeon was extremely worried about him. But on Lee Hyun's side, things were not going well at all. A minion of the Demogorgon had bitten into her left arm. Looking at her expression, one could feel the pain she was enduring. Park Seo-yoon, a disciple of the Sword Saint, despite facing difficulties, could still fight against the minions of the monster. The chairman of the association felt fear. He shouted to everyone, "Hurry and run. This is enough already. You have sacrificed too much for us." Marcelo fell into a state of crisis. In front of him, the heroes from the Dream Team had done too much for this country. A young hunter from abroad, without any connection to us, had fought to the death against 50,000 elite mafia troops. The country of Italy had received help from hunter Kim Seo-jun and the entire Dream Team. The nation would never be able to repay that. He pleaded with everyone, "Please do not risk your lives for us any longer. I am a strong man, but I have had to shed tears. I beg you all to flee from here. I cannot allow my benefactors to sacrifice themselves like this. If I could trade, I would trade 100,000 lives to become food instead." The Dream Team, on the other hand, has no concept of giving up. Park Seo-yoon and Lee Hyun, the two strongest members, can cooperate to fight against the monsters. In despair, the association president thinks, why doesn't the Dream Team run away? Could it be that they are waiting for hunter Kim Seo-jun? After calming down, he guesses, if they are trying to fight to wait for Seo Jun to return, it is all in vain, he won't come back. He says, because he is dead. Lee Min-yul, from the wreckage, still holds on to hope, he is our captain. How could he die that easily? He can't be dead. He must not be dead. Soo-yeon hears this and then adds, the only thing that can kill Seo Jun is the destruction of this world. Lee Ha-yoon is different. While fighting the monsters, she still finds herself laughing. She remembers one more thing, which is money. Park Seo-yoon knows this better than anyone else. She also just smiles back as if affirming that this is a truth. Even in the heat of battle, they still choose to believe that their captain will return. Soo-yeon reiterates, the only things that can kill Seo Jun are a major economic depression and the destruction of this world. Marcelo couldn't understand why everyone trusted the man so much. A familiar figure dashed past him. This girl was Elena. She was also giving her all to fight, please keep trying. The president of the association said, just endure a little longer and the hunter Kim Seo Jun will arrive here. He couldn't believe that his subordinates all chose to trust that man. What he was seeing right before his eyes was bewildering. He wondered, oh, the dream team from Korea and a subordinate of mine are collaborating just to buy time for Seo Jun to arrive. He didn't understand what kind of trust this was, it's clear that Seo Jun is dead. I believe he couldn't possibly survive such a massive explosion. This is an undeniable fact. Even if he were to survive and get here, it wouldn't change anything. Marcelo felt increasingly helpless. What is this all about? Why, I don't understand. Inside, he was also pushing himself to believe what others were telling him. In his moment of despair, Antonio came over and placed a hand on his shoulder. The expression on his face was understandable, Antonio said, if it weren't for our benefactor, who else would be able to do it? These words seemed to awaken Chairman Marcelo. He decided to take action against the monsters, even if I die here, I will fight to the end. The chairman commanded the remaining members, no matter what it takes, we must stop that monster here. Until Hunter Kim Seo Jun arrives, don't you dare die. A highly cooperative combat scene unfolded. Each person performed their own duties, but their priority was to fight against the mini Demogorgons first. Some reckless individuals were willing to charge at the Demogorgon to take it down, but its power was on a completely different level compared to them. Despite the other hunters trying their best to hold it at bay to buy more time, a direct assault did not yield any results. It possessed infinite regeneration abilities. The tentacles from behind the Demogorgon attacked them, and for B-rank hunters, being struck by it meant certain defeat on the spot. After just a short while of fighting, Team Dream began to suffer casualties. Soo-yeon lay unconscious in Lee Min-yul's arms. In the midst of battle, everyone realized what the world would look like without a hero. Its roar once again challenged everyone to attack. Every time they tried to strike, it recovered. Park Seo-yoon, although much stronger than before, was still not a match for it. She had reached her limit, one of her arms severely injured. Before her now was no longer a mere monster, but a true disaster. It was thought that Team Dream and the other hunters could buy enough time until the male lead arrived, but now even she had let go and smiled. She hoped that after she passed away, Sword Saint wouldn't scold Kim Seo Jun too much. As the monster was about to take her life, a familiar beam of light shot forth, severing part of its arm. As it howled in pain, a figure appeared, none other than Kim Seo Jun, her dream lover and the hero of everyone. Her face was one of satisfaction because he had finally arrived. Seo Jun came with an angry expression, asking, "How dare you hit my girlfriend?"